Chapter 1. The Triad of Childhood Part 1. Year 1510 of the Sea Circle. It was a year of tumult, with an unsettling aura pervading the entire world. During this year, the notorious pirate Moria engaged in a fierce battle against Kaido, a former crew member of the Rocks Pirates, in a new world culminating in Moria's disastrous defeat and hasty retreat. In this same year, the Emperor Shanks faced off against the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, the outcome of which remained shrouded in mystery. Yet this clash became a legendary tale echoed across the seas. This year also saw the world government's regular summit prohibiting Fishman Island from participation. Moreover, Shanks suffered the loss of an arm, leaving the world in shock, as the identity of the one who severed his limb became a topic of endless speculation during casual conversations that on the island of Urolo in the North Sea, a significant event was unfolding for its inhabitants. 3 individuals lay beneath the shade of a tree on a small hill on Urolo Island. One was a rotund man with a greasy Mediterranean hairstyle. Another was a golden-haired youth humming to himself, and sandwiched between them was a boy of similar age to the golden-haired lad, sporting short black hair and chewing on a twig, his gaze lost among the layers of leaves, captivated by the azure sky. Damn it, the newcomers took my bed. The director told me to make do with a makeshift bed for now, and I wake up every day with aching bones, the golden-haired boy grumbled. He, chuckled the middle-aged, rotund man, his face perpetually adorned with a smile, as if he were devoid of a certain emotion known as sorrow. The golden-haired boy, clearly displeased by what sounded like mocking laughter, shot a glance at the man and retorted, Usopp, is your only talent smiling like an idiot all day? No wonder you're destined to be a mere gatekeeper and cleaner. Usopp continued to smile, though he remained silent. The black-haired boy, positioned in between, had not uttered a word, his eyes unwaveringly fixed on the sky. The golden-haired boy turned to glance at the black-haired boy once more. Having grown accustomed to his quiet demeanor, he closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep, consumed by his own melancholy. The sea is blue, and the sky is blue, how beautiful, the black-haired boy murmured. The golden-haired boy shifted his body and mumbled, Usopp is perpetually grinning like a fool, and you occasionally spout nonsensical remarks. How did I end up with 2 lunatics like you? Usopp laughed again. The black-haired boy expelled the twig from his mouth, resting his hands behind his head, lost in thought. He was a traveler from another world. Having arrived from Earth in his previous life, he was a struggling novelist, penning mediocre tales, while also being a devoted reader of the One Piece manga. On the eve of his 30th birthday, his literary endeavors had barely afforded him a meager existence, encapsulating his struggles in 4 words: a complete failure. That night, alone in solitude, he wished himself a happy birthday and proceeded to indulge in alcohol, losing track of the events that unfolded as his consciousness blurred and then sharpened. Upon awakening, he found himself transformed into an infant wrapped in swaddling clothes. Initially, he believed he had returned to 30 years past, but he gradually discerned that this was not the case. Through subtle clues, he quickly realized that he had entered the world of the Pirate King. 15 years had elapsed since his birth, and there was little to recount. He had accepted all that life had offered him. There were no miraculous abilities or encounters with formidable devil fruits, as one might expect in a tale of adventure. Instead, he had lived a life of quietude on this island. As time passed, he began to perceive his previous 30 years as merely an elaborate dream. The name he once bore had become foreign to him, while the name he had been called for the past 15 years, Francis Amos, now resonated deeply within his essence. The name Amos signifies a person of great responsibility, while Francis means a free man, and he took pleasure in this appellation. As he drifted in thought, a hand tapped his shoulder. He looked up to see a golden-haired youth. Just roused from slumber, it was Lizane. Lizane stretched languidly and remarked, We should return if we delay any longer. The director may discover our escape, and I certainly do not wish to miss mealtime. Indeed, Amos replied, rising to his feet. Nearby, Usopp also stood, brushing the leaves from his attire, and followed the two. Usopp was the caretaker of the orphanage and responsible for maintaining the area outside. He appeared to have some mental difficulties, likely a result of a significant past trauma. Typically, he immersed himself in his duties, remaining silent, with the sole pleasure of standing by the shore and gazing at the sea. On rare occasions, he had confided that he relished the sensation of the wind caressing his delicate features and soft hair. There was an incident where he stood by the seaside for an extended period, only to succumb to heat exhaustion and was subsequently taken to the village's infirmary for treatment. Like Amos, Lizane was also an orphan. Uroloro Island is situated near the Navy's 233rd branch in the North Sea, rendering it seldom troubled by pirates. 2 decades ago, the Navy had suffered a severe blow resulting in the deaths of numerous sailors and leaving many orphans in its wake. In response, the branch allocated funds to establish an orphanage on Uraloro Island, dedicated to caring for the children of fallen sailors. Amos' parents, however, were not part of the Navy. According to the director, he had been abandoned at the gates of the Navy branch and was subsequently taken in with a new group of orphans. Before arriving at the orphanage, he vividly recalled his impoverished upbringing in a secluded village ravaged by war, where his parents were merely ordinary fishermen. Lizane was a year older than him and, aside from Amos, was the only other child in the orphanage not linked to the Navy. Over a decade ago, a merchant ship navigating from the Grand Line to the North Sea had encountered a storm and sunk. Miraculously, Lizane's mother had managed to escape with him in a small boat, ultimately drifting to Uraloro Island. However, she perished along the way, having sacrificed the last of their food and water for Lizane and succumbing to dehydration after days of exposure to the sun on the open sea. The villagers of Uraloro discovered Razian while fishing and found a female corpse aboard a small boat, which clarified the circumstances surrounding the incident. They compassionately brought the unfortunate Razian back to the island of Uraloro, where the orphanage made an exception to accept him. Razian often proclaimed himself a noble, and he could recall fragments of his childhood. The villagers firmly believed in his noble lineage, as many were ignorant of what a devil fruit was. While he had consumed one in his youth, he possessed the powers of a paramecia-type devil fruit, the paper fruit. Upon his arrival, the other orphans in the orphanage were discontented with him because his parents were not part of the Navy, leading them to question his worthiness to be there. However, Razian, utilizing his fruit's abilities, managed to drive them away one by one. A year later, when Amos arrived, they were the only two orphans without a naval background, which fostered a bond between them, and they naturally became good brothers. Initially, the proud Razian wished for Amos to be his subordinate, but Amos showed little interest in such dynamics. Gradually, Razian discovered that Amos possessed mature insights on various matters, leading to a reversal of their roles, with Razian deferring to Amos for significant decisions. Their location was not far from the orphanage, and they soon returned. Yusuf halted at the entrance and began to sweep the ground meticulously. Since his employment, the orphanage's environment had improved significantly, though his salary had never increased. As Amos and Razian ventured further, they noticed the absence of other children from the orphanage. Razian sighed. "They've probably gathered again. This is troubling." "Indeed," Amos replied, his demeanor unchanging. The numerous naval orphans from the orphanage did not intend to abandon their responsibilities. They held a deep-seated enmity towards pirates. Thus, in the second year of the orphanage's establishment, plans were set in motion for the children's future, aiming for them to join the Navy. Former Navy Lieutenant Savar, who had been severely injured in 1492 and subsequently retired, was now tasked with training these children to ensure a steady influx of manpower for the Navy. After 2 decades of nurturing, several batches of exceptional newcomers had already joined the naval ranks. In recent years, the branch had intensified its training efforts at the orphanage, adding several instructors to the team. Unfortunately, Amos and Razian found themselves under the strict tutelage of Savar, where Razian frequently faced punishment for his defiance and tardiness, leading to an adversarial relationship with Savar. This time, his lateness would surely result in severe repercussions. Amos, on the other hand, remained unfazed by the prospect of punishment, as his impressive physical prowess allowed him to excel alongside Razian in their training cohort. Consequently, he was indifferent to the possibility of running laps or being confined. Upon their arrival, they observed a group of students lined up orderly in the small square in front of the orphanage building, with Savar standing at the forefront, coldly scrutinizing them. Chapter 2. The Triad of Childhood Part 2. Return to formation. After a prolonged silence, Sywell broke the stillness. Amos and Lazian stepped forward to rejoin the ranks, while a few of their less amiable peers exchanged malicious glances at their expense. In truth, nearly all the other orphans harbored some animosity towards them, simply due to their differing backgrounds. This juvenile sense of exclusion appeared utterly ludicrous to Amos, who had long endured the immaturity expected at their age. Dressed impeccably in military attire, Sywell exuded an air of competence and vigor. In his 50s, his leg injury from years past had worsened, causing him to limp as he paced back and forth, scrutinizing the formation. "Amos, Lazian, step forward." Sywell issued the command, prompting Amos and Lazian to advance and stand side by side. "Disrespecting military discipline. You are both forbidden from dinner this week. Your physical training regimen will be doubled." The punishment was inevitable. Sywell was determined to temper their spirits. One was arrogant, the other indifferent, yet both possessed remarkable potential. Amos excelled in physical prowess, while Lazian wielded the formidable powers of a devil fruit, both capable of serving in the Navy at any moment. However, Sywell would not permit them to join the Navy in their current state. He aimed to temper their spirits before conscription, instilling in them the understanding that a soldier must obey commands. Approaching the Navy with such a carefree attitude would exact a toll, whether on the Navy or themselves. Amos nodded in acknowledgement, saying nothing. What did it matter if the training was doubled? Beyond the daily regimen set by the instructor, he had his own physical training schedule. To others, he was an insufferable brat, endowed with innate athleticism and talent, yet in reality, he exerted far greater effort behind the scenes. With a mature soul granted a second chance at life, how could he continue to drift aimlessly? Lazian, on the other hand, was quite displeased with Sywell's punishment, primarily because the peers who had always irked him were snickering in the background. He was irritated, yet not foolish. Defying Sywell now would only exacerbate the punishment, forcing him to acquiesce. The afternoon unfolded with routine training, tailored to individual capabilities. Amos was assigned the highest training load, followed by Lazian. After physical training came martial arts instruction, primarily focusing on combat techniques and unknown wooden sword sparring. Amos had once expressed a desire to learn the Navy's 6 styles. Unfortunately, Sywell was unfamiliar with them, although he mentioned that Colonel Karen, the head of their branch, possessed some knowledge. The orphanage's training grounds were not equipped with firearms or real swords. Such weaponry would only be employed upon becoming a true Navy soldier within the branch. Nevertheless, Sywell had already contemplated requesting these tools in advance, as conventional weapons were no longer adequate for Amos and Lazian's training. Following the martial arts training, it was time for dinner. However, Amos and Lazian were punished by being denied their meal, allowing Sywell to utilize the opportunity to further supervise their training, ensuring they completed their doubled workload. Amos and Lazian were engaged in an unknown confrontation under the cloak of night. Due to Lazian's devil fruit abilities, Savar had equipped Amos with a wooden sword. Savar observed from the sidelines, repeatedly emphasizing the importance of moderation. Their encounters often drew a multitude of students, each witnessing the spectacle, diminishing their aspirations to confront them, while simultaneously fostering a growing envy. Lazian had consumed the devil fruit at the tender age of 5, and now, after 11 years, his mastery over its powers was second nature, as instinctual as blinking or breathing. His hands folded into the sharp appendages of a mantis, exuding an unusual lethality. Amos gazed at Lazian and discarded the wooden sword, realizing it was utterly inadequate against Lazian's formidable mantis arms. He preferred to free himself from its constraints. Lazian struck first, his feet pounding the ground as he surged towards Amos with astonishing speed. Amos leaped into the air, executing a somersault to create distance between them. "Don't evade." Lazian shrugged, displaying a hint of frustration. Having relied heavily on his devil fruit since childhood, he found himself lacking in martial prowess compared to Amos, making it difficult to keep pace. "I'm not foolish," Amos replied, spreading his hands. Lazian gritted his teeth, his body folding like paper as he transformed into an eagle with a wingspan nearing 3 meters, darting towards Amos with remarkable swiftness. This time, Amos did not retreat, but advanced to meet Lazian Hedon. Lazian's claws aimed to grasp Amos. He narrowly dodged, brushing against Lazian's form as he drew a match, igniting it and tossing it towards Lazian. Flames erupted around Lazian, and he quickly reverted to his human form, shouting in alarm as he swatted at the fire. "Amos, you're resorting to that trick again. You ought to hone your martial skills. Your sluggishness makes it easy for others to exploit your weaknesses," Amos advised. Finally extinguishing the flames, Lazian gasped for breath. "I deliberately slowed my pace to avoid injuring you. Enough for today, let's call a night. If you're late again tomorrow, the punishment will double from today's," Savar declared after watching the bout before departing for dinner. Lazian muttered complaints towards Savar's retreating figure, and Amos approached, patting him on the shoulder. "Come on, let's go roast something to eat." "Let's go," Lazian said, wrapping an arm around Amos' shoulder. Atop the familiar hill, the ground crackled with the flames dancing upon dry branches while the stars flickered above. Lazian leaned against a robust tree trunk, yawning, as Amos and Yusov each held a branch speared through a chunk of meat, suspending it over the fire for roasting. Due to the effects of his devil fruit, Lazian harbored a deep-seated fear of flames, thus delegating the task of cooking to Amos and Yusov. He took on the role of hunting, and with his abilities, capturing small creatures in the wilderness was an effortless endeavor. Amos handed the roasted meat to Reza, while he skewered more to continue grilling. Reza blew on the steaming meat and devoured it eagerly, exclaiming, "This is far more delicious than the meals prepared in the courtyard. We should come here for barbecue every day." Amos smiled quietly, choosing not to respond, while Yusov stood by the fire, grinning foolishly as he cooked. This small hilltop served as a secret sanctuary for the three of them. a place they frequently retreated to. In the village, Reza was not particularly welcomed, primarily due to his notorious reputation as a troublemaker, a figure despised by many, despite his rather handsome appearance. The remaining meat was also grilled, and Amos and Yusuf began to partake in it. The three leaned against the trunk of a tree, savoring their meal. Once they had finished, they followed the rugged path along the hillside to the shores of Uralaro Island. Razine, sitting by the water's edge, let out a hearty belch. The sea breeze tousling his hair into a slicked-back style. "Ah, the sea is indeed marvelous," he mused. "Do you wish to venture out to sea?" Amos inquired. "Yes, I find everything beyond captivating," Razine replied, his gaze glimmering like shifting diamonds. "That day will surely come," Amos remarked, resting his chin on his hands. Yusuf stood silently by the shore, a serene smile upon his face as he breathed in the salty air, not uttering a word. Amos and Lysian's long-standing companionship with Yusuf stemmed from an incident in their childhood. When Amos first arrived at the orphanage at the tender age of 6, he faced inexplicable ostracism from the other children due to his background. Naturally, he regarded their disdain with indifference, had he been an ordinary child. Such isolation might have deeply hurt him. Alas, he was not. At times, he found the situation rather amusing. Furthermore, the children were incapable of inflicting any meaningful harm upon him. The sole instance of confrontation occurred when he was cornered in the restroom, intent on teaching him a lesson. Their grievance arose from his response to a particularly profound question posed by the teacher, which they deemed pretentious and intolerable. At that moment, Yusuf, who was cleaning the restroom, stood protectively in front of Amos, foolishly smiling as he uttered, "Don't do that." Yusuf was known to be simple-minded, and thus no one paid heed to his words, which only incited further ridicule. Even when pointed at and called a fool, Yusuf continued to smile and repeated, "Don't do that." It was then that Lysian fortuitously entered the restroom, and upon witnessing the scene, he unleashed a flurry of blows, sending the bullies fleeing and some even to tears. It was from that day onward that Lysian and Amos officially became acquainted. On that very day, the 7-year-old Lysian, gesturing towards the 40-something Yusuf, confidently declared that he would look after him in the future. Chapter 3. Impulse. After spending some time by the seaside, Amos and Lysian prepared to return. While Yusuf had no intention of leaving just yet, the two paid him no mind, for despite his mental shortcomings, he was certainly capable of finding his way home. They stealthily slipped back into the orphanage, which was cloaked in darkness. It was likely around 11 o'clock. Amos and Lysian climbed over the wall and made their way back to the dormitory. The dormitory was expansive, comprising 2 large sections divided by gender. Due to a recent influx of new arrivals, the sleeping arrangements were tight. Thus, veterans like Amos and Lysian were relegated to sleeping on the floor, while the beds were reserved for the younger children. The sound of snoring filled the air as everyone drifted into slumber. The younger children were relatively undisturbed, but those slightly older had begun their training, their bones aching from daily exertions, leaving them no time to engage in the late-night revelries of their past. The two quietly approached their designated sleeping spots, and after shedding their outer garments, Amos lay down and succumbed to sleep. Lysian, brimming with energy from dawn till dusk, initially desired to engage in further conversation with Amos. However, at that moment, he could only curl his lips in resignation, exhaling deeply before closing his eyes to succumb to sleep. In the early morning, those under the age of 15 were taken by their instructors to learn fundamental knowledge, while those aged 15 and above gathered in the flat expanse before the orphanage building, forming 4 lines under the guidance of 4 instructors, all retired Navy veterans, who would outline the day's learning agenda. The total number of students in these 4 lines was approximately 200, divided into 4 cohorts. Both Amos and Lysian belonged to the 1507 cohort, where all members were 18 years old, save for the 2 of them, who were anomalies. Amos had been admitted to the 1507 cohort at the age of 12 due to his exceptional theoretical performance and satisfactory physical condition, having qualified despite being younger than the typical age requirement of 15. Lysian possessed considerable strength and could have joined at any time. Yet he had always been reluctant to be constrained as a student, using his age as an excuse to delay his participation in training. It was only after Amos enrolled that he chose to actively join, becoming a member of the same cohort as Amos. For their cohort, this year marked the graduation season. When the time for naval enlistment arrived, all who were deemed qualified would proceed to the branch as genuine Navy personnel, while those who did not meet the standards would continue their studies with the next cohort, taking the examination the following year. The morning was reserved for theoretical studies. with today's central theme revolving around the fundamental understanding of maritime regions and naval vessels. Lezian hardly paid attention, stifling yawns due to fatigue, while Amos had already studied this material years prior, now merely revisiting it. For him, the most captivating aspect was the tales of combat experiences recounted by Sywell. Sywell had shared numerous stories, most students dismissing them as trivial. However, Amos placed great significance on them, having faced off against pirates in the North Sea for a decade. Sywell undoubtedly possessed a wealth of combat experience and insights. Amos certainly does not perceive the world as depicted in the manga One Piece, where, from the perspective of the Straw Hat Pirates, all malevolence seems to have its limits. Here, in the authentic realm, the students surrounding him serve as vivid examples. Despite his laid-back demeanor, he understands that in this world, only through diligent effort and personal growth can one safeguard oneself. Amos, having transitioned from an infant to a capable 7- or 8-year-old, harbored dreams of venturing out to sea. In numerous novels, protagonists of tender years often encounter formidable devil fruits or engage with the likes of the 7 warlords of the sea or the 4 emperors, often aided by prophetic abilities or systems that swiftly grant them dominion over the seas. However, he possessed none of these advantages. The notion of embarking on the Grand Line to consume the lightning fruit before Enel, or joining the Whitebeard pirates to seize the darkness fruit, or even enticing Luffy and Ace before they grew powerful, all these narrative tropes crossed Amos's mind, yet they seemed utterly impractical and devoid of feasibility. The stark reality was that there existed a 99% chance of perishing within the first week of setting sail. The only viable and realistic path to strength lay in participating in the orphanage's training, leaving him with no alternative. This was already a commendable foundation. Through the rigorous training of his instructors and his own diligence, he emerged as a standout among the 200. The vastness of the outside world was something he had yet to experience fully. As for what he aspired to be in this new world, he had come to a clear understanding. Neither the openly displayed pirates nor the Navy piqued his interest. Freedom was not something that could only be attained through pillaging as a pirate, nor was justice a concern for someone of his humble standing. Prioritizing the enhancement of his abilities, he deduced that formally joining the Navy for systematic training would be the optimal choice. Once he grew stronger, his options would naturally expand. This was his plan for the next decade, to study more systematically at the branch, hone his skills against pirates, and strive to enter the Navy headquarters, where he could aspire to grasp the true essence of the 6 forms of the Navy, thus justifying his 10 years of effort. After the theoretical classes concluded, it was noon, and the students took a break for lunch. Following this, they engaged in physical training and martial arts until 8 in the evening. Except for Amos and Razian, who faced a week's worth of penalties and increased training loads, the other students went off to eat. The additional training wrapped up at 10 o'clock, and Cheval departed as well. Yet, Amos's personal training regimen was far from over. While the instructors concluded their sessions at 8, he would, after dinner, continue training until 11. Razian often accompanied him, and the two would frequently spar, fostering mutual improvement. This routine had persisted for 7 or 8 years, which explained why he, despite being younger, excelled beyond his peers. The success of achievers can be traced back to discernible patterns, with diligence being the most direct path to realizing success. On the familiar hill, as Yusov busied himself with roasting meat, Amos and Razian reflected on the challenges they had encountered during their recent sparring sessions. The two were of comparable height. Amos stood at 180 centimeters, while Razian measured approximately 185 centimeters. At this age, possessing such height is quite commonplace in the world of One Piece, thus there is little to be surprised about. If one were to consider a confrontation between Amos and Razian, the latter would undoubtedly prevail, although Razian may be somewhat inferior in physical combat. His mastery of devil fruit abilities is impressively advanced. Amos, lacking any formidable trump cards, could hardly hope to overturn the situation and defeat Razian. On this island, when assessing Amos's prowess, he is on par with the instructors, yet falls short of Razian. A meticulous comparison with the instructors reveals that his physical attributes and combat skills are more refined, a testament to nearly a decade of diligent effort. However, his glaring deficiency lies in practical combat experience. As Cheval often articulates, without having faced the true trials of life and death, one can never truly emerge as a formidable warrior. Amos wholeheartedly agreed. As the clock struck 11, both of them found themselves rather fatigued, seated beneath a tree while indulging in roasted meat. This small hill had nearly transformed into their little stronghold, where they gathered each evening to savor wild delicacies and converse around the crackling fire. as their shared interest gradually morphed into a habit. The daily consumption of these treats seemed to become indispensable. Yusov was largely taciturn, focusing intently on devouring the meat, punctuating the silence with audible smacking sounds. Meanwhile, Rees animatedly recounted amusing anecdotes he had heard from who knows where, while Amos allowed the words to drift in one ear and out the other, occasionally chiming in with a few murmurs of agreement. After finishing their meal, the trio navigated a familiar path to the water's edge, where Yusov perked up. Standing in a daze while gazing at the horizon of the sea, an idiotic grin plastered on his face. The wind was quite brisk today, causing Ree's hair to be tousled wildly, his features contorting into an almost grotesque expression. The mighty gust brought wave after wave crashing ashore, relentlessly washing the ground and battering against the rocks. Amos's coat fluttered in the wind, while his white shirt clung closely to his body. Yet, he remained motionless, seated upon a stone, gazing into the distance, much like Yusov. Lezian, Amos called out, but the strong winds of the day rendered Lezian unable to hear him. Once more, Amos raised his voice, and a glimmer of vitality flickered in Lezian's lifeless eyes. What is it? Lezian inquired loudly. Amos gazed at the ocean, unable to restrain a smile as he asked, "Do you ever feel an urge to conquer it?" Chapter 4. Fear. Upon hearing Amos's words, Lezian replied eagerly, "Of course. Who wouldn't wish to roam the seas freely like Gold, Roger? Furthermore, I aspire to return to the Grand Line one day. I am not as unfortunate as you. I still have the opportunity to delve into my lineage. Although my memories of the past are somewhat hazy due to my prolonged unconsciousness, I believe that with determination, nothing can truly hinder me. I will return." Amos fell into silence for a moment before responding. After speaking, he rose to his feet, and the fervor stirred by the atmosphere slowly dissipated. He patted Lezian on the shoulder and walked toward the orphanage. Lezian shrugged, disregarding Yusov, who was still gazing at the sea, and followed Amos back to the orphanage. Once again, a long, dreary night awaited them. Amos and Lezian had settled into their dormitory for a well-deserved rest. Today, Lezian was genuinely fatigued, uttering little before closing his eyes and soon succumbing to slumber. The only discomfort plaguing Amos was the incessant twitch of his eyelid. His heart felt constricted by some invisible force, suffocating him with an unsettling premonition that dawn might never arrive. Tossing and turning, he noticed Lezian beside him had fallen into a steady, gentle rhythm of breath. Resolute, Amos sat up and cast a glance out of the window at the luminous moonlight. He found himself grappling with insomnia. Since sleep eluded him, aimless tossing seemed futile. He redressed and stepped outside, effortlessly ascending to the rooftop, which he discerned to be the highest point in the vicinity, naturally bringing him closer to the moon. Whenever insomnia struck, he would venture out to gaze vacantly at the moon, gradually finding that each sighting conjured memories of past nights spent beneath its glow. It seemed he had grown somewhat reclusive, a reborn soul who had lingered too long with a group of youthful companions, becoming taciturn. Yet, this solitude brought him a peculiar comfort. The wind had subsided, and the night was adorned with scattered lights from the village, twinkling against the pitch-black canvas. The ground was alive with crickets, their melodious yet somewhat irksome chirping resonating from all directions. After 15 years in this world, Amos's once fervent dreams of the Pirate King had been tempered. He had matured through a life filled with trials and tribulations, no longer yearning to rival the extraordinary characters of manga. Instead, he found himself captivated by the leisurely existence of village life, surrounded by a few close friends. He had grown accustomed to roasting game in the fields and watching seagulls circle above the shoreline, exchanging casual greetings with the villagers each morning. In this life, he had adopted a more laid-back philosophy, perhaps as a result of the exhaustion from his previous life, embracing a newfound way of living that he was loath to abandon. Gazing at the moon, feeling the coolness of the summer night, he inevitably succumbed to whimsical musings. Amos tapped his forehead, still devoid of any inclination to sleep, and contemplated the idea of heading to the shore to seek out Yusov. In truth, no one knew just how late Yusov lingered by the sea each night. Nonetheless, the following morning, he would invariably rise before any of them and energetically take up his broom. Just as Amos was about to turn and descend from the rooftop of the orphanage, a figure emerged below, making a beeline for the restroom. It was Lezian, who stumbled toward the lavatory, rubbing his bleary eyes. Upon his exit, he caught sight of Amos perched on the edge of the rooftop, swinging his legs. "What are you doing up there in the dead of night? Trying to give someone a fright?" he exclaimed. "Come up." Amos beckoned. Lezian yawned, folding his arms as if they were wings, and then, like a bird, flapped them to effortlessly reach the rooftop. "What's the matter? Insomnia?" "Yeah, Amos replied with a slight nod, resting his chin in his hands. Lezian paced back and forth, kicking at the pebbles on the ground, when suddenly he halted, staring intently at Amos. Wait a minute, dead fish eyes, do you have something on your mind? Yes, I do, Amos admitted without pretense. Spill it, who knows? Perhaps I might be able to lend a hand, Lezian suggested, moving closer to sit beside Amos. You're not falling for one of the girls in the orphanage. Are you? Haha, you sly dog. I always thought there was something off about your preferences, given your complete lack of interest in those well-developed young ladies at such a tender age. Ha! Amos chuckled helplessly. What are you talking about? Not interested in girls, then? Lezian's voice caught on something, and he quietly distanced himself from Amos. Hey, take it easy. You never seem to be serious. Amos rolled his eyes, disinterested in continuing the jest. Lezian spread his hands. Then you should just tell me. If you don't, I'll have to guess blindly. Amos furrowed his brow. I'm thinking about the future. The future? What about it? Future lovers? Lezian inquired. Amos exhaled deeply, beginning to stretch his joints. Ah, just a jest. It's quite natural for someone of my exuberant age to yearn for love. Thus, I often find myself drawn to such topics. Now, let us speak with a touch more seriousness. What lies ahead? Amos shifted the topic and inquired, Lezian, what do you aspire to do in the future? What to do? I haven't really pondered that deeply. In truth, there are many things I wish to pursue, but my greatest desire is simply to live joyfully, much like we do now. Living freely on this island, doing as we please. If it weren't for that annoying fellow, Sawar, my childhood would have been utterly perfect. I see. Amos fell into contemplation. After Lezian finished speaking, he tilted his head and gazed at the distracted Amos. What is the matter with you today? You seem rather odd. Although you are always a bit peculiar. It's nothing, just a slightly pessimistic view of the future, Amos replied slowly, his tone consistently unhurried and indifferent. Oh, I thought something was amiss. It's quite normal for someone like you to feel pessimistic about the future. I experienced the same at your age, feeling quite despondent. Uncertain whether I should aspire to be the wealthiest person in the world or the pirate king. Then one day, I realized that both ambitions could coexist, and suddenly, the horizon seemed limitless, Lezian remarked. Amos's lips curved into a slight smile. If one were to judge by age, Lezian would indeed be of his son's generation. It was rather audacious for him to speak in a tone befitting an elder. You ought to follow my lead, Lezian remarked leisurely, only to abruptly point ahead, exclaiming in a hushed voice, Look, there's a figure up ahead. Amos gazed in the direction indicated, and indeed, a figure was swiftly approaching the orphanage. As the silhouette drew nearer, Amos and Lezian quickly recognized the newcomer, Usuf. With proximity, they could discern the expression on Usuf's face, which left them momentarily taken aback. For the first time, Usuf's countenance was devoid of its usual smile, replaced instead by sheer terror. Chapter 5. The Demon Slayer's Decree. Such an expression evoked a profound sense of unease, prompting Amos and Lezian to hastily descend the stairs in unison. What is the matter, Usuf? Lezian inquired, descending with remarkable speed to intercept Usuf, who was intent on entering the building. Usuf was startled, in his haste. He had failed to notice the presence of others on the rooftop. However, upon recognizing Lezian and Amos, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. There are so many boats, countless boats, Usuf gasped, having evidently run for an extended period, his breath coming in ragged bursts. Amos felt a tightening in his heart and inquired in a low voice, A pirate ship? No, Yusuf replied. It is a naval warship. Ah, the Navy. What is there to fear? I thought it was pirates. Lezian rolled his eyes. Many naval warships? Amos furrowed his brow in contemplation. How could such a place as Uralaro Island host numerous naval vessels? Could it be that personnel from the nearby 233rd branch had arrived? If they were there to deliver naval orphans, they would surely have notified the orphanage to meet them at the docks. Moreover, if they were indeed bringing naval orphans, it would be unlikely to dispatch so many ships. What, then, was the true situation? Are they at the dock? Lezian asked, having not pondered too deeply, simply assuming that the naval branch was nearby, making their arrival perfectly normal. Yusuf was calming his breathing. Only one is docked, the others are surrounding the island. Surrounding? The implications of that term sent shivers down Amos's spine. Are you certain it is a blockade? Amos asked, his tone grave. I am certain. There are countless warships. Yusuf said, his eyes filled with dread, the reason for which remained a mystery to all. Let us go take a look, Amos proposed. Sure. I've never seen such a grand display before. Perhaps they are here for conscription, Lezian exclaimed, his previous lethargy evaporating entirely. Amos spoke no further and swiftly departed from the orphanage, making his way towards the dock. Lazian, having settled Yusuf at the orphanage, hastened to catch up with Amos. And together they proceeded to the pier. Two silhouettes wove through the village under the cloak of night. One was filled with exhilaration, while the other bore a heavy heart. The orphanage lay at the northernmost edge of Uraloro village, while the village itself was adjacent to the dock, situated on the southern side of Uraloro Island. In truth, the distance was not great, merely a 10-minute stroll, and soon the pair found themselves near the dock, stealthily observing from a nearby corner. Indeed, as Yusuf had indicated, a warship was anchored at the pier, and under the moonlight, they could faintly discern several vessels dispersing around Uraloro Island. What a magnificent ship, Lazian exclaimed. The warship moored at the small dock of Uraloro village was colossal. The naval vessels of the 233rd Division had frequented this place, and they were well aware that the ship was at least twice the size of those belonging to the division, thus it could not possibly be one of theirs. Could it not belong to the division? Lazian pondered aloud. Amos remained silent, for the question was manifestly apparent. Such formidable power could not possibly be wielded by a mere branch. From whence did these naval vessels originate, and what was their purpose in surrounding Uraloro Island? Riazane felt an urge to investigate further, but Amos grasped him firmly, causing a twinge of pain in his shoulder. Turning to Amos, he observed the latter's ashen visage, his gaze imbued with an undeniable intensity, which involuntarily softened Riazane's tone. What are you doing? Let us not head over there just yet. Amos, visibly anxious, possessed a strong intuition that the situation was far more complex than Riazane had surmised. Even if he were overthinking it, remaining here a little longer would do no harm. Very well, Riazane sighed in resignation. But what are you so worried about? It's the Navy, not pirates. I doubt it's as simple as that. With so many naval ships surrounding Uraloro Island, what do you think their intentions are? Amos queried. Riazane fell silent, choosing not to elaborate further. The warships remained docked, with no one disembarking, seemingly in a state of anticipation. Yawning, Riazane leaned against a tree and settled down. Haven't you seen enough? If you're not planning to go over there, you might as well sleep. Let us wait a bit longer, Amos replied. I suspect they're headed for the orphanage. That does make sense. Uraloro village has little else of interest, and the orphanage is our only connection to the Navy. Riazane yawned again, feeling drowsy. Fine. When I wake up, we'll know. Could it be they're looking for Cywil? I've read numerous stories where seemingly unremarkable individuals possess significant backgrounds. Though Cywil currently appears to be just a talkative old man, one can never tell. Perhaps he is a prince from some far-off land, returning to reclaim his throne. Once he opened the floodgates of conversation, Riazane found himself unable to stop. Amos had grown accustomed to the situation, managing to maintain his composure without resorting to violence. Just as he was engulfed in ennui, the anchored warship finally stirred to life. The wind-filled canvas was drawn down, revealing bustling figures on the deck, naval personnel, seemingly preparing to anchor. They are about to dock, Amos murmured. Meanwhile, Uncle Alice, who was patrolling the village at night, had noticed the commotion at the pier. However, rather than rushing over immediately, he sprinted towards the village chief's house, perhaps his old eyes deceiving him, mistaking the warship for a pirate vessel. His demeanor a portrait of panic. I suspect a farcical scene is about to unfold, Louisa remarked with a quiet chuckle. Amos gazed intently at the warships docked at the pier. The vessels had safely anchored, and the naval soldiers had constructed a gangway from the ships to the dock. A row of robust sailors disembarked with remarkable orderliness, establishing their presence upon the pier. Each sailor exuded strength and wore an expressionless countenance, marching swiftly, a testament to their strict discipline and elite status. Well, look at that. Those dead-eyed fellows are a far cry from our own branch's soldiers, Lazian remarked. His eyes sparkled with interest, as he had previously regarded the lackadaisical demeanor of their own navy with disdain. Now, however, he found himself captivated by the prospect of commanding such formidable subordinates. It would surely be a grand spectacle. Just as Lazian's interest in the navy began to burgeon, Uncle Eris had already seized the village chief, who had hastily donned a coat, and was making his way toward the dock. Upon seeing the naval forces, the village chief breathed a sigh of relief, momentarily abandoning his haste, and strode confidently alongside Eris. Yet, as they approached within a mere 10 meters of the sailors, two dark muzzles aimed directly at them, followed by the resounding cracks of gunfire that shattered the stillness of the night, sending the pair sprawling into a pool of blood. Lazian, who had been observing the scene, quickly covered his mouth in shock, while Amos's expression darkened further. The naval soldiers, having executed the two villagers, exhibited no signs of disturbance, swiftly clearing the scene before returning to their ranks. Shortly thereafter, 5 middle-aged men clad in naval greatcoats descended from the warship. It was a vice admiral. Lazen gasped in astonishment. Amos covered his mouth, his eyes widening in astonishment. Among the 5 individuals, 2 appeared somewhat familiar, to the extent that he could recall their names. One was a flying squirrel clad in a pale purple striped suit and a deep blue shirt, while the other was a jovial figure with a bushy beard, a cigar clutched between his teeth, known as Fire Mountain. Both were pillars of the Navy headquarters, possessing formidable strength. In that moment, Amos began to grasp the gravity of the situation. With over a dozen warships, 5 vice admirals from the Navy headquarters, and countless elite naval soldiers, his heart gradually sank, plunging into the depths of the ocean, cold and desolate. Chapter 6. Target Lazen in an instant. Amos found himself struggling to remain upright, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. He was acutely aware of the terror of the demon-slaying order, a force capable of effortlessly obliterating an island. At this juncture, contemplating the secrets concealed within Oyalu Island that triggered the Navy's punitive measures seemed futile. "We must go. Find a ship. Run," Amos urged Lazen, pulling him to the side. Lazen, still in a daze, was hit hard by the sudden loss of the village chief and Uncle Eris, 2 individuals he had known since childhood, leaving an indelible impact on the young boy who had yet to witness the horrors of bloodshed. Amos had scarcely taken a few steps when he abruptly halted. He realized that escaping by boat was utterly impossible. The entire Uraloro Island was surrounded by naval warships. Not only were there heavily armed naval forces stationed at the docks, making it difficult to procure a vessel, but even if they managed to secure one, their ship would inevitably be detected by the warships once it set sail, leading to a certain demise. What on earth is happening? Fear permeated Lazen's gaze. "The demon-slaying order has come to annihilate Uralaro Island. Run. Follow me. We must swim away." As far as possible, Amos could hardly conceal the dread within, his voice trembling slightly. This island would soon be devoid of life. As for how far they could swim, or whether they might encounter a passing merchant ship before exhaustion set in, all of that remained uncertain. Such a choice was fraught with peril, yet he understood that remaining on the island guaranteed death. Yusuf is still at the orphanage. Lazen had not even considered why Amos knew the Navy's intentions. His only thought was that Yusuf was still waiting for them at the orphanage. After taking just a few steps towards the shore, Amos halted once more, clenching his fists and instinctively cursing. "Damn it. This is a matter of life and death." Lazen faintly heard Amos grinding his teeth, standing frozen, unsure of what to do. Regardless of Lazen's strength, he was still a child unaccustomed to such grave situations. At this critical moment, he was utterly bewildered, losing the ability to think. After a few seconds of silence, Amos turned around. If the outcome was already sealed, he could only helplessly lead Lazen away, but time was of the essence. There was still a chance to save Yusuf, and he was determined to take the risk. "Let us go save Yusuf." His voice was hoarse. With that, he dashed towards the orphanage, and Lazen suppressed his inner fear to follow suit. "Hurry. Quickly. Faster." Amos occasionally cast a glance behind him to ensure that Lazen was trailing close. He breathed heavily, his forehead slick with cold sweat. It was a race against time. A gamble. Not a single one among the 5 demon-slaying generals could be defeated by him. Even if all the inhabitants of the island were to unite, they would still fall short. However, their arrival on the island meant that they would not strike immediately. The absence of immediate action signified a fleeting chance for their escape. Amos must depart with Yusuf before the admirals arrive at the orphanage. Earlier, when Lazen reminded him that Yusuf was still at the orphanage, he felt a surge of frustration and reluctance, overshadowed by an overwhelming desire to flee. At that moment, the weight of life felt heavier than anything else. However, he quickly endeavored to rein in his emotions. Yusuf and Lazen were his only friends in this world, bound by nearly a decade of camaraderie. He could not simply abandon them. He was not that kind of person, and their bond was not so fragile. His mind raced, contemplating the path to survival. Ultimately, he resolved to take the plunge, recognizing that there was more than a 50% chance of success. He could not forsake Yusuf, as the admirals were also advancing. They had to take a wide detour to the orphanage to avoid detection. This extended their journey, taking them 15 minutes to arrive. Upon reaching the orphanage, Amos scaled the wall without hesitation. Lazen, agile as a paper crane, swiftly glided in, even faster than Amos, heading straight for the orphanage building. Yusuf was seated at the front gate of the orphanage. Amos and Lazen wore ecstatic smiles. "Yusuf, Come here quickly, Lysian urged in a hushed tone. Bang! Before they could reach Yusuf, a tremendous crash echoed from the entrance of the orphanage as the doors collapsed. Almost immediately, a swarm of naval officers surged in. In an instant, the orphanage was encircled, leaving Amos and his companions no time to flee. Attempting to escape would certainly alert their pursuers, which would lead to dire consequences. So they had no choice but to seek refuge within the building in the fleeting moments available to them. Generals such as Dormouse, Fire Mountain, and Ghost Spider stood before the structure, and soon, other sailors entered, pulling everyone inside out and gathering them in the open space before the building. Among them were many children who had recently lost their parents and had just been brought to the orphanage for care. Amos and Lysian stood among the throng of children at the orphanage, their expressions marked by trepidation, while the others brimmed with curiosity and longing. None had ever encountered a vice admiral from the Navy headquarters, let alone 5 of them. The purpose of their visit remained shrouded in mystery. Yet none entertained the thought that they might inflict harm. Civil and the 3 retired lieutenants of the 233rd Branch recognized the identities of the visitors. Their prestigious status was nearly discernible from the very sight of the naval cloaks they donned. The teachers and the headmaster of the orphanage stood to the side, enveloped in a palpable silence, feeling the weight of an invisible pressure that rendered them breathless in the presence of such formidable figures. Civil, leaning on his cane, approached the imposing figure of Ghost Spider, flanked by the 3 instructors. Aside from the vice admirals, the area was filled with expressionless sailors armed with rifles, poised to unleash destruction at a mere command. Greetings, sir. I am Civil, a retired lieutenant of the North Sea 233rd Branch, he announced, attempting to convey an air of authority. Ghost Spider, however, responded coldly, his gaze devoid of interest, as if dismissing Civil's insignificant presence. We are here on official business. Compliance and obedience are expected. Civil saluted, yet Ghost Spider offered no further explanation of their intentions. At this juncture, the scarred Vice Admiral Dauberman inquired, "Is there a boy named Lysian present?" A hush fell over the gathering. Civil pondered the significance of the Vice Admiral's interest in Lysian. Was it due to his prowess? Though Lysian had consumed the paper fruit and gained devil fruit abilities, his strength hardly warranted such a formidable naval response. The other children, at odds with Lysian, were perplexed and discontented, questioning why such renowned vice admirals would seek him out. After all, he was merely a devil fruit user. What made him so extraordinary? Meanwhile, Lysian and Amos exchanged astonished glances, both taken aback by the unexpected arrival of the Navy headquarters with a demon-slaying order targeting Lysian. "What is going on?" inquired Squirrel, his voice deep and serious. Amos felt a chill run down his spine as he slowly began to withdraw with Lysian. However, at that moment, the Ghost Spider obediently pointed towards Lysian and declared, "That is Lysian." "Oh, I see." The Ghost Spider squinted, murmuring softly, before striding directly towards Lysian. As he passed by Cywell, he swung his sword with a flourish, and in an instant, blood spattered as Cywell's head fell to the ground. Subsequently, the Ghost Spider revealed the cruel smile he often wore, resting the bloodied sword upon his shoulder. As he approached Lysian and Amos, he declared, "Commence." Chapter 7. Shattered with the Ghost Spider's command, the surrounding Navy soldiers raised their muskets, aiming their dark barrels at the inhabitants of the orphanage. Everyone was engulfed in shock at how effortlessly the Ghost Spider had severed Cywell's head. Amos and Lysian clenched their fists, feeling the oppressive aura of the Ghost Spider, which instilled a profound sense of dread. At that moment, retreat was no longer an option. It would only lead to their demise. Thus, they stood there, abjectly awaiting their adversary's move, like fish caught in a net. "Who are you?" Lysian summoned his courage to inquire. "We have come to take you home," the Ghost Spider replied in his characteristic cold tone. "And what about them?" Lysian pressed further. The Ghost Spider offered no response and continued to advance. "I will not return. You may leave." Lysian urged Amos backward, sensing that these individuals would not harm him. He resolved to stall for time, hoping to create an opportunity for Amos to escape. "You have no right to choose. Losing you would be our gravest error," the Ghost Spider declared, swiftly dispatching a furious instructor who had approached due to Cywell's death. A mere flick of his blade was sufficient to deal with the instructor from the orphanage, as it bore no more significance to him than squashing an ant. What crime have the people on this island committed to deserve such slaughter? Lysian's eyes brimmed with rage. Amos stood on one side of Lysian, his gaze somber as he contemplated various strategies. Yet the stark reality was that there were no viable paths forward. He could not find a glimmer of hope for survival. Lazarin slowly retreated, extending a hand to pull Amos back. Hey. The ghost spider was disinclined to respond to such inquiries, drawing ever closer to Lazarin, that deluded youth. Meanwhile, the four generals, Fire Mountain, Doberman, Squirrel, and Bastille, began to command the navy to take action. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire erupted like the firecrackers of the Lunar New Year, dense and deafening as blossoms of blood erupted on the open ground before the orphanage. The Navy's assault on the naval orphans was an absurdity that took everyone by surprise. Yusuf, terrified, covered his head and ran about in a panic. Yusuf, Lazarin and Amos shouted in unison. The ghost spider glanced back and spotted the middle-aged man from the Mediterranean, who, predictably, was the one they had just called out. Scurrying away like a rodent, he plunged a knife into the ground, pointing his right hand at Yusuf. Stop! Upon witnessing the ghost spider's actions, Amos abandoned all hesitation and shouted directly. However, the ghost spider had no intention of heeding his words. He concentrated all his strength in his index finger, and in a flash, unleashed a shot with his hardened fingertip. The air bullet erupted from his fingertip, striking Yusuf squarely in the head. The force of the impact sent Yusuf's body hurtling through the air, his blood spraying in a crimson arc, his gaze gradually losing its vitality. Thud! A lifeless shell fell to the ground, lying there in eerie silence, as if a boundary had been drawn between it and the world, rendering everything beyond it irrelevant. Lazarin emitted a frantic scream, charging at the ghost spider in a frenzied assault, heedless of the impending doom. In the world of Amos, only the sound of breathing remains. The scenes that unfold before his eyes slow down to an almost unbearable pace. The gunfire and the cries of agony blend into the stillness. He can only perceive his own breath, his heartbeat quickening incessantly. Razian possesses commendable fruit development abilities, yet his combat experience pales in comparison to that of the ghost spider. The ghost spider, devoid of weapons, utilizes a foot enveloped in hockey, delivering a fierce kick to Razian's abdomen, sending him flying backward and causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Amos's perspiration trickled down his eyelashes, blurring his vision. He hesitated once more. Should he remain here and engage in a futile struggle with Lazian, knowing it would inevitably lead to his demise? Or should he flee? Damn it! Veins bulged on Amos's forehead as his fist clenched tightly, nails digging into the flesh of his palms. Strength, without power, is utterly meaningless. Coughing. Lazian supported himself on the ground, blood continuing to flow from his mouth, relentless in his defiance. Amos was consumed by an unprecedented rage. A fury born from the loss of a loved one, the agony of being disregarded, which made it increasingly difficult to rein in his emotions. Lazian reached out and grasped Amos's pant leg. Amos lowered his gaze towards Lazian, his eyes turning a deep crimson. Run. Lazian struggled to utter, they will not kill me. I am here to buy you time. Amos remained silent, his chest heaving violently. With lifeless eyes, your current appearance is truly unappealing. Lazian released his grip, staggering to his feet. Hurry, I can secure you another chance, he urged, pushing Amos behind him. Turning away, his voice choked with emotion, he declared, Yusuf is dead. You cannot perish as well. With that, Lazian became nothing more than a silhouette in Amos's vision, swiftly retreating, unwaveringly advancing towards the phantom spider. Amos, awakened from his fury by the roar of Raisin, felt a rigid weight constricting his chest, rendering him uncomfortable and suffocated. Ultimately, gritting his teeth, he turned and fled in the opposite direction. His body was icy cold. As he quickened his pace in desperate flight, that hard weight within him shattered, unleashing an overwhelming tide of sorrow. He ran for his life, gasping for breath. Tears poured forth as he sprinted, flooding down his cheeks like a deluge after a decade of drought. His vision blurred with the cascade of tears. Amos could no longer see the path ahead. He merely ran straight in a singular direction. He was scratched and stumbled, reduced to a beast driven solely by instinct. Ultimately, he collapsed in exhaustion, his body bruised and battered, devoid of the strength to rise. Meanwhile, in the orphanage, Raisin had been repelled by the phantom spider twice. He felt as if his arms might shatter, yet he persevered, for Amos was behind him. He fought for Amos' survival and sought vengeance for Yusuf. I had proclaimed that he was under my protection. Raisin exhibited a child's tenacity and conviction. Regardless of the rank of any vice admiral, they could kill him. But he would not yield. The phantom spider cast his blade to a subordinate, as the majority of the orphans had perished, with teachers and instructors meeting the same fate, leaving only a scant few to flee. However, the escape was now merely the futile struggle of prey trapped in a cage. Raisin struck his numb fist against the ground. Feeling a flicker of pain, and he fought to rise once more, advancing step by step toward the phantom spider. "Ah, how tragic," Fire Mountain remarked from a distance. Wearing a perpetual smile, seemingly as unchanging as Yusuf, "I shall pursue that fleeing child." With that, he departed the orphanage. Bastille frowned, remaining silent. Under the watchful gaze of the Navy, Raisin approached the phantom spider, moving slowly and with great difficulty, as if dragging his own body forward. At last, he drew near, folding his right hand into a paper knife, raising it tremulously. "Die," he cried. But before he could finish, the phantom spider mercilessly delivered a powerful kick, enveloped in hockey, directly to Raisin's head. He was sent flying, his head striking the ground with such force that it cracked the hard surface. His eyes rolled back, and he lost all capacity for motion. The phantom spider approached, seizing Raisin by the collar and dragging him toward the orphanage's entrance. "Some have managed to escape," remarked Doberman, crossing his arms as he watched the phantom spider pass by. The phantom spider led Raisin out of the gate. Retracing his steps to the dock, would a hunter concern himself with the struggles of prey within a cage? Now that they were on this island, escape from the impending bombardment was impossible. Fire Mountain's pursuit was utterly meaningless. The Navy escorted Ray-Eyes onto the warship, which had already surrounded Ulula Island, simultaneously bombarding it. Shells rained down upon the island, transforming the night into a sea of flames. The cannonade persisted until the break of dawn. The entire island lay barren, devoid of life. Such was the formidable power of the Demon Extermination Order, and this was achieved without full force. The warships regrouped and departed from Ululu Island. Fading into the horizon of the sea, a boy lay on a piece of driftwood, face down in the water, oblivious to whether he was asleep or simply unwilling to open his eyes to the world around him. Chapter 8. Marlon Vondo. The following day, a newspaper funded and supervised by the Navy in the Northern Sea published a report detailing the plundering of Ulula Island by pirates, leading to its swift annihilation overnight. This newspaper sold out across the Northern Sea. The tale of Ulula Island's destruction by pirates became an inescapable shadow in the hearts of the Northern Sea residents. The Navy's 233rd Division underwent a significant personnel overhaul. On the third day, a merchant ship discovered the sunburned and dehydrated boy lying on a plank in the sea. After rescuing him, they promptly provided him with water and medical attention, allowing the boy to survive against the odds. Upon awakening, he remained silent, merely gazing at the sea. However, when the ship arrived at the port of Sarandine in the Northern Sea, the boy vanished without a trace. On the same day at noon, the crew discovered that a musket, a substantial quantity of ammunition, and a dagger were missing from the armory. On the seventh day, the naval fleet, embarking on a clandestine mission to the North Sea, traversed the doldrums and returned to the naval headquarters at Marineford. On the 30th day, a boy claiming to be 18 joined the Navy's 666th Division, officially becoming a third-class sailor. He was introverted, dedicating his days to solitary training in pursuit of advancement to the naval headquarters. In the eyes of other sailors, he was a youthful individual destined for greatness. 2 years later, having risen to the rank of corporal, he successfully thwarted a notorious pirate crew attempting to enter the Grand Line in the North Sea, thereby achieving promotion to the naval headquarters. He became one of the new recruits, embarking on a journey to the Naval Academy to receive training alongside fellow recruits who had joined the naval headquarters in the same year. In the summer of the year 1512 in the realm of Haiyuan, a naval vessel arrived at the expansive dock of Marineford, having journeyed from the North Sea to transport the naval forces. After a series of stringent evaluations, the ship was granted permission to dock and connect with the pier, where a naval colonel from the headquarters was responsible for the reception. The North Sea sailors, upon reaching the shore, were greeted by the prominent navy emblazoned on the headquarters building. They marveled at the continuous stream of colossal warships, the formidable coastal defense artillery, and the occasional appearance of officers clad in coats inscribed with justice. A total of 200 sailors from various North Sea divisions had arrived. Typically, those who met military achievement standards during their tenure at a division would be reported to the headquarters for approval, ultimately leading to their promotion to work at the headquarters. This year, 972 sailors earned their advancement from the four seas to the naval headquarters, with the North Sea ranking second in approval numbers, surpassed only by the West Sea, while the East Sea languished at the bottom. Name: Bowen Roy. Do you wish to be directly assigned to your position? Yes, sir. Very well, noted. Please wait over there. Your arrangements will follow shortly. Thank you. Name: Francis Amos. A young man with dark hair, whose demeanor was as unremarkable as water, stood tall and straight in his naval uniform at the reception area near the dock, awaiting the instructions of Colonel Ulus from the naval headquarters. Do you also wish to be directly assigned to your position? Upon hearing the slightly youthful voice, Ulus lifted his gaze to assess the young man. Amos shook his head without a trace of hesitation. I wish to join the Naval Academy for further studies. A spark of interest flickered in Ulus's eyes as he lowered his head to take notes, praising, indeed, young man. You must be the youngest among those promoted to the headquarters from the North Sea this year, only 20 years old according to the records. I must say, your decision is remarkably wise. The reason those individuals overlook the significance of training at the Naval Academy is their eagerness to showcase themselves, hoping for better opportunities at the headquarters. Alternatively, some are simply too old, having toiled for years to reach the headquarters, with little inclination to learn. What I aim to convey is that the former group possesses a rather naive perspective. Given the average skill level at the branch, their capabilities pale in comparison at the headquarters. Failing to attend the Naval Academy for self-improvement would merely lead to a slow accumulation of experience, resulting in little more than a school-level military rank before retirement, or worse, facing death during an encounter with pirates. After completing the registration, Ulus did not hasten to dismiss Amos but instead offered several additional words of advice. Look at the chief instructor of the Naval Academy, the illustrious former admiral of the headquarters, Zephyr. The current 3 admirals, Sakazuki, Borisolino, and Kazan, are all students of Master Zephyr. Attending the Naval Academy opens up boundless opportunities for your future. Amos slightly curled his lips and said, "Thank you." Among the 200 individuals reporting this time, only a little over 10 are willing to attend naval school. Sigh, well, you may wait over there for now. I will make the necessary arrangements. Ulysses stretched languidly and turned to observe how many people were still lined up behind Amos. Amos nodded and departed from the reception area, proceeding to the other side where he joined the queue. The Marin Vondo dock was exceedingly vast, featuring numerous open spaces designated for soldiers to assemble. Not far from the reception, a specific area had been allocated for the North Sea Navy personnel reporting for duty. The line was divided into 2 groups, symbolizing the distinct paths taken upon arrival at headquarters. The first group had gathered over 100 individuals, predominantly older, seeking better opportunities at the headquarters. The second group was sparse, comprising merely a dozen or so, with Amos being the exception. The others appeared frail and bespectacled, likely having engaged in clerical positions at the North Sea branch previously. "Hey, Amos, what are you doing over there?" called out a middle-aged man who had also served in the 666 branch, but who was 20 years Amos's senior. Having recently been promoted to headquarters after meeting military achievement standards, he squeezed through the line to speak with Amos. "With your capabilities, you could surely ascend to the rank of captain in just a few years." "Ah, I'm planning to attend naval school for the time being," Amos replied. "What is so great about naval school? The best learning comes from real combat," the middle-aged man exclaimed. "I have high hopes for you, Amos." Amos offered a faint smile, choosing not to respond further, instead becoming lost in contemplation of the 2 characters emblazoned on the Navy headquarters building. The middle-aged man, seemingly well acquainted with Amos's temperament, did not find his silence impolite and returned to his place in line, awaiting further instructions. After a span of more than 10 minutes, all individuals had been assigned their roles. A total of 185 were set to commence their duties immediately, while 15 would be proceeding to the Naval Academy for further education. Commander Ulysses submitted the compiled list to the personnel department, subsequently assigning a major to oversee the temporary accommodations for those embarking on their immediate careers. He personally escorted the group destined for the Naval Academy to report for duty. Once Ulysses had arranged the 15 individuals into formation, he sprinted ahead toward the Naval Academy. Marin Vondo was not merely a military stronghold. It also served as a sizable town for the families of service members. The Naval Academy was established in proximity to these residences, though still quite a distance away. Squinting against the sun, Ulysses took the lead, proclaiming, "I shall forge ahead at the swiftest pace toward the Naval Academy, and I trust you will keep up with me. Should anyone fall behind and become separated, make your own way to the main entrance of the Naval Academy and await further instructions." Amos cast a sidelong glance at Ulysses, who, surprisingly, exhibited a penchant for disciplining newcomers, despite his previously unassuming demeanor. The formidable strength of the school's leadership rendered it nearly impossible for the naval personnel from the administrative divisions, who had previously engaged in clerical duties, to keep pace with him. Ulysses turned his head towards Amos, who stood at the forefront of the formation, and inquired with a smile, "Are you prepared?" "Indeed," Amos replied, immediately ready to unleash his full potential in order to keep up with Ulysses. Then let us set forth. Ulysses declared with a newfound gravity, his feet striking the ground with such swiftness that he left behind only a fleeting shadow. Shave. Damn it. Chapter 9. X. Drake Amos was caught off guard. He had not anticipated that Eurus would directly employ the six styles, a speed so astonishing that even he felt uncertain, let alone the individuals trailing behind him. Eurus surged forward with a velocity that was nothing short of remarkable, charging down the broad road. Amos did not hesitate for a moment, unleashing all his strength to pursue Eurus. This was the first time he had truly witnessed the application of the Navy's six styles, and it exceeded his expectations in swiftness. In comparison, he felt like an individual who had honed his physical capabilities to the utmost, while Eurus appeared as though he were a being from another realm. Despite Amos's utmost efforts to close the gap, the distance between them continued to widen. As for the others behind him, they had long since vanished from sight. At that moment, the desire in his eyes intensified, becoming more fervent than ever. In truth, during his 2 years at the branch, Amos had attempted to learn the six styles on his own. Of course, there was no one to instruct him. He merely relied on his limited understanding from a previous life to experiment. For instance, he learned that the technique of Soru required one to step on the ground 10 times in a third of a second, and he used this as a benchmark to see if he could achieve such a feat for a year. He strapped 20 pounds of sandbags to each of his calves. The initial week was uncomfortable, and his movements were sluggish, but he gradually adapted. When he finally removed the sandbags after a year, he felt as though he could soar. Nevertheless, even with this training, he was still far from the proficiency of the six styles, primarily due to the lack of proper training methods. That day, he had sprinted around the branch several times at an impressive speed. Now, Eurus had pulled nearly 50 meters ahead of Amos, and that distance was increasing at a rate of 10 meters per second. In less than a minute, Amos would be left behind. As for the others at present, they were likely separated by several hundred meters. Without comparison, there can be no pain, yet with it, one gains a sense of self-awareness, which is a pivotal point for altering one's attitude. Amos regulated his breathing rhythm and began to accelerate his speed. The physical capabilities within the world of One Piece were markedly different from those in Amos's previous life, although talent remained significant. The majority of individuals here possessed a physique that far surpassed those from his former world. After 2 years of rigorous training, coupled with the solid foundation he built in the orphanage, his endurance was commendable. Unlike others who, due to a lack of exercise, would be utterly exhausted after a few hundred meters of sprinting, Amos still had the capacity to adjust his state and strive to perform at his fullest potential. A minute later, Euluz turned a corner in the distance, completely vanishing from Amos's sight. The disparity in strength and technique was palpable. This might dishearten or frustrate others, making them feel as if they were being toyed with. However, Amos held a different perspective. Euluz's actions served to give them a fundamental understanding of the Navy headquarters' capabilities. And now he was experiencing this anew. When he arrived at the entrance of the Naval Academy 10 minutes later, while simultaneously inquiring for directions, he found Euluz engaged in conversation with another individual adorned in a coat marked with the word justice. Within the headquarters, only those of the rank of officer or higher were permitted to wear such a coat, indicating that the person standing before Euluz was indeed a figure of similar rank. Euluz, upon noticing Amos's approach, was taken aback. Amos gradually slowed to a halt before Euluz, beads of sweat intermittently falling to the ground, his chest rising and falling significantly. Yet it was evident he was managing to steady himself, his breathing gradually calming. Not bad, Euluz remarked, patting Amos's shoulder, which was held in a standard military posture. I've been here only a few minutes, and your speed is quite commendable. What about the others? I'm not sure, Amos replied. Huh. From the very first interactions with Amos, Euluz had discerned that this young man was a composed individual who preferred not to indulge in excessive conversation. Quite intriguing. By the way, allow me to introduce you. This is Mr. Saki, an instructor in the six styles at the Naval Academy. He was also my mentor. During my time studying at the academy, I relied heavily on his guidance. Otherwise, I would not have ascended to the rank of lieutenant colonel so early. Amos glanced at Saki, a tall and robust old man, seemingly of similar age to Carp and Sengoku, while Euluz, appearing to be in his 30s, seemed destined for a promising future. This year, Amos had ascended from the North Sea, yet this batch of recruits was lackluster, displaying little interest in the Naval Academy. One could only say this was the gravest error of their lives, prompting Euluz to unleash his loquacious nature. Upon hearing Euluz's incessant chatter, Saki playfully tapped him on the head, causing Euluz to exclaim in pain. At our age, how can you still be so boisterous? Teacher, There are newcomers present. Could you not show me a little leniency? Ulysses remarked, rubbing his head. I heard you deliberately used a shave to intimidate the newcomers. Yet this child managed to keep up, displaying commendable physical prowess, Saki observed, scrutinizing Amos. I, too, believe this lad has potential. During our previous conversation, he exhibited remarkable composure, far surpassing his peers, and with such exceptional physical attributes, after a few years of training at the academy, he could become a pillar of the future Navy, Ulysses concurred. Then you shall mentor this newcomer for the time being. I have matters to attend to. Saki nodded at the two and turned to leave. Very well, teacher, Ulysses replied. After Saki's departure, Ulysses beckoned Amos to sit aside and wait for the others. Saki-sensei is a rear admiral, and Sengoku is a marshal. They are contemporaries who have faced GOLD. Roger. After retiring over 20 years ago, they joined teacher Zifa as instructors at the Naval Academy, nurturing the next generation of naval leaders. Amos listened intently. In truth, the individuals who accompanied you and chose to pursue immediate employment were rather short-sighted. For the Naval Academy is indeed a military institution, cultivating elite officers who are directly appointed to positions commensurate with their capabilities. A far more straightforward ascent than that achieved amidst the tumult of gunfire and carnage. During the interim while awaiting the arrival of others, Eurus found himself rather bored and thus commenced to enlighten Amos about the Naval Academy beneath the shade of a tree at its entrance. Over the past 2 decades, the Naval Academy has nurtured an abundance of exceptional talents. Approximately 70% of the upper echelons of the naval headquarters are former students of Professor Zephyr. In addition to the 3 admirals I previously mentioned, there are also distinguished vice admirals such as Weasel, Ghost Spider, Doberman, Stolberry, and Fire Mountain among their ranks. Upon hearing the names of the several lieutenant generals, Amos narrowed his eyes. For those in the know understood all too well that stepping into the Naval Academy equated to securing a future commission at the naval headquarters, provided one applied oneself diligently. Even someone like me, who once slacked off during my school days, ultimately reaped substantial benefits under the supervision of teacher Saki, paving a relatively smooth path for future promotions. If you exert yourself, your achievements will undoubtedly surpass those who chose to enter the workforce directly. Yule spoke at length while Amos listened quietly. After approximately half an hour, those who had been left behind gradually arrived, and an hour later, the last individual joined the group. Once everyone had assembled, Yules led them into the Naval Academy for registration. The Naval Academy itself was quite expansive, boasting nearly 10 instructional buildings, with some teachers supervising students on the playground. The entire institution resembled a bustling dock, filled with activity. As Amos stepped inside, an irresistible urge to learn washed over him, while Ulysses guided them to the registration area. He occasionally shared insights about the various facilities within the school. What do you think? Ulysses inquired as he approached Amos. The teaching environment is excellent. And as for the faculty, I believe there is no room for doubt, Amos replied sincerely. Haha. Ulysses chuckled with pride. Your discernment is quite commendable. He then lowered his voice, laced with a hint of intrigue, and added, among this year's students, there are a few remarkable individuals, all summoned from across the seas. Interestingly, one of them hails from the North Sea, just like you, though he arrived a few days earlier. Another from the North Sea, quite formidable as well. Amos mused, reflecting on the vastness of the North Sea and his limited knowledge of other factions. What is his name? Ah, what was that fellow's name again? Oh right, it's X. Drake. Chapter 10, A Chance Encounter X. Drake? Amos echoed Ulysses's words, recalling the name. He remembered it, though not in great detail. Only that the individual's father had once served in the Navy before defecting. During Drake's tenure as a rear admiral, he too had left the Navy, becoming one of the 11 supernovas alongside Monkey D. Luffy. Do you know him? Ulysses asked. Amos's eyes glimmered with recognition. I believe I have heard of it, he remarked. It is not surprising. You are not alone in this. The entire school is abuzz with tales of him, Ulysses responded. Why is that? Amos inquired. Ulysses gazed at the new students training on the playground and explained, his father, Dies Borellus, was also a student of Professor Zephyr. However, he later became a pirate. And now his son has arrived, stirring quite a controversy. Amos had not previously inquired about Drake's father, and upon learning the truth, he found himself somewhat astonished. So that's how it is. I was unaware of that. In addition to Drake, there were several noteworthy newcomers this time, who, it is said, had remarkable achievements during their time in the Four Seas. Ulysses spoke with a casual air. That makes it all the more intriguing, Amos remarked. Haha. I do enjoy fellows like you, Ulysses said, giving Amos a friendly pat on the shoulder. Before long, the group arrived at the Naval Academy's registration office, where Ulysses took charge of their enrollment process. Once the registration was completed, Ulysses's responsibilities were largely fulfilled. This year marked the 22nd enrollment of the Naval Academy, and recently, applications had been coming in steadily. In 2 days, all new students would officially commence their studies at the Naval Academy. Over the next couple of days, you can explore the headquarters and soak in the atmosphere. Just remember to attend the enrollment ceremony at the Naval Academy at 8 o'clock on the morning after tomorrow. As for accommodations and other arrangements, the school will take care of those matters. As for me, I have completed the tasks assigned by my superiors and must attend to other matters. We shall see each other again when the opportunity arises, Ulysses said, bidding farewell to Amos after finishing the registration. Amos nodded once more. Oilers seemed accustomed to Amos's demeanor, patting his shoulder again with an expression of hopeful anticipation. With a light chuckle, he declared, "Let us depart," and turned to leave. After Oilers' departure, the others appeared somewhat at a loss regarding their next course of action. Amos, however, paid them no heed and instead began to wander through Maryford. His relentless pursuit of the Navy headquarters was driven by 2 motivations: to uncover the most systematic path to strength and to seek clues about Lezian. With only 2 days remaining before he officially commenced his studies at the Naval Academy, he resolved to utilize this time to search for any information regarding Lezian's whereabouts. The Navy's demon-slaying edict had once obliterated an entire island in its quest to capture Lezian, leaving him bewildered as to the depth of Lezian's background. Despite their time together, Lezian had never divulged his origins. Amos could not discern whether this silence stemmed from forgetfulness or a deliberate choice to conceal the truth. Amos harbored a multitude of inquiries, his heart perpetually shrouded by the shadows of Yusuf's demise and the tragic fate of all the island's inhabitants. The notion of possessing a resilient mental fortitude, of being able to take a life without a flicker of remorse, is utterly laughable. When confronted with the stark reality of witnessing everything familiar being utterly annihilated, a person is bound to succumb to despair. He was the sole survivor of that harrowing ordeal, fortunate enough to be rescued by a merchant vessel. The alternative was all too apparent. That moment of salvation marked the only occasion he felt the glow of a protagonist's aura. He understood that both opportunity and life are fleeting, and thus he never allowed himself to relax again. As he reflected upon the past, Amos traversed the bustling naval family town of Marinvondo, a place teeming with vibrancy where joy radiated from the faces of its inhabitants. The sailors he passed were filled with vigor, striding proudly with heads held high. In this realm enveloped by justice, the stark contrast was indeed glaring. Amos retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, selecting one to smoke. In his previous life, Amos had also indulged in this habit. However, since arriving in this world, he had abstained due to Lezian's fear of fire. With the gradual loss of his former friends, he found this habit resurfacing. As for how to uncover clues about Lezian, he was at a loss. He felt a twinge of risk in coming to this headquarters, pondering whether those naval admirals might still remember him, albeit the likelihood seemed slim. He made his way to the shore, seated himself upon a stone, and allowed the sea breeze to envelop him. A few seagulls called out as they skimmed the water's surface, then soared away, circling above the town. Amos gazed upward as the gulls vanished from sight, only to notice another figure nearby, perhaps not merely enjoying the breeze, but lost in contemplation of the vast ocean. This person, with a hooked nose and an eye patch, wielded a 4-bladed axe in his right hand and a sword in his left, adorned in a crisp naval uniform. He sat closer to the water, his attire billowing in the wind. There was something familiar about him. In a fleeting moment, Amos recognized the man. He extinguished the cigarette butt and approached. The man turned his head slightly to acknowledge Amos' approach before returning his gaze to the sea, his expression heavy with a palpable aura of melancholy. Drake. Was it? Amos settled beside him. Without turning his head, Drake spoke with a hint of self-deprecation. Has my name spread so quickly? Indeed. I heard a mention from a certain lieutenant, Amos replied, producing the cigarette pack and offering one to Drake. I hail from the North Sea, having just arrived today. Drake scrutinized the cigarette for several seconds before ultimately accepting it, placing it between his lips. Amos lit a cigarette for him. Amos from the 666th Division. Hissing, Drake took a puff and remarked, I've heard of you. Oh? Amos raised an eyebrow. I've heard you're quite formidable, but during my time in the division, I was solely focused on training and didn't pay much attention to you. Oh. With that, the conversation came to a close. Drake fell silent. Amos remained silent, as neither of them possessed the tendency to engage in idle chatter. He had not contemplated initiating conversation or deliberately forming an acquaintance with such an impressive character from the original narrative. Thus, a tranquil stillness enveloped them. The sea breeze caressed their faces, and they both gazed out at the ocean, their gazes profound, each harboring their own unspoken thoughts. After a considerable time, Drake rose to his feet and remarked, "We shall meet again at school. I must take my leave now." "Very well, farewell," Amos replied, lifting his gaze. Drake departed silently, and Amos, not lingering long, also stood up, discontented with the placid surface of the sea. He turned towards the town, failing to catch sight of Drake stretched his limbs and made his way towards the settlement. Time was abundant, and everything was still within reach. At present, he felt a pang of hunger, thus deciding it was prudent to seek a meal first. Chapter 11. Laughter and Ambition. Amos possesses a modest sum of savings. Aside from his 2 years of salary at the branch, he also has the spoils acquired during the campaign against pirates. In the headquarters, such ill-gotten gains are undoubtedly confiscated, and one cannot retain them. However, the branch operates differently. Over the years, the seas have been inundated with pirates, not solely due to the superior strength of the headquarters, but also owing to widespread corruption within the branch. A military officer of a school rank at the branch could wield considerable influence locally. During his 2 years in the branch, Amos has witnessed numerous distasteful dealings within the Navy. Presently, aside from a few locations, the Navy is nearly ineffectual, allowing pirates to act with impunity. Countless pirates each year strive to enter the Grand Line through the treacherous Upside-Down Mountain. Currently, Amos's savings amount to approximately 500,000 berries. The purchasing power of berries is comparable to that of Japanese yen, translating to around 30,000 renminbi in the context of the earthly realm. When compared to his contemporaries of the same rank, his savings are minuscule. This is partly due to his investment in personal development and nutrition, as well as the purchase of a sword costing 300,000 berries. Furthermore, he has refrained from engaging in particularly unsavory dealings. To him, money is not of paramount importance. He is not one who is driven by avarice. Had he been so, his heart would have been tainted by greed long ago, leaving no room for aspirations of a brighter future. Reflecting back, Amos initially harbored a desire to learn the art of swordsmanship. Unfortunately, there were few capable instructors within the branch, and during a skirmish, his sword was severed by a pirate. It was then he realized he had been deceived by a tool shop, as his lack of understanding rendered him vulnerable to acquiring a substandard weapon, valued at a mere 50,000 berries in the eyes of a knowledgeable practitioner. Consequently, he temporarily abandoned the idea of wielding a sword, planning instead to enter Naval Academy for a systematic education. Amos strolled into the town and casually entered a restaurant specializing in seafood rice bowls. Inside, he found himself surrounded entirely by Navy personnel. If a pirate were to arrive and discover that they were encircled by Navy officers, they would surely be driven to despair. However, after spending 2 years at the base, Amos had grown accustomed to such an atmosphere. He settled into a 2-person table and spent 300 berries on a serving of tuna rice. The surrounding Navy officers engaged in lively conversation, and the restaurant buzzed with a tavern-like din. "Hey, I heard there's a guy named Drake among this batch of recruits. Did you know that?" A young Navy officer at the adjacent table remarked. "I've heard of him. His father was also a student of Teacher Zifa, but he eventually fell into a life of piracy," replied a bespectacled soldier across the table as he savored a refreshing specialty drink. The young Navy officer scoffed. "I wonder what he is thinking. With such a background, he still has the audacity to come to the headquarters, and even more absurdly, to seek out Teacher Zifa as his mentor. I can't imagine how Teacher Zifa will handle him. That's unclear. But what is more noteworthy is that there is a stunning beauty among the new recruits," the bespectacled officer said with a lewd expression. The young Navy officer, momentarily distracted, glanced at the bespectacled man and chuckled. "You mean Hina? We're all from the South Blue, arriving at headquarters together. Although Hina is indeed quite beautiful, I advise you not to entertain any thoughts about her." "Why is that?" the bespectacled officer inquired, his curiosity piqued. "Her strength is formidable. In our South Blue, she has long been regarded as a monster," the young officer replied, his expression betraying a hint of trepidation, as if recalling past experiences. "Those who dared to pursue her have all met with dire consequences. So, I advise you, as a rookie, to refrain from making foolish decisions. She could effortlessly defeat 10 of you without breaking a sweat. She is just a woman. How formidable could she possibly be?" the bespectacled officer retorted, visibly irked by the young officer's dismissal of his confidence. "What's there to envy?" the young Navy officer shot back, displeased. "Sooner or later, I will surpass them all." I am destined to become an admiral. He called out to the proprietress, Madam, the bill, please. Amos quietly savored his meal, attentively absorbing every word of their conversation. Drake. Genii, smoker, how amusing. He set down his chopsticks and drained the restaurant's complimentary special beverage in one go. Rising from his seat, he approached the door, tilting his head back to squint at the blazing sun. A rare smile broke across his face, revealing a genuine expression of joy. How delightful. Over the past 2 years, smiles had been a rarity for him. In the quarterly group photos of the naval branch, Amos was always the one with a stoic expression. Throughout these 2 years of training, he had lost count of how much sweat he had shed. While it may not have been akin to a swimming pool's worth, it certainly was considerable. His once fair complexion had transformed into a slightly tanned, healthy hue. Although his official record stated he was 20 this year, the body he inhabited was merely 17, while his true age approached 50. Amos now stands approximately 185 centimeters tall, comparable to the former Lesian. In the past, Lesian often teased him about his stature, mocking him as a shorty. Yet now, their heights are similar, while Lesian's whereabouts remain a mystery. Standing at the entrance of the restaurant, a sudden smile emerges, radiating from within, catching him off guard, astonished that he could smile at all. This spontaneous laughter is reminiscent of the moments shared with Lesian and Yusov during their evening barbecues atop the hills of Uraloro Island. A flick of the lighter sparks to life. A puff of smoke escapes Amos's lips, swirling into the air, rising gradually before fading away. It is midday, and with the reporting date looming just a day and a half away, seeking news about Lesian proves to be a daunting task. Inquiring with ordinary citizens would yield no insights into the true secrets of the demon extermination order from 2 years ago. Approaching high-ranking military officials is not feasible for him, as he lacks connections, making such an endeavor impractical. Furthermore, given his current circumstances, seeking information recklessly would inevitably draw attention. Here, one must remain discreet. The town offers little of interest, merely a bustling hub that pales in comparison to other locales. The Naval Academy has yet to open its doors to newcomers, rendering any attempts to visit in advance futile. Thus, Amos intended to visit the naval headquarters, both to immerse himself in the true essence of the Navy and to perhaps encounter some illustrious figures. On this very day, he met Drake and learned of Gene Hai in the South China Sea, as well as Smoker from the East China Sea, who were contemporaries of his. Furthermore, in the hidden gem of Marineford, one could only speculate how many legendary personages he might come across. He harbored a deep admiration and curiosity for these legendary figures, coupled with an ambition to become one himself. Chapter 12. Discontent. Afternoon hours always seem fleeting, as the last rays of the setting sun gradually fade. An indescribable sense of loss brews within. The streets, too, grow sparse with the passage of time. Amos strolled around the naval headquarters of Marineford. Yet he encountered no noteworthy individuals. After all, the naval headquarters exerts a formidable influence over the first half of the Grand Line, and few would find the leisure to engage in chance encounters with Amos on the streets, choosing instead to thwart the pirates that might intrude. He felt somewhat out of place. After more than 700 days of relentless training, the sudden gift of a day's respite left Amos uncertain of how to spend it. As twilight descended, he wandered along the desolate streets, reaching into his pocket to retrieve his cigarette case, only to find it empty. He discarded the case into a nearby trash bin and continued on his way. Meanwhile, others reporting to the Naval Academy were generally busy exploring with friends or mingling with fellow students who would soon become colleagues. Amos held no interest in socializing. Accustomed to solitude, he found a peculiar comfort in his own company. He harbored a strong aversion to those who pitted him for his isolation. During his time at the branch, several infatuated female interns expressed concern for him, leading to the absurd rumors about his supposed autism. As he had once read, those who incessantly inquire about others' mental well-being can be quite bothersome. There are individuals who may appear listless yet navigate life with ease. Want it not to impose the expectation of perpetual vitality upon others when evaluating their existence. Hey, kid. Amos paused, his hands tucked into his pockets, and turned to gaze at the dimly lit street corner. There lay a middle-aged man clad in a naval uniform, clutching a nearly empty bottle of liquor. His face bore a faint flush, and his stubble had long gone unkempt. Do you have a light? He inquired, raising the cigarette in his hand. Amos gazed at him for a few seconds before approaching and handing the matchstick to the inebriate. The drunkard accepted the match, striking it thrice before finally igniting the cigarette he held between his lips. He returned the flame to Amos, along with a cigarette of his own. Amos accepted the cigarette, igniting it and inhaling deeply. Care to sit for a while? The drunkard inquired. Amos, uncertain of his next destination, chose to sit beside the inebriate. Why the silence? Are you new here? The drunkard tossed a bottle aside with a clatter, leaning against the wall as he smoked. Where do you hail from? He inquired again. Amos replied, the North Sea. Ah, the North Sea. In my youth, I contemplated the prospect of settling there in my old age. Is it not a splendid maritime region? The drunkard inquired. Amos was reminded of an event from 2 years past, a matter that had become an insurmountable emotional barrier for him. It is quite rare to encounter someone so reserved at this age. Are you intending to attend naval school? The drunkard asked, punctuating his question with a belch. Amos nodded slightly. The drunkard, fixated on the distance, failed to notice Amos's response, assuming he was reluctant to engage. Thus, he shifted the conversation. What are your plans for the future, young man? I do not know, Amos replied, shaking his head as he gazed up at the starry sky. Feeling a touch of bewilderment. You seem burdened with thoughts. Do you not wish to share them? Perhaps I cannot, Amos interrupted the drunkard. I have heard far too many comforting words. Frankly, such sentiments are utterly useless. The drunkard listened intently. I have never needed others to alleviate my troubles. Amos's tone unexpectedly hardened, as if he were weary of this topic. Over those 2 years, countless individuals had sought to inquire about his past. He despised having his scars revealed under the guise of comfort. He neither needed solace nor wished to revisit those memories. Very well, the drunkard chuckled to himself. When I was your age, I too experienced a sense of confusion. However, an elder guided me, saying that as one matures and broadens their horizons, confusion dissipates. Amos remained skeptical, dedicating his life wholeheartedly to the Navy. He upheld justice, believing in its righteousness. Yet now, he found everything he had done somewhat absurd and laughable. Why? Amos inquired. Do you not know? The drunkard tilted his head to glance at Amos, then leaned back against the wall. The Navy is to ally with pirates. They passed some ridiculous 7 warlord system at the World Conference, planning to recruit 7 notorious pirates. The Navy joining forces with pirates. What a grand farce. The mention of the 7 warlords plunged Amos into contemplation. It was now the year 1512 of the sea calendar. And the 7 warlord system had indeed been proposed and ratified at this year's World Conference. The 3 major powers of the future maritime landscape were already beginning to take shape. And once again, Amos felt the grand history of this world advancing. Having been here for too long, he could scarcely remember certain details. Yet he maintained a relatively clear grasp of the overall picture. Amos remained uncertain about his future plans. All he could do was strive to grow stronger, locate Raisin, and then contemplate his next steps. Discussing the future without strength was akin to a teacher asking a child what they wish to be when they grow up. Only for the child to respond with aspirations of becoming president, utterly ridiculous. It was mere fanciful speculation. The clearer one became about the historical wheels crushing certain paths and steering towards particular directions, the more imperative it was to keep pace with the times and seize the fleeting opportunity of this irreversible journey. Are you confused? Amos retorted to the drunkard. The drunkard paused, then burst into laughter, the scent of alcohol wafting towards Amos's nose. Ha ha ha. So now a mere lad like you wishes to enlighten me? Amos rolled his eyes, feeling quite exasperated by such a carefree individual. After I had finished laughing, the drunkard unexpectedly fell into a state of calm, declaring that there was nothing amiss. It dawned on me that in situations like this, all we could do was to turn a blind eye, allowing events to unfold without resistance. Was this feeling not loathsome to you? Amos forcefully discarded the cigarette butt. Indeed, it is detestable. And you? The drunkard offered Amos another cigarette. Amos replied, I too harbor disdain. Thus, it is imperative to strive diligently. This era belongs to your generation. The future is replete with uncertainties. Who can truly fathom what this world will become? The drunkard had regained much of his clarity. Are you contemplating retirement? Retirement? Surely it is too soon for such thoughts. The drunkard laughed once more. Do refrain from inquiring about my affairs, young one. Amos surveyed the alcoholic once more, for he had never encountered this individual before. What is your name? Inquired the drunkard. Ah, Amos scoffed, offering no reply. The drunkard realized that Amos was mocking him and chuckled again. Although somewhat raucous, his laughter added a splash of color to the dark night. Chapter 13. Farewell. Before long, the drunkard staggered away, presumably with other matters to attend to. Amos, feeling somewhat unsatisfied, ventured out to procure 2 bottles of gin along with a pack of cigarettes before returning to the modest inn he had rented for the afternoon. The room was small, yet it offered a splendid view of the brilliantly illuminated naval headquarters building through the window. Amos stood poetically by the bedside, clutching a bottle of exquisite wine as he gazed out at the scenery beyond the window. The view outside was rather unremarkable, yet the wine was splendid. Hailing from the western sea, it exuded a delicate aroma, with a bottle priced around 1,000 berries. By around midnight, the bottle was emptied, and Amos, feeling the effects of intoxication, returned to the bedside, collapsing directly onto the bed. He took a deep breath and closed his murky eyes. The following day in Malenvondo, as dawn broke gently, Amos awoke. This had become a ritual. He rose promptly at 6 each morning, as if an invisible alarm clock resided beside his bed. After a brief wash and donning his clothes, Amos stepped outside. The early morning was the most vibrant moment in all of Malenvondo, a place that beckoned one to linger and embrace its charm. Amos walked to the shore, gazing into the boundless waves that have surged for eons. This has become a morning ritual for him, to behold the sea. For one who harbors a deep affection for the ocean, a mere glimpse of its vastness each day bestows a profound sense of fulfillment that lingers throughout the hours. Over the years, Amos has begun to comprehend the sentiments of Yusuf when he gazes upon the sea. Surely, Yusuf too is a lover of the ocean, yearning for the day when he might leisurely drift upon its surface in a boat. He once pondered whether to consume a devil fruit. Yet he realized that doing so would place him in opposition to the sea he adores. He relished the sensation of plunging into the water, enveloped entirely by the embrace of the ocean. Eventually, he dismissed this notion as rather naive, deciding to defer such a choice until he encountered a devil fruit. "Ah, there you are again." A calm voice emanated from behind Amos. He did not turn to look, for the sound alone revealed the identity of the newcomer. "Ah, have you come to admire the sea as well?" Amos inquired. Drake settled beside him, responding, "It is dreadfully dull. I could only come to gaze at the ocean." A moment of distraction, and time slips away. "Indeed, it is rather tedious." Amos nodded, finding common ground in their sentiments. He glanced at Drake, noticing him pull out a cigarette case and light a cigarette. "Oh, you purchased cigarettes today?" Amos remarked. "Yes, Drake replied, offering one to Amos. "I discovered they weren't too bad yesterday." Amos accepted the cigarette and ignited it. Once again, they fell into silence, with neither feeling inclined to speak. After a considerable time had passed, neither had departed. "There is something I am quite curious about," Drake ventured, appearing to hesitate before speaking. "Why do you not harbor any aversion towards me?" Amos responded with a question. "Why should you be excluded?" Drake sighed. "Because you are aware of my identity, Drake. The son of a traitor to the Navy. On the day of registration, those who were familiar with my background incessantly chattered about my father's deeds. What relevance does that hold for me, or for you?" Amos chuckled and shook his head. Drake turned to him. "Your father's affairs are his own. Does this childish exclusion dishearten you, or compel you to flee back to the North Sea?" Amos replied with a sense of familiarity, recalling his own experiences of being ostracized at the orphanage. "Should I concern myself with those foolish miscreants? One must simply be oneself. For life is far too fleeting and precious. I used to engage in futile arguments with imbeciles, but later, when my anger subsided, I regretted wasting my time there. We must remember that we live for ourselves." Drake listened intently, ultimately extinguishing his cigarette, but beneath his foot. "You are quite an intriguing fellow," he remarked. Amos prudently fell silent. "What are your plans for today?" Drake inquired. "It has been rather dull these past few days, and I am eager to formally report to the Naval Academy. I find myself at a loss for activities in the absence of training." "I share your sentiments. I feel as though I have become rather foolish from lack of practice," Amos remarked with self-deprecation. "Well, perhaps I shall indulge in a good sleep today," Drake suggested, stretching languidly as he rose to his feet. "By the way, there are several exceptionally skilled individuals among this year's students. I believe it will be quite intriguing." Amos remained seated. "Off you go then." Drake raised his hand in farewell and turned to depart. Amos stood by the sea, suddenly breaking into a chuckle. This fellow. The day swiftly passed, and Amos lingered by the shore to pass the time. Eventually, the sun's rays became too piercing, prompting him to retreat to a cool tavern where he spent the afternoon indulging in libations. After what felt like an eternity, Amos propped himself up, settled the bill, and purchased a bottle before stepping outside. With a bottle of gin in hand, he made his way back to the inn. "Hey, kid," a somewhat familiar voice called out, pulling Amos's attention towards the corner of the street. It was the same scruffy middle-aged man clad in naval attire. He waved Amos over, exclaiming, "Did you buy me a drink today? I truly appreciate it. But I must confess, I have no money to repay you." "Ha ha ha, what a cheeky fellow." Amos initially contemplated leaving without a word, yet upon hearing the hearty laughter of the middle-aged naval officer, he deemed it inappropriate to disregard his dignity. Thus, he approached and presented the unopened bottle of Embeder whiskey to him. "Thank you ever so much." "Haha." The man, still appearing rather inebriated today, nonetheless could not restrain himself. Although Amos had spent the afternoon drinking, he maintained a level of restraint, remaining sober. He was cautious not to let indulgence jeopardize his responsibilities. Today, however, there were no duties to attend to. Had it not been for the depletion of my funds, I would have ensured an inebriated return this evening. The man bit down on the cork of the wooden bottle, forcefully extracting it, then proceeded to gulp down the contents. This was not the proper manner to partake in such libations. Amos grasped the base of the bottle and gently tugged, separating the vessel from the man's lips. The man, dissatisfied, wiped his mouth and remarked, "I simply detest the way you youngsters drink, like a woman." It was evident that he was indeed intoxicated, his speech laden with suppressed emotions. Amos leaned against the wall, unhurried to depart, and lit a cigarette. "Why don't you head home?" he queried. "I told you not to pry into my affairs," the man retorted, belching as his dulled gaze wandered over the bustling street. "If you have the audacity, then refrain from consuming my liquor," Amos muttered under his breath. The man erupted into laughter upon hearing this, exclaiming, "Your tone when you curse is so bland and inscrutable. It's quite amusing. Don't act as if we're old friends." Amos shook his head, inserted a cigarette into the man's mouth, ignited it, and began to walk away. "Make sure you return home soon, old man. I shan't bring you any more alcohol next time. Ha ha. We shall meet again, young one." Chapter 14. Perspectives. Amos walked along the road, contemplating the identity of that man. Ultimately, he arrived at an astonishing conclusion, and with a faint smile, he returned to the hotel. At that moment, weariness had settled upon him, and Amos refrained from gazing out the window any longer. After attending to his personal hygiene, he retired for the night. The following day marked the official reporting date for the new naval cadets. Amos, having completed his morning ablutions, partook of a modest breakfast and arrived at the Naval Academy's playground around 7 o'clock. Although the assembly was scheduled for 8, a considerable number of new students had already gathered on the grounds. Drake was also present, yet, much like their previous encounter, he stood alone to one side, clearly isolated. "Not faring very well, are you?" Amos remarked with a teasing tone as he approached. Drake appeared to be in a rather somber mood, failing to muster a smile or respond to Amos. Amos gently patted Drake's shoulder and remarked, "I have already told you. There is no need to pay heed to the foolish remarks of those imbeciles." As he approached, he naturally overheard the unflattering discussions of others. "It cannot possibly be that simple, Drake replied. "Well, if all else fails, I suppose I could seize the opportunity to teach them a lesson." "That would surely silence them," Amos chuckled. "I once had a friend in a similar predicament, and he dealt with each of his critics in turn. After that, he enjoyed a measure of peace." A smile finally broke across Drake's face. This is a naval academy after all. But your words do make me feel a bit restless." Amos discerned the fervent gaze of Drake and took a few steps back, jesting. "You aren't setting your sights on me, are you? I've heard tales of your prowess as one endowed with the abilities of a rare, ancient Zoan-type devil fruit." Drake raised an eyebrow, replying, "I've heard much about you in the North Sea and am quite intrigued by your strength. I must find an opportunity to engage in a sparring match." Amos waved his hand dismissively. "First, you should deal with those who speak ill of you." Drake responded with a hint of exasperation. "I wonder if you are being modest or if your strength truly is lacking." Amos broke into a grin, falling silent. During the wait, Smoker and Genii arrived one after another, each inciting a stir among the crowd on the playground. They were all prodigies hailing from various seas, exuding an air of aloofness upon their arrival. Particularly striking was Smoker, who, with 2 cigars clamped between his lips and a robust physique, emanated an aura that discouraged any approach. As he walked onto the playground, other students instinctively parted to grant him passage. Genii, renowned for her beauty, captivated attention. Her cool demeanor did not deter admirers, but rather ignited their primal desire for conquest. In truth, Drake could easily be counted among the trio of formidable students featured in this report. However, the shadow cast by his father's defection from the Navy overshadowed his prowess, resulting in a blend of resentment and disdain rather than admiration from his peers. Before long, the clock struck 8. The Naval Academy was impeccably punctual, with high-ranking officials arriving almost to the second, as if each day was meticulously scheduled down to the last second. The first to arrive was a disciplined contingent of naval personnel, actually the previous year's students. The academy's training spans 4 years, and these second-year students, having reached a certain level of competency, were summoned to support the event. Next came 3 prominent figures from the academy's upper echelons, among them Sakazuki, whom Amos had encountered 2 days prior. Through Drake's introduction, he learned that these 3 individuals were the primary instructors responsible for training in physical combat, theory, and swordsmanship. They stood apart on the dais, silent and gazing coldly at the playground. This sudden shift to a serious atmosphere hushed the previously jovial newcomers, who now looked up at the dais with a sense of reverence. Soon, a commotion arose from one side, prompting all eyes to turn toward that direction, where a tall, middle-aged man with purple short hair was slowly approaching the dais. It was Zephyr. A gasp echoed among the ranks of newcomers. All conversation ceased as they stared wide-eyed at the man before them, their gazes ablaze with fervor, for this man was Zephyr, the former admiral of the Navy, a legendary figure who had engaged in numerous clashes with the likes of Roger, Whitebeard, Shiki, and the Rocks Pirates. After retiring, he established the new Naval Academy at the Navy headquarters, with the first cohort including Sakazuki and Borisolino, and the third cohort featuring Kazan. The current 3 prominent admirals of the Navy are all his disciples, and nearly all the vice admirals in the Navy's core ranks who have been successively promoted are also his students. It can be said with certainty that the current mid to high level officers of the Navy have all been nurtured by Zephyr. Many who come here are drawn by Zephyr's legendary career. They believe that as long as they step into this institution and receive his guidance, their futures are boundless. And they might even be contenders for the next generation of the 3 great admirals. Zephyr possesses a commanding presence that instills a sense of oppression in everyone as he approaches. In the midst of a profound silence, Zephyr strides to the center of the podium, with the other 3 principal instructors of the Naval Academy standing behind him. With a smile, Zephyr scans the nearly 300 new students before him, welcoming them to the 22nd session of the Marine Academy of Marineford. The students remained silent, even Drake, who had previously shown little emotional fluctuation, swallows hard. In Amos's heart, there lingered an inexplicable fervor. He sensed the allure of this world, a charm born of its formidable might. Those who had come to study here were divided into 2 distinct groups. Zephyr's voice, rich yet tinged with a slight rasp, conveyed the gravity of his words. The first group consisted of those who believed that entering the Naval Academy was tantamount to stepping into the ranks of the naval upper echelon. The second group comprised seasoned veterans summoned from the 4 seas, who, upon promotion to headquarters, faced 2 potential paths. One was immediate placement in a position, a choice favored by the majority of veterans, while a minority, fearing the pirates of the Grand Line, believed that enrolling in the Naval Academy would afford them 4 years of respite. With an exceedingly stern and disdainful tone, Zephyr proclaimed, "What I am here to impart today is that such notions only serve to reveal your ignorance and folly." This proclamation struck like a blow to the head, dousing the newly admitted students, who were already anxious yet exhilarated, with a chilling dose of reality. The spirits of many dampened as they realized, through Zephyr's blunt intimidation, that the Naval Academy was far from the uncomplicated experience they had envisioned. Amos exhibited minimal reaction, having long since prepared himself mentally. The ability to cultivate 3 admirals and countless vice admirals is a testament to the fact that this institution is a veritable academy for the creation of extraordinary individuals. Were it as simple as a typical school, such feats would be utterly unattainable. Today's enrollment ceremony is particularly noteworthy. Zephyr declared, "Henceforth, I shall lead all of you new students aboard the Navy warships to apprehend a formidable pirate fleeing through the Grand Line." A cacophony of voices erupted among the students. Apart from Smoker, Jinbei, Drake, and Amos, who brimmed with anticipation for this enrollment ceremony, the other newcomers appeared somewhat apprehensive. "I have conceived an apt title for today's ceremony, Broadened Horizons. This day shall expand your perspectives, as the fresh recruits witness the brutal realities of warfare, while seasoned sailors from the 4 seas gain a first-hand understanding of what the Grand Line truly entails." Chapter 15. Escape? Zephyr's words were evidently not mere rhetoric. Soon, under the guidance of second-year students, 300 new enrollees were randomly assigned to 3 warships that had long been anchored at the dock, poised for action. Each of these vessels was a multi-masted sailing ship, characterized by having 2 or more masts. It goes without saying that navigating a multi-masted ship presents significantly greater challenges than that of a single-masted or a double-masted vessel. Amos was assigned to the Minerva alongside Drake. And also aboard this warship was Smoker, a user of the smoke smile fruit from the East Sea. Gina was allocated to the St. Sal, while the other vessel, the Caesar, contained no one whom Amos could recall. Upon boarding the vessel, Amos discovered it to be utterly deserted, while Zephyr stood on the dock, accompanied by 3 instructors, gazing upwards. The situation was far from straightforward. The pirates in pursuit were the Brochi pirate crew, led by Captain Brochi, who had a bounty of 48 million berries. They commanded a flagship, a 3-masted ship armed with 80 heavy cannons, along with 3 brigantines. Once those aboard the ship sensed something amiss, Zephyr began to speak loudly, estimating the number of pirates to be around 300. 14 hours prior, the Brochi pirate crew had plundered the island of Amori, under the jurisdiction of the Noah Kingdom in the Grand Line, and were currently fleeing in the St. Matthew Sea. What does this mean? Could it be possible? The freshmen standing on the deck of the warship displayed various expressions. Some held their heads, others gasped in disbelief, while some covered their mouths. At this point, they had largely deduced the implications of Zephyr's forthcoming words. I grant you 3 days to apprehend the Brochi pirate crew. We shall not accompany you, nor will we provide you with crew members. From the operational command of the fleet to the handling of the rudder, the navigation of your course, and the management of the sails, you must negotiate and resolve these matters amongst yourselves. Zephyr curled the corners of his mouth into a smile, revealing his satisfaction with the newly devised examination for the freshmen. Should the Brochi pirate crew remain uncaptured after 3 days, it would result in the failure of all participants in this examination. I trust you would not be fond of the consequences that would ensue. Discontent murmurs arose from the 3 warships. Dong, dong, dong. The bell tower of Marineford tolled 9 times. Zephyr disregarded the clamor aboard the ship and continued. The time is now precisely 9 o'clock. 3 days from now, at 9 o'clock, the examination will conclude. I hope you do not disappoint me. With that, Zephyr turned and departed, accompanied by the 3 instructors. The initial impression Zephyr left on all the students was decidedly unfavorable, as the harsh freshman examination shattered their idyllic fantasies of Naval Academy life. This is quite dire. Drake remarked. Indeed. Amos responded amidst the tumult aboard the ship. After Zephyr's departure, the second-year students surveyed the scene with a sense of schadenfreude, while the freshmen on deck scurried about like ants on a hot skillet, filled with agitation. Though that notorious pirate boasts a bounty nearing 50 million berries, considering you and Smoker, both endowed with fruit abilities, the task may not be insurmountable. Amos leaned against the ship's rail, exuding a sense of nonchalance, primarily due to the chaos that had engulfed the vessel, rendering any swift action impossible. The gravest issue lies with these individuals, does it not? Drake inquired. Amos nodded thoughtfully. If Teacher Zephyr is present, then the challenges we face will be manageable, even if he does not intervene directly. His oversight will ensure our victory in this endeavor. Today marks the first encounter for most of the new recruits. Testing their teamwork in such circumstances is indeed a formidable task. Thus, in my perspective, the true essence of this examination lies in collaboration. With Smoker aboard, it should be effortless for him to command the situation, given his esteemed reputation. Once he takes charge, we can set sail confidently. The St. Sarl ship has an eye, which poses no issue either. However, the Caesar ship lacks a standout figure capable of commanding respect, which likely means it will be the last to embark. Drake remarked. His analysis was astute. Among the recruits, there existed no military hierarchy or clear chains of command. Yet, for 100 sailors on one vessel to work in unison, a leader, a captain-like figure, must emerge. Currently, only these 2 individuals possess the momentum and respect needed to galvanize their peers. Hence, the St. Sarl and Minerva ships will not face difficulties. It won't be long before these 2 will adeptly direct others in their tasks. These 2 warships will set forth with remarkable speed towards the St. Matthew Sea region. Presently, the configurations of the St. Sarl, Minerva, and Caesar, 3 multi-masted warships, are identical, each equipped with 50 cannons, including 30 heavy artillery pieces, 20 of which are long guns, playing a crucial role in exchanges of fire. The 20 cannons serve as vital firepower for close-quarters combat and pre-boarding skirmishes. In terms of firepower, the Broch pirate crew surpasses their naval counterparts. Should they find themselves at a disadvantage in firepower, experience, and coordination, the loss of support from the Caesar would render the situation dire. Amidst the chaos, Smoker, utilizing the powers of his smoke fruit, subdued several of the most flamboyant new recruits, establishing his authority aboard the ship, and began organizing the newcomers into distinct roles. What are your thoughts? Drake inquired of Amos. The 2 stood at the rear of the formation, where the last individuals appeared somewhat timid. predominantly those unaccustomed to real combat, reluctant to step forward as combatants. The possibility of losing one's life loomed large. As Smoker allocated roles, he caught sight of some individuals at the back, filled with disdain, yet refraining from impulsively assigning those timid recruits as gunners or primary forces in the impending close-quarters battle. Their cowardice had already been revealed. Thrusting them into the heart of battle could lead to a swift collapse, endangering the morale of the entire crew. They could face reprimands post-conflict, but for now, the forefront must be occupied by those brave enough to take on the mantle of leadership among the new recruits. Amos was, of course, oblivious to the thoughts swirling within Smoker's mind. At that moment, a bold idea took root within him. After articulating his analysis to Drake, it became evident to Drake that the prolonged inaction of the Caesar would significantly impact the fate of the entire fleet, plunging him into deep contemplation. I have a notion. Would you care to hear it? Amos pondered for a few seconds before speaking. Do share, Drake responded, intrigued by the thoughts that Amos might be entertaining. Amos quietly whispered his thoughts to him. After listening, Drake appeared somewhat hesitant. Amos gradually became more convinced of his thoughts, ultimately patting Drake on the shoulder and casually tossing his navy cap onto the deck. One must engage in something challenging, mustn't one? With that, he leaped over the ship's railing and plunged into the sea. Drake hesitated for a moment before leaping towards the nearby St. Sal, a distance of approximately 20 meters between the two warships, which posed no challenge for him. As a user of a devil fruit, he could not swim like Amos. Upon witnessing this, others exclaimed, "Someone is fleeing." Who would have thought that he would become a deserter in the new recruit's examination? That fellow is Drake. Just like his father, a complete failure. Smoker, upon hearing the commotion, promptly arrived at the side deck. Seeing Amos in the water and Drake jumping to another ship ignited a fire within him. Their escape could undermine the morale of the troops, and he could not allow such a situation to unfold. It was imperative to capture them. Just as he prepared to employ his devil fruit powers, he suddenly realized that the two were not fleeing towards the dock, but were indeed heading towards the Caesar. Chapter 16. Elimination. Smoke swirled around Smoker's hand as he observed the two. If they were making for the dock, it was undoubtedly an escape attempt. Without hesitation, Smoker had various means to apprehend them and deliver a stern lesson to establish military authority. However, they were headed for the Caesar. What could their aim be? Watching them recede into the distance, he lowered his raised hand and turned towards the center of the deck, eagerly anticipating their next move. As the St. Sal was positioned between the Caesar and the Minerva, Drake was the first to leap onto the St. Sal, causing a stir among the new recruits aboard. While trying to maintain order, Gina was momentarily taken aback by Drake's impressive physical prowess as he effortlessly jumped over. Just as she was about to frown and reprimand him, Drake swiftly traversed the deck of the St. Sal, stepped onto the railing, and leaped onto the Caesar. What is that fellow doing? Upon arriving at the Naval Academy, Gina had heard some tales about Drake, though she did not share the common disdain for him. She harbored no particular fondness either. At that moment, like Smoker, her curiosity was piqued by his actions, in stark contrast to the dramatic scene created by Drake. If you noticed Amos swimming amidst the three warships, this incident further highlighted the disparity between those with abilities and those without. Drake, having consumed a Zoan-type devil fruit, combined with his already impressive martial skills, found jumping several dozen meters to be no obstacle. Amos, on the other hand, lacked anything to help him transcend the limits of human capability. He had merely approached his limits through relentless training over the past 2 years at the branch. We must coordinate effectively aboard the Caesar. I propose appointing someone as a temporary captain. I believe I am well suited for this position, capable of leading everyone through the upcoming entrance examination. However, boasting is not your forte, Doy. During our time in the West Sea, you were often found slacking off in class, perhaps even struggling to wield a firearm. How dare you nominate yourself as captain? I must be better than you. Throughout our time in the West Sea, you have never bested me. Are you challenging me, Doy? Enough of this bickering. We need not elect a captain. Each of us can choose our own role aboard the ship. I wish to be the helmsman. With your robust physique, instead of serving as the gunner or leading boarding actions, you choose to be the helmsman. It seems you have grown timid. What business is it of yours? On the Caesar, no individual has emerged to command the respect of all the other students. In a scenario where strengths are comparable and interpersonal conflicts exist, uniting 100 freshmen into a cohesive unit proves to be a formidable challenge, and even the current division of roles is poorly executed. The ship is in disarray. with a cacophony of voices filling the air. Some individuals have already clashed, and if this continues, it is likely that before the ship even sets sail, the students will turn against each other. Suddenly, Drake leaped from the St. Sal and landed heavily on the deck, producing a resounding thud. The previously raucous deck fell silent, as everyone turned in astonishment towards Drake. This fellow, where did he spring from? Drake surveyed his surroundings, failing to spot Amos. The strangely eerie silence urged him to say something, yet upon reflection, he found himself at a loss for words. Consequently, he stepped back to the ship's railing, scanning the sea for any sign of Amos. Hey, what are you doing here? What brings you to our ship? Among the 300 freshmen at the Naval Academy, only a handful truly comprehend Drake's prowess, yet everyone is aware of his notorious background. A father who betrayed the Navy, a man of questionable lineage. Drake paid them no mind. He had caught sight of Amos at the bow of the St. Sal, who was hastening towards them, albeit swimming in the sea at a considerably slower pace than Drake. Finding a length of rope nearby, Drake tossed one end overboard, calling out to Amos. Upon hearing the call of Drake and witnessing the descending rope, Amos swam towards it. What was that fellow up to? Who was he fetching? What purpose did he have aboard our vessel, the Caesar? The crew, momentarily forgetting their quarrels, exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by Drake's series of actions. Before long, Amos reached the side of the Caesar, grasped the rope that Drake had cast down, and began his ascent, clambering over the ship's railing onto the deck. Amos wiped his face, swept back his significantly lengthened dark hair, and removed his damp shirt, paying little heed to his trousers. The ship was indeed in disarray, remarked Drake. Amos nodded as the sunlight bathed his robust, bare body, causing several female students aboard the ship to shield their faces. In both the branches and headquarters of the Navy, the representation of women is less than 1/10. Within this meager fraction, the majority are engaged in clerical roles. From which ship have you come? What is your purpose here? A student inquired directly. We hail from the Minerva, here to command you, Amos replied, pausing after taking a dozen steps, twisting his damp shirt as he spoke. The other students stood on the left side of the deck, while he positioned himself on the right. Drake approached and stood beside him, the two seemingly embodying the opposition to the rest. Command us. 100 freshmen crowded the left side of the deck, feeling somewhat cramped. Most found Amos's declaration amusing yet were stirred by a sense of indignation. The two before them, one an unknown and the other a traitor to the Navy, had the audacity to claim authority. Indeed, I shall be the captain of the Caesar, with Drake as the commander of the battle group, Amos stated bluntly, then donned his nearly wrung-out shirt. Though still damp, it provided a welcome coolness, alleviating the sun's relentless heat. You? What gives you the confidence? Doy, a young man towering over 2 meters with a fierce gaze, stepped forward, looking rather intimidating. You as captain? Amos stood a head shorter than him, gazing up at Doy with a calm demeanor that revealed not a trace of fear. Drake showed no inclination to intervene, preferring to observe how Amos would navigate the situation. Speak, Doy exclaimed, seizing Amos by the collar. Once a naval soldier in the South Sea Branch 213, Doy had advanced to the naval headquarters, owing to his superior physical attributes. He sought to seize the opportunity to shine in the upcoming entrance examination, eager to demonstrate his capabilities and gain the recognition of others. Previously undermined by his rival Zayas in the same branch, he felt an urgent need to showcase his strength. Amos was, quite simply, the prey that stumbled directly into the muzzle of his gun. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Amos struck without warning. Amos moved with astonishing speed, akin to a flash of lightning, surging forward with force. His elbow collided with Doy's abdomen, and in swift succession, he seized Doy by the collar, yanking him downwards, while his other hand drew forth a dagger that was typically sheathed at his waist. With the hilt of the dagger, he struck Doy's head twice. Subsequently, harnessing his formidable explosive strength, he delivered a powerful kick to Doy's midsection, sending him sprawling to the ground. Afterward, he approached, dragged Doy to the edge of the ship, and unceremoniously hurled him into the sea. The entire ordeal transpired in approximately 10 seconds. Leaving everyone else in a state of shock, the Caesar was enveloped in an eerie silence. No one anticipated that Amos would take the initiative, and his overwhelming prowess caught Doy off guard, swiftly vanquishing him and casting him into the depths. Drake raised an eyebrow, yet remained immobile in his position. Amos returned to the position where he had just confronted the students aboard the Caesar, casually toying with a dagger as he pointed at one individual. His tone imbued with an undeniable seriousness. Take the wretch down to the sea and return him to the dock. He has been eliminated from this game. Chapter 17. Overwhelming power during the day's spent in the company of X. Drake. It became apparent that Amos was a composed and reserved individual. Such individuals typically appear calm on the surface while their inner world churns with tumult. Only when the latent intensity of their character is unleashed can one glimpse their true essence. Now, Drake was witnessing another facet of Amos. His decisiveness and ruthlessness in dealing with the situation involving Doi not only silenced the students of the Caesar, but also revealed that this man was far more complex than initially presumed. As he toyed with his blade and commanded the students to act according to his directives, the previous aura of languor, weariness, and despondency evaporated, replaced by a spirited vigor and an undeniable air of authority. Drake chuckled softly, feeling an increased intrigue towards Amos. Under the directive of Amos, he ordered Hux to rescue Doi, who had been unceremoniously thrown into the sea, fortuitously Hux being Doi's archrival. However, Hux had no desire to see Doi perish. He was not a person devoid of empathy. Presently, Doi was truly in peril, compelling Hux to act. This was precisely Amos's purpose in seemingly needlessly casting Doi into the ocean, to establish a precedent for obedience. By instructing Hux to rescue Doi, he ensured that, regardless of the command, someone would undoubtedly leap to save Doi. Now that the order had been issued, Hux was bound by both reason and sentiment to comply. The burden had been placed upon him. Should any misfortune befall Doi in the sea, a portion of the responsibility would inevitably fall on his shoulders. Thus, as Amos anticipated, Hux shed his outer garments and plunged into the sea, swimming towards the struggling Doi, who was laboring under the weight of his injuries. The first step had been accomplished. Amos turned to Drake and winked at him. Although Drake was uncertain of Amos's intentions, he understood that Amos required his cooperation at this moment. If cooperation was needed, then he would oblige. Previously, Amos had announced to everyone that he would temporarily assume the role of acting captain while designating Drake as the commander of the combat unit. Drake found this allocation somewhat perplexing, yet upon reflection, he grasped the underlying rationale. Their purpose aboard this vessel was to lead, thus it was inevitable that one of them would emerge as captain. However, due to Drake's inherent background issues, his reputation suffered greatly. Despite being significantly more capable than Amos, if he were to assertively claim the captaincy, it would undoubtedly provoke backlash. In contrast, Amos has not been subjected to any significant animosity. Should he assume the role of acting captain, he would likely be more readily accepted. However, Drake had already discerned during the skirmish between Amos and Doi that Amos's strength did not rival his own, residing instead within the realm of the average individual, albeit at the pinnacle of that category. Amos, the acting captain, had never harbored hostility, which did little to incite animosity towards him. However, winning the trust of others proved to be a formidable challenge. If there are still dissenters, you shall take action, he whispered to Drake as he approached his side. While I am capable of defeating them, I do not possess the overwhelming advantage you do in strength. We need to instill fear in them. And my abilities alone are insufficient for that purpose. Thus, it must be you who acts, and with utmost effort. Understood, replied Drake, readily accepting the sound advice. Gradually, several individuals stepped forward, sharing two common traits. They were stronger than Doi and believed that Amos's attack had been too abrupt, leading Doi to underestimate the situation. This unfolded precisely as Amos had anticipated. He refrained from intervening and moved directly to the ship's railing, clearing the deck for Drake to demonstrate his prowess. Leaning against the ship's edge with his hands in his pockets, observing the unfolding events, Drake had long been harboring frustration. After enduring a prolonged period of scrutiny, even without Amos's urging to exert his full strength, he would have done so. He aimed to shatter all the feeble criticisms with his true power and awaken those ignorant of their own limitations. The four challengers, confronted by Drake, were expressions of wariness. None were foolish. They were well aware of Drake's formidable background and prowess. Among the students, aside from the seasoned veterans summoned from all corners, the primary weakness of the pure newcomers lay in their inability to shed the arrogance and rebelliousness typical of their age, rather than a lack of intelligence. In a crucial moment, the four exchanged glances, conveying a silent agreement. Let us confront him together. They charged forth as one, either empty-handed or wielding clubs. Each understood the boundaries. They were comrades, and while they were to engage, it was not to the extent of drawing blades. Their speed was commendable, closing the distance of over 10 meters to X. Drake in mere breaths. Drake chose not to draw the two swords at his waist. Instead, he skillfully retreated while parrying their attacks. The natural type devil fruit subtly alters the personality of its consumer, while the animal type greatly enhances their physical attributes. Drake possessed the ability of the rare ancient dinosaur fruit, taking the form of a Tyrannosaurus rex. His speed was not extraordinary, but his strength surged to unprecedented levels, far exceeding that of his peers. In Amos's eyes, even Smoker fell short in strength compared to Drake. Faced with the full force of his opponents, he exhibited no signs of distress. As he counterattacked, the opponent could hardly withstand the overwhelming force he unleashed. In the midst of a fierce struggle, Drake became serious, utilizing his fruit abilities to transform into a towering Tyrannosaurus rex, standing nearly 7 to 8 meters tall. Instantly, the four tall young students appeared to him as mere diminutive figures, barely reaching his knees. One of them, upon witnessing this transformation, was rendered utterly speechless with fear. However, Drake chose not to engage him, instead lunging towards the remaining three. All four challengers were complete novices, none having ever experienced the terror of a 7 to 8 meter dinosaur charging towards them. Their hands trembled as they gripped their makeshift weapons, instinctively retreating. The ground trembled with each thunderous step Drake took, reverberating through the deck. Just as he opened his massive jaws to reveal his fangs, preparing to strike at the three, Amos timely intervened, lifting his leg high to brace against Drake's claw. While this act was undeniably heroic, Amos felt as though his leg might shatter under the pressure. Drake had no intention of truly harming them, and upon seeing Amos block his path, he reverted back to his human form, resting his hands on the hilts of two swords, remaining silent. Amos retracted his legs, rotated his neck, enduring a cramp-like pain, and gazed at the bewildered group. "Is there any dissent?" he inquired. "If not, accept my arrangements and prepare to set sail." Chapter 18. Setting sail. It would not be an exaggeration to describe the current naval recruits as a disorganized rabble. It is likely that even those reckless individuals with their heads wedged between their waistbands would be more competent. Consequently, in such a short span of time, the only feasible way to ensure the ship's operation was to implement a system akin to that of a pirate crew, thereby effectively harnessing their latent capabilities. After two successive waves of resistance were met with overwhelming counterattacks, the remaining students largely abandoned the notion of defiance. Although many were reluctant to be commanded by an obscure fellow recruit, their apprehension regarding his considerable prowess deterred them from engaging in any untoward behavior. Amos commenced meticulous arrangements. The ratio of seasoned veterans to complete novices on the ship was approximately 1-to-1. The veterans were undeniably favored, possessing considerable combat experience, making them well-suited for critical roles such as operations and warfare. Conversely, Amos harbored concerns regarding the novices, fearing they might falter at the first sign of conflict. Furthermore, the majority of newcomers lacked proficiency in essential skills such as handling sails, rendering them difficult to employ effectively. Ultimately, the veterans and novices were intermingled, divided into two groups, with veterans mentoring the newcomers. The Caesar was classified as a lightweight, swift vessel, primarily designated for reconnaissance missions. However, given the nascent nature of the training, personnel shortages were evident, and the deployment of larger warships was not feasible. Thus, 3 vessels of the same class were dispatched. The warship boasted 2 decks and 3 masts, equipped with a total of 50 cannons, 22 on both the port and starboard sides, which included heavy artillery and cannons. Both the bow and stern decks were outfitted with 1 long gun and 2 smaller caliber cannons. Such a configuration of firepower was essentially standard for vessels of this size. In contrast, the warships Amos encountered 2 years prior, under the Demon Slayer order, typically boasted between 60 to 100 cannons, manned by 500 to 700 naval personnel aboard each ship. This caliber of fleet, when not dispersed during island encirclements, could form a battle line on the open sea, unleashing over 500 rounds of concentrated bombardment in a single volley, rendering them virtually unmatched in the North Sea. Amos arranged for a total of 40 individuals to serve as gunners. Given that the primary firepower of the warship is concentrated on either side of the vessel, it is inevitable that upon encountering pirates, the ship will engage with one side facing the enemy vessel, subsequently unleashing its cannon fire. In such a scenario, the cannons on the opposite side remain inoperative, as utilizing them would be impractical. Therefore, when Amos designates 40 individuals as gunners, it is understood that during combat, all 40 will be mobilized to one side of the ship to engage in battle. With only 22 cannons available, the collaboration of 40 personnel in firing, adjusting, and loading ammunition can maximize their effectiveness. In addition to their responsibilities with the cannons, these 40 individuals will also be tasked with subsequent boarding actions and maintaining stability during navigation. The 3 warships setting sail are all square-rigged vessels with 3 masts. Amos assigned 6 individuals to operate the rudder, dividing them into 2 shifts that alternated between day and night. 3 female students, who had previously studied medicine, took on the roles of ship's doctors. An experienced lookout became the lookout, and 1 individual was appointed as the navigator. 30 crew members were tasked with managing the rigging on the 3 masts, including the halyards and control lines, as well as the sheets and winches, among other responsibilities. The remaining crew members handled various miscellaneous duties, such as anchoring and transporting ammunition. Just as Amos was finalizing the assignments, the Minerva, led by Smog, had already set sail with remarkable speed, earning Amos's admiration for Smog's leadership abilities. However, it seemed there were some issues on the Hanai side, where a rather haughty individual could not tolerate being directed by a woman, leading to a conflict. Amos felt little concern. Firstly, it was not his affair, and secondly, he believed that with Hanai's prowess, quelling dissent aboard the ship would pose no significant challenge. Set sail. The thunderous command echoed, accompanied by the sounds of pulleys moving from various corners. One by one, the 3 mainsails of the warship unfurled slowly. The navigator, an experienced veteran hailing from the South Seas, adeptly gauged the wind's direction. He positioned himself to feel the breeze against his back, gradually turning his head from side to side to ensure a balanced sensation in both ears. Soon, he called out, "Adjust for the headwind." The Caesar gradually turned its bow, shifting the wind from one side of the sail to the other. Northwest. Set the bow for a side wind, with cooperation across various aspects. Despite encountering numerous minor errors along the way, the Caesar ultimately set sail. Not long after the Caesar departed, the Saint Sorrel, commanded by Hanai, also set forth. The distance between the 2 was not significant, yet Smoker's Minerva had already ventured far ahead, with the Caesar departing half an hour later. The crew busied themselves aboard. Despite frequent mishaps, including the occasional foot being struck by ammunition crates and heads being inadvertently hit by the boom, they managed to maintain a semblance of order. "Not bad at all, Drake remarked, as he and Amos remained in the captain's quarters. Amos is not enjoying an easy time. His arrival aboard the Caesar represents a formidable challenge for him. The vessel has finally sprung to life, yet a multitude of issues continues to arise, leaving him no room for complacency. The role of captain is far from simple, were I to be a mere figurehead. Disorder would surely ensue on the ship within mere minutes. I entrust you with the task of navigating the vessel." Drake handed Amos a cigarette, assuring him that the troubles of the Brock pirate crew would be addressed by him. Amos took the cigarette, his hands trembling slightly due to excitement and anxiety. Upon hearing Drake's words, he fixed his gaze on Drake and smiled. "Do not be so obstinate, Drake." Just as the 2 were engaged in conversation, an individual arrived at the captain's cabin to report an issue, stating that the last mast foresail had encountered some difficulties. Amos, having no time to converse further with Drake, followed the man to gather information. Drake watched Amos depart, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Have all the naval vessels successfully set sail?" Zephyr inquired, seated in a tavern near the dock. "Indeed, the earliest Minerva took 2 hours, while the latest St. Charles took 2 hours and 40 minutes, replied Saki, the martial arts instructor who had previously met with Amos. Zephyr raised his glass, draining its contents in one swift motion. "We shall also prepare to embark, after all. This is merely a freshman examination. Our priority must be the safety of these young ones. Should we fail to capture the Brochi pirates, resulting in the loss of our own men, I shall inevitably be held accountable." With a smile and squinting eyes, the fencing instructor, Sampalo, remarked, "You remain as sharp-tongued yet soft-hearted as ever. However, they are all individuals who have been vetted. They cannot be too incompetent. Moreover, the current state of the Brochi pirates is not as exaggerated as you described. They are merely a pack of beaten dogs. I am confident that with their strength, handling the Brochi pirates will pose no significant challenge." Beneath his sunglasses, Zephyr's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "I too eagerly await the performance of this year's freshman." Chapter 19. Fire the cannons. Unbeknownst to Amos and his companions, their 3 warships, shortly after setting sail, used the transponder snail to communicate and successfully rendezvous. Given their inherent deficiencies in firepower and experience compared to the Brochi pirates, even the most prideful would not entertain the notion of confronting them alone. The most prudent course of action was for the three warships to unite and advance together. The St. Matthew Sea lies in proximity to the Chambord Islands, approximately a day's journey from the naval headquarters. Impelled down, the naval headquarters and Judicial Island are interconnected by a monstrous, transformed whirlpool. And only through the gates of justice can one access the correct currents to reach their destination. The St. Matthew Sea occupies a position nestled between Impelled Down and the naval headquarters. After deliberating with Smoker and Genii, Amos resolved to request the headquarters to open the gates of justice, allowing them to harness the current and hasten their journey to the St. Matthew Sea. This would not only enhance their chances of completing the mission within the stipulated time, but also enable them to apprehend the Brochi pirates promptly, thus ensuring local safety. During the conversation with Smoker and Genii, the two inquired immediately, Amos? They had heard of X, Drake, and even the boisterous Doi was known to them. Yet Amos's name was unfamiliar. Smoker surmised that this must be the individual who had previously fled from the Minerva alongside X, Drake, further piquing his curiosity about the discreet figure from the North Sea. Upon receiving permission to open the gates of justice, three warships surged forward at full speed towards the St. Matthew Sea, with an anticipated arrival time cut in half, after approximately 3 hours at sea as mealtime approached. The preoccupied Amos suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing he had yet to check on the ship's provisions. Upon inspecting the hold, he breathed a sigh of relief. There was enough fresh water and food to last 4 to 5 days. The previously idle crew had taken up the responsibility of preparing meals for the others, while Amos' smoking habit persisted as he maintained constant communication with Smoker and Genii from the captain's quarters. The pirate, with a bounty nearing 50 million berries, was not to be underestimated. During his time in the North Sea, his most notable achievement had been the pursuit and successful defeat of a pirate crew, with a captain boasting a 10 million bounty, albeit with some damage sustained by their own ship. With 2 years of combat experience, he was acutely aware of the formidable adversaries lurking in the Grand Line. Those who dared to navigate these waters were, without exception, monsters. Fortunately, the unpredictable weather of the Grand Line had not unleashed any severe storms upon them. Otherwise, their uncoordinated team would have surely descended into chaos amidst such turbulence. However, further complications arose during the journey, causing the fleet to take 20 hours to reach the St. Matthew Sea. Thankfully, the Navy provided intelligence support. Without it, even upon arriving in the vast expanse of the St. Matthew Sea, locating the Brochi pirates would have proven exceedingly difficult. After enduring a night, the following mornings, the three warships finally caught up with the Brochi pirates. Contrary to Zepha's exaggerated reports, the condition of the Brochi pirates was not as dire as expected, though it was still somewhat grim. The flagship, a 3-masted sailing vessel, fared better than the other 3 2-masted ships, which exhibited varying degrees of damage. This was not the elite crew they had envisioned, but rather a battered group of stragglers in retreat. It seemed that the school still prioritized the safety of its students. Amos gazed through the telescope at the approaching Brock pirate crew, murmuring to himself. Prior to their encounter with the Brock pirates, the atmosphere aboard the ship was thick with discontent, primarily stemming from the crew's reluctance to heed the commands of Amos, despite his position as acting captain. However, upon encountering the Brock pirate crew, the tension aboard the vessel escalated significantly. Amos maintains communication with Smog and Hanai, strategizing on how to vanquish the Brochi pirates. The Brochi pirates, already pursued by the Navy to such an extent, now see the Navy closing in once more, forcing them to hasten their escape. Teacher Zephyr is merely trying to intimidate us. On the other end of the transponder snail, it is Hanai's voice. Amos held the transponder snail, pacing back and forth on the port side, ensuring that the artillery and gunners were fully prepared. It seems they might be intentionally keeping us on high alert. If this truly is a formidable pirate crew with a bounty of 50 million berries, we may suffer considerable casualties. The old man has underestimated me, Smoker's cold voice echoed. He was more arrogant than the others. After consuming the devil fruit, he had scarcely encountered any worthy adversaries in the East Blue. This was his first venture into the Grand Line, and despite hearing tales of the pirates' formidable strength here, he remained largely unconcerned. The 3 warships, typically tasked with reconnaissance and patrol, were light vessels, swifter than the Brochi pirate crew. Thus, it did not take long for the distance between them to close to cannon range. The Brochi pirate crew swiftly devised a countermeasure. The three brigantines gradually distanced themselves from the fleet, decelerating their speed, and adjusted their mainsails to present their sides to the warships. Clearly, they intended to engage in a fierce artillery duel. Their strategy was to use the three pirate vessels as decoys to buy time for their flagship. However, the firepower of these brigantines was inferior to theirs and suffered some damage. I propose that two of our warships engage in close combat while the remaining vessel continues the pursuit of their flagship, Amos suggested. The transponder snail relayed Smoker's voice directly. Damn it. Amos did not refuse. It mattered not who went, as he wished it to be him. Be mindful of your safety, delay the enemy. And once we have vanquished their pirate ships, hasten to provide support. Understood. I leave this in your capable hands, Smoker replied. Hina remained silent, indicating her acquiescence to the arrangement. We shall concentrate our fire to create an opening for you. Just continue your advance, Amos declared. Understood. Hina's cool voice resonated, instilling a sense of unwavering confidence. Once communications concluded, they proceeded according to plan. The Brochi pirate crew had 3 ships, armed with approximately 40 cannons. At this moment, the starboard sides of the 3 pirate vessels were aligned against them, presenting the formidable force of around 60 cannons. However, they had previously observed that the Brochi crew had been severely weakened, and the true power they could muster was likely around 40 cannons. The firepower of the St. Sarl and Caesar alone was sufficient to contend with this threat. Fire. The battle was imminent, overseen by seasoned veterans. The 22 cannons on the port side of the Caesar commenced their assault. The initial barrage failed to strike the enemy ship, leaving some inexperienced gunners on board dazed by the explosion. Ammunition crew, load the shells. Aim. Prepare. Ready. With 2 years of extensive combat experience, Amos took command of the situation. The students, flustered, scrambled to follow Amos's orders. At this juncture, those unaccustomed to the chaos were often bewildered, blindly obeying commands regardless of their source. The pirate ship retaliated, but their first volley also missed the mark. However, one cannonball fortuitously detonated near the Caesar, sending a spray of water cascading over an ammunition loader who was preparing to load shells. The sudden shock startled him, causing him to collapse to the ground, clutching the cannonball and screaming. This outcry startled the other tense newcomers, leading them to inadvertently fire their cannons. In an instant, chaos erupted aboard the ship. Amos.X. Drake and several seasoned veterans commenced their control of the scene. Meanwhile, the St. Sal, under the command of Denai, initiated its first round of test fire. The tranquil sea erupted with the thunderous sounds of cannon fire, marking the inaugural battle for this cohort of newcomers. Chapter 20. Strategies. The battle officially commenced. The entire vessel operated as a colossal machine, its components whirring into action, maximizing its potential. On the port side, 22 cannons fired volley after volley. Yet the aim was lamentably poor. Not a single cannonball struck the pirate ship after 3 rounds. On the deck, the gunners scurried back and forth, transporting ammunition, while the artillerymen took aim, shouting commands to fire. Fire. The atmosphere was chaotic and urgent. Amos and X. Drake were fully engaged in commanding the situation, their demeanor charged with a palpable tension, a necessary element that would enable them to unleash 100% of their capabilities, perhaps even surpassing their usual limits. However, they needed to maintain control, for if the tension escalated beyond measure, the entire vessel could descend into chaos. Meanwhile, the second round of cannon fire commanded by Hanai aboard the St. Sal had concluded, successfully striking the sail of a pirate ship. It seemed the ship's mast had succumbed to the ravages of time or had sustained damage in the previous engagement, leading to its current downfall. The canvas entangled with the cannonball plummeted into the sea, mercifully without detonating. This shot significantly bolstered the morale of the naval cadets, many of whom erupted in exhilarating cheers. Despite the cacophony of cannon fire, the novices had yet to fully grasp the brutality of the conflict. They merely felt the thrill of the encounter. The trio of pirate vessels, however, was far from being easy prey. In terms of firepower, both sides were nearly evenly matched, with the pirates holding an advantage in experience. Particularly in moments of desperation, their fierce desire for survival would only intensify. Unlike the intermittent cries emanating from the 2 naval ships, the pirates aboard their 3 vessels remained eerily silent, the atmosphere thick with an oppressive tension that was almost suffocating. Amos and his companions were indeed correct. The Brock pirate crew had been severely crippled by the Navy. One of their accompanying ships had sunk, while the remaining vessels sustained varying degrees of damage, leaving the pirates themselves largely wounded. This atmosphere imbued the pirate ship with a poignant sense of despair, yet also a fierce determination to prevail. "Align," Amos bellowed, acutely aware that if he failed to instill fear in these fervent naval cadets, they might devolve into disarray. This presented a valuable learning opportunity for the inexperienced sailors, prompting half of the seasoned veterans aboard to assist and instruct them. In terms of experience, although both sides boasted similar firepower, the effectiveness of their respective artillery would ultimately prove to be worlds apart. Before long, a drawn-out whistle pierced the air as a cannonball descended in a shallow arc. With just 2 or 3 seconds to impact, Amos was gripped by an instinctual certainty that this projectile would strike their warship. A battle intuition honed over the past 2 years. "Take cover," Amos shouted as he retreated. No sooner had he uttered the command than the cannonball struck the side of the ship, exploding upon impact. The gunners and ammunition handlers nearby, caught off guard, became the primary casualties. Shrapnel struck one gunner in the face just as he was calibrating, sending him tumbling backward in a flurry of agony, clutching his mangled visage as he fell to the ground, emitting a heart-wrenching scream. Amos hurriedly rushed over, and with a mere glance, he felt a jolt of shock. The visage of this novice had been marred by shrapnel, flesh torn asunder, rendering it a ghastly sight. Survival seemed plausible, yet disfigurement was an inevitable fate. "Ship's doctor, take him away for rescue," Amos shouted, having witnessed the entire harrowing scene. The gunner had been struck in the face by the flying debris, while the munitions officer, a seasoned veteran, had reacted with slightly swifter reflexes. As the shell approached, he had attempted to pull the gunner to safety, but was flung away by the shockwave of the explosion before he could fully extend his hand. "Drake, you are in charge here. I shall go save him." With that, Amos resolutely vaulted over the ship's railing and plunged into the sea to render aid. Even from the most fundamental perspective, he could not stand idly by while another perished. Moreover, he was currently commanding the entire vessel, with all aboard being first-year students from the Naval Academy, the future backbone of the Navy. A death on his watch was a burden he could not bear. Splash! Upon entering the water, Amos swiftly surfaced, only to find the sea devoid of any presence. The veteran must have been rendered unconscious by the explosion. Just as he prepared to dive beneath the waves in search of him, a swell of water rose, and the veteran's head bobbed up from the depths. Amos swiftly submerged into the water, swimming towards the direction of the veteran. Ultimately, he circled around to the rear of the veteran, seizing him from behind and bringing him to the surface. At that moment, a rope ladder was lowered from the warship, and 2 naval cadets descended to offer their assistance. Amos entrusted the individuals to their fate, casting a lingering glance at the 3 pirate ships afloat on the sea before swiftly ascending the rope ladder that had been thrown down once more. Drake transformed into the formidable Tyrannosaurus Rex upon the deck, his towering figure, reaching 7 or 8 meters in height, positioned behind the gunners to shield them from incoming cannonballs. The 2 exchanged a knowing glance, nodding in silent agreement. Amos wiped his face and, through the use of a speaking snail, reached out to Hanai in the captain's quarters. "Has your ship been hit?" Hanai inquired. Amos nodded and remarked, "The issue is not insurmountable, yet it is imperative to understand that we are currently on a genuine battlefield, where casualties are inevitable and, indeed, quite commonplace. We must devise strategies to minimize our losses. After all, we are all mere freshmen from the Naval Academy, and it would be disastrous to see a significant number of us perish here." A moment later, a voice on the other end of the communicator, belonging to Commander Hanai, responded after a brief pause of 4 or 5 seconds. "I comprehend your concerns, but the current predicament revolves around our firepower. Remaining in this stalemate will only lead to mutual destruction. Do you have any suggestions?" Amos raked his fingers through his hair and strode out of the captain's quarters, one hand resting on the ship's railing as he gazed into the distance at the Minerva, which was pursuing the flagship of the Brochi pirates. "Summon Smoker for reinforcement. We must flank them," he commanded. However, allowing the flagship of the Brochi pirates to escape would be perilous, as their notorious captain was aboard. Jinai's voice initially brimmed with excitement, evidently pleased with the plan, but as she recalled the Brochi flagship, her expression soured. "Our original strategy was to have Smoker hold off the flagship while we swiftly dealt with those 3 accompanying ships to encircle them. Yet, as you are aware, our current situation is precarious. We are locked in a stalemate with the 3 pirate vessels, and the outcome remains uncertain. Smoker cannot sustain this for long. With only his ship's strength, it is challenging to triumph over the flagship of the Brochi pirates, especially with a bounty of nearly 50 million berries on their formidable captain's head. Should we prolong this confrontation, we risk being picked off one by one." Amos clutched the transponder snail in his right hand, closing his eyes as he lightly tapped his forehead with his clenched left fist, swiftly organizing his thoughts to articulate the pros and cons to Genai. A brief silence ensued on the other end as Genai processed the information and contemplated the feasibility. Soon, a response came through. Very well, I will contact Smoker immediately. Then it is settled, Amos replied anxiously before hanging up the phone and rushing to the port side. Just then, Drake had reached out to catch an incoming cannonball, which exploded in his grasp, forcing him to stagger backwards several steps, nearly crushing someone under his massive frame. Are you all right? Amos inquired. Drake glanced down to see Amos, shook his head slightly, and then, shaking off the bloodied remnants of his hand, resumed his position at the front lines. Amos observed the Tyrannosaurus Rex form of Drake, feeling a dual mix of concern for his ability to endure and envy for the possession of a devil fruit that could transcend his own limits of strength. Chapter 21. Just kill. Perhaps it was a matter of natural talent. In the world of One Piece, Amos was uncertain about the criteria for assessing one's inherent abilities. He merely aspired to align himself with the mightier, to grow stronger. Yet, due to the limitations of his physical constitution, despite his continual progress, his growth rate was far from comparable to that of Drake or Smoker. This disparity stemmed partly from innate talent and partly from the matter of devil fruits. Earlier, Amos had contemplated whether he should consume a devil fruit if given the chance, considering the potential to become a landlubber and create vulnerabilities. However, in hindsight, such thoughts seemed rather naive. If he refrained from consuming a devil fruit, would he not be inviting even more weaknesses? This world does not grant the luxury of capricious choices. As the fervor in his gaze gradually dissipated, Amos devoted himself wholeheartedly to the battlefield, keenly monitoring the unfolding situation. The cannon fire from the pirate ship had struck the Caesar, injuring 2 naval cadets severely, which adversely affected morale and instilled a sense of urgency among the naval students. As death loomed nearby, while fierce combat raged on one front, Genai and Smoker concluded their communication. Smoker, initially inclined to refuse, was imbued with a strong sense of confidence, believing that with the firepower of the Minerva and his own Logia fruit abilities, he could easily defeat the flagship of the Brochi pirates. However, upon Genai's mention of the dire circumstances surrounding the Saint Sal, he recognized the gravity of the situation, especially since this was the first battle for over half of the naval cadets. Thus, he opted for caution and reluctantly agreed to Genai's plan. The Minerva commenced its return, executing a pincer maneuver to provide support to the Saint Sal and Caesar. On board the flagship of the Brochi pirates, a burly man with brown dreadlocks pondered the naval ship that had initially pursued them but had soon turned back. Captain, what a splendid opportunity. Let them delay the Navy while we make our escape from the Grand Line and return to the West Blue to recuperate, exclaimed the advisor of the Brochi pirates, a middle-aged man clad in a black jacket and a headscarf, sighing in relief. Brochi narrowed his eyes in contemplation, musing that they did not appear to be the main force. The Navy's tactics this time are indeed rather peculiar, he remarked. The advisor replied, logically, that naval ship should have used its mobility to pursue us for a decisive battle, yet it has suddenly turned back. This can only indicate that the situation on their side is unfavorable, necessitating the return of that ship for support. Brochi incisively deduced the reason behind their actions. The advisor's eyes brightened. After a moment of silence, he carefully considered and stated, thus, what we need to traverse the seas is courage. Brochi slapped his hands against the ship's railing, commanding the attention of all the pirates aboard as he prepared to unveil his next plan. An air of boldness and reckless abandon enveloped him, and he resolved to take a gamble. The strategist, despite the possibility of escape, was determined to return. Seeking to confirm his suspicions, let us wager that we can annihilate the Navy. The artillery exchanged fire between the two parties, with the pirates' firepower stabilizing while the naval students rapidly improved their accuracy. The battlefield fosters swift advancement. A single experience in combat far surpasses 10 days of war analysis lectures in depth. Fire. The sound of cannon fire erupted, an incessant barrage marking yet another round of artillery. In such combat, the hit rate of cannonballs is indeed low, which is precisely why, in the face of a stalemate, close-quarters combat would ensue to determine the victor. At last, the Caesar struck a pirate ship's deck with a cannonball, igniting flames that danced across the surface. A series of explosions followed, likely triggered by a direct hit to an explosives cache. Cheers erupted from the crew aboard the Caesar. Among the 3 pirate vessels, one had been rendered chaotic and incapacitated. its crew now prioritizing firefighting over battle. Should the ship sink, survival in the unpredictable waters of the Grand Line would be utterly hopeless. The battle had been ongoing for 20 minutes, a mere prelude to the prolonged conflict at sea. However, two pirate ships, undeterred by the relentless cannonade, began to close in, clearly preparing for a boarding action. It was evident that they had been severely battered in previous encounters, suggesting that the Brochi pirate crew had endured a fierce battle prior to this engagement. Their haste to initiate a boarding action indicated a lack of ammunition following their escape, and it seemed they were on the verge of exhausting their cannon supplies after this confrontation, speculated Amos.This. Drake had reverted to his human form, his hands stained with blood as the ship's doctor administered rudimentary first aid. Despite his injuries, he bore no sign of distress, standing resolutely beside Amos, stating calmly, "The battle has only just begun." Amos wore a solemn expression, deeply convinced of the gravity of the situation. They were seasoned veterans with years of combat experience, fully aware of the reality. For the inexperienced recruits, the immediate impact of long-range artillery battles was not as pronounced. However, once close-quarters combat commenced, the brutal struggle revealed the harshness of facing flesh and blood. Those with weaker psychological fortitude could easily succumb to despair. To illustrate, it was akin to a rabbit confronting a wolf. Organize the veterans. They shall serve as the main force in the boarding battle. Prepare yourselves, Amos commanded. The pirates, fighting for their very survival, possessed a formidable strength that should not be underestimated. The boarding combat must not falter, otherwise, the lives of everyone aboard the ship would be at stake. I understand, X. Drake responded, having been appointed by Amos as the commander of the battle team. It was now his responsibility to mobilize and organize the veterans. Amos also brandished a cutlass, ready for the boarding battle. The ship was not currently operating under the conventional naval configuration and regulations. Rather, it resembled a chaotic melee. Only by adopting a pirate-like hierarchy where strength reigned supreme could he unite everyone to unleash their true potential. Consequently, the forthcoming skirmish would unfold in the style of buccaneers. The captain led the charge, rushing into the fray. For the past 2 years, Amos has engaged in numerous boarding battles. However, his position back then was not as pivotal as it is now, for he was merely the captain of a vessel, the very heart of the ship. Consequently, his primary focus at that time was on self-preservation, refraining from leading the charge in these confrontations and not exerting himself to the fullest in combat. Now, he finds himself compelled to take the forefront, confronting the fearsome pirates that lurk upon the Grand Line. Amos was undoubtedly apprehensive. Aside from those exceptionally formidable beings capable of single-handedly taking on 1,000 foes, how many others, despite their battle-hardened experience, could truly engage in light-hearted banter when confronted with the grim reality of life-and-death warfare? As the pirate ship drew nearer, the accuracy of the cannon fire intensified, resulting in escalating losses on both sides. Amos, with his sinewy hands gripping the hilt of his sword, stood at the ship's railing, his gaze icy as he observed the pirates on the opposing vessel, brandishing their blades. Drake had assembled a formidable contingent, 2/3 of whom were seasoned veterans, while the remaining third comprised newcomers, either volunteers or individuals of notable prowess. The rest of the crew tended to the wounded and ensured the safety of the entire ship. To the novices, I implore you to recognize that this is a battlefield. In war, it is a matter of survival. Either you perish, or your adversaries do. We confront a pack of bloodthirsty beasts. If you wish to survive, it is imperative to stow away your innocence, compassion, and arrogance, Amos declared, his voice now a low rasp from earlier shouting. Cast off your fear and seize the blades in your hands. Kill. Annihilate them all. Chapter 22. The confrontation. The pirate ships drew near. One vessel, having suffered a direct hit to its ammunition cache from the cannon fire of the Caesar, erupted in a series of explosions, engulfing its deck in flames that rose 4 to 5 meters high, rendering the ship defenseless as its crew scrambled to extinguish the inferno. Now, only 2 pirate ships remained, each charging towards the Caesar and the St. Sal. Amos did not dwell on the circumstances surrounding the St. Sal. His primary focus was to wholeheartedly manage the affairs aboard the Caesar. To assume the role of captain entailed shouldering significant responsibilities. Even if his heart were inclined towards the St. Sal, he was utterly powerless to intervene. It is wiser to remain grounded in reality and possess self-awareness. Furthermore, since Jinai had also ascended to the rank of captain, she ought to handle her own matters. The exchange of cannon fire had ceased, and the distance between the Caesar and the pirate vessel was merely 20 to 30 meters, with the 2 ships poised to collide at any moment. In stark contrast to the naval students, who wore solemn expressions, the fresh recruits were beaded with perspiration. The pirates, however, were far more frenzied. These bloodthirsty marauders revered violence. In the dire straits of being pursued, their combat spirit surged with an unprecedented vigor. Fortunately, Amos had arranged for the majority of the main force for the boarding battle to consist of seasoned veterans, who possessed combat experience and would not succumb to a scenario resembling the confrontation between wolves and lambs when facing the pirates. A rough estimate indicated that there were dozens aboard the pirate ship, slightly fewer than their own combat team. Yet they could not afford to underestimate their adversaries due to numerical disparities. Even Drake was armed, wielding a rapier in one hand and a double-bladed axe in the other. Drake, this boarding action is unavoidable. Yet its paramount purpose is to impart a lesson to the fresh recruits. However, this is no simple lesson. A course learned at the cost of one's life may yield rapid advancement, but the accompanying risks are exceedingly grave. Amos stood shoulder to shoulder with Drake, speaking in a measured tone. Your strength is formidable, thus the safety of the others rests upon your shoulders. And what of you? Will you not protect them? Drake inquired. Amos relinquished his combat stance, shedding the naval jacket that hindered his performance, revealing his robust torso once more. Grasping a standard-issue naval long knife in one hand, he began to loosen his neck and wrists, reflecting, "This is also a lesson for me." Drake raised an eyebrow but remained silent. In the mere span of 20 seconds, the distance between the two ships had dwindled to a mere 2 or 3 meters. With Amos's years of combat experience, he understood that the pirates would soon attempt to board their vessel. Besides the primary combatants, the ship housed several injured personnel, a ship's doctor, and a group of terrified naval students who were rendered incapable of fighting. Should the pirates succeed in boarding, the ensuing chaos would be nearly impossible to control, likely resulting in even greater harm. Thus, he resolved to take a contrary approach. Albeit perilous, it could safeguard the others aboard the warship. They must not be allowed to board. Kill. Amos's originally lifeless eyes widened in an instant, revealing an infinite fury. He let out a roar that sent shivers through those who heard it. By the time the others regained their composure, Amos had already taken a running leap. Planting his foot on the ship's railing, and in one graceful bound, he crossed the 2 or 3 meters to land on the pirate ship, engaging in fierce combat. Drake, not far behind Amos, effortlessly leaped onto the deck of the pirate vessel, wielding his long axe and rapier with tremendous force, single-handedly restraining 3 or 4 pirates in a matter of moments. Among the main assault force, 2/3 were seasoned veterans, their combat awareness and experience remarkably profound. Upon hearing Amos's declaration that the pirates must not board, they understood the dire consequences should the pirates succeed, prompting them to roar as they leaped from the ship's railing to land on the pirate ship. The inexperienced newcomers lagged slightly behind. During the charge, they instinctively slowed their pace, falling to the rear of the formation. Nevertheless, the battle had erupted in full force, even if the novices wished to flee. It was already too late. Moreover, once the fighting commenced, exposing one's back to the enemy signified nothing less than a death sentence. Clash. Amos swung his longsword towards a pirate, who hastily raised his blade to parry the attack. Despite his efforts, he could not withstand the force, staggering backwards a few steps. This retreat disrupted the formation, and with the formation in disarray, vulnerabilities inevitably emerged. Amos wielded his sword with precision, deftly deflecting 2 blades aimed at him. With a surge of power, he lunged forward, intent on eliminating the pirate before him. However, the pirate was no novice. As he retreated, he positioned his sword defensively against his chest. The battle cry prior to combat had the ability to elevate morale in an instant. Yet Amos remained stoically silent during the fray, focused solely on the art of slaughter. The pirate braced his sword at his chest to guard against Amos' downward strike, which he had already initiated. Yet, he underestimated Amos, despite the limitations of his physical prowess compared to the likes of Drake. Years of relentless training had endowed Amos with a physique far superior to that of a mere pirate lackey. He swiftly altered his approach, transitioning to a horizontal slash. In a fleeting moment, the long blade grazed the pirate's neck. Although the distance prevented a clean decapitation, it severed 2/3 of the connection between the neck and head, causing the pirate's expression to shift dramatically as his head drooped, blood gushing from the severed flesh. Having decisively dispatched one pirate, Amos found himself under immediate threat as the remaining pirates wielded their weapons once more. With no time to pivot and parry, he executed a forward roll and quickly regained his footing to perform a sweeping counterattack. The three pirates who had attempted to strike from behind narrowly avoided injury from Amos's sudden maneuver, momentarily pausing as they closed in on him, encircling their prey. Amos's bare upper body was splattered with droplets of fresh blood, thick and reeking of a pungent iron scent. He gripped his blade tightly, subtly shifting his stance as he cast a cold, penetrating gaze upon the pirates encircling him on three sides. He exhaled softly. Amos deliberately exposed a vulnerability by confronting the scar-faced pirate ahead of him. As he anticipated, a commotion arose behind him, indicating that the pirate lurking there was seizing the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. He had been wary of the individual behind him, and with a well-prepared backward slash, he evaded another pirate's assault, successfully extricating himself from the encirclement. In swift succession, his long blade struck the back of the pirate who had just attempted to ambush him. The knife, razor-sharp and propelled by his considerable strength, pierced through effortlessly. The assailant immediately spread his arms and collapsed to the ground, his dark burlap clothing swiftly becoming drenched in a deep crimson hue. A piercing scream of agony echoed through the air. Amos remained oblivious, seizing the opportunity to approach another pirate before the new encirclement had fully formed. For those formidable beings who had already reached the pinnacle of power, war represented the effortless annihilation of dozens, if not hundreds, sweeping away over 10 vessels with a mere flick of the wrist, possessing the might to obliterate an entire island. Yet for the young Amos, whose physical prowess was modest and who still grappled in the trenches of hand-to-hand combat, war signified an unending torrent of bloodshed and an insatiable surge of volatile impulses. This marked his inaugural battle in the Grand Line, a chance to witness the true strength of the pirates that roamed its waters. Only by confronting his own insignificance could he aspire to become powerful. Meanwhile, the Minerva was hastening to their aid. Smoker, still with 2 cigars clenched between his teeth, astonishingly managed to articulate his words with clarity. They were about to engage in a boarding battle. Smoker lowered his telescope. Captain, a naval student, also hailing from the East Blue, rushed to the bow, urgently calling out. Sharing a common origin, the student held great respect for Smoker. The flagship of the Bubbler Pirates has returned. Is that so? Smoker's expression turned grave. He had intended to let them slip away, but was taken aback by their audacity to return. What shall we do? The naval student, lacking Smoker's calm demeanor, anxiously inquired about their course of action. Smoker exhaled a plume of white smoke, turning to stride towards the stern. As he walked, his dismissive voice reached the ears of the student. Change course. We shall engage the flagship of the Bubbler Pirates. Chapter 23, Brutality. The chaotic melee erupted. With pirates and navy entangled in a mutual quagmire, unable to extricate themselves from one another, the navy held a numerical advantage, yet did not significantly lag behind in strength compared to these battle-hardened pirates, for both factions comprised a select group drawn from the 4 seas. Although the majority of this cohort had opted for immediate deployment, the seasoned veterans of the Navy predominantly occupied administrative roles. In summary, both sides possessed their own strengths and weaknesses, making it challenging to determine a victor in the short term. Amos found himself besieged once more, as a motley crew of pirates converged upon him, presenting a formidable challenge in the absence of any powerful trump cards. Although he ranked among the elite within the naval cadets, if one were to disregard Smoker, Jean Bay, and X. Drake, his accomplishments were a testament to his diligent efforts. Nevertheless, being ceaselessly surrounded by pirates and engaged in a war of attrition was taking a toll on his stamina, leaving him utterly exhausted. X. Drake, benefiting from the advantages of his devil fruit, navigated effortlessly aboard the pirate vessels. His paramount duty was to safeguard the safety of the naval cadets, a responsibility that weighed heavily upon him. Amidst the chaos of nearly 100 individuals engaged in close combat on the pirate ship, it was a daunting task to ensure the well-being of all. Clang. Amos clashed blades with a pirate. After parrying a blow, the pirate swiftly relinquished his weapon, retreating to draw a flintlock from his waist. Amos's pupils slightly constricted, a manifestation of the impending crisis he sensed. Those with timid dispositions and scant combat experience might instinctively turn to flee upon witnessing a pirate reaching for a weapon. Little do they realize that such an impulse obliterates any chance of altering the situation. The moment one entertains thoughts of escape, their fate is already sealed. In battle, indecision is to be avoided at all costs, and retreat is even more abhorred. This is a grim lesson etched in the blood of countless souls. Amos hurled the knife forward and immediately sprinted towards it with all his might. The pirate, in an attempt to evade the thrown blade, tilted his body slightly, momentarily halting his actions. This brief pause, lasting perhaps less than a second, granted Amos the precious time he needed. As the pirate drew forth the flintlock pistol and raised it, Amos lunged forward. Bang! The sound of the gunshot echoed. Thud! The noise of a fall ensued. The weapon had misfired. Before the pirate could properly aim, Amos swiftly pressed down on the gun, causing the pirate, in a moment of desperation, to pull the trigger. The bullet struck the deck, igniting sparks. Amos firmly grasped the pirate's neck with one hand while reaching for the dagger that had long been sheathed at his waist with the other. Reduced to such a vulnerable state, the pirate refused to surrender and wildly struck Amos's head with both fists. A powerful blow landed on Amos's right eye, instantly rendering him unable to see anything through that eye. Thud! Amos moved with remarkable swiftness. His dagger sliced through the pirate's throat before plunging into his heart. With a swift motion, he withdrew the blade and struck again. Following a swift roll, he seized the long sword that had fallen nearby, wiping his eyes with his bloodied hand. He realized it was smeared with crimson. Amos did not overly concern himself with the issue of his eyesight. In the midst of battle, preserving his life took precedence. When he finally managed to seize a moment to catch his breath, he observed two naval cadets engaged in a dire struggle. They were pitted against a towering brute wielding two massive axes, whose tremendous strength forced them into a relentless retreat. Soon, one of the cadets could no longer withstand the onslaught and was struck in the abdomen by the giant's axe. With a sickening thud, his innards spilled forth from the gaping wound. The cadet stood frozen for a fleeting second before collapsing to the ground. His mouth brimmed with blood, rendering him unable to emit a piercing scream. All he could manage were muffled whimpers of agony as terror washed over his face. Desperately, he released his longsword and, with trembling hands, attempted to shove his entrails back into his body, as if seeking to reclaim what had been lost. His companion, fighting beside him, was left in a daze, witnessing the horrifying scene, his scalp prickling with dread, his very soul quaking. Clang! The sword fell to the ground as he knelt, tears welling in his eyes. "Jijito, are you all right?" Before he could utter another word, the merciless giant brought his axe crashing down, severing the crying cadet's head from his body. The world spun around the fallen youth, gradually fading into darkness. Crystal tears danced in the air before plummeting to the deck, mingling with the blood of an unknown origin, their reflections capturing the two combatants locked in their deadly struggle. Cursed fate! Drake, witnessing this dreadful tableau, rushed forth, simultaneously swinging his rapier and axe. The colossal brute blocked with his axe, but Drake summoned a surge of strength, forcing the once mighty giant to stagger back several paces. Gritting his teeth, Drake sheathed his weapon, leapt into the air, and landed behind the giant, driving his rapier into the brute's lower back. A guttural cry escaped the giant's lips, akin to the sound of a wounded beast. Drake did not withdraw his weapon. Instead, he gripped the axe's handle with both hands and unleashed a barrage of blows upon the giant. Blood soaked his hat, turning it a deep crimson, and his vision blurred with the haze of violence. Even after delivering more than a dozen strikes, the cries of the giant fell silent to his ears. Yet he continued to hack away, consumed by a singular, fervent mantra: "Die, die, die." Amos caught a glimpse of the tragic scene before him and couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. He hoped that no more individuals would succumb to infection and spiral into madness. On the battlefield, no one would extend pity towards them. To exhibit weakness would only lead to death. The Minerva positioned itself sideways, facing the rapidly approaching flagship of the Brock pirate crew. Smoker personally oversaw the operations, and the 22 cannons on the starboard side of the Minerva were fully prepared. The moment the Brock pirate flagship entered range, he decisively commanded the cannons to fire. Boom, boom, boom. The cannon fire resonated deafeningly. The first round of shots missed their target. Adjust the trajectory. Prepare. Smoker observed the swiftly advancing pirate ship with a cold gaze. At the bow of the vessel stood Brock, the captain of the Brock pirate crew, alongside his strategist, Snow. Smoker could see the pirates, brimming with excitement, brandishing their swords and knives. Though he maintained a facade of calm, an unsettling feeling akin to prey being stalked by a hunter stirred within him. Boarding battles were a customary affair for pirates. Throughout centuries of conflict, the Navy's combat style primarily relied on cannon fire, aiming to swiftly sink pirate vessels. Conversely, pirates, while plundering merchant ships, preferred not to use cannons to ensure the safety of their loot and facilitate the capture of entire enemy ships. Thus, they often resorted to direct collisions, engaging in brutal boarding battles to conclude matters swiftly and seize the spoils. The Minerva stood alone against the flagship of the Brock pirate crew. Despite the grandeur of his orders, a palpable sense of panic gripped everyone once the battle commenced. Chapter 24. The Examination Ends. Cursed Navy. As Amos engaged in a fierce struggle with one pirate, another pirate stealthily launched an attack from behind. Unable to extricate himself from the fray, he drew forth a dagger and hurled it at the assailant. The dagger found its mark, piercing the pirate's chest. The assailant faltered momentarily, then, in a fit of rage, spat forth a mouthful of blood and staggered forward, plunging his sword into Amos's back. Amos exerted all his strength to overpower the confronting pirate, swiftly turning to deliver a fatal strike to the pirate's chest, ensuring his immediate demise. Subsequently, he planted his longsword into the ground to support his weary frame. His right eye could barely open, yet it remained clouded and indistinct. The entirety of his right eye was a deep shade of purple, with no blood remaining to flow. Cough. Amos clutched the wound on his back, gritting his teeth as he straightened his posture. The veins on his forehead throbbed, and his face contorted in a terrifying grimace. Holding his breath, he charged at the pirate. And after 3 exchanges, he drove his blade through the pirate's heart. Amos still gripped the hilt of his knife, and as the pirates fell back, he too was brought to his knees. Meanwhile, Drake, in his Tyrannosaurus form, valiantly defended against the last 3 pirates' flintlock attacks. Enduring the pain, he crushed one underfoot, prompting the remaining 2 to hastily abandon their weapons in a desperate bid to leap into the sea. Drake pursued, seizing one of them, while the other took advantage of the chaos to plunge into the water. A wielder of abilities, he yearned to eliminate the final pirate, yet found himself powerless to do so. Transforming back into human form, he gasped for breath, his body marred by over a dozen wounds. The pirates numbered around 30 or 40, while the Navy boasted just over 50. However, Amos and Drake had absorbed a considerable share of the pirates' assaults. The newcomers, despite their commendable strength, lacked psychological resilience, and most of the veterans, having previously held clerical positions, exhibited little combat prowess. Their 50 members clashed chaotically with 20 pirates, while the remaining pirates concentrated their efforts on the 2 most formidable individuals. One had escaped. Drake remarked, but without a ship on this vast sea, survival becomes an elusive endeavor. Amos laboriously maneuvered to the edge of the pirate ship, seemingly oblivious to Drake's words, bowing his head and closing his eyes. One hand pressed against the wound on his back, sweat dripping from his damp hair. He was striving to regulate his breath. The tumult of battle had ceased aboard the ship, replaced by the sounds of anguished cries and wails. The remaining personnel from the warship were hastening towards this direction, while the ship's medic urgently bandaged several lightly injured individuals. Among them were 4 or 5 who had sustained fatal injuries or had already succumbed. Mingled with the bodies of pirates sprawled haphazardly across the deck, many newcomers had collapsed, emitting faint breaths. Some lay motionless, their faces against the deck. Initially, the medic suspected they were gravely injured, but upon closer examination, he discovered they were merely paralyzed by fear. Drake was tending to those who were severely shaken. Despite his own injuries, which were trivial compared to the powers granted by the Zoan-type dinosaur fruit he had consumed, the wounded were being attended to, while other naval cadets were escorting the disoriented newcomers back to the warship. The veterans, too, were utterly exhausted, for some battles had not played to their strengths. Amos leaned motionless against the ship's railing. Drake, having reassured a naval student, stepped over the lifeless body of a pirate and approached Amos. Noticing that one of his hands was pressed against his back, a closer inspection revealed that his fingers were stained with blood. "You are injured, Drake remarked as he crouched down. Amos was still taking deep breaths to steady himself, enduring the searing pain. The ship's doctor was inadequate. "I shall fetch the medicine box and administer a basic bandage for you," Drake declared as he rose to his feet. Amos remained with his eyes closed, his brow furrowed as he inquired, "What about them?" Drake understood that Amos was referring to the St. Sal and the Minerva. He gazed out at the shimmering sea, where the St. Sal and the pirate ship had already engaged in a boarding battle. However, the once boisterous shouts had now faded into silence. Meanwhile, in the distance, the Minerva was firing its cannons, with the flagship of the Brochi pirates drawing perilously close. The battle on the Hanai side must have concluded, and now Smoker was clashing with the flagship of the Brochi pirates. Upon hearing this, Amos opened his eyes. His right eye was swollen, yet the gaze from his left remained sharp. Enduring the pain, he rose to his feet and looked toward that direction, realizing that even if they could win, the losses would be substantial. "Teacher Zifa has arrived," came the exclamations of surprise from the others. Amos and Drake gazed towards the source of the sound. A Navy sailor aboard the Caesar, who had not participated in the battle, excitedly waved towards the distant surface of the sea. As their gaze shifted, they noticed a single-masted sailing vessel approaching. It appeared that the ship was not merely propelled by the wind. There seemed to be some form of propulsion device installed at its stern, enabling it to move with remarkable speed. Aboard were only 4 individuals. The former admiral of the Navy headquarters, now the chief instructor of the Naval Academy, Zephyr, accompanied by 3 principal instructors, Saki, Simpao, and Cabot. Amos and X. Drake were acutely aware that, despite being merely 4 individuals, they possessed the power to sway the tide of battle. There was no need for concern on Smoker's end. Amos leaned against the ship's railing, his gaze sweeping across the numerous lifeless bodies strewn about the pirate vessel. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood and gunpowder, causing him to wrinkle his brow in distaste. It was over. The Naval Academy was indeed not as straightforward as it appeared. X. Drake, leaning against the railing, remarked. His emotions remained relatively unchanged, although some classmates had perished. They had mocked him for his father's betrayal of the Navy. He harbored no fondness for them, and thus felt little sorrow in their absence. Amos extended his hand and lightly tapped X. Drake on the chest with the back of his hand. X. Drake turned his head to meet Amos's gaze, tilting it slightly, and inquired, Have you forgotten that you just mentioned fetching the first aid kit to tend to my wounds? Amos replied with a stoic expression. X. Drake flashed a grin. I nearly forgot. With that, he proceeded to retrieve the first aid kit. Amos let out a soft groan as he waved his hand in an okay gesture while Zephyr and the others sailed past the Caesar and the pirate ship, indicating that the situation had been resolved. Zephyr and the 3 other instructors glanced at him before the vessel continued its journey without pause. After exchanging greetings, Amos slowly settled back down, raising his head to gaze at the sky. The deck was drenched in blood, yet the heavens remained astonishingly clear and blue. X. Drake soon returned, methodically tending to Amos's wounds, following the straightforward steps he had casually inquired about earlier. His grip was firm, and as he wrapped the bandages around Amos, the latter felt as though he were being suffocated. You possess considerable potential as a medic, don't you? Perhaps X. Drake deliberately misinterpreted Amos's jest, applying even greater pressure. Damn it. Chapter 25, Class Dismissed. The battle had concluded. Zephyr and the 3 instructors had personally intervened, effortlessly defeating the flagship of the Brochi pirate crew. Shortly thereafter, a 3-masted warship, armed with over 100 cannons and manned by 7 to 1,000 naval soldiers, arrived to apprehend the surviving pirates. The injured naval students were then entrusted to more specialized ship's doctors for urgent treatment. Statistics revealed that 17 naval students had perished in this skirmish, while 79 sustained varying degrees of injury. The Minerva, having suffered no assault from the Brochi flagship, incurred the fewest losses, with only a handful of naval students experiencing accidents due to improper cannon handling. Trained regular soldiers were engaged in clearing the battlefield, while Amos received treatment from the dispatched medical professionals, disinfection, suturing, and bandaging. Afterward, disregarding his pain, he stepped outside with X. Drake, standing at the ship's railing to watch the soldiers pass by, alongside fellow students who wept bitterly for friends lost in battle. The sea breeze tousled Amos's disheveled hair as it brushed against their faces. The 2 remained silent, expressionless, observing the aftermath of war's chaos. Once Zephyr had addressed the scene, like his 3 colleagues, his face betrayed no sorrow or dissatisfaction regarding the battle. No one could fathom the thoughts swirling within the minds of these 4 principal instructors of the Naval Academy. The atmosphere was heavy, yet Amos had grown accustomed to it. Even in victory, how many victors would find joy when the war concluded? What do you think? X. Drake inquired. Amos was momentarily taken aback, his arms resting upon the edge of the ship as he leaned forward slightly, gazing at the surface of the sea, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. Such is the nature of war. The newcomers often underestimate its complexities. X. Drake and Amos mirrored each other's stance, their eyes fixated on distant warships. Growth is a requisite for all, yet who can fathom the immense cost of maturation before experiencing that pivotal moment? Run. They will not kill me. I shall buy you some time. Your eyes, resembling those of a dead fish, look exceedingly grim at this moment. Hurry, I can secure you a chance. Dead fish-eyed Yusuf is gone. You cannot afford to perish as well. Amos reminisced about that unforgettable moment, a scene that had rendered him sleepless countless nights. Although 2 years had elapsed, the image of Luizer, charging towards the ghastly spider, remained vivid in his mind. His eyelids and eyelashes quivered slightly before his gaze fell upon his long, bony fingers resting on the ship's railing. Indeed, who could fathom the price one must pay? X. Drake parted his lips slightly, only to quickly close them again, gritting his teeth, his eyes betraying a mixture of composure and menace. Hey, Dory, bring me some wine. Do you know how much this fruit can fetch? If we were to receive such a sum, what need would we have for piracy? Ha ha ha. Both men found themselves ensnared in memories stirred by X. Drake's recent reflection. A total of 4 warships had set sail for their return, with the Caesar and St. Sal ships entrusted to naval soldiers for navigation, while naval cadets underwent psychological and physiological treatment. Thunder rumbled ominously in the sky, soon shrouded in dark clouds. A fierce wind whipped through, causing their garments to billow, and the waves began to rage and churn, reminiscent of a monstrous sea creature poised to devour. Hurry back to the cabin, a naval soldier urged Amos and X. Drake, warning them of the impending danger outside. It's about to rain. Amos. X. Drake broke the silence. You speak of the era of great pirates, don't you? Of the Pirate King, Roger? Amos remained steadfast in his original actions. Upon hearing X. Drake's inquiry, he exhaled deeply and replied, Does it truly matter? Let's go. It appears to be raining. With that, Amos turned and made his way back to the cabin. X. Drake gazed at his retreating figure, lost in contemplation. Amos returned to the cabin and had scarcely rested when X. Drake also made his entrance. However, rather than seeking out Amos, he chose to recline on his own. Amos, nursing his wounds, sat silently by the window, observing the tempestuous storm outside, lightning flashing and thunder roaring as heavy rain poured down. The passage to justice had been opened, and through the tumultuous seas, 4 warships took an entire day to return to Marineford. Their pace was considerably slower than that of Amos and his comrades due to the relentless storm, which raged on for an extended duration. At Marineford's docks, a fine drizzle fell, yet the atmosphere remained vibrant. Warships were docking and departing, while the naval soldiers stood in formation, their commands echoing in unison. If the naval students had once looked down upon these lower-ranked soldiers with disdain, their experiences in genuine combat had transformed that contempt into profound respect. Only a soldier truly understands another soldier. As the warships docked, the uninjured naval students carried stretchers to transport their wounded comrades. Amos, eschewing sentimentality, grasped X. Drake firmly, enduring a twinge of pain as he disembarked. Once on land, all personnel lined up on either side of the St. Sal, and many of the injured, despite their condition, made an effort to sit up. At that moment, Marineford fell into a hushed stillness. The sounds of drills ceased, and it felt as though time itself had paused. The multitude of soldiers at the dock halted their activities, standing at attention, facing the St. Sal. With a distinct sound of footsteps, Zephyr, his purple hair a testament to his age, yet his physique still robust, descended from the St. Sal clad in a naval coat and sunglasses, swaying slightly as he walked. 3 instructors trailed closely behind him. Following them, the sound of even more hurried footsteps became apparent. The first to emerge were 2 naval students in full uniform, one of whom was Smoker. Each grasped one end of a stretcher, advancing steadily. Soon, the entirety of the contingent emerged from the St. Sal, for naval students bore the stretchers. In total, 17 stretchers were carried forth, each draped in pristine white cloth, under which lay human forms. These 17 stretchers, lifted by 68 naval students, were the remains of valiant naval martyrs who had heroically fallen in battle against pirates in the Grand Line, their average age scarcely exceeding 19. Zephyr and the 3 instructors led the procession, followed closely by the long line of stretcher bearers. The solemn procession wended its way between the other naval students who had already disembarked and stood at attention along the sides. The atmosphere remained profoundly quiet. The newcomers had never fathomed that such a silence could envelop the vast expanse of Marineford. Little did they know that the docks of Marineford daily received the bodies of countless naval heroes. When the body was brought down, it was mandated that all naval personnel must cease their activities to pay their respects to the martyrs with a solemn salute, extending the utmost honor. Zephyr reached the end of the 2 rows of naval cadets and came to a halt. A few moments later, he turned around, and 3 instructors repositioned themselves behind him. Amos gazed at Zephyr, whose eyes were obscured by sunglasses. The 17 of them were now officially bestowed with the rank of 3rd-class seamen by the Navy headquarters. On the cold, silent dock, only Zephyr's deep voice resonated. The reason for selecting you students to carry these valiant souls, instead of dispatching the most elite regular soldiers from the headquarters, lies in the fact that in this battle, you stand as comrades in arms. It is most fitting for you to escort them home. Zephyr proclaimed loudly, his voice echoing as if the entire dock could hear him. While choosing to hold the memorial at the dock ensures that countless soldiers coming and going would remember their names. In the eyes of the old man, being remembered by so many is a profound honor for a naval soldier. Everyone listened intently. Some students unable to contain their tears as they remembered fallen friends among the martyrs. This is your first lesson at the Naval Academy. What it teaches you is not merely a broadened perspective, but a visceral understanding of war. Zephyr continued, emphasizing that after this lesson, you must cultivate a sense of reverence for the Navy and temper your irreverent attitudes, contemplating the weight of the responsibilities you bear. Upon concluding this statement, Zephyr, along with 3 instructors, moved forward towards the 17 stretchers. Even the most mischievous naval students gazed up at Zephyr with glistening eyes. As he stood 3 or 4 meters in front of the stretcher carried by Smoker, Zephyr paused and spoke again. The instructors of this first lesson are Bowen X, Tayton, Abner Rhodes, Avia, Kano, Kaki, Paul Jean, Augustine, Mocha, Brokey, Adolphe, Xavier, Roeder, Dempsey, Morgan William, Aramis, and Valen. A slight shock rippled through everyone's hearts. They were at least somewhat familiar with the names of these individuals, the 17 martyrs upon the stretchers. Zephyr did not present any so-called death list. He remembered the names of these 17 students clearly in his mind. I am proud to call them my students. With a resolute expression, he suddenly took a deep breath and shouted, "Now, on behalf of these 17 teachers, I declare, class dismissed." Chapter 26, A Frantic World Class is Dismissed. Zephyr's voice seemed to pierce the very soul, causing all who heard it to shiver involuntarily. Salute, Teacher Saki commanded, and then the entire dock, all the naval soldiers, saluted the 17 naval students upon the stretchers. On the battlefield, there exists no hierarchy of veterans and rookies. Those who sacrifice to protect the world, regardless of their origins or ranks, are deserving of respect. Amos and X. Drake saluted with unwavering posture, gazing solemnly at the stretcher. In that prolonged yet fleeting 30 seconds of tribute, the rain intensified slightly, and hundreds of naval soldiers stood motionless like wooden stakes. Ultimately, Zephyr was the first to lower his hand and turn to continue onward, heading towards the Naval Academy. 68 naval cadets who bore the stretcher followed closely behind, with other naval students and the injured bringing up the rear. The procession resembled a great dragon as it departed from the docks of Marineford. The remaining naval soldiers resumed their duties. Despite the inclement weather, Amos sensed an indescribable strength emanating from them, an unwavering resolve that was palpable. Those naval soldiers passing by, along with the townsfolk, came to a halt upon witnessing this poignant scene. The Navy stood at attention, while the residents clasped their hands in reverence, bidding farewell to the departing procession. For Zephyr and his comrades, who had served in the Navy for 3 to 4 decades, such displays of respect towards Marineford had become second nature. Marineford, the headquarters of the Navy, held a revered status in the eyes of individuals from various backgrounds across the seas, symbolizing strength and peace. The aspiration to serve as a soldier within its ranks was a source of immense pride for all. This very reverence led to the promotion of numerous exceptional soldiers from the branches across the 4 seas annually. However, the burden borne by Marineford was even greater. As if the weight of the entire world rested upon its shoulders, Marineford instilled fear in the hearts of pirates across the Grand Line. Standing resolute against the onslaught of millions of the fiercest marauders gathered from the 4 seas, each day countless naval soldiers were returned, many of whom had been summoned from the 4 seas, while others were the children, husbands, fathers, brothers, and siblings of the townsfolk. The return of even a fraction of those fallen soldiers had become a distant hope, as pirates, in their fury, would sever the heads of naval personnel and display them upon their masts, employing unspeakably brutal methods to torment those naval captives who still clung to life. As Amos trailed behind the team on his way back to the Naval Academy, he found himself lost in contemplation. The demon-slaying edict from 2 years prior had plunged him into profound disillusionment with the world. The notion that the Navy would harm the orphans of their own ranks was, in itself, an absurd and colossal farce. During his 2 years in the branch, he had witnessed an overwhelming number of fallen naval officers. There, a mere junior major could wield absolute power over a vast expanse of ocean, consorting with scoundrels who colluded with pirates, engaging in acts nearly indistinguishable from those of the very criminals they were meant to oppose, and witnessing an increasing number of once passionate youths being corroded by the world's darkness. The villagers, ravaged by plunder, found themselves bereft of hope in the Navy and thus chose to align themselves with piracy. Some had lost their entire family fortunes, while entire towns were set ablaze, smoldering for 3 days and nights until quelled by a torrential downpour. Some succumbed to despair and took their own lives after enduring unspeakable violations, while others, driven mad, spared not even the innocence of children. Such scenes were all too familiar to Amos. Yet, he felt utterly powerless. The world had decayed to such an extent that his heart grew colder by the day. He had witnessed entire villages extinguished, the ravaging of women by pirates, and had experienced the madness of charging into a band of pirates, slaying more than a dozen of them. He had also found himself aboard a Lieutenant Colonel's warship, not to rescue those in peril, but to observe as the pirates burned a village, only to later blockade them for the collection of plundered goods before allowing them to pass, standing alone on the deck, engulfed by flames and an overwhelming sense of impotence. On one occasion, he shared a drink with a young naval officer who had joined the branch at the same time. As the young officer became inebriated, he kept repeating, "This world has gone mad. Everyone has lost their minds." After uttering these words, his comrade placed his cap over his face and wept bitterly. That day, they both bore witness to a woman who, after being violated, chose to end her own life. They could not intervene, nor could they have possibly done so. Thus, after reading the One Piece manga and experiencing so much himself, Amos developed a deep-seated contempt for it all, perceiving the Navy as no different from the pirates, mere refuse. Yet, in that moment, he unexpectedly felt a pang of sorrow. Amos seemed to recall something, inhaling deeply as he tilted his head to gaze at the sky. Raindrops trickled into his eyes, yet he exhibited no sign of reaction. It appeared that in this world, there still existed individuals who tirelessly strove for their beliefs. He exhaled a breath of mist, which was faint and dissipated swiftly. The sky bore neither the hue of white nor black, but rather a dismal and chilling gray. Drake was oblivious to Amos's peculiar demeanor, but soon enough, he heard Amos muttering a phrase, "Damn that pirate King Roger." Upon returning to the Naval Academy, the team disbanded for a day of rest. The injured received treatment, resuming their studies whenever they recovered, while the others, following a day of adjustment, officially embarked on their 4-year training. In the evening, designated instructors assigned dormitories, each accommodating 4 individuals. Among Amos's 3 roommates, 2 hailed from the Caesar ship, Doi, who had initially challenged Amos's authority, and Shios, who had rescued him. Hearing others speak of Amos's exploits, both of them found themselves admiring him. However, they remained fierce rivals, their physiques vastly contrasting. One was lean and spirited, while the other was exceedingly robust. The third, a young man named Harkins, with blonde hair and blue eyes, returned to the dormitory and promptly fell into a deep slumber, uttering not a word. According to Doi, Harkins's close friend was one of the 17 students who had perished in battle. Amos nodded, choosing not to elaborate further with his dormitory companions. He bid them farewell and departed from the Naval Academy. He ventured to a tavern to procure 2 bottles of gin. As he made his way back to the academy, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to change direction. I knew it. Our paths would cross again. It was still the same street, where the drunken sailor sat in the corner at this hour, sipping his drink and observing the ebb and flow of passers-by. Amos tossed a bottle of Jim Beam to him and took a seat beside him. The drunkard had already finished his drink, and Amos had alleviated his pressing need. With enthusiasm, he accepted the bottle, bit into the cork with his teeth, and began to gulp down the spirit. Then, noticing the swelling around Amos's right eye, he inquired, "Injured? I've heard about the new students. Many have perished." Amos took to drinking by himself. Observing his demeanor, the drunkard smirked and said, "Have you suffered a blow?" Bang! Amos forcefully smashed the bottle onto the ground, the scent of alcohol swirling around him as he lowered his head, breathing heavily, his gaze icy. "Hey, who do you think can change this wretched world?" The drunkard, taken aback by Amos's unexpected question, paused for a moment before leaning against the wall. "At the very least, it won't be the current Navy." Chapter 27. Conversation then, who could it be? Amos inquired. "How should I know?" The drunkard rolled his eyes, took another swig of his drink, and wiped his mouth. After a rare moment of silence, he added, "But someone will eventually step forward." Huh. Amos found it amusing and took another drink. There truly seemed to be no right or wrong, whether it was the world government, the Navy, or the Pirate King. Ultimately, it was the ordinary people who bore the consequences. The drunkard slapped Amos on the chest, saying, "Are you drunk? Don't spout such nonsense in the future." Amos's eyes remained bright, clearly unaffected by intoxication. He spoke slowly, expressing that reasoning with the times was utterly foolish. The two parted ways once more, and before leaving, Amos offered the drunkard a cigarette, then made his way back to the Naval Academy. As he walked, He lit the cigarette. Upon his return to the academy, a refreshing breeze swept through, instantly dissipating his previous sense of unease. He paused for a moment in contemplation before entering the dormitory, returning to his room. "You're back," said Hughes, who lay on his bed. At that moment, Hawkins was still asleep, and Doy was nowhere to be seen. It seemed Hughes had just settled down and was not yet asleep. Upon hearing the sound of Amos opening the door, he sat up. Drake came looking for you." Hughes yawned. "It's already 11 o'clock. Amos replied, making his way back to his own bed. He felt fatigued and decided to seek out Drake the following day. Hughes detected the scent of alcohol on Amos and was aware that Amos was still recovering from his injuries, rendering him unfit for drinking. However, given Amos's current state, Hughes refrained from inquiring further, opting instead to lie down and rest himself. The next morning, Amos did not rise at the usual hour of 6. It was nearly noon when Hughes woke him, cautioning him not to miss the lunch provided by the cafeteria. Furthermore, Hughes mentioned that Drake had sought Amos on 2 more occasions but had refrained from waking him due to his slumber. After Amos rose, he surveyed the dormitory. Noting the absence of Hawkins and Doy, he casually inquired of Hughes about their whereabouts, to which Hughes replied, "This morning, Hawkins attended the burial of a dear friend, and Doy accompanied him. They are likely in the dining hall now." "Oh," Amos responded, donning his attire and giving Hughes a gentle pat on the shoulder. "You may go ahead and have your meal. I shall join shortly. Shall I fetch you a portion?" Hughes offered. It was evident that Hughes sought companionship, and Amos felt no reluctance in accepting. He nodded appreciatively, saying, "Thank you." "Not at all." Hughes smiled as he departed the dormitory. His smile was quite charming, with his fair complexion complemented by a head of curly hair, exuding a spirited vitality characteristic of youth. Once Hughes left, Amos returned to his bed, lightly tapping his cheeks to awaken himself further before rising to freshen up. After completing his morning routine, he exited the dormitory buildings, where the dazzling light outside was somewhat blinding. On the playground, teachers were diligently training the students. The events of the previous day could not overshadow the enduring vibrancy radiating from the Naval Academy. Amos made his way directly to the cafeteria. It was noon, and the dining hall was teeming with people. Upon entering, Amos searched the surroundings for Shoes. "Amos, over here." Soon, he heard Shoes' call and, following the sound, he spotted Shoes waving from one side. Beside him sat Drake, Doy, and Hawkins, with the meal already prepared. Amos approached and took a seat, casting a glance at the sumptuous lunch before turning to Drake. "What brings you here?" he inquired. "Oh, nothing much. I noticed you weren't in the best of spirits yesterday and thought perhaps something was amiss with the big man," Drake replied. Amos interrupted him, spearing a piece of meat with his fork and bringing it to his mouth. Although his expression remained inscrutable, his tone conveyed a hint of levity, which eased Drake's initial concerns. Meanwhile, Hawkins was engrossed in his meal, seemingly uninterested in joining the conversation. After having experienced Amos's overwhelming prowess firsthand, Doy had shed his previous arrogance and cautiously remarked, "We officially start classes tomorrow." "Ah, right," Hughes chimed in, taking a sip of his specially crafted beverage. "Amos, if you're injured, you should prioritize your recovery." Amos leisurely savored his meal, inquiring, "Is it a requirement at our school to be uninjured before commencing training?" After a moment's contemplation, Shoes replied, "Actually, there is no such stipulation. Teacher Zifa has stated that the injured students may participate in training based on their individual circumstances. This can help cultivate a man's perseverance. Those with severe injuries should refrain from overexerting themselves and focus on recuperation. Once healed, they can rejoin the training. If the recovery takes too long, they will simply be placed in the next cohort." Amos, with a sense of entitlement, responded, "Well, that works for me. I am not incapacitated. I must keep up with the training. I cannot afford to lose that much time." Shoes and Doy exchanged glances, then returned their attention to their meals. Amos set down his utensils, took a sip of water, and glanced at the two. "What brings you here?" "Oh, nothing much. Just concerned about a roommate." Shoes waved his hand dismissively, to which Doy eagerly chimed in. Amos did not dwell on it and resumed his meal. However, he could perceive that these two harbored some aversion towards Drake, as they engaged in no conversation and seemed solely focused on him, possibly seeking to ingratiate themselves for some ulterior motive. "By the way, do you know what our courses are?" Amos inquired proactively. "I've already gathered some information," Doy replied, his mouth full of meat, speaking indistinctly. After hastily swallowing, he continued, "Teacher Saki instructs body techniques and the 6 styles, Teacher Simpalo teaches swordsmanship and gunplay. And Teacher Cabot covers the theory. There are also a few other ancillary courses, but those aren't particularly important. And what does Teacher Zephyr teach? Amos asked, as this was the matter of greatest concern to him. Being instructed by a figure of admiral caliber would undoubtedly be immensely beneficial to his own strength. Doi shrugged, somewhat sheepishly, and said, for now, I only know that Teacher Zephyr often oversees practical training for new students on the training ship. I'm not quite sure what he specifically teaches. So it's practical combat instruction? Amos muttered to himself. Chapter 28. The Captive on the Red Earth Continent. At Mary Geos, the headquarters of the world government, lies a prison deep underground, heavily guarded. A young man is shackled with sea-stone chains, bound to an iron pillar. His head hangs low, and from outside the cell, one can only see his golden hair, his body marred with ghastly wounds, his once pristine clothing now tattered. He lies motionless, resembling a corpse, eyes closed, maintaining only a faint breath. Hey, have you heard? The Naval Academy has recruited another batch of students. 2 guards outside the prison were discussing the latest news. Oh, is it that time of year for Naval Academy admissions again? Another guard inquired. The first guard nodded. This time, there are several standout individuals among them, all rising stars in the Navy. What do you mean? That old man Zephyr actually sent this group of newcomers to the Grand Line to capture a pirate crew with a bounty of nearly 50 million berries. They managed to succeed with only 17 casualties, truly remarkable. There are 4 of them who are quite impressive, with considerable strength. Their victory in this battle was largely due to them. Who are they? One is a Logia-type devil fruit user from the East Sea, named Smoker. There's a woman from the South Sea, called Genai, and 2 from the North Sea, one is named Drake, whose father was once a student of Zephyr's but later became a pirate. What? A pirate? And the last one? The final one is also from the North Sea, named Amos. In the dim confines of his cell, the young man stirred, lifting his head slowly to unveil his clear, luminous eyes, 2 radiant beacons amidst the darkness. His future was boundless, unlike ours, destined to remain trapped within these walls for eternity. Such was the cruel reality. As he listened to the guards engage in conversation, he struggled to part his lips, yet the depletion of his strength rendered him voiceless. In an instant, he sagged once more, akin to a deflated balloon. However, this time, a smile graced his face. The mere utterance of that name after 2 long years brought tears to his eyes. They have come, he mused inwardly. In the Red Earth continent, at the holy land of Mariehua, the headquarters of the world government, 5 venerable figures stood in discourse within the Grand Assembly Hall. Have the candidates for the 7 warlords been finalized? Inquired an elder with cascading white curls and a fluffy white beard, adorned with a flat cap. The world is increasingly tumultuous. Although the old era of pirates is waning, new forces are consolidating their power in the New World. We cannot rely solely on the Grand Line. The Navy's forces are stretched thin and are gradually losing their grip on the New World. The 7 warlord system, drafted 5 years ago, has finally seen suitable candidates emerge. I believe it is time for its formal implementation, asserted another elder, dressed in deep crimson, his golden hair and beard contrasting sharply. A bald elder with a distinct pair of mustaches expressed his reservations. Many within the upper echelons of the Navy opposed the 7 warlord system. Would its introduction not exacerbate tensions rather than curbing the pirates of the Grand Line? When did the Navy gain the audacity to meddle in our affairs? Scoffed another bald elder, clad in a white robe and round spectacles. A mere trifle offered to these pirates will compel them to act on our behalf, turning against one another. A transaction more advantageous than this is unimaginable. The last among them, an elder with long, straight white hair and an imposing beard, spoke with an air of authority. Let us expedite this matter and prepare to convey the message to Kong and Sengoku, instructing them to extend invitations to the confirmed pirates for negotiations at Mariehua. Very well, replied the elder in white robes, brandishing a sword with impatience. Now, let us address the matter that Lord M has been concerned about. That child has been imprisoned for 2 years, and yet we have gleaned nothing. He has forgotten all that transpired before. The maid, Elia, who once tended to him, risked her life under the protection of the officer Zolam to facilitate his escape to the North Sea. Tragically, she perished in a maritime disaster, while the boy was fortuitously rescued by a villager. However, he fell gravely ill with a high fever, rendering him unable to recall his past. The elderly man with long hair shook his head. This matter is far more serious than that incident involving the mermen's uproar at Mariehua to rescue a group of slaves, remarked the stout man with white curls. The golden-haired elder rose from the sofa in the conference hall. Let it be, We must resolve the matter concerning that child promptly. And the Shichibukai system is officially initiated. At a tavern in the Marine headquarters at Marie Ford, a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard and a slick-back brown hairstyle exclaimed, "Haha. Kazan, what brings you here to drink with me?" Opposite him sat Admiral Kazan of the Marine headquarters, age 39. Kazan held a greenish bottle of liquor. "A special brew called Inviter. I hear you wish to leave." "Ah, indeed." The middle-aged man, dressed in a white shirt and black trousers, rolled up his sleeves. "The Shichibukai system was announced today. You're aware of that, right?" Kazan took a sip of his drink. "Is that the reason? Such absurd justice, isn't it?" The middle-aged man chuckled, casually gesturing to a scar on his face. "Back when we fought against pirates on Zephyr Sensei's training ship, I was besieged. One pirate managed to slash my face. Thankfully, I dodged in time, leaving only a small scar." Kazan regarded the middle-aged man. "At that time, you teased me about being disfigured, claiming I would find it harder to woo women." Recalling the past, the middle-aged man laughed heartily. "Haha, I was speaking from the heart." I was somewhat saddened, but reflecting on Zephyr Sensei's fate makes my troubles seem trivial. As a Marine, if I can't endure this little hardship, perhaps I should just return home. Glug, glug. Kazan poured himself another drink. In our third cohort of students, or even throughout the entire Marine Corps, how many have perished in battles against pirates? Now, we are expected to ally with them, to indulge them. It is truly absurd. As the middle-aged man's voice grew quieter, disappointment in the Marines seeped into his tone. Kazan set down the bottle, exhaling a breath of alcohol. "Then who do you think can change this world?" The middle-aged man paused, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. A young lad asked me the same question yesterday." Chapter 29. The official lesson, is that so? Kazan raised his head, intrigued. Indeed, he is also a student of Zephyr Sensei. The latest cohort, a rather interesting young fellow. He hails from the North Sea, much like you, a worry-laden individual, quite perplexed about justice. Kazan observed the middle-aged man. The latter took another swig of his drink. The bottle of Inviter was quickly consumed, prompting him to request another. The events of O'Hara over a decade ago. The matter of Saul must have greatly impacted you, hasn't it? Huh. Kazan let out a light hum, feigning indifference as he tilted his head back to savor his drink. The middle-aged man, well acquainted with Kazan, continued, 2 years ago, the warlord of the Wano country summoned me to participate in a demon-slaying mission in the North Sea, which I declined. Kazan continued to sip his beverage. The man's voice lowered as he spoke of the destruction wrought by the ghost spider and his crew upon an island. Kazan finished his drink in one go. If the incident involving a Kainu bombarding the refugee ship has shaken your belief in justice, the man fixed his gaze on Kazan. Then the death of Saul must be the source of your lingering guilt, a factor that has rendered your heart restless ever since. A heavy silence enveloped them. August White. Kazan called out the middle-aged man's name. You were not present at the time. You could never truly grasp my feelings. All these years, you have never thoroughly discussed Saul's demise with me. August White tightened his grip on the bottle. The three of them had been students of Zephyr's third class, among the most outstanding individuals of their time, and also the best of friends and comrades. There is nothing more to say, Kazan remarked with a furrowed brow. He opened another bottle of wine, shifting the conversation. Let us talk about that little brat who echoed my sentiments. August White remained silent for a considerable time before emerging from his reverie, continuing his fade of a disheveled drunkard. What is there to discuss? He usually brings me a bottle of wine and a cigarette, and we simply chat in the corner. An old friend, indeed. He glanced down at the label on the bottle. Kazan realized that he was ill-suited for banter and asked, Have you truly made the decision to depart? I will wait for a while. There are still many matters to resolve. Besides, I heard that the North Sea is quite nice. Perhaps I will retire there once I step down. Will you join me? August White replied. Kazan smiled faintly, but did not respond. The following morning, on the Naval Academy's training ground, of the 300 new recruits this year, aside from the 17 who perished in the line of duty and 32 who were severely injured and unable to report, 251 stood in formation, awaiting further instructions. Zephyr made his appearance, this time accompanied only by the tall and polite theoretical instructor, Cabot, along with 5 unfamiliar teachers. While the likes of Saki and Simpalo were nowhere to be found. Today you all seem quite spirited. Zephyr displayed a rare, warm smile, significantly altering his image in the eyes of the students who had always felt tense in his presence. It appeared that the recent events had not dampened their spirits. Amos.X, Drake, Doi, Shios, and Harkin stood at the far right of the front row, attentively listening to Zephyr's discourse. I too observed the briefing. noting that 3 or 4 dozen injured individuals opted to partake in the formal instruction. Such determination is indeed admirable. Zephyr generously lavished praise upon them, declaring that from this day forth, they would officially be students of the Marin Vondo Naval Academy. Here, they would receive guidance from professional instructors in physical training, swordsmanship, theory, and practical combat. More importantly, they would be shaped into true sailors, imbued with a sense of responsibility. Without further ado, he emphasized that soldiers need not be eloquent. Their actions should speak volumes. Now, they would be assigned to 5 different classes. 2 of these would focus on theoretical knowledge, suited for those veterans who had previously engaged in civilian roles and for newcomers averse to violence. The remaining 3 classes would concentrate on combat, with graduates from these cohorts destined for roles within the combat departments. This choice would significantly influence their future career trajectories, urging them to deliberate carefully. For the majority of students, however, this decision was not particularly daunting, as they had experienced enough at their age to discern their passions and aptitudes. 5 unfamiliar instructors stood in the clearing of the playground, introducing themselves as the heads of the forthcoming classes. The selections were made swiftly, and the final tally revealed 102 students in the theory classes and 149 in the practical combat classes. Amos.X, Drake, Doy, Shoes, and Harkins all selected a young man named Portis. He appeared quite youthful, not at all the stern and severe type. Yet he also lacked the warmth of a kindly disposition. Unexpectedly, after everyone had made their choices, Smoker, who had been left without a selection, opted to join Portis's class. This class suddenly boasted several exceptionally talented students, although some chose to join other classes. Ultimately, the class that Johnny belonged to became the largest, with 70 students. As Johnny approached during the selection process, a throng of students immediately followed suit, had it not been for the teachers intervening. The number of students in that class might have exceeded 100. In the class of Amos, there are merely 30 students, while another class consists of approximately 40 to 50. Once the class assignments were completed, Zephyr and Cabot departed. The 5 homeroom teachers escorted their respective students back to the designated classrooms. Each classroom is spacious and circular, with the seats arranged in ascending height towards the back. At the front, there is a large blackboard and a substantial table, upon which rests a sand table that serves as a flat map of the world. Portis, of modest stature, prefers to stroll with his hands clasped behind him. He moves briskly, leaving the seating arrangements to the discretion of the students, who are free to choose their places. He ascends to the podium and wipes clean the previous notes from the blackboard. By the time he finishes, the students have mostly settled in. Approaching the grand sand table, he picks up a model of a warship and, while toying with it, announces, "Let us conduct another round of self-introductions, in case you did not catch my name on the playground. I am Portis, a native of the West Sea and a former student of Teacher Zephyr. After years of active service, I attained the rank of Rear Admiral. But having grown weary of warfare, I chose to transition to teaching. I excel in the Navy S6 forms and the hockey of armament. And I am aware that a few of you possess the abilities of the Devil Fruit. However, I must emphasize that, in my view, the powers of the Devil Fruit are secondary. True strength is measured by physical prowess in hockey." A low grunt of discontent escaped Smoker, who disagreed with the teacher's somewhat extreme perspective. "Regarding those topics, we shall address them gradually in due time." Portis placed the model back down and surveyed the 30-odd students in the classroom. "Our class has the fewest students this year, which is rather convenient. Now, I invite each of you to introduce yourselves. Let us become acquainted. In the future, I will tailor training programs based on your individual characteristics." Chapter 30. Interesting individuals. With 30 students, the self-introductions were swift, each presenting in their unique manner. Some shared their backgrounds, while others highlighted their talents. Ultimately, Portis, along with the students, gained a general understanding of one another, fulfilling the purpose of the introductions. When it was Drake's turn, a stir arose among the audience, and his introduction was notably brief. Drake, from the North Sea, a Devil Fruit user. Portis, likely familiar with Drake's background, glanced at him and smirked. "Well, you shall be the class leader." A wave of astonishment swept through the class. Even Smoker, who had been sitting in the back with an air of aloofness, clenched his fists, taken aback and resentful of the unexpected decision. "Why, Drake did not display surprise. Instead, a look of gravity crossed his face. Despite his notable background, which was met with resistance from others, he was now being assigned as the class leader, a challenge that felt almost insurmountable. Portis, hands spread wide, offered no response. his expression betraying a hint of schadenfreude. He clearly understood Drake's background and had deliberately appointed him as the leader because of it. Bang! Drake rose to his feet, delivering a powerful fist onto the desk. Though he refrained from shouting, the silence only intensified the awareness of his fury in his companion, Amos. At that moment, Drake's gaze was icy, and the anger within him surged, gradually slipping beyond his control. From the very first day of his arrival, he had been ostracized by everyone, solely due to his father's past as a naval officer who had subsequently betrayed the Navy and descended into piracy. He had chosen to remain passive, avoiding trouble at all costs. Yet now, the very homeroom teacher had the audacity to humiliate him over this matter, to put him in an uncomfortable position. Was this a reflection of the stance of Marineford Naval Academy? Was it indicative of Zifa's attitude? Amos raised his hand to rest upon Drake's shoulder, his voice steady yet grave. Calm yourself. Drake's breath steadied somewhat, yet he refrained from taking a seat. His gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Portis, seemingly in quest of an explanation. The atmosphere within the classroom grew palpably tense as a controversial yet formidable freshman confronted his homeroom teacher. The other students, reveling in the spectacle, generally harbored little affection for Drake and now stood in solidarity with Portis, perceiving the teacher as an ally against Drake's background, which they too found distasteful. A sense of collective validation washed over them, emboldening their scornful and disdainful expressions. Smog sat in the back row, arms crossed, coldly scrutinizing Drake below, letting out a dismissive huff. The tension in the classroom became suffocating. Portis settled at the edge of the sand table, his hand gliding over the highly realistic model of a shimmering sea. Your father is Dios Bareilles, is he not? His notorious name precedes him. The scandal of his defection stirred quite a tempest, marking a disgrace upon our institution. In this esteemed naval headquarters, dedicated to nurturing the pillars of our society, it is baffling that such refuse could emerge. Every cohort remembers his name, yearning to eradicate this fallen wretch. Enough! Drake erupted, his emotions finally unhinged. You have no right to cast judgment upon me. Portis, still refusing to meet Drake's gaze, remained fixated on the sand table. And you, the son of Dios Bareilles, have dramatically entered the naval headquarters after all this time, becoming a student of Teacher Zephyr. Will you, too, follow in your father's footsteps? Do you wish for death? Drake's voice turned icy, laced with a threat of mortality. Portis shrugged and turned to face Drake. The mockery on his face now replaced by an expression akin to expectant provocation. Surely, that rhetoric has echoed in the minds of every classmate you have countless times. Everyone fell silent. All are belittling you and mocking you due to your father's legacy. You are acutely aware of this, are you not? Portis continued, his gaze seemingly piercing into Drake's very soul. What, then, is your reaction? Drake stared at Portis, his fists clenched, braced against the table, like a mere pawn. Despite the tempest of rage surging within him, capable of obliterating any obstacle that dared to impede him, Portis spoke languidly, each word deliberately stirring Drake's emotions, while outwardly he remained motionless, allowing events to spiral into an uncontrollable maelstrom. What purpose lay in relentless training and honing his strength if not to vanquish all criticism? Now, I present to you the opportunity to rise above those who look down upon you, to stand at the forefront of challenges, to perch upon the steepest cliffs, and to make your choice. Rely solely on yourself, employing any means necessary to earn their respect. Potter's final words were pronounced with a deliberate intensity, as if he were biting back his emotions, his expression growing increasingly serious. The other students were left bewildered, entirely unprepared for the revelation that Potter was not aligned with their sentiments. Rather, he was encouraging Drake. You are who you are, so simply embrace your true self. Potter paid no heed to the discomfort of the other students. Rising from the sand table, he paced back and forth, declaring, This is the first lesson I impart to you. Today, I speak of you because you serve as an exemplary case. Others may resonate with your experiences of feeling unrecognized or trapped in adversity during your brief 20 years of life. What insights you glean from my words is for you to determine. I shall say no more, for I cannot fabricate further. Drake's anger had significantly diminished. Well, are you not going to sit down? Do you intend to strike me? Potter jested. Drake took a seat, while Amos patted his back, encouraging him to relax and disregard the circumstances. The other students began to murmur among themselves, and Amos's gaze toward Potter grew increasingly fervent. His intuition told him that this was indeed a fascinating instructor. Potter returned to the sand table, leaning against its edge, unabashedly producing a cigarette and a lighter within the classroom. He listened to the students converse without interruption, lighting his cigarette and gazing up at the ceiling, relishing the ease of this moment compared to outdoor lessons. Chapter 31. Conflict and Truth. Our Navy primarily engages in combat with pirates through cannon fire, with the objective of swiftly destroying enemy vessels. Conversely, pirates tend to employ boarding tactics, aiming to minimize damage to enemy ships for the sake of plunder. Ideally, they seek to seize the entire enemy vessel. This marks the fundamental difference in combat strategies between our Navy and the pirates. As you progress into actual naval warfare, I hope you will leverage our Navy's strengths, capitalizing on advantages while avoiding weaknesses to vanquish the pirates. Approximately 50 years ago, our ships were limited in their capacity to fire only one cannonball at a time from the broadside, as simultaneous fire risked damaging the vessel itself. Now, however, with the overall advancements in ship design, we need not worry about such issues. Some pirates still operate vessels from that era. So if you observe them firing cannonballs one by one, you have the perfect opportunity to crush them, or even brazenly ram their ships to sink them. In the next theoretical lesson, I will discuss the history of warship development, allowing students to gain a deeper understanding of various aspects of our naval vessels. There exists a significant disparity between the warships of our headquarters and those of the branches, with performance levels that are not even comparable. Therefore, veteran sailors should not harbor the notion that they can forego serious study of branch vessels simply because they are familiar with them. Thus concludes today's lesson. Class is dismissed. After departing from Portis, the student's first class is unexpectedly a theoretical lecture by one of the three esteemed instructors, Cabot. Unlike homeroom teachers, these three educators provide guidance across all 4 grades, and students are fortunate if they can attend a class every 2 or 3 days. Furthermore, each lesson is notably lengthy. Cabot spent the entire morning discussing fundamental concepts. Amos is the type of student who listens attentively, and after today's class with Cabot, he feels he has gained invaluable insights. The educational standards of the orphanage starkly contrast with those of the Marin Fander Naval Academy. Once class concluded, Doy and Shows rushed out to the cafeteria, each calling out to offer assistance to Amos, who was injured, and to Harkins, who has been despondent due to a friend's death. Yet, no one seemed concerned for Drake. The burden he carries is heavy. Amos lightly bumped Drake's shoulder, saying, "However, Portis is right. If you continue to endure silently, they will only escalate their actions. Use your strength to shatter their criticisms." "Understood, Drake replied. His tone still somewhat cold, yet he appeared slightly more at ease. It seems that Portis's words have indeed provided him some solace, prompting contemplation to the extent that he barely absorbed what Cabot had lectured. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Amos found Doy and Shows with 5 servings of food on their table. "Seeing your lack of enthusiasm today, I took the liberty of getting you some food," Doy said to Drake. The transformation in these two was evident. "Haha," Amos chuckled heartily, a rare display of joy. This was precisely what he hoped for, that Drake would ease his relations with others. Drake stared at the meal for a long time, ultimately sitting down slowly and murmuring, "Thank you." Though it was merely a brief phrase, anyone perceptive enough could sense the underlying tension in Drake's demeanor. Shows and Doy exchanged glances, smiling silently without further comment. In truth, they were not particularly invested in Drake's background. Their opinions had merely been shaped by the crowd. When everyone else distanced themselves from Drake due to his past and mocked him, it was only natural for them not to take his side directly. "Let us eat," they urged. Amos was in high spirits, indulging in his meal. Drake, shedding his previous pretensions, suppressed the intense emotions bubbling within and joined in the feast. Shoes and Doy, ever the chatterboxes, revealed to Amos and Drake that they were not, in the literal sense, bitter adversaries, but rather a pair reminiscent of good friends who occasionally engaged in playful banter. Their camaraderie was distinctly characteristic of their youthful age. Observing the duo, Amos was reminded of Lezian and Yusuf. One was sharp-tongued, while the other could only muster a silly grin. Yet, the thought prompted him to shake his head gently, returning to his meal. He wished to avoid delving into the past. Although not particularly sentimental, such memories inevitably stirred a sense of melancholy within him. "Hey, this is our spot," a grating voice interjected, clearly seeking a confrontation. Turning to face the source of the disturbance, Amos and Drake found themselves looking at Shoes, Doy, and Hawkins, who all lifted their gazes towards the newcomer. This individual, a classmate, stood alone, towering in stature and exuding an intimidating aura. However, Drake having labored to foster amicable relations with this group, perceived the intruder as someone quite susceptible to being dealt with. Continue eating, X, Drake instructed nonchalantly. Before turning back to his meal, Amos continued to eat, a vague sense of foreboding creeping over him as he anticipated X, Drake's potential response. The others joined in the meal, for it was evident that X, Drake had already asserted his dominance over the situation. In truth, both Amos and X, Drake had surmised that this individual was targeting Drake specifically. Professor Porter's remarks earlier in the day had only served to exacerbate their discord, pushing it towards an inevitable eruption, after which everything would reach its conclusion. Now, the tension had mounted and was poised to explode at any moment. As expected, the individual indeed aimed at X, Drake, and his actions were a direct consequence of Professor Porter's incitement during class. Don't you understand? The student barked. What gives you the audacity to speak to me like that? X, Drake set down his utensils, still facing away as he inquired. Upon uttering those words, the unfriendly gazes of those around him fell upon him. With a soft chuckle, he placed his hands on the dining table and said, "Is it you? Enough of the nonsense. I've been displeased with you for some time now. What right does a future pirate have to stand above us?" X, Drake surveyed Amos, Hux, Doy, and Hawkins and asked, "Have you all finished?" Hawkins silently withdrew to a distance, while Hux and Doy nodded like chicks pecking at grain, subsequently distancing themselves from the scene. Amos gently patted X, Drake on the shoulder and whispered, "At last, we shall resolve this matter. Feel free to strike. I shall cover the costs of any damages incurred." With approximately 500,000 berries in savings, Amos possessed the confidence to speak thus. Moreover, even if funds fell short, it was imperative to support X, Drake, for this moment was crucial in his emergence from adversity. Bang. Boom. The encounter was brief, so much so that before Amos could depart to allow X, Drake to unleash his full potential, X, Drake had already taken his seat. The provocateur had been sent flying by a single punch from Drake. As no public property had been damaged, there was no need for Amos to expend his resources. X, Drake took a sip of water. The entire venue fell silent due to Drake's formidable strike, allowing the curses of the man who had been sent sprawling to be heard. Pirates are just like your father. X, Drake set down his cup, stretched his neck, and approached, remarking, "You still have much to say, don't you?" A gust of white smoke swept before him, prompting X, Drake to turn and address Smoker, who was seated nearby. "What do you mean? Perhaps it's time to rein it in," Smoker replied. Chapter 32. Stalemate. "You should also temper your ambitions," Amos interjected, shifting his stance to face Smoker. Today, if Drake acquiesced, the days ahead would become increasingly arduous, thus it was essential to press on. This situation must reach a resolution. "Do you not comprehend, Smoker?" X, Drake remarked, harboring a hint of apprehension, as he did not wish to escalate matters with Smoker. Smoker, too, was cautious. Both possessed considerable strength and were users of devil fruit abilities. Who could ascertain who was superior? Yet, he equally aspired to take charge and held disdain for X, Drake's background. The student now on the floor was a colleague with whom he had favorable ties in the East Blue. "Allow me to resolve this conflict. After all, I have no desire to be commanded by someone like you." Upon hearing Smoker's words, X, Drake understood that the confrontation between them was now inevitable. Although Amos excelled in the examination, his prowess and renown still pale in comparison to these two, who could almost be regarded as the champions of the class. In this age of youthful arrogance, even without the complications surrounding X, Drake's background, a contest between them was inevitable. Let us settle this outside. If we were to engage, the cafeteria would surely collapse. X, Drake was brimming with fighting spirit, and should he succeed in defeating Smoker, the ensuing tensions would significantly ease. Smoker shared a similar sentiment. If he could vanquish X, Drake, his reputation would soar, making him a suitable candidate for class leader, despite his lack of genuine interest in the position. Under the watchful gaze of their peers, the two departed from the cafeteria and made their way to the expansive playground, which featured designated areas for student competitions and exchanges. This impending clash naturally drew a considerable crowd, with spectators filling the surrounding area, while those who had not witnessed the earlier events eagerly sought to glean the details from those who had. Amos, Hughes, Doy, and Hawkins stood together, observing from the sidelines. How did it come to this? Hughes sighed. It was inevitable. Each side had its own demands, Amos elucidated. I have a sense that Smoker will emerge victorious, Doy speculated. For if he were to elementalize, Drake would be utterly powerless against him. Amos solemnly nodded, acknowledging that it would not be an easy feat for Smoker to triumph over Drake. His explosive power paled in comparison to Drake's. The outcome of this battle was shrouded in uncertainty, yet both combatants understood that regardless of who emerged victorious, the defeat would bear significant repercussions for the other. While the spectators buzzed with speculation, the fighters were devoid of idle chatter, preferring to engage directly in combat. With a swift motion, Smoker unleashed a white punch, his wrist transforming into a mist-like substance as it surged toward Drake. The latter, refusing to underestimate his opponent, responded with a powerful punch of his own, dispersing Smoker's attack with sheer force. Though he successfully neutralized Smoker's advance, he could not escape the latent power of the Logia fruit. White Gale. Smoker transformed into smoke, attempting to envelop Drake in his vaporous embrace. Instead of retreating, Drake charged forward into the haze. The swirling fog sought to propel him away. Yet he shifted into his dinosaur form, his physique swelling to an impressive 7 to 8 meters. Despite the tempestuous winds, he remained steadfast and immovable. Smoker's maneuver faltered as he reverted to his human form, his entire being morphing into tendrils of smoke that ensnared Drake. White Vine. The smoky appendages sought to bind Drake, but the latter's formidable strength, amplified in his dinosaur state, allowed him to easily break free from Smoker's grasp. Amos watched intently as the clash unfolded. Just as Drake freed himself, he launched a punch at Smoker, reducing him to a cloud of smoke. However, that vapor quickly coalesced back into Smoker's form. Cursed Logia fruit user. White smoke ejector. Smoker expelled a plume of smoke from behind him, accelerating his speed to an astonishing degree, and in an instant, he was before Drake, delivering a swift kick aimed at his head. Drake, while retreating, managed to block the attack just in time. Smoker repositioned himself behind Drake, his hands transforming once more into smoky tendrils that sought to ensnare Drake's neck and pull him back. Yet, in his dinosaur form, Drake's strength was overwhelming, rendering Smoker's efforts futile. Drake swiftly escaped the entanglement, turning to reveal his fearsome dinosaur fangs, ready to bite Smoker. Smoker, sensing the danger, unleashed a series of white punches to counter Drake's assault. It became increasingly evident that determining a victor was a daunting task. Drake's Zoan fruit abilities granted him remarkable recovery and physical prowess, overshadowing Smoker in several respects, while Smoker's martial prowess may have lagged behind. His status as a Logia fruit user granted him an edge, as Drake's attacks could not inflict harm upon him until he mastered Haki. Amos meticulously analyzed the strengths and weaknesses of both fighters, predicting the imminent conclusion of their bout. As anticipated, after a brief stalemate, both combatants instinctively withdrew, leaving the onlookers buzzing with anticipation. "You rely too heavily on your devil fruit," Drake remarked, shaking his head. "Without having mastered armament Haki, I cannot hope to defeat you. Just as you, being a Zoan-type devil fruit user, concentrate on honing your physical combat skills, my training aligns with my own strengths, specifically my fruit abilities." Smoker panted heavily, his stamina depleted far more than Drake's. "However, you have also made me acutely aware of the significance of physical prowess. I am quite curious whether I will enhance my martial skills before you master Haki. In any case, our next contest will surely yield a definitive victor, won't it?" Drake remarked. Indeed, Smoker's competitive spirit was fully ignited. His chest heaved with intensity, making the situation increasingly intriguing. Drake sensed an odd intensity in Smoker's gaze, a blatant desire to surpass him that Smoker did not attempt to conceal, easily perceptible to anyone observing. As the two parted ways, Smoker headed for a meal, having rushed out of the cafeteria without eating, while Drake naturally proceeded to rendezvous with Amos. "Ah, it's over," Amos yawned. "That fellow is indeed formidable. Yet he relies too heavily on his fruit abilities." Upon his return, Drake offered his most candid assessment of Smoker. Amos nodded, acknowledging the observation. However, focusing on the development of the devil fruit might indeed represent the most suitable path for his advancement. Drake did not dwell on this matter for too long, rather. He needed to pay attention to the cultivation of his Haki, lest he find himself utterly defenseless against any future encounter with a natural-type fruit user. "By the way, are you injured?" Amos inquired. Drake waved his hand dismissively. "Then let us depart and return to the dormitory for some rest," Amos suggested. The group navigated through the lingering crowd of onlookers and made their way back to the dormitory. Drake was not in the same dormitory as the other four. Upon returning, he retreated to his own quarters, pondering the repercussions of the events that had just unfolded. Amos and 3 others returned to their dormitory. Amos reclined on his bed while Hughes and Doyle eagerly assisted him in changing his bandages. Once the dressing was complete, he took an oral medication. and the sedative effects soon enveloped him. Amos then lay down to take a brief afternoon nap, rejuvenating himself for the classes that awaited him later in the day. Chapter 33. The Black Arm at 2 o'clock. The students who had been resting rose from their slumber and made their way to the academic building, heading towards their respective classrooms. Amos had never taken a midday respite, experimenting with rising at 4 in the morning and retiring at midnight, devoting an excessive amount of time to his training. However, such intense exertion proved unsustainable, and his physical constitution could not support the immense strain he imposed upon himself. This experience imparted a crucial lesson. Every endeavor must adhere to a certain limit. One cannot recklessly sacrifice rest for the sake of training. Doing so would only lead to a counterproductive outcome, where strength fails to improve while the body grows increasingly frail. Thus, he resolved to ensure a midday rest and sufficient evening recuperation, recognizing that only through proper rest could he muster the energy necessary for study and training. After their outing, they encountered Drake beneath the dormitory and proceeded together to the classroom. "My roommates all requested to relocate from the dormitory today," Drake remarked with a resigned smile. "Your reputation has grown immensely. Even Smoker cannot contend with you, and naturally, no one dares to share accommodations with you," Hughes stated. He and Doy were both quite affable, and after strengthening their rapport with Drake at noon, their conversations became increasingly casual. Drake chuckled softly, "It matters not. Today's confrontation has rendered them hesitant to provoke me again. Whether I am distanced from others is inconsequential. I can manage without friends." Amos playfully nudged Shoes and Doig, remarking, "Aren't they all your friends?" Initially at a loss for words, Shoes and Doig exchanged a smile with Drake. Hawkins remained as silent as ever, exuding an air of despondency, quietly trailing behind the quartet. Amos fully comprehended his state. He too had felt profound sorrow when Yusuf perished, and when Lazen's fate hung in uncertainty. The group returned to the classroom, where students gradually gathered, some engaging in hushed conversations. The primary topic undoubtedly revolving around the midday skirmish between Smoker and Drake. It seemed that Porters had also caught wind of the commotion. He cast a penetrating glance at both Drake and Smoker upon their arrival. Once all were assembled for class, Porters stifled a yawn and leaned languidly against the sand table, announcing, "This afternoon, we will have a public lesson from Teacher Zephyr. All 5 of your classes are required to attend." The prospect of Zephyr's public lesson was quite unexpected. Had it arrived so soon? Doig, seated beside Drake, clenched his fist in excitement. Both Amos and Drake exhibited a shift in expression. The Marineford Naval Academy is revered as a sanctuary for all naval soldiers, primarily because the previous Grand Admiral serves as the chief instructor, and currently, a significant proportion of the mid to high-ranking officers are products of his tutelage. Initially, given that even the 3 esteemed instructors could only impart their wisdom once every few days, they had presumed that attending a class by Teacher Zephyr would require at least a weekly or bi-weekly commitment. Who could have anticipated that after attending the theoretical class with Instructor Cabot in the morning, they would have the extraordinary fortune of attending Teacher Zephyr's class in the afternoon? It was an open lecture. Portis, appearing as though he had just awoken, blinked drowsily, his dark hair tousled with a few strands falling across his forehead. Due to the multitude of classes, Teacher Zephyr typically conducts open lectures, which are aimed at an entire cohort of students, held once a week for a duration of half a day. "Ah, indeed, it is an open lecture," remarked the now composed Doy, scratching his head. Amos slightly leaned forward and said to Drake, "It seems that things aren't as favorable as they appear. For 4 years, we have been solely under the tutelage of Teacher Zephyr. By the way, where is Teacher Zephyr? He takes the first-year students from the 3 combat classes on practical training voyages to the Grand Line every fortnight." Portis, recalling something, stroked his goatee and remarked, "This is exclusively for the first-year students, aimed at allowing them to swiftly comprehend the harsh realities of the Grand Line. Generally, after a year of practical experience, students will diligently study in their 2nd and 3rd years. As for the 4th year, they will be assigned to various departments for work. Those who excel will be retained, while others may return to school for further training." After summarizing this for the students, Portis glanced at his watch and said, "Let us go. It's time to assemble outside." Under Portis's guidance, everyone exited the classroom and gathered on the playground. The other classes arrived as well, and 5 classes stood in formation under the coordination of their respective teachers. Before long, Zephyr arrived. The 3 main guiding teachers were absent, presumably occupied with instructing students from other grades. After all, they are vital components of the Naval Academy, and their collective presence is only required during the welcoming of new students. They are not usually so idle. The 5 teachers stood before their classes, with Portis appearing the most nonchalant or perhaps languid. Upon Zephyr's arrival, all 5 teachers bowed in unison. They were all students of Zephyr, following their lead. Over 250 students also bowed and greeted, "Good day, Teacher Zephyr." Today, Zephyr wore black-framed glasses, and without his sunglasses, he exuded less intimidation and more tranquility. He surveyed the assembled students. "Today marks your official first day of classes, and I hope to impart a lesson on this significant occasion." He seemed to possess a commanding presence. As he stood there speaking, others felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, rendering them motionless as they listened intently. "You all see that we are gathered in the playground, which indicates that this is an outdoor class. Clearly, what I will teach you today is not theoretical." Zephyr spoke straightforwardly, devoid of the incessant ramblings typical of important figures. "Today, your 5 homeroom teachers will engage in combat with me. This will allow you to experience the prowess of your teachers and, through us, gain a glimpse of the vastness of this world." The students erupted in excitement. Doy and Shows exclaimed jubilantly, "Now this is going to be interesting." Amos squinted slightly as he scrutinized the figure of Teacher Zifa standing ahead. He appeared rather listless, showing no significant emotional fluctuations at the prospect of engaging in combat. Soon, the group made their way to the combat arena situated at the edge of the playground, where Drake and Smog had clashed earlier in the day. 5 teachers assembled on the field, positioned opposite Zifa, creating a tense standoff. Who would emerge victorious? Surely, it would be Teacher Zifa. Yet, I believe the outcome is not so straightforward. After all, Zifa is aging, while our 5 homeroom teachers possess considerable strength, are youthful, and are joining forces, which could potentially lead to their triumph. Shall we place a wager? What shall we bet on? Money, liquor, or even other indulgences would suffice. A wager it is. Who dares to shy away? Among the onlooking students, some began to speculate on who would claim victory. Amos and Drake exhibited strikingly similar temperaments. While Hux and Doy chattered incessantly by their ears, the two remained silent, fixated on the scene before them. Their attention was wholly captivated by Zifa. For the moment he took to the stage, his arms transformed into a deep shade of black and purple. "That is the Busashoka Haki," Amos declared in a hushed tone. "Indeed, it is the Black Arm Zifa." Chapter 34. The confrontation between Zifa and his student. Zifa was renowned for his exceptional mastery of Busashoka Haki, earning him the moniker of Black Arm Zifa. This mastery was a sight to behold, especially for the myriad individuals gathered here, hailing from all corners of the seas. Many powerful pirates from the 4 seas had flocked to the Grand Line, driven by the words of Gold. Roger uttered before his execution 14 years prior. As the ranks of pirates in the Grand Line swelled, the Navy was compelled to concentrate its forces in that treacherous expanse. Consequently, the disparity in strength between the Grand Line and the 4 seas became glaringly apparent, both among pirates and the Navy alike. Few veterans from the 4 seas had ever witnessed the Busashoka Haki in action, and for complete novices, encounters with it were exceedingly rare. Drake's performance was relatively typical. But for Amos, this was his inaugural glimpse of Busashoka Haki. The pirates he had encountered in the North Sea possessed commendable strength. Yet in the context of the Grand Line, they would be reduced to mere small fry, easily devoured by the larger predators of the ocean. He intently observed Zifa's arms, now hardened with Busashoku, realizing that while mere visual observation could not impart the nuances of its application, this close encounter with a master of Busashoka Haki promised invaluable insights. 5 teachers stood opposite Zifa, separated by approximately 20 meters. Portis lingered at the rear of the quintet, maintaining his usual laid-back demeanor. One couldn't help but wonder if Zifa had exuded a similar exasperating aura when he had once taught Portis. "Boys, watch closely," Zifa proclaimed, settling into a fighting stance, a grin spreading across his face. As Zifa focused, an undeniable aura emanated from him, his muscles brimming with latent power, standing there like an indomitable wall. Hux and Doy, his eager admirers, seemed to sparkle with admiration, occasionally voicing their reverence. "Go," one of the teachers shouted, prompting the 3 closest to Zifa to charge forward. Their relationships with him, be it as teacher and student or superior and subordinate, would not cloud their judgment in battle. They were wholly committed to the fray. With a swift and agile motion, the foremost teacher closed the distance to Zifa in the blink of an eye, executing a powerful kick aimed at him. The sheer force of the strike left the new student swallowing nervously. None felt confident enough to withstand such an assault. Zifa stood resolutely, raising his left arm, fortified with haki, to deflect the incoming kick. He then seized the teacher's leg with his right hand and flung him towards 2 other teachers rushing in. The 2 educators deftly sidestepped, one to the left and the other to the right, while the thrown teacher landed steadily on the ground, not merely crashing down haphazardly. Meanwhile, the two advancing teachers were both devil fruit users. One wielded the powers of the cactus fruit, and the other possessed the bear fruit in its brown bear form. As the cactus fruit user drew near, dozens of cactus needles shot forth from his body. Zifa retreated 3 steps, parrying the onslaught while maintaining his composure. Shortly thereafter, the bear fruit user charged in. Like Drake, he was an animal-type devil fruit user, renowned for his formidable strength. When his punch collided with Zifa's iron fist, a tremendous shockwave erupted. Impressive, Amos remarked instinctively, his eyes glued to the unfolding battle, fearing he might miss a single moment of the fierce confrontation. This moment further showcased Zifa's might. Even against formidable animal-type users, he did not yield an inch. The two sides remained locked in a stalemate for 2 or 3 seconds before the cactus fruit user and the martial arts teacher, recently thrown aside, converged on Zifa, flanking him from both sides. In an instant, Zifa found himself surrounded, yet he remained utterly unperturbed. Shifting from defense to offense, he lunged leftward, delivering a punch towards the cactus fruit user. Spike shield. The cactus fruit user exclaimed, extending his palm to unleash dozens of spiky cactus balls. For an ordinary person, a punch against such a shield would result in piercing injuries. However, Zifa was no ordinary individual. His hockey-imbued fist shattered the spike shield with ease. Steel block. The cactus fruit user, now defenseless, resorted to the 6 powers technique to shield himself. Zifa retreated his left hand momentarily to gather strength before delivering a devastating blow to the cactus fruit user's abdomen. Ugh. The cactus fruit user's face contorted in pain as he staggered back several steps, eventually kneeling on one knee. Exercising overwhelming power, Zifa swiftly dispatched one teacher. But the others were not idle. The bear fruit user unleashed a powerful strike, prompting Zifa to defend himself. Yet, due to an unstable stance, he was forced back a few steps despite successfully blocking the attack. Seizing the opportunity, the martial arts teacher charged in, his arms also hardened with hockey, engaging Zifa in close combat. Though his strength paled in comparison to Zifa's, he compensated with remarkable speed, evading several of Zifa's attacks. Zifa's enthusiasm surged as he fought. As time wore on, their exchanges evolved. Zifa, with his extensive combat experience, faced off against a former student, illustrating a disparity in their fighting prowess. Before long, Zifa unexpectedly accelerated, catching the martial arts teacher off guard and striking his left shoulder, sending him hurtling backwards. "You fool! Did you truly believe I had grown so old as to be outpaced by you?" Zephyr, during the exchange of skills, did not neglect to remind these several individuals, who had already taken on the role of mentors, of certain issues. Before long, 2 instructors had already succumbed to defeat. Why were they still not making their move? If the hesitation to engage earlier was attributed to the overwhelming number of participants hindering their performance, then now, Doi scratched his head, observing both Portis and another exceptionally tall, yet slender teacher, standing at over 3 meters. Amos cast a glance at the 2 individuals, uncertain yet convinced that action would inevitably ensue. For now, he preferred to observe. The formidable power of the brown bear fruit user was impressive, yet not sufficient to overpower Zephyr. After several rounds of intense clashes, a slight sheen of sweat appeared on Zephyr's forehead, signaling his seriousness. As the brown bear fruit user charged once more, Zephyr deftly evaded the attack using the 6 styles technique, delivering a powerful kick to his opponent's back that sent him flying out of the combat zone. Within mere minutes, all 3 teachers were consecutively defeated. With a long exhale, Zephyr stretched his neck and addressed Portis and the lanky man. "You two persist in your old habits, always preferring to act independently. Haven't you learned enough from your past failures? Allow me to impart another lesson: the consequences of arrogance." The lanky man, seemingly disinterested, dug at his ear, paying little heed to Zephyr's words. Instead, he turned to Portis and asked, "Shall you go first, or shall I?" Portis yawned nonchalantly, "Whatever. Then I shall take my turn," the lanky man replied, clasping his hands together in a bow towards Zephyr. With a swift motion, he drew 2 swords from behind his back, declaring, "Zephyr-sensei, I am ready to engage." The dual-wielding swordsman, Shios, had a glint of excitement in his eyes. He shared a passion for swords, and this instructor was the only one among the 5 who wielded blades, and moreover, he was a practitioner of the dual sword style. As the lanky man charged forward, Zephyr approached with deliberate steps, muttering too much chatter. Chapter 35, The Value of Effort Dual Sword Style. Tornado. The lanky man surged ahead, his blades whirling, conjuring a tempest around him. Zephyr, with his arms imbued with haki, executed a technique to counter all forms of attack. Meeting the descending blades with a powerful punch, the lanky man towered over Zephyr by at least 2 heads. He looked down, grinning mischievously, and unleashed a flurry of rapid strikes with his swords. I am not yet too old to be bested by you, Zephyr defended swiftly, the speed of their movements rendering them mere phantoms to onlookers. Ultimate technique, Iron Cutter. After a stalemate lasting over 10 seconds, the lanky man realized he could not penetrate Zephyr's defenses. He retreated a step, crossing his swords, their blades enveloped in haki, radiating an aura capable of severing anything as he struck downwards. Zephyr assumed a firm stance, his hands poised like blades, ready to intercept the assault. Clang. Boom. Another wave of force erupted. The seasoned teacher still possessed remarkable skill. This time, the lanky man refrained from hastily withdrawing. Instead, he intensified his efforts, seeking to overwhelm Zephyr with sheer force. Yet Zephyr, brimming with confidence in his students, remarked, "Such superficial skills will lead you astray, Mafute. Arrogance and instability are your Achilles heel. If you wish to advance, you must cultivate inner tranquility." Understood. Moffat let out a thunderous shout, unleashing all his might to subdue Zephyr. Yet, Zephyr merely curled the corners of his mouth, slightly lowering his stance without retreating an inch. As Moffat's overwhelming aura began to dissipate, the arena transformed into Zephyr's domain. He too bellowed, raising his arms with all his strength, sending Moffat soaring through the air. Moffat executed several flips before landing a good distance away from Zephyr. As he descended, his dual swords were sheathed, evidently signaling his intent to abandon the fight. "Hey, Portis, it's your turn now." Moffat casually waved his hand over his shoulder before stepping off the battleground. "Portis, it feels like we are back in the old days," Zephyr remarked, reminiscing about their past encounters. "You always chose to be the last to spar with me. Initially, it was due to your timid nature. But as you grew braver and more confident, you still opted to go last, feeling like the grand finale, haha." Portis began to approach Zephyr. "With so many people here, you should be mindful of the occasion, teacher." Zephyr closed the distance. "Let me teach you a lesson once more, young man. That was the wrong way around, teacher." As they neared each other, Portis skillfully employed the Marine 6 styles, accelerating toward Zephyr, his hockey-hardened fist aimed at him. Their combined strength was generally inferior to Zephyr's, and Portis's speed was a means to significantly enhance the power of his strike. "Teacher Portis." It was still Doi and Shios, who hailed from the East Blue and had encountered fewer strong adversaries. They shouted every few seconds, exclaiming how proficient both the Marine 6 styles and hockey seemed to be. Although Amos remained silent, his thoughts echoed those of Doi and Shiosi. Initially, he perceived Portis as a lackadaisical figure, presuming him to be a lackluster instructor of little prowess. However, as the final teacher among 5 made his entrance, he immediately unleashed the 6 styles and hockey with remarkable finesse, revealing his expertise. Unbeknownst to them, Portis was one of Zepha's most esteemed disciples from the 10th cohort of the Navy School. The devil fruit bestows a significant enhancement of power upon its consumer. Thus, a considerable number of the strongest students in the Navy School are often devil fruit users, making it exceedingly rare for one to compete with them solely through martial prowess. Portis's inclusion among them was a testament to his formidable strength. In their clash, Zepha and Portis appeared evenly matched, neither displaying any signs of faltering. The audience erupted in cheers, the thrilling contest captivated them, igniting a yearning within to attain such strength themselves one day. "Teacher, your skills seem to have waned," Portis jested while exchanging blows. Zepha refrained from responding, instead channeling his energy to force Portis back, then closing the distance without granting him a moment's respite. Observe the disparity. Thud, thud, thud. In an instant, all the students were momentarily dazed. The current battle seemed to belong to an entirely different realm compared to the earlier skirmish. Faced with Portis, Zepha unleashed his full power, each strike resonating with a terrifying intensity akin to a nuclear explosion, instilling fear in Portis as he fought while retreating. Was that merely a warm-up? The once proud smoker gaped, witnessing the sudden escalation of the conflict and realizing the vast chasm between himself and them, fully grasping his own insignificance. The devil fruit is merely a shortcut. Yet, if one treads the shortcut without diligent effort, being surpassed by those who toil along the arduous path of thorns becomes a profound disgrace. Smoker clenched his fists, suppressing his haughty demeanor, resolved to study diligently and grow stronger. The cheers continued unabated, as Amos watched Zepha and Portis's duel with an almost obsessive fascination. From the moment the battle commenced, he spoke little, his entire focus devoted to the contest. These were 2 individuals, like him, who had not consumed a devil fruit, once Zephyr fully engaged. The disparity with others became palpably evident to all. Hey, teacher, Portis, now compelled to take the match seriously, found himself firmly under the oppressive strength of Zephyr. Is it fitting for us to seem as though we harbor a deep-seated grudge against one another? I promise to showcase true top-tier strength to the newcomers. Only you barely qualify for me to fight seriously. Every punch delivered by Zephyr carries tremendous force. Although Portis finds himself in a precarious situation, his mastery of the 6 styles of the Navy and his proficiency in hockey, bolstered by 5 years of practical combat experience, ensure that he remains formidable. Despite being suppressed, he is yet to be vanquished in a short span of time. Porter's instructor is indeed impressive, managing to endure under Zephyr's formidable prowess for such an extended duration. Drake mused that this lesson holds great significance. Our strength remains insufficient, and we must devote ourselves more diligently to study and training. Amos swallowed hard, offering no response to Drake's words. His gaze upon the battle platform revealed only one sentiment: fervor. Come on, Portis. After several minutes of fierce combat, Zephyr unleashed his final strike. A fist aimed squarely at Portis. The surrounding atmosphere shifted dramatically, as if the very fabric of space was being shattered. This blow seemed imbued with the force of a cataclysm, utterly unparalleled. Portis chose to abandon his resistance, his palms pressed together to absorb Zephyr's punch. Yet, the pressure on his arms escalated sharply, propelling him backward until he ultimately crashed through a wall. The ground trembled beneath them, the sound of the strike resonating like a thunderclap, causing hundreds of freshmen to feel their hearts constrict and their legs quiver, as if that very punch had been directed at them. Training in other classes on the playground came to an abrupt halt, and curious heads emerged from the windows of the academic building, all fixated on the battle stage. Getting old, Zephyr mused, still unsatisfied with the power of his strike. Moments later, Portis staggered from the cloud of dust, exclaiming, "That was quite brutal. Moffat, please summon the school doctor. I believe my arm is broken." Haha. It's about time you learned your lesson. Zephyr chuckled. Suddenly, a freshman called out to Zephyr, "Teacher Zephyr." Among the crowd below the battle stage stood a young student with tousled black hair and a cool demeanor, his entire body trembling. It was he who had just spoken. "What is it?" Zephyr inquired. Amos gazed at Zephyr, oblivious to the scrutinizing eyes of the newcomers around him, and articulated with deliberate clarity, "If one lacks innate talent, can relentless effort transform them into someone like you?" Chapter 36. Zephyr's Fury. A hush fell over the assembly, and Zephyr stood momentarily stunned, taken aback by the audacity of a student to pose such a question. Although Portis bore the burden of fractured arms, his countenance betrayed no hint of anguish. Instead, he arched an eyebrow, observing Amos as he awaited Zephyr's response. Amos has always harbored a lingering concern. He feels as though he is obstructed by an invisible ceiling, his physical limits having reached a certain pinnacle. It is often said that in the world of pirates, the potential of individuals is boundless. Yet even amidst a foundation of generally commendable physical attributes, there remains a distinction in talent. In the eyes of others, Amos's physique exudes an aura of formidable strength and caution. Yet, he is acutely aware that this fade is the result of a decade of laborious toil, in which he has expended more sweat than most. However, when juxtaposed with individuals of genuine talent, such as Drake, Smoker, and Genii, his 10 years of dedication appear trivial and inconsequential. The chasm between them feels insurmountable, leaving him with a profound sense of fatigue, no matter how fervently he strives. He cannot seem to keep pace with their prowess. During the freshman examination, he watched Drake's naval combat, and at noon, he witnessed the confrontation between Smoker and Drake, all of which elicited a deep envy within him. The extraordinary strength they possessed was an elusive aspiration for which he yearned desperately, yet it remained tantalizingly out of reach. Coincidentally, that afternoon, Zephyr deliberately sought to enhance the students' understanding by engaging in combat with 5 first-year instructors. The emotional turmoil within Amos tightened its grip, and after the battle, which featured Zephyr and Port Gas, both relying solely on their physical prowess without the aid of devil fruits, he finally voiced his lingering doubt. "Is it possible to attain your level through sheer effort?" Zephyr regarded Amos, who in turn met Zephyr's gaze. The atmosphere grew thick with silence, as no one dared to speak. Some students looked at Zephyr with hopeful anticipation, yearning for a similar affirmation. They too wished to believe that through relentless dedication, they could one day evolve into figures akin to their esteemed teacher, Zephyr. Yet, Zephyr shook his head and, after a prolonged silence, articulated his thoughts with evident deliberation. fully aware of the ramifications his words might have on these impressionable newcomers. If one lacks innate talent, even with Herculean effort, one may never reach the pinnacle of strength in this world. Amos felt as though he were ensnared in an icy abyss, reality chilling him to the bone. A faint smile graced his lips as he lowered his gaze, embodying a sense of both resignation and acceptance. Not everyone is a Luffy. With a grandfather like Garp and a father like Dragon, he comes from a lineage abundant in strength, endowed with an exceptional physical constitution. Among 1,000 individuals, one might not even find a single one blessed with talent, and Amos did not count himself among that fortunate fraction. As a sojourner from another world, he harbored a sense of superiority, a belief in his own extraordinary potential. Yet, as the days unfolded, this conviction gradually eroded, although a remnant still lingered deep within his heart, fueling his relentless efforts and assuring him that diligence would inevitably yield rewards. Today, however, this notion was forcefully extracted and shattered by Zephyr. Drake placed a hand on Amos's shoulder, eager to speak, yet at a loss for words. Amos chuckled at himself, acknowledging the harshness of reality. He was ultimately not the protagonist. Observing the despondent expression spreading among the new students below, Zephyr snorted, adopting a stern demeanor. "Are you all too naive?" One by one, the students lifted their heads. Zephyr, now infused with a hint of anger, regarded them. "Do you truly believe that relentless effort alone can elevate you to the pinnacle of success? Are you still merely children playing house?" A profound silence enveloped the room. This was Zephyr's first reprimand, and they could sense his ire. Relentless effort? Relentless effort indeed. Zephyr surveyed the crowd, questioning the depth of their so-called diligence. Portis, with a mocking expression, observed the newcomers as the school doctor hurried to the arena to tend to his arm. "Is staying up a little later, rising a bit earlier, paying attention in class, and not slacking off after lessons truly what you deem relentless effort?" Zephyr continued. "If any of you believe that this level of exertion constitutes relentless effort and train to this as your limit, then your future achievements will be equally modest. If even one among you were genuinely striving with all your might, the loss of 17 lives during the new student examination would have been inconceivable." Zephyr's voice escalated, fueled by the memory of those who had perished in that examination. Many tragedies need not have occurred. With such a shallow understanding of the concepts of effort and diligence, what right do you possess to fantasize about one day becoming an admiral? What right do you have to protect the residents when you cannot even safeguard yourselves? Portis. During my initial 3 months of school, my impression of him was nearly non-existent. His training and theory classes were rather unremarkable, and he had never consumed a devil fruit. Often deemed the underachiever of the 10th cohort due to his so-called physical limitations, who could have anticipated that within 6 months, he would ascend to the ranks of the elite class, graduating as the most outstanding student of the 10th cohort? You cannot fathom how Portis confronted criticism and physical challenges to achieve such heights, just as you cannot grasp what true relentless effort entails. It is indeed laughable that you believe minimal effort can elevate you to the zenith of success. Are you overestimating yourselves or underestimating the meaning of excellence? A barrage of reprimands left the students speechless. Zephyr exhaled, his anger somewhat abated. Some might argue that talent plays a pivotal role, comparing Portis at 35 to me at 38, having attained the rank of admiral. I do not dismiss the existence of talent. Hence, when you ask me whether relentless effort can lead to such heights, my response is no. Zephyr pointed at Amos. Yet, despite the chasm of talent, can this serve as your feeble justification? Can it serve as a rationale for pirates to show you mercy, sparing you after capturing you? Can it serve as an excuse for failing to protect the residents? No, absolutely not. The refrain of no echoed throughout the Naval Academy. Amos gazed silently at Zephyr. Your relentless efforts cannot compensate for the disparity in talent. Yet, this so-called fervent endeavor of yours will not shatter the illusory ceiling. You must persist resolutely and strive to become the strongest version of yourselves without remorse. After Zephyr's passionate outburst, he took a moment to calm down and turned to Amos, inquiring, "Do you comprehend?" At this moment, Amos truly felt a sense of liberation. He sensed that the shackles binding him had vanished, and the obstacles ahead had dissipated. Akin to a fledgling eagle lifted aloft. Everything was merely beginning. I understand now, Teacher Zephyr. Zephyr lifted his gaze towards the others, who were equally moved. Responding with fervent enthusiasm, we understand, Teacher Zephyr. Meanwhile, Portis, receiving treatment from the school nurse, wore a faint smile as he gazed at the newcomers. Zephyr's eyes sparkled with hope as he beheld the rejuvenated and spirited new students, igniting a flame of optimism within him. Chapter 37. Just me after Zephyr concluded his speech, the class ended. Though the duration was brief, it left everyone feeling profoundly enriched. Being the first day, the atmosphere was relatively relaxed. And since Zephyr was originally scheduled to teach for the entire afternoon, the lessons had been prearranged. With no sufficient faculty available for supplementary classes, free activities were organized, marking the most tranquil afternoon before the rigorous training commenced. Teacher Zephyr's words were truly remarkable. A group traversed the playground, with Shios reminiscing about Zephyr's insightful discourse. Doi fanned himself with his hand as the sun blazed fiercely. I still find the duel between the 5 teachers more exhilarating. That final punch from Teacher Zephyr felt like the very sky darkened, quite terrifying indeed. If I could become like Teacher Zephyr one day, how impressive that would be. Shios envisioned his future. Humph. Doi cast him a sidelong glance and scoffed. What do you mean by that? Do you look down upon me? Shios inquired. Doi retorted disdainfully. You? First, ensure you survive the practical battles that occur every fortnight. I have no doubt about my survival. Rather, it is you whose certainty is in question. The two began to bicker once more, a familiar occurrence for Amos and Drake. I thought something seemed off when you were watching the duel. It turns out you had a hidden concern, Drake remarked, idly scratching his ear. Amos now feels an unprecedented sense of ease. I shall not conceal it from you. I am envious of your strength. In truth, you are formidable as well. It is merely that you have never acknowledged it. You often compare yourself to those who are stronger, unaware that among your peers, you have always been a standout. Drake sincerely remarked. Amos was, in fact, nearly 17 years of age, while Drake had already reached the age of 23. Understanding this, Amos responded with a faint smile. He had indeed strayed down a misguided path, often comparing himself to Drake in a rather extreme manner. However, in truth, Drake's diligent efforts were no less commendable than his own. Coupled with the fact that he had consumed a devil fruit and was 6 years his senior, making his prowess quite reasonable. Zephy's words evoked reflections of his past school days. The most exceptional individuals were invariably the most gifted and tirelessly dedicated. And he acknowledged that his own talents paled in comparison to that illustrious group, and his efforts were far from those who toiled the hardest. Thus, what lay before him was the imperative to labor even more diligently, to genuinely challenge his limits, and to transcend that insidious ceiling of falsehood. He was uncertain of the heights he could reach, yet he was resolute in his pursuit. It was a matter of conviction, a desire to grow stronger. Perhaps in the end, his strength would remain at a middling level, but he was not one to wallow in self-pity, if necessary. He would seek alternative paths to enhance his capabilities, whether by discovering a suitable devil fruit or through other means. Everything remained shrouded in uncertainty. The unknown was what rendered it all the more challenging, and Amos was filled with confidence. After a brief stroll, Amos suggested that they seize every moment to train earnestly. The others agreed without dissent, and soon they found themselves training on a vacant patch of the playground. Other first-year students, upon witnessing this, gradually joined in, and before long, nearly all first-year students were engaged in training in that area. The atmosphere was invigorating, and once immersed in it, they were reluctant to part ways. Zephyr felt a sense of satisfaction at this sight, while Portis, citing an arm injury, had excused himself to the tavern for a drink. The remaining 4 instructors, unscathed, accompanied Zephyr to the training site. The 5 of them guided the students in proper and effective naval training methods, and all listened attentively before diligently adhering to the prescribed training regimen. As dusk approached, signaling mealtime, the training concluded. The group made their way to the dining hall, and after a meal that left them utterly exhausted, they returned to the dormitory for rest. Amos, having finished his meal, chose not to join them for a refreshing shower, but instead donned his sweat-stained naval shirt and departed the school to procure 2 bottles of rum from the tavern. He strolled down the familiar street, the cool breeze enveloping him, instilling a sense of comfort and exhilaration. Hey, drunkard, still here? Amos called out from a corner of the street, where the familiar naval drunkard sat as always. Augustus White looked up, recognizing Amos approaching with 2 bottles of liquor, and understood his intent. You haven't come by in several days. Thank you for the drink. With a casual familiarity, he seized a bottle from Amos's hand, exhibiting his usual brazen manner as he bit open the bottle cap and began to drink. Amos sat beside him, uncorking the bottle but hesitating to drink. Instead, he remarked, "Perhaps I shall not visit often in the future. Is that so?" White responded, placing the wine bottle down and turning to face him. "Why is that? Are you leaving?" "No. I will dedicate all my time to training henceforth, so the days when I could leisurely accompany you for drinks are now behind us." Amos chuckled, adding, "Do not expect me to bring you wine anymore. You should earn your own money to buy it." "Ha! As if anyone is without funds," White retorted defiantly. "Nevertheless, I must leave as well. Retiring? You seem to be barely around 40, Amos inquired. White took another sip of his drink. Resigning. Why resign in the prime of your life? When White hesitated to elaborate, he shot a glare at Amos, thinking, you little rascal, trying to pry information from me. Are you? Is this considered prying? Amos rolled his eyes, leaning against the wall, uninterested in probing into White's personal affairs any further. White replied with a grunt. The Seven Warlords system is set to be officially implemented, you know? Amos was poised to indulge in a drink, yet the bottle lingered suspended in midair. This day had inevitably arrived. A system drafted 5 years prior at the World Conference had stirred a tempest of controversy. And it was unexpected that it would be implemented today amidst such profound dissent. White's voice was raspy, the consequence of countless cigarettes, resulting only in the erosion of public trust, as the honor of the Navy lay trampled beneath the weight of discontent. Amos took a swig of the wine, his expression still devoid of emotion. The world has capitulated to the pirates. No. White immediately refuted Amos's assertion. It is the world government and the Navy that have yielded to the pirates, not I. If we all concede, then the residents who have suffered under the tyranny of pirates will also concede. The world government is mocking the people of the world and the Navy. Even the only force capable of contending with the pirates has chosen a nebulous form of justice. What significance does your struggle hold? Spare me such foolish inquiries. They are both naive and laughable. With a huff, White finished the remaining wine in one gulp. The future will reveal all. What are your plans for it? Having consumed less than half a bottle, Amos lost interest in drinking. He offered White a cigarette and placed one in his own mouth as well. Do you believe that I can change the world? I do not, White laughed. He took the half bottle of wine from Amos, drinking it without hesitation. And what if I say I intend to overthrow the world government and the pirates? Amos inquired again. White choked on his drink, coughing violently as he gazed at Amos's profile, who was staring intently at the sky. You? Cough. Ah ha ha. Amos found himself inexplicably stirred, uttering words that seemed to emerge from his subconscious. Perhaps it was the culmination of his experiences and encounters over the years that had led him to this moment. The world around him had become so disheartening, inducing a sense of confusion, guilt, and shame within him. The life he once envisioned was one of tranquility, enjoying roasted game and engaging in conversation with Razian and Yusov in the serene village of Yuloro, untroubled by external disturbances. Alas, in times of chaos, no one is spared. Like a dandelion whisked away by the wind, he felt he could never return to the past, condemned to drift in the distance. White, amidst fits of coughs, laughed to the point of tears. He gazed silently at the sky, where stars twinkled, each unimpeded in their radiance, and murmured to himself, only I. Chapter 38. The monster class 1 month later, amidst a sea on the Grand Line, a fierce battle erupted as a naval warship clashed with a menacing pirate vessel, exchanging cannon fire with fervor. This naval ship was a training vessel composed of Zephyr's first-year combat classes, engaged in their bi-monthly live combat training. The pirate crew they faced had recently ventured from the four seas and had already begun to plague multiple nations with their incursions, boasting a total bounty of 45 million berries. Just like that, a month had flown by after the drunkard's revelry. Throughout this time, Amos had dedicated himself to rigorous training, relentlessly pushing the boundaries of his limits, shattering the constraints he once believed defined him. During this month, Hawkins had opted to withdraw from his studies, profoundly affected by the death of a friend, leaving him disinterested in continuing his education. Consequently, Drake seamlessly integrated into their dormitory, alongside Shoes and Doy, the group, inspired by Amos's fervor, often trained until they were utterly exhausted, returning only when they could muster no more strength. The four frequently engaged in sparring sessions, exchanging insights and experiences related to combat techniques. In just a month's time, their abilities had experienced remarkable leaps, with the most noticeable progress seen in Shoes and Doy. Although both had faced myriad moments of doubt, they persevered, and in the moments of triumph, the hardships endured seemed trivial in comparison. Aside from theoretical and foundational courses, the physical training and swordsmanship classes presented significant challenges. Mastery of the 6 forms of the Navy demanded exceptional physical prowess, while hockey remained an advanced skill beyond their current reach. As for swordsmanship, it heavily relied on intuition, and this month had been devoted entirely to mastering the fundamentals. By the side of the 40 cannons on the starboard, 2 students operated each cannon, one calibrating the aim while the other loaded the ammunition. Shoes, Doy, Amos and Drake were fiercely engaging in a battle with a pirate ship, manipulating a cannon when the pirate vessel launched a cannonball towards the training ship. The projectile hurtled directly towards Xios and Doi, prompting Amos to urgently warn them to take cover. However, even without his warning, Xios and Doi had an instinctive awareness of the impending danger, thus retreating just a second before Amos could utter a word. As the cannonball was about to strike their cannon with unerring accuracy, a fist formed from swirling white smoke collided with the projectile, causing it to explode just short of the training ship, the resulting shockwave causing many to squint against the force. Smoker stood at the center of the starboard side, retracting his fist with a stoic expression, continuing to oversee the battle. His transformation was significant. After a month of rigorous training, he had made notable advancements in his physical prowess. During their first practical training, Zephyr took the helm as captain and commander of the combat team, while on the second occasion, Smoker proactively sought the role of combat team leader. Neither Amos nor Drake intended to contest this opportunity, allowing Smoker to assume the position with little dissent. Following the exchange of fire, the pirate ship and the training vessel began to draw nearer. "Capture them alive," commanded Smoker, instructing everyone to prepare for battle. The crew brandished their military sabers, eyes fixed on the approaching pirates. Zephyr had yet to engage in combat. Having led them once a fortnight prior, they had gleaned considerable experience from that encounter. This time, facing the pirates, they exhibited a marked maturity, displaying improved operational efficiency in areas such as triaging the injured, adhering to military orders, and maintaining combat morale. Zephyr stood at the cabin door, his silhouette visible from the pirate ship. Yet these new marauders from across the seas, though some had heard of Zephyr's name, remained oblivious to his visage and would not be intimidated at the sight of him. To them, the Navy soldiers confronting them appeared youthful and inexperienced, unmistakably novices, albeit with a few legendary devil fruit users among them, which did not deter them from the battle. As the two vessels closed in, the students surprised the pirates by fearlessly leaping over the railing to engage in combat. Among them, Smoker, Genai, Drake, and Amos performed exceptionally well, directly influencing the tide of battle. Xios and Doi, however, exercised caution, complementing each other through teamwork to dispatch several pirates together. Even so, casualties were inevitable. The death toll on both sides escalated rapidly, yet the overwhelming strength of Smoker and Drake's abilities, combined with the fruits of a month's diligent training by the others, led to the confrontation concluding in under 10 minutes. The injured were swiftly attended to. Though 7 or 8 remained in critical condition, their prospects grim. Despite their victory, no smiles adorned their faces. The crew was preoccupied with concern for their wounded comrades. After a month of coexistence, the initial frictions from the new recruits' examination have long dissipated. They have transformed into a cohesive unit imbued with a spirit of camaraderie. The surrendered pirates were confined to the lowest deck of the training ship, a designated area for the imprisonment of such marauders. On the night the vessel returned to Marineford, 6 naval students tragically succumbed despite all efforts to save them. The entire cohort mourned deeply, and the once Navii newcomers have matured significantly. They now comprehend the inevitable casualties of war and no longer treat the conflict as a mere jest. Amos's injuries had nearly healed, and during today's battle, he sustained only minor scrapes, while the other 3 suffered no significant harm. Upon returning, it was customary for the Marin Van Du Navy to pay their respects to fallen comrades. The 6 deceased naval students were posthumously awarded the rank of third-class soldier, and in accordance with their families' wishes, they were either interred at headquarters or transported back to their hometowns. After each combat engagement, Zephyr would retreat to the tavern for solace, sharing Amos's fondness for the unique taste of inebriating beverages. After a day of recuperation, the following day, Zephyr convened the 3 first-year internship classes to convey an important announcement. The educational building featured a dedicated hall for speeches, reports, and memorials, with injured personnel gradually returning to duty. At this moment, approximately 150 students remained in the practical combat class, where inevitably fosters growth. And the upright posture of these 150 individuals began to reflect the true essence of soldiers. The 3 class supervisors were seated beside their respective classes as Zephyr approached the podium and candidly declared, in fact, each cohort will establish an additional new class for extraordinary individuals. As the name suggests, this new class will exclusively enroll monsters. The formation of the monster class did not adhere to a specific timeline. It typically awaited the arrival of young prodigies selected from the member nations of the world government, who would report to the school and be assessed for exceptional talent to join the existing practical combat classes. Monsters from the member nations? What concern is that of ours? A student inquired. Zephyr responded, "This is also a crucial component of our student body. representing the third avenue for admissions. However, recruiting from the member nations often proves time-consuming, resulting in their arrival at the school well after the academic year commences. Furthermore, our criteria are exceedingly high, which has kept the number of students admitted from these nations in the single digits, though the entrance standards are significantly higher than yours. They possess the advantage of immediate integration into the monster class upon their arrival. The monster class comprises only 4 instructors, myself, alongside the 3 esteemed lead educators of our institution, Saki, Sampalo, and Cabot. As soon as Zephyr concluded his statement, the hall erupted in astonishment. The caliber of the monster class's faculty was formidable. The mere presence of these 4 indicated that instruction would be led daily by Zephyr and the 3 prominent educators. The opportunity for the students to embark on practical maritime exercises under Zephyr's guidance would only arise every 2 weeks, with the lead educators' classes occurring sporadically. "Well, I want to join the monster class," exclaimed Rias with palpable excitement. In an unusual turn of events, Amos did not respond to the news with joy. Instead, he wore a grave expression, indicating that matters were far from simple. Today, the 5 formidable beings summoned by the allied nations had arrived, thus commencing the selection process for our combat class. As Zephyr spoke, his voice effortlessly drowned out the chatter among the students. While all were permitted to register, gaining entry was no easy feat. Only those truly exceptional could qualify for the monster class. Chapter 39, Akiji Kazan tomorrow morning. Various assessments would be conducted for the students who enrolled. Those who met the standards would gain admission to the monster class. Zephyr endeavored to be succinct, advising everyone to register today and take the opportunity to relax their bodies. For those intrigued, he urged them to prepare wholeheartedly for the tests ahead. Some unflattering truths remained unspoken by Zephyr. After all, the monster class was indeed meant to recruit only the extraordinary, and he hoped the broader student body possessed the self-awareness not to squander their time and lives in pursuit of registration. "Are you going?" Drake inquired of Amos. Amos appeared quite serious, and it was not difficult to surmise that the upcoming test would be formidable. Nevertheless, the determination to participate was unwavering. Drake refrained from saying much more. Following this was the registration process, where all 153 students present without exception enrolled. Even though some were acutely aware of the challenges ahead, those who had arrived at this juncture were not inclined to believe in any sort of ill-fated destiny. Even a mere 1% chance was worth seizing. Both Shoes and Doi maintained an optimistic outlook throughout, and after completing their registration, they entered a phase of mutual admiration, extolling each other's virtues to the point of near euphoria, both convinced that entering the monster class was, in fact, an elevation of their instructor Zephyr. An hour and a half had elapsed since registration when Zephyr announced the dissolution of the gathering, advising everyone to adjust their states of mind in preparation for the test the following day. However, before everyone departed, Zephyr called Amos aside. Drake patted Amos on the back as he left, and Amos was left pondering the reason for Zephyr's summons, waiting patiently for the others to exit. Once the crowd had dispersed, Zephyr fixed his gaze upon Amos and stated, "Akiji is waiting for you by the sea." "What?" Amos was taken aback by Zephyr's succinct 7 words. What was the meaning of this? Akiji, could it be the legendary Vice Admiral Kazan, waiting for me by the sea? What could his intentions possibly be? Without further explanation, Zephyr left Amos in a state of confusion as he departed the school to seek out Akiji by the shore. After searching for some time along the coastline, he was astonished to discover Kazan sitting on a rock, a few bottles of familiar liquor, Imbi tequila, at his feet. A drink Amos particularly enjoyed. "You were looking for me?" Amos approached, observing the tall figure exuding a languid charm. A man recognized as one of the highest combat powers of the Navy headquarters. Clad in a white vest and a deep blue shirt, Kazan spoke plainly, "Have a seat." Amos hesitated for a moment before settling beside Kazan. "I should not know you, should I? What brings you to seek me out?" "White is dead," Kazan replied. "White?" Amos pondered, finding the name unfamiliar. "I'm afraid I don't recognize him. Perhaps you have mistaken me for someone else?" Kazan gazed out at the sea, a bottle of rum in hand. "It seems he didn't disclose his name to you. Augustus White, the Rear Admiral, the very one who often shared drinks with you." Amos was taken aback. He had not anticipated the identity of the drunkard, nor the news of his demise. "He is dead?" Kazan's tone remained steady, yet the depths of his heart were shrouded in sorrow. "Pirates, then?" Amos wrestled with the tumult of emotions. In truth, he had shared only a few drinks with the drunkard, yet they had found a certain rapport. "He mentioned to me that he was considering resigning. How could this be?" Kazan narrowed his eyes. "It is us, the Navy." In an instant, Amos felt as though something had lodged itself in his throat. Are you aware that the system of the 7 warlords has been officially passed and initiated? Kazan cast a sidelong glance at the astonished Amos, continuing to gaze out at the sea. That individual, undeterred by opposition and vehemently against the implementation of the 7 warlords system, not only proclaimed the dire consequences that would ensue, but also brazenly challenged the authority of the world government, significantly hindering the execution of the system. Consequently, the world government issued a decree for his elimination. On the day of your return, he was ordered to set sail in pursuit of a pirate crew, only to be ambushed mid-journey by the CP organization, which later announced to the public that he had perished in a pirate attack. Has the Navy made no response? In the eyes of the world government, the Navy is merely a lapdog. Amos closed his eyes after listening, trembling as he exhaled a breath. That fool Kazan brought a bottle of impet wine to Amos, saying he has also developed a taste for impet wine, influenced by you. In fact, even Professor Zephyr has a fondness for it. By the way, please keep this matter confidential. I only shared it with you because of your connection with White. Amos, in a daze, accepted the bottle of wine and, after a moment of silence, reminiscent of the former Augustus rite, uncorked it with a decisive bite and began to drink heartily. Kazan lifted the bottle to his lips, savoring a mouthful, and remarked, listening to the gurgling sounds beside him. He once mentioned you to me, suggesting that we share a resemblance. I had inquired of him who might possess the power to transform this world. With a sardonic chuckle, Amos set the bottle down, echoing his sentiment, at least not the current Navy. I am uncertain, Kazan replied, lowering his gaze, toying with the now empty bottle. That fellow was a classmate of mine at the Naval Academy, and along with Solon, we were the closest of friends. Yet, due to certain circumstances, Solon perished. And that individual's demeanor has undergone a drastic change. 2 years ago, he even refused to carry out the extermination order personally issued by the world government. Amos's pupils constricted. 2 years ago, the Demon Slayer order. He murmured the words, Demon Slayer order. Ah, Kazan sighed, to obliterate an island, where an orphanage had been established under the guise of the Navy, housing children who were all orphans of pirates. Such matters need not be discussed with me. Amos suddenly lost control of his emotions, loudly interrupting Kazan. His chest heaved violently as he cast his gaze downward. His heart was filled with astonishment. The revelation inadvertently disclosed by Kazan felt as though he was spiraling into a vortex. An orphanage established in the name of the Navy, filled solely with the progeny of pirates. What a perfect facade. He chuckled coldly. What's wrong? Kazan inquired. Nothing, Amos replied tersely. Let us leave it at that. Some matters are indeed best left unsaid. Kazan set down the bottle, stating that he had come to inform Amos of White's demise and to see for himself the person who bore such a striking resemblance to him. Amos remained with his head bowed, deeply immersed in thought. Kazan rose to his feet, his hands nestled in his pockets. A furrow etched on his brow as he gazed out at the sea, his visage betraying no hint of sorrow. It's over. Kazan turned away, striding into the distance. What are your plans for the future? I inquired. Do you believe I intend to change the world? I do not, he chuckled. And what if I were to declare my intent to overthrow the world government and vanquish the pirates? A cough escaped him, followed by hearty laughter. You? Ha ha ha. Indeed, it is I, Amos replied. Kazan halted in his tracks, yet did not turn to face him. Amos rose to his feet, reeking of alcohol, his eyes unusually bright. He gazed at Kazan's retreating figure, a sardonic grin spreading across his face as he remarked with a tone laced with derision and disdain. Is that all there is to the world? Kazan's pupils gradually dilated. Memories of the demon-slaying decree from 2 years prior, the innocent lives lost, and the unknowing sacrifice of Razian flooded his mind. The years had unveiled the brutality, injustice, tragedy, anger, and helplessness that he had witnessed, the rampage of pirates and the moral decay of the Navy. Scenes of these harsh realities flashed through Amos's mind, and he found himself unable to tolerate it all. Whether it be pirates or the Navy, neither was acceptable to him. Show me, he thought. Chapter 40, The Test, Part 1. After hearing Amos's words, Kazan stood still for a considerable time, a slight smile curling his lips as he let out a soft hum. It seemed he finally understood why August White had remarked that the two of them bore a striking resemblance. Train well. Aim to join the monster class first. Kazan continued on his way, one hand tucked into his pocket while the other waved dismissively. Amos watched Kazan depart, downing the remaining wine in one swift gulp. This drink was intended for you, my inebriated friend. He turned and walked in the opposite direction, spending half an hour returning to the Naval Academy. The classroom was empty. Everyone was engrossed in rigorous training for the qualification test scheduled for tomorrow. He craved this moment of tranquility, a private sanctuary. Approaching the sand table, he gently caressed the miniature oceans depicted upon it. A profound serenity enveloped him, as all the tumultuous emotions intrinsic to humanity vanished, leaving only a tranquil void. As if he were devoid of sensation, he gazed absently at the sand table, which encapsulated the entirety of the world in miniature. Yet he could fathom the vastness it represented. While others fervently trained, fearing any lapse in preparation for the impending test, a voice broke through his reverie. "You seem rather at ease," came the leisurely tone behind him. Recognizing it as his homeroom teacher, Portis, he turned respectfully and said, "It's merely last-minute cramming, of little significance. Victory hinges on steadfast perseverance over time, not on fleeting bursts of enthusiasm." "Quite the motivational sentiment," Portis replied, placing his hands behind his back as he approached the sand table. "Do you feel confident for tomorrow?" "I'm uncertain," Amos answered earnestly. "The monster class, it's common knowledge that the candidates they recruit are formidable. I don't consider myself that strong, yet I cannot dismiss the hard work I have consistently put forth." "You are rather vexing. A simple response of confidence or lack thereof would suffice. The outcome of many endeavors often hinges on one's inner resolve. Therefore, do not be so indecisive and lacking in confidence. You lack a certain quality, a quality known as decisiveness, or perhaps fortitude." Portis leaned on the sand table, imparting his wisdom. Listening intently to Portis's guidance, Amos nodded. "I have confidence. I must succeed." "That's the spirit," Portis said, tapping the edge of the sand table. "I wish you success in your test tomorrow." "Thank you," Amos replied, sensing that the relationship between him and Portis transcended that of mere teacher and student. It felt more akin to brothers. Portis moved past the sand table to the lectern, retrieving a box of cigarettes, presumably having returned to the classroom for this purpose. "I'll take my leave now. They are training while I can enjoy a leisurely day." Portis waved the pack of cigarettes at Amos before exiting the classroom. Once Portis departed, Amos lingered in contemplation for a moment before leaving the classroom and heading to the dormitory. Upon his return, he discovered Drake, Hughes, and Doy all present, each reclining on their respective beds. Drake was engrossed in a book, Doy was snacking, and Hughes was sipping juice through a straw. "Hey, you're back. By the way, what did teachers ever keep you for? A special session?" Hughes inquired, sitting up on his bed to address Amos. Amos climbed onto his bed and said, "Oh no. I merely inquired about the insights gained from this recent maritime exercise. By the way, I noticed that none of you attended the training." The playground was bustling with last-minute preparations. It seemed Smoker was there as well. Regardless, it wouldn't make much of a difference. Hughes collapsed onto the bed, a straw still clenched between his teeth, thinking it might be better to take a moment to rest. "What's the matter?" Amos asked, shedding his shirt and reclining on the bed. "Weren't you just telling Doy that the two of you were quite secure?" Hughes, feeling teased by Amos, chose to remain silent. He gulped down the juice in one go and accurately tossed the bottle into the trash can, responding, "You believe in such jokes? Who doesn't he know that that's the monster class? Can one simply enter at will?" Amos reclined with his arms behind his head, eyes closed. "I must give it a try. By the way, Amos, do you have confidence?" Hughes inquired. The snack-eating Doy cast a glance at Amos, but all they could see was Amos with his eyes shut, seemingly in slumber. Drake continued to hold his book, yet he did not turn to look at Amos. He merely awaited his words. "Indeed," Amos replied with unwavering confidence. "That's splendid," Doy exclaimed, tossing a bag of snacks at Amos. The snacks struck Amos's face, but he did not flinch, remaining utterly still. "You possess confidence, and so does Drake. It seems our dormitory is about to produce two individuals of extraordinary caliber. Just remember us when you achieve greatness, haha." Hughes chuckled. Amos let out a faint chuckle, still unwilling to open his eyes or utter another word. Shios and Doy glanced at Drake, who nodded in response. The four of them lay in their respective beds, preoccupied with their own matters, while the others seized the day to intensify their training, striving to become marginally stronger. These four in the dormitory exhibited a singular disposition, either brimming with confidence or utterly resigned. The day swiftly passed, and Amos found himself in a dream, wherein he had entered the monster class. Yusuf rewarded him with barbecued meat, and he celebrated with Lesian and August White-over drinks. However, the dream was abruptly interrupted by the insufferable Shios calling him awake. Upon rising and completing their morning routines, the group made their way to the cafeteria for breakfast, subsequently returning to the classroom to await instructions. At precisely 7 o'clock, Portis entered the classroom. Impeccably dressed in sharp black attire, his hair meticulously styled. Though he still bore a somewhat languid demeanor, he appeared significantly improved compared to before. Are we all prepared? I suggest that those with self-awareness consider foregoing this test, as it may prove futile. Why waste time when one could continue training to address their shortcomings? Portis stated candidly while making his way to the podium. His forthright nature dampened the spirits of the eager students. Some genuinely lacked confidence. The previous day, they had participated in the test merely to follow the crowd, as it would have been awkward to stand alone in refusal, implying that they possessed the least confidence in the weakest abilities. It seems everyone exudes confidence, Portis remarked, chewing on bubblegum. After waiting a few moments and seeing no one opting out of the test, he blew a bubble, which popped with a satisfying sound. A smile lit his face. Clearly pleased, as he gestured for them to follow him out of the classroom. Then come with me to participate in the test. The group rose and exited, with Smog leading the way. He had been taciturn of late, dismissive of classmates attempting to forge a rapport with him. His current behavior suggested he was quite assured of himself. Amos, try not to be nervous, Shios called after him as he and Drake fell in line with the group. Turning his head, Amos observed Shios and Doi, hand in hand, both drenched in sweat and breathing heavily. It was evident they were the ones feeling anxious. Despite their earlier nonchalance, "Let us go," Doi said, freeing her hand from Shios' grasp, feigning indifference. Chapter 41, The Test, Part 2. As Portis led the students of the class outside, students from other classes had already emerged under the guidance of their teachers, converging into several lines on the expansive grounds of the Naval Academy. The size of the playground facilitated numerous activities, making it a favored venue for such events. At this very moment, the northwest corner of the playground has been meticulously arranged, bustling with activity. As one approaches, it becomes evident that Zephyr and the three principal instructors are present. The grandeur of the setup undoubtedly conveys the formality and rigor of the impending assessment. Upon witnessing the four pivotal figures of the institution gathered, along with a throng of upperclassmen observing intently, Shoes could not help but tremble with apprehension. Amos chuckled. Is there anything frightening about actual combat at sea? So many eyes are watching. If the test goes awry, one would be ridiculed. A flicker of concern crossed the handsome visage of Shoes. You think too much, Amos remarked, choosing to disregard him. Once all three combat classes had assembled, they lined up under the guidance of their respective instructors. Portis stifled a yawn and pointed to 5 young individuals seated on chairs at the edge of the testing grounds. Inquiring of his students, do you know who they are? Could they possibly be the 5 monsters conscripted from the Allied nations? Speculated a keen student. Portis casually ruffled the student's hair. Clever observation, indeed. Those 5 are the future students of the monster class. From left to right stood Reckless Dolet, Darren Iso, Modric Luca, Alexander Udi, and Okasha. As Portis indicated, the group of students turned their gazes towards the quintet. Reckless Dolet sported short black hair and piercing eagle-like eyes, marked by a cross-shaped scar on his right eye, and 2 swords hung at his waist, indicating his prowess as a dual-wielding swordsman. Darren Iso appeared somewhat gentle. His open attire revealed a wound extending from his collarbone to his abdomen, suggesting he was once a boy. Modric Luca, of shorter stature with curly brown hair, wore bandages wrapped around his calves, though he did not seem to be injured. Alexander Udi, adorned with violet hair and a gentle smile, squinted his eyes. Clad in a black coat, military-style trousers replete with pockets, and knee-high boots. Okasha, slightly plump with small eyes and a petite mouth, exuded an endearing charm, albeit with a childlike habit of sniffling incessantly. These 5 individuals were the so-called monsters mentioned by Zephyr yesterday, yet their prowess appeared unremarkable. If one could discern the strength of others merely by sight, you would be even more formidable, remarked Drake, displaying a newfound ease in jesting after a month of transformation. The venue was meticulously arranged. At the forefront, a table bore an object resembling a bracelet, beside which an official sat, engaged in registration. Behind lay an expansive area where 3 instructors occupied designated seats, serving as formidable checkpoints. At the rear stood Zephyr alongside the 5 extraordinary recruits conscripted from the Allied nations. Are you all prepared? Portis inquired. Ready. The students chorused in unison. Portis acknowledged with a nod, gesturing to Zephyr before turning to the apprehensive Doi at the front. Our class shall proceed first. Let us embark. Me? Doi stammered as Amos gently nudged him from behind, prompting him to advance hesitantly. Doi took a seat at the table, where the examiner affixed the bracelet-like device to his arm. Almost immediately, a sound reminiscent of a pig's squeal escaped his lips, suggesting a sharp pain in his arm. Shortly thereafter, the device was removed from his wrist, and the examiner commenced the registration process. Doi continued onward to undergo further evaluations. Keep up, Portis urged. Hughes and Drake followed suit, and soon it was Amos's turn. Amos previously sat across from the registering examiner. Name? Inquired the examiner. Francis Amos, Amos replied. Are you a wielder of a devil fruit ability? No, the examiner accurately recorded. Then set down the pen and picked up a bracelet. Put it on your arm. Which arm? Either will suffice, the examiner responded. Amos took the bracelet and adorned his left arm with it. The examiner grasped his hand and pressed a button on what resembled a device akin to the bracelet. Instantly, the bracelet began to constrict, causing Amos considerable pain. Tighten it. You must tighten it. Resist it, the examiner urged. Amos tensed his arms as he observed the value on the bracelet rising steadily. After approximately 10 seconds, the figure ceased its ascent. The examiner cast a fleeting glance before pressing a button, causing the bracelet to loosen and be removed. As he scribbled on a sheet of paper, the examiner announced, Francis Amos, your spiritual power is 330. Very well, proceed to the back for further assessments. Amos rose and made his way to the rear, the concept of combat power lingering in his thoughts. However, after spending 17 years in this world, the intricate details eluded him. Nonetheless, he was aware that it served as a metric for assessing an individual's combat prowess. The first challenge he faced was from his theoretical instructor, Cabot. With flowing locks and a strikingly handsome visage, Cabot held a registration form in his hands and posed several rather intricate questions pertaining to theoretical knowledge. The scope of the theoretical course was extensive, encompassing a wide array of subjects, from naval vessels and military history to the realms of humanities, politics, philosophy, geography, and beyond, resulting in questions that were often disconnected from one another. Amos approached his lesson with utmost seriousness, possessing a long-standing passion for history and geography, which earned him the approval of Mr. Cabot for several of his responses. Mr. Cabot, satisfied, nodded affirmatively, inscribing something on a form before instructing Amos to proceed further. Behind Mr. Cabot stood Mr. Simpolo, the swordsmanship instructor, who, with his round spectacles and gentle demeanor, exuded warmth. What is a sword? Mr. Simpolo inquired. It depends on how one wields it, Amos replied. If the sword is employed in combat, it serves solely as an instrument of attack, devoid of any distractions. One must regard it merely as a pure weapon to unleash its true potential. Conversely, if one perceives the sword as a companion, a harmonious union is sought, leading to a shared resonance. One learns to attune with the sword, treating it as an extension of oneself. You are indeed diligent in your studies, Mr. Simpolo remarked with a smile. Now, tell me about Aido. Amos Dow, the term Aido symbolizes the confrontation between two opposing parties. And the essence of Aido lies in the principle of delivering a fatal strike with a single, decisive motion, requiring the ability to draw one's sword and subdue the enemy in an instant. Can you accomplish this? Simpalo inquired, gesturing towards a nearby sword. If Amos was capable, he should take the sword and attempt it. Amos shook his head, expressing that the past month had been filled with a myriad of demanding courses. He had only scratched the surface of swordsmanship and had yet to master its foundational techniques. Simpalo pondered, your insights into the sword are commendable, indicating that you have engaged in thoughtful reflection. This can be regarded as a form of innate talent for swordsmanship. The deepening of your understanding will greatly aid your future advancements in this discipline. However, it is vital to recognize that technique and insight are interdependent. Both are necessary for true mastery. Thank you for your guidance, Master, Amos replied, bowing slightly to Simpalo. The instructor scribbled something on the registration form before looking up, squinting slightly. All right, proceed to meet Teacher Saki. Understood, Amos responded, then made his way toward Teacher Saki. Chapter 42. Nun Saki was the first instructor Amos had encountered. On the day he arrived at Marin Vondo to report to the Naval Academy, Colonel Ulysses introduced him at the school gate. Throughout the subsequent month of formal studies, he frequently interacted with Teacher Saki, who was responsible for instructing physical techniques, encompassing the 6 forms of the Navy and the cultivation of hockey. Among the 3 primary instructors, he was the eldest, having once been a colleague of Zifa. The two had previously shared a superior-subordinate relationship, but after Zifa stepped back from active duty, Saki followed suit. Amos, Saki glanced at him while inscribing his name on the registration form. Teacher Saki. Amos bowed respectfully. Your foundational skills are commendable, Saki remarked, yet certain advantages are lacking. Compared to true prodigies, your future cultivation of hockey may prove challenging. However, the 6 forms should not pose significant difficulties with diligent effort. You could master them within a few years. You possess remarkable resilience and a composed demeanor. Such traits will compensate for any deficiencies in talent. Therefore, learn to harness your character. What you lack is opportunity. I hope that in the future, you may encounter and seize opportunities to achieve greatness. Saki continued to write on the registration form. Thank you for your instruction, teacher, Amos said earnestly, attentively listening to the evaluations from the instructors. These educators, possessing considerable strength and years of teaching experience, could often pinpoint one's issues with precision and offer the most accurate guidance for future development. Receiving such counsel could potentially spare him from many missteps. Now, go meet teacher Zifa, Saki said, looking up after finishing his notes. Amos nodded and circled around teacher Zaki, approaching teacher Zephyr. To one side of Zephyr sat 5 peculiar beings representing the allied nations, while the other side was occupied by others who had completed their assessments and were gradually departing. Meanwhile, Shios, Doi, and Drake awaited Amos. Shios and Doi were engaged in conversation, while Drake stood silently, observing Amos from a distance. Upon reaching Zephyr, Amos bowed slightly. Zephyr also had a recollection of Amos. The first impression was formed a month prior when Amos inquired whether diligence could lead to strength. Although not particularly outstanding in all subjects, Amos had managed to secure a place among the commendable through sheer effort. You are truly diligent, Zephyr remarked. Amos regarded Zephyr, aware that every teacher would assess their students and assign scores. Both evaluation and grading held significant importance for him. They provided clarity regarding his current standing and future trajectory, as well as determining his eligibility for the elite class. I can see the shadow of Portis in you, Zephyr remarked, expressing hope that Amos would strive diligently to enhance his strength. This statement was both perfunctory and sincere. Upon concluding his remarks, Zephyr instructed Amos to leave the testing area, informing him that the final results would be released that evening. A designated individual would notify those students who passed the assessment to gather for the elite class the following morning. Before departing, Amos cast a fleeting glance at the 5 members of the alliance. They did not acknowledge him, displaying an air of impatience and an overabundance of confidence. Hey, Amos, how's it going? Shios eagerly inquired as Amos approached. Amos remarked, it's rather mediocre. I did not observe any expressions of satisfaction from them. Ashu sensed a hint of unease, yet promptly adjusted his demeanor, assuring, it's all right. You are absolutely fine. Trust me. He then inquired with a smile, what about you all? In response, Shus and Doi exchanged glances and simultaneously replied, uncertain. Amos glanced at Drake, who refrained from disclosing his own circumstances and instead posed a counter-question. What is your Dao power value? 330, Amos replied. Impressive. I only have 17. Doi has 32, exclaimed Shus, before giving Drake a pat on the back. However, you still fall short compared to Drake. How much do you have again? 607, Drake stated. That is twice mine, Amos remarked in astonishment. By the way, how is Dao power measured? As the omniscient one. Shus promptly elaborated. Dao power reflects a person's combat prowess, yet it does not entirely determine their strength. If we consider the average naval soldier's Dao power to be 10, anyone exceeding 500 is deemed superhuman. Drake is already superhuman, but you still have some distance to cover. I see. Following Shus's explanation, Amos began to recollect. Realizing that he still fell short, his instructor had recently pointed out that his foundational swordsmanship was rather weak. Though his physical techniques were adequate after all this time spent on the basics, the group commenced their return to the dormitory, and along the way, Doi sincerely remarked, Amos, achieving this level is commendable. You must remember, you are only 20 this year and have yet to consume a devil fruit. The gap between your strength and that of your peers is already substantial, and your future accomplishments will undoubtedly be even greater. Indeed, with such results, entering the monster class should pose no issue. We are counting on you to guide us in the future. Shus concurred. Amos could only respond with a resigned smile. As for his age, this body was truly 17 years old. The 2 additional years were merely fabricated to satisfy the recruitment criteria of the branch. He was uncertain whether he would pass the review. Judging by his spiritual power, a decade of effort had not been in vain, creating a significant gap between him and the average person, yet there remained a considerable distance to individuals like Drake. The 5 checkpoints. From the initial examiner of spiritual power to the final instructor, teacher Zephyr, each held a registration form, and he was oblivious to the evaluations pinned by these 5 individuals. Shus and Doi appeared nonchalant, as they had no doubt about their fate. Simply put, they were unlikely to qualify for the monster class. Drake's calmness stemmed from his prowess, which represented the pinnacle of this cohort of students. His admission was nearly assured. If even he were to be excluded, it would imply that no one from this class stood a chance. Only Amos found himself in an ambiguous position, neither assured entry nor outright rejection. Upon returning to the dormitory, he anxiously awaited the night. Outside, a torrential downpour commenced, mirroring the tumultuous state of Amos's mind. As the clock approached 9, a knock echoed at the door, and a senior clad in a black raincoat entered, inquiring, "Who is X?" "Drake." "It's me," Drake replied as he propped himself up on the bed. "Ah, you've passed the test. Report to the monster class tomorrow morning." With that, the senior made to leave. "Wait a moment," Drake called after him, glancing at Amos, who sat up, his gaze fixed on the senior. He turned to the senior and asked, "Did anyone else from our dorm pass?" "Let me check," the senior replied, pulling out a list. After a few moments of perusal, he shook his head. "No, you're the only one." "Really? No one else?" Amos queried. The senior checked once more. "No, only 3 students from your entire grade passed. X, Drake, Smog, and Henai, all rated A. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave." Silence enveloped the room as the senior tucked the paper away, adjusted his raincoat, and exited the dormitory. Shoes, who had been engrossed in a novel, immediately set it aside upon hearing the news and cheerfully remarked, "Ah, it's no big deal, Amos. It's just a test for the monster class." "Exactly, it's not that important. We can always train for a few more months, and by then, we'll be stronger and ready to enter," Doy added. Drake offered no words of comfort, unsure of how to console Amos. He observed Amos, who sat expressionless, lost in thought. After a while, Shoes and Doy found themselves at a loss for words, exchanging awkward glances, while Amos remained motionless. Soon, Amos rose from the bed and casually donned some clothing. "Hey, Amos," Drake called after him. "Are you?" "Nothing," Amos replied. Amos retrieved his raincoat from the wardrobe beneath his bed and draped it over his shoulders, declaring his intention to step outside. With that, he exited the dormitory. Both Shoes and Doy turned their gazes toward Drake. "Should we not follow him?" "I am concerned he might engage in some reckless behavior," Shoes remarked. Drake hesitated, uncertain whether it was prudent to venture out, but ultimately donned a jacket, stating, "Let us go." In the teaching building, at Zephyr's office, a series of knocks echoed. "Enter," came the response, a voice not belonging to Zephyr, but rather that of his homeroom teacher. Amos pushed open the door, the rain boots striking the wooden floor with a crisp sound. After stepping inside, he paused, shutting the door behind him. Zephyr, engrossed in reviewing documents while wearing glasses, looked up at him. Portis, rather impolitely, lounged in a corner of the desk, smoking a cigarette. He regarded Amos, clad in a black raincoat with the hood drawn tight, his eyes resembling those of a lifeless fish. "What is the matter with you? Can't you take off your raincoat before coming in? You've soaked the floor." "Remember to clean it up later," Portis remarked, exhaling smoke. Zephyr lifted his gaze towards Amos and closed the file in his hands. "You've come so late. Is it about the monster class?" "Yes," Amos replied, removing his hood, revealing damp, dark hair. "How did I fare?" "Let us see." Zephyr presented the final report to Portis. Portis stubbed out his half-finished cigarette in the ashtray and took the report, scanning it quickly before reading aloud. Spirit value: 330, theory grade A, swordsmanship grade B, physical skill grade B, overall grade B. It's such a pity. You were so close to reaching an A. Is there no chance of entering the monster class? Amos inquired. Indeed, what else would you expect? Do you wish to take shortcuts? Portis replied casually, flipping through the report before placing it back on the desk and reigniting the stub of his cigarette. I want to make another attempt, Amos declared, taking a deep breath. Opportunities are crucial for me. Portis rolled his eyes. Who do you think you are? Just give it up and accept your fate. I am not begging for this opportunity. Amos said earnestly, locking eyes with Portis. I need this chance. I must enter the monster class. Though my spirit value may not be as high as theirs, it cannot solely define one's true strength. What do you mean? Are you suggesting your abilities are on par with those in the monster class? Or are you looking for a fight? Portis raised an eyebrow. Either way, Amos replied, I will prove my worth. Even if my current strength is insufficient for the monster class, I shall surpass them one day. Such bravado, Portis scoffed, finishing his cigarette and yawning. So, what is the plan, teacher? Zephyr, still focused on the documents, replied, he makes a valid point. His spirit value did lower his overall grade, yet he is, apart from the 3 who were merely passing, the closest in the entire grade to achieving an A. I see your sentiment is softening, Portis commented. Weren't you once in a similar position? If I hadn't given you a chance, how would you have entered the monster class? Zephyr countered. Portis shrugged. Knowing he couldn't argue against Zephyr, who held the leverage of past indiscretions over him, and was rather straightforward, occasionally revealing those details before others, leaving Portis feeling quite embarrassed. All right then, I shall grant you this opportunity. Potters exhaled deeply, his hands tucked into his pockets as he rose to his feet. However, it must be stated unequivocally that regardless of your efforts, or whether you may eventually gain entry into the monster class, you must possess a sense of self-awareness. Given your current abilities and standards, there remains a significant chasm between you and the true monsters. Even the other 3 students who qualified show no remarkable prowess in their results. Achieving an A grade merely signifies a standard level within the historical context of the monster class. In the past 22 years, only 4 individuals have truly embodied the essence of that title and attained an S rating. All of them have achieved extraordinary accomplishments, whether serving in high-ranking positions within our naval system or having ventured beyond its confines to pursue other paths. Amos listened in silence. Well, since you wish to demonstrate that your abilities surpass the estimations of the power level test, it is time to put it to the test, said Portis as he approached. I shall be your opponent. If you earn my approval, you may find yourself fortunate enough to become the first member of the monster class rated B. Portis stated as he moved beside Amos, retrieved a raincoat from the hanger, and opened the door. Shall we proceed? What, do you wish to linger here and continue fighting? Amos cast a glance at Portis before stepping outside, while Portis, holding the raincoat in one hand, shut the door with the other and followed closely behind Amos. I've heard Zephyr, the old man, say that we bear a striking resemblance, Portis remarked as he donned the raincoat. Amos pondered that this was not the first time he had been subjected to such remarks. White had also once remarked that he bore a resemblance to Kazan, who had even sought him out specifically to dispute this claim. Not at all. We are nothing alike. In truth, Amos found the old man's words quite intriguing. He remarked on the diligence of my training, recalling that in his own days of rigorous practice, he was surrounded by a cadre of individuals imbued with the powers of devil fruits. Portis donned his raincoat, and the two moved swiftly, descending from the 3rd floor to the 1st. However, one should not lament their circumstances. Effort must be exerted. If you perform admirably, it is entirely feasible to enter the monster class as a sort of auditor. As they conversed, they reached the grand hall on the 1st floor, just as Drake, Hux, and Doy entered, also clad in raincoats. The 2 groups collided, prompting Portis to halt, his expression shifting. What.This? Are you attempting to set me up? Do you wish to instigate a brawl? Chapter 44. Teacher versus student. The 3 newcomers were momentarily taken aback. After the jest, as their presence obstructed his view, Portis shifted to one side, peering out at the downpour. What brings you here? Drake turned to Amos, expressing concern for him. What is there to be concerned about with a grown man? Portis straightened, tightening his raincoat. It had been agreed upon. His spiritual power had suffered a significant decline, and he sought to prove that such a metric could not solely define an individual's prowess. Should he earn my endorsement, it would pave his way into the monster class. That sounds splendid. Hux and Doy felt a sense of joy for Amos. Yet, Drake was not so easily convinced. Portis was their teacher and had once clashed with Zephyr. He understood well the formidable nature of Portis's abilities and recognized that gaining his approval would not be a simple feat. Are you certain, Amos? Amos nodded without hesitation. So, you're heading to Drake Road now? Portis yawned, appearing quite weary. Otherwise, the monster class will officially commence tomorrow. Moreover, with the rain obscuring the night, few will be aware of our endeavors. If this doesn't pan out, at least we won't be embarrassed, right? All right then, let's wrap this up swiftly. With that, Portis stepped outside. Amos regarded the 3 individuals, assuring them, do not fret for me, Rias. May I borrow your sword? I may require it shortly. My sword is in the classroom. I shall fetch it at once. Rias, sensing Amos's unwavering determination, chose not to impede or console him any further, understanding that, as a friend who had come to know him well, his sole duty now was to wholeheartedly support Amos. Rias dashed away, while Amos strode between Doy and Drake. After taking a few steps, he paused, turning his back to them and declared, I shall exert myself to the utmost, when the time comes. I will rely on you to carry me back to the dormitory. You rascal, Drake turned around, but by then, Amos had already ventured out, consumed by the darkness and the rain. Amos is an exceptionally tenacious individual. Drake had never envisioned that such profound inner strength could wield such immense power. Yet Amos provided him with the answer. He had never succumbed to despair, exerting countless times more effort than others. Training, with each day centered around this singular pursuit. He transformed a body that was not particularly remarkable into one of distinction, relying solely on an inner depth that he had yet to fully comprehend. Drake gazed into the inky darkness outside, while Doy turned to listen as he spoke. His inner fortitude was undeniable. If one day fortune truly favored him and presented an opportunity, he would seize it and extract every conceivable benefit, achieving something extraordinary. That's quite a high praise, Doy remarked. Hands on his hips, Drake donned the hood of his raincoat and stepped outside, contemplating whether he might encounter that life-altering opportunity. It all depended on fate. The rain poured heavily. Invisibility was notably poor in the night. Amos could faintly discern the silhouette of Portis, trailing him at a distance of approximately 10 meters. Heading towards the combat platform on the field. Although the Naval Academy was vast, both individuals moved swiftly and soon arrived at their destination. Portis stood at one end of the combat platform, but Amos could not discern his expression. "Are we about to begin?" Amos shouted over the rain. "Enough chit-chat." Portis replied in a subdued tone, and with that, he charged forward. Amos's expression darkened, taken aback by Portis's immediate execution of the Marine 6 techniques, demonstrating a complete disregard for him as a mere novice. However, he was not so easily overwhelmed. He swiftly executed a sweeping kick, opting for offense as defense. In an instant, Portis closed the distance to Amos. Finding his reaction quite intriguing, rather than retreating, Amos chose to strike. Portis boldly accepted the challenge head-on. Regrettably, while this tactic might have proven effective against opponents of comparable strength, such as Drake or Smoker, it was nothing short of a desperate struggle against someone of Portis's caliber, who was on an entirely different level. Portis's strength and reflexes were formidable. He seized Amos's sweeping left ankle with one hand and delivered a brutal kick to his abdomen. With a painful gasp, Amos felt his stomach churn, yet he summoned his formidable willpower to attempt extricating his leg from Portis's grip. Portis retaliated with another kick. Gritting his teeth, Amos's face turned a shade of ashen gray. He propelled his right foot upward, his body momentarily suspended in midair, while his left foot remained ensnared. In a swift motion, his right foot struck Portis's head, prompting Portis to release his hold on Amos's ankle. Amos flipped through the air and landed several meters away. Thunder rumbled as a flash of lightning illuminated the sky, swiftly followed by a deafening roar that echoed across the heavens. Raindrops pattered against his raincoat, creating a symphony of sounds. After merely a few seconds of catching his breath, Amos resolutely advanced towards Portis. Although merely a month had passed, rendering him incapable of mastering the Navy's 6 styles, he had nonetheless grasped several key principles, integrating them in a way that, while not achieving the true speed of a shave, still afforded him a significant enhancement. In the fleeting moment of their approach, Amos launched a powerful punch aimed directly at Portis's face. Given his current physical prowess, a strike against an ordinary individual would likely prove fatal or leave them severely incapacitated. Portis, brimming with confidence in his own abilities, never once considered evasion during their confrontation. As Amos's fierce punch approached, Portis extended his hand to intercept it. The force was substantial, yet Portis remained steadfast, his hand suspended in midair, unwavering. With a swift motion, Amos employed his old technique, a side kick known as the Gale Foot. With his hand restrained, he aimed a kick at Portis. Upon hearing the term Gale Foot, Portis instinctively became alert, raising his leg to block. And Amos's kick struck his calf. Portis, initially wary, rolled his eyes as he pushed Amos's fist away, creating several meters of distance. "You startled me. I thought you had genuinely learned the Gale Foot in a month. With such feeble power, do you aspire to be a mere blabbering warrior?" With a sigh, Amos and Portis created space between them. He controlled his breathing, pondering. "If I were to claim I possessed Conqueror's Haki, would you believe me?" "Enough of this banter." "Blabbering warrior," Portis retorted, shaking his hand as he approached. "Combat cannot rely solely on words." With that, Portis unleashed a vacuum attack with his leg, the sharp force seemingly intent on tearing Amos apart. Amos swiftly evaded, yet he still felt a sharp sting on his calf, causing it to quiver with pain. He knelt on one knee, bracing himself against the ground as he gazed at Portis. Despite the intense agony coursing through his leg, his expression remained impassive. This was the true essence of the Gale Strike. Portis loomed above him, surveying the scene. Drake and Doy rushed over, positioning themselves at the edge of the combat arena. Observing the two dark figures locked in confrontation amidst the rainy night, one standing tall, the other crouched low. "Is it over?" Doy exclaimed, astonished. "No," Drake replied, his brow furrowed. Immediately dismissing Doi's speculation, he stated solemnly, if he were to concede so easily, he would no longer be Amos. Chapter 45. The I/What's wrong? Are you too pained to stand, boastful warrior? Portis taunted. Amos was not angered by his words, for Portis had always been so unrestrained in his expressions. Indeed, his calves trembled slightly. However, after enduring countless life-and-death battles, he would not yield to such trivial concerns. The monster squad was a necessity. No one mentioned that Amos stood up, one hand on his thigh, as if to challenge him. Huh. Portis merely raised an eyebrow and delivered a swift sidekick to Amos's head. Amos, with both arms raised in defense, may not have sustained an injury to his head. Yet the sheer force of the blow sent him hurtling through the air. In the rain-soaked night, a dark figure soared several meters before crashing to the ground, rolling multiple times upon impact. That guy, Doi remarked, ready to approach. However, Drake firmly grasped Doi's arm, intoning gravely, calm yourself, Doi. If we pull Amos down now, he will truly forfeit his chance to join the monster class. I refuse to believe he can only go this far. Let us observe a little longer. Professor Portis certainly strikes with considerable force. Doi expressed his displeasure. Continue watching, Drake instructed. Amos lay on the ground for mere seconds before rising to his feet. I am thoroughly dissatisfied with your current performance. If this is all you can muster, I regret to inform you that you are unfit for the monster class. Portis approached, urging him to demonstrate his true abilities, young man. Oh. Amos extended his hand to unfasten the buttons of his raincoat, meticulously releasing each one. Afterward, his pale fingers drew down the hood, and he cast aside the entire raincoat onto the ground, revealing beneath it black trousers and a white shirt. Amos stretched his neck, deftly pushing aside the strands of hair that fell across his forehead. The rain poured heavily, soaking his clothes in no time, yet he remained unfazed. Isn't the foreplay long enough, you blabbering powerhouse? Potter said, clenching his fists, which transformed into a shade of black. That's enough. Amos leaned forward, and in the next moment, he surged forward with a speed that far surpassed his earlier demeanor. Potter, slightly taken aback, realized that Amos had merely been testing his strength, while he himself had not exerted his full power. A grin spread across his face as he quickened his pace. This was becoming increasingly interesting. Violent falcon strike. After closing the distance, Amos leapt into the air, his form resembling that of a bird, one foot aimed directly at Potter's head. Huh. Potter first drew back his arm to gather force, then launched it toward Amos's foot. The sound that followed was not the deep thud of a heavy blow, but rather the sickening crack of bones breaking. Upon colliding, Amos and Potter both used the force of impact to execute a backflip, landing on the ground, one foot firmly planted, the other suspended in midair. Potter shook out his arm, exclaiming, now that's some interesting power. But can you still continue? It was Amos who had suffered the broken bones. The violent falcon strike was a formidable kicking technique he had developed by integrating key elements of the 6-style scale foot. Normally, it could deliver a devastating blow. Yet Potter had hardened his arm with advanced Haoshiku, resulting in an overpowering collision that left Amos at a disadvantage. Are you going to give up? Potter turned to look at Drake and Doi at the edge of the fighting arena, intending to signal them to take Amos away. Amos was still controlling his breath, suppressing the pain. In my current state, moving is quite inconvenient, so you should take the initiative to attack me. Potter paused, momentarily taken aback, then tilted his head to regard Amos. Are you attempting to feign weakness, blabbering powerhouse? The monster class cannot be entered merely by invoking sympathy from the judges, you know. You are really asking for a beating with all that chatter. Amos sighed, slightly bending his uninjured leg to maintain balance. Hurry up. Those were your words, kid. Despite his fierce tone, Potter had already relaxed his arm's hardened state as he approached. In the final moment, both opponents simultaneously struck, their fists colliding with a resounding impact. Amos, unable to match Portis in strength and stability, staggered backward the moment their fists collided. The ploy of feigning injury proved ineffective. Portis closed the distance once more, delivering another blow. In a moment of desperation, Amos raised his arms to shield himself, only to be struck again, sent flying backward and crashing into a puddle formed by the rain, splashing water around him. Teacher Portis. Doi could not contain a shout. Portis remained unmoved, gazing at Amos, who lay sprawled on the ground several meters away, drenched by the rain. It is over, isn't it? You have yet to declare your satisfaction with the outcome. Struggling, Amos rolled over and propped himself up on the ground, exerting considerable effort to rise. I told you that your ruse would not work, you fool. Did you think mere perseverance could sway me? Portis remarked impatiently, hands on his hips. "Hey, Amos." A voice called from afar as a figure rushed towards them, clutching a long object and panting heavily. With a leap, he ascended the combat platform. "Here is your sword." Shoes, having promptly retrieved the sword from the classroom, arrived just in time, tossing it to Amos. Amos extended his hand to catch the sword, which was wrapped in burlap. As he unfurled the cloth, the gleaming blade revealed itself, evoking a sense of satisfaction within him. Grasping the hilt, he looked up and remarked, "What a coincidence, esteemed teacher. So, you intend to wield the sword and continue the fight?" Portis inquired. Amos gently lowered his injured left foot, and in that moment, the once dormant pain erupted violently. Rain mixed with cold sweat streamed down his cheeks as he gritted his teeth, limping closer to Portis. "This is about the way it is," he murmured. "All right." Portis exhaled a long breath. "So this will be the final strike. I believe our time together is nearly at an end." "Oh." Amos tightened his grip on the sword's hilt, inching closer to Portis. Portis stretched languidly, advancing towards Amos. This time, he refrained from employing the 6 styles or his haki, relying solely on his physical prowess to confront Amos. "Come on, Amos," Doi shouted encouragingly. "You can do it. Defeat Master Portis." Hughes echoed the sentiment with fervor. Drake observed the match in silence, his anxiety palpable, for the moment that would determine Amos's future had finally arrived. As Amos approached, he reminisced about his conversation with his swordsmanship instructor, Sanpalo, regarding the art of Aido. The term Aido symbolizes the confrontation between 2 adversaries, emphasizing the principle of a decisive strike, necessitating the instant unsheathing of the sword to subdue the opponent. With a fierce cry, Portis unleashed his speed from just a few meters away, executing a flying kick with lethal precision. Amos closed his eyes, immersing himself in the profound essence of the Aido sword technique. In a fleeting moment of electric clarity, he opened his eyes, his gaze imbued with unprecedented determination. The sword in his hand swung forth, emanating a formidable will, capable of cleaving through all obstacles. Aido / Chapter 46, Daily Life Cough. Clash. Amos knelt on one knee, gripping the hilt of his sword to support himself. He expelled a mouthful of blood, the rain blurring his vision. He heard his companions, Drake, Shoes, and Doi, calling his name, and then, his body weakened. He collapsed to the ground. The battle had concluded, and Drake, Shoes, and Doi rushed towards Amos. Amos lay on his back, drenched by the rain, opening his mouth to drink in the droplets while gasping for breath. Portis took a few steps back, his hands hanging limply at his sides, observing the 3 individuals as they assisted Amos to his feet. "The swordplay is quite impressive, isn't it? A master of verbal duels," Portis murmured to himself. He lowered his gaze to his raincoat, where a gash marred his left arm, and a faint sting coursed through his limb, indicating that Amos's blade had been swift enough to inflict harm upon him. "Are you all right?" Drake inquired as he helped Amos regain his footing. Amos furrowed his brow and extended his hand to wipe the blood from his lips, his gaze fixed upon Portis. "Shall we continue?" he inquired. "Very well," Portis replied. "Hey, teacher," Shios interjected. Amos forcefully pushed aside Shios and struggled to rise to his feet. "I am definitely going to join the monster class," he declared. "Enough with your empty bravado." Portis waved his hand, signaling Drake and the others to support Amos, deeming him barely qualified. "If you can master the Aido technique in a month and inflict even a minimal injury upon me, it indicates that you possess a certain aptitude for swordsmanship. Now, let us depart." With that, Portis turned and began to walk away. "Teacher," Doi shouted loudly, "can Amos really enter the monster class?" "Are you deaf, you fool?" Portis called back as he distanced himself, muttering, "If his swordsmanship has reached such a level, then gaining entry into the monster class should pose no problem." Despite being reprimanded, Doi remained undeterred, and the 3 of them gazed at Amos with delight. "It's done." Amos exhaled deeply, closed his eyes, and let out a soft chuckle. "I told you he could do it, didn't I, Amos? Haha. Our dormitory is producing 2 monsters." Shows appeared even more delighted than Amos himself. Amos sighed in resignation, wiping the rainwater from his face. "Since I've passed, you should carry me back to the dormitory. I'm not wearing a raincoat, and I'll catch a cold." "Oh. Right. The tall and sturdy Doi carefully crouched down and lifted Amos onto his back, while Drake and Shows supported him on either side. The group commenced their journey through the heavy downpour towards the dormitory. Amos felt utterly fatigued, despite being drenched by the rain. He could not resist the urge to close his weary eyes for a brief respite. Upon returning to the dormitory, Doi exclaimed, "You're finally back." "Amos." Hurry and change your clothes. This fellow has fallen asleep, Drake remarked. Doi, unable to put Amos down, twisted around, eager to assess Amos's condition. Huh, he can sleep like this? He speculated that the recent pressures must have been overwhelming, and now he could finally relax. Huck sighed and moved towards Amos's bed, opening his wardrobe and casually selecting a few of Amos's garments. Doi, remove Amos's clothes and wipe him down. After that, change him into these. Am I really supposed to do that? Doi hesitated. What is the fuss about for a grown man? Huck draped the clothes over Doi's shoulder and picked up a kettle. I'll go fetch some hot water. With that, he hurriedly exited. Doi looked helplessly at Drake. After a moment of contemplation, Drake slowly folded the raincoat and moved towards the dormitory entrance. I'll borrow some topical medicine from another dorm and check in on the infirmary doctor. His leg is fractured and needs treatment. Doi felt a wave of despair wash over him. The following morning, before 5 o'clock, Amos's eyelashes fluttered, and he opened his eyes. The sound of Doi's snoring, reminiscent of a pig, reverberated through the room, while Huck's, on the opposite bed, lay motionless, wearing earplugs and an eye mask. Propping himself up, he glanced at Drake, who was also asleep, emitting soft, rhythmic breaths. Amos looked down at his attire and the various wounds adorned with medicinal dressings. Recalling the battle with Portis the previous day, in the final strike, he sensed that his sword had indeed grazed Portis. Perhaps it was due to mastering the art of Ayajutsu within a month that Portis had deemed him worthy and allowed him entry into the monster class. Lying back down, Amos stared at the ceiling, listening to the breaths of his roommates, and felt an unusual sense of tranquility. At that moment, he experienced a gratifying realization that his efforts had borne fruit. A smile graced his lips as he reveled in the joy of being accepted into the monster class. Yet a twinge of concern lingered. The monster class, officially designated as Class 0, was notorious for its stringent entry requirements. To gain admission, one had to pass 4 assessments, tests of physical fitness and combat prowess, as well as evaluations of swordsmanship, martial arts, and theoretical knowledge within a month. Only those who achieved an A grade in 2 or more of the subjects would gain access to the monster class. Due to these rigorous standards, coupled with the small number of exceptionally powerful students, each resembling a humanoid monster, Class 0 gradually earned its colloquial title of the monster class. Amos was also troubled by what awaited him in this class. How would the training differ from that of ordinary classes? What heritage did the 5 students from the member states possess? Lost in such thoughts, the clock struck 6, and the alarm on Sue's bedside began to ring incessantly. The moment he heard the sound, Drake's eyes flew open, and he sat up to rouse himself further. Sue rubbed his bleary eyes and sluggishly crawled out of bed to silence the alarm. He glanced at his roommate, Doi, who remained sound asleep, undisturbed by the clamor of the ringing clock. Get up, you fool. Sue yawned and playfully patted Doi's cheek. Just a little longer, Doi mumbled, swatting Sue's hand away. Resuming his sprawling slumber. You'll be late. Sue exclaimed in dissatisfaction as he dressed and climbed out of bed, his hair a disheveled mess. And he took a basin to wash up. Amos also sat up, observing the scene before him. It was merely the routine of the dormitory, an everyday occurrence. What is happening? Drake had already donned his clothes. Amos cast a glance at Drake and remarked, excellent, fully revitalized. However, you all are quite thoughtful, aren't you? Drake, fully aware of Amos's implication regarding the change of clothes and application of ointment, could not help but chuckle upon hearing this. Doi assisted you with the change. He is indeed a remarkably considerate fellow. Amos cast a glance at Doi, the rotund man whose grunts resembled those of a pig, a figure utterly devoid of any finesse. Come on, let us freshen up. We have a report to make shortly. Drake rose from his bed, retrieving a basin and other toiletries from beneath the table. Very well. Amos stretched his limbs and also descended from his bed. Balancing the basin, he limped behind Drake as they exited the dormitory. As they approached Doi's bedside, Amos leapt up and playfully slapped the round expanse of Doi's belly. Time to rise, you fool. How bothersome you all are, Doi mumbled, turning over to continue his slumber. Amos chuckled softly as he accompanied Drake to the washroom. Chapter 47. The 5 students of the affiliate nation. After completing their ablutions, Amos and Drake parted ways with Susie. They were to report to Class 0, while Susie would return to the regular class to continue the routine he had followed for the past month. The trajectories of their lives might diverge completely due to this event. Class 0 was situated on the 5th and highest floor of the academic building. By 7 o'clock, they had already arrived. The center of the 5th floor featured a circular training area, which, upon closer inspection, did not seem to facilitate combat but rather housed various equipment intended for testing and pure training. Surrounding this area were the classrooms on either side, comprising a total of 4 classes from different grades. This was the infamous Class 0, also known as the Monster Class. Over there, Drake gestured towards the east side, where 2 classrooms were situated, one of which was labeled as First Year Class 0. Amos observed the upperclassmen from Class 0 training in the arena, all of whom exuded an undeniable prowess. The two assessed the training ground and the other students before stepping into their classroom. Given that the entirety of the 5th floor, aside from the training area, was divided among the 4 classes, each classroom occupied a substantial area, providing ample space within. Though the facilities bore no distinction from those in the regular classes, Amos strode confidently onto the stage, surveying the entire classroom. The spaciousness of the room was accentuated by the mere presence of 10 desks, and even with just these few, the seats remained inadequately filled. Smog and Hanai had already arrived, seated on the left, while 5 representatives from the member states occupied the right side, the 2 groups distinctly embodying an air of opposition. Amos inhaled deeply, as if savoring the rich scent of gunpowder in the air. "Newcomer, could you kindly refrain from standing on the podium? Are you planning to give a lecture?" remarked the student from the allied nation, sporting a mane of purple hair and sharing the same cheerful disposition as Professor Simparlo. Amos let out a soft snort, recalling the name of the individual, Alexander.Udi. "Let us proceed," Amos remarked, as the 2 made their way to Smog, taking a seat beside him. "What is the situation?" Drake inquired of Smog. Smog cast a cold glance at the 5 representatives of the Alliance, deeming them a mere collection of uncultured individuals. Gina shot a warning glare at Smog, signaling him to refrain from exacerbating the tensions between the parties. Amos rested his chin on his hand, scrutinizing the 5 individuals before him, who likewise met his gaze in a silent exchange, though they appeared unfamiliar with one another. Circumstances had compelled their convergence. Among them, the audacious purple-haired Udi exuded an air of brashness that was undeniably infuriating. Yet Amos had no illusions about his ability to best him in a confrontation. Before long, the clock struck 7. Zephyr, a man of impeccable punctuality, had never been known to arrive late, devoid of any airs of authority that might typically accompany his stature. Familiar faces mingled with strangers. Zephyr approached the podium, placing a stack of documents on the desk before addressing the assembly. "I am Zephyr, 64 years of age. I trust you are aware that I was once one of the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters. It is commendable that you recognize this. Here, you may express your individuality, be it rebelliousness or arrogance, as you wish. However, one thing must remain unwavering: respect for your instructor. In this institution, I am your commanding officer, and you are my soldiers. Your duty is absolute obedience to military orders. I do not wish to witness any challenges to my authority in the days to come, though I do harbor a certain expectation that some of you may possess the audacity to attempt such defiance. Should that occur, I will ensure you understand the consequences of insubordination toward superiors." Zephyr's adeptness in handling students stemmed from his 22 years of teaching experience. He possessed a keen awareness of the attitudes to adopt when faced with different types of students, knowing precisely when to be firm and when to adopt a gentler approach. Unsurprisingly, Udi found himself momentarily subdued by Zephyr's rhetoric, while the other 4 individuals regarded the man who had once been a pinnacle of naval prowess with newfound respect. "My introduction is now complete." Zephyr picked up the documents from the podium and began to peruse them. "Now, I would like each of you to come forward and introduce yourselves one by one." Alexander.Udi. Udi ran his fingers through his upright purple hair, rising from his seat and swaggering towards the podium. He stood at a height comparable to Amos's, as Zephyr read aloud his assessment results. Combat power, 750, swordsmanship, C. Physical prowess, A. Theoretical knowledge, C. "Hello everyone, I am Udi from the New World, Italo," he said with a grin, nonchalantly placing his hands in his pockets. "I enjoy pizza, playing with cats, gourmet food, and training. If any of you share similar interests, we could certainly become great friends. I am 22 years old, and I look forward to your camaraderie." "Is that all?" Zephyr inquired. "That's all," Udi replied. Zephyr waved him off and called the next name, Okasha. Combat power, 560. Swordsmanship, C. Physical prowess, A. Theoretical knowledge, B. Sniffling, and with a scarf wrapped around his head, Okasha made his way to the podium, pulling out a tissue to wipe his nose as he spoke. "My name is Okasha, a user of the superhuman pink fruit ability. I hail from the South Sea. My father is a count from the Kingdom of Gamal. I am 19 years old. His voice was soft and mellow, complemented by a slightly plump figure, small eyes, a petite mouth, an oval face, and large ears, which rendered him rather endearing. Darren Isua, with a combat power of 750, achieved a C in swordsmanship, an A in physical skills, and an A in theoretical knowledge. Zephyr called forth the third individual. A subtle stir arose among the crowd. The first two had barely passed, with only 2 of the 4 assessments receiving an A. This seemingly delicate figure, reminiscent of a girl, surprisingly excelled in 3 assessments. Darren Isua exuded an air of refined elegance, suggesting he meticulously cared for his appearance, possibly to the point of exhibiting obsessive cleanliness. Yet, he always left his shirt unbuttoned, revealing a scar that extended from his collarbone to his lower abdomen, resembling a centipede. This injury starkly contrasted with his otherwise polished demeanor. I am Darren Isua. His voice possessed a magnetic quality. Devoid of the ghastly scar upon his chest, he would surely captivate countless admirers. Hailing from the Shambadi Islands, he was 27 years old and a user of the nightmare fruit. Amos squinted, intrigued by the peculiar abilities of this fruit. Modric Luca, with a combat power of 690, recorded a C in swordsmanship, an A in physical skills, and a B in theoretical knowledge. Zephyr proceeded to call forth the 4th student. A tall man, slightly over 1.70 meters, with a stern countenance, approached the podium, clad in a sharp black outfit. His legs were wrapped in bandages. Luca, from the South Sea, proficient in kicking techniques, age 23. Requelis Dolet. As Zephyr announced this name, he lifted his gaze, observing a figure draped in a loose black coat, with 2 crossed swords slung over his back, striding forward. With a combat power of 940, he achieved grades in swordsmanship, physical skills, and theoretical knowledge. Chapter 48. Class 0 commences. Drake raised his eyes to the man in the flowing black attire, his expression shifting. Presently, this individual stood out as the finest among them, having attained perfect scores across all assessments, a testament to his extraordinary capabilities. Amos remained silent, his gaze firmly fixed upon Amos Dolet. Dolet possessed short black hair and keen eagle-like eyes, from which Amos felt an intense sharpness for the first time. His facial features were sharply defined, with a beard adorning his chin and a cross-shaped scar marking his right eye, the origin of which remained a mystery. Amos Dolet began his self-introduction, his voice low and slightly husky, embodying the essence of a poised eagle. Hailing from Larud, he was 24 years old, a dual-wielding swordsman with a penchant for alcohol and swordsmanship. Is that all? Zephyr inquired. Indeed, Dolet replied with a slight nod. Smog, combat power rating 605. Swordsmanship grade B, physical skills grade A, theoretical knowledge grade B, Zephyr announced as he called upon the next individual. Dolet brushed past Smog, who stepped onto the stage. I am Smog, 26 years old, from the East Sea, a user of the smoke fruit. Genii, combat power rating 509. Swordsmanship grade C, physical skills grade B, theoretical knowledge grade A. Genii, 24 years old, hailing from the South Sea, a user of the barrier fruit. X. Drake. Combat power rating 607. Swordsmanship grade B, physical skills grade A, theoretical knowledge grade B. I am X. Drake, from the North Sea, a user of the ancient Zoan-type Tyrannosaurus rex fruit. Francis Amos, combat power rating 303. Swordsmanship grade A, physical skills grade B, theoretical knowledge grade A. Finally, it was Amos's turn. Zephyr had likely heard from Portis about the events of the previous day, where Amos had surprisingly mastered the Iaedo technique, resulting in an upgrade of his swordsmanship grade from B to A. Udi exclaimed, "Oh my. Could he possibly be the one with the lowest combat power in the history of the monster class? Is that the conclusion of your introduction?" Zephyr disregarded Udi's remark and turned his attention back to Amos. Amos was also gazing at Zephyr, and after a pause of 4 or 5 seconds, he finally uttered a sound of acknowledgement. You may go now. I have other matters to discuss. Zephyr then turned his attention to the other students. Amos returned to his seat. Shortly, I shall provide you with the uniforms for Class 0. Once distributed, we will gather downstairs to capture the group photo for the 22nd intake of Class 0, Zephyr announced. Before long, designated personnel entered to distribute the attire, tailored to each individual's height and physique, fitting impeccably. However, it was not the appropriate time to change, and Zephyr did not emphasize this. Thus, everyone collected their new uniforms and followed Zephyr downstairs to an open area in front of the building, where a photographer awaited. The other 3 guiding instructors were also present. The setting featured 4 chairs, with the 4 instructors seated in the front row, while the 4 shortest students stood in the second row. And the remaining 5 positioned themselves at the back as the photographer captured the moment. After the photo session, instead of returning to the classroom, Zephyr, accompanied by the 3 instructors, led the group to the playground. Once gathered in the spacious area, Zephyr spoke again. From this day forth, you shall have only 4 instructors, myself, the theoretical teacher Cabot, the swordsmanship instructor Sapalo, and the martial arts teacher Saki. Each morning, 1 instructor will guide your lessons, with the 3 teachers rotating daily. In the afternoons, you will enjoy greater freedom, as all 3 instructors will conduct classes, allowing you to choose the courses that best suit your strengths for maximum development. Every Sunday, I shall personally assign the tasks for the week. Only upon completion of these tasks may you proceed to subsequent training. What kind of tasks, Teacher Zephyr? Udi inquired. There may be a variety of tasks, perhaps requiring you to work collaboratively, or perhaps necessitating solitary effort. You might find yourselves battling pirates upon the high seas or infiltrating enemy territories to gather intelligence. Zephyr revealed a smile that hinted at inscrutable thoughts. Leaving an air of anticipation, Udi shivered involuntarily. Amos harbored a profound interest in the novel training regimen designed for the monster class, coupled with an intense competitive spirit, yearning to grow stronger. This morning, under the guidance of Teacher Saki, and with the afternoon left for them to freely choose from the lessons of 3 instructors, they were urged to exert themselves and not to settle for the mediocrity of being an inconspicuous individual. Upon concluding his remarks, Zephyr departed, while the other 2 instructors informed them of their respective locations for the afternoon classes before also leaving to teach other groups. A few unfamiliar faces appeared, and one of them initiated an introduction. I am Saki, and I shall instruct you in the 6 forms of the Navy and the mastery of hockey. Saki commenced the lesson, explaining that they were to spend 4 years at the Naval Academy, with 3 of those years dedicated to academic study. As they were all exceptional individuals amongst their peers, their curriculum would differ significantly from that of ordinary classes. The 6 forms of the Navy are grounded in physical prowess, gradually mastered through technical training. I will grant you 1 year to learn the 6 forms, during which you are expected to master at least 3 of them. The following 2 years will focus primarily on hockey training, while simultaneously completing your study of the 6 forms. Do any of you have objections? Silence reigned as no one spoke. Amos could not help but marvel at the brisk pace of the curriculum, which was tailor-made for their monster class. The challenge of mastering both the 6 forms and hockey within 3 years was formidable. Yet, he refrained from voicing any concerns, such as requesting Saki to lower the standards for him. If others could achieve it, why could he not? At worst, he would exert double or even several times the effort. Since there are no questions, let us commence our lessons, Saki declared, leading the group into a spacious training room. The room was square, approximately 30 meters in height, and at least 200 meters in length and width. It featured a circular running track on one side, a collection of mats, and various other training apparatuses. With only 10 of them in such a vast space, Saki's voice echoed, creating an ethereal atmosphere. Over the next year, we will focus solely on the 6 forms of the Navy. Remember, every aspect of your training is foundational for mastering the 6 forms. Some of you may wonder why we begin with the 6 forms instead of hockey. Allow me to elucidate. The difficulty of hockey training is considerably higher and is not suited for initial instruction. By opting for the comparatively simpler 6 forms, once you have established a foundation, learning hockey will become exponentially easier. Standing in a straight line, the 9 students placed their hands behind their backs and spread their legs apart. Though each possessed their unique personalities, they shared a common conviction to become formidable, devoid of the arrogance often associated with so-called genius monsters. Thus, the atmosphere was calm. Each individual stood attentively, fixated on Saki, absorbing his teachings earnestly. Saki paced before them, stating, having laid the groundwork, I will now introduce you to the training area in the 6 forms, followed by the formulation of personalized training plans for each of you, ensuring that you acquire the 6 forms of the Navy as swiftly as possible. Chapter 49. Galefoot. The 6 styles encompass the finger pistol, galefoot, shave, moonwalk, iron block, and paper drawing. 2 emphasize offensive capabilities, 2 focus on mobility, and 2 prioritize defense. As you embark on your learning journey, you may initially select the style that resonates with you. Saki, accompanied by 9 students, traversed the training hall, introducing them to the various equipment and facilities, all of which would be utilized in their forthcoming martial arts classes. He approached an open area, where a series of square zones, approximately 1 square meter in size, were delineated by yellow lines every few meters. Each yellow-circled zone displayed a numerical value, and he indicated it, saying, by stepping within the yellow circle. The value shown will reflect your average steps per second. This area is specifically designed for practicing the shave technique, which has a straightforward requirement. You must step on the ground more than 10 times within 0.36 seconds, equating to roughly 25 to 26 steps per second. By harnessing explosive speed generated through reactive force, you can move at a velocity imperceptible to the naked eye. Having conveyed this, he continued onward. For regular practice, you may bind sandbags to your legs and perform 50 sets of high knee raises, with each set comprising 100 repetitions. This foundational training, if conducted diligently for approximately a month, will yield noticeable progress. Should you feel that this regimen proves ineffective, you may consider amplifying the training volume several times. Once your footwork attains the requisite speed for the shave technique, I will impart the nuances of skill. Soon, they arrived at a cluster of mats, where Saki succinctly remarked, "These are for training the moonwalk, to prevent any unfortunate falls." Udi cast a discerning glance at Saki upon hearing this. The dual-wielding swordsman, Dolit, who had achieved perfect scores in all 4 assessments, remained silent, seemingly unmoved by any stimuli. Amos, Drake, and their peers had been introduced to the concept of the 6 styles a month prior. Thus, their reactions were relatively muted. The moonwalk involves striking mid-air while leaping, altering one's trajectory before descent. It shares certain similarities with the shave technique, making concurrent training more time efficient. Once you master this aerial maneuver, you will be able to launch attacks from the sky without leaving any blind spots. Further along, they encountered 2 devices resembling weebles. Maintaining balance upon these will enhance your ability to evade attacks and accelerate your learning of paper drawing. All apparatuses within the training hall are specifically crafted for the Navy's 6 styles, having undergone extensive refinement over the years, proving highly effective. This is the wooden post. I trust you understand its purpose, he stated. It is utilized for practicing the gale foot, with an initial goal of breaking 20 posts each day within the first month. The iron block serves to accelerate blood circulation, thereby enhancing muscular movement. Through rigorous training, your body will gain strength, attaining a density akin to iron, impervious to bullets and blades. However, a drawback of the iron block is that it restricts free movement during use. This encompasses the training for the finger pistol. After approximately 20 minutes, Saki had elucidated the fundamental concepts of the 6 styles and the corresponding training equipment with clarity. As Saki took a sip from his portable water bottle, he gazed at the neatly arranged group and remarked, "Now that you have grasped the fundamentals, you may choose the training that suits you best. One piece of advice: do not abandon your endeavors midway in pursuit of lofty aspirations. Mastering the 6 styles requires perseverance. You are dismissed now. Go and train. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to approach me." With that, the group dispersed, each selecting their training equipment. "What do you intend to study first?" Drake inquired of Amos. Amos pondered for a moment before turning to Drake. "I wish to first master the offensive techniques of the 6 styles. As for martial arts, I find myself particularly adept at kicking techniques. Hence my intention to learn the gale foot. My offensive and defensive skills are satisfactory. I plan to acquire the shave technique to compensate for my lack of speed." Drake was well aware of his own shortcomings, and thus he focused his efforts on strengthening that aspect. "Then let's give it our all," Amos remarked with a smile. "All right. Let us not squander any time. We should hasten to our training." With that, Drake and Amos parted ways, each heading off to their respective training grounds. Amos approached the wooden stakes, a rough estimate revealing that there were over 100, more than sufficient for his practice. Moreover, Master Saki had set a goal for the past month, to break 20 stakes each day. As Amos engaged in his warm-up, another student approached. He hailed from a member nation of the world government and introduced himself as Luca, a self-proclaimed expert in kicking techniques, with bandages wrapped around his legs. Luca was of short stature, even shorter than the still-growing Amos. Upon noticing his arrival, Amos greeted him. "Hello, are you here to learn the gale kick as well?" "Indeed," Luca replied, appearing somewhat reserved yet polite. "Do you also have a penchant for kicking techniques?" Amos inquired. "Well, I suppose I am relatively skilled," Luca responded. With that, he too began his warm-up routine. Amos found himself at a loss for words, and Luca was equally silent, the two of them ensnared in a somewhat awkward silence. After completing his warm-up, Amos approached a wooden post, assumed a stance, took a deep breath, and then lifted his right foot to kick the post. With a resounding thud, the post trembled but did not easily break. A sensation of pain coursed through Amos's calf and foot. Is he a left-hander? Luca noticed that Amos seemed somewhat awkward using his right foot. Amos acknowledged, gathering more strength to deliver another kick, yet the post remained unyielding. Ah, the wood is quite resilient. Let me give it a try, Luca said, having completed his warm-up. He loosened the bandages on his calves and then wrapped them tightly once more before stepping in front of a wooden post. After a brief pause, he swept his leg forward. Bang! A loud crash echoed, but the post did not break. However, Amos was taken aback by the display of skill from Luca. The speed and explosive power of his kick were comparable to Amos's own formidable techniques. This must be a specially made post, Luca remarked, placing his hands on his hips to scrutinize it. His expression remained unchanged, but a hint of realization colored his tone. No wonder the teacher said the goal for beginners is to break 20 posts each day. If these were ordinary posts, I could easily manage 200 or even 2,000. This presented a greater challenge. Amos resumed his kicking, and Luca, after casting a glance at him, continued as well. The morning swiftly passed, with both of them drenched in sweat. Amos felt a tingling sensation in his left leg, while Luca fared significantly better. Being someone who had always focused on kicking techniques, Saki, in the morning, had promptly corrected some of their erroneous methods and instructed them to kick the wooden posts while strapping on several pounds of iron plates to their legs. Ultimately, Amos managed to break 9 posts, while Luca broke 16. When mealtime arrived, they concluded their training and, together with Drake, headed to the cafeteria for lunch before returning to their dormitory. To their surprise, the dorm supervisor informed them that they would be changing dorms to reside with other members of the monster class. Doi and Shoes helped them pack their belongings, joking all the while that they should not forget them once they became successful. After bidding farewell to Shoes and Doi, Amos and Drake made their way to their new dormitory with their luggage. Upon arrival, they found that their 2 new roommates were already unpacking their belongings. Interestingly, Smog was not among them. By chance, Luca was also in this dormitory, and the other roommate was Dolit, a dual-wielding swordsman who had achieved perfect scores in all 4 entrance tests. How fortuitous, Amos remarked, placing his luggage under the desk by his bed as he addressed Luca. Seeing Amos, Luca smiled and paused his unpacking. You're in this dormitory too? Yes. Allow me to make introductions. This is Drake, and this is Luca. The bond between Amos and Drake was evident, while he had also become somewhat familiar with Luca after training together throughout the morning, serving as the intermediary for their introductions. Hello. Hello. The 2 individuals exchanged a handshake, thereby marking the commencement of their formal acquaintance. Amos turned his gaze to the dual-wielding swordsman, Dolit, who was obliviously tidying up the table. He extended his hand and said, Greetings, I am Francis Amos. We shall be classmates and roommates from now on. I look forward to your guidance. Dolit, still clad in his oversized attire, bent down to place some miscellaneous items into the cabinet. Straightening up, he turned to face Amos. Their eyes met for a few moments before Dolit extended his hand and shook Amos's, introducing himself, Reckless Dolit. As Amos shook hands with the other, he immediately sensed the thick calluses on the man's palm, clearly a result of years spent wielding a sword. He too bore calluses, having engaged in rigorous training day in and day out for a decade, which rendered the notion of retaining soft, tender skin utterly implausible. It seemed there was no need for further introductions between us. Dolit released his grip and glanced toward Drake, who was standing beside Amos. Drake nodded and explained to Amos. We trained together on the 6 forms of shave this morning, so we are already acquainted. I see, Amos replied with a nod. Then let us tidy our beds. The group dispersed to organize their belongings, and within approximately 20 minutes, each had completed their tasks. The 4 of them lay on their respective beds, ready to rest. Amos's previously numb and aching calves transformed into a pleasant tingling sensation as they relaxed. Since they had all just entered the same dormitory, there was a certain unfamiliarity among them. After their chores, minimal conversation ensued. Additionally, owing to the increased intensity of their training, the physical strain had escalated, prompting them to seize any opportunity for rest to recuperate their energy. Dolit, Luca, and Drake soon succumbed to slumber on their beds. Amos contemplated that from this day forth, it marked a new beginning. He resolutely vowed to exert greater effort, then closed his eyes and drifted into slumber in his new dormitory. When the clock struck 2, the 4 individuals moved in perfect unison, simultaneously opening their eyes and sitting up. After a brief moment of respite, they commenced dressing. Upon witnessing this scene, Amos couldn't help but reflect on why the monster class was aptly named. This single detail illuminated the evident disparity between them. After the 4 had dressed and completed their morning routines, they set off together. Drake, Which class do you intend to choose this afternoon? Amos inquired as they made their way to the academic building. I think I'll opt for Mr. Saki's martial arts class. Theoretical classes and swordsmanship are not my forte. So it would be best to focus solely on martial arts, Drake replied. Luca interjected, I will also attend the martial arts class. Is that so? Drake turned to Luca. I recall Mr. Saki mentioning at noon that if we return this afternoon, we should gather in the practical training room, correct? Indeed, Luca confirmed, as Drake nodded thoughtfully. He turned to Amos and asked, What about you? Swordsmanship, Amos responded. I believe I am one of the only 2 students in our class to have achieved an A in swordsmanship, largely thanks to my use of the Iajutsu technique yesterday. Moreover, Mr. Sampalo has given me a positive evaluation, and I wish to develop my strengths as much as possible. That is a commendable idea, Drake acknowledged Amos's insight. Perceiving him as someone with a keen self-awareness, which would enable him to understand his needs and the direction in which he should progress in the future. I too shall join the swordsmanship class, Dorrit remarked. The others turned to Dorrit, and Amos chuckled. You need not state the obvious. We are already aware. Dorrit looked at Amos and asked, If you plan to focus on swordsmanship in the future, where is your sword? Oh, I intend to purchase one this evening after class. Before I arrived in Marin Fando, I bought a sword in the North Sea for 300,000 berry, only to be deceived by the shopkeeper. That sword was severed during my first encounter with a pirate. Amos recounted his past folly with a self-deprecating tone, eliciting chuckles from Drake and Luca. Dorrit, however, remained expressionless. His gaze flickered for a moment before he said, I'll accompany you to buy a sword tonight. You won't be deceived again. Thank you, Amos smiled appreciatively. Upon reaching the base of the academic building, the 4 split into 2 groups. Drake and Luca continued directly to the practical training room to resume their studies of the Navy's 6 styles with Mr. Saki, while Amos and Dorrit ascended the stairs. Mr. Sampalo had mentioned earlier that if one chose his class in the afternoon, they should convene on the rooftop of the academic building, which was designated for swordsmanship studies. The 5th floor, adjacent to the rooftop, hosted classes in swordsmanship and theory, thus sparing students the time and effort required to traverse to the other side of the campus for martial arts, which was more laborious. After Amos and Dorrit ascended, the expansive swordsmanship training ground was occupied by only 5 individuals. Teacher Sampalo sat to one side, while 5 sword-wielding students were seated before him, attentively absorbing his lecture. Amos and Dorrit approached and joined them, listening intently to Teacher Sampalo's discourse. He was expounding upon a profound aspect of swordsmanship, the breadth of all things. Although the various realms of swordsmanship do not progress in a strictly hierarchical manner, requiring one to master certain skills before advancing to others, there exists a distinction between the simple and the complex. The techniques and insights involved in swordplay can vary immensely. Often, pure novices find it challenging to grasp deeper realms from the outset. Teacher Sampalo was engaging the other 5 students from the advanced class in discussions of more esoteric, intricate, and abstract concepts of the sword path. Nevertheless, Amos was attentively listening. Whether he comprehended everything was one matter. The act of listening itself was another. Dorrit, upon taking his seat, quickly settled his mind and also focused earnestly on Sampalo's teachings. After approximately an hour, Sampalo concluded his exploration of the realm amidst the students' inquiries. The 5 students departed, some in contemplative silence, others discussing their insights, or beginning to practice their swordplay in the arena. Ah, it is you too, Teacher Sampalo remarked with a smile, observing the remaining Amos and Dorrit. Teacher, Dorrit politely bowed to Sampalo. I am luckless Dorrit. Indeed, your swordsmanship seems commendable. Sampalo responded with satisfaction, casting a casual glance at the sword Dorrit carried on his back before offering his appraisal. He then turned his gaze towards Amos. I heard from Portis that you mastered the Iaido strike yesterday? Yes, teacher, Amos replied truthfully. Sampalo remarked, had you already possessed that skill during the test? We could have spared a great deal of time. Very well, having completed the lesson for them, I now turn to you. The higher the realm of swordsmanship, the greater the demands on the swordsman's insight. After hearing about the breadth of all things, what reflections or thoughts do you have? Chapter 51. Cleansing the spirits. Amos and Dorrit exchanged glances, after which Dorrit began to articulate his thoughts. I believe there exists a profound connection between the breadth of all things and the prowess of observation hockey. Indeed, he continued, as Sampalo listened intently, this connection is inherently linked to the strength of perception. A heightened perception allows one to sense the seemingly enigmatic breadth of trees, the earth, and stones. Amos concurred with Dorrit's insights, reflecting on the question posed by their teacher during yesterday's assessment. When wielding a sword in combat, it serves purely as an instrument of attack, devoid of any distractions. One must regard it solely as a weapon to unleash its inherent power. Conversely, if one perceives the sword as a companion, the unity of person and sword emerges, seeking a common resonance. One learns to feel the sword as an extension of oneself. The breath of all things operates similarly. When one perceives them as part of oneself, their breath becomes one's own, and to sense the world is to sense oneself. Sempelo's eyes gleamed with surprise at the impressive understanding exhibited by both students, acknowledging, "Your thoughts are commendable. In terms of insight into the way of the sword, you both possess remarkable talent. Indeed, the breath of all things and observation hockey share a significant correlation. Grasping the breath of all things will greatly assist you in your mastery of observation hockey. However, observation hockey is not what you should focus on at present. Let us delve into Amos.This interpretation." Throughout the afternoon, Sempalo meticulously elucidated the principles of the swordsmanship while providing critiques tailored to each student, offering a clearer perspective on their individual circumstances and potential pathways for development. The practice of sword techniques can occur at any time, yet the explanations and insights regarding the way of the sword are seldom available. The two students recognized the importance of this knowledge, dedicating the afternoon to attentive learning. Unbeknownst to them, the sun stealthily traversed from the east to the west, setting quietly as their lesson concluded. As the class drew to a close, Sempalo remarked, "Let us conclude today's discussion here. Of course, insight and technique are interdependent. One must not solely focus on the understanding of the way of the sword, nor can one incessantly pursue techniques without direction. The strength of both the spirit and the body is paramount. It is essential to seek a balance between the two, as this will yield the most fruitful results." "Understood, teacher." Amos and Dorat rose in unison and declared, "You may leave." Sempalo, still squinting, waved his hand dismissively. Amos and Dolet departed from the upper floor, with Amos stretching his sore back. Since they were headed to purchase a knife, he suggested that they indulge in dinner out this evening and perhaps enjoy a drink, with him treating. "That is precisely my intention," Dolet replied. Amos recalled that during the morning's self-introduction, Dolet had merely mentioned two of his hobbies: a penchant for swordsmanship and a fondness for fine spirits. Now, at 7 o'clock, the two emerged from the school and made their way to a knife shop that Amos remembered. Upon entering the establishment, they were greeted by an intimate space, flanked by display cases on either side, showcasing an array of blades, while the walls were adorned with swords of various kinds, creating a dazzling spectacle. The proprietor, a shrewd and wiry middle-aged man, approached them with a welcoming smile upon their arrival. "Looking to purchase a blade?" he inquired. "Indeed, we would like to browse first," Amos replied as he stepped inside, surveying his surroundings with a sense of bewilderment, having little knowledge of swords. Dolet, however, strolled leisurely to the left, inspecting the items with great earnestness, occasionally lifting a sword to caress its blade. The shopkeeper immediately recognized Dolet's expertise, discerning it not only from the glint in his eyes, but also from the sword he carried on his back. As a seasoned connoisseur with nearly a decade of experience in the trade, the proprietor was adept at distinguishing the quality of blades with ease. Amos followed closely behind Dorat, observing intently. After approximately 5 minutes, Dorat had inspected everything. He shook his head and approached a modest, unassuming shopkeeper, stating, "None of these will do. They are barely suitable for use as kitchen knives. Do you have anything better?" The shopkeeper, having anticipated such a response, remained unfazed by Dorat's disparaging remarks about the quality of his wares. "I do have some blades of superior craftsmanship, but quality comes at a price," he replied. Dorat cast a glance at Amos and said, "Let us see them." The shopkeeper nodded and lifted the curtain leading to the back room, disappearing momentarily before re-emerging with 2 swords in hand. Dorat took the swords and placed them on the counter, scrutinizing each one meticulously. He set the first sword aside after a mere 20 seconds, but he examined the second one for quite some time. "This one is quite good," Dorat remarked. Turning to Amos, "It is the finest in this establishment." Amos grasped the sword, which was undeniably superior in craftsmanship and material compared to the weapons displayed outside. He exclaimed, "This is truly remarkable, my good sir. How much does this sword cost?" This one is priced at 2 million berries," the shopkeeper replied. Amos froze in place, for he had originally saved around 500,000 berries, but after spending some over the past month, he was left with merely 300,000 berries, far from sufficient to procure this sword. Dolart noticed Amos's embarrassment and remarked, "This sword is indeed a swift blade. But 2 million berries is somewhat excessive." The shopkeeper, sensing the dilemma, found himself in a rather tricky situation, as negotiating with knowledgeable customers was among the most challenging aspects of his trade. "If you two are genuinely interested, I could reduce the price by 200,000 berries. 50,000, Dolart stated bluntly. The shopkeeper was momentarily at a loss for words, then managed a wry smile and replied, "At 50,000. I would not only fail to make a profit but would incur a loss." "That's rather exaggerated," Dolart observed, looking at the shopkeeper, who was left speechless. Amos took a slight step back and whispered to Dorat, "I possess merely 300,000 berries." Dorat cast a glance at Amos, his thoughts obscured. And after a moment of silence, he addressed the taciturn shopkeeper, 1,600,000 berries. "If it cannot be sold at that price, then so be it. A swift blade is not something one cannot easily encounter." The shopkeeper, well versed in the art of negotiation, donned a mask of feigned sorrow and replied, 160 it is, then. Dorat approached the counter and produced a stack of banknotes. "Here lies 1,500,000, he declared, turning to Amos and extending his hand. "I have only brought 1,500,000. You shall need to contribute an additional 100,000. Amos stood in a daze for over 10 seconds, then slowly approached and handed over 100,000 berries to the shopkeeper, who began to count the money attentively. "Thank you," he said, uncertain of what to say to Dolat. Dolat, however, remained composed and direct. "Just remember to return it." "I will," Amos nodded, then began to examine the sword in his hand. The blade and hilt were a silvery gray, adorned with peculiar patterns. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he turned to the shopkeeper, inquiring, "What is the name of this sword?" The shopkeeper had just finished counting the money, confirming its accuracy, and placed it into the cash drawer. He pointed at Amos's sword and replied, That sword has quite a history. It was crafted by a blacksmith I know. The name was derived from his nickname. This sword is called Sirii." Chapter 52, Transition Sirii, Amos murmured, caressing the blade's surface, a splendid name. Given that the blacksmith had chosen to name the sword after his own moniker, it must surely be an object of great pride for him. Indeed. The shopkeeper remarked with a hint of nostalgia that blacksmith has been making blades for many years, and this is the only creation he can truly boast about. Later, due to unforeseen circumstances, he sold this sword to me before departing from the Grand Line. Amos carefully sheathed the blade, his heart brimming with curiosity about the sword known as Chingwe and its enigmatic owner. He inquired, "How did you come by the moniker Chingwe?" The shopkeeper tilted his head, lost in reminiscence. "Well, to be honest, no one truly knows. When he first arrived on our island as a blacksmith, he never divulged his name. While forging blades, he had a penchant for inscribing the name Chingwe on the tang of each sword. Typically, these inscriptions include the artisan's name and the date, though some bear only the name. Over time, this led everyone to refer to him as Chingwe." "Ah, I see," Amos responded, drawing the Chingwe sword from its sheath and noting the inscription on the tang. After this brief interlude, Amos and Dolat departed from the tool shop in search of a fine seafood restaurant. Amos ordered lobster pasta and 2 servings of tuna poke, while Dolat opted for seafood dishes and a salmon sandwich. Their appetites were considerable, a reflection of their rigorous training routines that demanded ample sustenance. As for who would foot the bill, it was naturally Amos. By the time they finished dining, it was already 8 o'clock. The two made their way to a tavern, their outing serving 3 purposes: to purchase a sword, to dine, and to indulge in libations. Upon arriving at the tavern, Amos ordered 2 bottles of Inbit liquor. Just as Dolat was about to take a seat, Amos urged him to stand. "I know a splendid place. Let us venture there." In a somewhat bewildered state, Amos led Dolat down a familiar street, arriving at an unassuming corner where he expertly leaned against the wall, popped the bottle cap, and took a swig. He then beckoned Dolat, who stood in surprise. "Is this truly the splendid place you mentioned?" "Indeed," Amos replied, handing Dolat a bottle of Inbit liquor, his gaze content as he observed the passers-by on the street. "I once thought this place was rather shabby. Who would want to drink in a corner that resembles a filthy gutter? But over time, I came to appreciate its charm. The pedestrians remain oblivious to you, yet you can observe them." Dolat accepted the bottle, inspecting it with curiosity, having never tasted Inbit liquor before. Once Dolat uncorked the bottle, Amos clinked his against it, exclaiming, "Delicious." They both raised their bottles in unison, then set them down simultaneously. "By the way, what are the names of your 2 swords?" Amos inquired. Dolat glanced at the blades behind him and replied, "Mist and Winter, They were custom-made by a renowned blacksmith from our region, the finest among swift blades. I see, Amos said, leaning back against the wall and exhaling the scent of alcohol. What led you to drink in such places before? Dolet asked. Because of a drunkard. Though he is no longer here, Amos replied, reaching into his pocket to retrieve a lighter and cigarettes. Gesturing to Dolet. Care for a smoke? Dorat shook his head as Amos lit a cigarette for himself. He inhaled deeply, exhaling a cloud of smoke while closing his eyes and taking another sip of whiskey. Memories of August White, that eccentric drunkard, flooded his mind. A myriad of thoughts clamored for expression, yet the atmosphere felt ill-suited for such revelations, leaving him in a state of pent-up frustration, drowning his troubles in alcohol. Dorat sipped his drink, observing Amos's reckless consumption and recognizing the weight of unspoken burdens he bore. However, he refrained from probing, sensing that Amos was not inclined to divulge his feelings. Soon, Amos finished the bottle, carelessly discarding it to the ground. While the cigarette in his hand had long since burned out, he glanced at Dorat, who was leisurely savoring his drink, and pulled out another cigarette. Why does drinking suddenly make one so somber? He mused, intending to inquire further. Huh, Dorat chuckled. I was just about to ask you that. Amos chuckled softly, inadvertently recalling some personal matters that cast a shadow over his mood. I understand, Dorat replied, taking another sip. He reminisced about the times in the tavern when patrons would become inebriated to the point of weeping and were unceremoniously ejected by the proprietor. Haha. Amos laughed at Dorat's humorous recollection. I would never stoop to such folly. Dorat smiled in response. Are you intoxicated? How could that be? Amos shook his head. I dare not allow myself to get drunk. Otherwise, I won't be able to train tonight. You're quite diligent, Dorat remarked. Without effort. How could one keep pace with you lot of monsters? Amos stretched his neck and inhaled from his cigarette. Shall we spar with swords tonight? Whenever you like. Dorat replied nonchalantly. Aside from me, you are the only one in our class who truly cares about swordsmanship. Our opportunities for practice will be plentiful. Indeed. The two continued their banter, and after Dorat finished his drink, they returned to school. Upon reaching the dormitory, they found Drake and Luca, who had just changed into their new uniforms and were preparing to head out for training. Though the prescribed classes had concluded, ample time remained, and for individuals like them, not a moment would be wasted. Amos and Dorat donned their training uniforms, which were both fitted and comfortably loose, making them suitable for their practice. The four of them exited the dormitory and made their way to the playground. Drake and Luca expressed a desire to engage in a friendly competition, and so too did Amos and Dorat. At that moment, several large lights illuminated the playground, casting a bright glow over the dimming surroundings, where numerous individuals were diligently training. They were not the only ones committed to hard work. Amos and Dolet engaged in a sparring session, resulting in Amos's defeat. Dolet's swordsmanship was exquisite, leaning heavily towards practical application, and given the considerable disparity between the two, Amos found it nearly impossible to identify any flaws in Dolet's technique. After their bout, Dolet took the time to elucidate several of Amos's shortcomings, prompting Amos to focus his training on these specific deficiencies. Meanwhile, the duel between Luca and Drake concluded with Drake emerging slightly victorious, albeit with several bruises from Luca's strikes. Even with his enhanced defense in beast form, Luca's kicking technique inflicted significant damage, underscoring the potency of his attacks. The four of them trained until 11:30, returning to their dormitory for a refreshing shower before peacefully drifting into slumber, awaiting the training of the following day. Chapter 53. The Filthy Emperor. Another day dawned, and the monster class continued its training regimen as it had the day prior. Amos had solidified his focus for the initial phase, having conducted a thorough analysis of his strengths, thus making informed choices based on his advantages. For instance, in physical techniques, he opted for the Navy's 6 styles, specifically the Gale Kick, training alongside Luca. Renowned for his leg techniques, Luca proved to be a valuable ally, and throughout the day, teacher Saki provided numerous insightful recommendations, timely guiding them on how to swiftly master their skills as they made progress. In swordsmanship, Amos trained with Dolet, both of whom displayed commendable intuition. They had already fulfilled half the requirements for advancing further in their swordsmanship journey, and teacher Simpalo began assigning them foundational exercises to solidify their skills, laying a robust groundwork for their future breakthroughs. Due to the rotation of 3 instructors during the morning sessions, if swordsmanship was taught in the morning, Amos would practice physical techniques in the afternoon, and vice versa. He believed his theoretical knowledge was sufficient and that further study in that area would yield less benefit than tangible improvements in his abilities. Thus he refrained from actively choosing theoretical classes, opting instead to attend them as scheduled. An unexpected development this week was their nightly training sessions with Zephyr. As Zephyr was responsible for instructing all classes across the school, his availability was scarce. Typically, when he took a practical ship out to sea, it would last 4 to 5 days. However, this week, without any practical sailing courses, he specifically dedicated his evenings to guide them in real combat. Zephyr never took a break, often utilizing his personal time to mentor additional students. All students held great respect for him, despite his varied approach to different students. They each harbored their own perceptions of Zephyr. Nonetheless, a universally acknowledged truth among them was that Zephyr was a serious, dedicated, and nurturing teacher, akin to a father figure. In such an environment, Amos often found himself inspired, occasionally pushing himself to the brink of exhaustion, wrestling with the desire to take a brief respite and the temptation to give up. Amidst the diligent efforts of his peers, Zephyr found himself invigorated by their relentless pursuit of excellence. On October 24th, in the year 1512 of the Hao Yuan calendar, a Sunday, the monstrous class led by Amos had completed a week of rigorous training, marking the time for Zephyr to issue their weekly tasks. The results of their intensive training were evident. For instance, on the first day, Amos had managed to break only 9 specially crafted wooden stakes, whereas, by yesterday, his proficiency and strength had enabled him to increase that number to 13, making the goal of 20 within a month entirely attainable. Luca, leveraging his solid foundation, had progressed from 16 to 20 stakes, completing a month's worth of tasks set by instructor Saki in just 1 week. The improvements in swordsmanship, however, were less immediately observable, as such skills require consistent practice over time. The 9 members of the 1522 class stood in a neat row, and Zephyr regarded them with satisfaction from the front. "You should all remember what I said on your first training day," he began, preferring to be direct rather than beating around the bush. Once the group had assembled, he continued, "Every Sunday, I will assign you a task to execute, each varied in nature. The sole requirement is to complete it thoroughly. Only upon completion may you return to continue with the new week's training, as this is essential for cultivating your sense of responsibility and willpower." The group listened intently, curious about the task Zephyr would unveil. After a brief pause, he disclosed, "This week's task involves escorting a naval ship across the doldrums to the South Sea. The task is simple, yet the ship carries significant weight. On board are the remains of 200 naval martyrs, hailing from the South Sea, who perished heroically in service, at the behest of their families. Our headquarters has dispatched this vessel to return the heroes' bodies to their homeland for burial." Upon hearing this, the group felt a profound sense of emotion. Regardless of the future or the past, they understood the weight of their uniforms and the responsibilities they encompassed. This understanding was particularly poignant for Amos, Drake, Smog, and Hanai, who had experienced the sacrifices of martyrs firsthand and could never diminish the reverence associated with the term. Even Udi, the most unruly among them, became noticeably subdued. Zephyr acknowledged the gravity of the task, stating, "It is undeniable that transporting remains is fundamentally similar to transporting goods. However, regardless of the nature of the cargo, since you have been entrusted with this mission, it is your duty to ensure that these 200 martyrs return home unscathed. This is the final request from their families, and failure to fulfill it would bring disgrace upon the naval headquarters. Can you guarantee the successful completion of this mission?" "Guaranteed," the 9 responded in unison. Zephyr scrutinized each of their faces, then raised his hand to signal, "We will convene at the naval port at 3 o'clock this afternoon. The round trip will take approximately 3 to 4 days. You may now prepare your belongings." Dismissed. The group disbanded. After a week of interaction, the 9 individuals had grown quite familiar with one another. Udi walked at the forefront of the group, turning to face Hinata as he walked backward. "Hinata-san, let me share a humorous incident. Last night, while I was sleeping in the dormitory, Smog suddenly shook me awake, urgently asking for toilet paper because he needed to use the restroom. I told him that the water was cut off today and that he should hold it until tomorrow morning when it would be fixed. Yet, despite my advice, he resolutely entered the bathroom, indignantly retorting before closing the door, 'Is bringing tissue into the restroom solely for a number 2? Ha ha ha." Hinata remained expressionless. Smog, meanwhile, was chewing on 2 cigars, his face darkening. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" All right, I fabricated that." Udi shrugged and chuckled. However, he lewdly glanced at Hinata, flicking his purple hair. "Hinata-san, may I pose you a question? Do you know why women say cucumbers can enhance beauty?" "I don't know," Hinata replied impatiently. Udi smirked. Because it gives them a legitimate reason to buy cucumbers. Ahem. Darren Iso coughed loudly, glancing at the perplexed Hinata, and scolded Udi. Enough, Udi. Do you really think you would die if you didn't tell a few risku jokes? Not enough, not enough. Udi placed his hands on his hips and laughed heartily. Isn't promoting this culture the very purpose of my existence in this world? The others rolled their eyes in response. Initially, they perceived Udi as an especially boisterous and extroverted individual. However, as they became slightly more acquainted, Udi began to reveal his true nature, regaling them daily with various off-color jokes. Those who did not comprehend would simply chuckle, while those who did would burst into laughter. Over time, Iso, who shared a dormitory with him, bestowed upon him the nickname the Filthy Emperor, which amusingly rhymed with his real name, Udi. The lively group made their way towards the dormitory building. Since we won't be departing until 3 in the afternoon, let's tidy up and then go out for a meal together, Amos unexpectedly suggested. My treat. Oh, a treat? Udi, who had been chattering incessantly and circling around Hinata, lit up with excitement. Okasha, perpetually wiping his nose, was now drooling. The usually taciturn Dolet joked, You haven't repaid the money you owe me. And here you are flaunting your wealth? Amos chuckled as he patted Dolet on the chest, his arm draping casually over Drake's shoulder. Remember to tidy up and meet us for lunch, he said. I am craving cherry pie. I want cheese pasta, Okasha interjected, raising his hand. Luca added. Cheese pasta has been a staple of my childhood, lovingly prepared by my mother. Since arriving here, I often find myself reminiscing about her delightful dish. I desire curry rice. Udi exclaimed enthusiastically. Amos readily agreed, and as he spoke, Hinai and the others returned to the girls' dormitory, while the 8 of them made their way back to the boys' dormitory to begin packing their belongings. In truth, there was little for the men to gather. They could manage their basic needs aboard the ship, requiring only toiletries and a change of clothing. Each person's possessions scarcely filled half a backpack. The hour was still early, merely 7 o'clock, and Amos dared not let his guard down for a moment. He proposed that they head to the training room to practice their physical skills, to which everyone readily acquiesced. Along the way, Amos quietly exchanged a few words with Luca and Dolet, both of whom nodded in agreement with smiles on their faces. Amos and Luca continued to kick the specially crafted wooden stumps, with a steady stream of timber being broken and removed daily, while countless new wooden pieces were meticulously installed. Meanwhile, Drake was still engaged in learning the art of shaving with Dolet. The training process was rather monotonous, and by 11:30, the group ceased their practice, returning to their dormitory, drenched in sweat, to take a refreshing shower. After changing into clean attire, they descended together. There, Janai awaited them patiently. Shortly after, the 4 from Amos's dormitory joined Janai. Udi and Smog emerged as well. Once everyone had gathered, Amos selected a spacious private room to commence their meal. The menu was presented to them, and they ordered one by one. Not long after placing their orders, the food arrived, and they began to indulge. Halfway through their meal, Amos, Luca, and Dolet excused themselves under the pretext of visiting the restroom. Not long after their departure, the lights in the room suddenly went out. What just happened? Came Udi's voice, audible in the pitch darkness. Drake remarked, It may be a power outage. I'll check. No sooner had he spoken than the door to the room opened slightly, and soft singing wafted in. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear. Amos held a grand cake, with Luca and Dorat flanking him, carefully guarding it, adorned with numerous candles. The cake illuminated the room as the trio stepped through the door, the flickering flames casting a warm glow throughout the private chamber. The 6 individuals within stood in awe, their faces flushed by the candlelight. Once they had fully entered, Luca swiftly closed the door, ensuring that not a single ray of outside light intruded upon their intimate gathering. Amos gently presented the cake before Drake, setting it delicately upon the dining table. Oh, is it Drake's birthday? Udi inquired. Luca, grinning and revealing a row of pearly whites, replied, Indeed, the 3 of us devised a plan days ago to surprise Drake on his special day. Drake sat motionless in his chair, his gaze transfixed on the flickering flames of the candles. Clap. Amos applauded, exclaiming, Happy birthday to you. The others joined in unison, singing to Drake, Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Drake. Happy birthday to you. As the final notes of the birthday song faded, the most boisterous, Udi, led the cheers. Amos, with Luca on one side and Dolet on the other, turned to the still-dazed Drake, saying, Hey, it's time to make a wish. After you've wished, blow out the candles. What are you thinking? Oh, Drake snapped back to reality, his eyes glistening. He fumbled, How does one make a wish? I've never done this before. Udi squeezed in, grasping Drake's hands and bringing them together. There, Just like that. Bow your head and close your eyes. Make a wish, but remember not to speak it aloud. Otherwise, it won't come true. After you wish, blow out all the candles in one breath. Under Udi's meticulous guidance, Drake clasped his hands, shutting his eyes, his cheeks flushed. The room fell silent as everyone focused intently on Drake, awaiting his wish. After what felt like an eternity, Drake finally opened his eyes and promptly extinguished the candles in one breath. Cheers erupted once more. In the dim light, Drake hastily wiped his eyes. "I'll go turn on the power outside," Luca announced, darting out the door. Moments later, the lights flickered back to life. Drake, seated at the table, felt a twinge of embarrassment as he managed to utter a shy, "Thank you." Haha, how can a grown man be so bashful? Udi chuckled, nudging Drake with his shoulder. "The birthday boy, what are you waiting for? Cut the cake." Oh, Drake picked up the plastic knife for slicing the cake, hesitating with his hand hovering above it. He glanced at Udi, asking, "How do I cut it?" "Good grief," Udi exclaimed, extending his finger to guide Drake above the cake. "Cut it just like this, and make sure my piece is a generous one, please." Amos, Dorat, and Lucas sat nearby, smiling as they observed the somewhat flustered Drake intently beginning to slice the cake. He divided the cake into 8 portions, selecting the largest piece first to offer to Udi. Udi, grinning widely, accepted the cake and, after taking a bite, pointed at the remaining slices, exclaiming, "Why are there only 7 pieces left?" "That's perfect, just enough for each of us." Drake scratched his head in confusion. "What about you?" Udi inquired, wiping the cream from his mouth. "Do I get to eat too?" Drake asked. Udi rolled his eyes and snatched the plastic knife, cutting another piece of cake. "Here, let us ensure everyone has a share." Drake then distributed the cake slices one by one, and after glancing at Amos, he finally began to enjoy his own portion. Amos, Dolet, Luca, and Udi exchanged glances, communicating silently before Dolet remarked, "Drake, it appears you have 100 berries at your feet." "Oh?" Drake replied, glancing down. "No, I don't." As he lifted his gaze, he was met with a barrage of cakes launched towards his face. "Ha, cakes? My cakes?" Udi exclaimed, his voice a blend of mock sorrow for the cakes and genuine amusement. Amos playfully smeared cake onto Drake, who struggled in surprise, completely unprepared for such a turn of events. Nonetheless, this day stirred profound emotions within him, rendering it unforgettable. It marked the first time in nearly 2 decades that someone celebrated his birthday. He had almost forgotten the essence of such occasions. Memories of his father, who had not yet changed, flooded his mind, the father he had once idolized. In his early childhood, his father had gifted him a cake. Then, the faces of Amos, Shios, Doi, Luca, and Dolet surfaced in his thoughts. From the depths of his heart, he felt compelled to express his gratitude. Chapter 55. Brainwashing. They indulged in a delightful meal and engaged in spirited merriment. Not only was Drake the recipient of cake smearing, as the atmosphere became lively, everyone found themselves similarly adorned. After Amos settled the bill, the group returned to their dormitory for showers. Each floor housed only 8 shower stalls, and while others napped during the midday break, the 8 of them occupied their respective showers. Udi, in his stall, sang merrily while the water cascaded over him, only to transition into telling risky jokes. Meanwhile, Luca stealthily approached Udi's shower door, carrying a basin of cold water. He tiptoed and poured it in, eliciting a pig-like squeal from Udi. Before long, Udi burst out, capturing the mischievous Luca, leading to a series of indescribable antics. Iso and Dolet, wrapped in towels, joined in the fray, dousing the playful duo of Luca and Udi with cold water. The shower room echoed with the sounds of laughter and playful chaos. Drake, Smog, and Okasia, all possessing fruit abilities, refrained from participating in the frolic, feeling a sense of lethargy while bathing. Warm water cascaded over Amos's head, trickling down his hair and face, creating a moment of pure bliss. In truth, engaging in such playful banter with a group of friends was immensely gratifying. "Thank you." In the midst of the clamor, Amos discerned the voice of Drake from the adjacent room, and a subtle smile graced his lips. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the 9 members of the monster class assembled at the Marinvondo military harbor, each equipped with rudimentary gear. Zephyr arrived punctually, accompanied by an officer clad in a naval greatcoat. Naturally, those who donned such greatcoats were officers of considerable rank within the headquarters. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Lieutenant Colonel Curtis Lore, the captain of the warship tasked with transporting the martyrs back to the South Sea. Henceforth, aboard the warship, he shall serve as your direct commanding officer. Remember, obedience to military orders is the sacred duty of every soldier." "Understood?" The 9 responded in unison. Lieutenant Colonel Lore, impeccably attired in his uniform, with a clean-shaven face and neatly groomed hair, greeted them warmly. The 9 introduced themselves briefly, establishing a semblance of acquaintance. After attentively listening, Lore turned to Zephyr. "Well then, Zephyr, I shall lead them on their journey." "Very well, I entrust them to you," Zephyr replied. Lore guided the 9 aboard the warship. With Zephyr observing their departure, the 3-masted sailing warship, known as the Michelle, was equipped with sea stone at its hull, ensuring a safe passage through the doldrums. Lieutenant Colonel Lore was quite loquacious, providing a brief overview of the vessel once the 9 were aboard. Currently, there were 100 soldiers on board, with a total of 60 cannons, standard for a warship of this class. As they approached the doorway leading to the ship's quarters, Lore halted and turned to the group, inquiring, "Would you care to meet the 200 martyrs?" "Yes," several responded, expressing no dissent. Lore escorted them to a designated area of the warship, gesturing towards the tightly packed body bags. Due to the intense exposure on the sea for 5 to 6 days, their decomposition would hasten if left outside. Thus we have made arrangements to place them here. The sight of 200 body bags was indeed staggering. Noticing their reaction, Lore merely smiled faintly. "You must be newcomers. Am I right?" The group remained silent. "They are soldiers from the headquarters. Such losses occur daily, in relentless succession. We have become somewhat desensitized," Lore continued. "Do you understand why the monster class from your Naval Academy has been assigned to carry out such a mission?" Amos gazed at Colonel Lawler, who traversed among 200 black body bags. "Might one consider such a task tedious and devoid of interest? It is spoken of in grandiose terms. Yet it merely entails drifting at sea for 4 or 5 days before returning." The 9 individuals remained motionless, their attention fixated on Colonel Lawler as he delved deeper into the somber scene. "Allow me to recount a tale." Colonel Lawler offered only his retreating silhouette and the echo within the spacious hold designated for the deceased. There once was a naval commander, diligent and devoted, who spent approximately 360 days adrift on the ocean each year. Wherever pirates appeared, he was invariably the first to volunteer for the mission to suppress them. Whether stationed in the South China Sea or at headquarters, he consistently imposed stringent standards upon his subordinates. His warship was renowned for its discipline, and his soldiers were celebrated for their valor. This formidable man consistently led his crew to vanquish the pirates, restoring peace and tranquility to the residents. In the waters he patrolled, the pirates trembled in fear, desperately fleeing at the mere whisper of his name. His rank ascended repeatedly, and with each promotion, he aged yet remained steadfast at the front lines, even as he approached retirement age. He paused beside a body bag, turning to beckon the 9 to come closer. Until one fateful day, even this seasoned warrior felt the weight of exhaustion. While pursuing a band of pirates, he sustained 2 gunshot wounds from a pirate's firearm while protecting a newly enlisted recruit who had just turned 18. Despite being at a disadvantage and wounded, the old commander led a charge that astonishingly defeated the once mighty pirate crew. Alas, fate was unkind. He sat down, casting his gaze toward the adjacent body bags. The severity of his injuries, compounded by the burden of age, proved insurmountable. In his final moments, his sole request was to return to his homeland for burial. Amos and his companions have approached. The elderly gentleman is Major General Shilikin, who lies among these 200 body bags. Colonel Lore raised his chin towards the body bag he was gazing at, declaring, "I was once his subordinate, and he had a profound influence on me. Thus, whenever I encounter new recruits, I cannot help but share tales of Major General Shilikin." In such circumstances, the others were at a loss for words. Colonel Lore then stood up and stated, "Instructor Zifa has requested your assistance in escorting a fallen hero back to his hometown for burial. That is the purpose of your presence here. You too must grow, for it is not out of the question that one day you may find yourselves within a body bag." With that, Colonel Lore chuckled lightly. "I hope I haven't frightened you." Amos shook his head. Colonel Lore led them out of the cabin, remarking, "Aren't they all magnificent? In the future, you too shall embody greatness. As the backbone of the Navy, you represent the hope cherished by all those brave sailors fighting on the front lines." Amos remained impassive as Colonel Lore led them out of the ship's cabin, navigating through the bustling naval personnel until they reached the bow. The warship had sailed far, yet the surrounding waters were still teeming with other vessels, as the maritime traffic around Marin Fando was notably dense. Thus, "I hope you shall inherit their spirit and fight for peace." Colonel Lore addressed them, the sea breeze tousling his hair. A few among them were visibly moved. At this moment, Amos comprehended the true significance of the task at hand. Rather than merely a mission, it resembled more a lesson in ideological education. aimed at instilling foundational concepts and attitudes in the future pillars of the Navy. To put it more plainly, it was akin to brainwashing. Chapter 56. The waves. The vessel Michigan loose surged through the tumultuous waves, navigating the capricious weather of the great maritime routes. Unfortunately, that night, it encountered a tempest, with fierce winds reaching up to force 8 and towering waves of 7 to 8 meters. Faced with these formidable swells, none dared to confront them directly and retreated into the ship's cabin. Under such conditions, no fishing boat would venture out to sea. Even the most seasoned sailors could hardly ensure their safety. Nevertheless, the warship had no choice but to brave the storm head-on. When the storm arose, Udi, with a theoretical grade of C, audaciously suggested taking a detour. In the violently swaying, darkened cabin, Amos elucidated the situation to him. One must charge straight through a storm. A detour would only lead to one inevitable outcome: capsizing from the side under the onslaught of waves. The consequences of being overturned in the vast ocean were all too clear. As the colossal waves crashed against the bow, the ship emitted a deep, creaking groan, as if the very wood was pushed to its breaking point. The spray generated by the waves soared to heights of 30 to 40 meters, while torrential raindrops pelted the captain's cabin windows like bullets, a relentless barrage that threatened to flatten the cabin. Then, the ship seemed to ascend toward the heavens, the bow lifted high before plummeting back down into the sea. With the sky shrouded in darkness and heavy clouds, the captain's cabin was illuminated. Within its dim light, Colonel Lore's expression shifted dramatically as he barked, "Hold on tight." Suddenly, a massive wave lifted the warship, and as it surged over, the vessel descended into the depths, its bow piercing the surface of the water, only to re-emerge moments later. Floating once again, though the deck was now awash with deep seawater, the waves and rain continued to pound against the windows. And the hearts of the monster-class students raced, as such towering waves were a rare sight. "I never want to be a sailor again. I never want to go to sea for the rest of my life," Udi trembled. Dolet gripped the edge of a bolted-down table, his expression stoic as he turned his gaze toward Udi. Amos exhaled deeply, leaning against the wall with a laugh. "Is this the extent of your courage? Quite terrifying." Udi, upon hearing this, felt a wave of nausea. "You are even less formidable than a woman." Luca, with a mischievous grin, glanced at the relatively calm Genii before directing his attention back to the retching Udi. "Go outside and be sick. Don't repulse us here." To everyone's surprise, Udi actually steadied himself against the wall, preparing to exit. Colonel Lore immediately interjected, "Have you lost your mind? To venture out under these conditions is sheer folly. A single wave could sweep you away. If you must vomit, do so here. We will clean up once the storm subsides." Despite the relentless waves and the violent rocking of the vessel, which made nausea a common occurrence, the thought of stepping outside was nothing short of suicidal. Colonel Lore, who had maintained a gentle demeanor, transformed into a stern commander, issuing commands to his men with unyielding authority. Udi, resigned, sat back down, continuing to dry heave while the others laughed at his predicament. After enduring several monstrous waves and struggling for most of the day, tranquility finally descended upon the sea. At the moment safety was restored, nearly everyone bolted from the damp, stifling cabin to inhale the fresh, invigorating air and relish the cool sea breeze. Udi, in a fit of exhilaration, dashed outside, clinging to the ship's railing and shouting joyfully, only to suddenly change color and begin to vomit over the side. A striking spectacle unfolded as all those gathered on the deck turned their gaze to Udi's dramatic display of upheaval. Amos, Drake, Dolet, and Luca leaned against the ship's railing. Amos unbuttoned his shirt, allowing the wind to rush in, instantly refreshing his entire being. Meanwhile, Colonel Lore was not as leisurely as they were. After everyone had been stifled for so long, he commanded the soldiers to return to their duties. As the recent towering waves had left the ship in disarray, necessitating a thorough organization, such as clearing standing water and adjusting the sails. "This wave is truly immense. It's the largest I've ever encountered," Drake remarked, his heart still racing. Having spent most of his time in the North Sea, he was accustomed to avoiding bad weather, and his few ventures into the Grand Line alongside Zephyr had been limited. This was, without a doubt, the most formidable wave he had ever witnessed. To be precise, it was his first experience sailing in such treacherous conditions amidst towering swells. Many who have never been to sea possess little understanding of the ocean's might, often believing that waves a few meters high are inconsequential. Even if a person were to be swept by 1 or 2 meter waves, they assume nothing would happen. Such thinking is gravely mistaken. Anyone who has ventured into the ocean knows that waves are the most terrifying force at sea. A miscalculation in navigating an 8 or 9 meter wave could potentially capsize a warship, while fishing vessels would cease operations in the face of 5 or 6-meter swells, hastily dropping anchor if they were already at sea. As for the exceedingly rare 30-meter waves, encountering one would spell doom. Such colossal surf could easily obliterate a vessel. "That's not so bad," Dolet remarked, fastening 2 swords at his waist, resting his arms on the ship's railing as he reminisced. "In my childhood, we experienced a tsunami in Larut. I was playing by the shore when suddenly the sea receded with alarming speed. All I could see on the horizon was a stretch of several hundred kilometers, with waves barely a meter high, perhaps only 80 centimeters. I thought nothing of it at the time, but my father, who had taken me there, suddenly turned pale, seized me, and began to run frantically. The others listened intently, and Luca scratched his head, asking, 80 centimeters of waves? That is quite small." "Indeed," Dolet replied, "but not long after, I witnessed a 2-masted sailing ship capsizing. It was the largest fishing vessel in our village, weighing over 50 tons. How could that be possible?" Luca exclaimed. Although the tsunami's waves were only a few meters, or even mere centimeters high, their width stretched for hundreds of kilometers, creating a devastating force, Amos explained. He had diligently studied such phenomena during theoretical lessons in the North Sea and at headquarters. "You were fortunate indeed to have survived a tsunami." Dolet nodded. "My father sensed something was amiss early on, which is why we fled quickly. Having experienced a tsunami once, one never forgets it." "Indeed," Amos affirmed. Drake shifted his position, moving from leaning against the railing to lying prone upon it. However, as he turned, his body tensed, and he stood upright, his voice cold and commanding. "Look." A few individuals turned to gaze at the sea, where the horizon revealed a blurred, fluttering flag. As they drew nearer, the mast and hull of a large vessel came into view. "Surely it cannot be a pirate ship," Amos remarked. Luca hurried off to fetch a telescope. Dorat placed a hand on the hilt of his sword, chuckling softly. "Pirates? What sort of pirates would dare collide with a naval warship? They must be courting death." As the ship approached, Luca obtained the telescope, but before he could reach, the lookout on the observation deck had already lowered the telescope and exclaimed urgently, "It's pirates." Chapter 57. The bounty of 200 million on the naval major reality slapped Dorat in the face. Indeed, pirates had come knocking, evidently intent on clashing with the Navy. The notion of pirates pursuing naval forces seemed absurd across the 4 seas. To dare attack was akin to defying the heavens. Yet, in the Grand Line, such occurrences were far from rare. In these waters, where the mightiest pirates congregated, there were many who were reckless enough to target the Navy, unperturbed by the prospect of increased bounties. Before long, Major Lore received notification and immediately ordered the entire ship to battle readiness, regardless of which pirate crew approached. The fact that they took the initiative meant they could not be mere commoners. They were either formidable or insane enough to seek death. Indeed, one could hardly distinguish between a powerful pirate crew and a reckless madman. Form ranks and await instructions, Major Lore commanded before swiftly returning to the captain's quarters to make arrangements. "Well, looks like our ideological education has turned into a practical lesson," Amos quipped. Before long, the pirate ship, at least twice the size of the warship, drew nearer. Major Lore summoned the 9 of them to the captain's quarters. Upon arrival, he ended a phone call, stating, "I have just notified the naval headquarters. They will dispatch the nearest warship for support. After all, we have ourselves, do we not?" Udi was the first to exclaim, his vitality seemingly boundless, even after his recent bout of seasickness. The Flamebird pirates, Major Lore continued, led by Captain Ace Reese, a devil fruit user with the ability of the mythical beast, the Flamebird. Their bounty has reached 70 million berries, making them one of this year's pirate supernovas. And they are quite formidable. We are not their match. 70 million berries. Luca's eyes widened in disbelief. Beside him, Iso, Okasha, and Rena furrowed their brows. Amos's companions, Drake and Dorat, exchanged glances with him, yet he remained unmoved. "Thus, we must request reinforcements," Major Lore concluded. "Requesting support now may be too late," Amos interjected. "Regardless of the Flamebird pirates' motives in pursuing our transport vessel, we are already within striking distance. You mentioned before that we have only 100 soldiers aboard and 60 cannons, with merely 30 on the broadside. In terms of firepower, we are utterly outmatched. Once the adversary approaches and opens fire, we will find ourselves in a grave predicament." Colonel Lore's eyes flickered. After a brief pause, he stated, "This is the very reason I summoned you. You are the most exceptional students, and in terms of capability, some of you may even rival a major, with a few so outstanding that even I, a colonel, must concede defeat. Therefore, we must devise a strategy together to buy ourselves some time. Amos continued his analysis. It is essential to comprehend the intentions of the Phoenix pirate crew. If their sole aim is to sink us, then there is little recourse but to confront them with all our might. However, if they harbor ulterior motives, perhaps we can engage them in a tactical maneuver, buying ourselves some time. Indeed, this was also the perspective of Colonel Lore, who rose from the captain's quarters to gaze outward. We have now entered their line of fire. Yet, they have yet to unleash their artillery. This must indicate a deeper purpose, Amos remarked. Colonel Lore cast a sweeping glance over the 9 individuals before leading them away from the captain's quarters towards the port side. Presently, the left flank of the Michelle was directly facing the pirate vessel of the Phoenix crew, with all gunners in position. 30 ominous cannon mouths aimed squarely at the slowly advancing ship. One could readily observe the stark contrast between the training ship and a true warship. 100 naval soldiers stood in formation, disciplined and resolute, even though the disparity in strength was evident. There was no thought of retreat among them, such as the hallmark of a well-trained military, just as tensions reached a boiling point. Seemingly on the brink of an intense naval battle, the pirate ship came to a halt. From its massive hull, adorned with a flag emblazoned with a fiery emblem, a small boat was lowered, bearing a robust man clad in a gray vest. It was Doug, the second in command of the Phoenix pirate crew, who had been placed under a bounty of 30 million berries for his assaults on several Grand Line merchant convoys, a formidable adversary. Colonel Lore stated. As the ship's captain and a pivotal figure, he served as a pillar of strength for all present, maintaining his composure despite the formidable enemy before them. Doug approached. Evidently intent on negotiations, the question remained, what was their true objective? The small boat drew nearer to the warship, and as it did, Colonel Lore issued orders to lower a rope ladder. Doug ascended the ladder, and as he crossed over the ship's railing, 10 naval soldiers promptly aimed their firearms at him. Unperturbed, Doug merely smiled and remarked, "If you intend to fire, then the consequences shall be yours to bear." With a grave expression, Colonel Lore raised his hand, signaling the soldiers to lower their weapons, though they remained vigilant, eyes trained on Doug. The towering figure of Doug, nearly 3 meters tall, approached Colonel Lore, who stood at 2 meters, exuding an immense presence. Yet, Lore displayed no fear, standing his ground and demanding, "What is your purpose?" "This warship is the Michelle." "Is it not?" Doug inquired. "And if it is?" Colonel Lore fixed his gaze on Doug, striving to penetrate his intentions. The 9 members of Amos stood behind Colonel Lore, casting cold glances at Doug. Unlike the seasoned naval soldiers, these young men were unafraid. Should Doug dare to engage in any perilous behavior, they would not hesitate to take action. If that's the case, Doug clapped his hands and chuckled, "You must be transporting 200 corpses of naval soldiers aboard this vessel. Correct? Is your captain, Reese, contemplating something with them?" Colonel Lore's pupils constricted in disbelief. He never anticipated that such a formidable pirate crew had come seeking the remains of 200 naval soldiers. "Indeed," Doug said nonchalantly. "There's a bounty on the black market specifically requesting the body of the naval hero, Major General Shilligan." "Who?" Colonel Lore inquired. Doug shrugged, spreading his hands. "How would I know? Those black market fellows are always lurking in the shadows. However, I can surmise that the buyer harbors a deep-seated vendetta against Major General Shilligan, hence the generous bounty, prompting our captain to undertake this venture. Is it an adversary?" Colonel Lore pondered, knowing Major General Shilligan was a valiant warrior, fiercely opposed to evil, making him a thorn in the side of pirates across these waters. "What is the bounty offered by this black market buyer?" Colonel Lore asked again. Doug lowered his voice. "If I were to reveal it, you might faint from shock. I truly have no notion of the enmity between that individual and your navy, but the bounty exceeds the combined worth on all our heads." He raised his hand, holding up 2 fingers. "That person has offered 200 million berries to have Shilligan's body taken away." Chapter 58. The Debate with the Colonel. 200 million berries. Colonel Lore's countenance darkened further upon hearing this. It was astounding that someone would pay such a staggering sum for the body of Major General Shilligan. Setting aside the exorbitant price, the bounty surpassed even that of the notorious supernova pirate crew before him. It was utterly incomprehensible that those who regarded Major General Shilligan as their sworn enemy would not spare even the body intended for a proper burial in his homeland. His 9 companions were equally astonished, both by the astonishing figure and by the audacity of a pirate crew attempting to seize the remains of a naval hero. "What if I refuse?" Colonel Lore challenged. Doug, having anticipated this, scoffed derisively. "At this juncture, it seems you, a mere lieutenant colonel, lack the authority to dispute. Do you not? Our captain is aware that you must have summoned nearby naval vessels for assistance, thus he has allotted you a mere half-hour to decide. Furthermore, you ought to recognize that our reluctance to fire immediately stems from concern for Shilijan's remains, not from any fear of you. Within half an hour, if you agree to surrender Shilijan's body, we shall allow you to depart unscathed. Should you refuse, we will open fire, turning you all into corpses. That is impossible. From any perspective, Colonel Lore vehemently opposed the occurrence of such an event. The more than 100 soldiers accompanying him were designated to safeguard the naval martyrs on their return to their homeland, not to rely on the deceased heroes for their own survival. Moreover, he was a subordinate of Halakan, a figure who had profoundly influenced his life and whom he held in deep reverence. What holds greater significance? A single lifeless body or the lives of over 100 souls? He chuckled softly, urging them to contemplate their own decisions. Turning away, Doug descended the rope ladder amidst the watchful eyes of the assembly, reminding them to remember only half an hour remained. Once he reached the bottom, he boarded a small vessel and returned to the pirate ship of the Flaming Bird crew. Colonel Lore exhaled deeply and seized the telephone bug to make a call. When can we expect support? At least 4 hours, came the response from the other end. Gritting his teeth, Colonel Lore urged, as soon as possible. Before hanging up, his expression grave, he strode purposefully to the ship's railing and, without a hint of hesitation, commanded, "All personnel, prepare for battle at my command." He resolutely made a decision that would impact the lives of every soldier aboard. As he finished speaking, he glanced back with concern at the 9 cadets from the Naval Academy's monster class. A true war was imminent, and regrettably, they had arrived just in time for it. Colonel Lore attempted to smile, hoping to alleviate the tension among the 9 anxious individuals. Amos pondered the likelihood of victory should war ensue, when suddenly, Okasia, with a youthful demeanor that belied his apparent age of merely 20, inquired, "Colonel, can we prevail?" Hearing this question from the cherubic young man, Colonel Lore fell into a thoughtful silence, weighing his response for an extended period before finally articulating, "It is undeniable that our chances of success are quite slim. Some of you may think that the pirate's assertion holds merit. Indeed, the lives of over 100 men surely outweigh a single lifeless body. However, I believe our Navy embodies a resolute stance, one that refuses to compromise with pirates, one that will not allow the valor of our martyrs to be sullied. We are here to escort our fallen heroes home, not the other way around. Therefore, regardless of our odds, this battle is one we must engage in. Even if the outcome sees us descend to the depths alongside the 200 brave souls aboard our ship, it shall still be our honor. Are you all prepared to fight? Are you ready to stand against the pirates until the last man?" "Ready." All but Amos responded in unison. Amos acknowledged that Colonel Lore was quite adept at rhetoric, skillfully inciting the youth to engage in battle. However, he believed that against a notorious pirate with a bounty of 170 million and possessing the formidable abilities of a mythical beast fruit, mere words would be futile. "Let us engage our intellect," Amos proposed, suppressing his rising discontent. He harbored a strong aversion to Colonel Lore, who, despite his seemingly unwavering resolve, had already compromised. Hence the decision to adopt a reckless, all-or-nothing battle strategy. "What do you mean by using your intellect?" Colonel Lore initially reveled in his ability to stir emotions. When suddenly Amos interjected, his demeanor tinged with a hint of urgency. "Are you afraid? Do you wish to surrender General Halakan? What credentials did you possess to attain the rank of colonel?" Amos suddenly challenged. Colonel Lore was taken aback. Before he could process the unexpected confrontation, Amos continued, his voice tinged with indignation. "Refusing to surrender General Halakan is acceptable. Choosing to engage in battle is also acceptable. But as a colonel, as the captain, your every decision profoundly impacts the lives of everyone aboard the ship. Must you make such hasty determinations? What do you mean by that?" Colonel Lore was astonished that this previously unremarkable member of the monster class would dare to confront him in such a manner. Now, all eyes were upon them, witnessing the unfolding dispute. Amos took a deep breath to steady his emotions. "I am aware that you were once subordinate to General Halakan, and you undoubtedly share a semblance of his fearless heroism in your approach. While I hold immense respect and admiration for you, you have previously acknowledged the significant disparity in our strengths. In such a scenario, is it not more prudent to contemplate more promising strategies rather than inciting the emotions of others, as well as your own, within mere seconds to hastily resolve upon a decision for a desperate battle? Were Amos merely an observer, this matter would hold little consequence for him. Yet, as one of the parties involved, he found it troubling that Colonel Lore did not seek alternative methods to ensure a greater chance of survival. instead opting to rally everyone to fight to the death. He may disregard Amos's life, but Amos could not afford to undervalue his own. To fight to the death, does that not imply succumbing in this conflict? Such words roll off the tongue so easily. Amos regarded Colonel Lore, whose expression was a tempest of emotions, and scoffed. Reese's strength surpasses ours. This is evidently a path to oblivion. Can we not abandon the heroic ideals you have long espoused, those learned from General Hillikin? Could we not, within the half hour they have granted us, devise the most effective strategy to maximize our odds of success? To seize every opportunity for survival? This concerns the lives of us all. Please do not carelessly dictate our fates based on your combat style. Colonel Lore glared at Amos, incredulous that a mere youth would dare question him and the tactics of General Hillikin. Though he begrudgingly admitted that Amos had a point, his loyalty lay firmly with General Hillikin. It is easy to speak so boldly. May I ask what solution you propose? Our Navy has reached this critical juncture with no room for maneuver, and we shall never compromise with pirates. Thus, this battle is utterly inevitable. Do not bring your impractical theories to challenge me. Such notions merely reveal your cowardice in the face of adversity. You simply wish for the Navy to yield. Amos, in a fit of rage mixed with irony, exclaimed, "No wonder you are merely a colonel. No wonder Major General Hillikin will meet his demise. Speak another word." Colonel Lawler bellowed, refusing to permit such a brazen yet cowardly young upstart to deride the man he revered. "If the Navy is filled with mindless brutes like you, it is doomed." Amos retorted with equal fervor. "I have stated that we need not compromise. We can go to war, but must we make such reckless decisions? Should we not all deliberate on a feasible plan, even if it merely increases our chances by a mere 1%? Is that not worth fighting for? Is it not preferable to avoid casualties than to issue a command of fight to the death and mutual destruction? The 200 martyrs in the body bags below deck serve as a poignant example. Must we not strive to ensure that everyone aboard this vessel can return home one day, not in such a manner? Even if we cannot guarantee that all will survive. If our decision allows even one person, the hope of just one individual to live, I believe that would suffice. You fool. Do not treat the lives of others as a trivial matter. Chapter 59, Ensuring Everyone's Survival After Amos. Hoarse and near tears from recalling the countless battles over the past 2 years that could have spared lives, finished his impassioned plea. Silence enveloped the ship. He turned to Colonel Lawler. "You may have once been a student of Teacher Zephyr. Even if not, as captain, you must have mourned for your fallen subordinates. Do you understand the difference between the Navy and pirates?" Colonel Lawler's chest heaved violently as he regarded Amos in silence, pondering the distinctions between the two. "It is not merely that we uphold justice while they embrace evil, nor that we cherish peace while they revel in chaos. Every soldier in the Navy has parents, wives, and children. Beyond their identity as sailors, they embody roles as sons, husbands, and fathers. Conversely, pirates are a breed of beasts with no retreat and no attachments. When a pirate falls, no one remembers him. Yet, when a Navy soldier dies, it signifies the shattering of a family. Now, aboard this vessel, 200 families have already been shattered. Do you wish for over 100 more families to receive word of their sons, husbands, and fathers' deaths from the Navy?" Amos, deflated, let his arms fall to his sides and softly remarked, "In truth, many individuals possess the hope of evading death. When confronted with life, one should not so readily concede. While it may appear that our disagreement is trivial, I must apologize, for I shall steadfastly maintain that my perspective is valid and worthy of defense. Perhaps this conviction stems from my countless personal experiences, as I genuinely believe life holds immense significance, and thus, one should refrain from uttering the words of surrender so lightly." He bowed slowly to Colonel Lore, expressing his sincerity. "Colonel Lore, I hold you in high regard, and I am willing to accept your command as a sailor aboard the Michelle. As the captain, your duty is to protect the 200 martyrs and uphold the honor of the Navy. I shall stand by your side. But I implore you to endeavor to keep everyone alive." The remaining members of the monster class stood in stunned silence, resonating with Amos's words. As did the surrounding Navy soldiers. No one was willing to embrace death willingly. Drake, already feeling despondent, understood that Colonel Lore's words signified their grim fate. To fight to the death did not imply striving for victory, but rather an expectation of annihilation. Yet, Amos's fervent desire for life and his profound respect for it stirred something within him, prompting him to step forward and bow alongside Amos, saying, "Captain, please lead us to survival." Then, Dolet and Lucas stepped forward, standing beside Amos and bowing earnestly, "Captain, please lead us to survival." Following them were Udi, Jinai, Okasha, Iso, and ultimately Smog, as all 9 members of the monster class lined up in unison to bow to Colonel Lore, pleading, "Please, Captain." In that moment, Colonel Lore felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. His vision blurred before sharpening once more, transporting him back to the time he set sail with Rear Admiral Hillikin. The soldiers aboard Hillikin's ship were renowned for their bravery, all fearless in battle, and their strategy was simple: to fight to the death and withstand any assault. Pirates, a band of reckless desperados, were only quelled by those who were even more unhinged, who held life in even lesser regard. Such madness was what instilled fear in pirates and led to their defeat. Indeed, they achieved numerous victories, instilling terror in their foes. The name of Rear Admiral Hillikin echoed across the seas. Yet, many lives were lost. The admiral spent most of the year at sea, and the remainder mourning his fallen comrades on land. The battle that ultimately claimed Rear Admiral Hillikin's life occurred against a pirate crew with superior firepower, yet he resolutely chose to engage without hesitation. The fight was arduous, and he found himself unable to raise his head under the relentless onslaught of the pirates. Nonetheless, unwilling to succumb to such a stalemate, he led the charge, sustaining 2 gunshot wounds while protecting a young sailor who had just turned 18. In such circumstances, he still chose not to retreat but to fight valiantly, ultimately leading the naval soldiers to vanquish the pirates. The battle resulted in the demise of 277 pirates, while 154 others, terrified by Major Shilligan and a group of bloodied sailors, surrendered. The Navy comprised 291 personnel, of whom 207 perished, 66 were severely injured, and the remainder sustained varying degrees of wounds. Not a single soul emerged unscathed. At that time, the Navy was so severely battered that they could not capture the surrendering pirates, who were only taken back to the warship after reinforcements arrived. Tragically, over 90% of the critically injured succumbed to their wounds, including Major Shilligan himself. Following this conflict, the naval force suffered a staggering reduction of 5/6 of its strength. If only, murmured Lieutenant Colonel Lore, Major Shilligan's approach to combat had been altered, rather than confronting the enemy head-on. He could have employed a strategy of maneuvering and entangling the pirates, patiently awaiting the support of other naval forces, and then encircled them with overwhelming firepower. Perhaps this would have spared lives. He sighed, trembling, his eyes reddening at the mere thought of that man who had irrevocably altered his life. Feeling an overwhelming sense of regret, perhaps Major Shilligan's decisions were indeed misguided. As he observed those bowing before him, save for the stationed artillerymen, he perceived their earnest requests. In that moment, Lore seemed to experience an epiphany. Perhaps the term resignation would be more fitting. Should we exchange Major Shilligan's remains for peace? Do you think it would be feasible to surrender the body of Major Shilligan to them and await reinforcements to retrieve it? In such a scenario, encircled, they would have no choice but to relinquish the remains. Amos raised his head and proposed a plan. Upon hearing this, Lieutenant Colonel Lore's eyes brightened, only to subsequently shake his head. The nearest naval forces would require several hours to arrive, making it difficult to locate the pirates' vessel, even if they did find it. Should the pirates use Major Shilligan's body as leverage against us, it would pose a considerable dilemma. Although this proposal was dismissed as impractical, Amos sensed a shift in Lieutenant Colonel Lore. He was willing to consider suggestions, contemplating alternative solutions, a significant advancement. I do not know of a better strategy to mitigate our casualties, Lieutenant Colonel Lore admitted. Isn't this precisely the purpose of our discussion? Amos replied with a smile. So, can you lead us to safety? Lieutenant Colonel Lore looked at Amos' smiling face and suddenly found the young man less disagreeable. Moments later, his expression transformed from one of despondency and resignation to one of newfound confidence. Surveying the group, he declared, "Very well. I shall lead us to survival." Chapter 60. The plan. Amos was the first to stand tall, followed by the others, their gazes filled with fervor. Colonel Lore, witnessing this, felt a wave of emotion wash over him. "So, shall we proceed to deliberate on the most viable strategy?" he inquired. "Indeed," Amos replied, striding forward. "We have 25 minutes. We can make it. Let us return to the captain's quarters." "Very well." Colonel Lore cast a long, contemplative glance at Amos, increasingly impressed by the young man's exceptional qualities. He led the way to the captain's quarters, with Amos and the other 8 in tow. Upon arriving, the group gathered around the table. Amos picked up a pen and drew a circle on the white paper, followed by a larger circle nearby. "This represents our ship, the Michelle," he explained, and this is the pirate ship of the Flaming Bird crew. Next, he drew yet another circle at a distance, placing an arrow between the two circles, inscribing the number 4 above it. Reinforcements will take 4 hours to arrive, in a matter of mere seconds. A simple diagram and a few succinct explanations rendered the current situation crystal clear. "Captain, what is the status of their firepower?" Amos asked, gripping the pen and looking up. Colonel Lors studied the tactical map and replied, "There are at least 60 cannons on their broadside." "Understood." Amos noted 60 within their circle and 30 within theirs, realizing that during combat, their firepower would be at least double that of theirs. This indicated that once hostilities commenced, the likelihood of their ship being sunk was exceedingly high. However, "We have the body of Major General Hillikin with us. They will hesitate to act recklessly," Darren interjected gravely. "Indeed," Amos affirmed, articulating each word carefully. He inscribed Hillikin within their circle, emphasizing that their mission centered on the body of Major General Hillikin. Even if half an hour passed without a compromise, they would not directly fire upon them, risking mutual destruction without any gain. They were not foolish enough to engage in such a transaction. Colonel Lore nodded in agreement. "Thus, Major General Hillikin serves as our shield." "Yet, a shield has its limits," Drake added to the discussion. "The pirates will not simply allow us to dictate terms." Drake had a valid point. What if Captain Amos Reyes of the Flaming Bird crew boarded personally to seize the body? The remains of Major General Hillikin were not classified documents. If they could not protect them, they might resort to destruction. Should we fail to withstand Amos Reyes, the body would inevitably be taken, Darren asserted. Colonel Lore and Amos pondered over potential solutions. Amos's eyes were fixed intently on the 2 adjacent circles, his hand gripping the pen tightly. The captain's quarters fell into a profound silence, as everyone began to rack their brains for a solution. After all, they were vying for a greater chance of survival, and no one dared to let their guard down. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The hands of the watch on Amos's wrist emitted a rhythmic tick, and he cast a fleeting glance at the time. 13 minutes remained. Beads of sweat adorned his forehead, trickling down his cheeks to land on the table. The tip of the pen in his hand hovered merely a centimeter above the paper, ready to inscribe tactical maneuvers at a moment's notice. His mind raced with fervor, a whirlwind of fragmented possibilities colliding, akin to a myriad of locks and keys seeking their perfect match. Once the correct key aligned with its lock, or vice versa, the solution would manifest instantaneously. However, in such moments, the human mind often becomes increasingly chaotic. Colonel Lore opened his mouth several times, yet before uttering a sound, he had already dismissed the strategy he had just conceived. The others remained silent. In this dire predicament, discovering a means to amplify their chances of victory was far from simple. They found themselves entrenched in a stalemate. Amos sighed, closed his eyes, and endeavored to calm his thoughts. The others, hearing his sigh, mistakenly interpreted it as a sign of surrender, and the confidence they had collectively built began to wane. Colonel Lore was equally uncertain if there existed a superior strategy. The current situation was one of sheer endurance, with an overwhelming disparity in firepower, rendering their sinking almost inevitable. Even if their adversaries hesitated to bombard the vessel due to the presence of General Hillikin's remains, the combined assault of Amos Reyes and Doug would prove difficult to thwart. Thus, Amos opened his eyes, breaking the silence, and in an instant, the atmosphere shifted from lethargy to alertness. "What vulnerabilities do you believe our opponents possess?" he inquired. "Vulnerabilities?" Dorat furrowed his brow, pondering the question. The others also began to reflect on it. With merely 5 minutes remaining, Amos decided against further pretense and spoke plainly. "Amos Reyes has underestimated us. They perceive this ship as merely a transport for the remains of naval martyrs, with only Colonel Lore garnering their genuine regard." Upon hearing this, the ever-attuned Drake grasped the implication. "Are you suggesting that we—" "Indeed," Amos interjected, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. "They remain utterly oblivious to the capabilities of the 9 of us. This indeed presents an opportunity for subterfuge. What are your thoughts?" Colonel Lore asked. "The remains of General Hillikin must never fall into their hands. A fierce confrontation is unavoidable," Amos articulated, meticulously strategizing. "Thus, a naval battle is inevitable. And perhaps we can leverage our disparity in firepower. That's a sound idea. We could line up along the port side, and as their shells approach, we shall muster all our strength to intercept them," Udi conjectured, believing he had deciphered Amos's intent. Amos, devoid of any intention to feign indifference, outright refused. "They remain oblivious to our capabilities. We are the trump card." "Is a trump card meant to be played so heedlessly?" Udi brushed his violet locks back, choosing to remain silent. With 3 minutes remaining, Amos tapped his forehead and mused. What if we were to board their vessel? What do you mean? Colonel Lore urgently inquired. Amos took a deep breath, organizing his thoughts to articulate his newly conceived plan with clarity, under the pretext of ensuring the safe exchange of hostages for the surrender of Rear Admiral Halakin. We shall send our contingent of 9 individuals. Subsequently, you will seize the opportune moment to eliminate the pirate hostages aboard the ship, while we incite a rebellion on the pirate vessel. With the strength of our 9, we can instigate chaos, rendering the pirate ship incapacitated. At this juncture, you must command the warship to unleash a relentless barrage, swiftly sinking the pirate vessel. But if the pirate ship sinks, we expressed our concerns. He is a devil fruit user and will be powerless in the water. He has nearly drowned on several occasions. We shall rescue you, Amos replied. While you engage in combat aboard the pirate ship, we will fire upon them. This way, our warship will not face suppression from their firepower, and you can catch them off guard due to their prior underestimation of your capabilities. Commander Colonel Lore quickly assimilated Amos's proposal. Half an hour had elapsed. Captain, the pirate Doug is approaching again. A naval messenger reported to the captain's quarters. Colonel Lore exchanged a glance with Amos, and then turned to the others. Let us proceed with this plan. We shall depart. Chapter 61. Save me. All individuals exited the captain's quarters and returned to the 10th starboard position. The pirate Doug had just ascended the warship once more via the lowered rope ladder, his head held high, exuding a hint of pride as he approached the still grim-faced Colonel Lore. Colonel Lore, have you reached a decision? He inquired. Colonel Lore regarded the infuriating Doug for a long moment before finally uttering a single word. Agreed. This response left the unaware naval soldiers utterly perplexed. Some even questioned Colonel Lore's compromise. Such an occurrence aboard the ship ironically bolstered the credibility of Colonel Lore's plan. A remarkably astute choice. Doug leaned closer to Colonel Lore and turned to address everyone loudly. You should be grateful to Colonel Lore, for it is his decision that ensures your survival. How fortunate you all are. Ha ha ha. The naval soldiers remained confused and furious. Just moments ago, Colonel Lore had been encouraging them, passionately proclaiming the honor of the Navy. Was it because everyone had bowed and pleaded for him to lead them to safety that he had made such a choice? We would rather die than compromise, one naval soldier shouted. Colonel Lore ignored the soldiers' outcry, fixing his gaze on Doug instead. Major Schlaken can be given to you, but we must ensure that once you receive him, you will no longer attack or harm us. Our sole objective is Major Schlaken. Now that we have him, why would we needlessly eliminate you? Even under the pretext of silencing you, it makes no sense, especially as you have already requested support. The Navy is aware that we are responsible for this affair. In any case, we shall not harm you. Just hand over Schlaken's body. Though Doug was tall and imposing, he was not a brute. His logic was clear when he spoke. Merely engaging in verbal sparring would not suffice. Colonel Lore, of course, would not be swayed by Doug's arguments. If he were, their plan would be rendered futile. How about we exchange hostages? You remain as our hostage. What if you were to use me to threaten our captain? Doug retorted. Then we shall send someone from our side to serve as a hostage in return. Colonel Lore replied smoothly. Upon hearing this, Doug scrutinized his surroundings carefully before turning back to Colonel Lore. You, as the captain, would willingly become a hostage? They are merely new recruits on our warship, barely 18 years old. Colonel Lore pointed towards Amos and his companions. Doug merely cast a disdainful glance, dripping with sarcasm. You must think very little of me if you believe such a group of weaklings could serve as hostages. Do you intend for all soldiers aboard our ship to become hostages? Colonel Lore, incensed, responded sharply, refusing to let Doug grow more arrogant and reckless. Do not take us for fools. The atmosphere suddenly plummeted to a freezing point as Doug helplessly waved his hand, conceding, all right, I will comply with your wishes. I trust you will not resort to any tricks. Once confirmed, Doug retrieved his communicator to notify Azer Reyes. The voice of Azer Reyes was terrifying, akin to a saw grinding through something. Soon enough, Azer Reyes acquiesced to Colonel Lore's request. From the scene, and in terms of reason, the request was entirely normal. It was reasonable for them to decide to hand over the individual. Doug was bound on the spot, although he was not a devil fruit user. Colonel Lore still dispatched someone to retrieve Sea Prism Stone handcuffs and shackles to restrain Doug, for the Sea Prism Stone is sturdier than steel, ensuring a far superior efficacy even against non-abilities users. Doug was escorted away as Colonel Lore turned to Amos and the others. Amos nodded slightly, and one by one, they descended the rope ladder to board the small vessel Doug had arrived in. As Hanai was about to descend the ladder, Amos halted her, saying, "Hanai, you must remain aboard the warship. Our mission is perilous, and there is a real possibility of death. I am not jesting. As a woman, it would be safer for you to stay here. Moreover, the pirate Doug, confined within the ship's cabin, possesses considerable strength, and I cannot afford to be reckless. Your kankang fruit is essential to ensure the warship's safety." Understanding that Amos had her best interests at heart, Hanai, with the others' agreement, bit her lip and decided to stay behind, heading to the cabin to utilize her kankang fruit to secure Doug further, leaving Hanai behind. The remaining 8 embarked on the small boat towards the Flaming Bird pirate cruise ship. I felt a sense of panic. Okasher trembled uncontrollably, neglecting to wipe his nose, allowing long strands of mucus to dangle grotesquely in the air. Amos did not offer him solace. Instead, he firmly grasped the dagger at his waist. He surveyed his surroundings, catching sight of Drake, Dorat, and Luca, who all turned their gazes towards Amos. Unease permeated their expressions. This was no trivial matter. The small vessel had collided with a pirate ship. Amos clutched the rope that the pirates had thrown down, securing the small boat tightly against the pirate ship before ascending the rope. As he reached the top, a throng of pirates encircled him, disarming him of his dagger, and subsequently bound him securely with ropes. The others who followed suit faced the same fate. Each was escorted by 2 disheveled pirates, reeking of sweat, while another pair brandished their weapons menacingly. Then, a tall man adorned in a crimson shirt and fiery shorts approached, hands on his hips, exuding an air reminiscent of Don Quixote da Flamingo. "Take them down below," he commanded. The pirates obeyed, leading the 8 of them into the ship's hold. Descending further into the depths, Amos had been scrutinizing the man before he was taken away. This man exuded an undeniable strength, one that was evidently insurmountable. It was almost certain that he was none other than Res, the possessor of the mythical flame bird fruit. Colonel Lore observed the situation aboard the pirate ship through his telescope when suddenly, the phone bug left by Doug rang. He hesitated for a moment before answering, and the terrifying voice on the other end inquired, "Where is Shilikin?" "It will be delivered shortly," Colonel Lore replied before hanging up. He summoned a naval soldier and whispered instructions to him, directing him to fill a body bag with certain items to disguise it as a human form for transport. The soldier complied and set off. Colonel Lore cast another glance at the pirate ship, aware that there were others on board scrutinizing him through their own telescopes. But that was of little consequence now. He recalled the plan he had devised with Amos. Since their imprisonment severed communication, they could no longer ascertain if both sides were ready simultaneously. At this juncture, mutual understanding was paramount. Colonel Lore could only strive to delay the transport of the decoy body, prolonging the moment of revelation, thus granting Amos and his companions a fraction more time to prepare. The instant the pirates unraveled their scheme, Colonel Lore would give the order to fire, and upon hearing the cannons roar, Amos and his team would spring into action. Their objective, to obliterate the entire ship, ensuring the demise of every pirate aboard. The commencement of this plan was imminent. Time was of the essence. Amos and his companions were taken to a dim, damp chamber beneath the pirate ship, a place designated for confinement. The air was thick with a foul odor, and the narrow cells on either side were crammed with a multitude of individuals, all imprisoned alongside other tormented souls captured for the nefarious purpose of enslavement. Their weapons were carelessly discarded in a nearby storeroom. Although some perceptive old pirates recognized the value of a few fine swords, they dared not claim them for themselves. 8 individuals clad in naval uniforms were ushered in, standing out conspicuously amidst the throng. The other captives erupted in a cacophony of chatter, with some even approaching to inquire about their predicament and whether there was a chance for an escape. The level of chaos within the cell surpassed their wildest imaginings. Suddenly, a roar emanated from the cell opposite them. A man, heedless of the jeers from others, forced his way to the front, clutching the iron bars with both hands. He cried out to Amos and his companions, "Save me! Save me!" This individual was corpulent, appearing no older than 20. Dressed in what once might have been splendid attire but now lay in tatters. Fragments of a shattered glass dome clung to the collar of his garment, as if he had previously been adorned with the glass covering, only to have it violently smashed. Amos gazed at the man, who then uttered a phrase that sent a chill of terror coursing through him. "Save me! I am St. Thomas! Save me! Save me!" Chapter 62. Taking action. I am St. Thomas. I am a celestial dragon. Quickly, save me. The corpulent man bellowed desperately. The 8 individuals beside him were taken aback. Having studied at the Navy headquarters, they understood that the term celestial dragon held the same weight as the title of an admiral. It was unfathomable that a world noble was imprisoned here. Amos, we cannot allow Lieutenant Colonel Lore to take action. Dolet tugged at Amos, his complexion pale. There were numerous civilians held captive as slaves, and even a celestial dragon among them. Should we open fire and sink the pirate ship, our own survival would be uncertain, let alone the protection of these innocents. Amos stared at the celestial dragon, utterly bewildered for a few seconds. He had never anticipated that a celestial dragon could be imprisoned. These pirates audaciously dared to capture one. Should he intervene? The celestial dragons, residing in Mariewa, are the aristocracy of the world and descendants of the 20 kings who established the world government 800 years ago. They regard themselves as the progeny of creators and behave with unrestrained arrogance, disdainful of mingling with common folk, often donning bubble helmets to signify their perceived superiority. They treat other races as mere slaves, enjoying all privileges, should they be offended. The Marine Headquarters Generals or CP organizations must mobilize their full military might to uphold their status. They're a group of self-important individuals, often deemed the greatest scoundrels among humanity. Is rescuing a celestial dragon a noble deed or a grave mistake? If he chooses to save them, Colonel Lore and his men would be unable to harm the pirate ship, preventing its sinking, thus leaving them reliant on the celestial dragons. Conversely, if he refrains from intervening, many residents, along with one celestial dragon, would be at risk, forcing a change in their plans. Amos. Smoker remarked from the side, and the others nodded in agreement, casting their gazes toward Amos. Amos stared vacantly at Smoker, realizing that although everyone was aware of the celestial dragons, no one had ever truly laid eyes upon them. They remained shrouded in mystery, leaving others untroubled and unhesitant, unlike Amos himself, who was gripped by trepidation and indecision. If they remained oblivious, perhaps the situation could be more easily managed. Yet now, Amos found himself compelled to make a choice. The presence of the celestial dragons necessitated the intervention of the Marine Admiral. Amos surveyed the group, noting that sinking the pirate ship would not be a straightforward task for the warship. It would take at least an hour or two. Therefore, there was no need for Colonel Law to open fire just yet. It was imperative to formulate a strategy. The others listened intently. On one hand, we needed to devise a means to contact Colonel Law to report the existence of the celestial dragons to headquarters. On the other hand, we had to incite chaos aboard the ship while ensuring the safety of both the civilians and the celestial dragons. Amos cast a glance at the raucous celestial dragons nearby. There were only 8 of us. In truth, we could retreat to the ship's cabin. This would not only create disorder on board, but also prevent the pirates from descending to harm the civilians and the celestial dragons, serving our purpose in 2 ways. Drake proposed. Amos nodded, suggesting that they adapt as necessary and find a way to contact Colonel Lore. I will take the lead, and you all will support me, he declared. Smoker interjected, prompting the others to turn their gaze towards him. He elaborated, as a user of the natural type fruit, I am impervious to harm unless he employs hockey. Thus, it is most fitting for me to assume the primary role. Agreed, Amos responded. Colonel Lore has already mentioned that the only formidable members of the Flame Bird pirate crew are Azer Reese and Doug. Since Doug has been captured, our true adversary is solely Azer Reese. Amos continued, Smoker's abilities will ensure his safety while simultaneously restraining Reese. Drake, in his beast form, possesses a significant advantage in size. Alongside me, Dolet, Luca, and Udi, who each excel in swordsmanship and martial arts, we can offer assistance and work to dismantle the ship's side cannons, thereby diminishing their firepower as much as possible. At this point, Amos directed his gaze towards Iso and Okasia. Iso, your ability is the nightmare fruit, correct? Indeed, Iso affirmed. Though it is regrettable that it only proves effective while they are in slumber. While my powers may not be applicable at present, I achieved an A in the physical test when I first joined the monster class, so there is no need for concern. Amos turned to Okasia, saying, You are the wielder of the dust fruit, capable of creating explosive clouds. Okasia, still carrying tissues to wipe his nose, replied, My dust disperses into the air, and upon encountering a heat source, it will detonate violently. Amos inquired, What is the extent of the explosion you can generate? Okasia explained, It depends on the dispersion of the dust. The wider the spread, the greater the impact area. However, I cannot control the direction of the dust dispersal, and if it spreads too widely, it may harm us as well. That should suffice. Your dust counters Reese. Do not forget, he is the user of the mythical Zoan Flame Bird fruit, Amos said, clapping his hands with excitement. Does anyone have further suggestions? Luca then shared his thoughts. our group of 8 attacking Reese simultaneously may not be as effective as having 2 or 3 individuals engage him. I propose we employ a rotating combat strategy, where we alternate fighters while the others disable the side cannons and deal with the pirates on deck. His idea resonated with the principles taught in Zifa's public class at the Naval Academy, where 5 instructors faced Zifa without launching a simultaneous assault, as fewer combatants proved more efficient in executing their attacks. Very well, the first round will consist of Smoker and Okasha. The second round will feature myself, Drake, and Dolet. And the third round will include Luca, Udi, and Iso. Amos outlined succinctly. These 3 teams were chosen for their similar combat styles to avoid mismatches like pairing Okasha with Luca, should Okasha unleash a dust explosion. Luca would be unable to engage in close combat, significantly diminishing their combined strength. What do you all think? The others voiced no objections, and the combat plan was effectively solidified. Meanwhile, the celestial dragon continued to shout, even perceiving their disregard as an affront, resorting to insults and threats. This behavior irked the group, as no one relished the idea of being scolded or threatened after laboring to save lives. Finally, Amos responded, nodding reassuringly, "Do not worry." The others in the cell looked on with hope, though a few pirate guards nearby deterred them from speaking out loud. Amos cautiously peered at the group of pirates, who appeared to be quite accustomed to the ruckus emanating from the cell. They sat there, engaged in lively conversation and laughter. "Are we prepared?" Amos inquired, glancing at his companions. "First, we shall reclaim our weapons, and then we will charge forward, using the entrance of the cabin as our stronghold in battle." The group nodded in agreement. Amos clenched his fists and whispered to the other detained civilians, "Everyone, it will soon become exceedingly perilous above. Therefore, until we notify you that it is safe to ascend, please remain here to ensure your safety." The group nodded in agreement, retreating timidly to a corner. Amos commanded, "Let us proceed." Drake, Luca, and Smoker stepped forward, confronting the iron bars that had rendered the civilians helpless. Each displayed their unique abilities. Drake effortlessly tore apart 2 iron rods with his bare hands. Luca executed a powerful kick that shattered 1 bar with a resounding crack, while Smoker transformed into smoke, gliding through the bars with ease, and swiftly charged towards the pirate station nearby. Chapter 63. The onset of battle. A trio of bored pirates engaged in fervent discussion, their conversation revolving around their intentions to disembark when the pirate ship arrived to sell slaves, seeking women to relieve their pent-up desires. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke enveloped them, and by the time they sensed the anomaly, it had already consumed them. As the smoke coalesced into a humanoid form, the 3 pirates lay lifeless on the ground, blood oozing from their orifices. With the diligent efforts of Drake and Luca, the iron bars of the prison cell were dismantled, allowing the group to hasten towards their weapons. Although their cell was unlocked, the civilians inside hesitated to emerge, fully aware that a bloody battle was imminent. To venture out foolishly could result in being caught in the crossfire. It was wiser to remain patient. If the Navy prevailed, they could flee, but if not, becoming slaves was a risk best avoided. From the adjacent cell, the iron bars still confined them. Taruma's saint, witnessing the 8 departing figures, bellowed, "If you do not rescue me, I will not spare you. The world government will not let you go." Without any weapons, Udi, trailing behind the group, took offense at this proclamation. Striding forward confidently, he pointed at Taruma's saint, declaring, "Do you think being a celestial dragon makes you superior? Pay attention. I am here to rescue you. Speak again, and I shall teach you a lesson." Taruma's saint, humiliated by Udi's words, retreated in silence. "Ah, that is more like it. Do not be so ungrateful, just wait here. We will not abandon you," Udi thought, satisfied, before rejoining Amos and the others. The only weapons retrieved were 3 swords, Chingue, Wushue, and Dongri, belonging to Amos and Dolet. While the 2 focused on swordsmanship, the others relied on martial arts or their devil fruit abilities. As they ascended, they encountered several pirates, and under such circumstances, stealth was impossible. The cries of surprise and the anguished screams of the attacked echoed through the air. "I'll lead the way. Move." Smoker, ever valiant, transformed his fists into a misty form, ready to unleash a powerful assault at any moment. The others followed closely behind. In that crucial moment, no one was free from tension, yet alongside their anxiety surged a fervor of bloodlust. A Navy soldier, under the orders of Lieutenant Colonel Lore, had already departed with a decoy body of the alleged Rear Admiral Shaukin aboard a small boat, heading towards the ship of the Flame Bird pirates. Lieutenant Colonel Lore observed the pirate ship through his telescope, while Amos aboard the pirate vessel scrutinized the approaching boat transporting the corpse. All hands prepare. Colonel Lore issued commands, and the naval soldiers, having just grasped the tactical explanation provided by him, promptly assumed their positions, calibrating their trajectories, ready to fire at a moment's notice. The small vessel was drawing near to the pirate ship, with little time left before their plan was exposed. The sailor navigating the small craft was named Wendell, a subordinate highly favored by Colonel Lore. Wendell was acutely aware that transporting the false corpses could lead to his own demise should the pirates uncover the ruse. Yet he steadfastly insisted on taking part in the operation. As Colonel Lore peered through his telescope at the pirate ship, his palms were slick with perspiration. He was uncertain about the preparations made by Amos and the others, and whether their plan would succeed. However, there was no turning back now, as the operation was already underway. The moment that would determine the fate of the entire fleet was imminent. Just as his heartbeat began to slow, he observed a commotion aboard the pirate vessel through his telescope, and then he witnessed Smoker leap into action, launching a white smoke fist through the air, striking the unsuspecting Amos. Amos and Dolet, brandishing their swords, plunged into the throng of pirates, followed closely by the rest of their comrades. Amos and his crew have taken the lead. Colonel Lore cast aside his telescope, gripping the ship's railing tightly. Wendrew, come back at once. With the onset of war, there was no need for Wendrew to risk his life. Wendrew, return immediately, Colonel Lore shouted hoarsely, but Wendrew had ventured a considerable distance from the warship, drawing perilously close to the pirate vessel, making it difficult for him to discern Lore's urgent calls. After several more attempts, Lore turned to the fully equipped naval gunners, bellowing, fire, boom, boom, boom. At the command, a cacophony of deafening cannon fire erupted as rows of cannons unleashed their projectiles, with the first barrage of 30 cannonballs plummeting directly towards the pirate ship. The deck of the warship shuddered violently from the recoil of the cannons. Full-scale war had officially commenced. Colonel Lore instructed Gina to eliminate Duck. Traditionally, the Navy adhered to a policy of sparing captured pirates, who would subsequently be imprisoned and impelled down. This policy had allowed many heinous pirates, who ought to face execution, to survive within the confines of impelled down. However, Colonel Lore was unwilling to entertain such considerations. Doug, who had just been humiliated aboard the warship, must die. All pirates of the Flamebird pirate crew must perish. Gina obeyed the order and departed. Colonel Lore continued to command the battle. After the first round of cannon fire, one projectile struck the stern of the pirate ship, while two others impacted the ship's hull below the waterline, with the majority of the remaining cannonballs splashing into the sea around the pirate vessel. Such accuracy in the initial barrage underscored the disparity between the regular naval forces and the newly formed Navy. Adjust. Colonel Lore observed the gunners operating in unison and, at the right moment, commanded, fire. The second bombardment began anew. At that moment aboard the pirate ship, most of the pirates had congregated on the starboard side, awaiting the arrival of a small boat carrying the body of Rear Admiral Shirkin, eager to claim the 200 million berries. As Amos and his companions burst forth, they caught their adversaries completely off guard. Some pirates, oblivious to the chaos unfolding, found their heads severed by Amos's swift blade. Smoker and Okasha charged towards Reese, adhering to their previously devised strategy. White smoke ejector. A cloud of mist erupted from behind Smoker, propelling him forward with newfound speed as he plunged into the throng of pirates, delivering a powerful punch toward Reese. Reese, already cognizant of the impending threat, retaliated with a fiery fist that dispersed the white mist. Meanwhile, Okasha began to emit a fine dust, and Drake transformed into his Tyrannosaurus form, towering at 7 to 8 meters, instilling terror in the hearts of the pirates, who recoiled in fear. Amos, Dorat, Luca, and Iso had a singular objective. They swiftly approached the broadside artillery positions, where numerous cannons were poised and ready to unleash their fury. Their mission was to eliminate these threats expeditiously, ensuring that the pirate vessel could not fire a single cannonball at the warship. With a swift draw of his blade, Amos executed a Riedo strike, masterfully dispatching a pirate armed with a firearm aimed directly at him. He then advanced towards a cannon, intent on rendering it inoperable. In that moment, he spotted Wendrew, navigating a small boat towards the pirate ship. Ceasing his actions, Amos called out to Wendrew, urging him to return swiftly and inform Colonel Lore of the presence of celestial dragons aboard the pirate vessel, requesting immediate support from headquarters. Chapter 64. Admiral Kizaru. Upon hearing Amos's urgent call, Wendrew was struck with astonishment. He hastily turned his small boat around and sped back towards the warship as the bombardment continued unabated. The restraint exerted by Amos and his team proved remarkably effective, causing immediate chaos on the starboard side. Subsequently, the warship implemented a barrage of firepower, leaving the pirates utterly incapable of mounting a direct counterattack. Amos, Drake, Dolet, Luca, Udi, and Isua, while fiercely combating the pirates, were simultaneously wreaking havoc on the artillery. There was no need to fret about pirates infiltrating the ship's lower decks to harm the imprisoned civilians and celestial dragons, for even the rioters were too preoccupied to address such matters, leaving no one with the inclination to concern themselves with mere slaves. Apart from the inherent talents of the allied nations, Amos had also spent nearly 2 months at the Naval Academy, showcasing remarkable progress. Despite facing a multitude of pirates, the group managed to navigate the situation with relative ease, ensuring their own safety. The situation with Smoker and Okasha was rather precarious. Their fruit abilities were uniquely formidable, making them the first to engage Ace Reyes in battle. With the half-beast transformation granted by his fruit, Reyes sprouted flaming crimson wings, enhancing his speed. Meanwhile, Okasha was dispersing a peculiar dust, and Smoker endeavored to restrain Reyes, aiming to amplify their combined attack power. Smoker's entire form morphed into tendril-like smoke as it extended towards Reyes. Upon witnessing Smoker's ability, Reyes furrowed his brow, surprised to discover that Smoker was a Logia user, and the individual emitting the strange dust was also a power wielder. Coupled with the rampaging Tyrannosaurus Rex and 5 formidable martial artists, this was far beyond what one would expect from a mere commander. Had he inadvertently struck a hard wall? Giant flame burst. A hint of apprehension flickered within him as he faced the encroaching smoke tendrils. Reyes flapped his fiery wings, unleashing a spiraling torrent of flames that easily dispersed Smoker's smoke. Smoker was forced to retreat, taking on a human form. The flames continued their relentless advance, blasting against the deck and causing it to splinter, ultimately igniting the dust dispersed by Okasha. Okasha hastily retreated, but the dust surrounding more than a dozen pirates ignited upon contact with the flames, resulting in a violent explosion that consumed them in an instant, their anguished cries echoing amidst the inferno. The flames rolled and then began to contract, leaving behind only a scorched deck and several pirates transformed into fiery silhouettes. Desperately scrambling across the deck before one by one, they plunged overboard like dumplings into the sea. Okasha narrowly escaped the conflagration's reach and glanced at Smoker. Seeing that Okasha was unharmed, invigorated Smoker's fighting spirit. "I'll create an opportunity for you. Be prepared." Understood. Okasha began to disperse the dust once more. White fist. Smoker committed fully to the confrontation with Reyes, his right fist poised and arm directed at Reyes, while his left hand gripped his right wrist. Countless massive smoke fists surged forth, launching towards Reyes. Reyes enveloped himself by folding his wings. The smoke fists collided with his blazing wings, forcing him to stagger back a few steps, though no substantial damage was inflicted. This is troublesome. Smoker was acutely aware of his inadequacy as an opponent and hastily launched an attempt to subdue his adversary. "White wind," he declared, transforming his entire body into a cloud of smoke, ensnaring numerous pirates within its swirling embrace before forcefully expelling them, some crashing onto the deck while others were hurled into the sea. Residential adjusted his neck, a crisp crack reverberating through the air. "Is that all you've got?" he remarked, striding purposefully toward Smoker. "Do not underestimate me." White smoke cannon. Smoker, confident in his Logia powers, fearlessly accelerated to deliver a punch toward Res. However, Residential extended his hand and firmly caught the blow, responding with a powerful strike aimed at Smoker's face. Smoker, caught off guard, could only awkwardly sidestep, narrowly evading the attack. Yet, in quick succession, Residential drove his knee forcefully into Smoker's abdomen, causing him to double over, breathless. With a chuckle, Residential flung Smoker aside and turned his gaze toward the dust-emitting Okasha. He had already witnessed the destructive potential of that dust. Should Okasha continue to disperse it, the entire ship would be obliterated. "It's your turn." Sensing the impending danger, Okasha retreated toward Amos and his companions. Residential unfurled his wings and soared forward with great speed. "Move." Amos, noticing Okasha's perilous situation, shouted as he blocked a pirate's slash and rushed to assist. Dolet and Drake also hastened toward Okasha. The two parties moved with comparable speed, and as Amos and his group converged with Okasha to assume a defensive stance against Res, he was already upon them. Die. Residential had no intention of lingering with these youngsters, His mission was fraught with risk, as naval reinforcements could arrive at any moment. This urgency was why he had previously granted Colonel Law only half an hour's consideration, with the situation suddenly escalating. He needed to stabilize matters swiftly before adapting to the unfolding chaos. Crimson Lotus fire. As he approached Amos and the others, he suddenly ascended to the skies, fully transforming into a colossal bird engulfed in flames. The giant avian circled in the sky before plummeting downward. Scatter! Dolet cried out, and the 4 individuals, previously clustered together, swiftly dispersed, each assuming a defensive posture. Meanwhile, Residential directed his focus solely toward Okasha, disregarding the others as primary targets. Quick! Save him! Amos exclaimed, rushing forward to provide aid. Aido/. Dolet and Drake hurriedly followed suit to assist. However, with a thunderous crash, Residential collided with Okasha, the flames enveloping them igniting the surrounding dust in a spectacular explosion, consuming both Residential and Okasha in a fiery inferno. The explosive shockwave hurled several individuals attempting to assist away, and the searing heat rendered Amos unable to open his eyes. After a span of more than 10 seconds, as he gradually regained his senses and the flames dissipated, he beheld Reese standing unscathed, a disdainful smile gracing his face. Beneath his feet lay what appeared to be a shattered watermelon, Okasha's head. When Drew returned to the warship aboard a vessel, upon ascending the rope ladder, he made a beeline for Colonel Lore. Before Colonel Lore could utter a word, when Drew interjected, they claim that celestial dragons are being held aboard the ship. You must notify headquarters immediately. What? Colonel Lore was taken aback by this revelation. Are you certain? It was Amos who mentioned it, when Drew replied. After lingering in place for merely 2 seconds, Colonel Lore swiftly moved to retrieve a Den Mushi. Upon securing the device, he dialed headquarters, directly connecting to the office of the Marine Admiral. Hello? The Den Mushi transformed into a serious-looking man with bulging frog-like eyes and a mustache twisted into a braid. Admiral Sengoku. Colonel Lore felt a wave of tension, for he was conversing with the Supreme Commander of the Navy, Sengoku the Buddha. Speak, Sengoku commanded. Colonel Lore recounted the situation in its entirety. After a moment of silence on the other end, Sengoku responded, ensure the safety of the celestial dragons at all costs. Admiral Borsalino will depart immediately to provide assistance. Borsalino, known as Kizaru, was indeed one of the 3 admirals of the Navy. Colonel Lore stood at attention. Addressing the Den Mushi, understood. Chapter 65, Neil. Okasha is dead. His devil fruit ability was particularly unique, if given sufficient time. He could envelop an entire pirate ship in dust, and at that moment, a mere spark would suffice to ignite an explosion that could obliterate the vessel. Reese would not idly witness such a catastrophe unfold. Thus, he was the first to decisively eliminate Okasha. He stood there, his gaze dripping with contempt, surrounded by a viscous, repugnant mixture of blood and brain matter. Okasha's head was beyond recognition, resembling nothing more than a watermelon that had carelessly been dropped and smashed to pieces. Amos gripped his sword, assuming a stance for a quick draw, yet he refrained from acting impulsively. In the other directions, Drake and Dola, who seemed to encircle Reese, exhibited similar caution. None dared to make a hasty move. They had just witnessed Reese's overwhelming strength. A pure pirate, he harbored no intentions of engaging with them playfully. Each strike was a certain death blow. Coughing, Smoker struggled to rise from the ground, glancing towards the standoff, and hurriedly rushed over. Suddenly, a sharp, elongated sound pierced the air as a cannonball descended from the warship towards them. Amos, Drake, and Dolet withdrew, knowing that the artillery fire would only harm Reese. Unfazed by the incoming shells, Reese delivered a swift kick at the moment the projectiles descended. Boom. The explosion resonated, yet Reese remained unperturbed, seemingly impervious to the flames. White Fist. Smoker launched a powerful punch. Seizing the opportunity, Amos and his companions advanced, coordinating their assault from 4 directions to encircle Reese. With his wings retracting to envelop his form, Reese suddenly unleashed a torrent of fire and fierce winds, surging toward the 4 assailants. Amos was suddenly engulfed by a searing wave of heat, raising his arms instinctively to shield his face. The tempestuous winds threatened to push him back as flames consumed him, rendering him breathless and leaving his entire body aflame with unbearable heat. In such dire circumstances, he lost all awareness of his surroundings. He could only retreat while protecting his vital points, distancing himself from the perilous zone. For the elemental smog, however, the flames posed little threat. He plunged directly into the inferno, unleashing a powerful white fist towards the location of Rice. Boom. The white fist struck Rice, forcing him to interrupt his assault. As the flames dissipated, Rice turned, intent on eliminating the obstructive smog. Yet, at that moment, Amos surged forward once more. Executing a swift and lethal draw cut aimed at Rice's waist. Should this strike connect, it would cleave Rice in two, as he lacked the armor of hockey. Sensing the imminent danger, Rice instinctively retracted his flaming wings, enveloping his body in a protective cocoon. Amos felt his blade collide against an exceptionally hard surface, inflicting no damage to the wings. With a whoosh, Rice spread his wings wide and lunged, one hand reaching out to seize Amos by the throat. Amos sidestepped with agility. One leg suddenly lifted and kicked downward, targeting Reese's head. Violent kick. Reese, equally swift, evaded the assault, and Amos's foot struck the deck, splintering the wood beneath him. Having practiced on specially designed wooden stakes in the training halls of the academy, he now found this deck to be alarmingly fragile, easily shattered beneath his strike. Dolart's attack followed closely, two swords crossing as they faced Reese head-on. With a flick of his wings, flames surged towards Dolart, who deftly countered by slicing through the fire with a blade of light, launching forward. Dual blade technique. 3,000 moons. The two swords spun with a dazzling gleam. Dolart crouched momentarily before darting forward, and in a mere instant, he was behind Reese. An X-shaped wound appeared on Reese's abdomen, slowly reddening as crimson blood seeped from the gash. He had no time to mount a defense before Dolart's sword had already passed him. Gritting his teeth, Reese's face turned ashen as he glanced at his injury, then disregarding others, he focused intently on Dolart. As the top student in Class A of the Monster Division, Dolart's prowess was beyond question. While others struggled to inflict any significant damage, he had already marked Reese with a wound. This bolstered their morale but ignited Reese's fury. He flapped his wings and charged forward, unleashing flames once more. Dolart, sword poised to deliver another strike, felt a gust of wind sweep over him before he could react. Reese was already behind him, seizing his head and forcefully slamming it onto the deck. Bang! The deck splintered, and Reese, refusing to release his grip, lifted Dolart again and smashed him down, burying his head deep into the wood. Drake attempted to support Dolart, aiming a kick at Reese. In response, Reese targeted the descending dinosaur foot. Great fire explosion. Boom. The explosive flames repelled Drake's foot, wrapping around him like vines, transforming the towering T-Rex into a fiery dragon. Ah! Drake cried out in agony as he was scorched by the flames, reverting to human form and struggling on the ground, but the fire showed no signs of abating. Luca, you must rescue Dolart. Amos shouted to the third team, hastily sheathing his sword and rushing towards Drake. The first and second teams had already fallen in their confrontation with Reese. Now it was time for the third team to take the stage. Be cautious, Udi called out. He, Luca, and Iso charged towards Reese, who continued to pound Dolart's head deeper into the deck after dispatching Drake. At this rate, Dolart's life hung by a thread. Bang! Boom! The sound of cannon fire echoed around them as the Navy's precision improved, with several cannonballs striking the pirate ship's deck. As all eyes turned towards Rice, the pressure on the remaining pirates significantly diminished. In the face of the Navy's relentless firepower, they began to rally their forces to reassemble their cannons, poised to launch a counterattack at any moment. Amos ran desperately, oblivious to the circumstances unfolding elsewhere. He reached Drake's side and seized the fabric of his clothing, which was ablaze. The moment he grasped it, the flames engulfed him as well, inflicting a soul-wrenching pain that nearly compelled him to release his grip. Yet, he endured the agony, pulling Drake toward the ship's railing. Drake continued to struggle, but such efforts were in vain. Upon reaching the edge, Amos tightened his hold on Drake, and together they leaped into the sea. Only by immersing themselves in the water could they extinguish the flames consuming them. The third team aboard had already rushed over, so there seemed to be no immediate danger. The two men sank into the depths, enveloped by the cool embrace of the ocean. The refreshing sensation jolted Amos awake. He opened his eyes beneath the surface to behold Drake, whose flames had been extinguished, though he had ceased to struggle due to the overwhelming fatigue of their plunge into the sea. Amos released Drake, swimming behind him, and with one hand clasped around his neck, he propelled him upstream. With a splash, both emerged from the ocean's depths. Coughing, Drake expelled a mouthful of seawater. Are you all right? Amos inquired. Gasping for breath, Drake replied, I'm fine. Amos pulled him towards a nearby pirate ship, where a rope hung down into the water. We must hurry to provide support. That fellow is too formidable. We may not stand a chance. Drake, guided by Amos, wiped the water from his face. I understand. Amos swam with all his might. I have already informed Lieutenant Colonel Law. We can only do our utmost to hold out until reinforcements arrive. Will headquarters really dispatch an admiral-level force because of a celestial dragon? Drake inquired, finding it absurd that merely one noble from the celestial dragons would warrant such a response from the Navy. They could only wait in silence for the surrounding warships to come to their aid. Indeed, Amos asserted confidently, the key lies in when they arrive. If it's Kizaru, given his speed, we might just have a chance. As he spoke, Amos reached the rope and handed it to Drake. You'll only find strength when most of your body is out of the water. Drake grasped the rope weakly. Get ready. Amos took a deep breath and submerged, positioning himself beneath Drake to support his ascent. With most of his body above the water, Drake soon felt the weakness dissipate and began to climb the rope with determination. Amos exhaled deeply, gripping the ship's wall as he took a brief respite. Once Drake ascended, he too began to climb. Upon reaching the deck, Amos was struck by the transformed scene aboard the vessel. The pirates had begun their scattered counterattack, directing their cannons at the warship. Okasia's lifeless body lay nearby, while Dolet's head remained embedded in the deck, motionless and shrouded in uncertainty regarding his fate. Meanwhile, Smoker, Luca, and Udi were being relentlessly pushed back by Reese. And Iso lay on the side, coughing up blood. Drake, handle those pirates. I will lend my assistance. Amos unsheathed his blade. Chingue called out to Drake and advanced towards Reese. Drake bore the brunt of the flames, his body scorched and red, with blisters forming in certain areas, while his clothing had turned a charred black. Thankfully, the searing had lasted only a mere 10 seconds. Had it continued longer, he might have met his end. Fortunately, the injuries were minor and manageable. He transformed once more into a Tyrannosaurus Rex, launching an assault on the pirate gunners manning the cannons, all the while evading the cannonballs being fired from the warship. Amos approached Dolet and crouched down to pull him out from the deck. Dolet's face was marred by numerous wounds inflicted by splintered wood, a sight most distressing. Iso, are you all right? Amos inquired of Iso, who stood nearby. Iso wiped the blood from his lips and shook his head, then attempted to rise. Amos lowered his head to briefly assess Dolet's injuries, confirming that he was not in immediate danger. With sword in hand, Amos engaged in combat with Reese. During his brief absence, Luca and the others had joined the fray, yet Reese remained undeterred. Isowa was struck first by a powerful explosion, sent reeling backward, blood spilling from his mouth. Luca and Udi fought side by side, while Smoker employed various tactics to restrain the enemy. Was there any way out? Smoker was repelled once more, the dissipating smoke coalescing into a humanoid form beside Amos. Reinforcements had been summoned, for now. They could only strive to buy time until the general arrived. Observing Smoker's predicament, Amos expressed concern. Are you all right? I'm fine, still able to fight, Smoker replied tersely, not one to engage in idle chatter. Instead, he remained cold and resolute, charging forward again. Amos gritted his teeth and followed suit. Udi, be careful. Reese transformed into a fiery bird, soaring toward Udi. Luca leaped up, aiming a kick at the approaching Reese in an attempt to halt him. With a resounding crack. Upon contact, both Reese and Luca were sent tumbling in opposite directions. Reese was momentarily thwarted, not anticipating the young man's formidable leg technique. Luca crashed onto the deck, a cry of pain escaping his lips as he glanced at his lower leg, realizing that his bone was fractured and his calf hung uselessly. Damn it, Luca. Udi rushed towards Luca, who was injured while trying to protect himself. Once more, Reese swung his wings, repelling Amos and Drake, who approached from behind. Then unleashed his full power toward Luca and Udi. Crimson Lotus Inferno. Udi lifted Luca, throwing him toward the recently recovered Isoa, then clenched his fists, channeling all his strength against Reese. Udi, Amos shouted, rushing to assist. The might of Reese's Crimson Lotus Inferno was overwhelming. None of them could withstand it. Udi was acting recklessly, risking his life. Run. We cannot defeat them. Udi's fist collided with the flaming bird, instantly dislocating and breaking his arm. The fiery creature scorched his chest, pinning him against the ship's railing, while Udi struck the bird's head with his other hand. Run. Udi let out a desperate scream. The sensation of being burned by the fiery bird was one Drake wished to never experience again. Udi. Luca, now momentarily safe after being tossed aside, called out. Run. Udi's voice grew hoarse, his eyes reddened, his chest burned and even pierced. His punches against the fiery bird weakened, blood continuously flowing from his mouth. We have no way out, you fool. Amos had arrived, wielding his blade with fervor, relentlessly striking at the fiery bird's body, leaving a multitude of wounds. Cough. Udi coughed violently, blood splattering forth as his hand fell limply to his side. Reese transformed back into his human form and, with a swift kick, sent Amos sprawling. Now it's your turn. None shall survive. In a flash of light, time appeared to slow as a blinding yellow luminescence coalesced before Reese, growing ever more radiant. Suddenly, a tall, slender man clad in a suit of yellow and white stripes materialized, photons gathering upon his calves. It was none other than a supernova. Have you ever been struck by light speed? He spoke languidly, his black curly hair framing a face adorned with a ring of stubble, shielded by sunglasses. In the next instant, the gathered photons surged from his leg in a sweeping motion. The speed was astonishing, imbued with the terrifying force of cataclysm, striking Reese squarely in the head. At the moment of impact, brilliance erupted, and Reese was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing onto the deck and obliterating it entirely, causing the pirate ship to tilt perilously. Reese's body penetrated the ship's cabin, becoming lodged within the wooden planks of the vessel's underside, his eyes rolling back as he succumbed to unconsciousness. The man in the yellow and white striped suit stood upon a small section of undamaged deck, one hand casually tucked into his pocket while the index finger of the other pointed menacingly at the pirate gunners on the starboard side. How terrifying. No sooner had he spoken than a laser beam shot forth from his fingertip, striking the ship's railing, which erupted in a violent explosion upon contact. As the beam swept across the side of the ship, it obliterated everything in its path, leaving countless pirates reduced to naught but ashes before they could even utter a cry. Amos stared in astonishment at the tall figure of the man who appeared utterly unfazed by the chaos around him. It was Admiral Borsellino, known as Kizaru. Smoker swallowed hard, feeling a wave of fear wash over him, an emotion he rarely experienced. The man who had swiftly dispatched a supernova with a single blow was indeed one of the highest combat powers of the Navy headquarters, Admiral Kizaru. Kizaru casually blew on his fingers and turned to survey the devastation surrounding him. It was truly harrowing. Drake was rendered speechless by the shocking display. The bombardment from the distant warships had ceased. Kizaru's lightspeed kick had been so dazzling that it was visible even from afar. Colonel Law, having witnessed Admiral Kizaru in action before, recognized the Admiral's presence and promptly ordered the warships to cease fire and approach the pirate vessel. Where are the celestial dragons? Kizaru inquired of Amos and Smoker. All the prisoners are below, Amos replied, gesturing towards the ship's hold. He then rushed to Udi's side, whose injuries were grave. His chest and abdomen bore a horrific burn wound, a sight so ghastly that even Amos struggled to look at it. He could only imagine the excruciating pain Udi had endured during his final moments. Smoker limped over, his expression grim. Is there no hope? He has already gone, Amos said, casting the clear ghost onto the deck, feeling utterly despondent. Kizaru paid them no mind and entered the ship as hold alone. Drake was carried over by Dolet, while Iso assisted the injured Luca, whose leg was shattered. Luca gazed mournfully at the lifeless Udi, his eyes welling with tears. The atmosphere was thick with sorrow. Drake recalled how Udi had taught him to make wishes and cut cakes just yesterday. The memory of Udi's smile filled him with an overwhelming sense of loss. A person who had celebrated his birthday just the day before had vanished in the blink of an eye. Amos visited Dolet once more, gently patting his cheek. Dolet. Furrowing his brow, slowly opened his eyes. Hiss, our Admiral Kizaru has arrived. It is all over, Amos remarked. Dolet turned his gaze toward the lifeless body of Udi, rendered speechless. They had never anticipated such a dire situation when they set sail, merely intending to escort the fallen hero back to the South Sea. As Colonel Lore had stated, believing the task would be completed in 4 or 5 days at sea. Yet, the unexpected upheaval had caught them all off guard. Ha ha ha. I'm not dead. Laughter erupted from the direction of the ship's hold, a cacophony that grated on their ears. Shortly, a corpulent man burst forth from the cabin, followed closely by Admiral Kizaru. Not dead. I'm not dead. The despicable group emerging was led by the celestial dragon, Thomas Saint. That scoundrel, Luca thought, glancing at Thomas Saint. Upon witnessing the carnage outside, Thomas Saint was suddenly at a loss for words, startled to the point of retreating behind Kizaru in a panic. Damn it. Kizaru tilted his head, observing Thomas Saint, who resembled a frightened rabbit. At that moment, a warship approached, and Colonel Lore arrived with Gina and the ship's doctor. Colonel Lore saluted Kizaru before promptly directing the doctor to tend to Amos and the others. Gina, covering her mouth, was profoundly shaken by Udi's corpse. Had it not been for Amos insisting she remain aboard, she might have. Are you all right? Gina crouched beside Amos, inquiring about the group. They all shook their heads, their faces pale. Among them, Smoker had sustained the gravest injuries, having battled relentlessly against Rice. His internal wounds were severe, nearly incapacitating him. The doctor placed him on a stretcher for examination. Drake bore burns and wounds from his skirmishes with pirates, while Amos' visage was a bloody mess. Luca had a broken leg. Comparatively, Iso and Amos had fared somewhat better, as others received medical attention. Amos declined the doctor's assistance, leaning against the ship's railing, beads of sweat cascading down. "Are you all right?" Colonel Lore glanced again at the celestial dragon, Thomas Saint. Once he had regained his composure, Thomas Saint gradually resumed his haughty demeanor. "You filthy peasants, kneel." Colonel Lore, perplexed by whom Thomas Saint was berating, felt a flush of embarrassment. Yet, compelled by the command, he had no choice but to comply. Amos gazed at Thomas Saint as soldiers from the warship gradually entered the cabin to rescue others. After venting his frustrations, Thomas Saint cast a disdainful glance at the gathered Amos and his companions. Seizing a musket from Colonel Lore, he strode forward with an imposing demeanor. "My lord." Colonel Lore, bewildered by the unfolding chaos, instinctively followed in Thomas Saint's wake. Upon reaching the corpse of Udi, Thomas Saint raised the musket, exclaiming, "Damnable scoundrel! What do you intend to?" Before Colonel Lore could finish his sentence, bam, 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 Thomas Saint fired several shots into Udi's lifeless body. "You bastard!" Luca rose, ready to strike Thomas Saint, while Smog, Drake, Dolit, and the others, momentarily stunned, were engulfed in fury. They had sacrificed so much to rescue the celestial dragons, only for them to treat Udi's remains with such contempt. "Scoundrel! Kneel!" Thomas Saint aimed the musket at Luca. "Bastard!" Luca swung a fist toward Thomas Saint. "Scoundrel!" Thomas Saint pulled the trigger. Bam! The gunshot echoed. "You wretched scoundrel!" Thomas Saint glared at Amos. Amos clutched the chingue, using it to ignite the musket. The weapon roared to life, firing into the heavens and sparing Luca from peril. He cast a chilling gaze upon Thomas Saint, his eyes brimming with an intense aura of lethal intent. Thomas Saint, feeling a twinge of panic, shifted his hand and re-aimed the gun at Amos's head, exclaiming, "Scoundrel! Kneel down." "Amos!" Drake called out. Amos gazed upon Thomas Saint, placing the ghostly figure down, and enunciated with precision, "What right do you possess to take my life?" Chapter 66. To hell with you. "I am a celestial dragon. Peasant, peasant, peasant. Bow before me." Thomas Saint bellowed. Amos remained indifferent. "Go die." Thomas Saint pulled the trigger, but the firearm was devoid of ammunition. "What right do you have to kill me?" Amos inquired once more. The yellow ape stood to the side, clicking his tongue. "Oh dear, how terrifying." "Silence, you scoundrel." Thomas Saint retreated a few paces. "Ha!" Amos sheathed his sword, finding the situation utterly ludicrous. A ship carrying the remains of 200 martyrs, over 100 soldiers in peril, and the Navy's response was to dispatch a nearby warship for support. That would take at least 4 hours, yet it was clear that I couldn't last 4 hours. More than 100 lives were at stake, all resolutely fighting against pirates to defend the remains of over 200 martyrs. Yet, simply because of a celestial dragon, a mere celestial dragon, the Navy admiral could arrive in a mere 10 minutes. What nonsense about protecting civilians. The Navy is merely serving the celestial dragons. The yellow ape remained silent, still maintaining his nonchalant demeanor. Amos gazed at Colonel Lore, who knelt to one side, his eyes filled with disappointment and a deep-seated mockery. Just moments ago, the captain had exuded charisma and led a valiant counterattack, yet upon encountering the celestial dragons, he had knelt like a dog. Surely, there could be no more ludicrous sight than this. Smoker, Drake, Dolit, Luca, Iso, and Gina raised their heads to look at Amos. In this moment, Amos appeared remarkably unremarkable, mocking the Navy and Colonel Law with an air of nonchalance. St. Thomas gazed at Amos, instinctively feeling a twinge of fear towards this individual. He had been held captive for over 10 days by a pirate crew that remained completely oblivious to the significance of the celestial dragons. Yet, at this moment, the Navy admiral stood beside him, allowing his arrogance to persist. "I am a celestial dragon. Kneel before me." St. Thomas bellowed, pointing an accusatory finger at Amos, which wavered before Amos's eyes. Luca, filled with rage, took a step forward but was restrained by Gina. Hearing Amos's recent words, Colonel Law lowered his head in shame. "Ah, a celestial dragon." Amos feigned enlightenment, realizing the lofty status of the celestial dragons. St. Thomas, perplexed by Amos's demeanor, found himself at a loss for words. He turned his gaze towards Kizaru, seeking redress, for in St. Thomas's eyes, The navy existed solely to serve the celestial dragons. Kizaru, whistling, tilted his head towards the sky. Amos turned his head to glance at Udi and remarked, "You just fired 3 shots at him, didn't you?" He drew forth his weapon, the cleansing demon. Tomas Saint hurriedly sheltered himself behind the yellow ape. His stature was modest, yet he could still glimpse Amos through the yellow ape's legs when standing upright. The yellow ape lowered his head to regard Amos, perplexed by the intentions of the young man. "Amos, do not act rashly. That is a celestial dragon." Smoker urged for the first time, his tone unusually laced with trepidation. Amos paid no heed to Smoker as he rotated the blade in his hand, transforming it so that the hilt now faced forward and the blade trailed behind. He extended the hilt towards St. Thomas, declaring, "You are a celestial dragon, surely. You can slay me at will." St. Thomas gazed at Amos's astonishing maneuver from beneath the legs of Kizaru. "Do not shy away. You are a celestial dragon, exalted and untouchable. What is there to fear? It is I who should be afraid." Amos proffered the sword once more, saying, "Here, I present you the blade." St. Thomas, trembling with trepidation, cautiously emerged from behind Kizaru, his hand quaking as he accepted the blade. "You lowly commoner, what do you mean by this? Shall we engage in a game?" Amos tilted his head inquisitively. What sort of game might that be? St. Thomas, perplexed, found his initial anger, provoked by the affront, overshadowed by curiosity. "Wait a moment, I have a question first," Amos continued. "You are a man, are you not?" St. Thomas remained silent. "Silence implies agreement," Amos concluded. "Since you are indeed a man, and a celestial dragon at that, you cannot possibly shy away from a mere game. Can you? Do you wish to play with me?" St. Thomas retorted angrily. With great effort, he lifted the blade, aiming it menacingly at Amos. Amos fixed his gaze upon Chingue, declaring that the forthcoming game would revolve around this very sword. St. Thomas also turned his attention to Chingue. The rules of the game were deceptively simple. You stab me once, and I retaliate with a punch. You stab me again, and I respond in kind. The first to succumb would be deemed the loser. What do you think? Quite a bargain, isn't it? Amos smiled subtly at St. Thomas. "W what?" St. Thomas exclaimed, astonished as he regarded Amos. He had witnessed far too many spectacles in Mariewa. From training slaves to behave like dogs to watching them battle ferociously against beasts within iron cages, yet this particular game was unlike anything he had encountered before. "Are you afraid?" Amos shouted, tilting his head back, revealing the cowardice of the celestial dragon. "Silence, you wretched scum." St. Thomas glared fiercely at Amos. "Do you wish for death?" Amos snorted. "Enough of the chatter, fool. Are you brave enough to play?" Thomas Saint, clutching the ghost cleaver, cast a wary glance at Amos. Kizaru, with his hands tucked into his pockets, expressed a keen interest in the game. He felt little reverence for the celestial dragons. Bringing back an unscathed celestial dragon was virtually the same as bringing back a half-dead one. As long as it was alive, he could claim he had fulfilled his duty. However, his gaze towards Amos had subtly shifted. This young man exhibited a commendable sense of restraint. He refrained from engaging in a game of mutual stabbings with the celestial dragon, worried that the celestial dragon might not dare to participate, and fully aware that due to their status, they could not take lives. Even if they were to die, the celestial dragons would not remain indifferent. Thus, he could only vent his frustrations within certain limits, preferring to endure injury, even death. "Answer me quickly," Amos urged, slowly advancing. "Will you play or not?" Thomas Saint, reluctant to engage, was disinclined to play, despite the apparent advantages the game seemed to offer. Amos approached with relentless determination, while Thomas Saint could only retreat, clutching his sword. "You scoundrel! Halt! Borsellino! Eliminate him!" The yellow monkey remained indifferent. "Come on, you have nothing to lose," Amos taunted, his lips curling into a grin. Thomas Saint continued to back away, exclaiming, "Scoundrel! Scoundrel! Stay back! Are you truly so inept? You can't even muster the courage to stab?" Amos berated him, enraged. Thomas Saint thrust the blade of his weapon, the clear ghost, towards Amos's abdomen. Though the clear ghost was exceedingly sharp, the feebleness of its wielder rendered the strike superficial. Amos shut his eyes, bracing himself against the pain. Gritting his teeth, Thomas Saint pressed harder, persistently crying out, "Scoundrel! Scoundrel!" Amos stood motionless for a brief moment. Over 10 seconds elapsed before he opened his eyes and took a step forward. With a soft sound, he willingly advanced, allowing the sword to penetrate his body. A hiss escaped Amos as he moaned, then a smile broke across his face, a sensation of comfort enveloping him. Thermas stared in astonishment. He had never encountered such a fool, someone undeterred by being pierced by a blade yet still daring to move forward. Amos took another step. the spirit of purification flowing unimpeded within him, then piercing through. I have never witnessed anyone so utterly displeased. You worthless fool. Wretched being. The holy St. Albans released the spirit, trembling as he spoke. Amos wore an expression of indulgence as the spectral blade pierced through his abdomen, remaining embedded within him. He pressed onward, seemingly impervious to any pain. Can you fathom the overwhelming urge to strike him down at all costs? Worthless. The astonishment of Drake and Smoker was comparable to that of St. Do not hold back too much, Kizaru cautioned. Amos seized St. by the collar, lifting him off the ground. You have stabbed me once. Now it is my turn. You scoundrel. To hell with you. Bang. Amos's fist struck St.'s cheek with tremendous force, sending him hurtling through the air. Blood and a few teeth danced in the atmosphere. St. rolled on the ground several times before finally coming to a halt. He lay on his back, arms outstretched towards the heavens, unconscious. Amos shook his arms and tilted his head. His eyes clouded as he gazed upward, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Why do I feel utterly unfulfilled? Chapter 67. A complex and ominous situation. Amos glanced once more at the fallen St., whose lips trembled as he exhaled, fixating on the lingering aura of murderous intent that gradually dissipated. That should suffice. Are you all right? Luca attempted to approach and assist Amos, yet his fractured leg bone rendered movement cumbersome. Iso stepped forward to support the unsteady Amos, whose complexion had turned pallid. Thank you, young man, he expressed gratefully. As Huang Yuan passed by, he uttered a seemingly nonsensical remark to the others before swiftly arriving before St. He bent down and hoisted the unconscious Thomas with an air reminiscent of a hunter grasping a chicken by its neck, preparing to sever it. With that, Amos draped an arm around Iso's neck and inquired, what was the name of that deceased fellow? Huang Yuan suddenly pointed to a nearby corpse with a crushed skull and asked. Amos gazed upon the tragic remains of Okasha. Okasha, what of you? Francis Amos, the despicable, audacious Francis Amos. The yellow monkey, bearing the weight of St., turned and approached, audaciously engaging in a life-and-death game with the celestial dragons. After delivering a blow to one of them, he succumbed to his grievous injuries. His lifeless form lay there, awaiting my retrieval. The yellow monkey halted before Amos, squinting, a lewd grin spreading across his face. From this moment forth, you shall assume the identity of Okasha. Thus, the matter concludes. Do refrain from such foolishness in the future. Amos raised his gaze towards the towering figure of the yellow monkey, nearly 3 meters in height. One must learn to assess the situation. The yellow monkey responded with a prolonged sound, then lifted his eyes towards the horizon. The warship, dispatched for assistance, had finally arrived, commanded by a rear admiral from headquarters. The yellow monkey hoisted Thomas aboard the vessel, while the fiery bird of the flaming bird pirates, Reyes, was also taken aboard. The fragmented remains of Okasha were collected with a shovel, his body placed into a body bag for removal, as the warship commenced its journey towards the Holy Land, Mariehua. The other civilians aboard the pirate ship were rescued and subsequently transferred to the Michelle. Amos was treated by the ship's doctor after being grievously wounded by a sword. Once the blade was gradually extracted, the doctor promptly attended to his bleeding. Fortunately, the strike did not pierce any vital areas. Otherwise, even if Amos were to survive, he would have been left with lasting repercussions. Within the infirmary of the Michelle, Amos, Drake, Dolet, Iso, Smoker, and Luca were all receiving care, while Colonel Lore and Henai sat nearby. Udi's lifeless body was placed into a body bag, resting among the 200 fallen heroes. How could you be so foolish? Drake, suffering from burns, had already received treatment and was being meticulously bandaged by the ship's doctor. The doctor exclaimed as he stitched Amos's wounds, his frustration evident. That scoundrel had insulted Udi's corpse, fired upon Luca, and even attempted to take my life, yet I merely retaliated with a single blow. Smoker's injuries had been tended to, and he sat opposite Amos, draped in a coat. Even a single punch is no trivial matter. All right. It has already been entrusted to Admiral Kizaru to resolve this matter. There is no cause for concern. Amos gestured dismissively from his position on the ship. If it were merely to vent your anger, why would you go so far as to allow the celestial dragon to stab you? Colonel Lore finally spoke up, having remained silent until now. The humiliation of kneeling before the celestial dragon, only to be mocked by Amos in front of many on the pirate ship, weighed heavily on him. What will you do next to ensure your own safety? Amos hesitated momentarily and remarked, since we are all comrades here, I shall refrain from being overly discreet. The Admiral, Kizaru, had substituted Okasha in place of my grave transgression against the celestial dragons, and with Okasha's demise. It served as a form of appeasement for them. His head had been obliterated, rendering his visage unrecognizable, thus leaving no witnesses to contradict the narrative. As for the reason I chose to engage in this game of him stabbing me while I retaliated with a punch, it was due to the fact that a direct assault on him would constitute an affront to the celestial dragons, a term I intentionally used to highlight the gravity of the situation. Should I have simply attacked him, the celestial dragons would likely have conducted a thorough investigation, and this grand deception may not have remained concealed from them. However, by framing it as a game, particularly under exceedingly unfair circumstances, it could not be deemed an offense. Since there was no offense, the situation would not escalate to such severity, and with my demise, they would refrain from further inquiry. I trust that Kizaru will also take care to correct the facts later, asserting that it was the celestial dragons who insisted on participating in this game, rather than me forcing the issue. Furthermore, regarding my death, with Kizaru's confirmation, his authority would render it beyond question. Additionally, he possesses the capability to exchange my background information with Okasha's, orchestrating this deception flawlessly. Doral lay in bed, his face swathed in bandages, leaving only his nose exposed, unable to articulate a word. Drake then commented, "Such elaborate scheming, merely to land a punch on a celestial dragon?" "Indeed," Amos replied, enunciating each word. "Even a single punch would suffice. Naturally, I am not foolish enough to have allowed that imbecile to stab me. Had he aimed for my heart or throat, I would have evaded it without hesitation." Beside him, Luca, with his legs suspended, pondered, "I grasp your intent. But there remains a crucial point concerning Kizaru. Why would he assist you?" Amos chuckled softly. "Take a guess." He had elucidated sufficiently on the matter of his safety, primarily hinging on the game of a stab and a punch as opposed to a direct confrontation. As for Kizaru's motivations to aid him in using Okasha's death as a means of conviction and subsequently correcting the facts, along with the exchange of information, he refrained from divulging these details, deeming them inappropriate and potentially damaging to their collective interests. At the time of Kizaru's departure, his gratitude stemmed from the substantial ramifications of the celestial dragon's actions. The Navy, at great peril, endeavored to rescue him. Yet he had the audacity to desecrate the body of a martyr and fire upon a benefactor. The witnesses to this affair were over 100 Navy personnel, left disheartened. They faced a grave dilemma: either eliminate them all or engage in a troublesome maneuver of leveraging various connections to suppress the matter, or they would be forced to wait until they returned to spread the news throughout Mariewa. Indeed, Kizaru was acutely aware of the Navy's standing in the eyes of the celestial dragons. Yet if such a reckless act were to cause disarray among the ranks of the Navy, it would be no trivial matter. Neither of the two options was one Kizaru wished to witness. As he pondered how to proceed, Amos stepped forward and struck a blow to the celestial dragon. This punch not only served as an outlet for his rage, but also unleashed the collective fury of the Navy. It was this very act that alleviated the tension. The reason the conflict could dissolve so easily was that the celestial dragon had yet to escalate the situation further. The damage was merely a few gunshots fired at a corpse. Had he fatally shot Luca or Amos, then the resolution would not have been as simple as a single punch. In gratitude for Amos assisting him in resolving this predicament, Kizaru felt compelled to aid Amos in return. Of course, this was the overt rationale. In truth, Amos understood that Kizaru could not allow himself to perish. Having just vented the collective grievances of his comrades, dying immediately afterward would only exacerbate the conflict. All of this was merely a complex and shadowy web of intrigue. Chapter 68. Pacification aboard the warship en route to Mariewa. Thomas Saint awoke in a cabin, his face still throbbing from the blow he had received. The strike from that peasant had been so forceful that it had rendered him unconscious. As he sat up in bed, he surveyed his surroundings. The cabin was both private and well-furnished, not luxurious, but among the finest accommodations on a naval vessel. A lavish spread of food adorned a nearby table, while two Navy soldiers knelt at the entrance. Upon noticing Thomas Saint's awakening, one soldier promptly exited. Rubbing his eyes, Thomas Saint descended from the bed, and within mere seconds, the soldier returned, accompanied by Admiral Kizaru. The soldier knelt once more, bowing his head deeply. "Ah, you're awake," Kizaru remarked leisurely. "And that peasant?" Thomas Saint seethed, eager to exact vengeance upon the one who dared to strike him. "Dead," Kizaru replied. Thomas Saint scrutinized Kizaru's eyes, his suspicion piqued by the Admiral's glasses. "Where is the body?" he inquired. "On board," Kizaru answered again. "Take me to see it," Thomas Saint demanded. With a shrug, Kazara led Thomas Saint out of the specially reserved cabin, descending to the next level, due to the limited size of the warship. The standard complement of a large vessel ranges from 700 to 1,000 personnel, leaving little room to spare, encountering soldiers from other ships along the way. Huang Yuan greeted the guard as he proceeded to the morgue on the next level, accompanied by Thomas Saint. The atmosphere inside was frigid and reeked of decay, illuminated by dim yellow lights, with rows of shelves lined with black body bags. Upon entering, Thomas Saint felt an overwhelming urge to retreat. However, the compelling desire for closure propelled him to remain, albeit with his mouth and nose covered. Unfazed, Huang Yuan, with one hand in his pocket, pointed towards a nearby body bag and remarked, "The one who killed you is Francis Amos from the Naval Academy, though his demise was rather gruesome. Are you certain you wish to see?" Thomas Saint approached, unzipping the body bag to reveal a shattered skull, putrid flesh, coagulated dark red blood, and remnants of the brain and eyes. Before fully unzipping the bag, the sight of the man who once dared to strike him, now in such a horrific state, along with the nauseating odor, caused him to stagger back and vomit. Huang Yuan glanced at the pool of vomit before disdainfully covering his mouth and nose. Retreating to the doorway, "Leave when you've seen enough," he instructed. After exiting the morgue, Thomas Saint felt weak from his retching, while you merely played games with him. His audacity to strike you warranted such a fate. Thus, I obliterated his skull, Huang Yuan stated as they made their way back. At just 19 years of age, Thomas Saint found a sense of vindication in Huang Yuan's words, yet he defended himself. "I did not play games with the lowborn. What difference does it make? The lowborn dared to lay hands on you, and must now face the consequences," Huang Yuan replied as he led the way. "You should return to rest. The pirate crew that intended to imprison you as a slave, excluding the captain, has been eradicated. The captain will be dealt with upon returning to Mariehua." Understood. Thomas Saint thought of Amos as merely one among those he sought revenge against, with the more significant target being the pirate crew that had dared to capture him. After escorting Thomas Saint to his quarters, Huang Yuan returned to his own room and dialed Fleet Admiral Sengoku using the snail phone. "Hello, Huang Yuan," Sengoku answered. Huang Yuan recounted the events in detail. "So, it appears that the Naval Academy student requires further action?" Sengoku inquired. "Indeed," Huang Yuan replied languidly, stifling a yawn. "I am heading to Mariehua next, so I will leave the task of swapping his records with those of another deceased student to you. Additionally, the Michelle witnessed the incident and may propagate negative repercussions. I trust you to manage this mess as well." Understood. The Warring States hung up the phone. Admiral Kazuru stowed away the transponder snail and departed from the captain's quarters. The ship, the Michelle, was nearing the doldrums, where it would soon enter the windless zone. Before crossing this expanse, however, it was scheduled to resupply at a nearby island, and a vice admiral would also board the ship. Even though the warship was equipped with sea stone to prevent disturbances from sea kings, regulations mandated the presence of a vice admiral to oversee the passage through the doldrums. On the deck of the warship, 100 naval soldiers stood in formation, led by Lieutenant Colonel Lore and the members of the Monster Squad. This day, October 26th, marked just a day since the tragic event, and a memorial service was to be held for the 2 fallen students of the Monster Squad. At the forefront of the deck lay a body bag containing Udai, while Okasha had been taken away by Kazuru to bear the blame for Amos. Of the remaining 7 members of the Monster Squad, only Hinai was uninjured, while the others bore wounds from the ordeal. Those who had experienced the loss of a comrade could truly empathize with the solemnity of the moment. Silence enveloped the scene, broken only by the cries of seagulls and the rhythmic crashing of the waves. Lieutenant Colonel Lore oversaw the proceedings. "Fire." The soldiers in the front rows raised their muskets and discharged several rounds into the sky. "Salute," he commanded once more. In perfect unison, all present rendered a salute towards Idai's body bag. Those with even a modicum of understanding recognized Idai as their savior. Had it not been for the bravery of the Monster Squad in volunteering to confront the pirate ship, a far more devastating battle would have ensued, resulting in even greater casualties. Following a moment of silence, Lieutenant Colonel Lore awarded the members of the Monster Squad with first-class merit medals for their valor in saving over 100 naval soldiers and 200 naval martyrs. This honor, though significant, felt somewhat light in comparison to their sacrifices. Additionally, Wendell, the young naval soldier who had requested to carry the remains of the late Major General Heiliken onto the pirate vessel, was also awarded a second-class merit medal, earning the respect of his peers. After this series of ceremonies concluded in the morning, approximately 6 hours later, they arrived at the Navy's G8 base. Situated on the periphery of the doldrums, The G8 base served primarily as a transit point for naval vessels traversing the windless zone. Here, they would replenish their supplies. And the vice admiral stationed at the G8 base would oversee the Michelle's journey to the South Sea. The members of the Monster Squad were retained on board, as per Zephyr's request. Upon the Monster Squad's inaugural mission, an unforeseen incident resulted in severe losses, prompting Zephyr to make the decision to recall them and terminate the assignment. This was due to psychological issues as well as physical ailments. The group would board another naval vessel traversing the calm zone of the South China Sea tonight. En route back to the naval headquarters at Marin Van Du. Chapter 69. 3 years by the time they returned to Marin Van Du aboard the warship. It was already October 29th. Yesterday marked Amos's birthday. However, no one felt inclined to celebrate so soon after the loss of their comrade. Upon their return, Zephyr personally escorted them back to the Naval Academy, ensuring he comprehensively understood the situation before arranging for their recovery and pausing their training. This was also a measure to avoid unwanted attention. Although the circumstances surrounding Amos's demise had been contained, it was imperative to ensure absolute security. Following the news of Udi's death reaching his hometown, at the request of his parents, he was placed on a vessel designated for transporting the remains of fallen heroes back home for burial. As for Okasia, due to the transfer of information and the subsequent removal of his body, only the news of his death in battle was conveyed to his family, with no remains preserved. Amos and his companions watched as the warship, bearing the remains of Udi, sailed away. It is indeed peculiar. Just days prior, Udi had been escorting the remains of other martyrs back to their hometown, and now he had become one with the body bag himself. War is merciless, striking unexpectedly and without warning. During their convalescence, the group did not allow themselves to become complacent. For instance, Dolit and Amos spent their days delving into the nuances of swordsmanship within their dormitory, while Drake and Luca exchanged insights on martial arts. In the adjacent dormitory of Smog and Iso, only the two of them remained. With the boisterous Udi and Okasia fallen in battle, the dormitory felt desolate and forlorn. They would often find their way to Amos's dormitory, seeking companionship. Having fought alongside one another forged a strong bond among them. Such is the nature of men. Neither Smog nor Amos nor Drake harbored significant barriers between them. A month later, one by one, the group had healed and returned to training. After this month-long hiatus, they had undergone a transformation. Their training was marked by diligence and fervor, driven by the need to compensate for the tasks they had fallen behind on, as well as an intense desire for personal growth. No one wished to be at the mercy of others due to their weakness, nor to helplessly witness the demise of their comrades. Of course, the events surrounding the celestial dragons had left their thoughts anything but innocent. They were no longer children. Certain matters remained unspoken, yet each of them understood their implications clearly. 10 months later, a new batch of students arrived at the Naval Academy. Among them 2 exceptional individuals named Binz and Ain. Zephyr took a special interest in mentoring the newcomers, while Amos and his companions advanced to their 2nd year, relieved of their maritime duties and fully dedicated to their training. In the 10th month of the year of the sea, 1513, the annual objective set forth by their martial arts instructor, Saki, reached its deadline. All 7 students accomplished their goals, mastering the required 3 styles within the stipulated year. Amos first mastered the art of the Galefoot, followed by the techniques of shaving and paper drawing. However, mastery is merely the initial step. True proficiency demands relentless training and practical experience over time. Simultaneously, Amos's swordsmanship has seen significant advancement. As his swordsmanship instructor, Sanpalo, remarked, Amos possesses a certain innate talent for the sword, particularly evident in his comprehension of the way of the sword, coupled with Amos's diligent study. This has led to remarkable progress in his martial skills. The fruits of a year's dedicated training have been substantial, much to Zephyr's satisfaction, who has increasingly turned his attention away from the 7. However, that same year, an event transpired that sent shockwaves through the Navy and plunged the Naval Academy into chaos. In December of the year 1513 of the sea calendar, while Zephyr was leading 3 combat classes of first-year students on a training ship for real combat exercises, they were ambushed by the ability user Edward Weevil. The 65-year-old Zephyr suffered the severing of his right arm at the hands of Weevil. And among the students aboard the ship, only Binz and Ain survived. The motives behind the notorious pirate Edward Weevil's assault on the training vessel remain shrouded in mystery. Yet he too sustained grave injuries during the encounter and fled the Grand Line, seeking refuge in an unknown location. Upon receiving news of this incident, all students at the Naval Academy erupted in unrest, prompting the presence of 3 supervising instructors to pacify them. The headquarters subsequently issued a bounty of 350 million berries for Edward Weevil. Zephyr, Binns, and Ein were transported to the hospital for treatment, while the remains of a staggering 171 first-year students were laid to rest in a grand memorial ceremony held on the school grounds. This event stands as one of the most tragic occurrences in the history of the Naval Academy. During the memorial, Amos learned of a troubling development. Portis, who had once served as the homeroom teacher for Amos's ordinary class, had departed from the Naval Academy and gone missing, likely in pursuit of Edward Weevil, the perpetrator responsible for the massacre of hundreds of students. Although Portis had often clashed with Zephyr, he held a deep respect for him. Amos is greatly concerned for Portis's safety. In February of the year 1514 of the C Circle calendar, Zephyr departed from the hospital. However, due to overwhelming psychological pressure, he voluntarily resigned and no longer served as the chief instructor of the Naval Academy. Amos and his peers were the last cohort instructed by Zephyr. They had contemplated visiting Zephyr, but their guiding teacher, Saki, dissuaded them. Saki, a former colleague of Zephyr, possessed a profound understanding of him and was acutely aware of the turmoil within Zephyr's heart. At that moment, any visitor would only serve to complicate matters. Zephyr required solitude to mend his sorrow. The duration of this healing process remained uncertain. This incident cast a long shadow, enveloping the Naval Academy in gloom for an entire 6 months. Following their discharge, Binns and Ein were assigned to the first-year zero class. Yet due to the scant number of students, they primarily attended classes alongside the second-year students, including Amos and his companions. With Zephyr's absence, no tasks were assigned to them. Both Binns and Ein, having endured the emotional aftermath of the incident, were deeply affected, and Amos and his peers, having faced similar experiences, empathized profoundly. Within the school, they not only guided their studies, but also diligently assisted each other in overcoming their shadows. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, September 2015 arrived, heralding a new cohort of students to Marin Vondo, infusing the Naval Academy with a refreshing vitality. Amos and his peers have successfully completed their third-grade studies, exhibiting varying degrees of proficiency in the 6 techniques. Each student possesses distinct strengths. Thus, the teachers do not impose a mandatory requirement for mastery of all 6 techniques. As for hockey, training was undertaken in both the 2nd and 3rd grades. The observation hockey demands an understanding akin to that of swordsmanship, while the armament hockey leans more towards practical application. Throughout these 2 years, only a few have grasped hockey. Notably, Dolit and Amos are merely a step away from mastering observation hockey, although they still have some distance to cover with armament hockey. Drake and Smoker, however, have achieved a slightly higher level of proficiency in armament hockey, having already entered its preliminary stage. Upon completing their 3rd-grade curriculum, they will embark on their final year of studies. The final year at the Naval Academy typically involves students being dispatched to various branches for practical learning. After a year of experience, they will return to the academy, where their performance over the year will determine their eligibility for graduation. Amos actively requested to spend a year training at the Naval Branch in the North Sea, a sentiment echoed by Drake, Dolit, and Luca. Having shared the same dormitory for 3 years, their camaraderie had deepened significantly, and they hoped to remain together in light of this opportunity. Teacher Saki, responsible for assignments, approved their request, citing the recent unrest in the North Sea that necessitated the deployment of fresh talent to restore order. In his view, these promising students were perfectly suited for the task. However, Smoker, Janae, and Isua held different aspirations. Each had their own ambitions. Smoker wished to return to the East Sea. Janae desired to go back to the South Sea, and Isua expressed a wish to continue his studies at headquarters. Saki made arrangements for each of them accordingly. A week later, a military vessel transporting new recruits from the North Sea was set to return, and Amos and his companions boarded the ship. Throughout the past 3 years, Amos had sought information regarding Raisin, but to no avail. During this time, Admiral Akiji had visited him several times for drinks, often reminiscing about August White and casually discussing the global landscape. Akiji found a kindred spirit in Amos and held high hopes for his future. As they prepared to depart, Ein, who had shared the last 2 years with them, approached Amos. With a hint of shyness, Ein silently handed him a letter before hurriedly leaving. As the ship set sail, Amos stood on the deck, adorned in the greatcoat reserved for naval officers, having been bestowed the rank of lieutenant commander alongside his 3 companions. Amos, now 20 years of age, presents himself as 23 to the outside world. Towering nearly 2 meters tall, his posture is remarkably upright, and his features are sharply defined. with a subtle beard adorning his chin, exuding an air of charisma. As he tore open the envelope, a lengthy letter, meticulously pinned, was caught by the sea breeze. After reading its contents with a slight smile, Amos folded the letter into a paper airplane and cast it into the wind. The paper aircraft soared gracefully across the vast expanse of the ocean, much like the newfound freedom that now fills Amos's heart, a sensation unlike any he has experienced before. End of this volume. Chapter 70. A Misfit. Clutching a life card that accompanied the letter, Amos's thoughts drifted aimlessly. Hey, Amos. Luca, Dorad, and Drake emerged from the cabin. After 3 years of growth, they too had undergone significant transformation, becoming more composed. Their youthful exuberance remained, albeit tempered. Akin to the way all individuals in the world gradually internalize their vitality. Hand over the letter that I wrote to you. Luca, still standing at around 1.70 meters, approached Amos and extended his hand. Amos instinctively tucked the life card into his pocket, then gestured towards the sky and spread his hands, saying, I crumpled it into a paper airplane and discarded it. Luca sprinted to the bow of the ship, placing both hands on the railing and surveying the surroundings. You must be joking, right? A girl wrote you a letter, and you actually threw it away? Just search him, and you'll find out. Drake and Dolet exchanged a knowing glance and approached Amos together. How come we never realized you were so gossipy? Amos remarked, showing little resistance as he observed Drake and Dolet searching him. Dolet lowered his head, running his hands up Amos's pant leg with a serious demeanor. You've been pretending to be oblivious all along, haven't you? I refuse to believe that you felt nothing over these past 2 years. You appeared when Ayn was at her most vulnerable, desperately in need of care. TSK. Initially, you all urged me to guide them. And now that my relationship with Ayn has improved slightly, you can't help but tease? Well, we are considering Ayn's well-being, Drake replied, rummaging through his upper garment until he successfully retrieved the life card from his pocket. He examined it and declared, Found it. This is the life card, right? Is it Ayn's? Oh. Luca leaned in closer. Ayn's life card? Well done, Amos. Without uttering a word, she directly handed the life card to you. You can't just shrug off your responsibility towards her now. What nonsense are you spouting? Amos snatched the life card from Drake's hand and stuffed it back into his pocket. The smile on his face faded as he turned towards the cabin, intent on attending to more pressing matters. Amos entered the cabin, and the 3 individuals at the bow remained motionless. What could his demeanor possibly signify, and how should he communicate this to Ayn? Luca, scratching his head in frustration, lamented that the little princess had entrusted them with a significant task. The cataclysmic event of 1513 had resulted in the demise of all students aboard the new training vessel, save for Ayn and Benz, which led to their exceptional placement directly into the second year 0 class, although they shared the same class with Amos and the others. Ayn was the youngest at merely 18 years of age, having been cast into shadow by the tragic incident. Consequently, everyone made a concerted effort to look after her. Over the past 2 years, she had been regarded as a younger sister, a beloved little princess by all. Among the group, Amos had the gift of eloquence, possessing a remarkable ability to inspire those around him, earning the playful title of Master of Rhetoric from their former homeroom teacher, Portis. It was for this reason that when Ayn and Benz first joined their 0 class, the others encouraged Amos to take on the responsibility of guiding them out of their shadows. Amos did not disappoint their expectations. Not only did he help the 2 newcomers swiftly emerge from their shadows, but he also guided their training and offered insightful suggestions for their fruit development. Gradually, the inevitable occurrences associated with their age and background began to unfold. In Luca's words, Amos inadvertently captured Ayn's heart. Benz similarly held deep gratitude and respect for Amos. Over the past 2 years, the subtle affections of Ayn were somewhat apparent to others, yet Amos remained blissfully unaware, whether through genuine ignorance or a deliberate act of feigned oblivion. As Amos prepared to depart from the headquarters, Ayn finally mustered the courage to pen a letter. Its contents were rather subtle, yet the inclusion of a life card spoke volumes. Additionally, she enlisted the help of her 3 brothers, Luca, Dolet, and Drake, to discreetly gather information. In response to the request of the little princess of Class 0, the brothers could only acquiesce. However, despite the situation having escalated to such a point, Amos remained indifferent, leaving everyone perplexed about his true thoughts. Amos has always been a person of great composure and restraint, harboring many thoughts that he prefers not to express, unlike the more extroverted Luca. Over the course of their 3 years together, they have both recognized that Amos carries a multitude of unspoken concerns, yet he has never brought them to light. In truth, The silence surrounding one's inner thoughts does not signify a lack of closeness between brothers, for some sentiments are destined to remain deeply buried within, unable to be shared. The thoughts of Amos remain an enigma to all, yet he undoubtedly possesses his own convictions. On the third morning of October in the year 1515 of the sea-round calendar, the military vessel arrived at the 38th branch. In truth, the destination of the four individuals was not the 38th branch. Rather, it was merely a stopover for the military ship that was returning them, as it was scheduled to head to the 233rd branch later that afternoon. The 233rd branch is the very naval station surrounding Urolo Island, where the orphanage was also funded and established by their contributions. When Amos proactively applied to return to the Northern Sea for further training, he specifically expressed his desire to be stationed at the 233rd branch. At that time, Teacher Saki, who was overseeing this matter, inquired why. Having previously served at the 666th branch, he would not seek to return to his former post like most individuals, but instead opted for the 233rd branch. Amos casually brushed it off with a flimsy excuse, and Teacher Saki did not dwell on the matter further. Amos, now affiliated with the 233rd Division, harbors the intention of investigating the matter concerning Lazarin. 5 years have swiftly elapsed since the incident involving the demon-slaying order, and with such a passage of time, it is unlikely that anyone remains vigilantly focused on this affair. Moreover, given Amos's rank as a major, it is plausible that he might unearth valuable clues within the archives of the 233rd Division by leveraging his authority. After dining at the 38th Division at noon, the four of them transferred to another warship en route to the 233rd Division. During their journey, they encountered a pirate ship not too far away. Upon sighting it, Amos and his companions were fully prepared for battle, merely awaiting the captain's command. However, when the lookout discerned the pirate flag, he whistled. Yet the naval soldiers aboard remained nonchalant, utterly devoid of any sense of impending danger. The captain also refrained from issuing any orders, passively observing as the pirate ship brazenly sailed by in close proximity. Amos and Drake fell into contemplative silence, while Luca and Dolit proceeded to the captain's quarters, where they found Major Julian. As peers of the same rank, and given that they were all dispatched from headquarters, their futures appeared promising, which deterred Julian from adopting an aloof demeanor. In response to Luca's inquiries, he smiled awkwardly and meandered through a lengthy discourse without directly addressing the questions posed. Ultimately, he directed the somewhat bewildered Luca and Dolit to the cabin for rest. Although Dolit sensed something amiss, he astutely refrained from pressing Julian on the matter and returned to the cabin with Luca. The atmosphere remained unchanged. Amos, cigarette in mouth, stood at the bow of the ship. The sea was calm today, and the weather in the North Sea was far less capricious than that of the Grand Line. Drake placed his hands on the hilts of his sword and axe, his gaze filled with concern. It has been 3 years since we left the North Sea, yet it remains unchanged. Is not our return meant to instigate transformation? Amos, with cigarette in hand, turned to face Drake, his hair tousled by the sea breeze. Drake met Amos's gaze, who wore a smile, exuding an aura that seemed incongruous with the North Sea. A sentiment echoed in Drake as well. As the night deepened, the warship arrived at Branch 233, docking at the military port. Branch 233 was situated on a small island, devoid of civilian habitation, serving solely as a military base. Upon disembarking, Amos, Drake, Dolit, and Luca were greeted by 2 neat rows of soldiers lined up at the dock. At the forefront stood a tall, slender middle-aged man clad in a naval greatcoat, a scar gracing the corner of his eye. To his left stood a similarly uniformed, expressionless young man, while to his right was a portly, elderly gentleman alongside a gaunt old man, both dressed in opulent attire, reminiscent of officials. "Is this a welcome for us?" Drake inquired. "Are we to be mistaken for pirates and taken captive?" Amos jested. The quartet approached the middle-aged man, who greeted them with a broad smile. "Greetings, I am Colonel Adolf, in command of Branch 233. This is Count Vandam of the Argos Kingdom, and this is Marquis Scarlet of the Toscaman Kingdom, along with Major Ted." As he spoke, the 2 rows of soldiers saluted, and the 3 distinguished figures nodded in acknowledgement. The treatment was indeed exceptional. During the past 3 years, they had been merely students at the Naval Academy, and both Dolit and Luca, lacking prior experience in such matters, felt a sense of comfort in this newfound recognition. The 4 of them introduced themselves to Colonel Adolf and the others in turn. Amos continued to use the identity of Francis Amos. Once the initial fervor had subsided, he proactively requested to have his records returned. On one hand, it had been quite inconvenient to operate under the guise of Occasia. On the other, Reinstating his records would serve to vindicate Okasia. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Colonel Adolf led them toward the branch building, stating, "I have prepared a sumptuous dinner to welcome you all." The branch building remained brilliantly illuminated, clearly awaiting the arrival of the four majors who had spent a year honing their skills at the naval headquarters. Upon entering, the building boasted well-appointed facilities, exuding an air of grandeur that was not inferior to that of Marlin Vondo. As Adolf ushered the four inside, Luca remarked to Dolet, "I had assumed that branches throughout the seas would be dilapidated and impoverished, but this place is surprisingly pristine." Dolet merely nodded in response, his gaze wandering as he surveyed the surroundings. Amos and Drake were once part of the North Sea Navy, and they were well-versed in various matters. Since their arrival, they had not exhibited any significant reactions, merely engaging in conversation with Colonel Adolf. Shortly thereafter, Adolf led the group of four into the left side of the building, where a grand reception hall awaited them. The hall was resplendent with bright lights, adorned with a deep blue-patterned carpet, and flanked by exquisite lamp columns. At its center stood a round table laden with a sumptuous array of delicacies that could whet anyone's appetite at a mere glance. Once the other soldiers had withdrawn, the 8 of them took their seats. It was now time to formally introduce the newly appointed colleagues. After taking his seat, Adolf gestured with both hands towards Count Vandenberg and Marquis Scarlet. He explained that the two had come specifically to discuss some official matters with them. Initially, they were scheduled to depart in the morning, but upon hearing of the four newcomers, they had decided to remain and personally welcome them. Marquis Scarlet, a middle-aged man with short hair and a ring of white whiskers around his mouth, exuded an air of competence and chimed in with a smile. "You four have attained the rank of major at such a young age. Your futures are indeed limitless." Count Vandenberg, portly and sporting a receding hairline, appeared older than the others and concurred, "Indeed, the potential is boundless." Lucas scratched his head in response, modestly remarking, "It's not that remarkable." Amos held a wine glass, half filled with red wine, and gazed at Colonel Adolf. "It is quite an honor to have you both waiting for us mere majors. Since the 4 of us have been assigned to Unit 233, we shall henceforth heed your command, Colonel Adolf." The colonel was taken aback. He had not anticipated Amos, fresh on the scene, would so boldly assert that he would follow his lead during their time here. He burst into hearty laughter. "You are too kind, Major Amos. I have heard you and Major Drake were once part of the Northern Sea Navy." "Indeed," Amos nodded. "Major Drake and I both served in the Northern Sea Navy. I was with Unit 666. Unit 666, the unit of Colonel Kilroy. I recently shared a drink with him," Colonel Adolf remarked with a chuckle. Amos raised an eyebrow. "Has that old fellow already attained the rank of colonel? It seems the North Sea has undergone significant changes in the 3 years since my absence." A brief silence ensued. Adolf exchanged a furtive glance with Vendome and Scarlet before rising to his feet, raising his glass. "Indeed, it has transformed. Let us celebrate the arrival of our 4 comrades from the 233rd branch. We shall soon be colleagues who frequently see one another. So let us look out for one another." Everyone stood, lifting their glasses. "You are too kind. It is we who should be seeking your guidance," Drake smiled in response. "Mutual care and consideration," Colonel Adolf warmly remarked. With a resounding clink, 8 glasses met, and the group tilted their heads back, consuming half of their red wine. As they settled back down, Amos cast a glance at the taciturn Major Ted, whose demeanor was as composed as his own. Both were individuals of quiet restraint. The banquet continued. Colonel Adolf, adept at socializing, quickly established a rapport within half an hour. Initially, the newcomers were somewhat reserved, but gradually, they relaxed. At one point, Amos took a sip of wine and nonchalantly remarked, "Our 233rd branch is not far from Uralaro Island, is it?" What brings that to mind?" Adolf, leisurely enjoying his meal, inquired. "Oh, just recalling the incident 5 years ago that sent shockwaves across the North Sea," Amos replied, taking another sip of wine and cutting into a piece of steak on his plate. Both Dolet and Luca, the outsiders, turned their attention to Amos, intrigued by his mention of the event. "That matter. It has been quite some time," Colonel Adolf said, observing Amos as he poured more wine into his glass. His arm seemingly frozen until he filled the glass to the brim before finally setting the bottle down. "Interestingly enough, it was precisely because of that incident that I was reassigned to the 233rd branch. The previous officers there were merely occupying their posts, which led to that tragedy." "Is it still inhabited?" Amos leaned back in his chair, inquiring. "Currently, there is only one household residing there. They moved in a few years ago," Colonel Adolf replied. "I see," Amos murmured almost to himself. Adolf paused before countering, What made you curious about this matter? I find it quite intriguing. After all, such a significant incident occurred. And the pirate crew has yet to be apprehended, Amos declared, downing a full glass of red wine and grinning. In fact, it was this very incident that compelled me to enlist. Adolf nodded in understanding. What incident? Why have I never heard you mention it? Dolet queried, turning to Drake, who sat beside him. Setting down his utensils, Drake reflected before responding. Near the 233rd branch lies an island, home to a village called Uralaro. Long ago, the branch allocated funds to establish an orphanage there specifically for naval orphans, overseen by the villagers. However, 5 years ago, an unknown band of pirates besieged Uralaro Island, engulfing it in flames, leaving no survivors. Luca, who was also listening, was taken aback. It was indeed a horrific tragedy. Yes, Amos leaned back in his chair, producing a cigarette. No one escaped unscathed. Chapter 72. Hidden motives. After the banquet concluded, Colonel Adolf did not arrange any further activities, as it was already quite late. The four of them had endured a taxing journey and were due for rest. Any matters could be addressed the following day. Count Vendôme and Marquis Scarlet remained in the banquet hall while Colonel Adolf escorted Major Tayton to arrange accommodations for the four. Exiting the building, they proceeded to a nearby 3-story apartment. Upon entering, soldiers awaited them, guiding the group to the top floor, where they could choose from 4 rooms in the cardinal directions. In truth, the rooms were equally equipped, offering little distinction. Entering any one of them sufficed for settling in. The rooms were spacious and well-appointed, akin to high-end hotels, requiring no additional arrangements for their stay. Once the 4 were comfortably situated, Colonel Adolf took his leave. Returning to the building, Colonel Adolf did not head to the banquet hall but to another reception room, where only Count Vendôme and Marquis Scarlet awaited. A glance backward prompted 2 naval soldiers to exit discreetly, gently closing the door behind them. The reception room featured a long table, flanked by chairs on either end and along the sides, accommodating approximately 20 individuals. Adolf and Tayton seated themselves opposite Count Vendôme and Marquis Scarlet. "We shall depart by boat shortly," Marquis Scarlet stated coolly. "Is it so urgent?" "Tomorrow morning would suffice," replied Adolf. Count Vendôme toyed with a cigar, an exquisite piece crafted from gold. "Were it not for my curiosity regarding the visitors, I would not linger here." Marquis Scarlet, as the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Toscaman, had routine cabinet meetings to attend, thus could not afford to stay longer. Furthermore, as a figure of immense power in Toscaman, Scarlet commanded significant influence without doubt. "I have numerous adversaries in Argos, and the Minister of Finance is keenly watching me, eager to see my downfall. I must tread carefully to avoid giving him any leverage." Adolf squinted as he took a drag from his cigarette, showing little interest in Vendôme's predicament, as Vendôme often exaggerated his dire circumstances in Argos. In reality, with his acumen, self-preservation was hardly a concern. "So, what are your thoughts on these 4 individuals? Currently, they seem unproblematic, though further observation is warranted. Should your headquarters suspect any foul play and dispatch an investigator under the guise of student interns, it could pose a dilemma," Scarlet replied solemnly. "Understood," Adolf responded respectfully. "However, our operations are meticulous, and surely they would not attract the attention of headquarters. One must not be complacent. My plans allow for not the slightest error," Scarlet admonished solemnly. Adolf nodded in agreement, stating, "I will ensure that once their identities are eliminated, dealing with them will become straightforward." "Then it is settled," Scarlet declared, rising first. "We shall take our leave." Vendôme also stood up. "Very well," Adolf responded. "Ted will escort you both to the dock." Major Tayton, who had remained silent beside him, accompanied Count Vendôme and Marquis Scarlet as they exited the conference hall. Adolf settled back down, rubbing his eyes. He felt fatigued yet remarkably at ease, his alertness heightened by the familiarity of his surroundings. Within the room, Amos conducted a thorough inspection of the approximately 150 square meter space, finding nothing amiss. He seated himself in a chair by the window, crossing his legs, and retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, gazing out at the world beyond. Before him lay a small table adorned with fine spirits and an assortment of fresh fruits, yet he found himself disinterested in both drink and food. Although the hour was late, slumber eluded him. With a snap, the lighter ignited the cigarette. Amos closed his eyes, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly. It wasn't long before a knock echoed at the door. Extinguishing the cigarette in the ashtray, Amos rose and opened the door to reveal Drake standing outside. After allowing Drake to enter, he shut the door behind him. "What do you think?" Drake inquired as he made his way to the sofa in the living area. The question was posed in such a vague manner that it was equally easy and difficult to answer. Amos approached the sofa and remarked lightly, "What we have seen and heard speaks volumes, does it not?" Drake, seated on the sofa, tapped the armrest with his hand and exclaimed, "Goodness, this branch is quite lavish." Amos then produced a cigarette, stating, "You and I both know that each branch is like a leech, siphoning the lifeblood from the waters they oversee. What shall we do then?" Drake teased, casting a sidelong glance at Amos. He poured himself a glass of water from the table. Recalling how Amos had come with grand ambitions to instigate change, "I plan to take a few days to regroup," Amos replied, his demeanor serious and devoid of jest. "Tomorrow, I will review the case files. I wish to examine the information pertaining to Branch 233. The day after, I intend to pay a visit to Uralaro Island." "Ah? You seem particularly intrigued by Uralaro Island. Surely, your examination of the case files isn't solely focused on the incident concerning Uralaro Island?" Drake speculated, linking Amos's forthcoming plans together. Amos exhaled a puff of smoke and candidly admitted, "Indeed. You wish to capture the pirate crew that decimated the entire island? It has been 5 years. That may prove quite challenging." Drake finished his drink and reclined back on the sofa. Amos fell silent for a moment, contemplating. "I wish to re-examine this case. As I mentioned at the banquet, my enlistment was prompted by this very matter, rendering it profoundly significant to me." "Suit yourself," Drake shrugged. "What are your thoughts moving forward?" "Absent any unforeseen circumstances, it would entail daily maritime patrols, capturing pirates, and the like. The instructor can set the benchmarks, and failing to meet them won't hinder graduation." Amos rose from the small table by the window, retrieved a bottle of wine, and returned to his seat, uncorking it to pour. "However, it may not be so leisurely," he remarked, alluding to the incident they witnessed upon arriving at the branch, specifically, a pirate ship passing by the warship, indifferent to its presence. Amos poured himself a glass without inquiring whether Drake would like one, proceeding to fill a glass for him regardless. The intricacies of the situation were undoubtedly convoluted. "If I cannot proceed in accordance with my own intentions, then I shall adapt as circumstances dictate." Drake lifted the filled glass, swirling the liquid within. "However, there is nothing of grave concern. Even if our views diverge from those of the leeches, they would not pose any threat to us. After all, they were sent here from headquarters for training, and they are unlikely to provoke conflict." Thus, Amos raised his glass and surveyed the room with an air of generosity, ensuring that we were well provided for with delectable food and drink. The two conversed on various topics for a while. Before departing, Drake downed the remaining contents of his glass and made his way to the door. Amos did not rise to see him off. Their relationship did not warrant such superficial formalities. As Drake reached the door and opened it, he paused, turning his head to add, "Oh, allow me to say one more thing." "Speak," Amos replied, having just taken a sip of his drink. Before Drake could finish his sentence, Amos hurled his glass at him. Drake let out a hearty laugh and swiftly closed the door behind him as he departed. Amos did not release his wine glass. He cast a glance at the doorway, set the glass down, and closed his eyes, as if dozing off on the sofa. After a minute or two, a smile crept onto his lips, accompanied by a soft hum. Chapter 73. The framework. The following morning, before 6 o'clock, Amos had already completed his morning routine and dressed. After departing from the naval headquarters, Luca exclaimed that there would be no need for such arduous training in the future, nor would he face the penalty of double training for tardiness. The essence of the sea practice lay in experience rather than mere training. Amos remained noncommittal regarding the matter. The reason he could stand shoulder to shoulder with, and even surpass, those endowed with greater talents was his unwavering belief that diligence could bring him ever closer to his aspirations, while others rested. He seized the opportunity to surpass them. This mindset and approach, cultivated over time, yielded remarkable results and rewards. Thus, Amos set forth early. Leaving the other 3 doors securely shut, it was evident that the individuals within were still enjoying their slumber. He stretched leisurely before descending to commence his training. In the training grounds, several teams were engaged in drills under the guidance of their instructors as Amos entered the arena. The soldiers passing by saluted him. For although Amos was a newcomer, his navy cloak effortlessly signified his distinguished status. Amos merely nodded in acknowledgement and subsequently turned his gaze away from the regiment's soldiers engaged in their morning exercises. He approached the training equipment, removed his greatcoat, and commenced with basic training. Unbeknownst to him, a considerable amount of time had elapsed, and the soldiers who had been running began to gather back. Amos was perspiring slightly, yet he did not feel fatigued. These fundamental drills were exceedingly effortless for him. During his time at the naval headquarters, The favorable conditions allowed him to engage in a more rigorous regimen. Here, he was limited to basic training to reinforce his physical capabilities. As the soldiers concluded their exercises, they dispersed, signaling that it was nearly time for breakfast. Amos glanced at the time. It was 7:30, having trained for merely an hour and a half. He felt the mounting demands on his physique, accompanied by a burgeoning appetite, which now stirred a sense of hunger within him. He folded his greatcoat and draped it over his arm, following the dispersing soldiers towards the dining hall. The previous night had been rather rushed. He had been summoned for a late-night meal and, after dining, had found himself awake until the early hours, leaving him with no choice but to retire early. Now, Amos had the opportunity to observe the 233rd branch thoroughly. Although he had spent considerable time in the North Sea, this was his inaugural visit to this establishment. The layout was not particularly complex. The administrative building loomed prominently at the front. To one side stood a 3-story apartment building, well-appointed, presumably reserved for esteemed guests. On the opposite side lay the training grounds, flanked by the dining hall on one side and the soldiers' dormitory on the other. Soon, Amos entered the dining hall, which was spacious and featured a long row of windows displaying a variety of culinary offerings. Naturally, the food was provided free of charge, resembling a buffet where one could select their preferred dishes. Amos retrieved some utensils from one side and collected a few morsels of food at the window before settling down to eat. However, after only a few bites, he sensed something amiss. When he lifted his gaze, he discovered that the other soldiers dining nearby were regarding him with peculiar expressions. Yet, as soon as Amos met their eyes, they hastily averted their gazes, adopting an air of nonchalance as they resumed their meals. Perhaps they were merely intrigued by him. Amos did not dwell on the matter, focusing instead on his meal. After finishing, he placed his utensils in the recycling area and departed from the cafeteria. Strolling through the branch, it wasn't long before he encountered Drake, Dorrit, and Luca, who emerged from their apartment. "Amos, where did you disappear to this early?" Luca inquired with a belch. "Exercising. Then I went to the cafeteria for breakfast," Amos replied, his robust figure clad in a black vest, a greatcoat draped over his arm. "The apartment offers breakfast, served right to your room, and it's quite sumptuous," Luca remarked, patting his stomach. "I rarely feel this way at headquarters. Perhaps I've grown weary of it." Drake then asked, "What are you off to do?" "Just taking a stroll," Amos responded. "Come on, we should seek out Colonel Adolphe. Being new here, we ought to adhere to the protocols and see how Colonel Adolphe intends to organize us," Dorrit suggested. "Whatever," Amos replied nonchalantly. The four promptly made their way to the branch building. Upon entering, they were met by soldiers who escorted them directly to the conference hall on the first floor. Colonel Adolphe awaited them at the head of the table, which was adorned with an extensive nautical chart. The four saluted him, and he merely waved them over to take a seat. As the soldiers closed the door to the conference hall, the sounds from outside were instantly muted. "How was your rest?" Colonel Adolphe inquired with a smile. Dorrit and Luca, now seated, responded, "Quite good." Upon hearing this, Adolphe chuckled again, engaging in a few pleasantries before steering the conversation to the main topic. "Today, I shall briefly introduce you to the layout of the maritime area under the jurisdiction of our 233rd branch. After all, you are all newcomers and must be unfamiliar with our situation." He rose, pointing at a section of the ocean on the chart. "This is the Okama Sea, which our branch is responsible for overseeing. Here lies our headquarters, located almost centrally within the Okama Sea, and our forces are fully deployed across this area. Consequently, the Okama Sea has remained relatively stable, with piracy being quite rare." The four recalled the sight of pirate ships brazenly passing by the naval vessels the previous day. Yet they merely raised their eyebrows, refraining from mentioning it to avoid embarrassing Colonel Adolphe. To the east is the Kingdom of Toscaman, situated on the fringes of the Red Earth continent, encompassing this cluster of islands. Adolphe gestured towards the landmass that occupied a third of the chart, then glided his hand over the myriad islands scattered throughout the sea. "This is the Kingdom of Argos, in truth. The largest island at the center is the territory they effectively control, while their influence wanes elsewhere. These two nations represent this maritime region and are both member states of the world government." He provided only a cursory overview of the Okama Sea's layout. The Red Earth continent encircles this planet like the equator of Earth. However, the Red Earth continent is not a perfectly circular shape. Rather, its terrain is rather intricate, with many landmasses partially extending into oceans or lakes while simultaneously connecting to the mainland or larger islands. The remaining three sides are enveloped by the sea. The Kingdom of Toscaman exemplifies this, being a large peninsula resembling a crescent moon, surrounded on 3 sides by water. And it also encompasses all the islands surrounding its homeland under its dominion. In contrast, the territory of the Kingdom of Argos pales in comparison to that of Toscamen. Colonel Adolf has noted that only one of their territories, the largest in size, is under their complete control. The influence over many other islands is tenuous at best, appearing to belong to them officially, yet the political relationship is more akin to that of a client state. Additionally, there are numerous islands that exist independently, with self-sufficient communities of various scales, some impoverished regions that are looked down upon, chaotic and lawless territories resembling a hot potato, and special islands like Oliolu, which fall under the jurisdiction of the 233 branch system. In this vast expanse of ocean, the 233 branch can project its military power completely, alongside the 2 other nations, Toscamen and Argos, which stand as the triad of authority in this region. Chapter 74, untitled. After Colonel Adolf delineated the situation, a moment of silence ensued. This silence was intentionally left by Colonel Adolf, a necessary pause. As adults, each individual possesses the capacity for independent thought. Having shared so much, it was essential to allow them time to contemplate and assimilate the information. After a sufficient interval, Colonel Adolf subtly introduced his true objective. I presume you are all aware of Count Vandom and Marquis Scarlet, with whom we dined yesterday. They are high-ranking officials of Argos and the Kingdom of Toscamen. Our 3 parties have a firm grip on the situation in the Okama Sea. The attendees nodded in agreement, feigning seriousness as they listened. It was quite fortuitous for the 4 to gather here, in a location where traces of pirates were notably scarce. Their year of training would thus be relatively effortless. Colonel Adolf exhibited a semblance of envy, aiming to elicit a shared emotional response from his companions. Amos furrowed his brow and remarked, "Our supervising teacher has indeed set specific criteria. If we fail to achieve any military accomplishments this year, we shall not even be able to graduate." Amos's words sparked a glimmer of interest in Colonel Adolf's eyes. He believed that the majors from headquarters had already integrated into the circle and promptly stated, "I understand your concerns. Therefore, I will ensure that your military merit records are taken care of, allowing you to enjoy a carefree year of leisure and exploration." Oh, Lucas' spirits were instantly lifted. Is that so? Amos inwardly chuckled with disdain, while outwardly displaying a joyful countenance, as routine patrols were still necessary. Indeed, Colonel Adolf pondered briefly. Arrangements will be made for 4 individuals to conduct patrols along the designated routes. Understood, Drake replied. Amos inquired, when do we officially commence our duties? The response was that adjustments still needed to be finalized, necessitating a few more days of waiting. This interval, however, could serve as an opportunity for relaxation, and he encouraged them to voice any needs, assuring he would do his utmost to accommodate. Very well, Amos replied. I happen to have some matters to attend to during this time. I would like to request access to the case files regarding the Uralaro Island incident from 5 years ago this afternoon. Colonel Adolf was momentarily taken aback. Drake elaborated. Amos joined the Navy precisely due to the ramifications of that incident. The mastermind behind it remains at large, which has become a source of torment for him. He yearns to apprehend that pirate crew. Understanding dawned on Colonel Adolf. I recall you mentioning this yesterday. Speaking pragmatically, the event sent shockwaves through the North Sea, prompting our various branches to mobilize considerable military strength in hopes of capturing the perpetrator. Yet, despite laying an intricate web, we gleaned no useful intelligence. 5 years have elapsed, and many of the leads from that time have likely dissipated. The challenge of capturing that pirate crew has only intensified. Dedicating your efforts to this matter, while not intending to dampen the spirits of you young men, may indeed prove futile, resulting in nothing but a waste of time. Understood, Amos replied respectfully, bowing his head. Nevertheless, I have resolved to give it a try. This afternoon, I will review the case files, and tomorrow I intend to embark on an expedition to Uralaro Island. One can never know what unexpected discoveries may arise. Colonel Adolf refrained from voicing his skepticism, thinking Uralaro Island was reduced to ashes. It would be a miracle to uncover any leads. Observing Amos's steadfastness, he chose not to dwell on it. Should this tenacious young man remain resolute in pursuing the cold case, it might indeed be advantageous, even if he failed to solve the mystery. His persistence could alleviate some of Colonel Adolf's concerns. Should he unexpectedly crack the case, though the likelihood was minimal, Colonel Adolf would certainly seek to claim the credit, paving a brighter path for his future. In any case, Colonel Adolf saw potential benefits in agreeing to Amos's request and arranged the itinerary for him. A naval vessel was scheduled to set sail for patrol the next day, and Amos would embark on the ship, which would take a slight detour during its patrol to deliver him to his destination. The discussion then shifted, centering on the assurance that, despite their current circumstances, they need not fret over the tasks assigned by their superiors. He had means to assist them in navigating the situation. The notion of navigating was merely a euphemism for deception. Certainly, one would not directly utter the term fraud, as it would ruin the dignity of both parties involved. Shortly after, the meeting concluded, and Colonel Adolf escorted them out, reminding them to relax and enjoy their time here. In truth, Colonel Adolph's approach was quite adept. He refrained from bluntly stating that they were to indulge in luxury. If all 4 individuals were of that ilk, it would be acceptable. But should there be someone among them with ambitions for greater deeds, directly addressing such corrupt matters would undeniably lead to a rupture in relations. The current phrasing allows for a natural progression should the counterparts indeed fit that description. If they seek to accomplish tangible goals, there remains room for negotiation, with words left deliberately vague, enabling future responses to be tailored as needed. Upon exiting the building, a sense of confusion, or perhaps disorientation, washed over them. It seems I have grown accustomed to the rigorous training at headquarters. Now, finding myself at leisure is somewhat unsettling, remarked Luca. Dorat laughed lightly, the sun's glare piercing. He squinted into the distance and mused, such is the nature of humanity, I simply cannot remain idle. One might call it a life of pleasure, yet, in harsher terms, it is merely complacency and mediocrity. Once arrangements are made in a few days, we shall set sail. Drake concurred. Lucas suddenly recalled something. Hey, in our branch, with our ranks, I imagine each of us would be appointed as captains, right? Just thinking about it is exhilarating. One day, I too shall command a warship, sailing across the vast ocean. Do not indulge in fanciful dreams, Drake retorted with an eye roll. What does a high rank amount to if one lacks the requisite experience? Who would assign you as captain without proven merit? One must strive for oneself. The goal should not merely be to attain the rank of captain. You make a valid point. Commanding a fleet would indeed be far more intriguing, Luca acknowledged with deep agreement. Drake and Dorat exchanged knowing glances, followed by a resigned sigh. Amos remained silent, seemingly preoccupied with some inner turmoil. As the 3 conversed nearby, he interjected, You all should carry on with your tasks. I shall visit the archive room to peruse the files. Without awaiting a response, he turned and re-entered the building. Is he in such a hurry? Dorat remarked, observing Amos's retreating figure. I suspect Amos is eager to achieve something significant so he can return to headquarters sooner, thus allowing him to reunite with Ein, Luca jested. Drake watched as Amos inquired about the location of the archive room in the lobby before vanishing around a corner, his gaze lowered, lost in contemplation. Chapter 75. The revelation: the archive room was located on the 4th floor. Upon his arrival, Amos promptly revealed his rank as a major, and the soldier on duty respectfully granted him access. Amos, prior to his report to Colonel Adolf regarding the retrieval of documents, did not seek permission, for his rank afforded him direct access to the branch's archive room. He merely intended to give a courteous heads-up, preserving both face and decorum. It was evident to him that Colonel Adolf was not an ordinary individual, certainly not akin to the celebrated General Heilken from headquarters. One need not witness it firsthand. It suffices to mention that in this locality, among any 10 officers apprehended, how many would be free from greed? Without further contemplation, Amos stepped into the archives. The room was well lit, the air imbued with the scent of sawdust and ink, spanning approximately 150 square meters. The archive was filled with tier upon tier of shelves, each resembling a bookcase, segmented into numerous levels, all brimming with document bags. Each shelf bore labels indicating the chronological context of the documents contained within. Amos meticulously searched through the shelves, taking approximately a minute to locate the one labeled 150-91511. This particular shelf comprised a compilation of cases spanning 3 years from the 233rd Division. It featured 6 tiers, with the records from the year 1510 residing on the 3rd and 4th levels. Each file bore a succinct and clear title of the events. Amos diligently sifted through the files on both the 3rd and 4th tiers, ultimately pausing when he encountered a notably thin file situated at the edge. He extracted the file, which seemed almost devoid of contents, revealing the title, The Eurolaro Island Incident. With the file in hand, Amos moved to a nearby chair, seated himself, and carefully unsealed the folder. He retrieved a scant few reports and some photographs taken at the scene during that time. Access to such records required elevated clearance, and their contents were far more restricted than what was typically published in newspapers. The photographs depicted various severed limbs and charred corpses, alongside distant views of a village whose original form was unrecognizable. Amos perused the photographs one by one. After his fortuitous escape from Urololo Island, he had encountered a few images in the newspapers. However, the same few photographs appeared repeatedly across various publications, as if they were deliberately concealed. The file folder contained a greater number of them. After reading it once more, Amos was once again engulfed by those harrowing memories. Nevertheless, he continued his relentless pursuit. Picking up the 5 pages of the report, the first page primarily detailed the statistics of losses, ranging from every fortunate corpse that could still be found to the modest asset losses of each household. Each line of statistics was followed by a series of numbers. Yet the final line, which bore the list of survivors, chillingly concluded with a solitary 0. The contents of the first page held no significance for Amos. Amos turned to the second page, which succinctly outlined the rescue efforts and the strategies employed to apprehend the pirates. In essence, the entire content could be encapsulated in a single sentence: our Navy is exerting considerable effort, yet achieving nothing. This was not the information Amos wished to encounter. With a sense of irritation, he flipped to the third page. The third page was divided, with one half documenting the eyewitness accounts from that time, while the other half contained statistical tables of the collected physical evidence. Amos's pupils constricted as he began to examine the witnesses' accounts. There were 5 individuals, all hailing from Yeslo Island. Witness 1 recounted, "That day, I returned from fishing just before dawn. Yet, as I approached the harbor, I beheld a multitude of enormous vessels gliding swiftly through the misty night, reminiscent of colossal sea creatures." Witness 2 affirmed that the testimonies of all 5 witnesses were largely consistent. At nearly the same hour, they observed a fleet of massive ships traversing the waters off Yeslo Island. However, due to the considerable distance and the dim light, the specifics of the vessels remained elusive. Accompanying the dossier was a nautical chart depicting the waters surrounding Urolaro Island, which Amos scrutinized. The proximity of Yeslo Island to Urolaro Island was neither too far nor too near. If a line were drawn from Urolaro Island to Yeslo Island, it would extend straight across the doldrums and enter the Grand Line. This lead resonated with the greater secret Amos had unearthed. Indeed, it was the Navy's demon-slaying edict that had obliterated Urolaro Island, and their return would inevitably traverse the doldrums. The latter half of the third page consisted of a statistical analysis of physical evidence. The evidence was not housed in the archives but had been relocated ages ago to a different branch for centralized management. Flipping through the subsequent pages, Amos encountered evaluations of various corpses and the destruction of structures. The findings echoed the witnesses' accounts, revealing that the caliber of the artillery was substantial, its numbers numerous, and its power terrifying. Truthfully, these clues were of little utility to Amos, as they did not elucidate the motives behind the Navy's actions at that time. It was entirely plausible that the Northern Navy had failed to uncover any leads. It was inconceivable that the main naval forces, far across the Grand Line, would silently traverse the doldrums to annihilate Urolaro Island and then vanish without a trace. Such an absurdity was beyond imagination, were it not for Amos's first-hand experience. He too might have found it difficult to believe such an event could transpire. As he sat there, pondering the scant information before him, an epiphany struck him. He abruptly rose and meandered through the shelves, ultimately discovering a collection of files that did not pertain to major incidents, but rather to personnel changes. Amos unearthed the personnel change documents from the year 1510. They were quite substantial, particularly that specific record from 1510, which was notably voluminous. Amos could discern the profound transformations that the 233rd branch had undergone that year, even without opening the file. Upon doing so, he found an array of personnel records detailing the fundamental information of the branch's soldiers from that year. Within these records were dozens of names. Both familiar and foreign to Amos, they represented the earliest students nurtured by the instructors from the Oraro Island orphanage. By that time, these early cohorts had matured into adulthood, inheriting their family legacies by enlisting as official naval soldiers in the 233rd branch. Notably, 2/3 of the personnel changes in 1510 were individuals hailing from Oraro Island, while the remaining third comprised officers, among whom Colonel Karen, the then branch commander, stood out prominently. Amos had once aspired to join this branch, and Colonel Karen possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding the Navy's sixth style. It was only after Karen's departure that Colonel Adolf took the helm of the 233rd branch. These individuals were not reassigned elsewhere. Rather, Each personnel record bore a bold crimson stamp marked with the word "cancelled." Typically, such changes would indicate the new assignments of those affected, yet these records revealed no subsequent destinations. The stark, blood-red cancellation became increasingly unsettling to behold, sending tremors through Amos's heart. Amos was reluctant to confront the inevitable outcome that awaited these individuals, their fates. Lizane, he murmured. Everything revolved around Lizane. What exactly was his identity? He could not possibly be a celestial dragon. It was unthinkable that a mere celestial dragon could decimate an entire island. Moreover, it was inconceivable that he could have affected the previous generations of orphan Navy recruits who had long departed from Urararo Island, along with the implicated Colonel Kalong. What manner of identity could he possess? What astonishing secret did he hold that compelled the Navy to act in such a manner, executing their plans with meticulous precision and ruthless efficiency? For the first time, Amos felt a creeping sense of dread, an overwhelming terror that loomed not only behind Lizane but also in the shadows of this world. Chapter 76. I have returned half an hour later. Amos meticulously reassembled the files concerning the Urararo Island incident and personnel records before exiting the archive room. He felt as though he were suffocating under the weight of an unseen force. From the affair surrounding Lizane, he could glean a glimpse of the greater reality. Yet the tip of the iceberg obscured the true nature of the world lurking behind it. Nevertheless, he had a vague understanding of the vast and terrifying truths that had remained hidden from public view. He was utterly in the dark regarding any news of Lizane over the past 5 years, and he could not even ascertain whether Lizane was still alive. One thing, however, was now abundantly clear. Finding Lizane would be an arduous task, and rescuing him from some unknown realm would be an even greater challenge, akin to declaring war against the very shadows of the world. Amos, of course, was not one to fear opposing the world. After a decade of camaraderie, the once naive and carefree Lasian had shielded him countless times, ultimately wagering his own life. As a man, Amos could not remain indifferent. He was merely engulfed by a sense of helplessness. He stepped out of the branch building, greeted by a dazzling brilliance. The sky was radiant as he paused at the entrance, gazing upward. Gradually, he removed his navy overcoat, revealing the black vest beneath. He hastily descended the steps and began to jog away from the confines of the branch edifice. "Oh, Amos, you're out," Luca called out, while Drake and others strolled nearby. As Amos passed by, he tossed the large cloak he held in his hand, requesting, "Please hold this for me." "What are you up to?" Drake inquired, grasping the bundled cloak. "Training," Amos replied, already having swept past the three, leaving them with only his retreating figure. "What on earth are you doing?" Luca exclaimed, hands on his hips, bewildered that even as a major, he could be so driven, utterly failing to comprehend the significance of their instructor sending them out for a year of training. Amos resolutely departed. "If you wish to grow stronger, then follow me." With that, he was soon out of sight, rapidly increasing the distance between them. The most opportune moment to plant a tree was a decade ago. The next best time is now. Amos was unaware of the origin of this proverbial wisdom. Nevertheless, he firmly believed in its truth. It is never too late to strive for improvement, especially considering how long he had already persevered. The looming threat of the world's darker side stood ominously before him, attempting to intimidate Amos, compelling him to abandon any hope of rescuing Raisin. Thus, he resolved to become stronger, powerful enough to live freely one day. Luca scoffed, and Drake tossed Amos's cloak to him before shedding his own to hand over as well. "Since that stubborn fellow is so resolute, I shall accompany him," he remarked. Dolet chuckled softly, similarly removing his cloak and throwing it over Luca's head. "I'll leave these garments in your care. I shall follow suit." "Hey!" Luca found himself suddenly burdened with 3 naval cloaks. Momentarily stunned as he watched Drake and Dolet pursue Amos. "Wait for me." He entrusted the cloaks to a bewildered soldier nearby and swiftly made haste to catch up with the trio. Amos led the way, and his training was certainly not a leisurely jog. He sought a suitable location on the island for further practice. For instance, one of his specialties was the 6 forms, particularly the technique known as Rokushiki. However, the training grounds at the branch lacked adequate facilities for honing his kicking skills. The space available was insufficient, as he could not possibly run in circles like a whirlwind before the watchful eyes of others. Due to these numerous training constraints, he resolved to search for an appropriate place to refine both the 6 forms and hockey. At the opposite end of the island lay a desolate stretch of land, bordered on 3 sides by sparse, dead trees, with rocky shores, an ideal spot. A few individuals gathered here to train. As the day passed, the rocks transformed into a pile of rubble, and the tree trunks splintered in half, leaving the area in disarray, so much so that, long after Anyone who happened upon this site might believe it had been ravaged by a colossal sea creature. The days of training were fulfilling, and Amos found it impossible to simply sit idly and enjoy the scenery with a glass of red wine. He was no longer the unambitious, Zen-like man he had been 5 years ago. His horizons had broadened, and he was filled with aspirations. The day flew by swiftly, and the following morning, Colonel Adolf arranged for them to have a private office on the second floor of the branch building. As a major, he was one of the highest-ranking officers in the branch after Colonel Adolf, so such an arrangement was entirely reasonable. However, it was the first time for most of them to experience this privilege, particularly Luca, who found everything novel and often dropped by the offices of others. At noon, a naval ship was set to embark on a patrol. Colonel Adolf had arranged for this vessel to make slight adjustments to its established route, passing by Uralolo Island. Amos was set to embark on this warship to Uralaro Island for a seemingly nominal investigation. Just before his departure, Colonel Adolf inquired about Amos's findings from the documents he had reviewed the previous day. Amos refrained from divulging any secrets, merely stating that his discoveries were rather modest. Upon hearing this, Colonel Adolf exhibited no disappointment, appearing to have anticipated such an outcome. He patted Amos on the shoulder and remarked, "It's all right. The case certainly won't be resolved so easily." Amos nonchalantly attended to matters for a while before embarking on his journey. Naturally, Drake and his companions boarded the ship as well, driven by a blend of boredom and curiosity. While residing here in comfort was indeed a pleasant experience, it was undeniably ill-suited for those who had endured years of rigorous training. Their curiosity was piqued by the event Amos had previously alluded to, with such a compelling backdrop. Exploring the island seemed far more appealing than languishing in this stagnant environment. The warship sliced through the ocean, parting the modest waves with ease. Approximately 4 hours later, they arrived at Uralaro Island. The proximity of these two islands was remarkable. This very closeness had deterred pirates from daring to set foot on Uralaro Island, as they had to weigh their chances of executing a raid and escaping the relentless pursuit of the Navy. The warship anchored not far from Uralaro Island, and a small boat was lowered into the water. Amos and his companions approached Uralaro Island aboard a small boat, while the warship departed. The captain, a lieutenant, informed Amos that he would return to fetch them in the evening. However, Amos suggested that they should be collected the following morning. After all, the warship had its own patrol duties to fulfill, and Amos could not afford to impose upon it by lingering for an extended period. The small boat glided slowly towards Uralaro Island. Amos stood at the bow of the boat, motionless, gazing at the now overgrown island. Luca chattered incessantly, while Dorrit and Drake contributed sporadically to the conversation. Although Amos could hear their voices, they faded into a void upon reaching his ears. He was utterly oblivious to the content of Luca's discourse. His entire focus was on Uralaro Island, which he had not visited for 5 long years. Despite having painstakingly forged new identification and subsequently joined the Navy at Division 666, leading to a semblance of stability in his life, he had never returned, not even once. His lips parted slightly, silently proclaiming to himself, "I have returned." Chapter 77. Reminiscence. The small boat ran aground on the shore, and the group disembarked. The dock, once intact, had been reduced to rubble 5 years prior, and with no one to inhabit the area, it had remained unrepaired. As it was currently high tide, even if the tide receded during the night, the vessel would remain unscathed. Moreover, should the boat be swept away, there was little cause for concern, for a warship would arrive the following day for their retrieval. The 4 men stepped onto the shore without hesitation. The landscape was desolate, and the remnants of the severely damaged structures from 5 years ago were still faintly discernible. Amos remained silent as he ventured along a narrow path into Uralaro Island. The other 3, driven solely by curiosity and devoid of any particular intention, followed in his wake. Amos entered the remnants of the village, where the crumbling walls bore witness to the ravages of time. He traversed through the desolation. October marked the peak of heat on Uralaro Island. The parched ground of the forsaken village felt arid, and the air seemed devoid of moisture, rendering each breath uncomfortable and stifling. Luca inhaled deeply, struggling against the oppressive heat. Although Drake and Dolit exerted little effort, beads of sweat adorned their foreheads, and their skin felt slightly scorched under the relentless sun. Amos appeared to be entirely oblivious to his surroundings. His pace neither hurried nor sluggish, yet he maintained a certain distance from the others, traversing the village in solitary silence. As he advanced, he did not glance sideways. His gaze, much like his footsteps, was resolutely fixed ahead. His lips parted slightly, quivering with unspoken emotions. In an ephemeral moment, he was transported back a decade. 10 years prior, his elder companion, Lyjan, had led him and the foolish Yusov on leisurely strolls through the village. Lyjan's mischievous antics had earned the disdain of the villagers, yet this never seemed to trouble the inherently optimistic and vivacious Lyjan. He always wore a smile, just as he instinctively took the lead to protect his friends. The two temporal landscapes converged seamlessly. Amos wandered through the dilapidated village and ahead. He caught sight of the golden-haired Lezian, who was humming a tune and glancing about with curiosity. Beside him, Yusov wore a foolish grin, saying nothing as they strolled along the road. The trio meandered through the streets, for they were devoid of funds. And Lezian often gazed longingly at the delectable treats offered by the vendors. Although Yusov appeared somewhat simple-minded, he possessed a clear understanding of certain matters. Thus, each time Lezian turned away with a dismissive pout, Yusov would purchase his favorite snacks and then catch up to hand them to Lezian. Amos walked along and noticed a long stone bench beside him, shaded by the eaves of the adjacent house. During heavy rains, Raisin and Yusov would sit together on that bench. After the rain, Raisin would fold paper boats and set them afloat in the drainage ditch, watching them sway gently as they drifted away with the current. Yusov would chuckle foolishly, oblivious to his own thoughts. Amos, on the other hand, was captivated by the relentless downpour, fixated on the way the rain battered the ground. He paused, seated himself on the stone bench, his hands resting naturally on its edge. Above him was the eve, to his sides were Raisin and Yusov, and before him was the refreshing rain. Amos, are you not here to investigate the clues? Suddenly, the scene shattered. Returning to reality, Amos found himself confronted by three men, Drake, Dolet, and Luca, who loomed over him, arms crossed. In that instant, Amos felt the sun's harshness. Though it was now afternoon, and the light had begun to warm. What's wrong? You seem a bit distracted, observed the usually composed and sensitive Drake, noticing Amos's unusual demeanor. Nothing, Amos replied, rising and brushing off the dust from the bench. He glanced back at the now empty bench and said, "Let us go. Didn't Colonel Adolf mention that there is still a household on the island?" "Indeed, I almost forgot. It would be perfect to ask for a glass of water," Lucas said, shielding his eyes from the sun. Amos gazed at the three individuals, then lowered his head, inhaling deeply before continuing his forward march. This time, his pace quickened considerably, as if he were eager to depart from this place. "What is wrong with that fellow?" Dolet inquired. Drake observed Amos's solitary figure retreating into the distance, remarking, "That man must carry an immense burden within, do you not think? Regardless of one's strength, there always exists a particularly vulnerable aspect within the heart." The trio watched Amos, head bowed, as he proceeded onward, remaining motionless. "Has Amos ever confided in you about his past?" Luca, now subdued, asked with genuine concern. Drake shook his head, responding, a taciturn soul, with lifeless eyes. He is not one to share his thoughts. Silence enveloped them. Before long, the three followed suit. Upon reaching the outskirts of the village, they found themselves at the heart of the island, where the terrain was flat and parched, the earth cracked and barren. Dust blanketed the ground. Scattered across this desolate landscape were mounds of earth, each unmarked by a tombstone or plaque, standing starkly against the elements, enduring the passage of time. There appeared to be over 50 such mounds, with mere meters separating each from the next. Adjacent to this somber array stood a modest dwelling, simple, yet not entirely destitute, but far from opulent. Amos approached the gravesite, halting before it, and gazed at the tombstone under the sunlight. When Drake and the others arrived, they too paused beside Amos. By now, everyone was well aware of the incident on Uralaro Island, and they were equally familiar with the poignant backstory of these graves. Amos stood rigidly, like a soldier at attention. Shortly, an elderly man emerged from the room, adorned with a straw hat and clutching a bottle of inferior liquor, likely worth no more than a few hundred berries. He approached slowly, muttering, "More Navy folk, I see." The four men of Amos were clad in military uniforms, yet none donned naval cloaks. To Amos, the naval cloak, akin to the titles of nobility across various kingdoms, represented a symbol of honor. He regarded it with disdain and had no desire to pursue such trappings. Draping himself in one felt more like a constraint than an adornment, better suited to be stowed away in a wardrobe gathering dust. "Greetings." Drake turned to the old man, politely inquiring, "Are you the one who has been guarding this place?" "Indeed, I am," the old man replied, his dark skin suggesting familiarity as he entered the graveyard with a bottle of wine in hand. "For many years, I have accompanied them, and they have kept me company in return." "Are these all nameless graves?" Amos asked, tilting his head. The old man ambled among the graves, occasionally bending to pull out the weeds sprouting from the headstones. Yes, almost none were left intact. Many bodies were dismembered beyond recognition. It took me several days to sort through the remains and enter the identifiable limbs of the same person together. The more fragmented ones were simply tossed into each pit as a makeshift arrangement, though the old man spoke of such grim matters with casual ease. Anyone who contemplated the scene he described could not help but feel a chill run down their spine. You're not from the branch navy, are you? The old man emerged, clutching a handful of weeds. How do you know? Dolet inquired curiously. The old man chuckled lightly. The branch navy hasn't he visited in many years. They have essentially ceased their pursuit of the culprits. However, you seem akin to the naval officer who comes here annually. Is there anyone else who visits? Amos asked, struggling to conceive of anyone who, not belonging to the branch navy, would come to pay their respects to these restless souls. Ah, yes. There is a man who appears to be at least a generation older than you. He has never disclosed his identity to me. Yet he brings me wine as a token of gratitude for my care of these souls. The old man raised the other bottle he held. But that wine is both expensive and unpleasant. I cannot acquire a taste for it, so I sell it. The proceeds are sufficient to buy an entire house filled with such wine. Ha ha ha. Chapter 78. Conquest. Do you not recognize him? Luca pressed, eager to uncover the identity of this mysterious figure. He's a man with a grand beard who enjoys puffing on cigars, often laughing with his eyes closed. Which is rather peculiar, the old man recounted, tossing the weeds aside and taking a sip from his bottle. He visited about 6 months ago. The next time he comes will likely be around early February of next year. Luca scratched his head, pondering earnestly who that man could be. Amos gazed at the old man and inquired, You are not from Uralaro Island, are you? Having resided on Uralaro Island for an extended period. He had never encountered this elder before. The old man shook his head, replying, I am not a native of this island. I am merely the best friend of the village chief here. Life in my own place has grown rather tedious, so I came to keep my old friend company. Perhaps to spend my retirement here. Luca, witnessing this peculiar situation for the first time, was astonished by the sight of an old man surrounded by a multitude of graves. Finding solace in their company, feeling a sense of monotony, he initially contemplated returning. The old man approached a grave and, without hesitation, seated himself beside it. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that these departed souls lacked anyone to tend to their resting places. Even in death, they deserved care. And he began to sense a semblance of purpose in his presence there. Amos sat beside the old man and offered him a cigarette, inquiring, What brings the graves to this place? The old man accepted the cigarette, retrieved a box of matches from the tattered pocket of his worn clothing, and lit it. Well, he replied, after spending the better part of my life as a fisherman at sea, one eventually tires of the ocean, I suppose. Which is why we are laid to rest here. Were you also a fisherman? Amos asked. I was, for about 4 or 5 decades, the old man replied, taking a long drag from the cigarette. So, have you grown weary of the sea? Do you harbor disdain for it? Amos probed once more. The old man inhaled deeply, nearly finishing the cigarette in one puff. He did not respond, merely squinting his eyes in contentment as he savored the smoke, then exhaled it slowly. Amos gazed up at the sky. The old man spoke. How splendid the sea is. Amos gazed at the sky. The old man continued his discourse. You see, my boy, it is precisely this magnificent sea that breeds unrest. It is the very essence of this ocean that has led to unending disputes and ultimately brought ruin to this village. Indeed, Amos replied. Before long, the old man finished his cigarette, and with a lingering reluctance, he pressed the smoldering butt into the fissures of the parched earth. Upon witnessing the scene, Amos retrieved his pack of cigarettes and offered it to the old man, who accepted it with indifference. Why have you come to see them? Do you know them? The old man inquired, rising to his feet and gazing up at the towering figures before him. We are from the local branch. That fellow wishes to investigate this case. Hence our presence. Luca gestured towards Amos. The old man turned his gaze towards Amos, and after a brief chuckle, waved his hand dismissively as he made his way back to his dwelling, muttering, Fool. Amos cast a glance at the old man, who was chuckling to himself. Come in and take a rest, the old man remarked before stepping inside. The 4 of them, parched from the sun, followed him in. The interior was in disarray. The old man was indifferent to the clutter. A bed adorned with a straw mat occupied one corner, while a filthy cabinet on one side was heaped with tattered garments. And on the other stood a stove, flanked by a scattering of empty bottles on one side and miscellaneous items on the other. You must be thirsty. I can barely endure standing outside for a few minutes in this heat. The old man said as he tossed his straw hat onto the bed and retrieved several bottles of liquor. I have no water here, so make do with this. The others accepted the bottles. Luca, wearing a long face, was not fond of drinking, especially when it came to such inferior spirits. Drake took the bottle but did not open it. Amos enjoyed indulging in spirits, while Dorat was an unapologetic connoisseur of alcohol. Although the quality of the wine was subpar, it was not entirely unpalatable. The two of them opened a bottle and began to drink. This inferior wine was potent and spicy, not particularly suited to their refined palates, as they were accustomed to savoring finer wines. Just moments ago, they had witnessed an elderly man casually take a swig without flinching, leading them to underestimate the wine's strength. Even Dorat, a well-known aficionado of drink, could not suppress a cough. Amos felt a burning sensation in his chest as if fierce flames were scorching him. The old man, reeking of alcohol, chuckled as he observed the two visibly embarrassed individuals. "This drink is not suited for you," he remarked. After spending several hours in the old man's abode and engaging in conversation, Amos inquired about the happenings on Urololo Island over the past 5 years. Yet he gleaned little of value. As dusk fell, Amos proactively suggested their departure, and the other three voiced no objections, for the cramped quarters could hardly accommodate them all. After bidding farewell to the old man, Amos led them to the hill that once served as a clandestine refuge for himself, Lazian, and Yusuf, although some trees still stood. Amos and Dolet set off to hunt for suitable game for roasting, while Luca and Drake busied themselves with kindling a fire and preparing a spot for the night's rest. Upon their return, with wild game skewered upon their swords, Luca praised Amos for his excellent choice of location. Amos tended to the carcass of the prey, offering naught but a smile. After a while, the four of them each took up a branch, skewering the raw meat and placing it over the flames to roast. Once cooked, the substantial chunks of meat emanated a tantalizing aroma. Lacking any seasoning, the flavor was somewhat bland. However, this simplicity imparted a distinct purity, revealing a beauty all its own. Having satisfied their hunger, they leaned against the tree trunks as the fire crackled beside them, engaging in a casual conversation that ebbed and flowed. The face of Amos was illuminated by the flickering flames, his eyes closed and the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. It appeared that he was not merely asleep, but rather savoring the moment. Luca uttered something that elicited laughter from both Drake and Dolet, creating a pleasant atmosphere. This outing had not been in vain. It was indeed a rare picnic, one that surpassed the comfort of receiving top-notch service in a 5-star hotel. "Hey, Amos," Lucas suddenly leaned forward, peering at the closed-eyed Amos, pondering whether he had dozed off against the tree. Upon hearing this, Amos opened his eyes and stretched lazily. "What's the matter? Need something?" "I'm not asleep," he replied. Luca poked the dwindling fire with a stick, contemplating what to do after their satisfying meal. "Did you really think this was a casual seaside excursion? Am I your tour guide, arranging when and where you should enjoy yourselves?" Amos rolled his eyes. Luca muttered, "Well, it seems you haven't been very diligent in your research." With a resigned smile, Amos stood up. "All right, let us take a stroll." "Fine." Drake also rose, setting aside any thoughts of the Urolaro Island case. "Such leisurely living truly is a rarity for us." Amos skillfully guided them down the hillside along a narrow path, arriving at the water's edge. Along the way, Drake inquired about Amos's familiarity with the area. Amos casually explained that he had taken a detour while hunting with Dolet to familiarize himself with the surroundings. At that moment, the tide had receded, and beneath the cloak of night, only the moonlight danced upon the surface of the water as gentle waves lapped softly. "Hey," Amos exclaimed, gazing at the sea, a meaningful smile suddenly gracing his lips. "What's the matter?" The trio, with their hands in their pockets, turned to look at him, feeling the cool sea breeze. Amos extended his hand, pointing directly at the surface of the sea. "Do you not feel an impulse to conquer it?" Chapter 79. The salted fish time has flown swiftly. A month has elapsed since Amos and his companions journeyed to Urololo Island, and life at the branch has gradually settled into a routine. Shortly thereafter, the branch completed its personnel assignments, and the four were allocated to 2 naval vessels, Amos with Dolet and Drake with Luca. Although they held high ranks, none of them had the requisite experience to serve as captains immediately. Such a leap would inevitably lead to numerous complications. Thus, both ships are currently helmed by lieutenants, with the 4 serving in the capacity of first officers. After amassing sufficient experience, it is not inconceivable that they might one day command their own vessels on maritime patrols. Today is November 7th. The North Sea has now passed the height of its heat, and the sun shines not with a fierce intensity, but rather with a gentle warmth. A naval ship follows its predetermined course, cruising through the Okama Sea. This vessel bears no name, only a designation, 060. It is merely a standard naval ship of the branch, modest in size, manned by fewer than 100 crew members, and its artillery pales in comparison to that of the headquarters. To the larger vessels at the headquarters, this ship resembles a mere toy, nonetheless. It is the most commonly utilized naval ship in the North Sea. Amos and Dolet were aboard the vessel, having set sail at dawn yesterday morning, embarking on a course charted on the maritime map, with plans to return to headquarters 3 days hence. The ocean was both splendid and daunting. Navigating the vast expanse of the sea, where days blurred into an indistinguishable monotony, one could easily succumb to nausea. The tedium bred a weariness that rendered sleep elusive. Thus, it was common for sailors to begin their journey with vigor, only to succumb to lethargy as time wore on. Such behavior was typical among the branch, however, at headquarters. Any semblance of negligence would invite the stern hand of military law. It was now afternoon, and the surface of the water shimmered with a golden hue. The sky was devoid of soaring seagulls, and the ocean lay placid. The warship had originally intended to anchor at a nearby isle for respite, but a sudden change in orders necessitated a swift return. Consequently, the new course would take them near the isle before altering direction, requiring approximately a day and a half to reach home. On the deck, a few soldiers engaged in light-hearted banter. Some seasoned veterans lounged casually at the ship's railing while others stood nearby. Smoking was permitted for crew members, provided they adhered to designated smoking areas. Yet the consumption of alcohol by sailors at sea was strictly prohibited. This was a steadfast rule, enforced rigorously even in the relatively lenient North Sea. Amidst the jovial exchanges, numerous individuals occupied the quarters below, some perusing newspapers they had read countless times, while others indulged in card games. Amos and Dolet found themselves rather ill at ease when they first boarded the ship, experiencing a lifestyle that was starkly different from that of the headquarters. However, as time passed, they began to adopt a more indifferent perspective, understanding that they were aboard in the capacity of learners. If they wished to enact meaningful change, it would necessitate a considerable period of adjustment. Only once they had truly grasped the reins of power would they be entitled to discuss matters that appeared somewhat ephemeral. Dolet and a lookout stood atop the lookout tower, while Amos prepared a reclining chair, placing it upon the deck to bask in the sun. He gazed at the tranquil sea, retrieving several envelopes from his pocket. These were letters that Ein had sent him over the past month. Each one read but never responded to. Now, he meticulously opened each letter, scrutinizing the words one by one. The neat and beautiful handwriting, infused with emotion, occasionally elicited a smile from him, leaving no one aware of his thoughts. Regardless, he could silently peruse these letters for an entire afternoon. After thoroughly reading each letter without missing a single word, he carefully stored them away and took out the life card. The life card appeared unchanged from the day Ein had given it to him over a month ago, indicating that Ein was doing well. Amos emitted a soft grunt. Tilting his head back against the armchair, his eyes gently closing, Chi-Gui rested by his side. Over the years, he had refrained from acquiring any other blades. Not solely due to financial constraints, having only recently managed to repay the debts owed to Dolet after many years, but also because of his fondness for Chi-Gui, which had proven to be remarkably adept in his hands. Moreover, as the proprietor of the knife shop had once stated, the blacksmith who crafted Chi-Gui had imbued it with the utmost significance, a testament to the sword's extraordinary nature. Dolet stood upon the lookout tower, accompanied by a youthful lookout who, much like the former Udi, could not resist the urge to chatter incessantly, indifferent to whether anyone was listening. The lookout had seamlessly transitioned from a discussion about the pleasant weather to recounting an incident where he discovered a small insect in the meal served at the branch's canteen. There he lingered, a cigarette perched between his lips, his gaze fixed upon Amos, who was leading a languid existence. In truth, the lookout had never been a smoker. His vice had always been alcohol. It was Amos who had led him astray, for whenever he felt a twinge of discontent or gloom, he would resort to smoking. I find the price of liquor in Beihai to be exorbitant. A friend of mine who has visited Donghai mentioned that not only is it more stable there, but the alcohol is quite affordable, a veritable paradise for us, he mused, his face alight with longing. Successfully steering the conversation from the unpleasant discovery in the canteen to the disparities in liquor prices between the two regions, Dolet cast a sidelong glance at Amos, feeling a growing dissatisfaction with him. He had envisaged purging the pirates upon entering Beihai and amassing merit. However, the stark reality was gradually shattering his expectations, leading him to place his hopes upon Amos. Amos has always been the backbone of the quartet. Yet now, apart from his relentless daily training, he spends the remainder of his time lounging about, indulging in alcohol and cigarettes, occasionally feigning interest in the newspapers brought by the seagulls. He did not come to Beihai to retire. Damn it! Dolet cursed under his breath as he observed Amos. Damn right. The lookout nodded in agreement, continuing Dolet's sentiment. Nowadays, naval promotions hinge upon connections, wealth, and power. I've been a lookout for 2 years, and I've yet to see any semblance of merit. With such a silver tongue, who would want to be in your company? If we weren't relegating you to the lookout tower, where else could you possibly fit in? Dolet chose the lookout tower for its superior vantage point, not to inundate himself with a torrent of drivel. Just as he contemplated silencing the lookout, a distant rumble echoed, a sound reminiscent of thunder. Hey, did you hear that? Dolet tapped the lookout, who had been animatedly talking to himself. The lookout fell silent, listened intently, then shook his head. What is up? It sounds like cannon fire, Dolet replied. The ship continued its voyage, and the cannon fire grew increasingly distinct. The lookout finally heard it as well and hastily produced his binoculars. Dolet snatched them from his hands, insisting he procure another pair for himself. Gazing into the distance, Dolet soon spotted an island shrouded in thick smoke. His keen eyesight discerned that a pirate ship was anchored off the coast of the small island. In that instant, exhilaration surged within him. At last, action awaited. This lazy fish declares Chapter 80, Intrigue. Quickly informed them. Dolet urged the lookout, excitement palpable in his voice. The once loquacious lookout now found himself at a loss for words. Upon recognizing which pirate crew it was, he slowly lowered the binoculars, his face twisted in uncertainty and conflict. What are you dawdling for? Dolet furrowed his brow. The lookout seemed to harbor unspoken reservations. Hurry, or face disciplinary action. With that, Dolet descended from the lookout tower, determined to notify the crew to alter course and engage the pirates. The lookout, after a moment's hesitation, finally sounded the alarm. The blaring noise signified the discovery of pirates, heralding a state of war readiness. The previously languid ship erupted into chaos, sailors scurrying in all directions. Amos, reclining in his chair, opened his eyes to the sight of hurried soldiers. Dolet rushed over and slapped him on the shoulder. Pirates sighted. Prepare. With those terse words, Dolet hurried away in search of the captain. The captain, a 30-year-old lieutenant named Ivan, intended to exit the captain's quarters immediately upon hearing the alarm. However, just as he reached the threshold, Dorat entered the room. Despite holding the title of captain, Dorat's rank surpassed Ivan's, prompting Ivan to salute him upon their encounter. Dorat, dismissive of such superfluous formalities, straightforwardly expressed his desire to engage in battle. Ivan's expression shifted upon hearing this, but he acquiesced and commanded the warship to proceed at full speed towards the nearby island. The naval soldiers sprang into action. Gunners readied their weapons while others stood by in preparation, though the unit was somewhat lax. With soldiers lacking rigorous training and discipline far inferior to that of the elite forces, they were far from devoid of combat capability. If they were truly rendered ineffective, this maritime territory would spiral out of control. Even in decay, they would not forsake their arms. Dorat and Amos stood at the bow of the ship, both wielding swords, exuding an air of impending conflict. Seizing the moment when they were preoccupied, a young lookout approached Captain Ivan to report the situation. Ivan's countenance darkened as he cast a lingering glance at Amos and Dorat before hastening back to the captain's quarters to contact Colonel Adolf. Before long, the warship neared the small island, where the pirate ship had already docked, and the marauders were wreaking havoc within the village. In such circumstances, every passing second could precipitate a tragedy, thus both Amos and Dorat urged the vessel to advance at maximum speed. The village had erupted into flames, filled with the anguished cries of women and the maniacal laughter of pirates. The band of marauders, known as the One-Eyed Pirates, was led by Captain One-Eyed Ross, a notorious figure who had dominated the North Sea for over a decade, gaining infamy for his various exploits. The bounty on this pirate crew exceeded 50 million berries, marking them as the quintessential sea rogues of the North Sea. Just as Ross was preparing to take matters into his own hands with his confidants, the snail phone rang. Upon answering, the creature transformed into the visage of Colonel Adolf. Furrowing his brow, Adolf addressed Ross, presenting a rather troublesome predicament. He explained the situation in full. Due to their unique status, direct confrontation would be inadvisable. He suggested a straightforward capitulation, assuring Ross that he would devise a means to ensure their release afterward. Humph. Merely a few fools from your naval headquarters, Ross scoffed disdainfully, his voice dripping with malice. Every time we engage, we gain the upper hand. Now, if I were to surrender and allow you Navy dogs to apprehend me, what would become of my profits? Adolf sighed. Those spoils are unattainable. We shall discuss it later. Moreover, I have my own complications in handling this matter. I distinctly warned you not to act in this shipping lane these past few days. The cake is only so large. If you deny me my share, must I let my comrades starve? Ross retorted. You greedy mongrel, Adolf replied. Colonel Adolf unabashedly scolded. If you allow yourself to be ensnared by trivial gains, I wonder how you will fare then. We are all in the same boat. One-eyed Ross, squinting his eye, replied with calm composure. Over there, Colonel Adolf heaved a few heavy breaths, forcefully suppressing his anger. Let us turn the page on this matter. I do not wish for a recurrence of such incidents. Since you are partaking in sustenance on my territory, you must heed my commands. Even if you are affiliated with Marquis Scarlet, should you dare to challenge my authority over these waters, I shall have you killed. You are merely a pirate crew. I can easily eliminate you and install a puppet to rise anew. The smile on One-Eyed Ross diminished. Follow my instructions when they arrive on the island. Do not confront them head-on, but surrender instead, and keep your men in check. Colonel Adolf continued with a firm tone, asserting that although both of their ranks were high, the captain of the warship was his man, and he could guarantee their safety. Understood, One-Eyed Ross replied. So be it. Colonel Adolf ended the call. One-Eyed Ross spat, raising his revolver skyward. Yet before he could pull the trigger, cannon fire erupted from the direction of the village. He turned to see the warship bombarding their pirate vessel. With only a scant crew remaining, they were utterly incapable of mounting a formidable counterattack. Cease all actions. Follow me. One-Eyed Ross fired 2 shots and bellowed, then menacingly led a few still eager pirates back to the shore. Warship, approach. Amos commanded. Dollarat. You lead the charge to eradicate the remnants aboard the pirate ship and prevent any from escaping. I will enter the village to conduct a rescue. Understood, Dollarat replied, gripping his sword tightly, ready for battle. After a round of cannon fire from the warship, the distance to the pirate ship had considerably decreased. The 60 soldiers preparing for combat were divided into 2 teams, commanded by Amos and Dollarat. Do not rush, Captain Ivan intervened, attempting to restrain the 2 eager to engage. Capture them if possible. It would be better to kill such scum, Amos retorted. Do not violate military orders. There are regulations in place. Those who surrender must not be harmed. Ivan cautioned, feigning concern for them. Do not act impulsively. A fair trial will await them upon return to the base. Amos cast a glance at Ivan and exhaled deeply. Look at them. If this band of pirates chooses to fight to the death, then I cannot be held responsible. If they were to surrender promptly, they might still return to the base to face judgment. Thus, he resolved to proceed with the recently designated tactics. Ivan positioned himself alongside Amos, declaring, I shall join the fray. You will command the warships, suggested Dolet. Ivan was adamant about entering the village alongside Amos. And thus this arrangement was made. Upon landing on the island, Ivan once again reminded Dolet, who was tasked with intercepting fleeing pirates and cleansing the remnants of their ships, that should the enemy surrender, no harm must come to them. They were to be captured alive. Chapter 81. Fire. Amos and Ivan, accompanied by 30 armed naval soldiers, charged towards the village engulfed in flames and filled with anguished cries. Captain Ivan will lead you into battle shortly. Should you encounter any pirates who harm civilians, leave none alive. With that, Amos activated his shave technique, swiftly distancing himself from the group, reaching the village in mere seconds. This village was modest in size, comparable to Uralaro, housing around 100 families. Such small settlements typically relied on hunting for sustenance, as their limited scale could not support the emergence of any other industries. At the entrance of the village, the ground was splattered with vivid crimson blood. 2 civilians lay lifeless in a pool of blood, while nearby, a pirate with an arrow lodged in his throat succumbed to his wounds. Amos merely cast a glance before charging into the village, where flames soared to the heavens. The pirates were not merely plundering. What was even more abhorrent was their intent to obliterate everything and leave no survivors. The thoroughfare was strewn with corpses, predominantly male. A few pirates rummaged through the houses on either side, seeking treasure, but Amos paid them no heed. The villagers at the outskirts had nearly all perished. Slaying these pirates would not alter the grim reality. They were currently amassing wealth, and so let them do so. Soon, Ivan would arrive with reinforcements, and they would show no mercy. More crucially, Amos sought to save lives. In the face of slaying pirates, the act of rescuing even one soul became profoundly precious. Yet, with each step deeper into the village, his heart grew colder. He had already reached the heart of the village. But the scene remained unchanged, lifeless villagers and jubilant pirates reveling in their spoils. One pirate was in the middle of the road, counting his loot, human heads, many of them. Perhaps a dozen. 11, 12, 13 in total. The pirate miscounted, for there were only 12 heads, yet he reckoned them as 13. Typically, aboard a pirate ship, there exists a gruesome tradition of collecting heads to exchange for bounties. However, this custom generally pertains to rival pirate crews or the Navy. And the beheading of civilians is a rare occurrence. Perhaps he was simply a collector of sorts. Regardless, Amos could not turn a blind eye to such inhumanity. In a fleeting moment as he passed by, a cold glimmer flashed, and with a swift motion, the blade returned to its sheath as Amos continued his rapid advance. The pirate, engrossed in counting heads, let out no scream as his own head fell amidst the collection of others. The headless body crumpled to the ground, blood gushing forth like a fountain from the severed neck. The pirate remained frozen in the act of counting, rendering the scene surreal and grotesque. Amos continued forward, his ears pierced by the anguished cries that echoed in the air. He understood that the source of such sorrow must have recently endured a profound tragedy. Yet, within him, a sense of joy blossomed. At the very least, there was life imbued with boundless hope. Before him, a throng of pirates approached, some wielding firearms while others brandished knives. At the forefront stood a burly man with a single eye, lacking any weapon, yet exuding a menacing aura that surpassed the threat of guns and cannons. As Amos exchanged glances with this band of marauders, he caught sight of laughter emanating from a nearby dwelling, intertwined with the sounds of a woman's desperate sobs and struggles. He abruptly halted, pivoted, and with a powerful kick shattered the window to enter. Just as he burst through, the woman, having fought fiercely to break free from the pirate's grasp, made her escape, fleeing towards the outside while the pirate, trousers unfastened, cursed and lunged after her, brandishing his knife. Upon witnessing this, Amos stepped forward, delivering a powerful kick to the pirate's back. The pirate let out a cry of pain, crashing into the wall, which collapsed under the impact. The rubble fell upon him with a thunderous crash, and Amos knew that this blow would undoubtedly seal the pirate's fate. Emerging from the half-destroyed building, he stepped outside. On the street, a woman, who had barely managed to escape the pirate's onslaught, was now in a state of panic, unsure of which direction to flee. Surrounding her were pirates, their chilling laughter echoing in the air, instilling terror in her heart. She was scantily clad, her hair disheveled, and her face bore the marks of sheer panic. She believed she had just escaped from hell, yet the reality was that the world beyond was no sanctuary. As Amos stepped outside, he beheld a woman standing bewildered at the center of the road, her body exposed and her eyes filled with despair. In that fleeting moment, his extensive combat experience alerted him to the imminent danger. Yet, before he could utter a word, the deafening crack of a gunshot rang out, striking the woman squarely in the chest, creating a gaping wound. She was propelled backward, her fragile form crashing violently to the ground, rolling helplessly several times as though life had abandoned her, ultimately succumbing to an eerie stillness. Amos intended to caution with a simple word. Yet before he could complete his utterance, a primal urge to curse surged within him. The syllables of caution and profanity intertwined, coalescing into a garbled sound reminiscent of a beast's furious roar. Amos's brooding gaze shifted towards the source of the gunfire, where the band of pirates approached, led by the one-eyed captain. A cold, frosty expression enveloped Amos's visage as he advanced towards the marauders, drawing the chingue from his waist, which he held firmly in his left hand, the blade hanging low. How swiftly the Navy arrives. Upon observing Amos's deliberate approach, the one-eyed Ross tilted his head slightly, signaling his subordinates to take action. Instantly, several pirates, brandishing blood-stained sabers, hastened to break away from the formation and charge towards Amos. Amos remained utterly undeterred. As several pirates approached with menacing intentions, he steadfastly adhered to his original path and pace, resembling a machine unaffected by any external turmoil. When a pirate was the first to charge forward, brandishing a large sword in an attempt to claim glory, the flash of the blade came and went. Yet the man he aimed to vanquish maintained his stride without the slightest interruption. However, a searing pain erupted in his lower body. Initially mild, this agony surged within mere moments to an intolerable peak. His form was cleaved in two. Two more pirates soon arrived, sensing that this individual possessed formidable prowess. With a shared glance of understanding, they swiftly coordinated their assault, swinging their blades from both sides as if intent on dissecting him without leaving a single angle unscathed. Amos remained undeterred, his blade moving with astonishing swiftness. Just as the two pirates were gathering their strength, Amos had already discerned their intentions and methods of assault. With a sweeping arc of his weapon, he executed a decisive strike, vanquishing both pirates in a single blow. He did not halt his advance. The distance between him and the remaining pirates continued to diminish, now less than 15 meters. The one-eyed Ross finally acknowledged the gravity of his adversary, altering his commands accordingly. "Prepare," he instructed, raising his hand. At his signal, the pirates behind him all brandished their firearms, dozens of ominous muzzles aimed squarely at the advancing Amos. Amos's advance had yet to cease. He did not rush in with reckless abandon. Rather, he approached incrementally, akin to a person forewarned of their imminent demise. Watching the clock inch closer to the fateful hour, such a sensation breeds a profound unease. Fire. At a distance of 10 meters, the one-eyed Ross issued the command to attack. Chapter 82, The Meaning of Life. Disregarding the few with abysmal aim, at least 20 bullets struck Amos's body. Amos deflected the potentially lethal attacks with a block of iron. He halted his advance, leaving the pirates before him momentarily stunned. Who could possibly withstand bullets? Someone shouted that he must be a devil fruit user, instilling a sense of dread among the crew. In the North Sea, where devil fruits are exceedingly rare, their wielders are predominantly formidable, almost synonymous with strength. The one-eyed Ross's expression grew grave as he recalled Colonel Adolph's earlier phone call, mentioning that 2 trainees from headquarters were aboard this warship. Initially, he had underestimated their capabilities, but it was now evident that his assumptions were misguided. While the specifics of the trainees' devil fruit abilities remained unknown, their invulnerability was sufficient to render the pirate crew powerless. Moreover, there was still one trainee yet to make an appearance, whose strength was still shrouded in mystery. "Surrender," Ross declared decisively. Upon his command, the pirates cast their weapons to the ground and raised their hands in submission. Ross followed Colonel Adolph's instructions, displaying a level of decisive flexibility that took Amos off guard. However, these pirates had just attempted to kill him. It was unlikely they would cease their aggression simply because of a declaration of surrender, as it could very well be a ruse. Amos continued to advance, aware that this matter was far from resolved. Just then, Ivan arrived, leading soldiers who had captured nearly 20 pirates, with a few still fleeing. But with Dolet securing the ship, there was little to worry about. Some soldiers were managing the captured pirates while others aimed their weapons at those who had surrendered. "They have surrendered," Amos noted as he paused upon Ivan's arrival. "What shall we do with them?" "Return them to the base," Ivan replied. "What will happen to them there?" Amos pressed. Ivan hesitated before answering. "Of course, they will be dealt with appropriately. They must pay the necessary price for their actions. They are responsible for the slaughter of entire villages, and they carry the weight of countless lives on their shoulders," Amos remarked. "Even if we bring them back, they will likely face execution. It would be more efficient to execute them on the spot." Ivan was taken aback. "Is that acceptable?" Without responding, Amos turned towards the group of pirates. The one-eyed Ross noticed that the situation was not unfolding as Colonel Adolph had anticipated, and his expression contorted with rage. He could plead for mercy and submit. But if there were no room for negotiation, these desperate men would not be easily intimidated. The situation was veering towards an unpredictable outcome, regardless of which side perished. It would not bode well for Colonel Adolph, leaving Ivan to shoulder the consequences. "Let me consult Colonel Adolph," Lieutenant Ivan said, producing a din-din mushy. Amos came to a halt. Colonel Adolph would provide an explanation, and it would be rather troublesome to breach the regulations, Ivan anxiously stated as he dialed the phone. The device was brought before Amos. After listening to Colonel Adolph's words, Amos suppressed his desire for slaughter, sheathing his blade, Chigue. With an impassive expression, he walked past Ivan, saying, "Then I shall leave all of this to your discretion." "Very well," Ivan replied, visibly relieved. Amos traversed the realm of sailors and pirates, standing before the woman. He removed his great cloak and gradually knelt, enveloping her form within its fabric. He had arrived too late. Nothing could be salvaged. Clad in his military uniform, he had failed to uphold his responsibilities. This was his fault. A man who cannot bear the weight of his duties or confront his mistakes is but a child. This act of covering her was the utmost tribute he could offer to the deceased. Just as Amos was about to rise, he heard Ivan suddenly bellowing at the top of his lungs, "Protect Major Amos." Amos raised his head and beheld a small boy bursting forth from a partially collapsed house. Rushing towards him, or rather, towards the lifeless body of the woman shrouded in a cloak beside him. Perhaps the boy was her child, and he might very well be the sole survivor of this village. Yet Ivan raised his firearm, aiming it at the child. "Stop!" Bang! Before Amos could finish his words, Ivan fired his weapon with remarkable precision, striking the boy in the head. The boy, like his mother before him, was propelled backward and crashed to the ground, succumbing to death in an instant. "You bastard!" Amos exclaimed, striding towards Ivan, who, clutching the still-warm barrel of his firearm, appeared somewhat flustered. Amos seized Ivan by the throat, forcefully pinning him against the wall. His grip was so strong that it nearly suffocated Ivan. "How dare you lay a hand on a child?" he exclaimed. "He intended to harm you," Ivan pleaded. "A mere child, unarmed, and you claim he sought to injure me? Are you trying to deceive a fool?" Amos tightened his grip, pressing Ivan against the wall. Coughing, Ivan dropped his firearm and desperately attempted to pry Amos's fingers loose. "He is the sole survivor of this village and a crucial witness," Amos said menacingly. "Moreover, he is but a child, yearning to see his deceased mother." Ivan defended himself. "I merely assumed." Amos glared at the crimson-faced Ivan, exclaiming, "What do you think? What qualifications do you possess as a mere captain to presume such things? When has the Navy ever permitted indiscriminate slaughter based on your whims? Are you aiding the pirates? Or do you truly believe a mere child could inflict harm upon me?" "Major, please, remain composed. Captain Ivan is on the brink of collapse," a naval soldier urged. Amos delivered a swift kick to the head of the naval officer, exclaiming, "How remarkable it is that in the face of pirates you display such impotence, yet you are quick to fire upon civilians with merely an eye-thought. Truly, you are impressive." One-Eyed Ross and the captured pirates stood by, utterly astonished. While it was not surprising for this harbinger of death to slay pirates, the brutal assault on his own comrades was indeed outrageous. Ivan's struggles grew increasingly futile. His motive was straightforward, in the name of protecting Amos. He intended to eliminate all survivors of the village, thereby assisting the one-eyed pirates in their future evasion of the Navy. Yet, he had not anticipated Amos's fury would reach such heights. How could a mere commoner dare to inflict such violence upon a superior officer, a captain at that? "Are you a Navy man or a pirate?" Amos seethed, barely containing his rage. He merely grasped Ivan, fully capable of ending his life in an instant, while pondering the absurd justification for executing civilians. "Shall I too adopt an eye-thought and treat you as a traitor to be disposed of?" Ivan's strength waned further. He wished to offer some explanation, but found himself utterly speechless. Amos forcefully slammed him to the ground. Ivan, gasping for breath amidst violent coughing, was oblivious to his surroundings, lying on the ground with a foolish grin, grateful to be alive. "Damn it!" Amos cast his gaze upon the lifeless bodies of the woman draped in a cloak and the child, his anger dissipating. He looked up at the sky, then lowered his head, shaking it slightly, inhaling deeply. Coughing and breathing, Ivan continued to appreciate the beauty of life. His mother, "I failed to save her, did you know?" His mother's willingness to compromise with the pirates, enduring humiliation, was perhaps to safeguard her child. Amos turned his back to him, his silhouette tinged with melancholy, and said, "Have you grasped the essence of life, you foolish bastard?" Chapter 83, Choices in Life. "These pirates will be left for you to handle." Amos retraced his steps, no longer concerned with the situation at hand. Yet, his mere presence on this island instilled profound apprehension in the pirate crew. One-Eyed Ross had abandoned any thoughts of opposing this intern from headquarters. Despite their numbers exceeding that of the naval soldiers, they surrendered meekly, being escorted to the warship. Colonel Adolph had assured him that he would be safely taken away from the base, alleviating any concerns he might have had. Meanwhile, a battle raged at Dolet, where some pirates, failing to reunite with One-Eyed Ross, attempted to flee but were met with his relentless resistance, with the obstinate ones ruthlessly eliminated. A scant few, numbering 7 or 8, chose to surrender and were taken aboard the ship. As for Amos and his companions, Dolet maintained a battalion guarding the sole escape route for the pirates, just as Amos approached. Amos seemed oblivious to his words, quietly boarding the ship while indulging in a solitary cigarette. "That fellow," murmured Dorat as he watched Amos ascend. After a while, Ivan, in a rather poor state, arrived accompanied by a contingent of soldiers, escorting approximately 40 captured pirates. The two groups converged, and the prisoners were systematically secured in the ship's lower deck prison. Dorat inquired of Ivan regarding Amos's condition, to which Ivan responded with a bitter and conflicted shake of his head. Subsequently, a soldier recounted the events that had transpired to Dorat, nearly provoking him to unleash his ire upon Ivan. The capture of the pirates did not signify the conclusion of their ordeal. The village now lay in ruins, a testament to the naval force's failure to safeguard the innocent. It was imperative to ensure the proper burial of the deceased villagers. Leaving their bodies strewn indiscriminately would be utterly unacceptable. Approximately 2 hours were devoted to interring the villagers, after which the remaining useful supplies were meticulously cataloged and transported aboard the ship. According to the branch's regulations, any unclaimed possessions were to be confiscated. From a certain perspective, the naval forces emerged with the greatest gain from this incident. The pirates' wealth was seized, and the civilians' assets were appropriated. With the villagers lost and the pirates captured, the Navy returned home with their coffers notably enriched. A day later, the warship docked back at the branch. Amos rarely felt fatigued. And on the day he returned to the headquarters, he did not train as he usually did. Instead, upon his arrival, he retreated to his apartment. Reclining on the sofa in his room, a bottle of exquisite beer resting on the table before him, Dorat sat opposite him, similarly clutching a bottle of liquor. The two remained silent. Although they occupied the same space, they resembled two parallel lines that would never intersect. They chose not to dwell on the matters concerning the pirates. As Captain Ivan seemed intent on atoning for his previous missteps, he solemnly assured Amos and the others that the pirates would undoubtedly face the justice they deserved, alleviating their concerns. Since the altercation with Ivan, Amos's anger had steadily subsided, leaving him with a sense of melancholy. He found himself weary and disinclined to engage with such matters. He thought, let those who are willing to deal with it do so. He believed his inner strength was not particularly formidable, despite having endured countless life-and-death battles and being a seasoned warrior. He felt he was continually desecrating the very uniform he wore. He pondered, perhaps excessively, from the perspectives of Karp and Akiji. They too must be suffering. In such a vast and oppressive environment, it was challenging to uphold one's convictions. Do you wish to drink more? Dorat inquired. Amos rose to fetch 2 more bottles of wine, settling himself on the sofa as he uncorked both. He pushed 1 bottle of exquisite gin towards Dorat, urging, drink up. That affair was indeed quite troublesome. Dorat grasped the bottle and replied, it's nothing of consequence. Amos took a sip of his drink, dismissing the gravity of the situation. In truth, it's not such a big deal. After all, those pirates will face their reckoning, won't they? We need not burden ourselves with excessive worry. Dorat, unaware of Amos's contemplations, proceeded to pour himself another drink. Amos set down his drink, extracted a cigarette from the pack, and lit it. I have encountered such occurrences far too often. Dolat lowered his head, a drop of liquor cascading from the corner of his mouth. In the 2 years preceding my studies at headquarters, I witnessed countless events far more brutal and grim. Do you know, in truth, humanity is an extraordinarily resilient species. We possess an innate ability to swiftly adapt to any circumstance. Amos exhaled a plume of smoke, encasing himself in a haze, and I became accustomed to it. Those 2 years transformed me significantly. Regardless of previous fragility, one ultimately becomes resilient. Dolat was at a loss for words. For Amos had undoubtedly endured far more than he had. Eventually, I discerned that the essence of a person is immutable. Everything is predetermined from the outset, akin to how one who was once ruthless may remain so. Amos took another drag from his cigarette. I do not consider myself particularly cold-blooded, nor excessively kind-hearted. I inhabit the gray areas, much like a deity, a being where nobility coexists with filth. Within me resides selfishness, ruthlessness, and apathy, alongside traits that stand in stark contrast to these. He pressed the burning cigarette but against his chest, unflinching in the face of the searing pain, maintaining an air of languor. It is precisely this that causes my heart to beat with such vigor, allowing me to experience the soul-stirring pain of existence. Amos appeared somewhat weary, neglecting his beard and hair. After all, merely a villager had perished, merely the Navy had slain the last surviving child. I could easily utter such words with indifference and disregard. Yet, my heart beats on, signifying that I am still alive, that my life continues. Life is an ongoing journey of self-actualization. Having entered this world, I must endeavor to leave it without regret. Regardless of the effort exerted, everyone tends to contemplate thus. We are no longer children sitting at home, perusing fairy tales. We are men who have witnessed the world firsthand. I indeed carry certain secrets, burdens I am ill-equipped to bear. Yet, in truth, it matters little. Their existence does not impede my aspirations. This world is populated by countless individuals, power wielders who manipulate the common folk, pirates who boldly traverse the seas without moral restraint, merchants who thrive in chaotic times, blacksmiths, fishermen, bounty hunters, each making choices that shape their lives. I too must make my choice. No matter how I strive to alter my path, my convictions remain unwavering. I find this world intolerable, and I harbor a deep-seated aversion to it. Thus, I shall seek to overturn it. Whether the endeavor is arduous or what the future holds is not for me to ponder. While premeditating such matters may seem prescient, I am reluctant to approach it in that manner. Even if the outcome leads to death, it cannot hinder my disdain for this world. A true man merely follows his own desires. Chapter 84. The Arrangement. Are you implying that? Dorat inquired. It matters not. I shall continue to do as I please, guided solely by my own heart. Amos, with eyes closed and an air of tranquility, remained steadfast in the Navy. For it is here that my ideals can be most authentically realized. Dorat nodded thoughtfully. I must admit, I never anticipated such audacious aspirations from you, to upend the world. What does it matter? There's a high likelihood that I might meet my demise, Amos replied with a dismissive chuckle. What are your thoughts? In truth, we share certain similarities, Dorat remarked. I chose the Navy because I was discontented with many things. I harbor no interest in wealth, women, or power. I am simply a person who follows his whims. During my years of training on the Grand Line, I have encountered myriad scenes of rampant piracy, which I find quite distasteful. I believe any rational person would be unable to tolerate such sights, hence my decision to join the Navy. It appears we are of a kind, Amos stated. Displeased by the chaos wrought by pirates and the disregard for lives, our stances may seem capricious, yet they are, in truth, steadfast. Dorat paused and asked, what secrets do you harbor? I know you are not one to share easily, but it feels as though you bear an excessive burden. You may confide in us. I will speak, Amos replied, contrary to Dorat's expectations of refusal. Let us discuss it upon our return. I would like you three to share some of it with me. Upon hearing this, Dorat felt a warmth in his heart. After years of life and death together, their bond of brotherhood was well understood. Yet Amos had always kept a distance, never troubling them with his burdens or expressing his feelings, as if leaving a thin line between them. Those with a more sensitive disposition might find it awkward. However, Amos's open admission indicated his desire for shared burdens. He felt no pressure, only joy. Amos had finally opened himself up, truly willing to regard them as brothers. When will they return? Dorat inquired. In a few days, I suppose. We have just completed our patrol and will need some time to recuperate. So we should meet at the branch this time, Amos considered. When the time comes, I will reveal the secrets I hold. I hope you will not be shocked by what you hear. We won't be, Dorat waved dismissively. We have weathered far greater storms. A chuckle escaped Amos at Dorat's nonchalance. He was unaware of the profound impact that the revelation of his world-altering secret would have on the three of them. All right, let us conclude our drinks here. Amos suddenly opened his eyes, feeling particularly invigorated. Huh? It's time to go train. I've squandered half the day already. He stood up, grabbing the clothes from the sofa. Let's go. Observing Amos dressing, Dolet couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. I truly admire your dedication. It seems your life revolves solely around training. Meanwhile, in Beihai, at the 233rd Branch Prison, Colonel Adolf and Lieutenant Ivan entered the facility, after which the guard secured the door, navigating through the dim and damp corridors of the prison. Ivan followed closely behind Colonel Adolf, with the silent Major Ted positioned behind them. Their pace was brisk, and before long, they traversed a narrow hallway and turned a corner. Arriving before a cell, inside, there was but a single inmate, unshackled and devoid of prison garb, appearing quite lively. Ah, you've arrived, remarked the one-eyed Ross. Reclining lazily in his cell, Colonel Adolf clasped his hands behind his back, with Ted and Ivan flanking him. From his elevated position, he regarded the one-eyed Ross with a frigid tone. How have you been faring? Not too bad, the one-eyed Ross replied, stretching his arms backward and comfortably reclining. I was almost tempted to stay here and enjoy the comforts indefinitely. You'll need to remain here for a few more days. During this time, I will arrange a new cruise mission, with Lieutenant Ivan taking those two interns from headquarters back out to sea, Colonel Adolf elaborated. This voyage will last at least a week, which gives me the opportunity to release you all, while publicly announcing that you have been executed. That sounds agreeable. The one-eyed Ross yawned. However, as for the goods from that village, you may keep them. But we expect to be compensated for the funds seized from our ship at that time. Colonel Adolf remained expressionless as he replied. The village's funds will serve as my remuneration for your release. The effort I've expended to clear your name and grant you a new identity. Allowing you to operate without guilt in these waters is quite a bargain. You are perpetually stingy. What you consume, you refuse to relinquish, the one-eyed Ross retorted, sitting up slightly to fix his gaze on Colonel Adolf. While I may not take it personally, I am still a subordinate of Marquis Scarlet. This could be seen as an affront to him. Colonel Adolf regarded the one-eyed Ross with a scornful glance. He understands well that collaboration is merely business. I've rendered him considerable assistance, and he certainly wouldn't perceive it as a slight to his dignity. However, you should consider how you will be treated upon your release. The Marquis has invested significantly in your re-establishment. The expression of the one-eyed Ross hardened. I am one of the most capable agents under Marquis Scarlet. One of the most capable, Colonel Adolf smiled, adding a subtle nuance. The one-eyed Ross's countenance darkened. Our people remain. Our resurgence is merely a matter of time. And it does not require the Marquis to exert himself excessively. This is the purpose of my visit to you. Colonel Adolph adopted a serious demeanor. I have successfully cleared your identity, but should fortune betray you and you encounter those interns again, the situation will become untenable. At that point, it will not only be you who faces dire consequences, I shall also find myself in considerable trouble. Therefore, if you wish to continue earning, you must obediently follow my directives. Wherever I instruct you to strike, you shall strike, and if I require you to linger in the tavern casino, then that is precisely what you must do. One-eyed Ross gritted his teeth, disliking being commanded with such force. Colonel Adolph perceived Ross's defiance and chuckled softly. Should you dare to disobey my orders in the future, it will not take a mere handful of interns. As long as you remain in Okama, I shall ensure your demise at the earliest opportunity. One-eyed Ross found himself at a loss for words, an unfamiliar chill enveloping him. Endure for a few more days, Colonel Adolph reassured him, departing the prison alongside Major Ted and Lieutenant Ivan. Chapter 85. The Letter. After a day of training, the group returned to their respective chambers to rest. The life of Amos is rather monotonous, apart from the patrol tasks assigned by the branch. The remainder of his time is devoted to training. This has transcended the realm of mere habit, becoming as natural as eating or breathing. He is acutely aware that this is his sole path to becoming stronger. In the solitude of his room at night, Amos finds himself alone, sitting by the window. A bottle of wine rests on the table before him. At 11 o'clock, sleep eludes him. Today, after loosening his guard and sharing some heartfelt thoughts with Dolet, a shift in his mindset occurs. Since joining the branch, life seems to have finally entered a steady rhythm. Drake and Luca are also engaged in their respective missions, each person occupied with legitimate endeavors. He cannot quite discern whether this is a boon or a bane. Nevertheless, it evokes a distinct sensation within him. He contemplates for a moment, then closes his eyes, sinking into a state akin to meditation. He relishes these quiet late-night hours, where he can fully unwind in solitude. Before long, he drifts off into slumber while reclining in his chair. The following day, Amos rises early. After washing up and dressing, he steps outside just as Dolet's door swings open. Dolet had initially considered taking it easy in the branch, as Luca suggested, but being around Amos makes relaxation impossible. He finds himself inevitably influenced by Amos's diligence, and thus has grown accustomed to early mornings. "Let us go, time for training," Amos declares. "Time for training." Dolet echoes in perfect harmony with Amos's words. Before breaking into a smile, "I knew you would say that." Amos smiled naturally and remarked, "You seem to know me better than I know myself." Dolet stretched lazily and replied, "Well then, let us be on our way." The two departed from the apartment to train at the drill grounds, and afterward joined the soldiers who had completed their morning exercises at the mess hall. After finishing their meal, they strolled through the branch office and fortuitously encountered Colonel Adolph. Upon seeing them, Colonel Adolph displayed a look of surprise. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he transitioned to the main topic. "As fortune would have it, I must inform you that the upcoming patrol missions may be quite demanding. Tomorrow at noon, you are scheduled for another patrol, which may require you to be at sea for over a week. Please prepare yourselves accordingly." "So soon for another patrol?" Dolet inquired. "Indeed." Colonel Adolph responded with a grave expression. "You have likely noticed that the recent shipping routes have been quite unstable. To ensure the stability of the Okama Sea region, we will be undertaking more patrols in the near future." "I see. Understood." Dolet nodded, expressing no objections. Amos interjected with a question. "What about that one-eyed pirate crew?" "They are currently engaged in the collection of evidence, which will likely take around 2 days. Following that, they will be judged according to their crimes. Those who deserve imprisonment will be incarcerated, and those deserving execution will face their fate," Colonel Adolph stated with a smoothness that suggested he had rehearsed the words beforehand. "This matter will be overseen by Captain Ivan and myself, so you need not worry." With Colonel Adolph's assurance, Amos and Dolet could finally relax. After all, the processes of patrol and trial do not belong to the same system, and they possess no authority to inquire further about the progress of the trial. If such interference in each other's domains were permitted, the Navy would surely descend into chaos. Once they parted ways, Amos and Dolet returned to their apartment, both needing to prepare a few items. Essentially, they were gathering things to pass the time, as such items were more coveted at sea than fresh fruit. After 3 or 4 days at sea, boredom becomes palpable, and with at least a week ahead, the monotony would only deepen. Gazing at the endless ocean can induce a sense of nausea, quite literally. Whenever a long voyage is imminent, crew members tend to prepare extra items, such as newspapers and novels, to stave off the tedium. Piracy is rare, but idleness is all too common. Once everything was in order. It was nearly noon when Dolet ventured into Amos's room. Upon entering, he offered a wry smile and remarked, "We spoke of waiting for Drake and Luca to return so you could reveal your innermost secrets, yet now we are setting sail again. Who knows when we will all be together again?" Amos remained unfazed, leisurely pouring wine for Dorat while remarking, "It will eventually come to light. There is no need to rush such matters." Though not one to indulge in gossip, he found himself genuinely curious about Dorat's long-held secrets. The few of us often engaged in private discussions, speculating about your affairs, wondering if perhaps you were impotent. Or if you once had a child bride in the North Sea who still mourns your absence. Upon hearing this, Amos could not suppress a chuckle. He was indeed oblivious to such musings. It was surprising to discover that his seemingly earnest companion speculated about his background in such a manner. At that moment, a knock echoed from his room's door. He approached to find a courier waiting. Upon receiving the letter, Amos cast a glance at the envelope, and as expected, it was yet another missive from Mine. Over the years, she had been the sole correspondent to him, and likely penned her letters weekly. As the journey was lengthy and time-consuming, meaning this particular letter had been written a week prior. As Amos read the letter, it was quite romantic to imagine Mine, perhaps far away at headquarters, beginning to compose another letter. "Humph," Dorat remarked as he noticed Amos gazing at the envelope, and without needing to glance at the letter. He accurately guessed its sender. Amos did not open the letter. Instead, he simply tucked the envelope into his pocket and settled onto the sofa. "Do you want this wine?" he inquired. Dolet swirled his glass, puzzled by the implication. "You're not drinking it?" "No." Amos placed both bottles of wine before Dolet. "They're yours now. Take them home and enjoy." Dolet paused for a few seconds, then suddenly understood. "Oh, I see. You wish for me to leave so you can read your letter in peace, correct?" "Close enough," Amos candidly admitted. "Very well." Dolet rose to take the 2 bottles. "Since you have been ensnared by the allure of a woman and have issued me a polite dismissal, I should not linger any longer. Take your time with your letter. Read it thoroughly. I shall take my leave." Amos smiled as he watched Dorat leave with a bottle of wine in hand. Just as Dorat reached the door, he paused and said earnestly, "Don't always be so sullen. If you have feelings for someone, express them openly. Don't keep them hanging like an insincere cat." Amos cast a fleeting glance at him before retreating into his bedroom, prompting Dolet to exit as well. Once inside his chamber, Amos's smile faded, replaced by an expression that was difficult to articulate, one that mingled yearning with a hint of turmoil. He tore open the envelope and meticulously perused the contents twice, before gathering the new letter alongside the previous ones. With a heavy thud, he collapsed onto the plush bed, eyes shut tight, lost in contemplation. Chapter 86. A shift in the heavens. On the 3rd day, after completing their morning training, Amos and Dolet made their way to the docks at noon. The warship was equipped with an array of amenities, akin to a 5-star hotel, requiring no preparations. One could simply arrive with luggage in hand. Yet, upon reaching the docks, Amos and Dolet each bore a hefty backpack. Amos was carrying newspapers from the North Sea dated within the past year, while Dolet was laden with wine. Indeed, the consumption of alcohol was strictly prohibited during the voyage. Any soldier caught with liquor faced disciplinary actions, ranging from reprimands to expulsion. However, Dolet was an exception, for he held the rank of major. Regrettably, those in positions of authority often indulged in such liberties. The naval vessel in question was not the 060, overseen by Lieutenant Ivan, but rather another ship entirely. The reasons for this were twofold. The current mission was arranged on short notice, and Lieutenant Ivan was tasked with adjudicating the captured Cyclops pirate crew. The forthcoming voyage was indeed circuitous, destined for the Kingdom of Argos, where Count Vendome resided. Earlier, Colonel Adolf had provided them with an overview of the Okama Sea's dynamics, emphasizing the Kingdom of Argos' significant standing in the region, bolstered by formidable military strength and extensive territorial claims. Amos found the purpose of their visit somewhat perplexing. Typically, robust nations do not tolerate rampant piracy within their waters. There must be some underlying intrigue, though Amos preferred not to dwell on it. He simply resolved to accompany the naval expedition. Should pirates emerge, he would engage. If not, he would bask in the sun on the deck while catching up on the events that had transpired in the North Sea over the past year through the newspapers. On the 2nd day of their departure, within the confines of the branch prison, Colonel Adolf once again accompanied Major Ted and Captain Ivan through the familiar dim and narrow corridor, halting at the cell of the one-eyed Rose. "Ah, you have come," Rose remarked, reclining within the cell with no intention of rising. I have come to realize that my previous thoughts were misguided. The monotony of prison life is far more tedious than the exhilarating freedom outside. As you wish, you may take your leave, Colonel Adolf stated. Isn't there a few more days to wait? Rose inquired, perplexed. The Marquis Scarlet requires your presence, Colonel Adolf replied candidly. Thus, I have expedited arrangements and dismissed the interns. The next batch will not return for another 2 days. Tomorrow, I shall find some scapegoats to carry out your execution. No one will suspect a thing. Rose chuckled. A most distasteful sound. Ha ha ha. I knew you would handle matters with utmost reliability. Colonel Adolf appeared displeased with Rose's self-reference and grunted. The Marquis Scarlet has a task for you to oversee, which is why I was instructed to release you early. The Marquis intended to impart a lesson as well. Understood. Rose replied dismissively. Adolf squinted, and Major Ted, standing beside him, struck the iron bars of the cell with a single punch, shattering one of the bars with ease. Although the prison bars of the branch prison were not as formidable as those of the high-loose stone prison, they were still specially crafted. To break one with a mere fist was no feat for an ordinary individual. Rose immediately sat up, a look of alarm flashing across his face. Ted withdrew his fist and stepped back behind Adolf, resembling a dark blade poised to strike unexpectedly. Huh. Colonel Adolf reveled in Rose's current expression, mocking his evident vulnerability. You will soon be operating in the Kingdom of Toscaman, so I have arranged for the interns to patrol the Kingdom of Argos. This way, you shall not encounter them. Let me remind you one last time. If you wish to profit in these waters, you must adhere to my directives. Should you fail to comply and calamity ensue, I trust one need not intervene. The Marquis Scarlet will be the first to eliminate disobedient hounds such as yourself. I understand, Rose said, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he regarded the man beside Colonel Adolf, the one who had shattered the specially designed prison bars with a single blow. Very well. Captain Ivan will facilitate your and your subordinates' departure from the prison. The process must remain discreet, so you must heed Captain Ivan's instructions, Colonel Adolf continued. And what of my ship? Rose inquired. Your pirate vessel was towed to the nearby Uralaro Island days ago. Captain Ivan will escort you aboard one of my merchant ships to Uralaro Island, whereupon the merchant vessel will continue its trade along the original route. You shall then transfer to your pirate ship to return to the Kingdom of Toscaman, adhering to the Marquis Scarlet's arrangements. Colonel Adolf, having spoken, contemplated further and added that the ship's armaments and supplies were fully prepared. One-eyed Ross grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. Thank you. Colonel Adolf offered no further response and departed the prison with Major Ted, leaving Lieutenant Ivan behind to manage subsequent affairs. Before long, Lieutenant Ivan released One-eyed Ross and his subordinates, guiding them through a concealed exit from the prison to the opposite end of the island where the outpost was situated. There, a merchant vessel awaited, manned by several merchants and sailors, all loyal to Colonel Adolf. Beyond merely earning a salary and sharing profits from the 3 businesses at the outpost, Colonel Adolf engaged in various enterprises, thriving under the protection of the outpost, which ensured all ventures were remarkably profitable. After boarding the merchant ship, they spent half a day reaching Uralaro Island, where they boarded a pirate ship anchored near the abandoned dock. One-eyed Ross and his crew did not hoist the customary pirate flag, but instead departed discreetly from the outpost's jurisdiction, setting sail for the Kingdom of Toscaman. On the following day, 50 minor offenders, whose crimes did not warrant capital punishment, were extracted from the outpost's prison. Colonel Adolf's trusted associates exchanged their profiles with those of the one-eyed pirates. Thus, it was deemed that the pirates who had departed the previous day had served their sentences, while these criminals were executed under the guise of piracy. The execution was conducted with unprecedented swiftness and decisiveness, with the offenders transported to a designated site on the island for their demise, after which their bodies were carelessly interred in a common grave. With the matter concluded, tranquility was restored. The naval outpost continued its operations as if nothing had transpired. The Navy profited handsomely from this incident, subsequently misreporting the spoils, with over 90% of the bounty lining Colonel Adolf's pockets. Additionally, due to the outpost's elimination of a pirate crew with a bounty of 50 million berries, Colonel Adolf received accolades from his superiors. Bounties exceeding 50 million must be processed by headquarters, while those below this threshold can be handled by the outpost. Villagers perished. Pirates returned to the sea, and a group of petty criminals, imprisoned for minor thefts, faced inexplicable executions, yielding the Navy a commendable victory. Everything proceeded smoothly, so smoothly that upon returning to his office, sipping fine tea and relishing a life of comfort, Colonel Adolf could not help but boast, what a masterstroke of deception. Chapter 87. The Scheme of Scarlet. 2 days later, on November 13th, in the Kingdom of Toscaman. Oasis Port. Nestled at the fringe of the Toscaman Peninsula and within the Okama Sea, Oasis Port is a naturally large harbor. After renovations, it has become a bustling hub for merchant vessels, evolving into the most prosperous city in the Kingdom of Toscaman within a mere decade. Dressed in simple attire, Marquis Scarlet arrived in a carriage, flanked by numerous guards, and halted before an upscale hotel. This hotel had declared a 2-day closure to the public the previous day, resulting in an unusually quiet atmosphere devoid of patrons today. Before the grand entrance stood only a voluptuous and strikingly attractive receptionist alongside the hotel manager. Once the carriage came to a halt, the guards swiftly encircled the establishment, forming 2 lines to seal off the entire street. The Marquis of Scarlet disembarked. Flanked by 2 towering bodyguards, under their vigilant protection, he approached the hotel entrance. The manager bowed respectfully and welcomed the Marquis. Without uttering a word, the Marquis followed the manager into the hotel, where he was escorted to the most luxurious suite that had been meticulously prepared in advance. This establishment was, in fact, one of the Marquis of Scarlet's properties. Less than half a day later, the one-eyed Ross appeared at the hotel's entrance. He had taken great care in his appearance for this meeting, donning an expensive suit and having shaved his beard clean. Although a lingering sense of hostility still emanated from him, his overall demeanor had undergone a significant transformation, guided by the hotel manager. He arrived at the opulent room where the Marquis was staying. After knocking, he entered upon the Marquis's permission. The room was filled with the soothing strains of classical music. The Marquis reclined on a sofa, a cigar delicately held between his fingers, clad in a bathrobe, exuding an air of relaxation. Ross halted at the doorway, refraining from stepping further, and bowed slightly, addressing him with utmost respect. "My Lord Scarlet, you have been imprisoned by Adolf, have you not?" The Marquis took a puff from his cigar, remarking that this was due to Ross's failure to heed Adolf's instructions, which nearly resulted in disaster. Feeling the weight of pressure, Ross dared not lift his head. "Surely Adolf has already issued his warnings. I see no need to reiterate." The Marquis replied in a languid manner. Understanding the Marquis's veiled implication, Ross realized that having been warned once, he should refrain from further transgressions. The Marquis, indifferent to the need for repetition, made it clear that should Ross err again, he would simply discard this disobedient pawn and replace him with a more compliant one. The Marquis extinguished his cigar in the ashtray and silenced the gramophone. The music ceased abruptly, plunging the room into an even more somber silence. "I owe Adolf a favor, which is why I arranged for your early release. There is a matter that requires your attention." The Marquis rested one hand on the armrest of the sofa while gesturing for Ross to come sit, indicating the gravity of the situation, as it pertained to his overarching plan. Obediently, Ross took a seat, feeling as though he were perched on needles. Upon hearing the mention of the plan, his body instinctively tensed. He had gleaned a bit about this endeavor from the Marquis. Although the Marquis regarded him as a capable ally, he had been careful not to divulge too much, revealing only that he placed immense importance on this matter and would go to any lengths to achieve it. "I shall do my utmost to fulfill it." One-eyed Ross stood, drenched in sweat, clenching his hands tightly. "I will accomplish this," he declared. "At the juncture of the territories ruled by the Kingdom of Toscaman and our naval branches lies an island, a place of lawlessness, home to a town engaged in gray market dealings known as the City That Never Sleeps." The Marquis Scarlet resumed, "Due to its peculiar nature, neither Adolf nor I have dared to lay hands on it. Now, I require you to seize it under the aegis of Duke Zokalin. He is the only individual in the Kingdom of Toscaman whose status is on par with mine. Duke Zokalin, aged and seasoned, has served 3 generations of kings, holding significant power and deep-rooted influence within the kingdom. You need not speak plainly about what you can surmise," Marquis Scarlet said languidly. "Once this matter is concluded, I will ensure your safety and reward you with a sum that would take a pirate 50 years to amass, granting you the freedom to live wherever and however you desire." The complexities surrounding the City That Never Sleeps are formidable. While it is merely one of many locales for gray dealings, its capture is not insurmountable. One-eyed Ross inquired further. The Marquis elucidated, "Indeed, the myriad forces at play in the City That Never Sleeps are not limited to the Okama Sea. Nearly half of the Northern Seas factions are involved. Such entanglement makes the island a source of trepidation for any discerning individual, and none have dared to covet it. Should you conquer this island, while the spoils may be bounteous, you would simultaneously provoke the ire of numerous factions across the Northern Sea." "Precisely," he continued with a slight chuckle. "The resulting fury from these factions would be a burden for Duke Zokalin. One-Eyed Ross hesitated, saying, "My lord, if I may interject, I comprehend your intent to frame this incident upon Duke Zocalan. When the pressure mounts from various quarters, although they may not assault the kingdom of Toscaman over a mere trading post, they will demand explanations. To quell their anger, the king would inevitably hand over his greatest rival, Duke Zocalan. But is such framing truly effective? What if other factions discern the ruse and realize you are manipulating them? You should not confine yourself to the role of a mere pirate," the Marquis praised. "I command you to engage in the assault and plunder, not to expose your affiliation with Duke Zocalan. You need only ensure your own safe escape. All evidence pointing to Duke Zocalan has been meticulously arranged. His motives and plans have been set in motion without his awareness. The explosives and fuses are prepared. I merely require you, a small spark, to ignite the powder." "I understand," One-Eyed Ross affirmed. The Marquis waved his hand dismissively. "Go forth. Execute the plan at noon on November 18th. Adolphe will also assist in ensuring that all nearby naval vessels are drawn away." One-Eyed Ross rose to his feet and bowed once more, declaring his departure. He exited the chamber, donning his hat and lowering its brim as he left Oasis-Port. Scarlet once again activated the gramophone, filling the room with classical melodies. With a look of pure enjoyment, he closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of that exquisite moment. Chapter 88. Maritime Rescue. The operation was scheduled to commence at noon on November 18th. And the journey from Oasis-Port to the city that never sleeps would take approximately 2.5 days. One-Eyed Ross had 2 days to prepare. In truth, when the Marquis Scarlet secretly arrived at Oasis-Port, he had already made all necessary arrangements. Personnel, weaponry, and ships were all adequately supplied. In addition to the over 100 members of the One-Eyed Pirate crew, there were 500 others dispatched by Marquis Scarlet, all of whom operated under his command in the shadowy regions and were now unified under One-Eyed Ross's authority. 3 cargo ships were at their disposal, given that they intended to plunder the city that never sleeps without the need for an island assault, and that setting sail on a pirate vessel from Oasis-Port would be tantamount to seeking one's own demise. Such a configuration was deemed prudent. Utilizing cargo ships offered 2 advantages. They boasted swift speeds when unladen and could carry substantial cargo. As for the armaments, while they were not particularly modern, they were sufficiently stocked with ammunition, ready for a fierce confrontation. Over the course of 2 days, One-Eyed Ross acquainted himself with the 500 new subordinates, integrating their ranks. Before their departure, Marquis Scarlet summoned him once more, instructing him to eliminate these subordinates to ensure that the operation's details remained confidential. Subsequently, the Marquis discreetly departed from Oasis-Port. These individuals had become expendable pawns. Scarlet was determined to safeguard the secrecy of the endeavor. While a singular One-Eyed Ross could be bought off for a handsome sum to vanish, the presence of hundreds of One-Eyed Rosses posed a far greater risk beyond mere finances. No one could guarantee that they would not divulge secrets. At noon on November 15th, it was time to set sail. One-Eyed Ross boarded the 3 cargo ships, leading over 600 of his subordinates toward the city that never sleeps. On the afternoon of November 16th, a warship traversed the waters of the Kingdom of Toscaman, making a detour before heading in another direction. 2 officers clad in greatcoats stood at the ship's bow, one of whom held a telephone buck. "You have reached Yuslo Island for repairs?" The speaker was Luca, with Drake listening beside him. The 2 had previously diverted from Amos and were now following another warship on patrol near the coast of Toscaman. This voyage had extended over 10 days. Their singular expedition was equivalent to Amos's crew embarking on 2 or 3 outings. "Yes, we just arrived. We should rest tonight and set sail for the headquarters tomorrow morning." "And you? When will you return?" "Ah, don't mention it." Luca sighed in frustration. "Yesterday, Colonel Adolphe issued some directive that abruptly altered our patrol schedule. Originally, we had planned to return home, but now we must take a considerable detour to the waters of the Kingdom of Argos before heading back to the base." "Has it all changed?" Amos inquired. "Indeed, though I cannot fathom the reason for such trivial matters," Luca replied, brimming with resentment. Given his temperament, having drifted at sea for half a month was already quite displeasing. Now, with the new order to take a long route, it would take at least 5 or 6 more days to return. Amos felt a sense of perplexity and concern regarding the situation. "All your warships have been temporarily redeployed? Are you not aware of the circumstances?" "How could we know? Orders from above leave us no opportunity for inquiry," Luca remarked with a dismissive pout. Drake took the communicator from Luca's hand and said, "It probably isn't a significant matter. By the way, a while ago, Dolet called me to ask what secret you plan to reveal at our next gathering, correct?" At this, Amos glanced helplessly at Dolit, who was beside him at the pier on Yeslo Island. Dolit shrugged with a smile. He insisted that we return to the branch promptly, Drake jested. If it weren't for our military duties, Luca and I would have rushed back day and night. Enough of this nonsense, Amos retorted with a chuckle. Let us leave it at that. Dolit and I need to attend to the supply issues here. All right, we'll talk later, Drake replied as he ended the call. In truth, Yeslo Island was not far from them, as it lay at the confluence of the two nations' territories in the Okama Sea. Drake and his team, having veered from their originally planned course, were approximately 2 days' journey away from Yeslo Island. Once the call was terminated, Amos and his team focused intently on arranging the supply requirements for their warships, as they would head directly back to the branch following this resupply. Meanwhile, Drake and his team remained listless, with even someone like Luca resorting to using training exercises to pass the time. The two were in the captain's quarters, engaged in conversation with Lieutenant Harrow, the commander of the warship. At that moment, the ship's communicator emitted a series of urgent beeps. The nearest to the device, Drake, answered the call to hear an anxious male voice on the other end. The message conveyed the dire situation of a cruise ship experiencing severe water leakage and listing, necessitating naval assistance. The area in question was one they had previously traversed, and returning would only require about 2 hours. Lieutenant Harrow suggested adhering to Colonel Adolph's orders and continuing along the modified course. However, Drake felt that hundreds of lives could not be forsaken. Moreover, deviating from Colonel Adolph's commands would not significantly hinder military operations. Thus, he resolved to redirect the warship to rescue the cruise liner. After gathering more information through the communicator, Drake learned that nearly 300 individuals were aboard the cruise ship. Given the capacity of their relatively small warship, accommodating and supplying that many people would prove exceedingly challenging. He promptly notified the nearest port, requesting the swift dispatch of 2 cargo ships to assist in the rescue efforts. Once all arrangements were finalized, the warship hastened back at full speed. Time was of the essence. The sailors had timely discovered that the cruise ship was taking on water, and they promptly sealed the watertight doors, significantly slowing the vessel's descent. 2 hours later, the warship arrived at the location where the cruise ship was adrift. By this time, the bow of the ship had risen at a 45-degree angle, and a substantial portion of its hull was submerged. Surrounding the cruise ship were 5 or 6 small boats, each carrying over 10 individuals. In earlier communications, Drake had learned that this cruise ship had not undergone maintenance for a considerable duration. The sinking was attributed to years of neglect, and it was also revealed that the vessel was not equipped with the requisite number of lifeboats as mandated by regulations. These deficiencies had been overlooked by the company, St. Val Shipping. Now that calamity had struck, the responsibility would inevitably fall upon St. Val Shipping. The costs incurred for the warship's rescue operations and the deployment of nearby cargo vessels would be borne by this company. However, such matters could be contemplated only after the rescue was complete. The warship swiftly approached the imperiled cruise ship, deploying the 10 lifeboats that were mandated by regulations. Each of these lifeboats could accommodate a maximum of 200 people. While it was feasible to cram this many individuals into a lifeboat, and even the warship could manage, the subsequent arrangements posed a significant challenge. The warship's own maximum capacity was less than 150 individuals, and after accounting for 100 regular sailors, it could only accept an additional 50. This, however, was a minor issue. If it were merely a matter of resting, the space would suffice. What truly troubled Drake was the supply situation. Their provisions and fresh water were only sufficient for their soldiers for 2 days. If they were to share these resources, it might only provide a single meal for the rescued individuals. Moreover, the cargo vessels from the nearby port would take at least 2 days to arrive after being dispatched for assistance. At that moment, the rescued captain relayed an extremely pertinent piece of information to Drake. Upon being rescued aboard the warship, the captain, filled with indignation, reported, "Half an hour ago, 3 cargo vessels passed by our ship. We signaled for help, but they ignored us and sailed away." Chapter 89. Pursuit. This revelation sparked a glimmer of hope in Drake's mind. There were indeed 3 cargo vessels nearby. Let us not dwell on the reasons for their lack of assistance. Nonetheless, since they are nearby, Drake believes that, by virtue of his military status, he is entitled to demand their return for rescue efforts. Generally speaking, vessels in proximity are obliged to offer aid, provided they meet certain conditions and are not hindered by adverse sea conditions or other prohibitive circumstances. Failing to render assistance in dire situations could even lead to legal repercussions, though this is contingent upon specific circumstances. Nations vary in their enforcement of such obligations, some relying on moral imperatives while others depend on legal frameworks. Historically, there has existed a consensus among seafarers that, when encountering maritime disasters, one must endeavor to provide assistance, for today it may be another's vessel in peril, but tomorrow it could be one's own. This ethos of rescue has gradually evolved into a vital safeguard for navigational safety. Drake is unaware of the affiliations of the 3 cargo ships that have chosen to disregard the distressed cruise liner, regardless of any legal obligations they may possess. Upon entering the waters of Okama, within the jurisdiction of the 233rd Fleet, they are bound to comply with naval commands. The Navy bears the responsibility to protect cargo and cruise ships, and these vessels, in turn, are obligated to heed naval directives. Consequently, Drake summoned Lieutenant Harrow and Captain Hudson, the captain of the sunken cruise liner. At present, there are a total of 16 lifeboats available, sufficient to rescue all individuals aboard the cruise liner. Given that the supplies aboard the warship are woefully inadequate for such a large number of people, and that the rescue vessels will require at least 2 days to arrive, I must pursue the 3 cargo ships and compel them to return for assistance. Lieutenant Harrow and Captain Hudson will oversee the operation here, while Major Luca and I will board the warship to chase after the cargo vessels. This is, for now, the most prudent course of action, and there is unanimous agreement. Lieutenant Harrow, accompanied by 50 naval personnel, will follow Captain Hudson aboard the lifeboats to intensify the rescue efforts. At this moment, only the bow of the cruise liner remains above the water, as the stern and the watertight compartments have succumbed to flooding, causing the vessel to sink at a steep angle. The surface of the sea is dotted with countless heads, with several naval soldiers aboard the lifeboats rescuing those who have jumped into the water. With the support of Lieutenant Harrow, Captain Hudson, and 50 naval personnel, the situation is no longer critical. However, accommodating approximately 350 individuals within fewer than 20 lifeboats is an immense challenge. Time is of the essence. It is already 6 o'clock. Even in the summer, November in the North Sea's Okama region, the hours are fleeting, and darkness will soon descend. Once night falls, locating the cargo ships will become problematic, and returning to rescue the stranded individuals will pose yet another challenge. Consequently, the remaining sailors began to operate the warship, which steered towards the direction indicated by Captain Hudson regarding the cargo vessels. As the warship swiftly departed, those remaining at the scene did not abandon their struggle. Someone produced a signal flare and launched it into the sky, capable of reaching heights of up to 200 meters, with an average altitude of approximately 150 meters. With a resounding explosion, a vast cloud of crimson mist erupted. This is a self-rescue method employed in the world of One Piece when a ship sinks. It utilizes transponder snails which can only direct messages to a single entity, organization, or vessel for assistance lacking radar capabilities. If passing ships are nearby, they may very well miss sight of the sunken vessel, thereby causing a delay in rescue. The use of signal flares allows distress signals to be launched to heights of 100 meters, enabling passing ships to notice and respond in a timely manner. Under the extensive promotion by the world government, signal flares have become the most effective means of rescue apart from transponder snails, with the red flare universally signifying a call for help regarding a sunken ship. As signal flares were fired in succession, Drake's warship was operating at full throttle, pursuing the 3 cargo vessels. Since they were chasing cargo ships rather than engaging pirates, and given that the cruise liner required personnel, Drake dispatched the majority of his combat forces to assist, retaining only sailors and a few gunners. Even in an unloaded state, the cargo ships were not particularly slow, however. Warships are universally acknowledged as the fastest vessels at sea. After approximately an hour and a half, the lookout relayed news of the 3 cargo ships ahead. Drake breathed a sigh of relief, having been concerned about potential navigational deviations hindering their pursuit. To his surprise, they were now within close range. He commanded from the captain's quarters, full speed ahead, and simultaneously launched the black signal flare. The black flare, a signal exclusively reserved for the Navy, universally indicates an immediate cessation of movement. The flare soared rapidly into the sky, reaching a height of 100 meters before detonating, releasing a conspicuous cloud of black mist. Simultaneously, aboard one of the cargo ships, the one-eyed Ross was resting in his cabin, preparing for the impending showdown. Meanwhile, he contemplated how to assist Marquis Scarlet in dealing with his subordinates afterward. Knock, knock, knock. The cabin door was rapped upon urgently. The one-eyed Ross opened his eyes and said in a low voice, "Come in." A trusted aide entered, visibly distressed, suggesting something grave had occurred. "Captain, The Navy is closing in. What? The one-eyed Ross immediately sat upright in bed, bewildered. Explain in detail. Just moments ago, the vessel was sailing smoothly when the lookout suddenly spotted a Navy warship trailing them from a distance, which had fired a black signal flare demanding they cease all movement. Let us go. The one-eyed Ross exited the cabin and hurried to the stern, where all 3 cargo ships were crowded with crew members. Observing the black mist billowing in the sky and the warship cutting through the waves, Ross's expression darkened ominously. He first calmed his agitated crew, ordering them to proceed at full speed, then called Marquis Scarlet from the captain's quarters. Hello? The voice of Marquis Scarlet was calm on the other end. My lord. One-eyed Ross now felt a tinge of urgency, yet he maintained his respectful demeanor as he relayed. A naval vessel is in pursuit of us and demands that we cease our advance immediately. What? The voice of Marquis Scarlet finally underwent a change, revealing his concern. What has transpired? Nothing, my lord. One-eyed Ross replied. I have been discreet throughout our journey, proceeding under the guise of a cargo ship, without provoking or engaging with any factions at sea. A string of curses emanated from Marquis Scarlet's end. Curse that Adolf. Is this his arrangement? The naval vessels that were supposed to traverse your route yesterday have all been diverted. How could we possibly be discovered? My lord, we are currently at full speed, striving to shake off the warship. The disparity in your vessel's speed is considerable. It will be challenging to evade it. Marquis Scarlet dismissed One-eyed Ross's assertion, swiftly identifying the warship's designation. I will contact Adolf. He will handle this. One-eyed Ross had just received word from the lookout. The warship's number was 790. Very well. You must find a way to buy time. I shall negotiate with Adolf, Marquis Scarlet replied, if he is unable to resolve the matter. I have no qualms about you sinking the warship. Chapter 90. Forceful Interception in the North Sea, Okama Waters, Naval Division 233. Colonel Adolf was reclining in his office, indulging in a moment of repose, patiently awaiting the end of the workday. Bringing forth a buzzing sound, the telephone rang. Leaning back in his chair, he closed his eyes and reached out to grasp the receiver. Hello, Adolf here. What is it? Marquis Scarlet's voice came through, tinged with sarcasm. You sound quite relaxed. Is that why your subordinates are behaving in such a manner? Colonel Adolf furrowed his brow. Understanding the urgency of One-eyed Ross's situation, Marquis Scarlet, dissatisfied, let out a huff and got to the point. My plan has commenced. Your men should have been diverted from that maritime zone yesterday. So why is there now a warship pursuing our cargo vessel? What? Colonel Adolf's eyes widened. A warship is chasing your cargo ship? Are you certain it is a warship? What do you think? Marquis Scarlet retorted. Impossible. I arranged for them to gradually leave that area yesterday, and according to the calculated routes, they should not intersect with you unless Colonel Adolf left the sentence unfinished, but the implication was clear. Marquis Scarlet had similarly inquired of One-eyed Ross, who had assured him that they had remained exceedingly low-key, without provoking or engaging with any factions. This matter lies within the purview of your Navy. Upon hearing the hint of anger in Marquis Scarlet's voice, Colonel Adolf became more alert. Is there a confirmed identity of the warship? The designation is 790. You must investigate the matter immediately. If you cannot resolve this matter, I would not mind assisting you in dealing with your insubordinate subordinates, threatened Marquis Scarlet with bluntness. The 790? That warship harbors 2 interns from headquarters. Are you willing to embroil me in your troubles? Colonel Adolf retorted. The issue lies with you. It is your failure to manage your personnel that has jeopardized my plans, Marquis Scarlet scoffed. The responsibility does not rest with you. Must it fall upon my shoulders? Understood. Colonel Adolf conceded, aware of his culpability and unable to argue convincingly with Scarlet. He exhaled deeply to steady his emotions. I will ascertain the situation and instruct them to proceed along the original course. It shall not affect you. Marquis Scarlet, however, was not inclined to relent. And what if you are unable to resolve it? He inquired. Colonel Adolf fell silent for several moments. There is nothing I cannot resolve. The call ended. Colonel Adolf struck his fist upon the desk, taking over 10 seconds to calm himself before picking up the phone to directly contact the captain's quarters of the 790. Within the captain's quarters of the warship, Drake and Luca were instructing soldiers to launch another round of black signal flares, with the hour nearing 8 o'clock and darkness descending. Failure to catch up with the cargo ship could jeopardize the civilians awaiting rescue from the sunken vessel. If they disregard this signal flare as well, prepare the artillery and fire upon them. We shall compel them to halt by force. Drake commanded sternly. Luca, standing beside him, voiced no dissent, recognizing that in this situation, it was prudent to heed the counsel of the more experienced Drake. Suddenly, the phone in the captain's quarters rang. Drake answered. "This is the Offshore Cruising Fleet 790. Major Drake speaking. Report your status." The voice on the other end was Colonel Adolph's, dark and simmering with intensity. "Colonel," Drake acknowledged. "We received a distress call from a nearby cruise ship while navigating according to your prescribed route." He relayed the situation in full. "Who authorized you to deviate from the course?" Colonel Adolph queried impatiently. Drake found himself at a loss for words. "I had no choice. The situation was sudden." "Are you ignorant of military regulations? Did your instructors at the headquarters not ensure you familiarized yourself thoroughly with naval protocols?" Colonel Adolph coldly interrogated. "I did." Drake sensed the displeasure in Adolph's tone. "Then how dare you disobey orders and unilaterally alter the course of the vessel?" Colonel Adolph shouted. "What will you do if this delays other arrangements? If something goes awry due to your unilateral decision, who will be held accountable? Who do you think you are? Can personnel from headquarters simply disregard my authority as the head of this branch?" Drake remained silent, while Luca heard the sound, uncertain of how to proceed. Fortunately, only the two of them occupied the captain's cabin. Otherwise, the atmosphere would have been exceedingly awkward. "Immediately return to port," embarked the others. "And then continue along the original course, awaiting my further instructions," commanded Colonel Adolph, having regained his composure after venting his frustration. "What about the over 300 civilians?" Drake inquired. "Are the civilians your superior, or am I your superior?" Adolph's temper flared again as he noted Drake's insistence on this matter. "You are to obey my commands. Is it not the duty of a soldier to understand the importance of obedience?" Disregarding his words, Drake pressed on. "You are the commander responsible for the entire Okamasi area. Given that your jurisdiction has over 300 civilians who have met with maritime misfortune, how do you propose to handle this situation? That is for me to consider, not you. Your only obligation is to follow my orders and continue along the designated course." Adolph retorted, rising from his seat, hands on his hips, his face slightly flushed. "And how do you intend to manage this?" Drake asked, his expression impassive. "I will dispatch other naval vessels to provide assistance," Adolph exhaled, suppressing his anger while offering a solution. Drake cast a glance at the nautical chart in the captain's cabin, aside from our nearest warship, which is 2 days' travel away. "Do you truly intend to make such a spectacle in sending people to recover the bodies? What do you want from me?" Adolph exclaimed. "We will swiftly catch up with those 3 cargo ships. There is no need to squander our efforts. We will coordinate with the cargo vessels to rescue the 300 civilians. I shall follow your directives and continue along the original course. As for any consequences arising from disobeying military orders, I will accept full responsibility upon our return to the base," Drake stated calmly. "You damn it." Colonel Adolph could no longer contain his expletives. Furrowing his brow, Drake ended the call. He found it perplexing that Adolph's recent maneuver was merely a change in the cruising route, a matter of little consequence. Yet, he sensed an unusual intensity in Adolph's demeanor. What could be the reason behind it? As he pondered this, there was a knock at the door of the captain's cabin, followed by the return of the soldier who had just departed. "Report, sir." After firing a new signal flare, the 3 cargo ships continued to ignore our demands and advanced at full speed. "Something is amiss," Luca remarked, running his fingers through his hair. "They are merely cargo vessels. Yet they disregard military commands and attempt to evade us at full speed. This is illogical, as we pose no real threat." Drake's mind was in turmoil, as both Adolph's queries and the peculiar behavior of the cargo ships tugged at his nerves. He raised his hand, issuing the command, having fired 3 signal flares already. "Since they have proven ineffective, we shall proceed to intercept them by force." Chapter 91. The Trap. The call for help. The cargo ships sped forward, as did the warship. An unspoken chase ensued, but soon, a cannonball shattered the silence. From the bow of a warship, a cannon fired a shell, carelessly aimed in a general direction. The purpose of this shell was merely to serve as a show of force toward the freighter rather than to initiate an attack. Following the shell's discharge, the 4th black signal flare ascended into the twilight sky, gradually becoming less conspicuous. With the shell paving the way, this signal flare appeared considerably more assertive. On board the freighter, the one-eyed Ross had not even taken the time for dinner when the shell struck the ocean's surface nearby, sending a spout of water skyward. He was momentarily stunned before hastily dialing the telephone of Marquis Scarlet. As soon as the call connected, he exclaimed in frustration, "My lord, the Navy has not only failed to retreat, but has also opened fire on us. Their intentions are abundantly clear. They must have uncovered our secret." Upon hearing this, Marquis Scarlet was filled with rage, for he had invested considerable effort into his plans up to this point. Now, with the explosives, fuse, and fire finally set in place, an unforeseen complication had arisen. It seemed that Adolf had failed to restrain his subordinates. Sighing, Scarlet began to contemplate countermeasures. In truth, among the explosives, fuse, and fire, only the fire could be temporarily halted. The explosives and fuse were inextricably linked and could not be delayed. Should the plan fail, he feared it would lead to his own peril. "My lord, our freighter is unarmed. We cannot possibly contend with the Navy," Ross declared. "Continue along the original course at maximum speed, striving to evade the warship," Scarlet instructed, having returned to the Marquisate in the imperial capital of the Kingdom of Toscaman. In the hall, he examined the nautical charts, calculating his next move. "I will dispatch several pirate crews to intercept you along this route. When the time comes, leave the warship to them, and you shall proceed as planned." "Understood," Ross replied. With the call concluded, Scarlet busied himself with the arrangements, while Ross glared fiercely at the pursuing warship, ordering his crew to maximize their speed, determined not to be caught. Aboard the warship, Drake and Luca both sensed something was amiss with the freighter. Typically, when encountering a vessel, it would halt upon receiving military signals, complying with naval directives. While some impatient freighters might attempt to ignore these signals, they would still be compelled to stop once fired upon. Yet these three freighters, undeterred even by the naval gunfire, continued to sail at full speed. Such haste suggested that they were not laden with cargo, hinting at something nefarious. Could this be a smuggling vessel? Lucas speculated. "Perhaps," Drake replied, his brow furrowed in concern. The warship's turn back would result in wasted time and inevitable reprimands, having accomplished nothing. He had no choice but to continue the pursuit, apprehending these individuals who were likely criminals, and then returning with 3 cargo ships to rescue the shipwrecked refugees. This dual objective was undeniably the most prudent course of action at present. With renewed precision, Drake issued a formal attack order. The warship commenced firing upon the 3 cargo vessels. However, due to the chase, only the bow-mounted cannons were operational. Although half the crew had been reassigned to rescue efforts, there remained sufficient manpower to operate the few cannons at the ship's front. The artillery continued to bombard as the chase unfolded. Navigating through the night proved challenging. Yet the warship occasionally discharged flares to illuminate fleeting sections of the sea, searching for the cargo ship's whereabouts. Time passed swiftly, and the night soon waned, with the distances between both parties fluctuating. Among the 3 cargo vessels, 2 had sustained hits from the warship, inflicting notable damage. The cargo ships retaliated. As the warship drew closer, One-Eyed Ross personally led a counterattack with muskets and some shoulder-mounted artillery. At noon, Lieutenant Harrow, who remained at the side of the sunken vessel overseeing the situation, inquired about Drake's status using a telephone book. Drake recounted the events in detail and asked about the conditions on Harrow's end. Harrow expressed his grave concerns, indicating that some individuals were suffering from dehydration due to sun exposure, while others could not endure hunger. In short, the situation was precarious, necessitating Drake's swift return. After hanging up, Drake felt he had no option but to pursue the cargo vessels, aiming to capture the criminals and return to save the stranded individuals. Meanwhile, One-Eyed Ross received a long-awaited call from Marquis Scarlet. Eagerly answering, he was informed that the 3 pirate crews he had arranged had gathered in the waters ahead. He was instructed to guide the warship there, leaving the rest to the pirate crews. Under his command, the course of the cargo ship slightly veered off. Although the deviation was minimal, Drake remained oblivious to any irregularities. To him, these seemingly desperate criminals were merely flailing in their final throes. And as long as they were in the Okama Sea, escape was impossible. However, an hour later, the lookout relayed that a pirate ship had appeared ahead of the cargo vessels. The pirate flag's insignia identified it as a notorious crew with a bounty in the millions. At this moment, Drake realized the gravity of the situation. He had evidently been lured into a trap by the cargo ships. After a moment of hesitation, he dialed Colonel Adolf for assistance. As he awaited Colonel Adolf's response, he could already envision the scathing ridicule that awaited him. However, after a minute, no one answered. He dialed the numbers of other warships, but all went unanswered, as if the vessel 790 had been isolated. There was no reinforcements. Given the severe shortage of personnel aboard the warship, Drake rationally concluded that engaging the pirate crew head-on was unwise. The disparity in firepower was too great, not to mention the 3 merchant vessels that could provide assistance. Just as he prepared to command a retreat, the lookout relayed another message. 2 pirate ships had appeared behind them, both belonging to formidable pirate crews. "We are surrounded," Luca exclaimed in the captain's cabin, frustrated. Colonel Adolf had completely severed our communication. We were unable to request support from any nearby warships. Drake paid no heed to Luca's words. After the lookout reported that the merchant vessels were continuing past the pirate ships, he approached the navigational chart to assess the situation. The merchant vessels were progressing along this route, with their final destination likely being the city that never sleeps. They did not seem to be engaged in illicit trade. If they were, their cargo vessels would be heavily laden, moving at a sluggish pace. And they would not have to worry about our pursuit, let alone possess such formidable firepower. What could it be? Luca also scrutinized the chart. I do not know, Drake replied, shaking his head. Our current predicament is how to escape the encirclement of the 3 pirate ships. Aren't the merchant vessels pursuing us? I sense they harbor a significant secret, Luca inquired. Drake hesitated for a moment. Contact Amos and request his support. Chapter 92, Native Forces vs. Airborne Forces at 9 o'clock on the morning of November 16th. After reporting the situation to Colonel Adolf, Amos and Dolit set out to return, marking the end of yet another patrol. Not 20 minutes after departing from Yeslo Island, Amos's communicator rang. At that moment, he and Dolit were patrolling the deck. Hello? Amos answered the call. Amos. It was Drake's voice, urgent and breathless. Before Amos could respond, Drake recounted the unfolding events. Leave the 3 pirate ships to us. But we are powerless to pursue those 3 merchant vessels. We can only leave that task to you. Amos listened intently to his words and replied solemnly. Colonel Adolf has severed the communication between your warship and others. Interrupting contact effectively eliminates any possibility of seeking assistance, which, to put it bluntly, is tantamount to sentencing them to death. After Drake expressed the need for support, Amos finally comprehended why Drake had opted to use his private communicator instead of contacting the warship directly. Indeed, this cargo ship appeared to be anything but ordinary. Not only was there pirate assistance, but Colonel Adolf was covertly aiding them as well. Drake analyzed the situation, and it became evident that the Okama Sea was far more complex than anticipated, with various factions surreptitiously exerting influence over the region. Understood. I shall immediately instruct Dorit to alter our course, Amos declared, casting a glance at Dorit, who was also listening to the communicator. Dorit, understanding the urgency, departed swiftly. Are you truly certain on your end? Drake paused momentarily, seemingly contemplating whether they could withstand 3 pirate ships given their severe manpower shortage on the warship. However, he soon chuckled, a mix of disdain and bravado in his voice. Regardless of the outcome, isn't it true that no one can assist us? Thus, such considerations are unnecessary. We shall act decisively. Amos gripped the phone bug tightly, causing it to writhe in pain. We are about to engage in direct confrontation with the local forces of the North Sea. It matters not, Drake replied with a feigned indifference, letting out a light chuckle. You and Luca may proceed as you wish. Amos spoke calmly. If your conjecture regarding the ultimate destination of those 3 cargo vessels is Nightless City, I shall hasten there with utmost speed. You need not concern yourself with matters here, nor should I have to worry about you. Rest assured, Amos, Drake laughed heartily. They are but 3 pirate ships. They underestimate the capabilities of those trained by Master Zephyr. Very well, as you say, let us act, Amos responded. The sound of cannon fire echoed from Drake's end. It has begun. Await the good news. The call ended. Amos tucked the communicator into his pocket and made his way to the captain's quarters. Upon reaching the door, he was met with the sounds of a heated argument. Entering, he discovered Captain Moore embroiled in a dispute with Dolit regarding the latter's insistence on altering the ship's course, a request that Captain Moore was resolutely denying in adherence to Colonel Adolph's orders. The helmsman and several messengers stood outside the captain's quarters, holding their breath in the tense atmosphere. I command you to change course and head for the city that never sleeps, Amos declared, standing at the threshold with his hands buried in his pockets. Captain Moore, visibly distressed by the interruption, turned to Amos. Major Amos, Colonel Adolf has just issued orders. We must maintain our original course homeward. I command you to change course and head for the city that never sleeps, Amos reiterated. I'm afraid not. Captain Moore gritted his teeth. This is Colonel Adolph's directive. Authority from above is not to be disregarded. I am the highest-ranking officer aboard this vessel, Amos replied calmly. You must learn to obey orders. Captain Moore clenched his fists, his body tense with defiance. I only heed Colonel Adolph's commands. I shall state this for the final time. Amos's tone took on a threatening edge. I command you to change course and head for the city that never sleeps. Please consult with Colonel Adolf. Captain Moore retorted, dialing the communicator. Do not put me in a difficult position. The connection established. Captain Moore explained the current situation to Colonel Adolf before stepping forward to hand the communicator to Amos. Amos picked up the phone. Colonel Adolf erupted in fury, exclaiming, "Are you all conspiring against the heavens? This is no longer a matter of your punishment. It is not simply about returning to headquarters. If you were to depart." Amos responded with a single word, then abruptly hung up the phone, tossing the device to Captain Moore. Captain Moore caught the phone with both hands. Momentarily frozen in place, Amos unsheathed the Chingue from his waist, instantly creating a tense atmosphere within the captain's quarters. "Whose orders do you obey?" he demanded. Lieutenant Moore found himself at a loss, having served under Colonel Adolf in the 233rd Unit for 5 years. He was acutely aware of the colonel's formidable reputation and the vast influence he wielded in the Okama Sea. Facing him was merely an audacious intern from headquarters. If he were to heed the commands of these interns, jeopardizing Colonel Adolf's plans, the consequences would undoubtedly be dire. He believed that Amos was determined to seize control of the warship and doubted that Amos would resort to killing him outright for his defiance. After much contemplation, he resolved to confront the situation head-on. "I cannot." Lieutenant Moore's words were abruptly cut short as Amos, growing impatient, struck him on the head with the back of his sword. The blow sent Moore reeling against the wall, where he collapsed to the floor, his eyes rolling back in unconsciousness. The impact, neither too severe nor too light, left Amos uncertain of Moore's fate. Doral stood at the center of the captain's quarters, taken aback by Amos's swift and ruthless action. At this juncture, the 4 interns who had arrived from headquarters to the 233rd Unit had completely severed ties with the local forces. The soldiers waiting for orders to proceed trembled in disbelief. The captain and the major, who had previously maintained a cordial rapport throughout the cruise, were now embroiled in a fierce confrontation, with the major even daring to insult the colonel. This upheaval was nothing short of a cataclysm for their humble existence. Amos did not retract the ghostly presence. Instead, he ambled towards the helm of the captain's cabin, gazing through the glass at the bustling soldiers on deck and the expansive sea beyond. The soldiers laboring outside remained oblivious to the unfolding scene within the captain's quarters. The air inside the cabin was thickened, rendering it stifling. Amos expressionlessly moved his neck, emitting a sound reminiscent of bone shifting. He turned his head to glare at the soldiers, commanding them with a steely voice. "I order you to alter the course and immediately head to the city of eternal night." "Understood." The soldiers stammered in response, hastily exiting the captain's quarters. They dared not oppose Amos as Lieutenant Moore had, for Moore lay in the captain's chamber, serving as the most effective deterrent. After the soldiers relayed the order, Amos sheathed his sword. The Chingue, we, the Dolart, were somewhat bewildered as events unfolded with alarming rapidity. The situation with Drake and his crew had already escalated, and the arrangement by the branch was to ensure their demise. Amos's lips curled into a slight smirk, since the situation was beyond redemption. Our course of action was to offer them unwavering support and act decisively. Chapter 93, standing alone after Drake hung up the phone. He and Luca burst out of the captain's quarters. The remaining gunners on board could manage approximately 15 cannons, yet 3 pirate ships were closing in from various directions, compelling our already scant manpower to be divided across several fronts. Each direction could muster only 4 or 5 cannons against the pirates, while the broadside cannons of the pirate vessels outnumbered this by 3 or 4 times. The disparity in firepower was insurmountable, without alternative strategies. A straightforward cannon duel would inevitably result in the sinking of our warship. Drake and Luca stood on the deck, observing the approaching pirate ships, which advanced while firing. "What should we do?" Luca crouched down, wrapping bandages tightly around his calves, a pre-battle ritual of his. "I'll take the ship, you handle that one, and the warship will engage the other." Unbeknownst to Drake, Amos had completely severed ties with Colonel Adolf. He was energetically assigning tasks by pointing at the approaching pirate vessels, his tone exuding a sense of inevitability. Luca cast a glance at the pirate ship assigned to him before lowering his head to focus on securing the bandages. "If we each take one, the strain on the warship will be significantly lessened, allowing us to concentrate our firepower on one side against the pirates. Even if we cannot prevail, we can merely hold out until reinforcements arrive." Drake approached Luca from behind, placing his hands on his shoulders to massage and relax him. "How are you feeling? Any issues?" "None," Luca replied, still focused on the bandages. Drake chuckled softly, akin to an older brother, and completed the massage with satisfaction, giving Luca a pat on the shoulder before hastening to strategize with the gunners. Once Luca had finished, Drake returned. The two donned their naval cloaks, the sea breeze causing the fabric to billow dramatically. "Let us go. Let us go." In unison, the two individuals declared their intent, subsequently employing the moonwalk technique to tread upon the air, boldly charging towards their respective pirate ships without a hint of hesitation. The gunners and sailors aboard the warship stood in stupefied silence, gazing at the retreating figures of the two majors. Strangely, the tumultuous anxieties that had gripped them were quelled. Enveloped by an inexplicable sense of security, Drake advanced towards the pirate ship, which was incessantly firing cannonballs. The cool breeze caressed his face, yet his demeanor remained remarkably composed. Upon noticing him, several pirates, under the captain's command, raised their firearms, aiming them skyward to unleash a volley of shots directed at Drake. A barrage of bullets surged towards him, but with remarkable agility, he swiftly altered his position in midair, effortlessly evading every projectile. As he prepared to land on the deck of the pirate ship, he observed the astonished expressions of the captain and his crew. With a resounding thud, he descended onto the deck, drawing forth his rapier and four-bladed axe from his waist, plunging into the throng of pirates. Meanwhile, Luca encountered a similar scenario as he approached. He was besieged by a flurry of bullets, yet he too miraculously evaded danger. Sighing with relief upon safely landing on the pirate ship's deck, he surveyed the circle of armed pirates surrounding him. Alone and seemingly isolated, he merely smiled with ease, showing no signs of distress. With a slight shake of his legs, he crouched slightly, his piercing gaze sweeping over the pirates. Come. Bang, bang, bang. A cacophony of gunfire erupted in a span of mere seconds. Luca's form became ethereal, appearing to the pirates as if he had multiplied into countless afterimages. Utilizing his paper drawing technique, he deftly dodged all incoming bullets once more. In the next moment, a pirate suddenly felt a gust of wind rush past him, followed by the resonant utterance of raging gale, and then an acute pain that rendered him unconscious. With a swift roll, Luca supported himself with one hand on the ground, his legs splayed wide as he spun, clearing the encroaching pirates with a sweeping kick. Switching to the other hand, he repeated the maneuver thrice, eliminating 7 or 8 pirates who were utterly oblivious to his kicking prowess. However, the battle was far from seamless. Facing hundreds of pirates simultaneously induced a palpable sense of chaos. Fortunately, Luca's combat experience was extensive. Despite facing bullets and blades coming at him from all directions, he managed to maintain his composure and combat prowess. The captain and the advisor aboard the pirate ship possessed skills that far surpassed those of the lesser foes, and they too joined the fray, one wielding iron claws with remarkable agility, while the other excelled in hand-to-hand combat. Luca delivered a powerful kick aimed at the captain, a robust man who, though his countenance changed dramatically upon impact, gritted his teeth and grasped Luca's foot, just as Luca attempted to withdraw his leg. The advisor launched a surprise attack from behind. Even though Luca sensed the impending strike and began to evade, he was inevitably scratched on his back, wincing in pain. He leapt into the air, executing a kick that connected with the captain's chin. The blow shattered the captain's teeth, causing him to loosen his grip on Luca. In midair, Luca performed a graceful backflip, landing just in time to deliver another kick to the advisor's temple. The advisor was sent flying, crashing against the ship's railing, while the captain staggered backwards, clutching his bleeding mouth in agony. Luca remained taut and vigilant, continuing to battle through the throng of pirates. Meanwhile, the naval ship engaged in a fierce cannonade with the remaining pirate vessel, both sides unleashing a barrage of artillery with relentless ferocity. On another pirate ship, Drake emerged, drenched in blood, having fought his way through the horde. The blood that stained him was not his own, but rather that of the pirates he had slain during the skirmish. However, this did not mean he was unscathed. A bullet grazed his brow, tearing the skin and causing blood to seep. Had he been a moment slower, the bullet could have struck his eye, potentially obliterating his head. Such was the nature of battle. Drake had lost count of how many times he had brushed against death. Yet, as his strength grew, such encounters became increasingly rare. He sheathed his weapon at his waist and shook out his numb hands. The hand-to-hand combat had concluded. It was time to get serious. With a mighty roar, he transformed into his Tyrannosaurus form, sending many of the pirates, who had previously approached with malicious intent, fleeing in terror as they discarded their weapons. Drake then unleashed a brutal onslaught. 2 hours later, no pirates remained alive on either ship, covered in the remnants of battle. Both Drake and Luca made their way towards the last remaining pirate vessel. Given the naval ship's severe manpower shortage, they did not expect it to sink the pirate ship. Merely surviving the ordeal with minimal damage was already commendable. When they met aboard the pirate ship, they exchanged a knowing smile, then without further words, plunged together into the fray once more. 10 minutes later, utterly exhausted, they stepped over the scattered corpses, reaching the bow of the ship. Drake raised a flintlock pistol and fired 3 shots into the sky, the jubilant cheers from the warship resonating in the air. This was the signal he had established prior to his departure, signifying the successful completion of their mission. As he lowered his hand, the pistol clattered to the deck. Ha! Ha ha! Luca gazed at the warship with a foolish grin, dismissing the foes as mere scoundrels, nothing more. Drake, observing Luca's foolish demeanor, couldn't help but smile in return. And Luca met his gaze. In a moment of unspoken understanding, the two extended their hands and brought their fists together in a celebratory collision. Chapter 94. The deployment of One-Eyed Ross. The warship under the command of Amos swiftly sailed towards the city of Eternal Night. The recent mutiny had little impact. It was merely Colonel Adolf attempting to communicate with Amos through the ship's intercom, which Amos chose to disregard entirely, discarding the device. He reclined in his chair, basking in the sunlight on the deck. Not long ago, Drake had contacted him, reporting the successful elimination of 3 pirate ships with only minor injuries, which brought a sigh of relief from Amos. Despite his confidence in Drake and Luca, it was indeed their first encounter facing an entire pirate vessel alone, and it was impossible not to feel a twinge of concern. Additionally, Drake had informed him of the latest developments. The sunken ship had been discovered by a passing freighter, thanks to Lieutenant Harrow and Captain Hudson's persistent signaling for help. Consequently, there was no need for him to return, allowing him to proceed and rendezvous with Amos in the city of Eternal Night. The 4 of them had not seen each other for nearly a month, having once been inseparable, and the separation had fostered a sense of longing. The 2 warships were now approximately a day to a day and a half from the city, and it was likely that Drake would arrive even earlier than Amos. Drake might reach there by the afternoon of the 18th, while Amos would arrive by the evening at the latest. In the minister's office of the branch building, Colonel Adolf had spent the night in frustration, unable to find rest. However, after calming his anger, he needed to seriously consider how to address the Marquis Scarlet's plan. He dialed the phone once more. "Hello?" came the unwelcoming tone of Marquis Scarlet. Colonel Adolf adjusted his demeanor. Currently, the 2 warships manned by interns have completely fallen out of control. "Humph," responded the Marquis with a sarcastic tone. "Is this what you call an unsolvable issue? The focus now should be on how to resolve the predicament." Colonel Adolf, reluctant to argue further after having made a bold statement, replied, "I am continuously receiving updates. The pirates you dispatched to intercept the One-Eyed ship have been defeated, and now the 2 warships are advancing towards the city from different directions." The Marquis was undoubtedly aware of this news. After his mockery, he turned serious, asking, "Can you not command them? Those from headquarters are all prideful. Once the mask is torn off, they will walk the dark road together. I can't even reach them." Colonel Adolf, initially vexed, now felt a sense of helplessness. They had managed to defeat the pirates you sent to intercept them and had previously captured the One-Eyed pirate with ease. Surely, you must recognize their capabilities by now? If all 4 of them reach the city of Eternal Night, your plan is likely to be thwarted. "Perhaps it is best to leave it be," said the Marquis. A sound of swallowing echoed through the line as he savored his wine. "If they go, let it be that they never return. In executing my plan, it remains impeccably seamless. The prior apprehension regarding the pressures you would endure due to the Navy's inaction in the face of the nightless city as plunder will dissipate following their demise. Of course, you may publicly assert that these were your most capable subordinates dispatched from headquarters specifically for the rescue of the nightless city. The Navy, having evidently suffered significant losses, shall find it challenging for those factions to trouble you. Furthermore, with the deaths of the 4 interns from headquarters, the repercussions will extend beyond mere factional disputes to incite the ire of the headquarters itself." Colonel Adolf felt a jolt of alarm within. Marquis Scarlet, unhurried, continued, "As the highest naval officer in the Okama Sea region, you will undoubtedly be tasked by headquarters to ascertain the truth. When the time comes, as you become embroiled, our combined efforts will ensure that Duke Zokalin faces consequences far beyond mere disgrace. It is not inconceivable to uproot his entire faction and all those ministers who support him. It seems that the loss of 3 pirate pawns may not be as detrimental as it first appeared." Marquis Scarlet felt a sense of relief. It merely required the sacrifice of more in order to eradicate Zokalin's influence more thoroughly. Colonel Adolf, however, was inwardly shaken. Scarlet's plan was meticulously crafted, and now, with the interns from headquarters attempting to disrupt it, they had been ruthlessly devoured by him. If one day he found himself obstructing Scarlet's path, would the increasingly powerful Scarlet not decisively consume him as well? He sensed a chill coursing through him, collaborating with such an ambitious and ruthless individual who would stop at nothing to achieve his aims, necessitated utmost caution. Even he harbored fears of stumbling into a treacherous pitfall. Next, you need only to contemplate the phrasing of the incident report, preparing to submit it to headquarters in due course. The voice of Marquis Scarlet turned ominous. Leave the nightless city to me. A day later, at noon on the 18th, 3 cargo ships under the command of One-Eyed Ross docked at the harbor of the Nightless City. The Nightless City serves as one of the numerous central hubs for illicit trade in the Northern Sea, making it a place of intricate power dynamics and considerable prosperity. If one were to enumerate the 4 most thriving locales in the Northern Sea, they would undoubtedly include the imperial capital of the Kingdom of Toscaman, Gran Arte, the renowned harbor of Oasis Port, the royal city of the Kingdom of Argos located on Prokies Island, and lastly, the Nightless City itself. Here, while engaging in black market dealings, a wide array of legitimate goods also circulates. It could be described as the most commercially advanced location in the Okama Sea, significantly contributing to the development of its indigenous populace. At noon, the docks of the Nightless City were bustling with numerous vessels, surpassing even the frequency of traffic at Oasis Port, which One-Eyed Ross had visited many times. The island also hosted intermediaries for the black trade. However, that matter was of no concern to One-Eyed Ross. After the 3 cargo ships anchored at their designated spots, they did not disembark immediately. On the deck, several individuals were orchestrating a grand display while communicating with the dockworkers. Meanwhile, the One-Eyed Ross was nestled in the ship's cabin, waiting with his armed confidants for news from the other 2 cargo ships. Once everything was in place, they would surge forth, untroubled by the swift flow of information in the city that never sleeps. Although news traveled quickly, deploying reinforcements would still take at least 2 or 3 days. He was confident that he could seize the city within half a day, exacting vengeance and plundering as needed. However, the Marquis of Scarlet had relayed both good and bad news. The unfortunate tidings were that the warship pursuing them had defeated the intercepting pirates and was hot on their trail. The fortunate news was that he had dispatched additional forces to assist the One-Eyed Ross, indicating that after conquering the city, they would also vanquish the navy. With the Marquis arranging for more formidable allies, Ross felt little cause for concern. The phone bug crackled to life, and upon answering, one cargo ship reported that it was ready. A few minutes later, another cargo ship similarly updated him on its status. The One-Eyed Ross rose, and the pirates who had barricaded the cabin readied their weapons. Thus began Chapter 95, the slaughter of the city that never sleeps. The pirates poured from the cargo ship, which had established a gangway to the dock. Over 600 pirates surged forward, causing the dockworkers engaged in unloading and loading to flee in terror. Under Ross's leadership, the pirates stormed the dock, unleashing a chaotic barrage. The sheer volume of gunfire from over 600 firearms easily obliterated the defenses of the dock, leaving the soldiers utterly overwhelmed. Some ships, sensing the impending doom, attempted to flee, but a group of pirates armed with shoulder-mounted cannons turned their fire upon these vessels, plunging the dock into chaos. Having navigated the treacherous waters for many years, the One-Eyed Ross acted with decisive resolve, leaving a contingent at the dock to manage the aftermath while he led the others deeper into the city. The cacophony of gunfire was so intense that many within the city heard the commotion and came forth to investigate. The city, a bustling town connected to the dock, soon felt the tremors of violence. The One-Eyed Ross, with his overwhelming firepower, entered the streets unimpeded. Amidst the throngs of pedestrians, he personally fired a cannon down the street. And with a deafening explosion, the area was splattered with carnage, the air thick with the scent of blood. This once thriving trade town finally grasped the gravity of its peril. The pirates had descended upon the city that never sleeps. This marks the first unprecedented event in the development of the city that never sleeps. Civilians, burdened by their families, flee in desperation while the leaders of various hidden factions urgently disseminate news, either hiding in basements or mingling with the crowd in a bid for survival. Under the barrage of hundreds of guns, people fall as though they were mere blades of grass, collapsing into pools of blood with each volley of gunfire. The outbreak of this conflict was startlingly abrupt, with the assailants possessing overwhelming numbers and firepower, transforming the city into a scene of sheer slaughter rather than a confrontation. Representatives of the Tansis Kingdom from the Breno Sea, adjacent to the Okama Sea, surged onto the streets, armed with over 20 men to obstruct the advance of One-Eyed Ross and his formidable forces. "Do you not realize where you stand?" the irate middle-aged leader exclaimed. "Your ignorance will lead to your demise." "I am quite aware," One-Eyed Ross retorted, "for it is you whom I intend to slay." Without hesitation, his men unleashed a barrage of gunfire. The clash between the two sides resembled a struggle between mice and elephants, with over 20 individuals pierced by a hail of bullets. Their blood gushing forth, each corpse a grotesque testament to the brutality, piled together on the ground like a crimson fishing net. Other factions initially contemplated revealing themselves to intimidate this band of pirates, hoping to deter them with tales of their formidable backing. However, such thoughts quickly dissipated. It was evident that this crew of pirates was well aware of their strength, indicating a premeditated battle. Meanwhile, on the top floor of a mansion, an elderly man seethed with fury. Whose power is behind this? A large pirate crew of such size is a rarity in the North Sea. And to provoke a third of the forces there suggests a formidable backing. Before he could ponder further, the sharp crack of gunfire echoed from the hallway. Pirates had breached the mansion. They intend to annihilate us, the old man lamented. The living room was filled with people, some clad in suits while others wore military uniforms, each face reflecting palpable fear. The suited individuals chattered anxiously about strategies, while the soldiers aimed their weapons at the entrance. The gunfire outside grew louder, accompanied by the approach of footsteps. The elderly man gazed despondently at the scene. It was over. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the door was not simply forced open but was obliterated by a cannon shot. Instantly, with splinters and dust filled the air, and the soldiers closest to the door were reduced to mere fragments. In rushed a horde of pirates, indiscriminately opening fire into the throng gathered in the living room. Cries of agony and resistance echoed through the air. The old man, trembling, crawled to the window just as a pirate aimed his gun at him. The bullet pierced the old man's chest, erupting in a blossom of crimson, and he tumbled from the window, crashing onto the street to lie among other lifeless bodies. The various factions were not simply awaiting their demise. Some emerged to resist, while others took advantage of their geographical positioning, fortifying themselves within the buildings. Although these factions had established deep roots in the area over time, engaging in illicit trade was inherently precarious, and the nightless city was sufficiently secure, resulting in their forces being rather sparse. In the ensuing conflict, they were further subdued by overwhelming firepower, and any formidable adversaries that appeared were swiftly eradicated by the notorious One-Eyed Ross himself. After all, One-Eyed Ross was a pirate with a bounty of 50 million berries, a testament to his strength. While he may not be able to contend with the main headquarters interns in the waters of Okama, he would not easily encounter an equally matched foe. The nightless city was expansive. After several hours of the initial sweep conducted by 600 men, numerous civilians and factions had already fled, dispersing across the island's various corners. One-Eyed Ross refrained from issuing the order to eliminate every last individual. To do so would require at least tenfold the manpower. His mission was to plunder. Murder was never the ultimate objective. Following the sweep, fewer than 10 factions remained entrenched within the buildings. Their strongholds had been fortified, and the firepower of shoulder-mounted cannons was insufficient to easily dismantle them. One-Eyed Ross divided his forces into 3 groups to systematically dismantle each position. Even the most fortified structures would succumb after being bombarded for half an hour by over a dozen shoulder-mounted cannons. In the face of such overwhelming superiority, stubborn resistance had lost its significance. As One-Eyed Ross urged the swift resolution of these strongholds to commence the plundering, 2 figures appeared on the street. One was a long-haired man clad in a sleek black outfit wielding a sword, while the other, shorter and somewhat stout, bore no weapon. These 2 men paid no mind to One-Eyed Ross and his crew, charging instead towards the still-standing building amidst the chaos. The long-haired man deftly scaled the wall, elegantly flipping inside, while the other man's fist turned jet black as he stood below, delivering powerful blows to the building's walls. The destruction he wrought was astonishing, rivaling that of the shoulder-mounted cannons. One-Eyed Ross's men, taken aback and bewildered, looked on as he widened his eyes in astonishment, raising a hand to signal a halt to the assault. Nearly 200 pirates stood witness to the 2 men's assault on the structure. Once the long-haired man had entered, no further attacks emanated from within, leaving everyone in suspense regarding the brutal carnage unfolding inside. In a mere 30 seconds, the stout man had reduced the building to a precarious state, teetering on the brink of collapse. Finally, with a thunderous shout, he struck a load-bearing column with a punch. The column snapped cleanly, and the building began to topple. Retreat, One-Eyed Ross commanded urgently. As they hastily withdrew, the long-haired man emerged from the window, landing gracefully on the ground. A resounding crash followed. The building collapsed, stirring up a cloud of dust, which then settled into an eerie silence. As the haze dissipated, 2 men turned their gaze towards One-Eyed Ross. The long-haired man spoke. "You must be One-Eyed Ross?" Indeed, Ross had already surmised the identities of the 2. Chapter 96, Mercenaries. On the afternoon of November 18th, in the office of the head of Branch 233, the telephone had been inundated with calls. As anxious staff members knocked at the door to report the situation. Throughout this afternoon, all cries for help revolved around the assault on the city that never sleeps by pirates. Once the various factions on the island disseminated the news, their respective powers swiftly approached Colonel Adolf, demanding immediate dispatch of naval vessels for support. Colonel Adolf responded in accordance with his discussions with Marquis Scarlet the previous day, assuring that warships had already been sent to provide assistance and would arrive today. He urged them to hold on in the city that never sleeps. While managing the situation, he remained deeply concerned about the current state of the city. He could only hope that the plan would unfold as Marquis Scarlet envisioned, which would lead to the resolution of the 4 interns obstructing his operations in the Okama Sea, while also reaping benefits from Scarlet's newfound invincibility in the Kingdom of Toscaman. Meanwhile, off the coast of the city that never sleeps, the 790th Naval Vessel of Branch 233's offshore patrol fleet was drawing near. It was around 4:30 in the afternoon, and the city was ablaze under the sun's glare, with plumes of thick smoke rising into the sky. Drake and Luca, having just washed and donned clean clothes at the bow of the ship, were taken aback. From their vantage point, the city was engulfed in flames, and it was impossible to gauge how many survivors remained. However, they were certain that this devastation could rival the catastrophic island massacre of 5 years prior on Ulula Island, undoubtedly linked to the 3 cargo ships. As the warship inched closer to the ravaged dock of the city, they observed that only the 3 cargo ships remained unscathed, while other vessels lay damaged, severely wounded, barely floating on the surface, with many likely having sunk to the ocean's depths. How much longer until we arrive? Drake inquired. Luca had just set down the communication device and replied, Amos and the others will need about 2 more hours. We cannot afford to wait for their arrival before launching our attack, Drake asserted gravely. In moments like these, every second counted. We will disembark first, seize control of the dock, and then initiate our assault on the city that never sleeps. Agreed. Luca held no objections. Currently, the number of soldiers remaining aboard the warship was fewer than 50. Drake was acutely aware that the enemy's forces were undoubtedly superior, and this was a conflict from which one could not simply abstain and escape unscathed. Thus, he rallied all personnel on the ship, even the cooks, for the impending engagement. As the warship approached the dock, the notorious One-Eyed Ross had already stationed several pirates at the pier to initiate hostilities, while a messenger snail was dispatched to inform him of the naval presence within the city of Eternal Night. In response to the onslaught of shoulder-mounted cannons and firearms, Drake promptly deployed his men, utilizing the 3 long cannons mounted at the bow of the warship to mount a counterattack. In terms of firepower, the shoulder-mounted cannons were no match for the ship's armament. Completely overwhelmed by the superior firepower, Drake and Luca executed a swift moonwalk to land on the dock, commencing the eradication of the pirates. Meanwhile, under the soldiers' command, the warship gradually edged closer to the shore as the troops hastened their disembarkation within the city of Eternal Night. One-Eyed Ross ended the call, having just received word from his subordinate regarding the Navy's arrival at the dock. At that moment, he was leading an assault against a faction stronghold, which had stationed nearly 50 men in the city who were stubbornly resisting behind their barricades. The 2 individuals present showed no inclination to engage. It appeared their initial confrontation was merely a display of strength for One-Eyed Ross, as they were exceedingly reluctant to expend effort on ventures yielding no profit. During their earlier conversation, One-Eyed Ross learned that the long-haired swordsman was named Bowen, while the slightly rotund man was called Dempsey. Both were mercenaries hired by Marquis Scarlet from the dark underworld, each possessing formidable prowess, with personal fees for single missions reaching 10 million berries. This indicated that Marquis Scarlet had allocated a significant 20 million berries specifically to combat the Navy by employing individuals from the Dark Realm. The Dark World remained a mysterious and unfamiliar territory for One-Eyed Ross. He only understood that it was rife with the most sordid, frenzied, and terrifying transactions, involving countless forces from across the globe. It flowed through the world like venom, impervious even to the Navy's influence. In comparison, the city of Eternal Night, a hub of black market dealings, was but a drop in the ocean relative to the vastness of the Dark World. The ongoing siege was proving to be quite troublesome. However, One-Eyed Ross's men discovered powerful artillery hidden in the basements of certain arms-dealing shops. These heavy weapons were being transported, and once they could be utilized, the remaining strongholds would be easily dismantled. The two mercenaries from the Dark World had been expressly dispatched by Marquis Scarlet to confront the Navy. Now that the Navy had arrived, the moment had come for these sharp blades to be put to use. "Gentlemen, the Navy has landed at the dock," One-Eyed Ross declared, approaching Bowen and Dempsey amidst the cacophony of cannon fire. "Since Lord Scarlet has specifically employed you to deal with the Navy, it is now time for you to fulfill your duty." Bowen and Dempsey did not respond to One-Eyed Ross, their expressions indifferent as they departed, hastening towards the dock. Having witnessed the prowess of these mercenaries, One-Eyed Ross felt a surge of confidence in them. Having invested a staggering $20 million, it was only natural that they would deliver commensurate value. He chuckled, envisioning the life of affluence that awaited him once the task was accomplished, with Marquis Scarlet bestowing upon him a fortune that could sustain him for a lifetime. He imagined a life devoid of bloodshed, surrounded by countless women, indulging in endless fine wine and delectable feasts, truly living the life of a nobleman. "Hasten the transport of the artillery, those incompetents. I must conclude this battle within half an hour." At the dock, bolstered by Drake and Lucas, the Navy managed to secure control after incurring casualties of 7 or 8 men. Drake ordered all naval soldiers to remain at the dock, safeguarding this crucial location. He deemed it prudent to forego further reinforcements, as he had a rough estimate of the enemy's numbers within the city of Eternal Night. While the two of them could manage, sending in additional naval forces would likely lead to their demise without significant aid. It was better to hold the dock and await the arrival of Amos and his group, planning a coordinated assault once their forces converged. Confident in their own survival, he and Luca decided to venture into the perilous territory first. Leaving the dock, Drake and Luca swiftly advanced towards the city of Eternal Night on their skimming vessel. However, after just a few minutes, they spotted two figures standing at the intersection ahead, one a long-haired man wielding a sword, the other a slightly portly individual exuding a palpable aura of menace. Drake and Luca instinctively halted a short distance from the pair, both acutely aware that they stood before adversaries. "Be cautious," Drake warned, grasping the hilts of his weapons, sensing that these opponents would not be easily vanquished. Luca had already wrapped bandages around his calves aboard the warship, his combat instinct sharp, recognizing that these foes were not the usual weaklings they had encountered. In mere seconds, the two sides faced off before launching themselves into a fierce clash. Chapter 97. Absolute Power. Drake instinctively charged towards Bowen, who was also armed. Bowen showed no intent to choose his opponent, advancing with his sword as Drake approached directly. Upon realizing the formidable strength of the two blocking their path, Drake dismissed any notions of underestimating them. He initiated the encounter with a swift strike, moving so quickly that he left only a fleeting shadow in his wake, closing the mere 20 meters in an instant. Clang! The sound of Drake's western sword clashing against Bowen's blade echoed as both displayed remarkable strength. In that moment of impact, both warriors slightly bent their bodies, and Drake unleashed a sweeping strike with his four-bladed axe aimed at Bowen's waist. Bowen immediately drew back to defend, parrying the axe with a swift motion and then forcefully thrusting it away. In just a single exchange, Drake had gauged Bowen's capabilities through his strength and reflexes, concluding that this opponent was at least his equal. This was merely a fleeting thought in his mind. The duel was far from over, particularly the clash of blades, characterized by remarkable speed. To any onlookers, the scene would have appeared as nothing more than a cacophony of clashing swords, impenetrable defenses, and a flurry of relentless, sharp attacks that could bewilder any observer. After a fierce exchange, Bowen found himself with the upper hand. Having spent years studying at the headquarters, swordsmanship had never been Drake's forte, rendering him incapable of overcoming an equally matched opponent's strengths with his own weaknesses. Unable to gain an advantage in the melee, Drake deftly evaded Bowen's strike and retreated several steps, sheathing his sword and axe at his waist before swiftly transforming into his Tyrannosaurus form. In mere seconds, his height surged to 7 meters. Upon witnessing this transformation, Bowen's pupils constricted, yet he did not falter. With determination, he leapt into the air, aiming his sword at the throat of the Tyrannosaurus Drake. Instead of being intimidated by the beastly form, Bowen resolutely sought to end Drake's existence. Drake extended his claw toward Bowen. Do refrain from criticizing the size of a Tyrannosaurus's claws. In the original narrative, Drake's claws were indeed formidable enough to contend with a pacifist, forcing Bowen to redirect his attack towards Drake's claw. The blade grazed Drake's claw, inflicting pain. Yet he remained undeterred in his pursuit of Bowen. Suspended in midair, Bowen found no opportunity to struggle as Drake seized his lower body with his claws, hurling him towards the ground. In the midst of this descent, Bowen fought back fiercely, wielding his sword to inflict damage upon Drake's hand. with a resounding thud. Just as Bowen had pierced Drake's hand, Drake slammed him headfirst into the earth. Thud. Thud. Bowen, possessing considerable physical resilience, managed to extricate himself from Drake's grip during a brief moment of looseness. Regaining his composure, he began to stretch his limbs. However, Drake would not allow Bowen to recover unimpeded. He charged forward once more, this time bearing his mouth lined with sharp fangs. Just as Bowen appeared destined to be bitten, he underwent a remarkable transformation, countering with his sword against Drake's fangs. Truly, he was a formidable individual from the naval headquarters. In a stalemate, Drake reverted to his human form, one of his hands already soaked in blood, yet his expression remained grave and unchanged. Bowen, having just been seized by Drake, felt as though his bones were about to collide, leaving him in discomfort. Although he had initially appeared somewhat rigid after their prior confrontation, he now stretched his body significantly and once more advanced towards Drake. Drake, having abandoned his Tyrannosaurus form for combat, found that employing such a massive shape against a multitude of weaker foes was as effortless as using a cutter to slice through straw. However, facing a master swordsman rendered such a bulkiness somewhat unwieldy. Instead of drawing his sword, Drake assumed a fighting stance, his fists clenched. Bowen raised an eyebrow, taken aback by his opponent's choice to engage in unarmed combat. Yet, the next moment, his demeanor grew serious, for Drake's fists were gradually darkening. On Luca's side, the situation was far more dire, as his opponent launched an immediate assault with a powerful punch. The crucial detail was that Dempsey's fist was black, a clear indication of the result of hardened armament hockey. Although Luca had studied at the headquarters for 3 years, his progress with the two-color hockey had been minimal, leaving him still far from mastery. The individual he faced seemed to wield armament hockey more adeptly than Drake, indicating he was no novice in its application. As Dempsey pressed the attack with ferocity, Luca fought while retreating. However, the more he withdrew, the more unstable his footing became, leading to an increasing number of vulnerabilities in their exchange. Ultimately, Dempsey seized upon one of Luca's openings and struck him squarely in the chest. The punch, reinforced by hardened hockey, was immensely powerful, causing Luca to spit blood and stagger back 7 or 8 steps before barely managing to regain his balance. Gasping, he clutched his torso, where his insides felt as if they were twisted, while wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Dempsey strode towards him, his fists, hardened by hockey, seeming invincible. "Ha," Luca chuckled, "your fists are nowhere near the caliber of Master Zifa." With that, he executed a swift kick aimed at Dempsey's head. Dempsey raised his arms to block, managing to deflect the blow, yet the force sent him leaning to the side. However, Luca's assault was not yet over. With a swift turn, he raised his right foot high and delivered a fierce downward kick, striking Dempsey's head. The impact caused Dempsey to drop to one knee. Luca did not relent. He aimed his knee at Dempsey's face, knowing that if this strike connected, Dempsey would likely collapse. Yet, Dempsey rolled backward just in time, narrowly avoiding the collision as Luca's knee brushed against his nose. As Dempsey executed a backward maneuver, he seized Luca's ankle, pulling him backward as well. Off balance, Luca stumbled forward, and Dempsey took the opportunity to roll over and press down on Luca's back. Luca found himself pinned to the ground, unable to move. Dempsey grasped one of Luca's legs and began to wrench it outward, while his other hand forcefully pressed Luca's head against the ground. The veins on Luca's forehead throbbed. Crack! Dempsey shattered Luca's right leg bone, then proceeded to attack the left. Luca struggled desperately, emitting heart-wrenching cries. Yet he could not free himself from Dempsey's grip. Dempsey's strength and physical prowess surpassed his own. He was powerless. Dempsey was obliterating his future. His legs were everything to him. After breaking both leg bones, Dempsey released Luca, gazing with satisfaction at the writhing figure on the ground, as though admiring a masterpiece. Luca lay there, desperately attempting to rise, but his legs dangled helplessly, devoid of any strength. The intense pain flushed his face red, and his eyes widened. Dempsey approached once more, seizing Luca by the hair and lifting him up. Luca reached out in a futile attempt to strike Dempsey, but before he could make contact, Dempsey relentlessly hammered Luca's head with his hardened fist. Like a punching bag, he pounded Luca's skull with brutal force. Eventually, Luca's arms fell limply to his sides, and Dempsey let go, causing Luca to spit blood and a few teeth from his mouth. He grinned, his mouth stained with blood, at the crumpled form of Luca on the ground. Chapter 98. Tearful eyes coughing, Luca's face swelled and became grotesquely disfigured, yet he continued to struggle. He managed to crack his eyes open just enough to gaze at Dempsey, realizing it wasn't over yet. Are all Navy personnel this foolish? Dumpes spoke. If you simply close your mouth and play dead, you might just survive. Haha. Luca let out a low, sardonic laugh. Surrender was far too easy, and playing dead was not in his nature. Dumpes rubbed his head, still aching from the kick Luca had landed earlier, almost knocking him out. With his fist once again imbued with hardened hockey, Dumpes slowly approached Luca. Let us finish this. In response, Luca reached for a stone from the ground, trembling as he lifted it. At that moment, Drake, engaged in combat with Bowen, noticed Luca's peril and forcefully pushed Bowen away, racing toward Luca. Bang! Just as Dumpes stood before Luca, he was struck by the charging Drake, sending Dumpes flying. Stumbling a few steps, Drake hurried to Luca's side. Hey, Luca, are you all right? Luca, raising his hand with the stone, formed an okay gesture. I'll help you retreat. In Drake's heart, the town of Lucaby held paramount importance. As he swiftly pulled Luca up, Bowen and Dempsey surged towards him from either side. Cursed be the circumstances. Drake was compelled to release Luca, transforming once more into his Tyrannosaurus form, shielding Luca beneath him while simultaneously fending off the assault from both adversaries. The Tyrannosaurus form, inherently cumbersome, became a source of intensified pressure as Drake faced two formidable opponents. Do not concern yourself with me, Luca murmured, urging, you must flee. His voice was barely audible, lost amidst the chaos of battle as Drake fought valiantly. Hey Drake! Luca, bloodied and barely able to open his eyes, exclaimed, you cannot conquer both of them. A muffled grunt from Drake reached Luca's ears as Bowen drove his sword into Drake's transformed thigh. Enduring the pain, Drake swatted Bowen aside and redirected his focus to Dempsey. Despite engaging in combat on two fronts, Drake remained steadfast, not moving an inch, ensuring Luca's protection beneath him. Initially, contending with Bowen alone required all of Drake's strength. Yet with Dempsey's involvement, he soon found himself at a disadvantage. Blood streamed from his Tyrannosaurus form, dripping onto Luca. Summoning every ounce of strength, Luca attempted to rise. Using his arms for support, Drake, battered and bruised, felt the sharpness of Bowen's swordsmanship, instinctively compelled to evade, yet his desire to protect Luca triumphed over this instinct, keeping him rooted in place against Bowen's onslaught. Dempsey, with hardened fists, delivered blows that rivaled the power of a cannon, striking Drake from behind while he was preoccupied with Bowen, each punch causing Drake's massive form to falter further. Fool! Luca, finally managing to prop himself up, shouted at Drake above him, run! Yet, Drake remained unyielding, his injuries mounting. Ultimately, as Bowen drew attention away, Dempsey landed a decisive blow to Drake's head, causing him to stagger and collapse. With a thud, Drake fell to the ground, reverting to his human form. Damn it! Seeing Drake in such a state, Luca crawled towards Dempsey. You seek death? What a touching camaraderie, Dempsey remarked, clicking his tongue, somewhat moved by Luca's fervor. You've made me consider a stint with the Navy to experience life. Huh. Luca grasped Dempsey's pant leg, looking up with a sardonic smile. The Navy would never accept scum like you. At this juncture, the battle effectively concluded. Dempsey leisurely squatted down, stating, if what you say is true. How did you end up in this predicament? Luca was left speechless. Very well, let this be a lesson for your next life. Do not be so stubborn and foolish. Dempsey exhaled, rising to his feet. Bowen also approached Drake. Shaking his dazed head, Drake knelt on the ground before gradually standing up. He first beheld not the approaching Bowen, but rather Luca, who lay prostrate before Dumpes. Rising to his feet, Dumpes emanated an aura of aggression. Stop! Drake bellowed, rushing forward with fervor. Bowen was merely a few meters away, and he hastily drew his sword to intercept Drake. As Bowen swung his blade, Drake solidified his fist and struck it aside with force. Huh! Dumpes, noticing Drake's approach, deliberately paused for a second or two before delivering a kick to Luca's head. In the blink of an eye, before he could retract his foot, Drake lunged at him, pinning him to the ground. Die! 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 Drake rained down blows upon Dumpes's head. Meanwhile, at the dock, yet another naval vessel arrived. Amos and Dorat were relieved to see several naval soldiers stationed at the dock, signifying that Drake and his team had successfully arrived and secured the area. As they approached the shore, the two leapt directly from the elevated deck onto the wharf. A soldier approached and saluted them. Drake's men? Amos inquired. Indeed, Major, the soldier replied. And what of Drake and Luca? Amos pressed further. The soldier responded. Major Drake and Major Luca have commanded us to guard the dock in your stead. They have already ventured into the city of eternal night to render assistance. Amos felt a slight twinge of discontent within him. He had previously conferred with Drake via the communication device, establishing that for the sake of safety, both parties were to converge before launching an assault on the city of Eternal Night. Yet now, Drake and Luca had embarked prematurely, leaving him uncertain about the situation. "All right, consolidate the forces for an advance on the city of Eternal Night," Amos commanded, then turned to Dorat. "We shall proceed ahead. We remain unaware of the capabilities of the adversaries within the city, and Drake's recklessness is troubling." The two advanced towards the city of Eternal Night with determination. The soldiers disembarking from the warship integrated with the dock's guards, also beginning their advance towards the city. Cough. Drake, gripping his rapier, leaned on it for support. Behind him lay the fallen Luca, while ahead loomed the menacing figures of Bowen and Dempsey. Bowen and Dempsey had anticipated that Drake would soon succumb to exhaustion and share Luca's fate. However, they were taken aback as Drake summoned his last vestiges of strength to valiantly defend Luca, creating an insurmountable barrier between themselves and Drake for the time being. The power unleashed by an individual in dire straits should never be underestimated. Bowen and Dempsey, seasoned in their endeavors, were acutely aware of this. They resolved to join forces and directly confront Drake. Drake extracted his rapier from the ground, his body swaying unsteadily. "Come on," he urged, still clinging to life. Suddenly, a firm hand rested upon his shoulder, accompanied by a voice resonating with calm, yet tinged with fury. "Take good care of Luca. The rest is up to us." In an instant, two figures surged past him, charging towards Bowen and Dempsey. Upon seeing these figures, his eyes brimmed with tears. Chapter 99. Overwhelming force. Drake, who had been propped up by sheer will, collapsed to his knees, hands pressed against the ground as he gazed forward. He still felt the weight of the strong hand on his shoulder. He had prepared himself for death, knowing that the decision to fight to the last breath in defense of his comrades required immense courage. Now, with Amos and the others arriving just in time, it felt as though fate had played a grand jest upon him. Consequently, tears welled in his eyes. Soon after, he turned to check on Luca's condition, exclaiming, "Luca, hey, hold on." Amos and Dolet strode purposefully towards the two mercenaries. "You take the one with the sword," Amos declared, drawing his weapon, Chingue, from his waist with a menacing fluidity. His countenance was dark and foreboding. "As for the other, I shall handle him." "Very well," Dolet replied, equally consumed by rage. The fate of Luca was uncertain, and Drake lay grievously injured. Had they not arrived in time, a mere minute's delay could have spelled disaster. Witnessing the brutal treatment of his comrades, brothers in arms for many years, ignited a fierce resolve in the typically reserved Amos, who exuded an ominous aura, as if to declare, "I am here to end you." Bowen and Dumps, when initially engaging in the business with Marquis Scarlet, were aware that there were 4 individuals involved. Yet they had not anticipated the timely arrival of 2 more. "We must not dawdle in our actions," Bowen, Dumps asserted. Wiping the blood from his mouth with the back of his hand, his voice resonant. Bowen remained largely unchanged, sword in hand, a hint of amusement gracing his features. "Life requires a touch of enjoyment," he replied. "Let us dispose of them swiftly to prevent any unforeseen complications." Dumps spoke with gravity, his fists still hardened with armament. His earlier exertion having taken a toll on his stamina, leaving him slightly breathless. "Understood," Bowen responded, shaking off his levity to adopt a serious demeanor. In their line of work, no one underestimated their adversaries, for those who dared to do so had already sealed their own fates. Amos observed the hardened fist of Dempsey, enveloped in armament hockey, and abruptly came to a halt. He sheathed his sword, forcefully embedding the scabbard into the ground. Subsequently, he intertwined his fingers and raised his hands high, stretching his body. A contented sigh escaped Amos's lips as he experienced profound relaxation during the stretch, the armament hockey pulsating around him. After completing his stretch, Amos let his arms fall, shaking them lightly. And a smile crept across his face, one that bore a hint of madness, disdain, and a murderous intent that instinctively unsettled those who beheld it. He approached Dempsey with measured steps, which gradually quickened until he broke into a sprint, his speed surpassing even the 6th form's shave. In an instant, he soared before Dempsey, who seized the opportunity to unleash a punch. Amos extended his left palm to collide with his opponent, yet just as his hand was about to meet Dump's fist, it descended slightly, and their hands did not connect, instead continuing forward in tandem. When Amos's hand reached Dump's elbow, he suddenly grasped Dump's arm and pulled him towards himself. As Dump's body leaned involuntarily in his direction, Amos's right knee surged upward, striking Dump squarely in the face. Dump's head snapped back, and several teeth erupted from his mouth. The force of this ferocious blow caused Dump to stagger back a few steps, his face ablaze with pain, and it was highly probable that his nose had been fractured. Amos continued to close in on him. Gale Step, Storm Falcon Slash. This technique, known as Gale Step, is a formidable fusion of Amos's most proficient kicking skills, possessing a power and speed that can truly be deemed lethal. Amos executed a sweeping kick with his left foot aimed at Dempsey, who raised his hardened arms to block the attack. Boom. The force of the strike sent Dempsey hurtling through the air, ultimately crashing against a tree before coming to a halt. Gritting his teeth, Dempsey managed to rise to his feet, his gaze towards Amos transformed entirely. The sheer power of that kick had left his arms tingling, despite having fortified himself with armament hockey for defense. Amos's left leg certainly ached, yet he was so accustomed to pain that he appeared unfazed as he approached Dempsey. Is this how you fought them earlier? He challenged, bewildered by Dempsey's demeanor. Clenching his fists, Dempsey took pride in his hardened armament, determined to defeat Amos as he had just vanquished Luca, aiming to shatter his leg bones and crush his neck. Is that the intention? Amos bellowed, simultaneously launching a punch that collided with Dempsey's fist. The impact resonated with a powerful thud, sending shockwaves that stirred the surrounding dust and caused their garments to flutter in the ensuing gust. You, Dempsey, he murmured, caught off guard by his opponent's ability to withstand his blow in direct confrontation. Is this how it is? Amos relaxed his grip on Dempsey's fist only to swiftly seize his wrist, delivering a barrage of punches aimed at Dempsey's face. Blow after blow. Anyone who had sparred with Amos at the Naval Academy would genuinely marvel at his physical resilience, a testament to over a decade of relentless training that had reached a formidable pinnacle. Ultimately, Amos seized Dempsey, pinning him against a tree, and gazed up with piercing intensity. Whose man are you? Dempsey remained silent, his hands still struggling in defiance, striking at Amos with hardened blows. Amos appeared impervious to pain, even as Dumpus struck him, his strength unwavering. Is it the Marquis of Scarlet? He mused. A chuckle escaped Dumpus, yet he remained silent. It is over, Amos declared flatly, before pulling Dumpus back slightly, his hand spreading to cover Dumpus's head as he forcefully drove it toward the ground. He had no desire to continue the struggle. With a resounding crash, the earth was gouged, and he firmly pressed Dumpus's head into the newly formed pit. The pressure intensified, eliciting pain groans from Dumpus. Amos's robust arms tensed, his strength intensifying, while beneath him, Dumpus felt a splitting headache, blood oozing from his 7 orifices. Finally, after reaching his threshold, Amos brutally crushed Dumpus's skull. Brain matter and blood splattered everywhere. As Amos wiped the crimson fluid on Dumpus's clothing, his expression remaining unchanged. He rose and cast his gaze towards Dolet, who was completely overpowering Bowen with his dual blades. During their time at the Naval Academy, Dolet had always been the strongest among his peers, and challenging him to a sword duel was nothing short of courting death. However, Dolet excelled not only in swordsmanship but also in other subjects, such as physical training and theory, where he consistently ranked at the top. Ultimately, Dolet unleashed his finishing move, the Crescent Slash, and ended Bowen's life. The skirmish concluded in a mere 5 minutes, with both Bowen and Dumpus meeting their demise, which seemed rather effortless, partly due to the significant fatigue that Drake and his companions had already inflicted upon their adversaries. After dispatching Dumpus, Amos's murderous intent had not yet subsided. He took a deep breath and rushed towards Drake, as Luca's condition appeared dire. Chapter 100. What do you think? How is he? Amos approached and squatted beside Luca, inquiring of Drake. With blood covering his face, Drake bowed his head in silence, and Dolet hurried over, expressing concern. Is Luca all right? Struggling to open his eyes, Luca managed to speak haltingly. Did they die? Did I crush their heads? Yes, their skulls were obliterated, Amos replied. I slit their throats, Dolet added. Luca smiled, though it was a bittersweet smile. I knew it, haha. You two would surely avenge me. Don't act as if you're on the brink of death. Amos carefully lifted Luca onto his back and began retracing their steps, with Dolet supporting Drake closely behind. Hey, Luca said, his brow furrowing upon seeing them backtrack. Why are we going back? I'm taking you to find a doctor, Amos replied steadily. Luca coughed violently a few times and urgently stated. But the Nightless City, your life is more important. Amos asserted he has assumed his responsibilities as a naval officer, but he has already sacrificed enough in this incident. He is unwilling to expend any more meaninglessly. To Amos, Luca was far more important than the entire Nightless City. He trained relentlessly to become stronger, primarily to protect those around him. If he could not even accomplish that, then discussing grander ambitions was futile. Luca's spirits were low, he lamented. I truly feel as though I am at my limit. I can even sense my life ebbing away. Shut up, you little brat, Amos replied sternly, quickening his pace. He could not move too swiftly, as Luca bore numerous injuries, some of which could lead to severe repercussions with even the slightest touch. He must not inflict any further harm. I am quite serious, Amos. Luca's head languidly rested upon Amos's shoulder, as beads of sweat clung to Amos's hair. Brushing against his cheek, the young master was on the verge of sacrifice. Amos remained silent. Do not utter such despondent words, Dorat exclaimed from behind. Luca was the kind of person who, though initially shy upon acquaintance, became warm and lively once familiar. Over the years, the three of them had come to regard Luca as a younger brother. The Navy is no longer the Navy it once was. Luca's tone shifted, growing weaker. I knew when Udi and Okasha perished. I have followed you all these years simply to observe how you would navigate these trials. I have perpetually fallen short. Lacking in effort, and aside from my prowess in kicking, I am devoid of any other talents. I have been a burden to you throughout these years. Because of me. My pursuit alongside Drake has led you to suffer the consequences as well. Do not speak. Amos's eyes glistened with unshed tears. I detest hearing deathly words whispered in my ear. You must endure like a man. Did not I entrust you with the role of undercover? Luca gave a bitter laugh. Indeed. I would like to ask you once more, with utmost seriousness, how you feel about Ayn. I hold her in high regard. Amos chuckled in response. Haha, Luca. I knew you were secretly fond of her. Truth be told, receiving Ayn's letter brings me immense joy. Indeed, Amos echoed, immense joy. Luca sighed softly. I cannot convey this good news to Ayn myself. You must be the one to tell her directly. I will, Amos replied, quickening his pace as much as possible. We all must act like men. Yes, we must all behave like men. Amos's face trembled. How could you possibly perish in such a trivial place? Do you remember that time on Dorat's birthday, when we were drinking? I asked what you wanted to do in the future. And you said you aspired to be an admiral. You were destined to become an admiral. How can you be defeated by mere lackeys? Luca nodded contentedly. That was the first time you praised me. Previously, you were always quite strict with us. Really, I never praised you, Amos replied, his eyes reddening as he smiled. I consider myself rather gentle. Gentle? Luca chuckled. Among the four of us, you possess the worst temperament. I cannot fathom why Ayn is fond of you. I do not know either, Amos said, gradually slowing his pace and intentionally engaging Luca in light-hearted conversation, just as they usually did. I perceive no merits within myself. I simply strive relentlessly. Whenever an opportunity arises, I give it my all. My world is filled with sweat, endless sweat. Why would anyone find interest in such a monotonous and dull person? Luca remained silent for 4 or 5 seconds. Amos, do not underestimate your worth. You are, in our eyes, the strongest among us. I foresee a bright future for you. Will it truly be bright? Amos softly inquired, sniffling. Indeed. Luca spoke with unwavering conviction, asserting that he intended to lead everyone out of their bewilderment. He believed that the future would be bright, yet he could not perceive it. This time, Amos urged Luca not to succumb to despair. With a tense expression, his eyes glistened as if he too sensed the inevitable passage of time for his comrade. A brother forged in the crucible of life and death. Please, do me one favor, Luca's voice suddenly steadied. Once news of my demise spreads, ensure that I am remembered as a figure of great significance. My mother has always held me as her pride, and I hope that after my passing, she can still command respect and admiration in our hometown. Understood, Amos replied. Luca, having experienced a moment of clarity, appeared even more fragile. Once everything is settled, I will depart with a sense of contentment. A sense of helplessness enveloped Amos as he realized he could not impede Luca's fading life. Very well. I shall let you go. In the other world, strive a little harder without my guidance. When we eventually depart, we shall rely on you to watch over us. Of course, Luca coughed softly. We can no longer share drinks or engage in battles together. Amos's vision blurred as he smiled. In the other realm, do not dwell too much on us, you rascal. Luca ceased coughing, merely responding with a faint Do not worry, just rest peacefully. When you awaken, we shall still be here with you. Amos felt he could sense Luca's fear in the face of death, and he spoke with an unprecedented tenderness when the time comes. It will be just like when we first arrived in Zero Class, alongside Udi, Okasha, and the others. We will celebrate Drake's birthday again, and this time, it will be you who stealthily switches off the power. You can lead the birthday song this time. How does that sound? Amos halted his steps. He could not feel Luca's breath against his neck, and a tear fell as he trembled with a smile, asking, How do you feel? Chapter 101, The Bloodpath Dorat. Supporting Drake also came to a stop. The two of them gazed at Amos, who was carrying Luca, already aware of the gravity of the situation but at a loss for words. Both men felt their eyes welling with tears. This wretched situation. Amos, bearing Luca's weight, inhaled deeply and took the lead. "Curse it!" Drake exclaimed, shaking off Doralat's supportive grasp. He stumbled a few steps, then collapsed to the ground. "If only I were stronger. He wouldn't have perished. It's all my fault. If only I had been more cautious. If only I hadn't recklessly ventured forth, it would have been different." Drake wept, overwhelmed with guilt. In his eyes, it was his misjudgment that had cost him his dearest brother. Amos carried Luca on his back, an overwhelming sense of protectiveness enveloping him. He yearned to shield his younger brother. "It was not your fault. Even if you did not delve deeper, those two would inevitably pursue you to the docks." Drake would not lose his sense of guilt due to Amos's reassurances. The profound self-reproach he felt was a burden only he could comprehend. Dolitmer silently wept, gripping the hilt of his sword, equally remorseful, wishing he and Amos could have arrived sooner. Yet, reality offers no precious moments. It only leaves behind the weight of missed opportunities. "Enough of the tears," Amos said, turning with Luca on his back, regaining his composed demeanor, though his eyes remained red, hinting at the intertwining of his emotions. "Let us, as men, proceed to do what we must." Drake and Dolitmer looked to Amos, sensing an essence within him that seemed to illuminate a path forward. The matter concerning Luca was far from resolved. Boom. The cannon fire obliterated the last bastion of resistance in the city of eternal night. One-eyed Ross, satisfied, distributed orders to his subordinates, ready to plunder the treasures of the entire city. Although Marquis Scarlet had made arrangements for these valuables to be transported to a designated location as a crucial element of his plan, the logistics were under Ross's purview, allowing him to pocket a portion of the profits. His men dispersed, delving into the lairs of various factions, while One-Eyed Ross leisurely strolled down the streets, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Despite the rivers of blood and the corpses strewn about, for a man accustomed to the tempest of violence, it was merely a backdrop. He even found a twisted pleasure in such scenes. Having been a pirate for nearly 2 decades, One-Eyed Ross had evolved from a terrified newcomer, trembling at the thought of firing upon a captured naval officer, to a man now strolling with ease through a sea of blood, his mindset transformed dramatically. Whether it was individuals like him who were altering the world, or if the world was reshaping them, remained a mystery. He headed toward the docks, pondering the fate of the 2 formidable mercenaries who had departed half an hour to an hour earlier. He felt compelled to investigate. However, he had not ventured far when he heard gasps, screams, and the sounds of gunfire. Ahead on the road, a scattering of pirates appeared, their leader's pupils constricting as his hand instinctively moved towards the flintlock at his waist. Mere moments later, 3 figures emerged on the path before him. As they drew closer, he discerned that the man in the center was astonishingly carrying another person on his back, while the figure to the right, battered and bruised, exhibited remarkable strength. These 3 effortlessly dismantled the defenses established by the pirates, advancing rapidly. A chill coursed through the heart of the One-Eyed Ross. The uniforms they wore signified that the 2 mercenaries had likely fallen, as the trio continued their unstoppable advance, closing the distance of over 10 meters. Ross's gaze fell upon the visage of the man in the middle, causing his cigarette to slip from his lips and a cold sweat to envelop him. It was the very Naval Academy intern who had once been invulnerable, capturing him even with his background. When Adolphe orchestrated his release, he had repeatedly stressed the necessity of compliance with orders. Otherwise, should he encounter the intern again, his safety could not be assured. Was this the fate that awaited him for his obedience? Panic surged within him as he hastily drew his flintlock and retreated, desperate to preserve his life. Simultaneously, he feigned composure, calling out to the foot soldiers looting the streets, instructing them to scour towards the docks. These men were not his confidants. He intended to scatter them in hopes of buying time to facilitate his escape. Unbeknownst to him, as he fled, Amos and Dolit had already recognized him. Dolit's face registered shock, and as he connected the dots, darker truths began to surface. Amos, too, grasped the implications of the encounter, yet maintained an air of indifference. Internally, he was engulfed in profound sorrow. To him, the One-Eyed Ross was nothing more than an insignificant insect. Ultimately, Dolit pursued him. More pirates converged upon Amos and Drake, who fought valiantly, breathless from exertion. Amos supported Luca with one hand while wielding his weapon to clear the path of minor foes. With the loss of the docks and the confrontation against the island's forces, only a little over 200 of One-Eyed Ross's 600 subordinates remained, and now, as they clashed with Amos and his allies, casualties mounted further. Amos did not slay these individuals for the factions dwelling upon the island. Such factions, engaged in nefarious dealings, scarcely deserved his assistance in purging their foes. His purpose lay solely with Luca. Today, Luca has perished, and all those who incited turmoil must shed blood to accompany him on his final journey. Before long, Dorat returned, bearing the severed head of the one-eyed Ross. He had eliminated every pirate who attempted to flee, and as he converged with Amos, the streets were devoid of living pirates. Either they lay lifeless or had successfully escaped. The expanse of the nightless city was vast. Amos had no intention of scouring the entire island to unearth each pirate one by one. He was no longer inclined to expend such effort. Dorat cast the head of the one-eyed Ross upon the ground and turned his gaze towards Amos. Amos felt somewhat stiff. He had been carrying Luca for too long. Shall we leave this place and return to the branch? Dolet, noticing that Drake was in a worse condition, hurried over to support him and lifted him onto his back. We won't return to the branch, Amos replied, turning once more toward the docks. We might as well perish here in the city that never sleeps. The soldiers at the docks must be advancing toward us. Leaving this to them should pose no problems. Let us seek a small boat and set sail. Dolet quickened his pace, carrying Drake, and approached Amos's side. Where are we headed? First, we shall give Luca a sea burial, Amos stated. I intend for all those connected to this matter to meet their demise. Adolf, Scarlet, the Black, the White. There's no rush. We shall take them down one by one. The three men traversed the endless, blood-stained path, gradually fading into the distance. Chapter 102, Lakshar, November 19th. The incident in the city that never sleeps reverberated throughout the Okama Sea, echoing across the entire North Sea. In this event, the Navy triumphed over pirates, restoring peace to the city that never sleeps. Colonel Adolf of the 233rd Branch announced that an investigation into the forces behind the pirates would commence to unearth the true culprits. November 20th. Colonel Adolf deliberately conveyed a sorrowful announcement through the 233rd Branch to the North Sea, revealing that 4 exemplary naval students, Francis Amos, ex. Drake, Reckless Dolet, and Modric Luca, who had come here for an internship a month and a half prior, played a significant role in the incident, saving thousands of lives, yet tragically sacrificed themselves without their bodies being recovered. November 21st, the 37 naval branches of the North Sea declared the news of the students' sacrifice, and the headlines of major newspapers were dominated by their photographs as they became renowned heroes. November 25th, the Kingdom of Toscaman, taking the initiative to investigate the incident, saw Marquis Scarlet and Colonel Adolf finally uncover clues pointing to the powerful Duke of Zokalin as the mastermind behind the event. This revelation destabilized the power hierarchy within the Kingdom of Toscaman as various factions dispatched representatives to apply pressure for an explanation. November 27th, the king, succumbing to pressure, surrendered the Duke of Zokalin to quell the rising anger. Marquis Scarlet, seizing the momentum, exposed more individuals implicated in the incident, leading the king to decree the revocation of their titles. December 31st, with irrefutable evidence, the Duke of Zokalin was publicly executed. Following this, external pressures on the Kingdom of Toscaman ceased, and tranquility was restored. January 1st, 1516, as the new year began, and it seemed that the incident in the city that never sleeps had been resolved within just over a month. Marquis Scarlet was found deceased in his study at home, suspected of having hanged himself. The king dispatched a trusted confidant to investigate, who discovered a trove of highly confidential documents within Scarlet's study. The gathered evidence reveals that Marquis Scarlet has been embroiled in egregious crimes over the years, including embezzlement, collusion with pirates, and the framing of his colleagues. Even more shocking to the king was the revelation that the incident in the city that never sleeps was orchestrated by Marquis Scarlet as a scheme to falsely incriminate Duke Zokarin. It is evident that Marquis Scarlet has long been undermining his authority. He is acutely aware of the implications of his actions. The king, in a fit of rage, employed unprecedentedly swift and decisive measures, and within the span of merely 3 days, he uprooted the malignant faction led by Marquis Scarlet within the cabinet. In just a month and a half, the power structure of the Kingdom of Toscaman underwent a monumental transformation. On January 7, 1516, at the docks of Oasis Port, a cruise ship arrived at dawn, allowing passengers to disembark and utilize various modes of transportation to reach their respective destinations. Among the throng of individuals alighting at Oasis Port, 3 stood out conspicuously. Clad in tailored suits, they were tall and imposing, each bearing weapons at their waists, unmistakably indicating they were not ordinary individuals. The man in the center sported short black hair, his features sharp and defined, with a pair of lifeless eyes. To his left stood a man with an eye patch, a hawkish nose, and a brooding demeanor. To the right, another man with short black hair, his eyes bright and piercing like an eagle-ass. Or a cross-shaped scar over his right eye, the origin of which remained a mystery. "Isn't it a bit too conspicuous?" inquired the man on the left, loosening his collar. The central figure smiled wryly. "Why should we tone it down? I simply find wearing a suit quite uncomfortable." The man on the left awkwardly adjusted his attire as they walked. "Perhaps this style does not suit me." The other two chuckled at his discomfort. These three individuals were Amos, Drake, and Dolet. Since their departure from the city that never sleeps, they had remained in obscurity for a full 50 days. In that time, significant upheavals had transpired in the Okama Sea, and their presumed demise was soon overshadowed by more pressing events. The so-called heroes are easily forgotten. "Where does that fellow reside?" Dolet queried, having failed to uncover that information. Given his modus operandi, even if we learned his whereabouts, it would be quite challenging to encounter him, Amos replied, succumbing to his smoking habit. He produced a cigarette and offered one to the others before lighting his own. Knowing his character, they were well aware of where to find him without fail. The two, who were not habitual smokers, had grown accustomed to it under Amos's influence. Dolet ignited his cigarette with a lighter and squinted, surveying the shops lining the street. "So where is he?" "The largest casino in Oasisport," came the response. The trio arrived at the grand three-story edifice known as the Green Leaf, the largest casino in Oasisport, where guards stood sentinel at the entrance. In the kingdom of Toscaman, gambling is legal, which is why casinos operate so openly, reaping substantial profits every day. Upon entering the casino, the trio had their weapons confiscated by security personnel and were escorted by a waiter to the second floor. Although the establishment boasts 3 levels, only the second floor is dedicated to gambling activities. They had just passed through the first floor, which featured an opulent lobby adorned with various eclectic items, while the purpose of the third floor remained a mystery. Once on the second floor, the waiter led them to the front desk to exchange cash for chips. "Is Mr. Lockshreff here?" Amos inquired of the attendant at the counter. The attendant nodded and replied, "Are you seeking to wager against Mr. Lockshreff?" Amos paused for a moment before responding. "Yes, very well." Upon receiving this answer, the waiter exhibited an unusual demeanor, appearing to feel a sense of pity for Amos. The minimum wager against Mr. Lockshreff was 3 million berries. Amos cast a glance at Dolet. At present, all their funds were in Dolet's possession, and he had always displayed a certain opulence since his days at naval school. It was uncertain whether his wealth stemmed from a well-off family or some lucrative venture. He produced 3 million berries in cash, large denominations, and handed them to the waiter. After the waiter meticulously counted the sum and verified its accuracy, he provided Amos and his companions with 30 circular chips resembling coins. Subsequently, he summoned another waiter to escort the 3 of them to Mr. Lockshreff. As they made their way to Locksheriff's location, Amos and his companions took in the layout of the casino. The establishment was adorned in lavish decor, and contrary to their expectations, it was not bustling with noise and throngs of people. Instead, each gambling table was occupied by a few players, with onlookers observing quietly. Paradoxically, the seemingly less crowded large casino generated profits that far surpassed those of smaller gambling dens. "Has Lockshreff ever lost?" Amos inquired suddenly of the waiter, piecing together his understanding of Locksheriff's reputation and the waiter's earlier demeanor. The waiter turned back and replied, "Never lost." "Then why are we even gambling?" Dolet questioned. "Our true purpose is not to amass wealth." Amos shot a glance at Dolet. In comparison to Lockshreff, money held little significance. Chapter 103. Blackjack. The waiter led the trio to a door and knocked. "Mr. Lockshreff, your guests have arrived." "Enter," came a languid voice from within. The waiter pushed the door open and gestured for Amos and his companions to proceed inside. The room was of moderate size, with a long table at its center, flanked by chairs at either end. Seated before them was a man with white hair, a slender frame, and a slight stoop, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles. Accompanying him in the room was a captivating croupier clad in a purple uniform. After ushering the 3 inside, the waiter closed the door and withdrew. "Please, take a seat." Lockshreff gestured invitingly for the trio to sit down. Amos and his companions sat opposite Lockshreff, their gazes fixed upon him with a certain intensity that made him rather uncomfortable. Are you here merely to stare at me?" "Let us get to the point," he said. "All right," Amos replied with a nod, seated at the center. Lockshreff rested his arms on the gambling table, supporting his head with his hands. "What shall we play? You seem to be a newcomer. Perhaps we could start with something simple, like blackjack." Amos pondered for a moment and cautiously inquired, "Is it permissible to play the train?" Lockshreff responded, "The atmosphere is rather awkward." Drake and Dolet remained composed, having never engaged in gambling, and possessing limited experience with card games. They sensed that playing the train in such a sophisticated setting might be somewhat inappropriate, yet they chose not to exhibit any signs of discomfort. Blackjack is a card game played with a standard deck of 52 cards, excluding jokers. The objective is to accumulate a hand value as close to 21 as possible without exceeding it, and then to compare your total with mine to determine the winner. After a moment of silence, Lockschrife disregarded Amos's inquiry and proceeded to elucidate the rules of blackjack. Cards numbered 2 through 9 are valued at their face value. Kings, queens, jacks, and 10s are each valued at 10. An ace can be counted as either 1 or 11, at your discretion once you decide to stand. Ah. Amos acknowledged with a nod. Please repeat that. Lockschrife reiterated the explanation. Blackjack is played with a standard deck of 52 cards, aiming to achieve a hand value of 21 or as close to it as possible without exceeding it. Cards numbered 2 through 9 are valued at their face value. Kings, queens, jacks, and 10s are all valued at 10. An ace may be counted as either 1 or 11, depending on your choice when standing. Lockschrife reiterated once more, omitting any extraneous rules to facilitate a swift understanding for newcomers. Amos retrieved a cigarette and placed it between his lips, exclaiming, I believe I comprehend the situation well enough. We may commence. The dealer then slid a stack of playing cards toward Lockschrife, who raised an eyebrow. From the outset of the gambling session, his previously pathological demeanor showed marked improvement, transforming him into a shrewd old fox. Let the newcomer shuffle the cards, he declared. In accordance with Lockschrife's directive, the dealer presented the cards to Amos. Amos did not hesitate. He picked up the deck of cards and began to shuffle. Once finished, he handed it to the dealer, who placed it in the center of the table and turned over the first card. It was the ace of clubs. The dealer then pushed the cards back to Amos. As Lockschrife explained, a small rule dictates that if the first card is an ace, the deck must be reshuffled. Amos once again placed his bet, and the dealer revealed the first card, a 6 of spades. After removing the 6 of spades, the dealer dealt one face-up card, each to Amos and Lockschrife. Lockschrife received the 10 of diamonds, while Amos was dealt the 9 of hearts. Now, let us determine how much to wager, Lockschrife remarked. Amos, without a moment's hesitation, agreed to play 3 rounds, wagering 1 million berries per game. Quite extravagant, indeed. Lockschrife, squinting with a smile, inquired, So, shall we draw cards now? It was 9 o'clock. And even if one were to draw, the highest possible outcome, aside from an ace, would merely be 10. Thus, the risk of busting was negligible. Therefore, Amos had no reason to refrain from drawing a card. Yes, he replied. The dealer then dealt cards to both players. Lockschrife received the 7 of spades, while Amos was dealt the ace of diamonds. Fortune favors you, Lockschrife remarked, noting that his total was 17. Now, what about you, Amos? Your minimum is 10, and your maximum can reach 20. Will you draw? Amos fell into deep contemplation. The ace can either represent 1 or 11 after the pause in play. Should he choose to regard the ace as 11, his total would amount to 20, bringing him perilously close to 21, a score that could be deemed formidable. If he were to draw another card, he would need to ensure it is either another ace or a 10, jack, queen, or king. Lockschrife focused intently on Amos, aware that he was calculating probabilities, for this was indeed a game governed by chance, where probability dictates whether one should continue to take risks. In a standard deck of cards, excluding the jokers, there are 52 cards remaining. There are 16 cards that represent 10 points, and Lockschrife has already drawn 1, leaving 15. With 1 ace drawn, 3 remain. After subtracting the initially revealed 6 of spades, there are 47 cards left, of which 18 could yield a winning score of 21 for Amos. The likelihood of drawing a winning card stands at approximately 1 in 3. This probability, in Amos's view, is insufficient. He believes that only when the odds surpass 50% does the risk warrant consideration. No, he decided. I shall continue. Lockschrife had anticipated this reaction from Amos. He turned to the dealer, who dealt another card, the ace of spades. Now, Lockschrife faced a choice between 17-1 or 17-11. The latter would inevitably lead to a bust. Thus, he was compelled to select the former, yielding a total of 18, still inferior to Amos's score. He needed to press on, continue. The dealer dealt once more, this time revealing the 3 of diamonds. A perfect 21 points. Haha, Lockschrife exclaimed, my luck has improved. If only slightly. Amos has been suspended and is unable to continue with his bids. Thus, in the first round, Lockschrife, against all odds, triumphed and secured $1 million in chips. The dealer pushed a stack of 1,000,000 chips that had been placed on the table by Amos towards Rockschriefer, who gazed at the pile with satisfaction, remarking, "Blackjack is indeed well suited for novices. It requires little skill, and we simply rely on luck." As he spoke, the dealer collected the cards and dealt once more to Amos. Despite losing 1,000,000, Amos displayed no sign of discontent. Maintaining a calm demeanor as he took a drag from his cigarette, he shuffled the cards, and the dealer retrieved them, revealing the first card, the King of Diamonds. Each player was dealt one card, and Rockschriefer, receiving the 7 of spades, clicked his tongue in displeasure. Amos holds a red heart jack in his hand. The two players continue to draw cards. Lockshred draws a diamond 10. In Amos's hand lay an ace of clubs, and he lifted the two cards with a flourish, proclaiming, 21, Blackjack. With just his first two cards, he had achieved the coveted 21. Lockshrief clapped his hands in applause, celebrating Amos's remarkable fortune. What splendid luck! Not only have you reclaimed the 1,000,000 you initially lost, but you've also secured an additional 1,000,000. Given your extraordinary luck, why not wager all your money in the third round? Let us see who shall emerge victorious and take home the riches. What do you say? Chapter 104. Wagering the entire world winning was not Amos's intent. He had previously stated his wish to play 3 rounds. Therefore, placing all his funds on the line to enjoy this game with the one he had chosen was quite agreeable. Very well. The dealer prepared to pass the collected cards to Amos, but Lockshrief raised a hand, gesturing for him to shuffle the deck. Amos, indifferent, extinguished the cigarette, but in the ashtray before him, where 40 round chips were stacked into 4 neat piles, symbolizing a sum of 4,000,000. Opposite him sat Rookschrifo, equally poised. In a mere span of 10 seconds, Rook had shuffled the cards, sliding them across the table to Amos, suggesting he might shuffle them again. This was an invitation for Amos to lower his guard, for it was exceedingly rare for cheats to infiltrate such grand casinos. Victories here were purely reliant on chance. Rook, in particular, had no inclination towards deceit, as his thrill derived from the act of gambling itself, rather than from the mere pursuit of profit through trickery. Amos, without much thought, casually shuffled the cards and presented them to the dealer. The dealer revealed the first card, the 2 of clubs, and began dealing. Lockshire received the 5 of spades, while Amos was dealt the 7 of diamonds. Both players requested additional cards, prompting the dealer to continue. Lockshire was fortunate enough to draw the ace of hearts, while Amos received a 6 of clubs. Their respective totals fell short of their desired thresholds. Lockshire was eager to seize the 4,000,000 at stake, spending his days here, waiting for gamblers unafraid of their reputations to engage in a game of chance. Often, a single victory could provide him with immense satisfaction for the day. Conversely, Amos aimed to temper Lockshire's boldness. The dealer drew 2 more cards from the deck, placing them face up before each player. Lockshire revealed a 7 of hearts, while Amos displayed a 3 of hearts. Lockshire's total rose to 7 points, but to avoid busting, he had to value his ace at just 1 point, resulting in a total decrease to 13 points. Meanwhile, Amos steadily progressed to 16 points. At this juncture, caution became imperative for Amos. A rough calculation of probabilities indicated that should he continue to draw, there was a significant chance he might receive a card valued between 6 and king, leading to a bust. In contrast, Lockshire's risk of busting was comparatively lower, with the odds of drawing a card that would lead to a bust being roughly equivalent. However, since his total lagged behind Amos's, he would inevitably continue to draw cards. Amos hesitated, for according to probability, the likelihood of Lockshrief's demise was equivalent to his own chances of victory. He paused, realizing that the outcome of life and death depended upon Lockshrief. Ultimately, Amos declared his resolve. He was unwilling to find himself ensnared in a passive predicament as he had in the initial round. The dealer dealt the cards once more. Lockshrief received the 7 of clubs, while Amos was dealt the 4 of diamonds. Both players reached a total of 20 points simultaneously. Amos let out a sigh of relief. Had he decided to halt his play just moments ago, he would have been the one to suffer the loss. This was becoming increasingly intriguing. Lockshred appeared to be in high spirits, as if he were born for the thrill of gambling. Only in such moments could he truly feel the rush of blood and the rhythm of his heartbeat. In this scenario, it was only natural for both players to draw cards. With the score reaching 20, the likelihood of both being dealt a bust was significantly high. Considering there were still 43 cards left, and the count of aces was limited to just 3, making the odds of drawing one less than 1 in 10. The dealer dealt the 5th round. This time, both players received their cards face down. Despite the regulation for open cards, At this final juncture, it seemed inconsequential. They exchanged glances, neither daring to reveal their hands first. "Shall you go first?" Lockshred inquired with a grin. "Let us reveal them together," Amos replied. "I'll take the lead," Lockshred declared, disliking the suspense. He eagerly flipped over his card to reveal the ace of spades. A probability even lower than in the first round, indicating that perhaps fortune had smiled upon him just a tad. Amos, Drake, and Dolet were utterly astonished. The probability of Lockshred's repeated successes was nothing short of remarkable. He no longer hesitated and decisively revealed his cards, a 2 of diamonds. 22 points, a bust. Just a fraction short. Amos chuckled nonchalantly, displaying no signs of disappointment. The dealer swept the 40 chips in front of Amos towards Lockshred, and in less than 10 minutes, this man effortlessly claimed 3 million berries from Amos. As a newcomer, consider this 3 million as your tuition fee. Lockshred did not exhibit much excitement. For him, earning 3 million was not particularly thrilling. In his view, the thrill of winning the gamble was far more interesting than the monetary gain. The prelude had concluded. Amos reached for a cigarette. It was time to discuss serious matters. "Very well, Francis Amos," Lockshred remarked, glancing at the dealer, who promptly understood and exited the room. With a snap, the cigarette was lit, and Amos took a drag, exhaling smoke rings. "So, you are familiar with me. I came across an article about you in a newspaper a month and a half ago." Lockshred recited the names from left to right. X, Drake, Francis Amos, Leclis Dolet. "Apologies, my memory is just slightly sharper than most." Amos, cigarette in hand, glanced at Drake and Dolet. "Can you guess what we are here for?" The backdrop is that of an intern at the naval headquarters, later revealed to have perished in the Nightless City incident, now attempting to engage me in a high-stakes game. "I am quite curious about your intentions," Lockshred teased, seemingly unperturbed. "I admire you," Amos remarked. "Such individuals abound." Lockshred, bored, began to toy with his chips. "In my view, you are a gambler, as are we. However, the stakes we wager differ. You have spent 2 years at this casino in the North Sea, gambling with all manner of individuals, while the 3 of us are playing for something far greater, our lives." Lockshred tossed the chips onto the table and turned to Amos. "Who are you betting against?" "The world government," Amos replied. Lockshred's pupils constricted. "What do you mean?" Amos maintained his calm demeanor, flanked by Drake and Dolet, who remained silent and composed. "We are wagering our lives against the world government. Should we lose, it would merely cost us 3 lives, but should we triumph, we would gain the entire world." "The Revolutionary Army?" Lockshred speculated, his tone turning somewhat unfriendly. In response to Lockshred's wary gaze, Amos pursed his lips and shook his head, enveloped in swirling smoke beside him. "We are not aligned with the Revolutionary Army. We are merely 3 insignificant ants attempting to shift the balance of the world." Lockshred chose not to respond. Amos rose to his feet, followed by Drake and Dolet. The 3 towering figures, each exceeding 2 meters in height, cast an imposing presence over the seated Lockshred. "I hold you in high regard," Amos reiterated, extinguishing the new cigarette but in the ashtray. He loosened the collar of his suit and smiled at Lockshred. "Since you were born to gamble, do you dare to join us in a game against the world government? At worst, we may perish for our wager." Chapter 105, Golden in the Sky. "Do you think that with such grandiloquent words, I would be so easily swayed to join your ranks?" Lockshred inquired. "What compels you to extend this invitation to me?" After experiencing an increasing array of events, Amos grew increasingly composed and reserved. He spoke in a deep voice. "During the time when rumors of our demise circulated, I occasionally heard whispers about you. I believe we are kindred spirits, and I hold your abilities in high regard, which is why I have come to pay you a visit." "What if I choose not to join?" Lockshred inquired tentatively while seated, then jested. "Does that mean I might not be able to exit this room today?" "That is hardly the case," Amos replied with a consistently confident smile, leaving a favorable impression on Lockshred. "Please, take a seat. There is no rush. I have a few questions to pose to you." Lockshred, lounging comfortably with his legs crossed, gestured leisurely. The 3 of them sat down. "Do you truly believe you can challenge the world government with just the 3 of you?" Lockshred scoffed, expressing his skepticism. "Whether you can surpass me remains uncertain. We have merely made a choice." Amos articulated his thoughts, stating, "As I have mentioned before, we are wagering our lives. Regardless of whether we ultimately achieve this goal, we have made our decision, and thus we shall proceed. Should we perish on this path, it matters not, for countless others will follow in our footsteps." Continuing the march forward. "Why challenge the world government?" Lockshred, influenced by Amos's earnest and solemn tone, inquired with a newfound seriousness, shedding some of his previous flippancy. Amos.This world yearns for transformation, propelled by the sacrifices of lives. The Revolutionary Army is engaged in this endeavor, as is the illustrious pirate king, Roger. We, too, are partaking in this pursuit. Our existence in this world must surely carry its own significance, does it not? Quite intriguing. Lakshrifu adjusted his glasses, a glint of insight illuminating his eyes. It was evident that you are not mere brutes, and such a decision must stem from considerable deliberation rather than a fleeting impulse. Indeed, this piques my curiosity and admiration. The awareness of the true nature of the world government, and yet choosing to confront it, requires immense courage. The more one comprehends the essence of the world government, the more one is compelled to challenge it. Amos replied solemnly. One could argue this is a profound understanding of righteousness, or perhaps merely trivial. Do you aspire to be heroes? My purpose is not to attain the status of a hero. Do you seek to uphold justice? How is justice defined? Each individual holds their own interpretation, following their inner convictions, thereby enacting their own sense of justice, while justice serves as a banner to legitimize one's actions. I am disinclined to raise the flag of righteousness in a grandiose manner for my endeavors. After all, it is the victor who embodies justice. There is no need for such self-aggrandizement at this early stage. You were once exemplary students of the Navy headquarters. What transpired that led you to such a decision? Lakshrifu inquired once more. Amos shifted his neck slightly, remarking that such matters are inherently complex, as condensing a multitude of words into a singular motivation is ultimately futile. The essence is quite simple. What I have witnessed and experienced has made me acutely aware that the world is in dire need of transformation, and I am willing to endeavor in effecting this change. Lakshrifu pondered for a moment. From this perspective, it appears that to expand our ranks, we must seek like-minded individuals along this path. Amos leaned forward, fixing his gaze upon Lakshrifu. You are neither one to settle for mediocrity nor excessively ambitious. We are akin to players in this world who pursue their desires freely. So, shall we engage in the grandest game of all, overturning the world? Lakshrifu met Amos's gaze. After a pause, he said, Share your thoughts. I would prefer not to place my bets on you only to discover a debacle. Amos discerned that Lakshrifu was somewhat intrigued. However, it is merely a handful of us who cannot stand against the world government. We must cultivate our influence. The Navy's dominion over the seas is, in reality, rather feeble. In this chaotic era, opportunities for our ascendance abound. What about funding? Lakshrifu inquired. With sufficient wealth, one could even purchase an island. It is wealth that sustains an army capable of contending with the world government. Will you join us? Amos jested. If I were to divulge secrets and you opted not to join, would you not fear for your life? Well, I suppose I might as well join for the time being, Lakshrifu pondered. I have never wagered on something so monumental. If we, the underdogs, were to miraculously triumph over the world government, it would be exceedingly entertaining. I take great pleasure in transforming the impossible into the possible. Amos cast a glance at Dorat and Drake, each of them exchanging faint smiles. The addition of Lakshrifu was undoubtedly a boon. Every January, member nations of the world government are obliged to present a portion of their treasures to the celestial aristocracy, known as the celestial gold. Amos articulated his thoughts. We shall seize the celestial gold as the initial capital for our burgeoning power. Lakshrifu mused thoughtfully, nodding in agreement. Indeed, the celestial gold is an excellent means of amassing wealth, yet one must also ponder the consequences. This tribute is escorted by warships. Do we possess the capability to vanquish the Navy? Furthermore, even if we were to capture the celestial gold, the world government would undoubtedly conduct a thorough investigation. How shall we evade such scrutiny? That is not an issue. You underestimate our capabilities, Amos replied, gesturing dismissively. He succinctly recounted the Night City incident orchestrated by Colonel Adolf and Marquis Scarlet to Lakshrifu. Upon hearing this, Lakshrifu's understanding deepened. I possess certain channels within the dark underbelly of society and have heard whispers. Following the suicide of Marquis Scarlet, the king has commenced a vigorous purging of the cabinet. I was aware that this was due to some of Scarlet's machinations and the entrapment of Duke Sokolin. But I had not realized that Scarlet was, in fact, slain by your hands, nor that the significant clues found in his study were meticulously orchestrated by you. We have deliberately concealed ourselves for so long, partly to set the stage for Scarlet's demise, Amos declared. Lakshrifu discerned an underlying implication in Amos's words. And what of the other half? Do you understand why the clues in Scarlet's study did not implicate Adolf? Amos inquired. He still holds value for you. Otherwise, you would have avenged your brother long ago, Lakshri Foe concluded with an air of inevitability. Amos nodded in approval. Finding it easy to elucidate matters to individuals of clear logic, our prolonged concealment was partly to enable Adolf to issue our death notices. He certainly knew we were alive. Yet he was compelled to respond thus under pressure from headquarters. Once the news of our demise spread, the trap would have been set. Lakshri pondered. Having already begun to surmise some of Amos's thoughts, after we plunder the gold from the skies, the headquarters would inevitably order Adolf to conduct a thorough investigation. But what if Adolf were to discover us? Would he report our identities? He would not. Such an act would spell his doom. Thus, he dares not apprehend us. Fully aware of our culpability, and can only seek another scapegoat to bear this accusation, Amos laid out his premeditated plan, temporarily suppressing his animosity to preserve his life, intending to have him serve as our shield for the time being. Chapter 106. 8 years, 10 years. Lakshrid's eyes sparkled with surprise. He had not anticipated that these seemingly youthful individuals could orchestrate such a meticulous scheme. Utilizing Colonel Adolf from Branch 233 as our shield would grant us unparalleled freedom in the Okama Sea. With sufficient funds amassed in the Okama Sea, we could eliminate Adolf, depart from this place, and develop in the neighboring Breno Sea. Amos spoke of his future plans, which he had not even shared with Drake and Dolet. Although they believed that lingering longer in the Okama Sea would yield greater profits, their thirst for vengeance left little room for dissent. Lakshrid interjected. Pondering aloud, are you concerned that pressing Adolf too tightly might provoke him to act recklessly? Hence your decision to eliminate him after securing enough funds to leave the Okama Sea? That is indeed part of the reasoning. After all, his rise to power in the Okama Sea is no small feat initially. We could leverage this against him, but he would not sit idly by. He would find ways to eliminate us. We must strike before he makes his fatal move, both to exact revenge and to ensure our own survival. Amos articulated his thoughts with methodical precision, yet leaving the Okama Sea was inevitable. In terms of strategic importance, it pales in comparison to the Breno Sea. Lakshrid crossed his arms in contemplation. The Okama Sea borders the Breno Sea, which in turn adjoins the doldrums. You're right. It was precisely because the Breno Sea is adjacent to the doldrums that I decided we should develop here. Amos gradually unveiled his strategic vision to the three of them. The doldrums of the North Sea connects to the latter half of the Grand Line, the New World. Do you envision crossing the doldrums to directly invade the New World? Dolet had already grasped Amos's intentions. Indeed, Amos's eyes burned with fervor. Drake cautioned, however, crossing the doldrums is no simple feat, aside from specially designed naval vessels. The number of ships capable of traversing the doldrums unscathed is exceedingly limited. We can discuss strategies for overcoming this challenge later. Amos habitually retrieved a cigarette, and in summary, you now comprehend the significance of the Breno Sea. Once we resolve the issue of the doldrums, we can launch an assault on the New World from the North Sea as our stronghold. Such an expedient route exists, but in singularity. The Okama Sea, encircled by other maritime domains, is effectively besieged by various naval branches, and in terms of developmental prospects, it indeed pales in comparison to the Breno Sea. Furthermore, as you aptly noted, once the doldrums are surmounted, the Breno Sea could transform from a remote expanse of the North Sea into a strategic stronghold. We could secure a continuous supply from the North Sea, poised to enter the New World, ready to advance or retreat as necessary. Lakshrid sighed, then turned to Amos with a smile, stating, with just these points, I find myself somewhat optimistic about you. Amos raised the corner of his mouth and exhaled a puff of smoke. This is merely the beginning. However, at present, my plans have only reached this point. For more long-term endeavors, we must first excel in these tasks before we can contemplate further. The situation at sea is ever-changing, and it would be more prudent to arrange our plans in phases. Indeed, Lakshrid agreed, you possess considerable foresight, since you aspire to challenge the world government. I am quite eager to hear your perspective on the future trajectory. Both Dolet and Drake were also prepared to listen to Amos's insights. Amos fell silent for a few moments, gathering his thoughts. He had read the original work of One Piece. Although he had been in this world for 20 years, and his recollection of the plot was somewhat hazy, he remained acutely aware of its primary trajectory. Having lived here for so long, his personal experiences combined with his knowledge of future events granted him a unique perspective. The Seven Warlords system was officially implemented last year, a development that would undermine the world government and the credibility of the Navy across the vast seas. This shift would alter the dynamics of the ocean, establishing a triadic balance among the Navy, the Seven Warlords, and the pirates, each counterbalancing the others. Counterbalancing? Drake interjected. The world government has meticulously orchestrated the seven warlords system. Its purpose surely cannot be mere mutual restraint. Indeed, this was merely a process of mutual exploitation between pirates and the Navy. Both sides would profit. As the influence of the warlords rapidly expanded, thereby imposing certain limitations on the pirates of the Grand Line. Amos stated thoughtfully as the seas gradually stabilize. Is it not the commencement of a fixed order? Loch Shrifo listened intently, digesting this contemplation. To rise, we still lack a more significant opportunity. Where do you perceive that moment lies? Perhaps in some future day, Amos replied, a statement that bore the weight of seriousness yet danced on the edge of jest. He flicked ash from his cigarette into the ashtray. Although the structure had solidified, it was far from what the Navy desired. Sooner or later, one faction would inevitably instigate a colossal battle aimed at altering the maritime status quo. And that would be the pivotal moment for us to embark upon our journey to the New World. Following that, if the structure remained largely unchanged, the seven warlords system could very well be abolished, thereby transforming the maritime landscape further without recourse to arms. At that point, the world would revert to a period of sharp conflict between the Navy and the pirates, and it was likely that the two dominant forces would face a final confrontation. As the tensions of the world approached their zenith, Dorrit inquired, are we to advance toward the New World, embroiled in the maelstrom of the Navy and the pirates? The ocean is the very foundation of this world, Amos replied. Thus, in a private room of a casino in the unassuming oasis port of Toscaman Kingdom in the North Sea, a profound discourse regarding the future development of the world unfolded. Once the conversation concluded, a palpable silence enveloped the group as they collectively processed the multitude of insights shared. Loch Shrifo had never anticipated that his routine visit to the casino, with the intention of winning a few games to enjoy a hearty meal at the tavern, would lead him to encounter individuals destined to alter the course of his life. As he mulled over Amos' analysis and attempted his own deductions, he contemplated the situations that lay ahead. After a while, Amos heavily extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray. This marked his fifth. In truth, our time is limited, he remarked gravely. The others turned their attention to him. The once spirited Amos now bore a serious demeanor. The myriad conflicts across the globe were intensifying, and the evolving dynamics were becoming increasingly frequent. These signs all pointed to the imminent occurrence of a monumental battle, a conflict of global proportions. At that time, we must possess sufficient strength to confront them. Although the chaos of the world is rife with myriad opportunities, and the pace of development is exponentially greater than in peaceful years, I still feel it is somewhat lacking, Amos remarked with a hint of concern. Based on your recent analysis, how much longer until this world-class battle arrives? Loch Shrifo inquired. Amos furrowed his brow in deep contemplation for a considerable time before uttering in a husky voice, 8 years, at most 10. Chapter 107. A formal joining. Let us take one step at a time. It is unnecessary to fret over matters that remain uncertain, Loch Shrifo remarked. Amos nodded noncommittally and suggested, shall we discuss this outside? It feels somewhat uncomfortable to remain here. After all, the matters at hand are not trivial. It would be more prudent to find a secure location for a detailed conversation. Loch Shrifo was the first to rise, reflecting, just half an hour ago. I was the gambler ready to take you down, and now I find myself allied with you. It is rather difficult for me to grasp. Quite normal. Amos replied with a smile, also standing up. Though I invited you for various reasons, including some self-interest, now that you have joined us, we are indeed comrades. While I cannot guarantee much for my comrades, at the very least, we share a bond of mutual loyalty. Your words give me a tinge of apprehension, Loch jested. And the light-hearted banter fostered a more harmonious atmosphere. Just as Amos had stated, he preferred to avoid any scheming among allies, since they were now on the same side. It was best to engage openly. This not only made interactions more relaxed but also deepened their connections through genuine camaraderie. The group departed from the Greenleaf Casino and, under Loch Shriford's guidance, arrived at his residence. His abode was indeed quite affluent, a standalone villa. Is such a large house occupied solely by you? The upkeep must be quite a hassle, Amos remarked as he surveyed the surroundings upon entering. I employ a housekeeper who comes once a week. And I hardly return home anyway, Loch replied, striding toward the sofa in the living room and beckoning the others to sit down. I shall fetch some drinks. What would you like? Do you have any bitters? Amos inquired. Loch proceeded to the liquor cabinet, stating, indeed, I enjoy it quite a bit. Moments later, he returned with a bottle, uncorked it, and poured each person a glass. Now that you've joined us, I must adjust my mindset swiftly. Let us delve directly into the matter regarding the heavenly gold. Amos took a sip of wine and leaned back on the sofa, uttering a sound of acknowledgement. What I mentioned earlier was rather vague. I merely outlined our thoughts. The heavenly gold is scheduled for delivery to the Navy on the 15th of this month, leaving us with 7 or 8 days to devise a detailed plan. Since you intend to seize the heavenly gold, you must understand that it is not mere currency. After all, the world government can print as much money as it desires, rendering such currency meaningless. Lakshru began to engage more deeply in the conversation. Generally speaking, the heavenly gold supplied from each region consists of a specified quota and numerous grand tributes, typically in the form of local specialties from the respective member states. Having lived in the Okama Sea area for several years, I have a fair understanding of this. If we are to supply the heavenly gold, the kingdom of Toscaman would likely present diamond ornaments, while the kingdom of Argos would contribute rare metals. I comprehend your point. Before Lakshru could finish his thought, Amos interjected, stating that seizing currency would be more convenient. However, if it involves local specialties, transporting them would be cumbersome, and liquidating them would pose additional challenges. Lakshru responded affirmatively, noting that both nations are known for their expensive specialties. By convention, the total value of each country's tributes hovers around 10 billion combined. These two nations would amount to 20 billion berries. Even for high-value items, we would need several cargo ships to transport them. How then? Could we carry these goods away and sell them for usable currency? Dorrit spoke up, suggesting that he personally believes in establishing a commercial guild as a FAAD for clandestine sales. If Adolf discovers our involvement, however, it would be considerably difficult for us to engage in trade here, as this is his domain, Drake replied. Lakshru looked at Amos, who appeared to have his own ideas, albeit seemingly unrefined. Amos stated, I am considering leveraging the dark underworld to sell this batch of goods, though my understanding of it is not profound. Whether I can find suitable contacts within the short span of 7 to 8 days is uncertain. The dark underworld indeed presents a viable option. Its intricate network encompasses both legitimate and illicit operations, ensuring that there are individuals engaged in such unlawful businesses. Lakshru took a sip from the wine bottle, adding that none of the powers within that realm are benevolent. If they handle our transactions, a considerable portion of our earnings would inevitably be siphoned off. This is unavoidable. We might as well approach it as a partnership in sharing the spoils. Amos was somewhat indifferent to this notion, recognizing that the heavenly gold is a hot potato. I suspect even those in the dark underworld would be reluctant to accept it easily. We must offer sufficient incentives to entice them into cooperation. We will handle the seizing of the heavenly gold, while the transport and sale will be their responsibility. As for the eventual division of the heavenly gold, we can negotiate that later. The others nodded in agreement, and Drake turned to Lakshru, inquiring, given your extensive time in the casino, you must have considerable contacts in this regard. Lakshru understood the implication and promptly replied, yes, my years of mingling have indeed brought me into contact with the dark underworld, and I possess some channels. I can take on the task of finding collaborators. Do not be overly aggressive. Engaging in a black-on-black conflict can lead to troublesome complications. Amos raised his index finger, advising, moreover, it is imperative to thoroughly understand the intricacies of this faction. Should they attempt to set a trap after our collaboration to appropriate the heavenly gold, we must be prepared to respond accordingly. Rest assured, Lakshru replied, entrusting it to me shall suffice. Simultaneously, I will maintain an air of mystery about us, instilling a sense of caution in them. Furthermore, a sum of 2 billion is substantial. Should the opportunity arise, we could retaliate against them and secure this wealth, thereby establishing our foundation without issue. As for determining the precise amount of heavenly gold and the naval escort routes, we shall handle that. Amos assigned himself a task, setting a deadline of 5 days. Everything must be resolved within this time frame, allowing us to adequately prepare for the subsequent arrangements on site. Very well, Lakshru agreed. Let us use my residence as our base during this period. I shall provide you with the key shortly. Amos waved his hand dismissively, stating that it was of no significant concern. With that, the fundamental matters were settled, yet the specifics of the heist would require further discussion at the appropriate time. Lakshru rose to his feet, raising his glass, and proclaimed, we are all in this together. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Lakshru, 28 years of age. Hailing from the illustrious Leather Kingdom along the Grand Line, I have a penchant for gambling, savoring fine wines, and engaging in commerce. Amos and a few others rose to their feet. Amos spoke first. I am Francis Amos, a native of the North Sea, having undergone training at the naval headquarters. I am, in truth, 20 years of age, with few hobbies, though I do enjoy a drink. Reckless-Dolet raised his glass in turn, declaring, I am Reckless-Dolet. Age 27, hailing from the great maritime route of Larue. I have a fondness for drinking and swordsmanship, and I am quite amicable. Lastly, Drake introduced himself, Drake. Also from the North Sea, like the two of them, trained at the naval headquarters. I am 27 years old and have a passion for astronomy. It was surprising to learn that Amos was only 20 years old. One might expect such a youthful age to be consumed with romantic pursuits. Yet, his foresight and meticulous planning were not to be underestimated. Lakshrafor teased Amos about his age, noting that becoming acquainted and truly understanding one another requires a process. Then, let us toast to my joining your team. Welcome, welcome, welcome. The crisp sound of clinking glasses echoed as Lakshrafor officially became a member of Amos's team. Chapter 108. Contact. Due to the pressing nature of time, the four parted ways after their discussions, each setting out to gather intelligence. Alone, Amos journeyed to the capital of the Kingdom of Toscaman, while Drake and Dorat set out to investigate the situation regarding the heavenly gold of the Kingdom of Argos and the escort routes for the fleet. Thus they did not accompany him. Previously, he had visited this place with Dorat and Drake, during which they spent nearly a month in the capital seeking retribution for Luca, gathering incriminating evidence against Marquis Scarlet. Therefore, upon his return, he felt quite familiar with the surroundings, knowing precisely where to gather information most effectively. In just a day, Amos and his companions uncovered that the Kingdom of Toscaman was imposing additional taxes on its citizens and reallocating the domestic gold reserves. Extracting a sum of 100 billion in gold was no trivial matter, especially since it had to be supplied annually. Consequently, nations often resorted to raising taxes during this period, collectively shouldering the burden of providing the heavenly gold. This form of revenue generation, inherently unreasonable, is in fact a manifestation of the celestial dragon's coercive exploitation of the world at large. Amos has acquired specific intelligence indicating that the total value of gold supplied by the Toscaman Kingdom amounts to approximately 10 billion berries. It is anticipated that this shipment will take several more days to reach Oasis Port, from whence it will embark on naval vessels. These ships will rendezvous with the celestial gold of the Argos Kingdom before setting sail towards the doldrums. Nearby islands in the vicinity of the doldrums receive daily shipments of celestial gold from the main fleet, which then transports it back to the Grand Line, subsequently delivering it to the sacred Mariewa. Not all affiliated nations are required to utilize maritime routes for transportation. Certain countries on the Red Soil continent can expedite their shipments by land, a responsibility entrusted to the army. After Amos gathered the information, he returned to Oasis Port. The journey took 2.5 days, and by the time he arrived at Lakshrifer's villa, it was already evening. Lakshrifer was in the living room at that moment. During this period, he had refrained from visiting the casino, instead focusing on reaching out to potential collaborators in the shadowy underworld. How was it? What transpired? As Amos stepped through the door, the two men simultaneously inquired of one another. Following this serendipitous exchange, Amos smiled and approached the sofa. Taking the lead in conversation, the gold, valued at 10 billion, is expected to arrive at Oasis Port in the next few days. Subsequently, a military vessel from our branch will come to retrieve it. It will gradually arrive on the 12th and 13th, with the military ship coming to collect on the 15th. Lakshrifer contemplated for a moment before responding. I have also identified a suitable faction on my end. While their scale is modest, they're engaged in smuggling and illicit trade within the shadows of the underworld. The leader of this faction was once a fugitive, a man of ambition and audacity. He should be willing to take on this task. However, one must exercise caution, as those who thrive in the dark realms are seldom simple-minded. Very well. We may initiate contact, Amos replied, pouring himself a glass of water as he inquired. Have they not returned yet? Lakshrifer understood Amos referred to Drake and Dolet. Not yet, but I did reach out to them this afternoon. Drake has nearly confirmed the quota, though Dolet may require some additional time, as extracting information from the branch is no easy feat, especially given his unique circumstances. Then we are essentially in the clear. Amos expressed confidence in both men, having known their capabilities over the years. He recognized that both Drake and Dolet were resourceful and intelligent, capable of standing on their own. We can arrange a meeting with that faction tomorrow. Let us first establish contact with them. Agreed. I will arrange for them to meet here tomorrow morning. Lakshrifer replied as he retrieved his phone to make the necessary arrangements. Through his observations over the past few days, Amos discovered that Lakshriaford possessed various enterprises. Not solely relying on gambling for his livelihood, he operated a shipping company at Oasis Port, which, coincidentally, was the same company, St. Val Shipping, that had sunk due to neglect. An incident that Drake had endeavored to resolve. Fate had intertwined their paths 2 months prior. However, the reputation of Lakshriaford's company had significantly deteriorated due to the shipwreck, leading to financial losses over the past 2 months. Furthermore, the passengers rescued during the incident were now seeking compensation, and should he pay out, it would effectively lead to the bankruptcy of St. Val Shipping. Thus, he had resolved to sell his assets at a reduced price. Amos, however, conceived a plan. He resolved to acquire the St. Val Shipping Company under his name and subsequently offer proactive compensation to customers through the newly established entity. This strategy would not only rehabilitate the company's reputation but elevate it to new heights, as the prominence of a shipping company is paramount. Following this, St. Val Shipping would pivot towards luxury cruises, leveraging its improved standing to regain profitability. Essentially, it was a mere sleight of hand, transferring funds from one pocket to another, with the only change being the FAAD, while the essence remained intact. Of course, the vessels would undergo repairs to prevent any further maritime disasters. After a period of casual conversation, Amos and Lakshrifer retired for the night. The following morning, they arose and freshened up, awaiting the arrival of the forces from the shadowy world in the villa's living room. According to Lakshrifer, this faction was known as the Torres Consortium, led by one Arthur Torres. This man was characterized by his cunning, hypocrisy, and meticulous nature, adept at patience. It was precisely these traits that enabled him to carve out a niche in the dark underworld within a few short years, propelling his rapid expansion. Arthur was known by 2 monikers, the nice guy in the light of day, a title befitting his legitimate business dealings, and the dark viper in the shadows. These dual identities encapsulated his starkly contrasting personas in both realms. At 8 o'clock, Arthur arrived at the villa, accompanied by 4 subordinates. Both he and his associates donned simple, inconspicuous attire, likely to avoid drawing attention. The 4 subordinates remained outside as Lakshrifer escorted Arthur to the hall. Arthur was a middle-aged man, appearing to be around 50 years old, with short, sandy brown hair and a well-groomed beard. His countenance was resolute, and he was dressed in a gray casual outfit that still conveyed an air of formality. The first impression he imparted was one of stern seriousness. Amos extended his hand in greeting. Amos, he introduced himself. Arthur, the latter replied. Amos felt the considerable grip of Arthur's handshake. Judging solely by his physique, he discerned that Arthur possessed formidable strength. This realization granted him the confidence to leave his 4 subordinates outside rather than bring them in as a precaution. After a brief introduction, they both took their seats. Arthur produced a cigar, placing it between his lips as he spoke. Now, let us discuss the business you claim only I would dare to undertake, Lakshriff. Lakshriff glanced at Amos and replied, "This matter is indeed of great significance. Of all the factions I have encountered, you are perhaps the only one who might entertain such a proposition. The entrenched dynamics of the underworld are challenging to disrupt. Thus, as long as the potential for substantial profit exists, I am willing to take risks that others shy away from. This audacity is precisely why I have reached my current standing." Arthur's voice was gravelly, embodying the persona of the Dark Viper, a figure of the shadowy realm. "I do not fear risk. If the profits are substantial enough, I will consider it." "Very well, let us be forthright." Amos began, still clad in his suit, which enhanced his imposing presence. Coupled with his deep, enigmatic eyes, it commanded attention. "Regarding the celestial gold from the Toscaman and Argos nations in the Okama Sea, would you dare to facilitate its sale for us?" Chapter 109. The division. Arthur paused for several seconds before exhaling the smoke from his cigar. Even he could not maintain an air of nonchalance upon hearing this proposal. He extinguished the cigar and replied, "Celestial gold? I must not have misheard. Indeed, I seek the celestial gold from both nations in the Okama Sea," Amos stated with a sharp gaze and a calm demeanor. "Intriguing." Arthur and Amos locked eyes. A stiff smile appeared on his face. "However, I hope this is not a whimsical fantasy concocted by a few naive youths. I have no desire to engage in childish play." Amos reclined on the sofa, casually crossing one leg over the other as he spoke to Arthur about the audacious act of seizing the celestial gold. It appeared to be a natural topic for discussion. After all, no one is a fool, and those who dare to make such decisions undoubtedly possess the requisite confidence. "Given your extensive experience in business, You should understand that judging a person's capabilities solely by their age can lead to disastrous miscalculations. How is it that one can seize celestial gold under the escort of a warship? And how can you evade the inevitable repercussions that follow? Arthur, disinclined to linger on trivialities bordering the substantive, directly posed two critical questions that weighed on his mind. Rest assured, you need not worry about the gold aboard the warship. We have a solution in place, Amos replied nonchalantly. As for the subsequent accountability from the naval branch, the naval headquarters, the world government, and the celestial dragons, I hold certain leverage over Colonel Adolf, the head of Navy Branch 233, which ensures that he dares not reveal my identity. Amos, while safeguarding the core secrets, spent a few minutes elucidating the pros and cons that had previously been discussed among their group to Arthur. How to ascertain the amounts, how to determine the routes, how to seize the opportunity, and how to subsequently evade accountability. These are all tasks we shall undertake, inherently laden with risk, which we shall bear. Amos stated, and you need only to transport the golden fortunes from the heavens and sell them. It certainly sounds like a lucrative venture. Arthur clasped his hands and leaned slightly forward. And how shall the spoils be divided in the end? 80-20, Amos replied. 50-50, Arthur stated plainly, his expression betraying no change as he articulated his thoughts directly. Amos chuckled softly, remarking, the actions, risks, and plans are ours to bear. You merely need to sell steadily to potentially reap a profit of 4 billion. Which is quite commendable. Arthur responded, I, too, undertake certain risks by dispatching ships to transport goods. Furthermore, you cannot guarantee the success of your plans. Should you be apprehended, we would inevitably be implicated. Lockschreif interjected in the dispute over profit sharing, stating, if we could ensure that your merchant guild faced no risk whatsoever, we might only offer a 19 share. Yet, the reality is that we are not entirely devoid of risk, are we? Arthur's commercial demeanor was fully unveiled, his words subtly laced with a hint of coercion. Given the risks associated with the heavenly gold, it is likely that only I and a few formidable powers would dare to engage. Your reluctance to seek out greater forces likely stems from a desire to avoid disparities that could lead to a black eats black scenario. His implication was clear. He considered himself the sole fitting partner for collaboration. However, it was not an absolute necessity for him. Amos had long anticipated Arthur's demeanor, recognizing that the stakes involved with heavenly gold were substantial. Such a lucrative opportunity would tempt anyone to covet a larger share of the pie. If this had to be used as leverage, then the essence of collaboration would seem rather diminished. Amos, in a display of intimidation, proposed that cooperation would yield a lucrative profit of 4 billion, while non-compliance would result in a complete forfeiture of any financial gain. Lockschreifer assumed the role of mediator amidst this contentious debate over profit sharing. With such a substantial opportunity at stake, relentless bargaining was inevitable. Following this, a conciliator would be essential to soothe both parties and facilitate genuine negotiations regarding the distribution of profits. It would be imprudent to demand exorbitant terms. The nature of such business necessitates integrity. Should one regard their partner as an adversary in a hasty manner, even the most impeccable plans would inevitably unravel. Amos lit a cigarette, eschewing any naive promises of loyalty should he find himself ensnared. He retreated to a final offer of 37%. This additional 20 billion was a gesture of goodwill, an expression of my sincerity, he implied, awaiting their response. In truth, Arthur understood that the risks he bore paled in comparison to those faced by Amos and his associates. His control was limited to the critical facets of transportation and sales, and securing a steady profit of 60 billion berries would significantly bolster his ambitions within the shadowy realms. Moreover, although these individuals appeared youthful, they were no innocents. They would not be easily lured into making reckless demands for greater profits, as such actions could very well infringe upon their thresholds of tolerance. 37%, I agree. Arthur concluded the discussion, indicating that a more meticulous deliberation on the plan's execution was now in order. Amos and Lockschreif had already anticipated that continuing to seek profit would render one a mindless, greedy individual. Knowing when to stop and securing a profit of 6 billion without inciting disdain was quintessentially Arthur's style. Subsequently, the two parties engaged in detailed discussions regarding their plans, yet no contract was signed. In tumultuous times, such agreements often fail to exert any legal authority, let alone apply to their endeavors. To prevent Arthur from absconding with the heavenly gold for his own selfish gain, Amos resolved to dispatch Lockschreif and Drake as companions, believing that Arthur would not resort to any underhanded tactics with them present. When selecting collaborators, they sought a faction whose strength closely matched their own. And with Drake's prowess alongside Lockshrief's connections in the shadowy underworld, they anticipated minimal complications. He could not accompany them, as they needed to draw fire away from the others. After the heist of the Heavenly Gold, Adolf would undoubtedly send men to investigate, and they must eliminate Amos and his crew. If they were to join forces with Arthur's fleet, any naval pursuit could adversely affect their smuggling operations and even lead to the recovery of the Heavenly Gold. With Adolf's impending intervention, a conflict was inevitable, and Amos had no intention of evading it. Once this matter was settled and the funds secured, he would seek vengeance for Luca, eliminate Adolf, and depart the Okama Sea. By the time their deliberations concluded, it was already noon. Arthur showed no inclination to stay for a meal, appearing preoccupied with other affairs. Lockshrief poured ambrosial wine into 3 goblets, and the trio rose, clinking their glasses together before consuming their drinks in unison, marking the commencement of their formal collaboration. Amos, having finished his drink, smiled and remarked, "I hope for a pleasant collaboration. In the future, there may be even more opportunities for partnership." Arthur placed his glass down. Sensing the once brazen and intimidating demeanor of Amos and Lockshrief during their discussions of profit-sharing had now transformed into a demeanor of genteel sophistication. He couldn't help but regard his 2 collaborators, whose combined ages barely surpassed his own. "I shall continue to monitor this matter closely and will arrange for the fleet and distribution channels. I will remain at Oasis Port for the next few days to handle affairs. We can communicate via telephone or meet at any time." "Very well," Amos replied. The 3 exchanged firm handshakes, and Amos and Lockshrief accompanied Arthur out of the villa. Chapter 110. Long time no see. The following day, January 11th. Drake returned in the morning, having successfully completed his mission. The Argos Kingdom had once again supplied rare metals and several precious items. Since the royal capital of Argos is situated on an island, there was no need for transportation. They simply awaited the arrival of the warship on the 15th to collect the goods. The quantity of rare metals was substantial, requiring approximately 2 warships for transport. While the gold from the Toscaman Kingdom could be accommodated by a single warship, primarily because it consisted not of pure gold blocks, but rather of intricately crafted items worth billions. That evening, Dolet also returned, having successfully infiltrated the Navy's shipping routes. The specifics of his operation were intricate, but he succinctly summarized it as a combination of financial incentives and military might, which ultimately led to success. After loading their cargo, the warships of the Toscaman Kingdom and the Argos Kingdom would rendezvous at Yuslo Island before heading towards another maritime region, with an estimated 7-day journey to reach the naval headquarters stationed around the windless zone of the North Sea. The optimal moment for the heist would be once the 2 fleets had successfully merged. Amos and his companions once again convened with Arthur at the villa, finalizing the location for their ultimate operation and the route for their retreat. Amos instructed Arthur to prepare at least 6 cargo ships, although 3 would suffice. Dispersing the cargo would enhance their speed. Additionally, the vessels required camouflage, and all crew members were to don masks. Once all preparations were meticulously completed, they began to await the appointed hour in silence. On the 14th, Amos and his team set sail ahead of schedule, accompanying Arthur to his merchant fleet. The ships underwent disguises to evade detection by the naval forces, and all personnel masked themselves as per Amos's directives. The fleet commenced its advance toward the predetermined interception point. By the 15th, the naval vessels of the Kingdom of Toscaman and the Kingdom of Argos had transported the precious gold. On the 17th, 3 warships rendezvoused at Yuslo Island for resupply and repairs before proceeding. That same day, Amos and Arthur arrived at the interception point, preparing for what was to come. By the afternoon of the 18th, a chance encounter unfolded. The 3 warships passed by, while the merchant ships feigned a casual brush at a considerable distance. The warships exhibited a slight wariness, but did not react further. Subsequently, Lockshrief and Arthur remained with the fleet while Amos, Drake, and Dolet pursued the warships using a moonlit approach. 2 of the vessels, laden with rare metals and moving at a sluggish pace, took some time to overtake, ultimately landing on the flagship's deck. The warship had already sensed something amiss, and the silhouettes in the sky heightened their alertness. Captain Ivan, the commander of the escort operation, recognized the gravity of the situation when the 3 figures stood before him. The naval interns, previously declared dead 2 months prior, had returned to life. On the deck of the warship, soldiers raised their weapons, with some recognizing the newcomers. However, given their extraordinary status and formidable prowess, and in the absence of an order from Captain Ivan, they refrained from engaging in combat. Ivan exhibited signs of trepidation, a genuine fear stemming from past encounters. During the Night City incident, Amos had directly slain their captain, Lieutenant Moore, seizing control of the warship, which indicated a blatant disregard for Colonel Adolf and a ruthless demeanor. What terrified him most was that he had once worked alongside Amos and Dolit when they were mere novices serving as apprentice first officers on his ship. The subsequent raid by the one-eyed pirate Ross, who had murdered the last survivor of a village, had incited Amos's wrath, nearly leading him to kill Ross. Later, when the one-eyed pirate was apprehended, it was Ivan who was responsible for the release of the pirates who should have faced execution. Amos was undoubtedly aware of this, and in their current confrontation, Ivan could not guarantee that Amos would not seek vengeance for past grievances. "Amos, you are still alive," Captain Ivan stammered, his words betraying his anxiety. Amos, clad in loose-fitting attire conducive to combat, found himself and his companions encircled by the Navy, with the unnaturally behaving Captain Ivan at the forefront. "It appears you harbor little desire for our survival," Amos remarked as he approached Captain Ivan. Drake and Dolit followed closely, their expressions grim, fully aware of Ivan's past indiscretions. No, I am quite pleased," Captain Ivan stammered, retreating in a flustered manner. Yet his speed could not match Amos's advance. Upon being cornered, Amos placed a reassuring hand on Ivan's shoulder, rendering the captain completely motionless, paralyzed by fear. Observing the panic in Ivan's eyes, Amos couldn't help but smile. "There is no need for trepidation. All right, I'm not afraid," Captain Ivan thought desperately, wishing to regain control of his body, but to no avail. He was thoroughly intimidated by Amos, who, over the past 2 months in the branch, had established a reputation as a harbinger of death through a series of harrowing events. The incident involving the village and the children has already been resolved. "I do not intend to delve further into that matter," Amos addressed Ivan. "When One-Eyed Ross was captured, Colonel Adolf appointed you with full responsibility for the execution. Yet, I witnessed their atrocities firsthand in the City of Eternal Night, which indirectly precipitated circumstances I would rather not have encountered. However, I assure you, I shall not act against you today. You are acutely aware that these soldiers, even united, cannot alter the outcome. Thus, it would be prudent to have them lay down their arms, if only to spare their lives. Moreover, use your communicator to contact Colonel Adolf." Amos released his hand from Captain Ivan's shoulder, and Ivan immediately felt a wave of relief wash over him. In just a few short seconds, he was drenched in sweat. As if he had narrowly escaped the clutches of death, he dared not hesitate, fully aware that Amos's words bore the weight of truth. Thus, he swiftly commanded, "Lower your weapons." The soldiers, caught off guard, complied with bewildered expressions as they set their firearms down. Trembling, Captain Ivan retrieved his radio and dialed Colonel Adolph's number. Amos took the telephone bug from his hand and awaited the connection in silence. This call was imperative, for he needed to assert his identity to Colonel Adolf, instilling a sense of caution in him. Otherwise, if masked assailants completed their task without revealing their identity, Colonel Adolf might hastily report to headquarters, prompting a general or major to come and apprehend them, which would be disastrous. Additionally, Amos was reluctant to resort to the drastic measure of eliminating 400 naval soldiers aboard 3 warships. Firstly, it was a matter of conscience, as they had once been comrades, and secondly, the act of slaughtering 400 sailors would undoubtedly escalate into a significant affair. The only viable solution to avoid such bloodshed lay in threatening Adolf, compelling him to issue orders for the soldiers to cease their resistance. As for the potential risks of sparing so many soldiers, whether it would place their own forces in jeopardy, lead to pursuit, or result in bombardment after seizing the treasure, Amos had already contemplated these scenarios and devised strategies to address them, ensuring that he could secure the treasure without shedding blood. Before long, the telephone bug connected, revealing Colonel Adolph's portly visage. "Hello," came the familiar and affable voice from the other end. Amos displayed a smile, which, to Captain Ivan, appeared rather sinister. Nevertheless, Amos greeted Colonel Adolf on the other end of the line with a tone that was both relaxed and laden with deeper significance. "It's been a while, Colonel Adolf." Chapter 111, The Devil's Fruit. Simultaneously, far away in Branch 233, Colonel Adolf answered the telephone while attending to official duties. The past 2 months had been anything but comfortable for him. Following the incident in the City of Eternal Night, his soldiers had scoured the area thoroughly, uncovering only the bodies of 2 mercenaries, while the whereabouts of Amos and his 3 companions remained entirely elusive. With the 2 most formidable mercenaries on the island now deceased, it was evident that Amos and his associates were still alive. They had become aware of Adolf's underhanded dealings and had evaded capture by feigning death without formally resigning. To protect himself, Adolf had no choice but to declare that the 4 interns had perished, subsequently heightening his vigilance, fretting over what Amos and his crew might undertake next. As he had anticipated, a month and a half later, news broke that Marquis Scarlet had hanged himself in the parlor of his estate. The king discovered numerous incriminating pieces of evidence in Scarlet's study, initiating a sweeping purge of the power structure. Upon receiving this news, Adolf's heart sank. The incident in the City of Eternal Night had implicated both him and Scarlet, and their clandestine dealings had persisted for 5 years. Logically, the king's discovery of Scarlet's transgressions implied that he would uncover Adolf's misdeeds as well, potentially exposing him to dire consequences. Yet, more than half a month had passed without any indication of the king's intentions toward him. He found himself uncertain whether the king sought to quell the matter or harbored ulterior motives. Regarding the suicide of Marquis Scarlet, Adolf had already begun to suspect the true architect behind this calamity, and an intense unease took root within him. With Scarlet now deceased, he could not help but wonder if he would be next. Finally, upon answering the phone and hearing that familiar, magnetic voice, everything was ultimately confirmed. Amos. He enunciated the name with deliberate clarity, his tone a complex amalgamation of neutrality, shock, anxiety, and fury. These conflicting emotions were equally evident on his face. Major Ted, who stood beside Adolf, remained silent, yet upon hearing Amos's voice, even he, who had always appeared as cold as a machine, exhibited a noticeable shift in his demeanor. Amos, upon hearing Adolf's voice, chuckled softly into the phone. Do you miss having me as your subordinate? What are you planning with Ivan's communication device? Adolf was acutely aware that Amos bore ill intentions, especially since he was wielding Ivan's device, while Ivan was currently escorting Tian Shangjin. Tian Shangjin. I intend to take him away. Amos cut straight to the matter at hand, explaining that his purpose in calling was to request that Adolf personally order his 3 warships to surrender peacefully. You are well aware of our capabilities. Should we choose to act, none of your men would survive. However, if they surrender willingly, I can spare your people. Colonel Adolf's face flushed crimson, for the last thing he wanted to witness had come to pass. Suppressing his fury, he retorted, Do you comprehend the significance of Tian Shangjin? You brash young fools dare to take him, unafraid of my reinforcements coming to obliterate you? Should you foolishly report this matter to headquarters? I assure you that I will recount every detail when they capture us. Amos was utterly unfazed by Adolf's threats. The matter concerning Marquis Scarlet is our doing. You should trust in our ability to meticulously compile evidence against you. You dare to threaten me? Colonel Adolf, having served in the Okamacy for 5 years, had never faced such brazen intimidation. Whether you believe us or not, we are quite confident you can handle this situation for us. Amos chuckled lightly, his demeanor contrasting sharply with Adolf's agitation. For now, focus solely on whether you will command your soldiers to lay down their arms and surrender. If they refuse, we will take action. In the office of the branch headquarters, Adolf clenched his fists, veins throbbing on his forehead, nearly overcome with rage. He knew the storm was inevitable, yet he had not anticipated its ferocity. Colonel, Major Ted interjected, noticing Adolf's escalating emotions. Adolf set aside the communication device, hesitating to respond. Leaning back in his chair, he closed his eyes, his chest heaving as he contemplated the pros and cons. Setting aside future implications, he recognized Amos's strength. Having dispatched the mercenaries hired by Marquis Scarlet suggested that dealing with his motley crew aboard the 3 warships would be a trivial matter. If he ordered a resolute resistance, not only would Tian Shangjin remain unattainable, but his forces would also suffer significant losses. Yet, the thought of allowing Amos to take Tian Shangjin without bloodshed filled him with reluctance. He pondered the consequences of releasing Amos. You have 3 seconds, Amos announced, beginning a countdown when no response came from the other end. 3, 2, 1. Ivan. Adolf's furious shout reverberated through the phone. Ivan, standing beside Amos and too intimidated to speak, timidly replied, Why yes, Colonel. There was a momentary silence on the line before Adolf's gritted teeth could be heard. Let them take Tian Shangjin. Understood. Upon receiving the command, Ivan was filled with delight. He had been apprehensive that Colonel Adolf would order them to vow to encircle the celestial gold, only for them all to be eliminated by Amos. Thank you, Colonel Adolf. Amos remarked with satisfaction, Your great kindness will not go unacknowledged. If the opportunity arises, I shall repay you. With that statement, he hung up without awaiting a response. After hanging up, the communicator was not handed over to Ivan. Instead, he retained it, slightly tilting his head. Immediately, Drake took out the communicator and contacted Lockshirford, informing him of the situation. Shortly thereafter, Lockshirford, accompanied by Arthur and 6 cargo ships, hastened to their location. Ivan commanded all soldiers aboard the 3 warships to lay down their arms and assemble on the decks of each vessel. Amos dispatched Drake and Dolit to the other 2 warships to oversee the operation, ensuring that all firearms and ammunition were confiscated and thrown into the sea. Once the weapons were disposed of, they seized the communicator from the captain's quarters along with all provisions and fresh water. This action provided a sense of security. Without artillery and ammunition, the warships would be unable to fire even if they wished, and bereft of supplies. They could neither silently follow Amos's fleet nor return to Yuslo Island for resupply without facing starvation along the way. As the cargo ships connected with the warships, a group of masked sailors began transferring the celestial gold from the warships. Lockshirford and Arthur also arrived on the flagship's deck, both cloaked in masks. Amos received the detailed list of items submitted by the Kingdom of Toscanman and the Kingdom of Argos for this celestial tribute. He scrutinized the document carefully. Aside from exquisite gold artifacts and rare metals, there were several other items of interest. Notably, the Kingdom of Toscanman had presented a devil fruit, which was stored in the cargo hold of the flagship. Chapter 112. Handling various matters. The description of this devil fruit on the list was rather simplistic, failing to specify the exact nature of the fruit. Amos's gaze remained fixated on this enigmatic fruit, rendering all other items trivial in comparison. Many instructors, after mentoring Amos, would express their genuine belief that what he lacked most was an opportunity. His diligence and resolute spirit often garnered admiration from his teachers, and his unwillingness to let opportunities slip away instilled hope for a promising future in their eyes. Now, it seemed that opportunity had finally arrived. "Ivan," Amos called, gesturing towards him. Ivan hurriedly emerged from the assembled naval ranks, bowing slightly as he approached. "Do you have a question?" he inquired. "Is there indeed a devil fruit within the celestial tribute?" Amos asked. "Yes," Ivan responded. "In addition to the gold artifacts, the Kingdom of Toscanman has also offered a devil fruit, priced at 200 million berries to compensate for the shortfall in the gold artifacts." Amos presented the list to Lockshirf, while continuing to inquire, "What does it resemble?" Ivan pondered for a moment and replied, It looks somewhat like a walnut kernel." Reflecting on Ivan's description, Amos realized that he had never encountered a devil fruit resembling the shape of a walnut kernel, and he could not hastily ascertain its classification. "Take me to see it," he urged. Ivan promptly led Amos into the cargo hold, where the crates containing the devil fruits had yet to be moved. Nestled among other boxes of exquisite golden artifacts, Amos unsheathed his sword, cleansing ghost, and cleaved open one of the crates, revealing a fruit of amber hue, which indeed bore a striking resemblance to a walnut kernel, just as Ivan had described. Amos sheathed his sword and bent down to retrieve the peculiar devil fruit. Having perused an array of devil fruits in the original narrative, he found this particular color and shape to be unprecedented, even eliciting a sense that he was not in possession of a genuine devil fruit. "Do you have any idea what kind of fruit this is?" he inquired after scrutinizing it for some time. Ivan shook his head. "I am unaware." This fruit was extracted from the estate of Marquis Scarlet and was subsequently deposited into the national treasury as part of this celestial gold. Understanding dawned upon Amos as he clutched the fruit and ventured outside, feeling an inexplicable uniqueness about it. Upon exiting, he found Lockshire and Arthur supervising the transportation of the celestial gold. He approached them directly and proclaimed, "This devil fruit is the celestial gold of the Kingdom of Toscanman, valued at 200 million. I will take it. Arthur can deduct the amount from the sales proceeds later." Arthur regarded the devil fruit in Amos's hand, furrowing his brow. "What kind of fruit is this?" "I am uncertain. Have you ever encountered something similar?" Amos countered. Arthur shook his head. "I have never seen one like this. It is quite extraordinary. Are you inclined to consume this devil fruit?" Lockshire pointed at it. "Not necessarily," Amos replied, his gaze flickering over the fruit. He was yet to discover the abilities it might bestow. Consuming it recklessly could yield little benefit. "Let us hold on to it for now. Who knows what it may hold?" "Very well. It's your choice," Lockshire conceded without objection. Arthur echoed his sentiment. The devil fruit held little significance for him as a merchant, especially since Amos had already stated that the expense would be deducted from his account upon profit distribution. After the brief interlude regarding the devil fruit, the operation of transporting the celestial gold resumed as usual. The flagship expedited the transfer of golden artifacts, while the other 2 vessels bore rare metals. which were considerably heavier and required more time to handle. It took 4 hours to completely transfer the celestial gold onto the 6 cargo ships. The smoothness of the operation left Amos and the others feeling somewhat uneasy. Amos and his crew departed with haste, leaving Captain Ivan in a state of despair. Stripped of their communication device, they were unable to reach Colonel Adolf for further instructions. Lacking weaponry and ammunition, they were bereft of any means of self-defense and without supplies. They could not pursue Amos or ascertain his whereabouts. Their only option was to make a swift return to Yuslo Island. At Naval Division 233, Adolf, in a fit of rage, overturned his desk, shedding his outer garments and placing his hands on his hips as he addressed Major Tayton. The treasure from the heavens has been seized, and now we cannot even contact Ivan. What shall we do? Tayton reassured the fuming Adolf. Since Amos has declared he will not harm Ivan and his crew, given his modus operandi, we need not worry. Adolf took several deep breaths. This matter must not be reported to headquarters. If they discover it, they will dispatch high-ranking officials to assist in recovering the treasure. And should Amos and his crew be apprehended, we would face dire consequences. However, I refuse to accept such a significant loss. They have only just departed. I shall immediately order all naval vessels to search for their trail. Tayton interjected, even if we locate them, our current strength would be insufficient to capture them. I am aware, Adolf replied, moving to the office window, his expression grave as he peered outside, gritting his teeth. Thus, I require formidable allies. A weapon sharp enough to rend them to pieces. The 2 mercenaries hired by Scarlet have perished, indicating their inadequacy. Perhaps Scarlet's remuneration was too meager. I am willing to expend more berries to enlist stronger individuals, eliminating my pressing concerns one by one. What of the significant deficit left by the treasure? Adolf closed his weary eyes. I shall report to my superiors that we encountered a storm, necessitating a 3-day delay in our arrival. During these 3 days, I need you to procure gold artifacts worth 10 billion berries from the Kingdom of Toscaman. I will contact Count Phantom of the Kingdom of Argos, requesting he sell me rare metals at the lowest possible price. Are you intending to cover this deficit using our own assets? It must be done this way for now. Once the treasure is reclaimed, our losses will be minimal, Adolf exhaled deeply. Over the years, we have monopolized numerous industries in the Okama Sea through our power. Now we can afford to make some concessions, even to liquidate assets temporarily, even if we liquidate our industries. With Count Phantom driving the price of rare metals to the lowest, we still cannot muster such funds, Tayton cautioned. Adolf fell silent for a few moments. We shall borrow. And during these days, I can issue orders for the pirates to become active. I need them to extort the common folk in the Okama Sea. Upon hearing Adolf's decision, Tayton did not respond, merely hastening from the office. Alone in the room, Adolf continued to gaze out the window, muttering a few self-important brats. Meanwhile, as the naval fleet turned back home, Arthur's convoy set sail along the prearranged route. After half a day's journey, they encountered another fleet organized by Arthur. Upon the surface of the sea, the treasure known as the Heavenly Gold has been transferred to this new fleet. The original fleet continues its voyage, operated by the masked sailors, setting sail towards other maritime territories. Amos and Dorat have joined this fleet, serving to disrupt Adolf's search for the whereabouts of the Heavenly Gold. Meanwhile, Arthur, Rockshrew, and Drake, carrying the Heavenly Gold, embarked on another vessel and after a day and a half, arrived at a desolate island under the dominion of the Argos Kingdom. Arthur had already arranged for channels of trade, with his contacts poised to conduct transactions on this forsaken isle. Chapter 113. The transaction January 20th. Don Arthur, Rockshrew, and Drake reached a desolate island governed by the Argos Kingdom, where they were awaited. Both parties involved in the transaction hail from the shadows of the underworld. Yet their sentinels were few, a calculated approach to mitigate hostilities. The darker the force, the more cautious they become regarding treachery within their ranks. Each faction here resembles an iceberg, with only a fragment of their true power visible, rendering their full capabilities inscrutable and prompting a prudent restraint in their actions. Amos and his associates seek collaborators of comparable strength to ensure safety. However, Arthur, when engaging with black intermediaries, need not be encumbered by such considerations. Those who ascend to the status of black intermediaries do so not through underhanded dealings, but rather by profiting immensely from their illicit trades. To consume their partners would tarnish their reputation, leaving them with no allies willing to collaborate. Thus, the only fate that awaits black intermediaries is destruction. The celestial gold from the fleet was meticulously unloaded, and the counterpart received it, tallying according to the invoice. ultimately accepting the entirety at a price 20% below the market rate. The total value from the sale of the celestial gold approached 16 billion berry. According to their predetermined profit-sharing agreement, Arthur would receive nearly 5 billion berry, while Amos and his crew would garner over 110 billion. However, they did not receive cash. Akin to the world government, they regarded currency as something that could be printed at will. They preferred tangible assets of equivalent value. The black intermediary provided Arthur with 25 billion berry in cash, in addition to information, technology, and weaponry also valued at 25 billion berry. For Lock, and Drake, the delivery included 70 billion in market value pure gold, 35 billion berry worth of firearms, and the Pi de assistance, 1,500 slaves acquired for 5 billion. Selling their golden artifacts to procure pure gold was not an exercise in futility. The objective of engaging with black intermediaries was to convert their illicit goods, those that could not be legally exported, into liquid assets. Although they incurred some losses in the process, transforming those artifacts into pure gold allowed them to operate legally, alleviating fears of the Navy or other factions tracing their activities. The purchase of 1,500 individuals from human traffickers came with specific criteria predetermined by Amos at the outset of negotiations: males aged 16 to 40, free of diseases and without family ties. Each individual was priced at approximately 300,000 berry. The purpose behind acquiring firearms and personnel was evident. Upon reviewing Lock's invoice, Arthur immediately grasped the implications. It is essential to have individuals armed. While Lock did not explicitly state his intentions, the implications were clear enough for Arthur. Following the completion of the transaction, all parties began to depart with their cargo. Lock St. Varl Shipping Company had 4 cargo ships and 2 passenger vessels arrive, with the crew responsible for transporting the goods. The purchased individuals were temporarily confined in the holds of 2 cargo ships, awaiting arrangements to meet with Amos. The other 2 cargo ships and 2 passenger vessels primarily carried gold and weaponry. Lock and Arthur exchanged handshakes and farewell. This collaboration had proceeded smoothly. Perhaps in the future, both parties, each aspiring for significant achievements in their respective domains, would once again engage in partnership. The fleet belonging to Lock advanced toward the city of Eternal Night, which had become a desolate wasteland 2 months prior. Abandoned by all and gradually devolving into an uninhabitable isle, as no one was willing to invest in its reconstruction. Lockshire and Drake are about to reorganize here and rendezvous with Amos. On the afternoon of the 20th, Adolf and Major Ted met with 2 mercenaries at a hotel owned by them on Yeslu Island. He spent a staggering 100 million berries to employ these 2 individuals. This means that each mercenary's fee reached 50 million, 5 times that of the individuals hired by Scarlet. Of course, these 2 were undoubtedly worth the price, as they were last year's pirate supernovas, each with bounties exceeding 100 million. Their strength is beyond doubt. They had merely faced setbacks in their attempts to challenge the 4 emperors in the New World, which led them to the North Sea to work as mercenaries in the dark underworld. They are Eudaimona of the Long-Arm tribe, with a bounty of 130 million berries, and T. Varanmo, known as the Madman, with a bounty of 150 million berries. Greetings. Mona, with long hair, a scruffy beard, a bare upper body, and a beast-skin skirt, politely bowed to Adolf. Varanmo, a towering figure at nearly 2 meters in height, wielded a naginata, exuding an aura of lethal intent. They're in the kingdom of Renault, correct? Hello. Colonel Adolf returned the gesture to Mona and then nodded towards Varanmo. The latest intelligence indicates that their fleet is in the kingdom of Renault. Our navy is responsible for handling the fleet. Your objective is to eliminate these 4 individuals and present their heads to me. Adolf tossed 4 photographs onto the desk, each depicting Amos, Drake, Dolet, and Luca. He was still unaware of Luca's demise, but judging from Amos, he assumed they were all alive, thus issuing such orders. Very well, just a few youngsters. We shall deliver their heads to you promptly. Mona appeared somewhat shifty, seemingly harboring many thoughts, with his long arms hanging down to his knees, and 2 curved daggers sheathed at his waist. Adolf scrutinized Mona. He had heard of the Long-Arm tribe, but had assumed they merely had long limbs. Today, he discovered that each arm of a Long-Arm tribe member possessed 2 elbow joints. I trust that both of you can eliminate those 4 youngsters. I will also arrange the ships for your journey to the kingdom of Renault. Additionally, we must maintain contact. I will keep you updated on the prey's latest whereabouts. Colonel Adolf continued. However, the strength and cunning of those 4 youngsters should not be underestimated. Even with a favorable outcome, one must exercise caution. Yesterday, Adolf had encountered Lieutenant Ivan on Yusla Island, and through the appearance of the ships and their course, deduced that they were likely heading towards another sea region. He contacted the naval branch in that area under the pretext of searching for smugglers, and with their assistance, discovered the fleet's traces at the harbor of the Kingdom of Reno. Thank you. Mona bowed once more in gratitude. Veramo, gripping his naginata, turned to leave. We shall take our leave now. Mona nodded to Adolf and followed Valamo. Watching the two mercenaries depart, Adolf let out a cold chuckle, pouring himself a glass of wine, and confidently declared, if he dares to consume gold from the heavens, I shall ensure he regurgitates it. Chapter 114. An unexpected visitor on the evening of January 21st. In a tavern located in the capital of the Kingdom of Reno, Amos and Dolet, two inebriates, were indulging in their libations. The pair appeared quite leisurely as they disembarked from the ship that had brought them to the Kingdom of Reno, shortly after the arrival of Adolf's fleet. The fleet continued to navigate in accordance with Arthur's directions, while Amos and Dolet patiently awaited the arrival of a messenger from Adolf in the capital. This way of life suits us just fine, Dolet remarked, clinking glasses with Amos, and together they downed their full cups of wine. Amos reclined against the wall on a bench, one leg resting upon the seat, a bag slung over his shoulder containing the fabled devil fruit. He casually sipped from his drink, pondering the fact that Rockshrew and Drake had already set off for the city that never sleeps. He sincerely hoped that Adolf's men would arrive soon, allowing them to complete their business and rendezvous in the city. What is destined to arrive will eventually come. There is no need to dwell on such matters now. Dolet appeared quite content, loosening the collar of his shirt as the tavern's stifling heat enveloped them. Indeed, now that they were here, it would be wise to savor the moment. Amos extended his hand, clutching his glass toward Dolet, who reciprocated with his own, both determined to indulge until inebriation claimed them. After their glasses clinked, Dolet promptly drained his cup. The two engaged in meandering conversation, touching upon various topics. Dolet reminisced about his homeland and speculated on how Aim would react upon receiving news of his demise. Eventually, Dolet struck up a conversation with the tavern owner at the bar. Your Kingdom of Leno is rather splendid. Today's exploration proved far superior to our own territory, Dolet remarked. With no patrons at the counter, the owner busily wiped down the bar stand with spilled liquor. Ah, indeed it is quite nice. Where do you hail from? He inquired. We are from the Okama Sea, Dolet replied. The Okama Sea, you say? The owner looked up, surveying the two men closely. It seems there was quite an incident over there recently, something about pirates ravaging an island? Indeed, you are well informed, my friend, Dolet acknowledged with a grin. The owner chuckled. In a tavern, one hears the tales of travelers from all corners. Though your region has seen some unrest, at least there has been no outright war. Amidst these chaotic times, that is something to be grateful for. Are you suggesting that your Kingdom of Leno is experiencing warfare? That seems unlikely. It appears quite well. And I have not heard any news of conflict, Dolet questioned. Amos also glanced at the proprietor. It was not a matter of the present, but rather a reminiscence from a decade ago. The owner cast a discerning eye towards Amos and his companion's table, noting that their drinks were nearly depleted. With a shrewd wink, he inquired whether they desired another round. Indeed, they welcomed the idea. Dorat produced 5 100 belly notes and laid them upon the table. The owner approached with 2 bottles of wine, placing them before the two gentlemen, and pocketed the money. 500 belly, neither more nor less, precisely adequate. Amos uncorked the bottle and poured wine into the glass. Please, continue to recount the events of the war from a decade ago. Intrigued, the proprietor fetched another bottle of wine from behind the counter and seated himself beside them. It is evident that you are not locals. You must not have been in the North Sea 10 years ago, or else you would certainly have heard of this matter. Indeed, we were not in the North Sea back then. Amos raised his glass, clinking it with the proprietors before taking a sip. Do share your tale. Our Kingdom of Leno was neighboring another nation, Fravens. Have you heard of it? The proprietor took a hearty gulp of wine and continued. Ah, yes. The name may not resonate as strongly as its moniker. While you may be unfamiliar with Fravens, you must have heard of the White Town, correct? Amos's pupils constricted as the words White Town resonated with a sense of familiarity. White Town? I'm not quite sure about that. We have only recently settled in Bay High. Dolet expressed his uncertainty. Upon hearing this, the proprietor's face lit up with realization. Ah, so you have only just arrived. It is quite understandable that you are unaware. He continued. In our early days, Luna was situated adjacent to Free-Vans, and in comparison, we resembled a dilapidated village. The inhabitants of Free-Vans lived in opulence. with the land and trees within its borders as pristine and immaculate as a wintry wonderland from a fairy tale. It was once a realm of such breathtaking beauty that it seemed like a celestial paradise, a place where countless souls yearned to dwell. Hearing you describe it this way makes me somewhat envious, Dolet chuckled. Amos listened intently to his employer, his memories stirred by the narrative. The striking whiteness of their homeland was not without reason. Within the geological layers of Provence lay a lead, or known as amber lead. This amber lead was not only utilized in the production of tableware, paints, sweeteners, and cosmetics, but also in the manufacture of weaponry. The superior quality of amber lead products attracted numerous buyers worldwide, and the amber lead industry flourished, becoming a significant pillar of Provence's economy. At that time, the boundless opportunities in Provence drew the attention of many, and the moniker White Town likely resonated throughout the North Sea during that period. Intrigued, Dolet listened eagerly. So, did your kingdom of Leno go to war with Provence? His employer nodded, his throat slightly parched as he took another sip of wine. Indeed, just as Provence reached the zenith of prosperity, an infectious disease suddenly emerged, swiftly spreading across the nation. Provence transformed from a land of dreams into a realm of nightmares, with many civilians desperately seeking to escape. However, to prevent the disease from ravaging Leno, our king sealed the borders, prohibiting the passage of Provence citizens. A once thriving nation suddenly besieged by a nationwide epidemic stirred a sense of melancholy within Dolet. Amos's recollections began to resurface as he inquired about the origins of the war. It is rather lamentable that the royal family of Provence, in their desperate bid for escape, chose to wage war against us, thereby breaking our blockade. They crafted lead projectiles from platinum and lead, which possessed formidable power, that war decimated our forces. Yet Provence too faced annihilation due to the royal family's reliance on such weaponry. The territory adjacent to Orleans, once a flourishing town, has now been reduced to a desolate wasteland. Alas, Dolet offered a heartfelt sigh for this tragic tale, acknowledging that such occurrences were beyond remedy. Who could argue otherwise? The proprietor wholeheartedly concurred. After Amos finished listening, he resumed drinking. Just as Dorat was about to engage the owner in further conversation, the owner noticed another guest arriving and promptly rose to greet them. Ah, you've come to enjoy a drink, have you? Please, take a seat here. Amos undoubtedly cast a sidelong glance at the four young patrons who had just arrived. The leader among them donned a winter beanie and was clad in a casual long-sleeve shirt with a hood, bearing a formidable blade nearly 2 meters in length upon his shoulder. Following closely behind him was an individual resembling a polar bear, garbed in an orange outfit, accompanied by 2 male companions who appeared to be around 20 years of age. Remarkably, Amos's eyes widened instantaneously, and the hand holding his wine glass hovered suspended in the air. Chapter 115. Awkward, awkward, awkward. Oh, do you know them? Dolet inquired, his countenance slightly flushed from the considerable amount he had already consumed. Amos did not respond, but instead fixed his gaze upon the 4 newcomers as they settled into their seats under the arrangement of the proprietor. As the owner went to fetch the drinks, Amos produced a handful of money and handed it to him, stating, "I shall cover their tab." "Oh, splendid!" exclaimed the proprietor, his countenance brightening as he accepted the sum, which far exceeded the cost of the beverages, and he hurriedly made his way to the counter. "Ah, how fortuitous," Amos mused, continuing to lean against the wall while scrutinizing the quartet. A meaningful glance was cast in his direction, prompting Dolet to ponder aloud. "I never anticipated you had a taste for this." Amos's expression froze, and he turned to Derek with an eye roll. At that moment, the proprietor had already placed the drinks before the 4 newly arrived patrons, pointing to Amos to indicate that the bill had been settled by him. The proprietor discreetly stepped back, and the 4 patrons turned their gazes toward Amos, who maintained an impassive demeanor, locking eyes with them. The leader of the group uncorked the bottle and filled his glass to the brim, raising it in a toast towards Amos, who stood 4 or 5 meters away, and said, "Thank you." Amos raised his cup, and together they drank deeply. Dorat observed the two, occasionally emitting a thoughtful hum. Once they had finished their drink, Amos set his cup down and called out, "Would you care to join us for a drink, Ro?" The patron, initially poised to decline the invitation, was taken aback when the enigmatic stranger addressed him by name. Instantly, he adopted a serious demeanor, exchanging glances with his companion from the fur tribe before both rose and approached, coldly demanding, "Who are you?" Amos gazed up at the newcomer, saying, "I am Amos, and it is a pleasure to meet you, Law." By sheer coincidence, in the tavern of the capital of the Kingdom of Leno, he encountered Trafalgar Law, who had severed ties with Don Quixote da Flamingo 7 years prior. Behind him stood his loyal crew, Beppo, Penguin, and Shachi. Law's expression turned grave as he inquired, "How do you know our names?" Amos found it difficult to explain. From the very first moment he laid eyes on Law, a desire to recruit surged within him. Aware that he lacked the commanding presence of a king, unable to invite others aboard as effortlessly as Luffy, he resolved to initially unveil an air of mystery to captivate Law. "It is my ability," he stated. Law furrowed his brow. Amos reiterated, "My devil fruit ability." "Huh?" Dorat's previously hazy eyes widened in astonishment. "What kind of ability is that?" Luo candidly criticized Amos's devil fruit powers, then warily inquired, "Why are you offering to pay for the drinks?" "I wish to recruit you," Amos stated bluntly. "Humph," Luo scoffed dismissively. "What are you up to, Amos?" Amos found himself at a loss for words, uncertain how to approach the cunning, aloof, and proud Luo in a manner that would compel him to yield. "I truly admire you," he ventured. During his previous readings of the original work, Amos had always held a fondness for Luo's character, and now, in his presence, he recognized that securing him as an ally would undoubtedly facilitate significant progress. "Enough with the jokes," Luo remarked, as he tossed a few bills on the table at the drinking establishment shared with Amos and Dolet, before departing with Beepo and his companions. "I am aware of your circumstances," Amos declared, rising from his seat, referencing Joker and the White Town. "Huh?" The tavern owner found himself momentarily befuddled. Having witnessed Luo's grim demeanor approaching, leading him to believe a confrontation was imminent, he hastily intervened, only to overhear Amos's unexpected words. Luo halted, turning back with a dark expression. "Who exactly are you?" Amos feigned a headache, grasping the unfinished drink in his hand, and slung the bag containing the devil fruit over his shoulder as he made his way outside. "Let us talk outside," he said. Luo and his three companions trailed behind, while Dolet and the tavern owner exchanged puzzled glances before exiting the establishment themselves. The nighttime capital of the Lennox Kingdom was aglow with lights, accompanied by a refreshing breeze that made it perfect for a stroll. As they walked along the street, Luo urged Amos to keep pace beside him. Amos recognized that he had acted somewhat impulsively. If he wished to recruit someone, a gradual approach would have been more prudent. Yet, by proceeding in this manner, he had rendered the situation significantly more difficult to elucidate. It was challenging for him to articulate why he possessed such knowledge about the other person. Ultimately, he bore no malice and held a genuine admiration for them. "Is it my abilities that you admire?" Ro replied with a mocking tone. "I suggest you reveal your secret sooner rather than later. Otherwise, I may be compelled to resort to methods that you would undoubtedly find unpalatable." "I have faced similar circumstances, and our aspirations are aligned," Amos stated, "though our paths to achieving those goals differ. Continue with your frivolous chatter, and you shall come to regret it," Ro threatened. Amos remained impassive. "We all aspire to revolutionize the world. However, you shall first encounter the formidable Doflamingo on this path." Luo's expression shifted dramatically as he gazed at Amos in astonishment. "You are one of his people." "No." Amos refuted Luo's assumption and continued walking forward. "I am Amos, and I hold great admiration for you. I hope we can work together. Spare me your pretenses." Luo fixed his eyes on Amos, his hand already gripping the hilt of his blade. Ghost cry. "I am aware that you are a fiercely independent individual who despises being commanded." Amos dismissed Luo's aggressive posture, while Dolet placed both hands on his sword's hilt as well. "As we traverse this path, it is difficult to ascertain who commands whom, if it must be articulated. I am the leader, destined to perish first." Luo hesitated to draw his sword, perplexed by the nature of this man. "It is somewhat troublesome for you to understand us." Amos continued forward, a look of distress crossing his face. "This matter can unfold gradually. Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Francis Amos. I was born in the North Sea. At the age of 15, I experienced events akin to yours. Thereafter, I entered the naval headquarters for study. Within 6 months of returning, I had departed from the Navy to pursue my own path, aspiring to one day overturn this wretched world." Luo was slightly moved, but quickly adopted a serious demeanor. "How do you know about my circumstances?" "I simply do. In truth, this is an unresolvable question. Even if you were to kill me, you would not obtain the answer you seek." Amos irritably raked his fingers through his hair, realizing that attempting to win someone over was indeed a formidable challenge. He possessed no semblance of regal authority, and despite his lengthy discourse, he had achieved no tangible results. Yet, he understood that this matter was not to be forgotten. Luo remained curious about him. In the future, as he ventured into the Breno Sea region, their paths would likely cross again, increasing the chances of successful persuasion. "You will remain in the North Sea for quite some time, I presume, if you are interested." Feel free to seek me out in the Breno Sea region. Amos.This, is it? A burly man wielding a naginata obstructed Amos's path, flanked by a bare-chested member of the Longhand tribe. Amos cast a quiet glance, murmuring, "They've finally arrived. What is the situation?" Luo tightened his grip on the ghost cry. For those two were indeed last year's pirate supernovas. Amos tilted his head back and took a swig of wine. So it turns out to be a supernova. The colonel has made quite the investment. What is the situation? It was evident that we were being pursued. Luo glanced at Amos, noticing that his mention of the supernova did not seem to startle him. Instead, he remained composed and continued to sip his drink. "All right," Amos declared as he drained the last of his wine and tossed the empty bottle to the ground. Drawing his blade, he added, "You all should leave. We may meet again if fate allows." With that, he and Dorat, two inebriated souls who had just downed several bottles, brandished their weapons and advanced toward the soldiers. Luo, his expression darkening, sighed heavily. Chapter 116, An Unequal Battle. Luo muttered as he cast a sidelong glance at Amos before turning on his heel and departing in the opposite direction. "Let us go?" Amos did not believe that Law would nobly remain to assist him in confronting the two supernovas. If he were inclined to help, he would not be Law. He hoped for Law's alliance, for individuals of such caliber were exceedingly rare. Without even considering his fruit abilities, one could not overlook the fact that he was destined to become one of the future warlords of the sea, having dispatched the G5 branch commander, Vice Admiral Virgo, and effortlessly defeated Smoker. Such prowess was undeniably alluring. Moreover, their childhood experiences bore striking similarities, and their future aspirations aligned almost perfectly. A partnership with such a compatible individual would be one Amos would fervently pursue, yet his personal charm fell short, and Law was indeed a rebellious soul. As a result, this recruitment attempt was both a failure and an embarrassment, leaving him to hope for future opportunities, especially since, according to the narrative he vaguely recalled, Law would remain in the North Sea for several more years. "Which one do you prefer?" Amos gestured towards the two supernovas with a casual tilt of his chin. As if he were merely selecting a favorite item, Dorat squinted his eyes and approached Eudaimona, a member of the Longhand tribe, who wielded a curved blade and boasted a bounty of 130 million berries. Amos had no choice but to select the remaining bounty of 150 million, represented by the formidable T. Velamo. As he approached Velamo, a grin spread across his face, the scent of alcohol evident in his breath as he remarked, "Colonel, you've come to bestow us with riches." To say Velamo was a robust man is merely a comparison to the average individual. Amos himself stood nearly 2 meters tall, while Velamo was still half a head shorter. "Drink up." Velamo was a man of considerable candor, a trait that had been exacerbated after a year of lawlessness as a pirate. He was unwilling to utter another word, instead gripping his naginata with both hands and striking down with great force. Amos positioned the blade, Chingue, horizontally across his body. Clang. Boom. First came the resonant sound of metal clashing, followed by a tremendous shockwave that shattered the glass of the shops lining the street. Passers-by, witnessing the chaos, immediately screamed and fled in every direction. The previously languid Amos's expression turned grave at the moment he blocked the massive blue blade. Indeed, he was a rising star whose bounty had reached an astonishing 150 million berries last year. The adversaries he had previously encountered paled in comparison to this individual. Furthermore, with the passage of another year, this foe's strength had undoubtedly deepened. The slender Chingue intercepted the formidable naginata, and Amos tightened his grip, feeling the immense pressure exerted by Varamo. Fortunately, although Varamo's power was formidable, indeed, it subtly eclipsed Amos', there was no insurmountable disparity. Amos's strength lay not in brute force, but rather in a mastery of technique that Varamo could not rival. Clang. Another sound echoed as Amos withdrew Chingue, sending sparks flying, and with a swift turn, he repositioned himself from directly in front of Varamo to his left front. Chingue slash. Amos positioned his legs firmly, leaning slightly forward and with optimal force. He executed a horizontal strike with his sword. Dalamo swiftly pulled his naginata back, using the blade to intercept the Chingue, while simultaneously sensing the formidable aura emanating from the sword of Chingue. Amos did not maintain a prolonged standoff with Valermo. Instead, he swiftly withdrew the Chingue, propelling himself off the wall with a powerful kick. He soared high and landed behind Valermo, aiming a strike at the vital area of his back. Valermo's expression tightened, as his extensive combat experience endowed him with an essential instinct in battle. Before he could fully pivot, his naginata arced backward, slicing through the air with lethal precision. Amos took a few steps back to evade the ferocious horizontal slash. Neither party acted impulsively this time. They merely regarded each other coldly from a distance of 4 to 5 meters. After this exchange, both were acutely aware of their opponent's formidable nature, necessitating a cautious approach, one that required waiting for the other to reveal a weakness. While these two engaged in a tense dance of combat, a tempestuous battle raged elsewhere. Facing Dolit was Mona of the Longhand tribe, which possessed a certain innate advantage, enabling them to learn flexible sword techniques with relative ease. However, Dolit was no ordinary fighter. He was recognized as the strongest within Amos's small circle, a true prodigy who had consistently topped the rankings in the Navy headquarters monster class for 3 consecutive years. No one could achieve such mastery in swordplay while simultaneously excelling in physical prowess, the 6 styles, and various theoretical subjects. At least, Amos had never witnessed such an individual before. Dolit was the first genius he had encountered. The clash between Dolit and Mona was a relentless exchange, with the air thick with the glint of blades, leaving devastation in their wake. Soon, Mona began to feel overwhelmed. Dolit's swordsmanship was swift and fierce, akin to a violent tempest, leaving him breathless. To Mona, it felt as though he was perpetually scrambling to counter Dolit's onslaught. The essence of the duel had transformed into one of aggression and forced defense, creating a situation where Mona struggled even to maintain his guard, let alone mount a counterattack. Within mere minutes of their duel, Mona foresaw that if the battle continued, defeat was inevitable. Having traversed the seas for many years, he was acutely aware that losing would not spare him from his opponent's wrath. Thus, after marking Dolit as a formidable adversary, he began to retreat, engaging only when necessary. While seeking an opportunity to escape, Dolit sensed Mona's intentions, exerting every ounce of strength to suppress him, rendering Mona unable to contemplate an escape. The disparity in their strengths was significant. As Mona gradually lost chances to retaliate, the vulnerabilities he exposed became increasingly frequent, although he could momentarily fend off Dolit's advances. Defeat was merely a matter of time. By now, the streets were deserted, and with the royal army on guard, word of the disturbance had reached them. It would not be long before reinforcements arrived, complicating matters further. The 4 combatants understood this reality and yearned to conclude the battle swiftly. 3 minutes later, Dolit decisively defeated Mona, first grazing his arm with a sword that deftly severed the shoulder's muscle, and then executing an unrivaled finishing move, the Crescent Moon Slash, which cleaved Mona's body into 4 pieces. In under 10 minutes, Dolit had vanquished Mona. He exhaled lightly, casually touching the slender cut on his cheek, and withdrew a cloth from his waist, meticulously cleaning both swords, never once glancing in Amos's direction, wholly unconcerned with his predicament. Amos lived up to expectations. Skillfully leveraging his strengths while avoiding his weaknesses, he swiftly retracted his ghostly blade and, having made some progress in mastering his haki, solidified his arms for close combat. Amos excelled in hand-to-hand combat. After an intense exchange, both combatants engaged vigorously. Valamo found himself repeatedly forced back by Amos's relentless assaults, causing his Naginata to clatter to the ground, though he too sustained some injuries. At this moment, Amos had endured several blows, his attempt to block the Naginata's strikes with his less proficient haki resulting in a numbing ache and bruises on his arms. However, he paid little heed to these minor wounds. Valamo, spitting blood, continued to strike at Amos with his massive fists, yet Amos deftly evaded each blow with grace. Ultimately, in the blink of an eye, the ghostly blade was sheathed again, and Valamo collapsed to the ground, clutching his neck, which was spewing blood. How slow indeed. Dolit had just finished wiping down 2 swords. He tossed the cloth aside and returned the blades to their sheaths at his waist. The battle between Amos and Valamo lasted at least 20 minutes, and I realized that even among supernovas, there exists a disparity. These individuals, when compared to the supernova known as the Blazing Bird, Reyes, from years past, simply do not measure up. Amos flexed his arms, noting the resilience of the azure-hued figure, which left his hands tinged with redness from the exertion. It was a relief to think that had he returned to a few years prior, he might have been able to deliver a sound thrashing to the Blazing Bird. The conversation abruptly veered towards the tragic events of their maritime expedition from years past. Shall we seek out those individuals once more? Dolit approached, steering the topic away. Amos glanced at his wounds and replied, "No need to pursue them, if fate permits. We shall encounter them again in due time." It was likely that the constable from the capital would soon arrive with a contingent. "We should take our leave," he added. "Are we heading to the branch?" Dolit inquired, trailing behind Amos as he straightened his disheveled attire. Amos strode purposefully towards the dock, his mind set on confronting Adolf. Chapter 117. The Death of Adolf. On the afternoon of January 25th, Adolf sat in the office of the branch building, appearing quite haggard. Major Ted remained stoic beside him, and the atmosphere was heavy with silence. "It's over," Adolf rasped, his voice hoarse, his eye sockets sunken, and his complexion pale, as if he sensed his imminent demise. "We are finished." The mercenaries dispatched days prior had not returned, and soon after, the naval branch near the Lenner Kingdom sent personnel to retrieve the bodies of Valamo and Mona from the capital, proclaiming it a pirate skirmish and announcing the demise of two infamous pirate supernovas from the previous year. The discovery of Valamo and Mona's bodies signified the failure of Adolf's plans, sending a chill through him. He understood that the individuals sent from headquarters were formidable, destined to become the elite backbone of the organization. Yet, he was unprepared for the fact that such young men had managed to eliminate the two supernovas he had dispatched. These supernovas were notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million, and their successful entry into the New World despite the Navy's blockade attested to their prowess. Upon receiving this news, Adolf promptly consolidated his forces, fortifying the branch with heavy defenses. He was acutely aware that Amos and his cohort would undoubtedly come to settle the score with him. However, even with strong guards in place, he felt little confidence. Even the news of successfully replenishing the celestial gold from his own resources had failed to alleviate his distress. Days of restless nights and anxiety had culminated in his current disheveled state. "Ted," Adolf called out. Ted leaned in, inquiring, "What is it, Colonel? Will we survive this?" "They are merely a bunch of kids," Adolf sweated profusely, wiping his brow. "We have spent 5 years in Okama. It cannot be so easily that we would be vanquished by a few youngsters. Such absurdity is beyond belief." "Colonel, we will survive," Ted replied, his expression impassive. "Moreover, this presents an opportunity, a fortuitous chance." "What do you mean?" Adolf slowly turned to Ted. Ted drew his firearm and pressed it against Adolf's back. "Do you believe those fellows would target anyone but you?" Adolf's pupils dilated as he felt the cold muzzle aimed at him. If Ted were to pull the trigger, the bullet would pierce his heart, wreaking havoc within his chest. "Ted, their target is you." Ted straightened, retaining his stoic demeanor but with a more relaxed tone. "If you were to perish, I, a mere subordinate, would not be regarded at all." "You scoundrel." Adolf was taken aback by Ted's intention to use him as a shield. "As for the grand opportunity one mentioned," Ted continued, "upon your demise, I would hold the highest rank within the branch, and according to protocol, it would be my responsibility to oversee everything." Adolf comprehended Ted's intentions with startling clarity. He never anticipated that Ted, who had accompanied him for so many years, had harbored aspirations for his position. "You treacherous wretch," Adolf exclaimed. Yet Ted remained unfazed, responding, "Your negligence is to blame. Were our roles and circumstances reversed, I dare say you would have made a similar choice." "Ted, have you forgotten?" Adolf's voice trembled, tinged with sorrow. "From the moment I arrived, I regarded you as one of my own. It was through my influence that your murderous past was cleansed, enabling you to ascend to the rank of naval lieutenant, second only to myself. Indeed, without your support," Ted conceded, "I assure you, we shall navigate this tempest together, and I shall endeavor to petition for your promotion to commander." However, Ted leaned closer to Adolf, whispering, "But that would be too slow." With a resigned sigh, he expressed gratitude for the years of mentorship. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and Adolf collapsed amidst a pool of blood, his body convulsing instinctively, teetering on the brink of death. Without a moment's hesitation following Adolf's demise, Ted raised his weapon and fired at the window. Bang! Bang! The sound of shattering glass echoed as Ted then shot himself in the calf, flesh and bone violently exposed. Yet, he bore the pain with indifference, slowly moving towards Adolf's desk, opening a drawer to place the firearm inside, before collapsing beside Adolf. In a mere 10 seconds, Adolf had succumbed to death, his eyes still wide with disbelief. Ted gazed into those unyielding eyes and chuckled darkly. Before long, a knock echoed at the door. Yet no one answered. The soldiers outside forcefully burst into the office, discovering the motionless colonel and the lieutenant with a shattered leg. "They have arrived," Ted urgently called out. "Quickly, pursue them." A few bewildered soldiers hastily exited, and soon chaos erupted outside as the station troops commenced a thorough search of the island. Both Ted and Adolf were carried away for medical attention. At that moment, Amos and Dolet, newly arrived on the island, observed the once quiet surroundings erupting into turmoil, leaving them momentarily bewildered. They lay in wait at the periphery of the compound, peering inward. "What is happening?" Dolet inquired. Amos remained silent, for he too was uncertain. His gaze fixed intently upon the branch building. Shortly thereafter, amidst the throng of soldiers, 2 stretchers were carried out, upon which lay 2 individuals, Adolf and Ted. The sight of Adolf, as witnessed by Dolet, was utterly astounding. How could it be that, before they had even made their move, Adolf had already met with misfortune? Amos gazed intently at Adolf and Ted, and then suddenly realized it was Major Ted's doing. Your implication is that through Amos.'s subtle hint, Dolet had already surmised something significant. Given the occurrence of such events, what course of action should we take? Shall we eliminate Ted as well? Amos pondered for a moment and ultimately abandoned the plan. Ted's actions, while seemingly self-serving and casting blame upon us, actually benefited both parties. It was, in truth, the most favorable outcome. If we were to eliminate Ted as well, the Naval High Command would undoubtedly take notice of the Okama Sea. Moreover, I believe that since Ted is an intelligent individual, he would not persistently pursue us, unless he wishes to meet the same fate as Adolf. Understood. Dolet nodded in acknowledgement. The Navy is even more chaotic than this vast ocean. Upon hearing Dolet's jest, Amos scoffed lightly. Chaos begets cruelty. Adolf's grim fate leaves one to wonder whether Ted might share a similar destiny. Nonetheless, given Ted's enigmatic nature, it is evident that he is not to be underestimated. Let us proceed to rendezvous with Drake and the others. A storm is brewing in the Okama Sea. Chapter 118. Deliberations on the morning of January 28th. Amos and Dolet arrived in the city that never sleeps. Lockshrift and Drake had been awaiting them for approximately a week. During this time, Lockshrift and Drake had not been idle. Dealing with the intricate matter of the 1,500 individuals purchased from the dark underworld of human trafficking proved to be quite a challenge. Acquiring them was one matter, but managing them was an entirely different endeavor. Aside from the 2 leaders, the only available manpower consisted of employees from the St. Valis Shipping Company, making the oversight of such a large number of individuals rather daunting. Moreover, they were uncertain of Amos's intended course of action, as assembling a foundation requires more than merely gathering people. Therefore, over the past week, Lockshrift and Drake focused on tightening control over these individuals, instituting stringent regulations to establish authority, which would greatly benefit their future development. Upon the return of Amos and Dorat, the 4 individuals first enjoyed breakfast aboard a cruise ship. During their conversation, Lockshrift and Drake learned that the widely circulated news of Adolf's assassination was not perpetrated by Amos and Dorat, but rather by Adolf's trusted aide, Major Ted. Even Lockshrift and Drake had mistakenly believed that he had been murdered. The others needed no further elaboration. While dining, Amos and Dorat recounted their encounter with the mercenaries dispatched by Adolf to hunt them down in the kingdom of Lenau. Over the course of the meal, both parties clarified their misunderstandings regarding recent events. After the meal, Amos inquired about the status of the 1,500 individuals they had procured. How are they currently being managed? He asked. Lockshrift responded, they have been reasonably organized. Since we purchased them, there is no obligation to pay them wages. Wiping his mouth with a napkin, Lockshrift continued. According to your vision, we aim to cultivate them into elite soldiers, which will likely require an investment of 500 to 700,000 berries per individual for their training. Amos pressed further, what is the monthly expenditure for their upkeep? Lockshrift, well versed in the figures, replied, to maintain them, it costs approximately 2 million berries a day, amounting to around 70 million monthly, and over 800 million annually. Given our current capabilities, sustaining 1,500 individuals is about our maximum capacity. Amos took a sip from his glass, reflecting on the need to initiate various projects while being unable to allocate more funds. Indeed, and this is not the only reason, Lockshrift concurred, considering our current resources. If we were to increase our numbers, we would be unable to manage them effectively. We must proceed with caution, focusing first on enhancing their loyalty and intensifying their training. Amos furrowed his brow, voicing his concern regarding loyalty. Although these individuals were purchased at a set standard to mitigate trivial issues, this does not guarantee their loyalty. How many among them are truly willing to commit their lives? Drake interjected, money. This applies to certain companies, such as Lockshrift's St. Val Shipping Company. Amos leaned back in his chair, illustrating, in a company, employees work for wages, and the relationship is purely monetary. However, our objective is to train them to become soldiers who will stand against the world government. This transcends a mere financial relationship. After all, I cannot assure you that these soldiers will survive, which is akin to embarking on a perilous venture. How many would dare take that risk? How many would be willing? Dorat crossed his arms and remarked, thus, When you acquired them, you set the criterion of having no familial ties. Most have been ravaged by this era of piracy, reduced to the status of commodities. Aligning our circumstances maximizes our chances of progressing along the same path. That is my perspective. Amos acknowledged Dolet's analysis of his initiatives, noting that the model we seek to establish resembles that of a navy, requiring the establishment of a cause for which all would willingly sacrifice their lives. Their experiences are largely akin, and the endeavors I aspire to undertake are most likely to be embraced by such a group. In truth, I believe that the cultivation of a military at this juncture is rather premature. Our focus should first be on commercial development, gradually extending our influence over the Breno Sea. With the Breno Sea as our foundation, we may either cast our nets across the entirety of the North Sea or bide our time to disrupt the emerging world. Lockshrift pondered, stating that while you have consistently asserted that a world-class conflict is bound to erupt within the next decade, we must navigate our development step by step. Dolet replied, "It must be so. We can consider expanding the military annually. In my view, loyalty is not the most pressing concern at present. Even if we are to undertake monumental endeavors in the next decade, that is still a decade away. It is impractical to expect everyone to commit fervently at this moment. I can initially oversee their training, drawing inspiration from naval models. When the time is ripe, we shall discuss other matters, as certain things will gradually coalesce over time. Indeed, while loyalty requires nurturing, it is not the foremost issue at this time." Drake concurred with Dolet's perspective, emphasizing the need to first establish control over these individuals. Subsequently, Dolet and I could jointly manage their training. As for commercial development, Lockshrift is far more adept in this domain, and many of our current projects pertain to this area, thus placing a greater burden upon you. Listening to their deliberations, Amos remained silent. Once their discussion concluded, he drained his drink, affirming, "You all make valid points. I have no significant objections. The responsibility of the individuals can be entrusted to Dolet and Drake, while the pursuit of profit lies with Lockshrift. There are no issues with this arrangement." With the main topics addressed, Lockshrift sought to broach another matter. "Now that we have resolved the affairs concerning the Okama Sea, it is time we turn our attention to developing the Breno Sea. We should deliberate on the most suitable locations for our establishment there." The other two listened attentively. Amos interrupted Lockshrift's words, stating that they would have to wait a few more days before setting off. "How so?" Lockshrift inquired. "With early February fast approaching, I have a matter to attend to on Uralaro Island," Amos replied. "Thus, I shall first address this issue, and upon my return, we can discuss where to develop further before embarking on our journey. In the meantime, Drake and Dolet, you two can begin to establish the foundation with these individuals and organize a framework." Observing Amos's contemplative demeanor, Lockshrift remarked, "Is it really that urgent?" Amos calculated the time. It was of utmost importance, hence it could not be delayed. Chapter 119, Freedom. After dining with a few companions, Amos briefly assessed the situation before embarking alone on a vessel bound for Uralaro Island. On the afternoon of February 1st, Amos arrived at Uralaro Island, having been transported by a cargo ship arranged by Lockshrift. Upon delivering Amos, the ship continued its journey to other destinations, as Lockshrift had tasked it with procuring supplies. Given the current population, daily consumption was immense, amounting to 2 to 3 million solely for sustenance. After acquiring the necessary provisions, the ship would return along the same route to pick up Amos. At this moment, Amos was truly alone, returning to his homeland. Uralaro Island held profound significance for him, as it encapsulated the tumultuous journey of his past life, from entanglement to a decisive severance. His purpose for this visit was to seek the Navy man who annually comes to pay respects to the departed souls. During his previous visit with Drake, Dolet, and Luca, he encountered an elderly man, the only inhabitant of Uralaro Island, who had personally buried the deceased villagers and tended to their graves. In their conversation, the old man mentioned that every year, a man, at least a generation older than them, visits in early February to honor the departed. He described this Navy man as having a bushy beard, a penchant for smoking cigars, and an inclination to smile with his eyes closed. Upon hearing such a description, Amos instinctively recognized the visitor's identity. It was precisely because he knew who it was that he had come. This individual held extraordinary significance for him, and he felt compelled to meet him. Thus, since his departure from Uralaro Island last October, he had kept this matter at the forefront of his mind. Patiently awaiting the arrival of this day, Amos traversed the desolate ruins of the village, which remained largely unchanged from 4 months prior. The only distinction lay in the shift of seasons. Previously, the four had been scorched by the relentless sun, their skin ablaze with heat, but now, winter was gradually encroaching, bringing with it a chill in the air. Even Amos was clad in a rather thick overcoat. A noteworthy detail considering that October in the Oklahoma Sea marks the height of summer. The cemetery was situated at the periphery of the village ruins, positioned centrally on the island. Amos arrived in a brief span of time, finding the cemetery unchanged, while the small house adjacent to it emitted a conspicuous plume of smoke from its chimney. Amos arrived at the cemetery and stood before it for 3 minutes. Subsequently, he entered the small dwelling, which was adorned much like before. Upon stepping inside, he was greeted by a rich aroma of wine and a pleasantly warm atmosphere. The old man was warming some liquor by the fireplace and, upon noticing Amos, displayed no signs of surprise. "You've come, I presume, for that naval officer?" "Indeed," Amos replied, slightly taken aback by the old man's immediate insight into his purpose. He approached the old man, seated himself beside him, and lifted the bottle he had brought, stating, "This is some wine for you." The old man's previously placid expression lit up with delight at the sight of the wine. He accepted the bottle, scrutinizing it with interest, and remarked, "That naval officer tends to visit around this time each month. You may wait for him here in the coming days." Amos extended his hand before the hearth, warming himself. "Well, it's good that you've arrived." The old man set aside the wine that Amos had brought, rising to retrieve 2 wine glasses from a nearby dilapidated cupboard. "Just in time for us to share a drink." Amos observed the old man once again seated by the hearth, extending his weathered hand to pour the fiery liquor into 2 glasses. "He comes here every year, doesn't he?" Amos inquired. "Indeed, there's no need to fret about waiting," the old man replied, handing a glass to Amos. "Here, give it a taste." "Very well." Amos cradled the glass in both hands, still warm from the liquor. He took a gentle sip, and a wave of warmth rushed down his throat, radiating from his chest and swiftly dispelling the chill that had settled within him. "Not bad," he remarked. The old man chuckled with a hint of pride, savoring his own sip and smacking his lips. "The flavor is decent, I suppose. Is the liquor poor or simply not warmed enough?" Amos held the glass, feeling the warmth intensify within him. The old man shook his head dismissively. "The weather is not quite right. It's still too mild. When the heavy snow begins to fall outside, enjoying warm liquor indoors will be the utmost pleasure." "Is that so?" Amos mused, savoring the drink. Though the liquor was of inferior quality, warmed by the hearth and accompanied by the encroaching winter chill, it transformed into something essential. "By the way, will this house withstand the winter?" He pondered aloud. "A little liquor each day keeps the cold at bay. And it's so warm that even the blanket feels unnecessary," the old man replied with a grin. Before long, Amos finished his small glass of liquor. The old man promptly refilled it, then suddenly remembered something. He rummaged through a dilapidated cabinet and produced a bag of dried meat, spreading it on a plate to warm by the fire. "You are from Uralaro Island, aren't you?" the old man asked, taking a piece of the dried meat as he spoke. Amos glanced at the old man, whose gaze remained fixated on the warm, burning liquor, as if he had casually broached the subject. After a moment's contemplation, Amos reluctantly conceded. This matter had long been tucked away in the recesses of his heart, for it was a significant secret, one he dared not risk revealing, fearing it might once again summon the demon-slaying decree. Just months prior, he had finally resolved to gather with Dolet and the others to unveil the secret, only to be met with an unexpected calamity concerning Luca, thus postponing the revelation. He bore no particular caution towards the old man, confident that the latter would not divulge his secret, especially since he had already surmised the truth. Upon hearing Amos's admission, the old man, concerned that it might evoke painful memories, filled his cup once more, remarking, "I had sensed it long ago, when the 4 of you came together. Your eyes alone told a different tale." When Amos first arrived, he was unaware that the seemingly carefree old man observed with such meticulous attention. "After the incident years ago, I enlisted in the Navy and returned only after 5 long years to pay a visit. Fortunately, your village still has you as a surviving sprout." The old man appeared quite pleased, emitting a dry, contented chuckle, expressing his concern that if your village were to lose everyone, no one would tend to my grave once I am gone. Following such a significant event, no one dared to inhabit Uralaro Island, claiming that too many lives had been lost, bringing ill fortune. It's fortunate that you, the lone survivor, became a sailor. I can only surmise that with your stature, you might be able to vanquish a pirate or 2, thus avenging your villagers. Ah, Amos tilted his head, stating that he no longer wished to be a sailor. "Perhaps that is for the best," the old man replied naturally, refraining from inquiring about Amos's reasons for abandoning the Navy. It was evident that upon learning Amos was the sole survivor of Uralaro village, The old man's demeanor towards him shifted entirely, as he seemed to wholeheartedly support whatever Amos chose to say. Amos felt a chill creeping over him, inexplicably arising in the stifling warmth of the room. He downed the scalding liquor in his glass in one gulp, the heat and spice igniting his throat and body, yet the unwelcome chill was dispelled just in time. "I have no fondness for the Navy," he declared, frowning before the old man could inquire further. He sensed that the elder, having weathered the vicissitudes of life, possessed a remarkable capacity for understanding, an impression that stirred within him a desire to confide. The old man refilled Amos's glass once more. Amos grasped his wine glass and exhaled a breath tinged with alcohol. "I realized that remaining there prevented me from pursuing my aspirations, so I departed. It was for the best." The old man, as supportive as ever, replied, "After all, you are the sole representative of Uralaro village. Whatever you choose to do, do not let them down." "I will," Amos nodded. He then seized a piece of jerky and popped it into his mouth, savoring its delightful flavor. "Old man, should fortune favor me to reach such an age, I shall return, or perhaps retreat to a deserted island to live in solitude, sipping wine and enjoying a leisurely life." "Indeed, a life of ease," the old man chuckled, his eyes crinkling with delight. Amos once again drained his glass of spirits, and gradually his cheeks took on a rosy hue, as if a flame could erupt from his throat at any moment. He exclaimed with delight, "What bliss!" Chapter 120. The identity of Leslie and Amos and the old man indulged in their libations until the late hours of the night. Inebriated, Amos was lifted by the old man and placed upon the bed to slumber. The old man, wrapping himself in his coat, ventured outside for a brief stroll, only to return and rest against a dilapidated cabinet. Due to the effects of alcohol, Amos did not rise at his usual hour of 6 the following morning. Instead, he enjoyed a leisurely awakening, not stirring until 8 o'clock. Upon rising, he discovered that the old man had already vacated the premises. Stretching his limbs, he stepped outside. The old man, donned in a heavy coat, was ambling near the cemetery when Amos, cigarette in mouth, approached him. "Up so early, old man?" Amos inquired. The old man cast a glance at the approaching Amos, then resumed his leisurely stroll through the graveyard, hands clasped behind his back. Amos once offered a cigarette to the old man and settled himself beside a grave. "The Navy has yet to arrive," he remarked. "Not yet," the old man replied. Then added, "Since you are here, why not go hunting for me? We could have some game for lunch and dinner, and the rest could be preserved as jerky for our drinks." "Very well," Amos agreed, rising after a brief pause. "It has been quite some time since I last hunted." "Off you go," the old man said, taking another puff from his cigarette before retreating indoors. Amos entered the house, carrying the sword of purification, and proceeded towards the dense forest on the other side of Uralaro Island. It was only at 10 past noon that he returned, his hands laden with the spoils of his hunt. After securing his catch, he took a moment to cleanse himself by the sea, ensuring he returned in a state of cleanliness. He placed the game at the entrance before stepping inside. At that moment, the house was no longer occupied solely by the old man. A middle-aged gentleman, of similar stature and clad in naval attire, was present as well. The two were engaged in jovial conversation, sharing laughter over drinks. The appearance of this middle-aged man matched the old man's previous description perfectly. His bushy beard and penchant for smiling with squinted eyes were unmistakable. Amos had encountered this individual before, and as anticipated, the newcomer was none other than Admiral Huashao Shan, a participant in the demon-slaying decree on Uralaro Island 5 years prior. Upon his entrance, both the old man and Huashao Shan ceased their conversation, lifting their gazes to meet his. Amos and Fire Mountain locked eyes. He was uncertain whether Fire Mountain recognized him. Nevertheless, he solemnly bowed to Fire Mountain and expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you." Fire Mountain was indeed Amos's benefactor. During the demon slaughter order, when Riser delayed time for Amos, he traversed the dense forest in a desperate bid for survival. He was scratched by branches and fell countless times, ultimately left not only exhausted but also somewhat disoriented. He could only vaguely recall being rescued by someone who led him towards the seaside, granting him a chance at life. The foreshadowing can be found in Chapter 7. It was only later that he gradually remembered the visage of his savior, who was none other than Fire Mountain, one of the 5 generals of the Demon Slaughter Order. Upon his return to Uralaro Island 4 months ago, when he heard the old man recount the tale of a naval officer who visited annually, Amos could only speculate about one potential candidate, Fire Mountain. Fire Mountain, somewhat recollecting Amos's appearance, had already discerned the visitor's identity after hearing from the old man about Amos's purpose for waiting. He displayed his characteristic smile and said, "It's you. I suspected it was you when the old man described your appearance and identity, Amos replied. If it weren't for you 5 years ago, I might have perished here. I merely brought you to the seaside and found a piece of wood to set you afloat. I couldn't guarantee your survival. Yet here you are, Fire Mountain responded, feeling a sense of relief. After all, 5 years ago, the warship had already surrounded Uralaro Island. His utmost effort had only allowed him to get Amos onto the water. Whether he would be discovered by the Navy or be capsized by the waves remained uncertain. It was simply a gamble he took for the sake of a young life. Please, take a seat, the old man urged Amos to sit down, watching the two with a smile before rising to exit the room. You two continue your conversation. I'll step outside for a moment. Old man, the game is set. I leave the roasting of the wild game to you, Amos reminded him. Understood, the old man replied as he left the room to attend to the prey. Amos gazed at the burning mountain, his mind filled with countless questions. I truly yearn for the opportunity to find you and inquire about the events of that time. I believe that after such a lengthy period, you must discern from various perspectives that this is indeed a monumental secret. The burning mountain ceased its smile and gently replied. Do you still wish to take such great risks to engage with this matter? You should recall that my escape was only possible due to Razian's cover. This is something the other party understands even better than you, so he did not conceal it, directly beginning his inquiries. The true objective of the Navy's demon-slaying order is Razian. I wish to know more about him. The burning mountain acknowledged with a sound, in truth. Knowing such matters brings you no benefit. You cannot be so naive as to think you would rescue him, can you? That is precisely what I contemplate, Amos admitted. The burning mountain shook his head. That is beyond your capability. Since you have survived, you ought to cherish your life. However, ever since that day, my existence has been imbued with purpose. Amos spoke earnestly. I spent 2 years at the Northern Sea Branch, then seized the opportunity to attend the Marin Fando Navy School. I returned to the Northern Sea last October. Although I was technically an intern, I truly had no intention of returning to the headquarters. So, you were one of the 4 naval interns from the headquarters rumored to have perished in the Northern Sea recently? The burning mountain recalled this. An incident that had stirred considerable commotion at the headquarters, of which he had heard some whispers. Indeed, Amos nodded. We have indeed encountered significant circumstances. Only 3 of us remain. Ultimately, for various internal Navy reasons, we chose to seize this opportunity to leave the Navy and pursue our aspirations. The burning mountain followed Amos' lead. What do you wish to pursue? The ultimate goal is too grand. It sounds like a jest. So I shall refrain from mentioning it. Amos retained a degree of caution, aware that his current identity was somewhat antagonistic to the burning mountain, and could only disclose that rescuing Razian is one of my desires. That is beyond your reach. The burning mountain sighed heavily, perhaps burdened by guilt over past events. Even if I cannot achieve it now, I will accomplish it in the future. Almost every mid to high-ranking naval officer possesses a clear understanding of the Navy. Yet why do they all choose silence without exception? Amos looked into the eyes of the burning mountain, who seemed to evade his gaze. At the very least, reveal that secret to me. Why was the entire village annihilated? What is Razian's true identity? Chapter 121. You are right. I know you understand the Navy better than we do. The Navy is merely the lapdog of the world government and the celestial dragons. Amos' words grew more fervent. Rather than maintaining the world, the Navy upholds their dominion. There is no point in debating this matter, the burning mountain replied. Amos let out a derisive laugh. Incensed by the attitude of Fire Mountain, has the world truly sunk to such depths that it holds no significance? He retorted. Your insatiable thirst for knowledge is rather excessive. Fire Mountain's gaze suddenly turned stern, and his tone adopted a hint of reprimand. This is of no benefit to you. Whether it be the thoughts of the Naval High Command or the identity of Razian, these matters are not for you to meddle in. It is precisely because no one dares to question that the Navy acts with impunity, doing as it pleases. Amos, however, found himself in disagreement with Fire Mountain's assertions. I fail to see what merits your defense of a Navy that resembles a tyrant oppressing the common folk. A Navy that can sink to the depths of colluding with pirates, that can slaughter entire villages, and one that dispatches admirals at the slightest threat to the celestial dragons. While countless naval soldiers teeter on the brink of life and death, forced to seek aid from nearby warships. What Amos spoke of were matters drawn from his personal experiences. Fiery Mountain found himself momentarily at a loss for words, fully aware that he could not deceive Amos, whose knowledge matched, if not surpassed, his own. As a lieutenant general serving in the Navy for at least 2 or 3 decades, you must have witnessed your fair share of sordid affairs. When Amos posed his inquiries, there was a subtle expectation in his demeanor. He yearned for Fiery Mountain to respond to these questions. Your failure to refute my assertions immediately indicates that even someone of your esteemed rank in the Navy harbors insecurities. Silence, Fiery Mountain exclaimed, his rare anger flaring. Amos remained silent. The burning mountain glared at Amos and admonished, "Do not pretend to possess great understanding. The complexities of this world far exceed your imagination. You are utterly unqualified to intervene, and your life is worth little. This is precisely why I chose not to disclose the truth to you. What difference would it make if I revealed everything? What could you possibly achieve? You would merely be a moth drawn to the flame, making a futile sacrifice. I am acutely aware that my life is but a mere speck in comparison to the world government, yet this has never deterred me from opposing it." Amos's gaze was resolute. "I fully comprehend the futility of my resistance, the minuscule chance of survival. I am well aware of what you have articulated, but so what?" Both parties utilized the phrase "so what" during their dispute, a testament to their differing perspectives on the world. "What difference does it make if you tell me? What use is it to me?" Amos echoed the words of the burning mountain, then growled defiantly, "Regardless of the futility, I shall proceed." The once fierce intensity in the burning mountain's gaze began to wane. Amos remarked, "The essence of this matter has never been about whether one can prevail, but rather about the willingness to take action. Your perspective is misguided, yet it has illuminated the doubts that linger within me. What have you come to understand?" inquired Burning Mountain. "Previously, I mentioned your profound awareness of the Navy's nature, to which you responded that it was inconsequential." Amos elucidated. "Now I comprehend why you deemed it insignificant, and I also grasp the fallacy of your reasoning. It is because you possess an acute awareness of the Navy's formidable strength and the terrifying foundation of the world government. Your superior insight engenders a profound sense of helplessness, leading you to perceive this as a question of capability." Upon hearing Amos's explanation, Burning Mountain's expression shifted subtly. He felt as though Amos's gaze penetrated deeply, exposing his attitudes and vulnerabilities. "Thus, I find solace in being a child devoid of knowledge. It is precisely this ignorance that renders me fearless." Amos felt a sense of relief, realizing that it is the fresh vigor of the inexperienced who must challenge the world government. We are yet untainted by fear or the weight of understanding. Hence we do not contemplate failure or dread death. We simply must act. Burning Mountain too experienced a moment of clarity as this young man, seemingly in his early 20s, articulated the thoughts that resided in his heart and pinpointed the errors in his judgment. Amos exhaled deeply, his emotions regaining their composure. "Thus, what truly lacks significance are your admonitions. We are well aware of your alarmist rhetoric, yet we shall proceed regardless. You are still thinking too simplistically." Mountain sighed and shook his head. "I have encountered individuals far more formidable and exceptional than you, who aspired to revolutionize the world, yet even they, at their zenith, ultimately found themselves resigned to surrender. I know you speak of the Pirate King, Gold. Roger? Of course. The name by which he is truly known has been obscured by the world government. Gold. Roger, Amos replied. It is essential to acknowledge that he was not a pirate in the conventional sense, nor did he single-handedly transform the world. In fact, this man, in his final moments, instigated global chaos, inflicting countless tragedies upon the innocent, leading me to curse him on numerous occasions. Nevertheless, he shattered the stalemate. His true intentions remain a mystery. Yet he paved a path for us, guiding those who followed. Fire Mountain listened intently. Roger may not have altered the world, but he rendered the impossible possible. Over the years, Amos's perspective on the Pirate King Roger had become increasingly profound. Therein lay his greatness. Do you comprehend the magnitude of loss the world has endured due to his final words? I do. Yet such turmoil is an inevitable precursor to any improvement the world yearns for. Regardless of who it is or how they act, this suffering is unavoidable. Amos responded with a calm demeanor. This cannot diminish Roger's greatness. Fire Mountain found himself at a loss for words. He had never anticipated encountering Amos here. Nor did he expect to have his thoughts so profoundly challenged by a young man in his 20s. Amos, feeling weary, lowered his head and gazed into the flickering flames of the hearth. The old man entered from outside, observing the two with their despondent expressions, oblivious to the cause of their malaise. He called out, "Come on, the game is roasting and we'll be ready to eat soon." The conversation between Fire Mountain and Amos had abruptly ceased, necessitating the old man to intervene and alleviate their impasse. Both men rose to their feet, with Fire Mountain leading the way outside, while Amos retrieved 3 bottles of the imported liquor he had brought along. "Let us have a drink," he suggested. "All right. Bring out a few bottles," the old man shouted. Fire Mountain turned at the doorway, casting a glance back at Amos. Amos approached the blazing mountain with a bottle of wine in hand, stating, "I wish to share a drink with you." After a moment's contemplation, the blazing mountain placed a hand on Amos's shoulder and replied, "You speak truly." Chapter 122, A Duel of Wits. The blazing mountain pondered extensively, but found himself unable to articulate a counterargument, for he recognized the truth in Amos's words and ultimately acquiesced to his perspective. Amos extended a bottle of fine whiskey to Fire Mountain, a smile gracing his lips. "Those matters are of little consequence at this moment. I wish to share a drink with you, for you are, after all, my benefactor." "Ah, splendid," Fire Mountain replied, accepting the bottle and regaining his characteristic grin. The two settled beside the fire that the old man had just ignited, who had skillfully prepared the game and skewered it over the flames to roast. Amos uncorked the bottle and clinked it against the wine bottle of Fire Mountain, taking a generous swig. "How did you arrive here?" he inquired. Fire Mountain also took a sip, responding, "I arrived by warship. Each year around this time, I am tasked with collecting the heavenly gold from various member states in the windless zone of the North Sea, so I took the opportunity to pay a visit. I will depart shortly after this meal. I have nearly completed the collection of heavenly gold and must ensure its timely escort to Mariewa." "Is that so?" Amos had assumed that Fire Mountain would linger on the island for a day or two, but to his surprise, he was to leave within half a day. "You've been at headquarters all this time, then?" "Indeed. What of it?" "What is the status of Teacher Zephyr?" Amos inquired. Fire Mountain suddenly realized, exclaiming, "Ah, you are also a student of Teacher Zephyr. His condition is quite stable at the moment. He has even applied to the higher-ups for the construction of a mechanical arm." Amos recalled the incident. Zephyr, indeed, was quite tenacious. "I had visited the teacher once, and I noticed some changes in him." Fire Mountain sighed, uncertain if it was for the better. "So, do you know how the two surviving students from the Naval Academy, the same cohort as when Zephyr encountered his misfortune, have been faring lately?" Amos inquired once more. "I haven't been paying much attention to the Naval Academy. I have plenty of military duties to attend to," Fire Mountain retorted. "Is there someone of great significance?" Amos shook his head with a light chuckle. "That's not true." The old man was busy preparing the roasted meat, and after a while, he handed the skewered delicacy to Amos and Fire Mountain, saying, "Give it a try." Amos picked up a piece of sizzling grilled meat, gently blowing on it before taking a hearty bite. The absence of any seasoning rendered the flavor less than perfect. However, the unadulterated essence of the meat was a taste Amos had not savored in quite some time. He let out a contented hum, exclaiming, "Delicious. It has been far too long since I last enjoyed this." Indeed, the flavor was quite delightful. Huashishin smiled warmly at the old man, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you." "No need for thanks," the old man replied, continuing to grill while occasionally sipping on his drink. He was aware of the subtle relationship between Amos and Huashishin, recognizing that they had much to discuss. Thus he refrained from interjecting. After a brief silence, Huashishin spoke up. "Now that you are both rumored to be deceased, are you planning to settle in the North Sea?" "That is indeed the current plan. We kindly ask you to keep our secret," Amos responded. Huashishin acknowledged this, saying, "I have come not only to pay my respects to the departed, but also to appoint a new base commander for the Navy's 233rd Division. The former commander, Colonel Adolf, was tragically assassinated, and for the time being, we can only have the lightly injured Major Ted assume the duties temporarily." Amos pondered the success of Ted's cunning scheme, responding with a nonchalant murmur as he savored the roasted meat. "You've been in the Okama Sea as well. Do you possess any leads regarding the assassination of Adolf?" coldly inquired Fire Mountain. Amos instantly comprehended the implications behind Huashishin's inquiry. Essentially, Huashishin was subtly questioning whether this matter was connected to him, especially given several tenuous clues that heightened the likelihood of Amos being the principal culprit. The reason for this indirect questioning, of course, was the presence of an elderly man nearby. "I am aware that the truth of the matter is far more complex than it appears." Amos likewise responded to Huashishin's question with subtlety, hinting at a potential path forward. Huashishin did not pursue the matter further and began to eat. After their meal, the group returned indoors. Huashishin intended to rest for a moment before departing, while the old man ventured into the woods to gather firewood. "General," Amos called out, "might you delay your departure for a while?" Huashishin, who was seated and prepared to rise, turned to Amos. "What is it?" "It is only 2 in the afternoon. I would like to request a bit of your time to engage in a sparring session," Amos proposed, "to experience the true prowess of a general from headquarters." With narrowed eyes, Huashishin contemplated Amos's motives before ultimately acquiescing to the request. The two adjusted themselves briefly before exiting the building. At the heart of the island lay an expanse of open land, a location chosen by the elder years prior for the burial site, and it now served as the most suitable area for their practice. The graveyard was less than 50 meters away, with the cold wind sweeping across the barren tombstones, raising a slight cloud of frigid yellow sand. This indeed was an excellent venue for their sparring. Huashishin gestured toward the nearby graveyard, stating, "They are all watching. And I too was one of the sinners from that time. If you wish to challenge the world government in the future, then first prove your capabilities to them now." "Understood," Amos replied, shedding his knee-length coat in the biting wind, revealing a light blue shirt and black trousers. "In our bout, I kindly request one thing from you." "What is it?" Amos unsheathed his sword, casting the scabbard to the ground. "Show no mercy, give it your all," he exclaimed. Meanwhile, Fireburn Mountain, a cigar clenched between his teeth, raised an amused smile, wielding a sword of his own. Deliberately granting Amos the first move, he stood there silently, awaiting the initiation of the clash. Amos wasted no time, swiftly darting forward with a fierce momentum, covering the distance of over 10 meters in an instant. Ghost gaze. Having practiced with the clear ghost technique for 3 to 4 years, his exceptional comprehension of swordsmanship had forged an impeccable synergy between him and the clear ghost. This technique, developed from a foundational stance of basic swordplay, was enhanced with fluid variations, rendering it nearly impossible for his adversaries to defend themselves, thus throwing them into disarray. Fire Mountain executed a powerful horizontal slash with his sword. Bang! What appeared to be a mere casual strike was imbued with tremendous force, effectively thwarting Amos's intention to alter his sword technique. Fire Mountain had already vowed to exert his utmost effort for Amos, so he pressed on without hesitation, amplifying the power in his strike. Amos devised a corresponding strategy. He refrained from confronting Huashao Mountain head-on, recognizing that the overwhelming might of the division was beyond his capacity to withstand. Thus, he judiciously withdrew, utilizing a swift movement to position himself behind Huashao Mountain and launch a surprise attack. Due to inertia, Huashao Mountain leaned forward, seemingly unable to pivot and defend against the impending assault. However, at the very moment Amos's sword struck, Huashao Mountain evaded the fatal blow with an ethereal grace, as if it were but a flimsy piece of paper. It was an illusion. Amos discerned that Huashao Shan had employed the sixth style of the Navy. He was more adept in this technique than Amos himself. Although Amos had begun to grasp the dual aura, Huashao Shan was already a seasoned user of this power. In terms of swordsmanship, Huashao Shan was no less formidable. Nearly every discipline Amos had mastered was eclipsed by Huashao Shan's superior prowess. This realization stripped Amos of any advantages he might have hoped to exploit. Yet, rather than succumb to despair, a glimmer of madness danced in his smile. It is only by confronting the formidable that one can truly grow stronger. Chapter 123. Uncompromising with a single stroke. Huashao Shan would not afford Amos a second opportunity for a surprise attack. There was no time for Amos to withdraw his sword for a counterstrike. He was compelled to shoulder into Amos instead. Thud. His shoulder collided with Amos like a cannonball, propelling him backward and causing a sharp pain to blossom in his chest. Amos plunged the Chi-Gui into the earth, significantly diminishing its power. He regarded this battle as a genuine struggle for survival, thus he approached it with utmost seriousness. Once he steadied himself, he charged once more towards the fiery mountain. Chi-Gui slash. After a series of exchanges, Amos felt a growing sense of assurance, employing his ultimate technique to confront the fiery mountain. Unfazed, the fiery mountain approached with a broad smile, sword in hand. In but 2 seconds, they were upon each other. The sword energy from the Amos sword clashed with that of the fiery mountain, creating a resounding explosion that scattered like a tempest, sweeping up the surrounding dust and enveloping the air. The fiery mountain staggered back half a step, gazing at Amos's face, which had contorted into a fierce expression due to the intensity of his effort. For the first time, he felt a profound and unassailable conviction coursing through his being. It was this unwavering belief, compelling him to exert his utmost regardless of his opponent, that allowed Amos to push back the fiery mountain, whose strength was on an entirely different level, by a step. The two swords pressed firmly against each other, each combatant pouring forth a torrent of power into their blades. Amos gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. Drink. His strength had surged past the brink of its limits, reaching a peak. The fire mountain, confronted by this formidable force, could not be underestimated. With a deep roar, it suddenly exerted its power, and with a clang, repelled Amos. Amos retreated, transcending the will, akin to battling monstrous waves aboard a vessel, where one finds oneself utterly powerless to exert control. The Fire Mountain widened his eyes, which had previously been narrowed. In this moment, he unveiled the extraordinary within him, revealing insights that had just been imparted to him. You have taught me something, and now I shall impart wisdom to you. In reality, no matter how unwavering one's resolve may be, if the disparity in strength is insurmountable, victory remains elusive. Amos exhaled a breath of warmth, sealing his lips, and after a few moments of steadying his breath, he declared, a true man would never teach his juniors to compromise. Fire Mountain let out a scoff. Amos exhaled sharply, gripping the hilt of the Qingguo sword tightly as he raised it high. Ultimate technique. Fire burns the mountain. His body tensed, bracing for the impending clash. Break. Void. Amos bellowed, and with that roar, the Qingguo sword was brought down heavily from a distance of over 20 meters from the Fire Mountain. The ground shook with a thunderous roar as a fierce, black and white sword aura surged forth with unmatched might toward the Fire Mountain. The speed of the sword aura was not particularly swift. It took a full 2 seconds to cover the 20-meter distance. For a warrior of Fire Mountain's caliber, such a duration was ample time to evade. Yet, the sword aura ignited a fierce battle spirit within him. He did not flinch, instead adopting a firm stance, gripping the hilt of his sword and drawing it back like a bow. As the sword aura approached within a meter or two, Fire Mountain completed his charge, unleashing a colossal horizontal slash. Boom. The moment Fire Mountain's strike met the sword aura, a violent explosion erupted. Flames engulfed Fire Mountain, and the resultant shockwave stirred up the dust and sand from the ground, shrouding the surrounding graveyard in a dense mist. Amos did not believe that his strike could vanquish the renowned Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Seizing the opportunity, he gasped for breath, striving to recuperate his strength. Within the swirling dust, visibility was limited to merely 2 or 3 meters. He was unaware of the condition of the Vice Admiral, who, in turn, was oblivious to his predicament. As time elapsed, the haze gradually dissipated, enhancing visibility from an initial 2 or 3 meters to 7 or 8. Eventually revealing a figure standing resolutely amidst the faint mist. Indeed, it was insufficient. Amos furrowed his brow. Soon, the dust cleared, allowing both parties to behold one another. The Vice Admiral's attire was singed and tattered from the flames, yet he remained spirited. Very well, in a few years, I shall no longer be able to withstand your sword's brilliance. Amos casually tossed aside the Qingguo, the sword embedding itself into the earth. He approached the fire-burning mountain, his long fingers deftly unbuttoning his shirt. That was the most formidable move in my swordsmanship. If that proves futile, then all other techniques would hold little significance. The fire-burning mountain also planted his sword into the ground. It seems the battle is far from over. I eagerly anticipate a thrilling clash. Amos undid his shirt, casting it aside to reveal a robust torso, his sun-kissed abs glistening. He had already sensed the strength of a mid-level general in swordsmanship. Now it was time for physical prowess. You have chosen the wrong contest. The fire-burning mountain, discarding his somewhat tattered naval cloak, advanced towards Amos. Both moved with deliberate slowness, the distance between them gradually diminishing. Amos quickened his pace, accelerating to a run, and then leapt high into the air, his fist hardened by the use of haki turning an ominous black. Fire Mountain halted, gazing upward at Amos as he descended, also wielding a fist imbued with haki, poised to unleash a powerful strike. Bang! Amos's fist throbbed with pain, as if the very bones were quaking. He opted to engage in close combat without hesitation. Amos excels in close combat, a skill that, while elevating his own peril, magnifies the vulnerabilities and flaws of his opponent. As a vice admiral, Huashishin possesses remarkable martial prowess. Amos's sudden engagement did not elicit the slightest hint of disarray from him. He maintained a calm demeanor, skillfully managing the exchanges. Before long, both combatants had sustained injuries. Amos's right cheek was struck with considerable force, nearly dislodging a tooth, while Huashishin's left shoulder bore the brunt of Amos's violent pheasant kick. With each strike, Amos exhaled rhythmically, occasionally spitting blood from his mouth. Huashishin, adept in dual-color haki, initially found himself momentarily challenged by Amos's ferocity, but soon gained absolute dominance in the confrontation. His mastery of observation haki allowed him to evade the majority of Amos's assaults, while Amos struggled to achieve the same level of evasiveness. Huashishin's proficiency in armament haki meant that every successful hit on Amos elicited a pained grunt, visibly diminishing his combat effectiveness at an alarming rate. Bang! Bang! Amos struck the fiery mountain with relentless punches, yet most of his blows met only air. Although the few that landed inflicted some wounds, the fiery mountain remained undeterred. continuing its formidable assault unabated. Amos recognized that the battle had reached its climax, with his vulnerabilities increasingly exposed and defeat imminent. Resolute in his determination to expedite the conclusion of the fight, he opted to make a significant sacrifice and launched a desperate counterattack. As the fiery fist of Mount Fire approached, Amos did not flinch, his gaze devoid of any trace of fear. With his hockey-imbued fist, he struck back at Mount Fire. The clash resounded in a thunderous boom, as both combatants unleashed their full strength upon one another. Amos was struck squarely by the punch, sent flying several meters before crashing to the ground. Huashishin staggered, spitting out a mouthful of blood along with a tooth. Gasping for breath, Amos lay on the ground. Utterly exhausted, his vision clouded by stars, unable to rise. "You little brat," Huashishin remarked, approaching him and helping him to his feet, leading him towards the house. "In the future, refrain from addressing your elders in such a condescending manner. It is quite bothersome." Chapter 124. Consuming the Devil Fruit. Amos, supported by Fire Mountain, returned to his abode. He seated himself on the bed, grimacing and flexing his shoulders, exclaiming, "It truly hurts. You were the one who urged me to give it my all." Fire Mountain busied himself with arranging his garments. Just then, the old man returned from gathering firewood. As he stepped over the threshold, he beheld Amos, bare-chested, engaged in a rather embarrassing exchange with Fire Mountain. Startled, he nearly dropped the wood he was carrying, but, drawing upon his vast life experience, discreetly retreated, distancing himself from the dwelling. Fortunately, Amos was not gravely injured. He could recuperate here in peace. Fire Mountain announced his intention to depart. "I shall take my leave." "Wait a moment," Amos replied, rising to fetch a cloth bag from the side. He opened the bag and revealed a devil fruit he had recently discovered. "You possess far greater knowledge than I. Could you assist me in identifying this fruit?" Fire Mountain approached once more, scrutinizing the fruit before finally declaring, "Indeed, this is unmistakably a devil fruit." Amos rolled his eyes. "In truth, I have not encountered many. But this shape does not seem to belong to the animal category. Rather, it lies somewhere between the superhuman and the natural. A more detailed analysis can be conducted based on the external patterns and shapes," Fire Mountain added. Amos pondered that much of this was mere drivel. He had long since arrived at similar conclusions regarding Fire Mountain. It seemed that Fire Mountain held a certain fascination for Amos, as he did not treat it with indifference. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, observing, "This shape rather resembles a brain." A brain? The mere mention of these words instantly illuminated his thoughts. Previously, when he inquired with Ivan had likened it to a walnut kernel, which had inadvertently directed his focus towards walnut kernels. Ensnared in his own perspective, he began analyzing the fruit's capabilities starting from the walnut kernel, thereby failing to arrive at any substantive conclusions until now. However, it is undeniable that walnut kernels indeed bear a striking resemblance to brains. To describe it as resembling a walnut kernel is equally valid as asserting it resembles a brain. Perhaps it pertains to the development of certain aspects that enhance one's intellect. As he continued to stroke his beard, his hand gestured towards his head. At this moment, Amos was both exhilarated and vexed. His previous line of thought had been thoroughly derailed by Ivan. For quite some time, he had been pondering the enigma of the walnut fruit. Fortunately, the Fire Mountain helped redirect his thinking. Encountering a devil fruit is, in fact, an opportunity. Before consumption, it is nearly impossible to ascertain the abilities it may bestow upon you. Fire Mountain articulated his perspective on the devil fruit, emphasizing that the decision to consume it hinges not on the nature of its power, but rather on oneself. Amos understood this. He also recognized that comprehensively discerning the specific abilities of this devil fruit would be a formidable challenge, and he felt content with having established a general direction. He did not harbor an aversion to devil fruits. As someone devoid of innate talent, he had reached this point through years of relentless training. Without consuming a devil fruit, achieving significant progress in the future would be exceedingly difficult. Thus, encountering a devil fruit represented an opportunity. His opportunity, the one his mentors had often spoken of over the years. He refrained from hastily consuming it, fearing it might be a useless fruit, similar to the whisper's fruit. While the notion of a useless fruit only applies to those with ineffectual abilities, he lacked the confidence to properly develop the whisper's fruit. Now that he had tentatively identified the fruit's potential abilities, its shape likely also mirrored its powers, perhaps pertaining to the enhancement of mental faculties. The specifics remained elusive. Yet Amos was not averse to such capabilities. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. As for whether you choose to consume the devil fruit, that decision rests with you." Fire Mountain was also pressed for time, having intended to leave half an hour prior. "One last favor to ask of you." Amos carefully set the fruit aside and requested, "Upon your return to the Navy headquarters, please seek out a student named Ein and inform her that I am still alive, pursuing my aspirations." Fire Mountain, upon hearing Amos had further matters to attend to, felt a slight headache coming on. After acknowledging, he waved his hand. "Ein, I'll remember that." Amos cautioned him to keep this information to himself. Fire Mountain turned to exit the room, replying, "Understood." Amos gazed at the distant flames consuming the mountains, a faint smile gracing his lips as he returned indoors to don his shirt and trench coat once more. His injuries were not severe. After a brief respite, he found movement to be quite manageable. At that moment, the old man, burdened with firewood, cautiously peered into the room, lowering his voice to inquire, "Are you finished?" Amos replied instinctively, then furrowed his brow, sensing that the old man's question was somewhat peculiar. Upon hearing Amos confirm their task was complete, the old man cautiously stepped inside, placing the gathered firewood in a corner of the room before sitting down hesitantly. "What's wrong?" Amos, now clad in his trench coat, turned to regard the old man, whose gaze flickered nervously. "Are you unwell?" No. The old man waved his hand dismissively. "I was merely asking when you intend to leave." "Tomorrow morning, I suppose. The vessel sent for me hasn't yet arrived." Amos stretched his body, letting out a soft groan, still feeling a twinge of pain. The old man shuddered slightly, as if perched upon a bed of nails. Amos cast a lingering glance at the old man, perplexed by how a mere trip to gather firewood had transformed him into such a state. The evening swiftly approached, and dinner consisted of the wild game that had gone uneaten at lunchtime. Both Amos and the old man indulged in a little wine. Amos enjoyed it heartily, while the old man seemed detached. As the night deepened, Amos contemplated sharing a bed with the old man for the night. However, the old man firmly refused, claiming he was not sleepy and wished to take a stroll outside. To Amos, the notion of two grown men sharing a bed seemed inconsequential. Yet the old man's repeated refusals led him to genuinely believe the old man was not fatigued. Thus, he lay down to sleep. The old man ventured outside for a walk, but upon returning, he intended to lean against the door and catch a brief slumber. Yet, given the season and the late hour, the chill in the air compelled him to return inside, his teeth chattering from the cold. Spotting Amos soundly asleep in bed, he spent a restless night leaning against a nearby cabinet. When morning arrived, Amos awoke to find the old man curled in a corner, and he felt a pang of guilt. The old man had likely stayed up quite late, as Amos had risen at 6 without disturbing him. Just then, the phone rang. The supply ship had returned to Uralaro Island, and he was to board it before heading to the city that never sleeps. Amos placed a stack of 100-berry notes on the table without disturbing the old man, and departed alone. After boarding, the cargo ship set sail. Amos stood on the deck, feeling the sea breeze. In his hand, he held the devil fruit, meticulously examining its intricate patterns before finally raising his gaze and exhaling deeply. The wind tousled his hair, and after much contemplation, he resolved to consume the fruit. Holding his breath, he took a decisive bite, only to be overwhelmed by its repugnant taste, reminiscent of dried excrement mingled with decaying cockroaches. The usually expressionless Amos contorted his face in agony as he swallowed a morsel of the fruit, tears welling in his eyes from the sheer unpleasantness. In that moment, his foremost thought was to brush his teeth. However, before he could move, he felt the world around him undergo a profound transformation. Chapter 125. Perception. It was as if Amos's heart had been magnified infinitely. His mouth involuntarily opened as he sensed that the entire ship had become an extension of his own body, albeit without the ability to control it with the same ease. Though his eyes were fixed on the sea, his mind relayed visions from the crow's nest, the ship's quarters, and the captain's cabin. Within a radius of several dozen meters, he could see everything. Even with his eyes closed, he could perceive a bearded sailor passing by on the stairs and a lookout in the crow's nest lazily smoking a cigarette. Immersed in this extraordinary sensation for only a brief moment, Amos felt his body tremble with excitement as he murmured to himself, "No, it is too noisy here." Amos turned swiftly and hurried towards his room, neglecting to acknowledge the sailors who greeted him along the way. Upon entering his chamber, he closed the door firmly behind him, seated himself on the bed, and shut his eyes, covering his ears with his hands in a bid to attain tranquility and immerse himself fully in the extraordinary powers bestowed by the devil fruit. As he entered this state, his mental acuity reached its zenith. Amos's perception extended across the entire cargo ship. He could visualize everything aboard. When he attempted to narrow his focus to just his room, he could discern the words written on each page of the navigational log resting on the table, even noting the weight of the ink. He continued to experiment with his fruit's abilities, shifting from broad perception to a linear focus directed towards a singular point. Initially, images of the kitchen materialized in his mind, revealing the cooks hard at work, their knives somewhat rusty and in need of replacement. He expanded his perception once more, pushing beyond the confines of the ship. And soon the shimmering surface of the sea appeared before him, ultimately reaching a distance of about 60 to 70 meters. After several minutes of conducting various experiments, Amos opened his eyes, exhaling gently, a smile of delight unmistakably gracing his features. This ability, based on his current foundational developments, was quite promising. He could now perceive the entirety of the vessel, with precision so acute that he could identify the number of nicks on the kitchen knives and even the contents of the navigational log on his desk. Truly, as he had previously sensed, the range of his perception had become an extension of his own being. Amos rose to his feet, intending to venture outdoors for further experimentation. However, as soon as he stood, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed to the ground. Groaning, Amos clutched his throbbing head, taking several moments to regain his composure before struggling to rise once more. The thought of going outside had fled from his mind, and instead, he weakly reclined upon his bed. Amos has recently conducted a series of perceptual experiments, pushing the boundaries of precision, one-way distances, and range to their limits. Such unrestrained and frenzied experimentation has drained his mental fortitude, consequently leading to his frailty. Amos found himself incapacitated, confined to his bed, recuperating his mental fortitude. By midday, as the time for lunch approached, he had noticeably improved. The sailor brought forth Amos's midday meal. The St. Val Ship's shipping company, under the auspices of Rochefort, was poised to transition into Amos' ownership for the purpose of legitimization. Thus, to the sailors, Amos was soon to be their employer. Naturally, his lunch was of the finest quality, featuring fresh fruits and vegetables, a rarity upon the open sea. After the sailor placed the tray on the table and withdrew, Amos rubbed his aching temples and consumed the meal with vigor. Upon finishing, without waiting for his strength to fully return, he resumed his experimentation with the fruit's abilities, this time mindful of his limitations, avoiding any exertion beyond his means. During the subsequent days at sea, Amos dedicated himself to an in-depth exploration of his powers. After countless trials, he gained a comprehensive understanding of the fruit's capabilities, recognizing that thorough comprehension was essential for meticulous development of its potential. On the morning of February 7, 1516, the cargo ship reached the city that never sleeps, and Amos had, over these past days, roughly mastered his abilities, diligently noting his analyses in a notebook. Awaiting him at the dock was Dolet. As the vessel docked, Amos, still within the confines of the cabin, sensed the arrival. He exited the cabin, disembarked onto the dock, and approached Dolet. "You have finally returned," Dolet remarked with a sigh upon seeing Amos. Amos let out a chuckle and inquired, "What seems to be the trouble?" The issue itself was not the problem. Rather, it was the challenge of concealing our actions amidst such a large group. One careless slip could easily attract the attention of the naval branch, leading to considerable complications. After speaking, Dolet beckoned to a subordinate to oversee the loading of supplies onto the cargo ship. As Amos and Dolet engaged in conversation while making their way to the camp, he inquired, "How has your training with Drake been during my absence?" "Quite well," Dolet replied, his enthusiasm evident. "Being an instructor is indeed a rewarding experience. Initially, Drake and I faced the daunting task of organizing 1,500 individuals, which was rather overwhelming. However, we persevered through the challenges, successfully completed their reorganization, and are now conducting regular training to enhance their combat capabilities." Listening to Dolet's recounting, Amos felt a sense of satisfaction. He trusted Dolet and Drake with these individuals. Along their route, he observed the training units. Although they had yet to adopt a standardized uniform, the various groups were engaged in cross-country training, exhibiting a commendable degree of discipline. Furthermore, after discussions between Dolet and Drake, they decided against hastily distributing weapons. Their reasoning was twofold. Firstly, the loyalty of these individuals was still insufficient, and any potential military coup would pose significant troubles. Secondly, the foundational training had yet to be completed, and they estimated that it would take at least another month before they could begin training with weapons. Amos did not inquire why Dolet had not sent anyone to fetch him, for he had already perceived the scene within the camp. It was Dolet who, upon entering, broached the subject. Rochefort and Drake were engrossed in a game of 21, utterly absorbed in the pivotal moment and neglecting to retrieve you. "Is that so?" Amos nodded and opened the door. Inside the makeshift room of the camp, Lockschriefer and Drake occupied opposite ends of a long table, each holding a card. Clearly engaged in the early stages of their game, their unwavering gazes fixed upon one another, they appeared quite immersed in the affair. Lockschriefer, once in the throes of gambling, trembled with excitement. Amos found it perplexing that Drake, seemingly uninterested in such pursuits, was playing cards with this unabashed gambler. Instead of interrupting their game, he stood at the center of the table, observing the unfolding wager alongside Dolet. With a flourish, Lockschriefer revealed an ace of hearts, delicately pushing his card to the center of the table. Drake, silently glancing at his own card, placed it alongside Lockschriefer's. It was a six of clubs. They continued to draw new cards, yet neither revealed their hands, engaging instead in a trivial exchange of meaningful glances. Amos raised his chin towards Lockschreff, king of spades. You win. Lockschreff cast a glance at Amos, then turned his attention to his own cards, revealing a look of astonishment. My goodness, how did you know? Amos once again cast a glance at Drake, the three of diamonds. Upon seeing the card, Drake exhibited a reaction akin to that of Lockschriefer. Well, young man. Have you been honing your skills with the gambling deity during our brief separation? Lockschriefer jested, as he began to gather a stack of cards in hand, preparing to shuffle and commence the next round of the game. The seven of diamonds, Amos declared. Lockschriefer paused momentarily, then comprehended Amos's implication. Flipping over the top card of the stack, which indeed was the seven of diamonds. The subsequent cards revealed were the four of spades, ace of diamonds, eight of diamonds, queen of hearts, and king of clubs, which Amos recited in order. Lockschriefer turned each card over, and to his astonishment, they matched precisely with Amos's declarations. His eyes widened in disbelief. Have you truly transformed into a gambling prodigy? Your undergarments have surely gone unwashed for at least 3 days, as evidenced by the 7 cigarettes in the left pocket of your jacket, all of which are of the Lock brand, and in your right pocket. There lies a sum of 4,200 berries, accompanied by an expired entry ticket to the Green Leaf nightclub. After articulating these observations, Amos stretched his neck and glanced at the tightly shut door. Approximately 10 seconds later, 2 attendants from the cruise would arrive bearing trays. The trays would hold 4 bottles of gin bitters and 12 pieces of white pastries. The room fell silent for 10 seconds, and just as the 10th second elapsed, a knock echoed through the air, prompting Dorat to answer the door. The 2 attendants entered, greeted the quartet, and then placed the 12 pastries and 4 bottles of gin bitters on the table. Chapter 126. The situation in the Breno. See Lockschriefer's face flushed crimson, while Drake and Dorat were left utterly flabbergasted. After placing the items down, the attendants bowed courteously and exited with their trays, ignoring the astonishment of the others. Amos casually picked up a bottle of liquor and seated himself on a nearby sofa. You damned voyeur. How long have you been stalking me? Lockschriefer exclaimed, his face a mask of shame. Who cares about spying on you? Amos scoffed dismissively, crossing his legs, uncorking the bottle, and pouring himself a drink. How could you possibly know how many days my undergarments have gone unwashed, or the number of cigarettes I possess, along with the amount of money? Lockschriefer glared at Amos, a mixture of indignation and betrayal in his voice. I never imagined you were the sort of person to do such things. Amos rolled his eyes and swallowed the liquid. Do you remember the previous incident of robbing the golden treasures from the heavens? I acquired a devil fruit, and just a few days ago, I consumed it, thus gaining this extraordinary power. Is it the ability to spy? Lockschriefer exclaimed. It is a perception ability. Within a certain range, I can sense the vast majority of things, except for the countless bacteria that pervade the air. They are too minuscule, and my perception is not yet precise enough to detect their existence, Amos emphasized, providing a brief explanation of his capabilities. So you have employed this magnificent fruit's power to spy on my unwashed underwear for days? Lockschriefer persisted with the underwear issue, exclaiming, this is not merely a waste. It is utterly deranged. Amos was disinclined to engage in a debate. Dolet and Drake were both intrigued by the powers Amos had acquired and leaned in closer. Did you consume that devil fruit? Drake inquired. Indeed, Amos nodded. After deducing its type, I decided to partake, and fortunately the abilities are quite commendable. You seem entirely transformed after just a few days, Dolet remarked with a smile. By the way, what have you been up to on Yoloro Island? Ah, right, Amos replied, setting down his drink. He stood and beckoned Lockschriefer over. Come here, I have something to discuss with you all. Although Lockschriefer felt a twinge of annoyance, he complied and joined the group as they awaited Amos to speak. Amos cast a glance at Dolet and Drake, stating that this matter was one he had personally experienced, entwined with monumental secrets. He had intended to disclose this information months ago, but due to a myriad of unforeseen events, it had been postponed until now. At this juncture, Dolet and Drake had already begun to surmise what Amos was about to reveal, as it concerned the long-concealed sentiments that had burdened him for years. To err on the side of caution, should we not first evacuate the individuals outside to prevent any eavesdropping? Lockshrift proposed with prudence. Amos shook his head. There was no one within dozens of meters, allowing him to speak freely. Then please, go ahead, Lockshrift replied, feeling reassured. Having just experienced Amos's abilities, he held no doubts regarding his perception. The room fell silent once more as Amos began to recount the events he had endured at the age of 15. The incident had transpired so long ago that Amos not only recounted the events of that year, but also divulged the various materials he had subsequently researched and his analyses. The three individuals seated around him were his most trusted companions, and he had no reservations or secrets to withhold. After Amos spoke, the room fell into a profound silence for several minutes. The impact of this revelation was exponentially greater than the peculiarity of Amos's abilities. On one hand, it exposed a heinous crime committed by the Navy and the world government. On the other, it offered a faint glimpse into the darker underbelly of the world. Among us, Morata was affected the most, as he had witnessed the least of the world's shadows. I truly never anticipated that the incident at Uraloro Island was orchestrated by the headquarters, a notion beyond anyone's imagination. Amos let out a bitter smile. Although we had encountered numerous scandals involving the Navy, the reluctance to condemn them entirely had always allowed for a glimmer of hope to linger. However, after this occurrence, that final vestige of hope would surely be extinguished. And what of your friend, Raisin? From what you have said, he should be a pivotal figure in this incident. Lockshrift remained silent for a considerable time before posing a question that transcended mere lamentation. Amos's expression darkened. I do not even know whether he is alive or dead. When I previously inquired with the general about the inferno on the mountain, he refrained from mentioning this matter, merely warning me repeatedly to stay out of it. Could it be the celestial dragons? Drake speculated. No, Amos replied, having conducted a thorough investigation into this matter for 5 years. He was well aware that it could not possibly be the celestial dragons. If that were the case, the Navy would not have engaged in such a fierce battle against Razian. Moreover, it is inconceivable that the mere presence of a celestial dragon could incite the massacre of an entire village. We have encountered the celestial dragons before. Despite their immense power, they have not reached such outrageous extremes. Thus, it must be that he harbors some monumental secret. Lockshrift analyzed meticulously. The slaughter of your village and the elimination of those who would have departed to serve in the branch office must stem from the fear that your friend might have divulged the secret to those around him during his years of residence here. Amos concurred with Lockshrift's hypothesis, expressing, I share the same sentiment. In a certain sense, should we locate your friend, we would inevitably uncover some secrets that the global government fears to confront. Lockshrift proceeded to follow the logic further. Amos remained silent, sensing that Raisin was harboring some secret. He believed that if Raisin were aware, he would have surely confided in him. Having known Raisin for over a decade, Amos was well acquainted with his character. The group deliberated on the matter for quite some time, still engrossed in contemplation within the confines of the room by midday. As mealtime approached, Amos proactively shifted the topic to lighten the atmosphere. I have returned. When shall we set forth? You intended to establish a destination before your departure, stating you would finalize it upon your return. During this interim, we have shortlisted several locations. Once confirmed, we can arrange our voyage. Lockshrift nodded in agreement. He had largely assumed the role of advisor, managing such affairs with diligence. Indeed, the sooner, the better, Amos remarked, savoring a bite of steak. After consuming the devil fruit, he felt a burgeoning anticipation for the future, tempered by a sense of apprehension. With less than 4 years remaining until the original storyline commenced and the impending chaos loomed, he felt compelled to seize every moment to gain a strategic advantage, ensuring he would be equipped to contend with the true monstrosities that awaited. Pray, enlighten me about your shortlisted locations, he said, not wishing to squander mealtime idly. Lockshrift set down his utensils, dabbed his mouth with a napkin, and spoke deliberately. In the Breno Sea, there exist 2 nations, the Kingdom of Rika and the Kingdom of Newbury. Neither of these nations is a member of the world government, which bodes well for us. This means that should we decide to take action against them in the future, it will not draw the attention of the world government. Moreover, these 2 nations are currently in a state of hostility. Hostility? Amos echoed Lockshrift's last 4 words. Indeed. Lockshrift continued. King Eaton of the Kingdom of Rika and King Goman of the Kingdom of Newbury are arch-rivals. The Breno Sea is inherently remote, lacking advantages in trade. Both parties are eager to overpower the other to escape their stagnation. Otherwise, they will remain ensnared in their impoverished regions, continuing as insignificant nations. Ah, I see, Amos reflected. Previously, he had not delved deeply into the Breno Sea's intricacies. He merely recognized it as a prime territory, which prompted his decision to pursue it. There would be ample opportunity to incite chaos, for the more tumultuous the situation, the more advantageous it would be for our development. Let us revisit this matter later. Lakshriv suggested, acknowledging that inciting conflict between the two nations would require them to first establish a firm foothold. Discussing it prematurely would be unwise. Currently, there are 3 shortlisted locations, and envoys have already been dispatched to each. Once confirmed, I can promptly notify those who have arrived early to ascertain the local conditions and finalize our base of operations. Do proceed, Amos said, lowering his gaze to slice his steak. Lakshriv took a sip of wine to clear his throat. The first location is Plunderport, strategically situated between the two nations, encircled by treacherous reefs and the wreckage-laden strait. Moreover, as neither of the two nations are member states, the Navy has not established a naval base here for maintenance purposes. Consequently, the port of Plunder has become a favored haven for pirates. The pirates of the Breno Sea typically find refuge here, rendering it a thoroughly lawless territory. Amos remained silent, his action of cutting the steak slowing down. We could easily seize Plunderport with overwhelming strength, choking off the maritime trade routes of the Breno Sea. And with the natural fortress of the Shipwreck Strait, we would be virtually invincible, Lakshriv continued. However, I must express my reservations, Drake interjected after finishing his meal. As Lakshriv extolled the benefits of developing Plunderport, our strategic planning for the future is quite meticulous. And attempting to occupy Plunderport would necessitate grand actions that could easily attract unwanted attention, which would not bode well for us. Dorat concurred with Drake's sentiment, stating, indeed, such bold maneuvers would alert both nations in the Breno Sea, potentially complicating our forthcoming arrangements. Furthermore, the Shipwreck Strait, nestled between the two nations, is not conducive to our long-term development. Lakshriv showed little reaction to their objections. The second location is Betchus Island, which belongs to the Kingdom of Laika and serves as one of its primary trade hubs. The shipbuilding and trading industries on Betchus Island are thriving, aligning perfectly with our subsequent commercial development plans. Moreover, Betchus Island is situated on the fringes of Laika, centrally located in the Breno Sea. If we establish a base there, our influence could radiate throughout the entire maritime expanse. This time, both Drake and Dorat remained silent, seemingly in agreement with this proposition. Is there anything else? Amos queried, as he chewed on the cut steak. Indeed, there is one more, Lakshriv replied, holding a dossier, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses with a scholarly air. Lalea City, which belongs to the Kingdom of Newbury, serves as a significant supply transit station, with an enormous amount of goods passing through each month, making it a major trade point for Newbury. Amos pondered thoughtfully. The first location is undoubtedly out of the question. As Drake and Dorat have pointed out, establishing a foothold at Plunderport would inevitably lead to conflict with pirate forces. Even if we were to decisively eliminate them, it would attract the attention of both nations. We must seek a location that minimizes the risk of conflict, allowing us to legally establish a presence while subtly nurturing our influence over the island. Gradually plotting against the two nations, Betchus Island and Lalea City each offer distinct advantages. However, in comparison, Betchus Island's geographical positioning is most suitable, with its flourishing shipbuilding and trading sectors aligning seamlessly with our commercial development plans, rendering it the ideal landing point. What do you think of Betchus Island? Amos inquired, having already settled on it in his mind, but wishing to solicit the opinions of the others before fully articulating his thoughts. Lakshriv raised his hands in a gesture of openness. None of us has any objections. The fact that we have identified these 3 locations indicates that each possesses its own merits. The final decision now rests with you. Then it shall be Betchus Island. Amos concluded. Amos pondered for a moment and confirmed the location. Very well, I shall inform the people on Betchus Island to commence their preparations. Meanwhile, we shall also get ready to depart. Lakshriv stood up and made his way outside. How long will it take? Amos inquired. Lakshriv opened the door and replied, approximately 5 days. With that, he closed the door and departed. Having completed several significant tasks, Amos felt lighthearted and leisurely continued his meal. Dolat had gone out to assist Lakshriv in coordinating the overall arrangements, and if all went swiftly, they could set sail by afternoon. Drake remained in the room with Amos, watching him voraciously replenish his sustenance. He spoke up, Amos, have you devised a plan for developing your fruit abilities? Among the core quartet, only Amos and Drake possessed fruit abilities, with Drake having consumed his fruit many years ago, thus possessing far greater insight in this domain than Amos. Amos, having finished his meal, set down his utensils and wiped his mouth with a napkin. Upon his return, he had mostly grasped the capabilities of the fruit and had roughly mapped out several developmental routes for the future. Do share your thoughts. Perhaps I can offer you some insights, he invited. Drake lit a cigarette, his smoking habit heavily influenced by Amos. And now all four members of their group were fond of drinking, with only Lakshreev abstaining from smoking. Let me outline 3 key areas for development in the short to medium term, Amos began, organizing his thoughts. The first aspect is swordsmanship. I have been stagnating at my current level for quite some time, but this fruit should enable me to comprehend the essence of all things, thereby elevating my swordsmanship to that of a first-rate swordsman. Within the next 3 years, I aim to challenge the level of a swordmaster. Drake nodded thoughtfully, allowing Amos to continue without interruption. The second aspect is observation hockey. A portion of my fruit's abilities aligns with this type of hockey. In the upcoming period, I will delve deeper into this area. If I succeed, my observation hockey will advance rapidly. An additional benefit is that it alleviates the extensive effort typically required to cultivate both types of hockey. Previously, I had to dedicate at least half a day to studying the dual hockey, which slowed my overall progress. However, if I master observation hockey in advance, I can devote myself fully to the training of armament hockey and achieve complete mastery sooner. Indeed, focusing on these 2 aspects will significantly shorten the time required for your swordsmanship and hockey cultivation, enabling you to surpass higher levels with ease, Drake praised. Your insights into the devil fruit are impressive. Having only consumed it for a few days, you have already established clear and feasible goals. My own development with the fruit has stagnated over the years, and I find myself at a standstill. However, these are secondary concerns, Amos replied, appearing less focused on the first 2 areas of development. As you know, my innate talent has always been lacking, and it is only through relentless practice over the years that I have been able to keep pace with you. Without the opportunity to engage with the devil fruit, my strength may continue to improve, yet significant breakthroughs would remain elusive. Drake nodded slightly, fully aware of what Amos was expressing. At the Naval Academy, he was the first to rise and the last to retire for the night, his dedication evident in his studies. It is fair to say that had Amos not exerted such effort, he might have lived an unremarkable life, devoid of any interaction with Drake and the others. The third aspect is the most challenging area for development, Amos said earnestly. My perception abilities extend beyond sensing the external world. They also allow me to understand my own body. I wish to utilize this capacity to gain deeper insight into my physical condition. Drake interjected, unable to contain himself. By thoroughly comprehending the state of my body, I may have the opportunity to address my innate talent issues and undergo transformation. Amos articulated his grandest aspiration, asserting that if realized, he would shed the greatest constraint that had loomed over him for more than a decade, shattering the ceiling that confined him and advancing towards true strength. Chapter 128. The banquet. Upon hearing Amos's declaration, Drake was taken aback. Setting aside the daunting challenges of actualizing such a vision, if Amos truly surpassed his limitations as he claimed, Drake could scarcely fathom the magnitude of Amos's future accomplishments. In that moment, he perceived a distinct trait within Amos, an unwavering resolve to never compromise. Thus, throughout the years, he had been transforming himself and altering his fate, poised for a profound reversal. Should he succeed, Drake mused, this fellow would undoubtedly rise to greatness. Amos smiled subtly, his gaze brimming with confidence. Under the coordination of Lakshreev and Dorat, the supplies from the island were successfully loaded onto the vessel, and Amos and his companions boarded the flagship, the SS St. Sal. 2 cruise ships led the way, followed closely by 4 cargo vessels, creating a rather magnificent sight. The sea was remarkably calm today, with gentle waves lapping against the hull without eliciting any response. Amos, Drake, and Dorat sat on the ship's bow, their legs dangling above the water's surface. Amos exhaled towards the ocean. The sky had darkened, and the moonlight cast a silvery glow, accompanied by a refreshing breeze that infused the atmosphere with a crisp chill. It's a bit cold, Dorat remarked, tightening his coat and rubbing his hands together. Drake, taking a drag from his cigarette, called out, "Hey, Amos." Amos and Dorat gazed at Drake. "Our future shall be bright, won't it?" Drake inquired. "Indeed, it will be splendid," Amos replied with a soft chuckle. his gaze returning to the sea, his hair tousled by the breeze. In truth, we are already on the path, traversing the road we cherish and are passionate about. Regardless of the outcome, that is sufficient. You are right. It is indeed enough, Dorat concurred. Hey, you lot. Enough of this, called Lakshra from behind them. The banquet is about to commence. Stop loitering in the chilly wind. Amos turned around and leaped onto the deck, followed suit by the other two. At last, the moment had arrived. Amos stifled a yawn, and just as he finished, the lights on the cruise ship illuminated one by one, soon followed by the vessels trailing behind, transforming the fleet into a spectacle as bright as day. The multitude of brilliant lights outshone the stars in the dark night sky. The deck was adorned with an array of provisions, food, and beverages, accommodating nearly 2,000 souls spread across 6 ships. The banquet commenced in earnest, with each vessel having its own arrangements, and on their ship, Rockshriver held full responsibility. The festivities began with a performance, and unexpectedly, the first to take the stage was Dolet. This formidable man, known for his strength, could only showcase his exceptional swordsmanship for the audience. Among the entire crew, only Amos was able to spar with Dolet, thus he boldly stepped forward to draw his sword and join the display. The two engaged in a fierce duel, their blades flashing and clashing in a mesmerizing display that captivated the crew and the subordinates assigned to the cruise ship. Such exhilarating combat was a rare sight. After the thrilling opening, others took turns showcasing their unique talents. The true purpose of this gathering was to strengthen communication and connections within the team. In the core circle of Amos and his 3 companions, employees of St. Val Shipping Company, numbering 1,500, the foremost task was to integrate. If they remained divided, reaching Betches Island would leave them utterly incapable of outward expansion. After some mingling, Amos felt the chill dissipate. He ventured over to Rockshire for a drink, discovering a fire on the other side roasting meat, seemingly unbothered by the risk of igniting the ship. Quite intriguing, he mused, as he observed the 2 chefs aboard the cruise deftly prepare a platter of sashimi. This skill must have been honed over at least 20 years of culinary experience. This is the King of Hearts. You've lost. Off you go, entertain us, Rockshire declared, engaged in a game of cards with 2 subordinates. The newly recruited crew, unaware of Rockshire's prowess as a gambler, lost their fortunes in pursuit of a win and obediently went forth to perform. Opportunities to indulge freely in food and drink were rare indeed. Before long, the wine supply was depleted, prompting Dolet to fetch more. As the deck opened up, the atmosphere grew lively. Amos and Drake were inevitably swept up in the revelry, watching as some performed while others let loose, finding amusement in the diverse tapestry of life. Unbeknownst to them, Rockshire had arranged fireworks, and amidst the merriment on the foredeck, brilliant bursts of color erupted in the sky from the aft deck. What is this lad up to with all his flamboyance? Amos remarked, observing the ships igniting their fireworks. Drake clinked glasses with Amos, saying, "This fellow is quite the showman. We are officially embarking on our journey to seize the world. He surely intends to celebrate grandly, perhaps marking every first with a flourish. It seems he relishes the occasion. And I must admit, it is rather enjoyable fostering our camaraderie. I shall support him in this endeavor." After sipping his drink, Amos declared, "Since everyone is unwinding, we shall join in the revelry." Through the years, his instances of drunkenness had been few, and he resolved that tonight he would not return sober. Indeed, not sober. Drake laughed heartily, raising his glass once more as they began to drink deeply. The subordinates surrounding them, witnessing their exuberance, erupted in applause. Before long, Amos had downed a substantial amount of alcohol, casting the empty bottle aside, and surveyed the eager onlookers. "Who among you wishes to challenge me in a drinking contest?" he called out. "I shall," Dolet replied, returning from the hold with over 10 cases of wine. Upon his arrival, he heard Amos's bold proclamation and promptly grabbed several bottles, placing them before Amos. "Let us see who possesses the greater capacity." This incited even greater excitement among the crowd, as dozens gathered around, cheering fervently. Amos rolled his eyes, retorting, "Who could possibly rival you, the unabashed drunkard? What is the matter? Afraid? If so, why not entertain us with a little striptease?" Dolet provoked Amos further. "Oh, you think you can provoke me into a reckless confrontation?" Amos scoffed, shaking his head dismissively. He then seized a bottle of liquor, uncorked it with a decisive twist, and declared, "Let us settle this once and for all." Drake also grasped a bottle of alcohol. Why not have everyone join in? After all, there is plenty of drink to go around, Dolet suggested, lifting his own bottle. Amos Dow, enough with the chatter, let's get to it. With that, he tilted his head back and began to drink heartily, followed suit by Drake and Dolet. Their fervent imbibing ignited the festive atmosphere of the banquet. Fireworks continued to illuminate the sky, yet Lockshire returned, observing Amos and his cohorts mingling with his men. He leisurely reclined in a nearby chair, swaying a half-filled glass of wine while humming an unfamiliar tune. Before long, the raucous deck fell into silence. Lockshire found this somewhat peculiar. Opening his eyes, he discovered Amos, Dolet, and Drake standing before him, encircled by a throng of people. "You seem to be quite at ease. As a reward, we ought to pour you a few drinks," Amos remarked with a grin that struck Lockshire as somewhat sinister. Amos tilted his chin upward. "But I'm allergic to alcohol," Lockshire protested, his subordinates, obeying his command, swiftly restrained Lockshire. Amos, gripping Lockshire's mouth, forced wine down his throat. "You claim to be allergic to alcohol, yet you seem unaffected by women. You shall not leave this deck until you are thoroughly intoxicated." Chapter 129. Landing and arrangements. On the dawn of February 13th, the fleet traversed the shipwreck strait, vanquishing 2 pirate crews that sought to plunder them, finally arriving at the port of Betches Island, under the jurisdiction of the Kingdom of Lyca. After a brief dockside coordination, 6 vessels successfully came to shore. At this hour, the port was not bustling, appearing rather desolate. At the flagship's docking point stood 2 groups of individuals. One group consisted of those dispatched by Lockshire to arrange accommodations and investigate local information. The other group was unfamiliar, likely local inhabitants. However, they were all tall and imposing, exuding an air of menace. Yet, given their proximity to Lockshire's men, it seemed there was little cause for concern. Amos, Drake, Dolet, and Roshru stepped off the vessel. A few of their subordinate leaders waiting at the dock bowed respectfully, addressing him as president. "The arrangements on the island have been successfully completed. This is Baron Alvaridin, the esteemed baron who serves as the sheriff of Betches Island, entrusted with maintaining order on the island, which includes the oversight of inspections of the vessels and cargo belonging to the various merchant guilds at the dock." Amos and his associates arrived on Betches Island under the auspices of a commercial guild, hence his subordinates refer to him as the president. Among the other group present, the leader, the blonde and blue-eyed Sheriff Alvaridin, was also instructed to make contact. Their vessel was laden with a substantial cache of arms and gold. The allure of gold would undoubtedly attract covetous eyes, while the discovery of armaments would incite significant concern. Thus, it was imperative to discreetly secure the cooperation of those responsible for inspections to navigate the initial phase without incident. "Are you not Amos, the esteemed president of the Francis Guild?" inquired Alvaridin, his attire reminiscent of formal evening wear, his demeanor exuding refinement and a hint of aristocracy. "I am Baron Alvaridin, the sheriff of Betches Island. It is a great honor to make your acquaintance." Amos responded with equal courtesy. "Our guild seeks to establish itself here, and we shall undoubtedly require your support in the future. Please, do not hesitate to reach out should you need anything," Alvaridin replied amicably. Amos smiled as he snapped his fingers at his subordinates, who promptly understood the gesture and presented a delicate gift box with both hands. "This is merely a small token of our meeting. Please accept it," Amos stated. Alvaridin took the gift box, its weight suggesting a substantial contents within. However, he refrained from opening it or inquiring further of Amos. "You are exceedingly gracious. Having traveled from the Okama Sea, you must be weary and in need of rest. I shall arrange for an inspection of your cargo post-haste, after which you will be free to disembark with your belongings." Amos glanced at the subordinate he had just introduced, who nodded in affirmation, indicating all was well. Amos then stated, "Very well, we shall cooperate with the inspection." Alvaridin, accompanied by his men under the guidance of Lockshire, boarded a cargo ship at the rear. They opened several crates for examination, revealing an array of inconspicuous spices within. Alvaridin instructed his subordinates to take notes, and after a cursory inspection, they returned to the dock. "The cargo has been inspected. All is in order. You may send your men to unload the goods and then take your rest." "Thank you, my lord," Amos replied, bowing respectfully. Alvaridin, with a courteous wave of his hand, departed with his entourage. Amos instructed his men to settle the docking fees for the ship, and subsequently accompanied Drake, Dolet, and Lockshire personally overseeing the cargo handling. Earlier, their subordinates who had established a foothold here arranged for carriages to assist in transporting the goods. Once the cargo was fully unloaded, the group proceeded towards their newly acquired residence, which was not far from the dock, merely separated by 4 or 5 streets. The residence spanned a considerable area, having been purchased in its entirety by their affluent group, with a monthly rental fee reaching an astounding 100 million berries, a sum unattainable for ordinary folk. Within the acquired area, There were dedicated underground facilities for storing their arms and gold, a rudimentary training ground, as well as complete apartment and office buildings. Almost everything was prepared to Amos's satisfaction. The training grounds, however, needed to remain discreet. For no king would remain indifferent upon learning that military exercises were occurring within his territory. The goods were transported to the basement, and Amos and his companions first entered the office building. The office comprised 5 floors. The first floor served as a reception and banquet hall. The second was designated for office space. The third housed documents and also functioned as the workspace for Amos and his associates. The fourth was transformed into their living quarters. And the 5th floor was currently in use. With nearly 2,000 individuals settling in, the noise inevitably disturbed the local residents and various factions across the islands. However, establishing themselves under the guise of a commercial enterprise would afford them some time before other factions could ascertain the true nature of their operations. After spending an entire day organizing their affairs, Amos and the others convened in his office for a meeting. Lakshar, still clutching a notebook, reported the current situation. One of the 2 apartment buildings was already in use, resolving the housing issues for everyone. However, the mess hall was still under construction, making dining arrangements somewhat cumbersome as they had to order food from elsewhere until it was completed. The training ground remained rudimentary, and there were no immediate plans for its use, as it was prudent to avoid drawing excessive attention while they were still newcomers. We are still in need of practical personnel. It is too troublesome for just the 4 of us to manage everyone's needs, Lakshar remarked. Not to mention the subsequent business development and training issues. This can be addressed by screening our current group. Among the 1,500 individuals, many had engaged in various professions before being sold into the dark world, and several should be capable of serving effectively. By placing them in suitable roles, we can maximize their potential, Amos directed. Very well. I shall commence the selection process tomorrow to expedite the establishment of our initial management system, Lakshar responded, diligently recording the details in his notebook. Now that personnel allocation is complete, I have identified 400 of the most capable individuals for intensive training, Dolet mentioned. Turning to discuss another matter. Though this lays the foundation for our future military, it is currently most appropriate to utilize them under the guise of security personnel. Very well. These individuals will be placed under your responsibility, and the matters of security will likewise fall upon your shoulders, as will their training. They need not be involved in any subsequent arrangements. Upon concluding this statement, Amos turned his gaze towards Drake. The remaining individuals will be entrusted to Lakshar for the selection of suitable personnel tomorrow. Those not selected will be assigned to the docks, as we anticipate that our trading company will commence operations by tomorrow. Thus, they will currently serve as sailors, laborers, and the like. Drake inquired, will these individuals not partake in the training? We lack the financial resources. It suffices to sustain the 400 under Dolet for now, Amos replied, shaking his head. If we were to support all 1,500, we would then need to employ even more individuals to keep the trading company operational, not to mention the initial capital investment. It wouldn't be long before we faced bankruptcy. Understood, Drake responded, having no further concerns. Amos commanded, tomorrow, our Chamber of Commerce will finalize the nominal acquisition of the St. Val Shipping Company under the auspices of Lakshar, thereby legitimizing the company. The 4 cargo vessels at the dock can commence operations immediately. The over 1,000 dock workers cannot rely on us for sustenance. Rather, we require them to continuously provide us with funds. I can reach out to other chambers of commerce on Amos Island tomorrow. If Drake is in charge of fleet security, we can engage in long-distance trade routes that others dare not approach. Lakshar recorded this while speaking, noting that piracy had ravaged the strait between the 2 nations, resulting in a scarcity of merchant vessels for long-distance trade. Given the immense demand and the rarity of this industry remaining unmonopolized by other forces, we can certainly insert ourselves and reap considerable profits. All right, let us proceed with this preliminary arrangement. Amos sighed. And now let us discuss the distribution of power on Amos Island. Chapter 130, Composition of Power. Very well. Lakshar took a deep breath, as if preparing for an extensive discourse. Following the investigations conducted by the personnel I dispatched a few days ago and my arrangements today, the basic structure has become quite clear, although further details will unfold gradually. The chief executive of Amos Island is Count Calvin Latin, whose appearance and mannerisms are quite consistent. Balding and portly, he embodies the archetype of a gluttonous figure. He is the second son of Duke Carl, who made significant contributions to the Lyca kingdom. After the Duke's passing, his eldest son, Uniro, took the position of commander of the royal guard in the capital, Ras, while Calvin was dispatched here. Though his capabilities are mediocre, he harbors grand ambitions, always aspiring to achieve remarkable accomplishments during his tenure on Beatus Island, surpassing his brother Uniro. He seems relatively easy to engage with. From Lockshire's introduction, Amos gained some insight into this chief executive. Calvin Latin is supported by 3 trusted confidants. The first is Sheriff Alvaridin, the individual we encountered at the dock today, who oversees the urban guard of 3 battalions on Beatus Island and symbolizes force. The second is Inspector Jason, responsible for public morality and overseeing state-funded projects. Both the financial officer and the judge are under his dominion, rendering him exceedingly powerful. The third is Priest Clyster, who concurrently serves as the architect, responsible for the maintenance of celebrations and temples. Clyster is also Calvin Latin's uncle, whom Calvin respects greatly and regards as his advisor. Amos frowned slightly, finding the names somewhat convoluted. Nonetheless, it appears that the governance system on Beatus Island is deeply entrenched, making it challenging for us to penetrate. Lockshire nodded, stating, "It indeed appears to be a solid establishment, yet in reality, apart from the incompetent chief executive Calvin Latin, the 3 significant figures he considers his confidants are not inclined to passively live out their lives." Sheriff Alvaridin exploits his authority to amass wealth at the dock, while simultaneously imposing protection fees. Inspector Jason clandestinely siphons off various funds allocated to Beatus Island from the capital. The Priest of Clyster, with the identity of the chief executive's uncle, commands a sphere of influence on Beatus Island that none dare challenge, engaging in various activities that serve his interests. "The thoroughness of your investigation has indeed taken me by surprise," remarked Lockshriver. While Amos found himself most impressed by the ability to unravel the complexities of these individuals within such a brief period since his arrival. Although each of these 3 figures harbors their own ambitions, they simultaneously restrain one another, lacking the capacity to decisively dismantle each other's power. Consequently, they utilize Chief Executive Calvin Latin as a means to maintain equilibrium among themselves, gradually encroaching upon Beatus Island. Lockshriver, upon receiving Amos's commendation, smiled subtly before returning to the matter at hand. Thus, it is not incorrect to state that they are like an ironclad unit. For the true rulers of Beatus Island are deliberately upholding stability. Nearby, Drake and Dorat, seated upon a dark leather sofa, listened intently. After Lockshriver concluded his remarks, Drake interlocked his fingers and pondered aloud. "So, Calvin Latin's authority as chief executive has been entirely usurped?" "Indeed," Lockshriver affirmed. "He remains ensnared in the idyllic illusions crafted by the 3 true rulers, still clinging to hopes of promotion based on his commendable political achievements over recent years, aspiring to be transferred to the royal capital of Ras. Quite intriguing," Amos noted, his eyes sparkling. "What of the other factions?" "Allow me to elaborate," Lockshriver continued, turning a page in his notebook. "As I mentioned earlier, Beatus Island is one of the significant trade hubs of the Kingdom of Lyca, flourishing in shipbuilding and commerce. This prosperity renders Beatus Island akin to a treasure trove, inciting the envy of countless individuals. The substantial profits generated in this arena are divided among 3 parties, the aforementioned administrative faction, along with the Shanjin Chamber of Commerce and the Haishu Gang." "The Haishu Gang?" Dorat inquired, intrigued by this peculiar name. Amos and Drake exchanged glances of inquiry. Lockshrieve, maintaining his calm demeanor, continued to elucidate the 2 prevailing factions on Beatus Island. First, he addressed the Glimmering Merchant Guild, which monopolizes a significant portion of the island's industries. "As we embark on our commercial endeavors, it is inevitable that we will encounter conflict with the guild in our quest to dismantle this monopoly, but we shall discuss that further in due course. As for the Sea Mouse Gang, its membership primarily consists of the island's underprivileged lawbreakers, thieves, robbers, and murderers of various sorts. The gang's leader, Sea Mouse Jalik, has colluded with Sheriff Alvaridin, allowing the gang to maintain a faade of legitimacy through official channels. This alliance has rendered the Sea Mouse Gang a legally recognized entity despite its illicit nature. Alvaridin permits the gang members to engage in unlawful activities within certain limits, provided he receives a share of the proceeds. It is difficult to fathom the headaches and complications that arise from such a coalition of criminals." Amos rubbed his hands together and sighed, acknowledging the persistent challenges posed by these bottom-tier offenders, especially now that they have united under the protection of officialdom, becoming the greatest malignancy on Beatus Island. If one were to rank the island's factions, the administrative system would reign supreme, followed by the Glimmering Merchant Guild, and finally the Sea Mouse Gang. Lakshreef turned the page, summarizing the power dynamics on Betis Island. He noted unexpected developments. The strait between the two nations in the Breno Sea was chaotic, fraught with treacherous reefs and rampant piracy. This turmoil has impeded trade between the two nations and complicates even the prospect of warfare. Within this maritime realm, piracy remains a trifecta of power. Amos raised his glass and took a sip of wine, saying, "Please, continue." Lakshreef paused deliberately for a moment, allowing everyone to digest the earlier discussion regarding the composition of power. In truth, the notes he had were even more detailed, outlining the connections and rivalries among these factions. However, to present all this information at once would likely bewilder the listeners, so he opted to provide a general overview, intending to elaborate gradually for their understanding. He mentioned 3 pirate crews: the Hilbert pirates with a bounty of 45 million berry, the Trident pirates with a bounty of 52 million berry, and the Scorpion pirates with a bounty of 66 million berry. Lakshreef briefly summarized that these crews were formidable forces in the impoverished expanse of the North Sea, specifically in the Breno Sea region, yet here, they seemed somewhat lacking. It was precisely for this reason that he asserted the presence of Drake as a protector for their maritime trade would pose no issues whatsoever. After Lakshreef spoke, a brief silence enveloped the office. The others reflected silently on his words. "Is that all?" Amos finally broke the stillness. Lakshreef closed his notebook, stating, "These are the factions likely to engage with us, the Laika Kingdom and the Newbury Kingdom, along with other larger powers. Due to our limited resources and the current lack of necessity for further investigation, I shall refrain from discussing them." "Very well, it is late. Let us all retire for the evening," Amos announced, rising to conclude the meeting. "Tomorrow morning, we shall allocate our tasks and commence the operations of the Francis Trading Company." Chapter 131. The Industries of the Francis Trading Company. The group ascended to the 4th floor, each entering their respective rooms. Although the room is adequately equipped, it pales in comparison to the accommodations provided by Amos at the branch. Amos intends to refine the layout once he completes his current obligations. As the hour grows late, nearing 11 o'clock at night, the group, having been tirelessly engaged for the past few months, has yet to experience a moment of true relaxation. Amos, in particular, dedicates himself daily to training and developing his fruit abilities, leaving him with a persistent sense of mental fatigue. He finds little inclination for leisure, such as sipping wine while admiring the moonlight from the window. After a quick shower, he hastily retires for the night. The following morning, promptly at 6, Amos rises, freshens up, and dresses before stepping outside. The others awaken at the same hour. As Amos stands by the window in the 4th floor corridor, enjoying the gentle breeze, the others emerge one by one. They descend together to the banquet hall on the 1st floor for breakfast. The current facilities remain somewhat rudimentary, lacking dedicated staff to serve breakfast in their rooms, necessitating their descent to the banquet hall intended for future gatherings. The hall is spacious, yet only a single round table is set for the 4 of them. By the time they arrive, the individuals who had previously served as waitstaff and chefs on the cruise ship have prepared their meal, having been reassigned to this location. While plans are underway to hire additional personnel for the ship, the morning fare is light, and the 4 dine leisurely while discussing various matters. "How are the others managing their meals?" Amos inquires. The 400 individuals residing here under the aegis of the guard are under the purview of Dolet, who naturally addresses the question. After consuming an egg and sipping some water to clear his throat, he responds, "The meals are also prepared by our chefs. The Rockshrift Corporation employs dozens of chefs and over 100 waitstaff, which is more than sufficient for our current needs. As for those at the dock, they are simply purchasing food locally." "Not too shabby," Amos remarks, taking a bite of bread. "Drake, you will be responsible for the fleet. The St. Vala Shipping Company will be formally transferred to your name, and it shall henceforth be known as the Francis Shipping Company under the Francis Chamber of Commerce." "Understood," Drake replies. "Dolet will continue to oversee the guard as discussed yesterday, with you appointed as the captain. For now, refrain from altering the arms training. Focus solely on the regular drills, as our situation is rather chaotic. You will need to supervise the dock fleet as well as here. Moreover, should the factions mentioned by Rockshrift approach us, do your utmost to keep matters discreet." Amos directs, "As newcomers, we require protection. Rockshrift will prepare a substantial gift for me. I plan to visit Sheriff Al-Valadin this afternoon." "Very well," Rockshrift nods, continuing to enjoy his vegetable salad. Amos pondered for a moment, stating that forming an alliance with Al-Valadin on the island would pose no issues. Furthermore, He could facilitate communication with the sea urchin gang, thus averting potential disturbances from that group. During the meal, the itinerary and task assignments were swiftly arranged. After dining, the group returned to Amos's office on the 4th floor. "Now, let us discuss our financial situation," Amos instructed. Lockshire began to elaborate. "In previous dealings within the dark world, aside from purchasing individuals and military weaponry, we have converted all other assets into pure gold, which is currently valued at approximately 7 billion. My personal assets amount to over 10 billion, which has recently been transferred under our guild's name. In recent days, expenses for fleet maintenance, personnel training, land leasing, bribing officials, and intelligence procurement have totaled over 10 billion berries. Presently, our monthly operational costs are around 300 million berries. If we account for the additional expenditures on bribery and intelligence, it reaches approximately 500 million. The others could not help but gasp upon hearing this. After seizing a fortune from the heavens, they had not seen any returns since. The cumulative costs for fleet maintenance, material supplies, and personnel training had escalated to astronomical figures, with daily meals alone consuming 2 to 3 million berries. Additionally, establishing connections on Betches Island involved significant bribery, a substantial financial black hole. If they did not commence generating income soon, the wealth acquired would be depleted within mere months. You will handle the transfer of the shipping company to Drake when the time comes. Our current plan is to establish 2 industries, a shipyard and a newspaper, Amos stretched. Expressing that, in the face of monopolized industries, acquiring established sectors was essential for competitiveness. However, the costs of acquisition would be considerable, Lockshire remarked. Time is of the essence. We cannot afford delays, especially in identifying suitable shipyards and newspapers, Amos directed. Lockshire, take note. The newspaper must be somewhat established, and we do not need to stress its distribution capabilities right now, as we will devise a strategy to seize the market on Betches Island. Lockshire silently noted this. For the shipyard, I require highly qualified personnel. The shipyard must possess significant shipbuilding capabilities. I needed to engage in steamship research while also being able to undertake contracts, ensuring self-sufficiency and profit to offset research expenses. I do not expect immediate financial returns from the shipyard, but I also wish to avoid a situation where it continuously requires funding from us. As Amos articulated his plan, he envisioned the shipyard as a foundation upon which they would gradually establish their own arms factory. Steamships? Lockshire paused his writing, while Drake and Dolet also appeared unfamiliar with the concept. By eliminating sails and utilizing steam power, we can reinforce the hull with iron plating for enhanced defense, creating our own warships capable of traversing windless zones. Amos briefly explained the principles of steamships, adding that he could contribute suggestions to assist in their development. Dalarat could not contain himself, exclaiming, "Can a ship still sail without sails? If it is equipped with iron armor, wouldn't it sink?" This matter was not easily explained. Amos had no intention of delving into the intricate details of steamships with Dalarat. Such discussions were better reserved for the shipbuilders at the shipyard in due course. In any case, this was my current arrangement. Do you have any opinions on this? We still do not fully comprehend your intentions regarding steamships, Lockshire remarked. For the natives of the Pirate King world, utilizing wind power for sailing was a universally accepted method, and the concept of steam navigation was entirely novel to them. I shall convey this to the shipbuilders. The feasibility is exceedingly high. Amos did not wish to elaborate further. How much do you estimate is required to acquire a shipyard and a newspaper? If you desire a shipyard with the building capacity you mentioned, it would require a base of 3 billion, but not exceeding 4 billion. As for the newspaper, the cost is significantly lower. I could secure a well-established publication for around 1 billion berries, Lockshire calculated. The final acquisition price should be around 4.5 billion. These investments can yield immediate profits. For such scale, excluding the self-sustaining shipyard, the newspaper could generate an annual profit of 2 to 300 million berries. This is acceptable to me. It will subsequently be renamed Francis Shipyard and Francis Newspaper, falling under our commercial consortium, Amos responded, unfazed by the price. What about the profitability of the Francis Shipping Company thereafter? Lockshire sighed in relief. The shipping company is indeed our lifeline. With Drake's protection, long voyages present no issues. This venture has not been previously exploited for its enormous profits, which require massive quantities. The cruise ships will facilitate the transportation of personnel between the 2 nations, while the cargo vessels will smuggle local specialties from various countries, generating at least 500 million in profits each month. This sum is sufficient for our daily expenses. I plan to undertake additional ventures with the newspaper's modest profits. The financial crisis could essentially be alleviated. Amos regarded the newspaper's monthly profit of around 20 million as inconsequential, intending to invest that money into another project to establish a foothold in the dark world. Chapter 132. The Reef Establishing a Foothold? Lakshriff inquired, tilting his head in confusion. Are we to venture into the dark world? I suggest we proceed step by step. There is already much on our plates, and we cannot expect to achieve everything at once. Drake and Dalarat concurred. Given their current assignments, they were already stretched thin and incapable of taking on additional burdens. Lakshriff, in particular, faced the most considerable workload, and if he were to engage in the dark world at this juncture, he would likely find himself overwhelmed. This endeavor should be implemented once the newspaper is sufficiently established. I merely mentioned it now to familiarize you with my strategic layout. Only when you all understand my intentions can we accomplish our tasks more thoroughly, Amos explained. Allowing the group to relax before posing another question, what do you think my motives are for acquiring the newspaper? If the newspaper successfully establishes a monopoly on Betches Island, we could leverage its influence to manipulate public opinion and sentiment. In the future, the expansion of the newspaper could serve as a pivotal asset in our endeavor to engulf the kingdoms of Laika and Newbury. Dolet articulated his thoughts. Amos nodded and raised an eyebrow, stating, indeed. However, that constitutes only half of the reasoning. The other half remains shrouded in mystery. Could it be related to the realm of darkness? Lakshriff immediately recalled Amos's prior mention of the intent to establish a foothold in that shadowy domain. Indeed. Can one fathom the connection? Amos inquired. The newspaper office and the world of shadows. What possible link could there be between these two contrasting realms? The group found themselves momentarily at a loss, unable to discern the connection between acquiring the newspaper and rooting themselves in the dark expanse. Amos no longer kept them in suspense and directly revealed his ulterior motive. I need to establish an intelligence organization, one that is deeply rooted in the shadowy realm. This organization will serve a dual purpose. On one hand, it will gather vital intelligence from around the globe. On the other, it will act as our interface with the dark underworld, facilitating various transactions through this channel in the future. The group was momentarily taken aback. Although Amos had elucidated the purpose of forming the organization, the direct or indirect connection between an intelligence organization and a newspaper remained unclear. Before long, Lakshriff's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, I understand your intention now. Amos gazed at Lakshriff, signaling him to speak. The newspaper's duty, in essence, is to gather diverse news and publish it for sale. Thus, if we are to establish an intelligence organization, our responsibilities would bear a resemblance to those of newspaper reporters. We could utilize the facade of the newspaper to discreetly form our intelligence network, while also leveraging the established channels of the newspaper to swiftly cultivate a cadre of elites. Lakshriff articulated his thoughts. Amos applauded Lakshriff in acknowledgement, stating, essentially, that is the crux of the matter. With the facade of a newspaper, we can discreetly gather intelligence while alleviating suspicion under the guise of journalism. Furthermore, the methodologies employed by the newspaper in acquiring news will significantly aid the nascent development of our intelligence organization. Drake, suddenly enlightened, raised a concern. This concept is indeed commendable. However, is it not exceedingly challenging to expand to a considerable scale? My ultimate aspiration is for the intelligence organization to possess the capacity to gather information from across the globe. However, establishing such a vast entity necessitates a minimum of decades of accumulation. Thus, it is prudent not to aim too high too soon. I shall first delineate short-term objectives, and should there be any unreasonable aspects, we can exchange opinions and make subsequent adjustments. The three listened intently. If Lakshriff oversees the newspaper, then the intelligence organization shall fall under your purview. What we require are absolute elites. You may select individuals from the Dorit's Guard, and I grant you this authority. Once the newspaper's operations are firmly established and begin generating profit, we shall commence monitoring Betches Island within 3 months. I desire our intelligence organization to be so astute that we know precisely how many snores Alvaradin emits in his slumber. That seems rather exaggerated, Lakshriff interjected, interrupting Amos. Can we truly afford to spend over a year merely focusing on Betches Island, especially with the impending super conflict that will sweep the world within the next decade? Amos emphasized the urgency of time, stating, we must complete the surveillance of Betches Island in 3 months, secure the Kingdom of Laika within a year, and incorporate the Kingdom of Newbury into our monitoring within 2 years. For the other seas bordering the Breno Sea, I allocate 5 years. As for the entire North Sea, let us tentatively assign a decade. It is crucial to understand that our organization's capabilities are continually advancing. If we can indeed monitor the Kingdom of Laika within a year, then covering the North Sea in 10 years is not entirely implausible. Lakshreefer took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the responsibility upon his shoulders. Although he lacked complete confidence in this burden, with Amos's unwavering support for the intelligence organization's development, he resolved to proceed. I shall exert my utmost effort. Even if I cannot seize the entire North Sea in 10 years, I will at least ensure that we can monitor half of it. Very well. Your assurance brings me peace of mind. Amos considered for a moment. Let us defer other arrangements until we stabilize. For now, these matters are sufficiently demanding. Indeed. The pool of capable individuals remains too scant, Dorrit remarked with a sympathetic smile directed at Lakshreefer. The diligent are burdened with more work. Lakshreefer's responsibilities surpass the combined efforts of the three of us. Your hard work is appreciated, Amos chuckled. Lakshreefer, however, saw no downside to the abundance of tasks, for it signified greater power at his disposal. Although the matters at hand are complex, he remains confident in his ability to address each one meticulously. By the way, regarding the issue of talent, once Lakshreefer has selected suitable office personnel, we shall cultivate them as our core team, as our capacity for absorption is not yet robust enough to incorporate external talents. After listening to Dolet's reflections, Amos offered a reminder. There are no issues with any of this, Lakshreefer affirmed. Amos clapped his hands, declaring, the arrangements are essentially complete. From today onward, everyone must get to work. The acquisition of the shipyard and the newspaper cannot be rushed. Drake and Lakshreefer can go together to negotiate for the lowest price. But we must be cautious not to compromise on quality by purchasing subpar shipyards. Very well, Drake replied, rising with a nod, ready to embark on the task at hand. I aim to finalize this matter within the next few days to ensure we swiftly get on track. Dorrit also stood, exhilarated by the sudden addition of 400 meticulously selected subordinates, eager to commence their training. I will be visiting Sheriff Alvaridin this afternoon. The gift will be pure gold. However, to maintain decorum, I shall also include some local delicacies from the Okamasi region. It is imperative to secure his protection in these early stages, Amos continued. Indeed, I will prepare shortly. By the way, you need to name the intelligence organization, Lakshreefer reminded. Must I? I had thought you would take care of that, Amos mused. Deep in thought, his first inclination was to remember the shipwreck straits, notorious for its numerous hazards. Reefs, submerged rocks that rise from the ocean and rivers, have long been a peril for seafarers, feared by captains. Let us call it reef. Chapter 133. Ironclad Lakshreefer murmured to himself, a smile forming on his lips. That's quite a splendid name. As long as you are satisfied, the organization will largely depend on you, Amos replied. By the way, I am uncertain of your capabilities. Would you require some guards upon your arrival? Lakshreefer waved his hand dismissively. That won't be necessary. Though I may not compare to your skills, I am not easily bested. My marksmanship is adequate. I shall procure a fine firearm. Very well, the choice is yours. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek my assistance, Amos concluded. Having said all that needed to be said, now, let us each attend to our respective duties. We shall depart, Dorrit said, clasping Drake's shoulder. Indeed, Amos replied. And the group left the office. Amos exhaled softly, took a few sips of clear water, and closed his eyes, beginning to harness his perceptive abilities to sense every aspect of the entire building. His foremost task was to develop his fruit abilities, elevating his strength to a higher level. Currently, he found himself unable to contend even with a vice admiral from the Navy headquarters, should he encounter a more formidable opponent in the future. The outcome could be dire. After all, individual strength holds significant importance in this world. Earlier, during his conversation with Drake, Amos had mentioned 3 established training directions: swordsmanship, hockey, and self-discipline. At this moment, the most feasible and effective path to substantial strength enhancement undoubtedly lay in swordsmanship. He possessed a natural talent for the art of the sword, and with the aid of his fruit abilities, it would not be long before he entered the realm of the breath of all things, thereby becoming a first-rate swordsman, rivaling Dolet. Upon reaching the realm of the breath of all things in swordsmanship, with a more refined and solid foundation, he could then master observation hockey, followed by an intensive cultivation of armament hockey, which would significantly augment his strength. When he next faced seasoned adversaries like the veteran vice admirals of the Navy headquarters, Amos would be more assured of his chances in battle. Everyone was busy, and as the soul of the team and its driving force, he dared not afford even a moment's relaxation. Dressed in comfortable, loose-fitting attire, he found no need to change clothes and proceeded downstairs toward the yet-to-be-constructed training ground. Standing on the training ground, which was overgrown with patches of wild grass, Amos extended his right hand to his left waist, slowly grasping the hilt of his sword, Chingue. He closed his eyes, fully unleashing his perceptive abilities, effortlessly covering the entire training ground. Rather than employing visual perception, he relied on his physical senses. He merged his fruit abilities with his environment, believing that only by becoming one with all things could he genuinely experience the breath of all things. Soon enough, through his abilities, he sensed the threshold of this unity. Dolet, now serving as the captain of the guard, was assembling his team at a distance not too far from Amos, while Locke Schiffer stood beside him, selecting suitable candidates from the guard to be integrated into the intelligence organization, REEF. Before long, they took notice of Amos, who stood alone and silently on the training ground. "What is he doing?" Locke Schiffer inquired of Dolet. Dolet gazed from afar, and after a few seconds, a smile spread across his face. "Ah." He aims to break through to a new realm of swordsmanship, the breath of all things. Once he enters this realm, he will be capable of cutting through even steel. Cutting through steel? Locke Schiffer, unfamiliar with the domain of swordsmanship, found himself intrigued. "Indeed," Dolet replied, hands on his hips, his gaze fixed on Amos, who had drawn his sword halfway and stood motionless like a statue. However, before he can sever steel, he must first learn to cut through nothing at all. Huh. Locke Schiffer could hardly comprehend the words spoken. On one hand, there was the claim that even steel could be severed, while on the other, a premise was presented that nothing could be cut. Such stark contradictions left him perplexed. Noticing the rare look of bewilderment on Locke Schiffer's face, Dolet chuckled and patted his shoulder, saying, "This is a complex matter that requires a swordsman to truly grasp its profound essence. Should Amos achieve this, his prowess in swordsmanship would be nearly on par with mine." Locke Schiffer surmised from Dolet's words that he had indeed mastered it. Dolet, not one for idle chatter, strode directly to the front of the neatly arranged guard squad, commanding one of them to raise a sword high. He then swiftly drew his own blade and executed a decisive cut, effortlessly severing the sword held aloft by the guard. The front half of the sword plummeted to the ground, reflecting the astonished faces of the soldiers and its gleaming surface. Dolet sheathed his sword and remarked, "That is essentially the idea. Of course, this demonstration is primarily theatrical. In genuine combat, only a swordsman who has comprehended the essence will truly understand its significance." Upon his explanation, not only was Locke Schiffer astounded, but every member of the guard stood wide-eyed in disbelief. This was not merely a lesson. It served as a testament to Dolet's authority. In a world where strength reigns supreme, regardless of its absurdity, this remains an undeniable truth. Dolet aimed to instill in his soldiers a deep-seated respect for his power. Only through genuine reverence could he effectively train them. With the interlude concluded, Locke Schiffer resumed his inquiries with each member of the guard, seeking to uncover their previous experiences in order to identify potential talents. Amos remained utterly oblivious to his surroundings, as he gradually entered a state of focus where he could hear nothing, as if everything had been severed from him. His transition into this state was remarkably smooth, aided immensely by his fruit abilities. As he delved deeper, he began to sense a heaviness in his breath, only to realize it was not his own breath weighing down upon him, but rather the cacophony of countless breaths overlapping. The multitude of breaths intertwined rendered Amos unable to discern their individual sources. This overwhelming sensation stirred a hint of distraction within his mind, accompanied by a touch of anxiety and restlessness. Fortunately, Amos possessed a commendable ability to regulate his emotions. He swiftly dispelled the distractions and continued to focus intently on the origins of the breaths. As his perception sharpened, the sources of the breaths became increasingly distinct. He recognized the breath of the wild grass, the breath of the earth. Without relying on his perception to see, he could sense the wild grass swaying gently in the breeze, indicating the enhancement of his perceptive abilities. Exhaling slowly, Amos's previously frozen hand began to move, fully drawing the Chingue from its sheath. In this world, there exists a swordsman whose blade cannot be severed by anything. Amos's arms were remarkably steady as he executed a horizontal slash with his sword. Though swift, his movements exuded a graceful gentleness. After completing this maneuver, he paused briefly before striking again. Minutes passed in a continuous flurry before he finally ceased his actions. There existed a swordsman in the world capable of severing anything. A cryptic phrase echoed in his mind, one that his fencing instructor, Sampalo, had imparted during their lessons at the Naval Academy. With his eyes tightly shut, Amos endeavored to grasp the profundity of that statement. How could one wield a sword to cut through all, while tangible objects could be severed? How does one sever the intangible? How does one cut through will? Through fear? Through hatred? This was not merely a clash of swords, but a confrontation of hearts. In this contemplation, the morning slipped away unnoticed. The ultimate essence of swordsmanship, the ability to sever all, remained elusive to Amos. Ultimately, he relinquished the aspiration to comprehend such a lofty principle. Since the intangible could not be severed, he resolved to first attempt the simpler task of cutting through all tangible entities. Amos opened his eyes, and a spark of brilliance erupted within them. His body quivered slightly, and then, with a swift motion, he unleashed a strike with his sword. This blow bore neither the force of a true sword strike nor the glimmer of a blade. It was as if it had never been swung at all. Yet, deep within Amos, an intense intuition surged forth, compelling him to believe that whatever lay before him could be severed with that single strike. After a morning of unwavering expression, a smile finally graced Amos's lips. He had achieved a level of mastery in the realm of breathing life into all things, capable of slicing through iron. This accomplishment was attributed to both his innate talent for comprehension and the unique abilities bestowed upon him. Consequently, Amos felt a renewed confidence in his forthcoming endeavors to enhance other facets of his prowess through his abilities. Chapter 134. The Constable and the Baron at Noon. Drake remained busy at the docks, leaving only Amos, Dorat, and Rockshrew to dine in the banquet hall. "How goes it?" Amos inquired during their meal. Dorat's team had consistently performed well. This question was naturally directed to Rockshrew, who was tasked with selecting personnel. "We've identified over 20 candidates, which is sufficient for now. Tomorrow, we will proceed to sift through candidates at Drake's location, where the workload will be considerably greater. We anticipate assigning around 50 staff members to the building, ensuring our trading company can operate smoothly for an extended period," Rockshrew replied. "Excellent. Please expedite their arrangements and prepare gifts for our visit to Constable Alvaridon," Amos expressed, pleased with Rockshrew's efficiency. None among them were prone to procrastination. "In the afternoon, Dorat, you shall oversee matters here," he added. "Not a problem," Dorat assured. Casually munching on a chicken leg, such trivial tasks posed no challenge for him. After their meal, Dorat resumed training his subordinates, revealing a genuine enthusiasm for such undertakings. Amos had effectively assigned him a fitting role. Rockshrew departed to prepare the gifts, while Amos returned to his chamber to don a crisp, black suit. Clad in formal attire, he appeared even more elongated, an elegant aura of a gentleman subtly emanating from his resolute demeanor. He adjusted his collar in front of the mirror and tidied his tousled dark hair. Gazing at his reflection, Amos could not help but smile. It had been quite some time since he had taken such care in his appearance. Noticing his slightly overgrown beard, he patiently set about shaving. After shaving off the beard he had grown for a year or two, Amos's already striking visage shed its languor and despondency, becoming even more vibrant. Satisfied with his refined appearance, he exited his room, recognizing the necessity of presenting himself as a businessman to the sheriff, thus softening the latter's vigilance. Amos, however, would hardly waste his energy on superficialities daily. Otherwise, others might mistakenly believe he was merely courting the company of enchanting young women. Upon descending the stairs, he found Lockshrift preparing gifts, several boxes of exquisite spices, and other specialties from the Okarmasi. With the pièce d'assistance being gold, 3 stacked sandalwood boxes filled with substantial quantities of the precious metal. "Goodness, I almost didn't recognize you after this transformation," Lockshrift jested, observing Amos as if he were a different person. "The suit is quite comfortable. Perhaps I shall adopt the guise of a businessman more frequently." Allowing for a more relaxed demeanor, Amos remarked as he approached Lockshrift, scrutinizing the gifts. Lockshrift, clad in his customary expensive suit, appeared far more refined than Amos. With his hands tucked into his pockets, curly hair, and gold-rimmed glasses. Yet, his somewhat frail appearance betrayed a delicate constitution. His slightly sunken eyes, chapped lips, and pallor were even more pronounced than that of some beautiful young women, lending him an air of fragility despite his elegance. "Yes, everything is in order," Amos observed after scanning the presents, nodding with approval as he straightened his posture. "Shall we depart?" "Indeed," Lockshrift replied, hands clasped behind his back. As the two prepared to summon someone to assist with carrying the gifts, they were unexpectedly interrupted. A guard from Dolet burst into the building, approached Amos in the hall, performed the salute he had learned in recent days, and announced, "Chairman, Sheriff Alvaridon is here to see you." Amos raised an eyebrow, exchanging a knowing glance with Rockshrifer. To our surprise, he seems even more eager than us, likely wishing to discern our circumstances sooner rather than later, remarked Rockshrifer. This indeed spares us unnecessary trouble. Amos turned to the guards, saying, "Let us proceed to welcome the esteemed sheriff." As they ventured forth, Amos instructed his subordinate, recently appointed as the head of the first floor, to prepare the reception room. Having exited the building, they traversed merely a few hundred meters before arriving at the grand entrance of the Merchant Association. By the time they arrived, Dorad had already made his appearance. "What a remarkable coincidence, Sheriff," Amos greeted with a warm smile. "We were just about to pay you a visit, and our gifts are all prepared." "Is that so?" exclaimed Alvaradin, clad in the distinctive military uniform of the sheriff, his expression one of surprise. "What a fortuitous alignment. It seems we are indeed on the same wavelength." With a polite smile, Amos gestured, "Since you are here, let us proceed directly to the reception room for a discussion." "Very well," Alvaradin replied. Following Amos and Rockshrifer into the building, the four robust guards accompanying Dorad did not intervene, allowing them to pass. Meanwhile, Dorad enjoyed a moment of leisure, continuing to organize patrols around the area, creating an illusion of military fortification. Alvaradin's guards dutifully halted before the building. While Alvaradin entered the reception room with Amos and the others, Amos had previously arranged for the staff to prepare swiftly, and the spacious hall was now tranquil. With a bright table adorned with fresh fruit, the three of them intuitively settled on one side of the sofa, avoiding the conference table. This was a subtle yet significant gesture. Sitting at the table upon first meeting could heighten tension, as it would imply a serious discussion. Instead, occupying the side sofa alleviated pressure, making it more conducive to casual conversation and ensuring a more comfortable atmosphere for all. As soon as they were seated, Amos summoned someone to bring in the gifts that had been prepared in the hall. Once placed upon the table, the attendant withdrew. "You see, the gifts are nearly ready. Had you arrived half an hour later, we would have been seated in your residence." Amos chuckled. Alvaradin's expression shifted slightly as he gazed at the gifts. Initially, he assumed Amos was jesting, only to realize that the latter genuinely intended to present him with a gift. The pile of presents resting on the table was not to be underestimated. During their first encounter, Amos had gifted him a substantial box, which he discovered upon opening to be filled to the brim with gold, worth no less than 10 million berries. Such a lavish initial gift certainly set a precedent, making one ponder the worth of this current offering. On one hand, Alvaradin found himself intrigued by these gifts. On the other, he contemplated the implications of Amos's extravagant generosity. From all he had witnessed thus far, swiftly arranged properties, a multitude of patrolling guards, and casual displays of wealth, it was evident that Amos was no mere minor player. Within mere seconds, Alvaradin's mind raced with various considerations, putting on a facade of indifference towards the gifts. He focused his gaze on Amos. "You mentioned a desire to pay me a visit. I wonder what the occasion might be. Shouldn't you be the one to initiate the discussion?" Amos deliberately returned the question, seeking to gauge Alvaradin's stance, considering he had arrived to visit them first. As a constable, it was indeed essential to understand the presence of such a prominent merchant within his jurisdiction. Without hesitation, Alvaradin posed a rather pointed inquiry. "Upon your arrival, I noticed a considerable number of guards at your establishment. May I inquire why a merchant of your stature maintains such a formidable entourage?" Amos, upon hearing this, raised his glass with an inscrutable expression. It was evident that the latter part of the interlocutor's statement was not merely a slip of the tongue, but rather a blatant display of the aristocracy's disdain and contempt for the lower classes. After all, Alvaradin, besides being a constable, was also a baron well known among the inhabitants of Betchus Island. Chapter 135. Seeds of Alliance. In the face of this inquiry, Amos remained unfazed, offering a calm smile as he naturally explained, "Due to the multitude of pirates in the shipwreck strait, even warships dare not traverse freely. Since we intend to establish ourselves here, it is only prudent to ensure our safety, thus we have employed numerous individuals. Furthermore, our successful repulsion of several pirate incursions in the shipwreck strait attests to the validity of our concerns." "Ah, I see," Alvaradin remarked. It was difficult to ascertain from his expression and tone whether he genuinely believed Amos's words or was merely feigning belief while maintaining a watchful skepticism. Both parties were seasoned players, having rolled in the mire long enough to conceal their true selves. This was a subtle test between the powerful and the local authority. "There's another matter," Alvaradin emphasized as he continued. "I am simply curious. Wasn't the Okama Sea region where you all came from quite prosperous? Why would you suddenly choose to come to our relatively impoverished Breno Sea region?" The question grew increasingly pointed, leaving Amos momentarily at a loss for words, struggling to articulate a suitable response. Beside him, Rockshrueford interjected, attempting to lighten the mood with a jest. It is precisely because this is a remote and impoverished area that it offers ample opportunities for profit. This could be interpreted as sophistry or as a reasonable explanation. Alvaredin skillfully gauged the balance, refraining from probing further once he received a response. He understood that delving too deeply could escalate the atmosphere into one of tension. In Alvaredin's view, they were all, at their core, merchants, individuals imbued with greed and indifference, engaging in unscrupulous dealings. To amass wealth, it was inevitable that it would be extracted from the hands of the pitiable, perhaps deserving of sympathy from future generations. The methods of acquisition were often not suited for public scrutiny, and the ostensible merchants maintained a tacit agreement not to expose one another's secrets, united by a common goal to preserve their polished faades. As fellow veterans of the trade, discerning the traits of cunning and caution required merely a brief encounter. He could likely deduce that Amos and his associates were not to be trifled with. This newly arrived Francis trading company resembled a seemingly harmless snake, yet one that could very well harbor venomous intent. However, such revelations did not concern him. His inquiries were merely to ascertain whether Amos' group posed any threat to him. Once that possibility was dismissed, both parties could engage as if they were sincere allies, united in their pursuit of profit from the city. In this world, the principles were quite simple. Everyone is either a foe or a friend. Now that we can feel at ease, it is time to discuss other matters. My inquiries are quite mundane. Please do not take them to heart. Alvaredin swiftly conveyed his goodwill, remarking that you were all planning to pay me a visit, though the purpose remains unclear. Betchus Island is neither vast nor diminutive. The town is rife with intricate power dynamics, and within just a day or two of inquiry, I have come to learn of formidable factions such as the Sea Urchin Gang and the Shimmering Gold Consortium. Amos recounted his reasons for seeking Alvaredin. It is no simple task for any external force to disrupt the internal stability. Our presence here is solely for commerce, and we do not wish to stir up trouble. Hence we implore you to show understanding. In essence, Amos is in search of protection. Alvaredin's expression remained unchanged, yet he nonchalantly replied, as a sheriff, he would certainly ensure matters in this regard were taken care of, so the president need not be overly concerned. Indeed, after arriving on the island, I have gained a general understanding of the overarching landscape, alongside hearing numerous accounts of your deeds. With your protection, we can confidently pursue our business endeavors. Amos nudged the gift on the table toward Alvaredin. The motion was subtle, yet the implication was unmistakably clear. Is this the primary reason the president intends to visit me? Alvaredin inquired, casting a glance at the gift. Amos nodded, his gaze sincere, reminiscent of a youthful entrepreneur in his early 20s, fervently proclaiming his intent to carve out new horizons with integrity. Alvaredin took a sip of his drink, momentarily stalling as he pondered the matter at hand. Setting down his glass, he elegantly picked up a napkin to dab at his mouth, inquiring, might I ask what business you intend to pursue upon your arrival on Betchus Island? Shipbuilding, shipping, or perhaps journalism? Amos outlined 3 potential ventures. To embark on 3 paths simultaneously? I trust you are aware that the majority of enterprises on the island are currently monopolized by the Shanjin Merchant Guild? Alvaredin queried, confident that Amos was well informed about the local situation, thus curious about his course of action. Does a monopoly necessarily eliminate the avenues for others to prosper? Amos retorted, if the Shanjin Merchant Guild can monopolize, so too can we. Business thrives and flourishes through competition. I am not particularly concerned about them. These words, spoken by the seemingly youthful Amos, conveyed not arrogance but rather a subtle confidence born of maturity, stirring a sense of intrigue within Alvaredin. When Amos uttered these words, he positioned himself in opposition to the Shimmering Gold Consortium. Presently, the dynamics on Betchus Island reveal a standoff between Sheriff Alvaredin and the Sea Mouse Gang, united against the Shimmering Gold Consortium. His intention in making this statement was to instill in Alvaredin a sense of camaraderie between the two factions, thereby fostering collaboration and forming an alliance among the Sheriff, the Sea Mouse Gang, and the Francis Consortium, with the aim of seizing a share of the spoils from the Shimmering Gold Consortium. Amos has triumphed, and Alvaredin has devised a strategy to win him over. The Shimmering Gold Guild and Inspector Jason belong to the same faction. Inspector Jason wields significant power, controlling both the financial affairs and the judicial authority of Betchus Island. Together with the Shimmering Gold Guild, they have emerged as the preeminent force in the division of resources. This alliance inevitably stirs envy among others. Yet few factions on the island possess the capability to confront them directly. The arrival of the Francis Guild may serve as a pivotal catalyst to disrupt this status quo. Alvaredin envisions a future where he vanquishes the Shimmering Gold Guild and monopolizes numerous industries. At that juncture, his influence is destined to expand dramatically, leaving Inspector Jason vulnerable. Once he is eliminated, the formidable Priest Clyster will pose little challenge, allowing Alvaredin to effortlessly manipulate everything concerning the governor, Count Calvin Aladdin, thus becoming the undisputed emperor of Betchus Island. Amos remained silent, patiently awaiting Alvaredin's words. As soon as Alvaredin spoke, he and Lockshrife were able to swiftly discern each other's thoughts. Before long, Alvaredin could no longer contain himself and extended an olive branch. The Shining Gold merchants are not to be underestimated. You should refrain from underappreciating their prowess. However, their monopoly has indeed remained unchallenged for quite some time, and I believe this is not a positive development for Betchus Island. Therefore, I should be able to assist you. As soon as he finished speaking, both Amos and Lockshrife could hardly conceal their inner joy, their smiles betraying their excitement. If that is the case, it would be splendid indeed. Amos understood that the seeds of alliance had already begun to germinate, and it was imperative for him to lend his support. If we are truly able to dismantle the Shining Gold merchants' monopoly on Betchus Island, I assure you, I shall provide you with a reward that will be most satisfactory. This was precisely what Alvaredin desired. Although the downfall of the Shining Gold merchants would allow him to more easily encroach upon the authority of Inspector Jason, the prospect of reaping substantial profits was equally enticing. I must thank you in advance. You are too kind, Amos replied, raising his goblet. Let us drink to celebrate the impending dissolution of the Shining Gold merchants' monopoly. Lockshrife raised his cup in agreement. Alvaredin, amused by Amos's audacious remarks, chuckled lightly and raised his own goblet, the fragrant wine within swaying gently. That would be splendid indeed. Chapter 136. A fractured facade following further discussions. The initial framework of the alliance had taken shape. However, the notion of waging a commercial war against the Shining Gold merchants required more careful consideration, regardless of one's strength. Daring to challenge a merchant guild entrenched for decades within mere days of arrival was undoubtedly a foolhardy endeavor. The Francis Merchant Guild was in the process of strategizing, but Alvaredin's protection was swiftly put in place. Publicly, his city guard ensured safety, while clandestinely, the assistance of the Sea Mouse gang alleviated any concerns Amos and his companions might have had regarding potential troubles. Thanks to their support, the Francis Shipping Company at the docks accelerated its operational readiness, and a new team had been assembled. Through the Sea Mouse gang's connections within the gray market, the framework for smuggling operations was gradually established. The first batch of contraband began to be smuggled 5 days after the alliance was formed, with Drake personally commanding 3 cargo ships laden with goods, traversing the wrecked ship straight en route to the Kingdom of Newbray to meet with receiving personnel. This single voyage yielded a shipping profit of 30 million berries. As previously remarked by Lockshrife, the shipping company serves as the lifeline for the Francis Chamber of Commerce, fully operational after its recent surge. Should this lucrative machine cease to exist, the investment in other industries would swiftly sever the financial chain of the entire chamber. This sector has astonishingly entered a phase of regularization and expansion, with other areas already on the agenda. Since accommodating the newly arranged staff, Lockshrife has been traversing the streets of Betchus Island daily, seeking suitable shipyards and newspapers for acquisition. On February 21st in the year 1516 of the sea calendar, a week has elapsed since the formation of the alliance, and everything is progressing at a breakneck speed. During this period, Amos has thoroughly mastered the foundational techniques of the iron cutter, which signifies his emergence as a first-rate swordsman. The subsequent goal will be to attain the level of a swordmaster. With the enhancement of his swordsmanship, Amos has gained a more profound understanding of his perception abilities, becoming increasingly adept at controlling this skill. Moreover, the range of his perceptive abilities has significantly expanded, currently radiating from the headquarters of the chamber to encompass 4 or 5 surrounding streets, a considerable distance. However, the aspiration to one day have the entire island under his watchful gaze remains a long journey ahead. This morning, after finishing breakfast in the banquet hall, Amos and Dolet planned to head to the training grounds to begin honing their observation hockey, as mastering it as soon as possible is vital. The training grounds were refurbished yesterday, the track completed, and various training equipment arranged, with more demanding apparatuses to be added gradually. The dining hall is set to be completed in 2 days, allowing both of them, along with the guard team and staff, to dine there instead of the rather inappropriate setting of the banquet hall meant for entertaining guests. I envy you. After consuming the devil fruit, your swordsmanship has advanced rapidly. And now you are hardly inferior to me, Dolet casually remarked as they walked side by side toward the training grounds. His tone was not one of arrogance, rather. He had always excelled in swordsmanship, and Amos's swift progress was indeed remarkable. Your foundation is much more solid than mine. It won't be long before you aim for the rank of sword master, Amos inquired. Dolet nodded, stating, in a few months, once I become a sword master. I will then spend 5 more years striving for the title of Grand Sword Master. All right, I will strive to keep pace with you, Amos replied with a smile. But I must first master my observation hockey. Good, focus on enhancing your observation hockey. I am currently stuck at the entry level with little progress. By then, you can guide me when you achieve mastery. Dolet expressed his hope that once Amos becomes proficient in observation hockey, he would be able to provide him with guidance. Amos gently patted Dolet's shoulder and remarked, when the time comes, I shall reluctantly offer you some guidance. Dolet shot him a glare and retorted, You've become formidable after consuming a devil fruit. If I were to partake in one, I wonder how impressive you would still be. The two engaged in playful banter. Reminiscent of their days at the Naval Academy, a testament to the steadfastness of their camaraderie, untouched by any discord. Soon they arrived at the training grounds, where a battalion of 400 guards had already assembled, awaiting Dolet's instructions for the day's regimen. Just moments before, Dolet had exuded a youthful exuberance, but upon approaching, he clasped his hands behind his back, adopting an austere demeanor befitting a cold-blooded instructor, a role he seemed to relish. Quite the performance, Amos jested. Yet, Dolet was already in the zone. Observing the change in Amos's expression and tone, he asserted, I shall proceed with training now. Very well, Amos replied, watching as Dolet strode purposefully towards the ranks, only to be met with his stern reprimands. Truth be told, Amos was inherently a lover of the mundane, relishing a tranquil existence. However, the idyllic days of roasting meat atop the mountains with his trio during childhood had been shattered, just as the harmonious days spent safeguarding peace in the North Sea with his 4 companions had come to an end. Thus, he resolved to train and grow stronger, hoping that perhaps the next chapter of bliss would remain unbroken. Feeling unusually lighthearted, Amos found solace in a secluded patch of land, standing there in contemplation. As was his custom, he closed his eyes to attune his body to the world around him. Since consuming the fruit, he had increasingly felt that the role of his eyes had diminished. With the intentional relinquishment of a particular sense, a new awareness emerged, bestowing upon him unparalleled sensations. It was time for him to commence the practice of observation hockey. In essence, observation hockey involved the profound ability to sense the atmosphere around him, enabling him to detect adversaries beyond his line of sight and to anticipate their movements. This bore a connection to the iron-cutting technique he had previously mastered. Nearly all the objectives he set for himself shared a common thread, with perception manifesting in various forms within his techniques. It had only been about half a month. He felt an innate synergy with the perception fruit, with both elements coalescing harmoniously. Often, he mused that he was destined to have consumed the perception fruit. However, his practice was cut short when Rockshrift returned prematurely from his quest for suitable acquisitions. He first ventured into Amos's office within the building, only to find it empty, prompting him to hasten to the training grounds. Upon arrival, Rockshrift appeared breathless, his frail frame betraying his exhaustion. This fellow was already lean, and his relentless work ethic had rendered him even more fragile. What troubles you? Amos inquired, having been wholly absorbed in his practice of observation hockey, thus failing to notice Rockshrift's earlier presence in the building. There has been an issue with the acquisition, Rockshrift replied. Lockshire took several deep breaths to steady his nerves. The Golden Commerce Guild had long been aware of their activities, and they were also cognizant of the collaboration with Alvaladin. In a bid to counteract their alliance, the guild had intensified its control over industries, leaving no shipyards or newspapers willing to engage in transactions with them. What was inevitable had finally arrived. Amos ceased his training and sat aside, watching as Dolet led the guard in their drills. If they could not even manage acquisitions, establishing their own foundation would prove even more arduous. Lockshire pulled out a handkerchief to dab at the beads of sweat on his forehead and proposed, I believe we should consult with Alvaladin. We are aligned in our interests, and they too desire to dismantle the monopoly of the Golden Commerce Guild. They are likely to assist us. Amos had no objections to this. After all, the purpose of allies is to resolve dilemmas. Now was the time for their alliance to manifest its significance. If the sea mice were to instigate chaos and Alvaladin failed to dispatch the city guard to quell the disturbances, an opportunity might arise for them to proceed with acquisitions. Lockshire articulated his thoughts, having contemplated this strategy on the way back. Amos furrowed his brow and remarked, "Isn't this tantamount to tearing the facade with the adversary? To covet their spoils while wishing to maintain amicable relations is a fanciful notion." Rockshrieve roused Amos from his reverie, emphasizing that their obstruction in our pursuit of profit has already severed the ties of civility. Thus, it is imperative to employ some unscrupulous tactics to undermine certain sectors of their enterprise. Chapter 137. Windfall. Very well. Intricate matters can be directly negotiated with the sea urchin gang. They are far more adept at such undertakings than we are. Lacking a superior alternative, Amos chose not to object. Furthermore, we must remain vigilant. Once this scheme is set into motion, we cannot predict how they might retaliate against us. Understood. Utilizing nefarious means to dismantle their industry is merely the initial step. The true challenge lies in overcoming their monopoly once we gain control. Undoubtedly, they will unleash formidable countermeasures. Rockshrieve had anticipated this as well. However, we must withstand whatever comes our way. Ultimately, there is no evading destiny, so we shall boldly confront it head-on. Amos chuckled heartily, patting Lockshire on the shoulder, his gaze brimming with approval. Exactly, this embodies our style. If it weren't for our intention to quietly seize Betchus Island and gradually gain control over the Kingdom of Lyca, a mere minor golden merchant association would hardly warrant our attention. Rest assured, although overcoming the obstacles of monopoly will be arduous, we can use Alvaridin and the Sea Mouse gang to shield ourselves from other bullets. With their support during this period, we can focus on our development. And soon we will possess the capacity to strategize our domination of Betchus Island. In no more than a year, we shall completely secure Betchus Island. As Lockshire continued, he broached some sensitive topics. Sure, Amos made a gesture for silence. We'll discuss those when the time is right. For now, let us act as thorough collaborators and forget about these matters. None of those fellows are benign. It is best not to wear our thoughts on our sleeves, nor harbor them too openly within, for they are adept at discerning our innermost feelings. Your demeanor throughout this entire series of events is hardly befitting of someone merely 20 years of age. Lockshire, upon receiving Amos's reminder, could not help but chuckle in response. Amos smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. Lockshire also refrained from saying much, rising from his seat. Let us not waste any more time. I shall now seek out Alvaridin and the Sea Mouse to discuss the matter of sanctions at the earliest opportunity. He paused, glancing back as he was about to depart. Does this imply that suitable shipyards and newspapers have been identified? Indeed, Lockshire replied, halting his steps. Both the shipyard and the newspaper have been located. However, the owners are all affiliated with the Shining Gold Consortium and refuse to entertain any purchase offers. They either demand exorbitant prices, exceeding market value by 50%, or simply decline outright. Consequently, I have abandoned the conventional acquisition route. Once the Sea Mouse intervenes, these two establishments will be unable to turn a profit, and I intend for them to plead with us to acquire their assets at a 50% discount below market value. There was a hint of vindictiveness in Lockshire's tone, which struck Amos as somewhat amusing. Very well, if it all aligns, let us proceed. However, ensure that the personnel remain intact, and do not merely acquire an empty shell. Understood. If money proves ineffective, we shall resort to force. There will always be a means to resolve the issue, Lockshire acknowledged with a nod to Amos. Before taking his leave, Lockshire swiftly departed. The group had been busily traversing the island day and night, and in contrast, Amos found his daily practice in the training grounds to be relatively tranquil. Amos gazed towards the training ground, where the guards' drills had concluded, and Dolet was leading them in other warm-up exercises in preparation for high-intensity training. Everyone was striving towards that lofty goal, and he could not afford to slacken his efforts. Thus, he rose and made his way to a secluded spot, closing his eyes to resume his practice of the observation hockey. On the 24th of February in the year 1516 of the Sea Circle calendar, merely 3 days hence, after completing the morning training, Amos, Dolet, and the guard, along with the staff, gathered for a meal in the newly constructed dining hall. Midway through their meal, Rockshire returned, accompanied by Drake, who had just completed his voyage. It was fortuitous that the two had returned together. After several days, the group was fortunate to reunite again. After serving themselves, the two men joined Amos at the table. How did your voyage go, Drake? Amos inquired first about the expedition. Drake picked up his fork and replied, it was satisfactory. We did encounter some pirates while crossing the shipwreck strait, but we managed to defeat them without any serious incident. Aside from the pirates, the journey was unremarkable. Although the two nations are currently at odds and engage in sporadic military conflicts, their trade demands remain substantial. We have effectively opened the only viable trading route. However, the demand is excessively high, and the competition is fierce. Our transport capacity ultimately has its limitations and cannot accommodate the volume required by both nations. I believe there is significant potential for expansion here, Amos suggested. If we could establish a safe passage through the shipwreck strait, there would be no need for your escort every time. The vessels could traverse it independently, merely paying a toll for passage. After a brief pause, Amos articulated his vision. I feel this area holds great promise. Perhaps you could temporarily set aside the shipping matters and focus on developing a secure navigable route. Rockshrift, having just swallowed a piece of meat, excitedly clapped his hands. Why didn't I think of that? With our strength, we could completely eradicate the pirates in the shipwreck strait. If we control the strait and establish a safe passage, the toll could be equivalent to regular escort fees. Given the immense demand, our monthly earnings could exceed billions. Annually, our share could amount to at least a couple $100 billion. This represents an enormous asset. As long as this route remains open, the profits will flow into our coffers continuously. Dolet was taken aback, recalling that their previous heist yielded over $100 billion after numerous deductions. While monopolizing the shipwreck strait could potentially garner hundreds of billions each year. Of course, it's not that straightforward. If the shipwreck strait could be cleared, it would have been resolved long ago. Establishing a safe route may still prove challenging, Rockshrift rationally analyzed after regaining his composure. Thus, Drake should continue with the shipping trade for now, allowing us to at least open a channel. As for the development of a secure passage, we will set that aside until we gather more intelligence and enhance the strength of Dolet's guard, enabling us to overpower those pirates with overwhelming force. In fact, collaborating with those pirates is quite an astute choice. Was it not previously mentioned that the shipwreck strait is home to 3 major pirate crews? As long as we forge an alliance, this shipping route will be virtually secure. Amos articulated his thoughts, acknowledging that attempting to seize the shipwreck strait alone would be exceedingly challenging. Our primary objective at present is Betches Island. Once we secure Betches Island, we shall prepare for a dual-front offensive, gradually encroaching upon the Lyca Kingdom while simultaneously engaging in shipping commerce through the shipwreck strait. Drake wholeheartedly concurred. To conquer the shipwreck strait will undoubtedly require a year, at the very least. If the only outcome of a direct confrontation is a year of fruitless waiting, then it is far wiser to collaborate with the pirates during this time and, once our foundations are solidified, eliminate them all at once. Lok Shrifu chuckled softly. I may have been a bit too eager and overlooked this matter. Quite understandable. I too feel exhilarated at the prospect. Sitting here, we could amass 2 billion, making us akin to celestial dragons. As if the Lyca Kingdom and the Nubra Kingdom were our vassal states, Dorat remarked, eliciting laughter from several others. Amidst their meal, a lucrative business opportunity concerning the shipwreck strait began to take shape. After this discussion, Lok Shrifa took the initiative to broach the subject of acquisitions. Alvaridin and the Sea Mouse Gang have indeed proven remarkably effective. Initially, the shipyard was reported for cutting corners and shipbuilding, leading Alvaridin to dispatch individuals to seal it off, with the Flash Gold Chamber of Commerce intervening. However, Alvaridin has consistently held them in limbo, preventing the shipyard from resuming operations. Subsequently, the Sea Mouse Gang swiftly targeted the press, employing various unscrupulous tactics that severely impacted their business. Yet, to truly drive them to ruin may require a considerable amount of time, Amos inquired. Indeed, it is improbable that a mere few days of inactivity would suffice to bring them down. However, this period of waiting is essential. My next course of action will be to continuously shorten the time required to undermine them. The more, the better, Lok Shrifu asserted confidently. Chapter 138. Falling for the unattractive, what are your plans? Amos asked, intrigued by Lok Shrifu's self-assured demeanor. Lok Shrifu, not one to keep his thoughts concealed, candidly shared his deeper intentions. The shipyard is currently sealed and unable to operate, and dragging them down in this manner will necessitate significant time. However, before I made my move against them overtly, I had already sown the seeds in secret. As Lok Shrifu's ominous tone resonated, the others set down their utensils and turned their attention to him. I previously mentioned that the seal was due to issues with the ships constructed by the shipyard. Do you know whose order it was that initiated this? Lok Shrifu inquired. At this juncture, the others began to grasp the implications. The problematic vessels had also originated from Lok Shrifu. I placed the order, and naturally, if there are issues with the vessels, I must hold them accountable. As for who orchestrated the sabotage, does it truly matter with Alvaredin and their ilk assisting? Lakshri Fuo extended his hand, indicating another vessel that was not ours, but a cruise ship recently constructed and launched by this shipyard. The Sea Mouse gang had tampered with it, leading to its sinking at sea. With just a slight nudge, the victims would naturally attribute the primary cause of the ship's demise to issues of quality. If only one ship had encountered problems, it might have been manageable. However, now we faced the sinking of an entire vessel, and our ongoing construction was also discovered to be marred by substandard practices. The shipyard's reputation would be utterly ruined. The exorbitant compensations could render the shipyard nearly lifeless, and with its reputation in tatters, even if Alvaredin did not impede their lawsuits and allowed them to continue operations, they would struggle to secure any orders. Previously, they had the backing of the glittering Gold Merchant Guild, but now the shipyard had become a wreck. Burdened by immense debt, who would still wish to assist them? No applause echoed in the air. Amos pondered, if this were the case, taking over would compel us to pay astronomical compensation, and with the shipyard's reputation plummeting, it would be exceedingly difficult for us to obtain business. Indeed, we do not seek to acquire a failing enterprise, Drake concurred. Having set the initial stage, I had already envisioned the subsequent moves. Lakshri Fuo explained with deliberate calmness that initially, we could pay the high compensations. Once we had acquired the shipyard and it became an established fact, Alvaredin would uncover that the sinking incident was not due to the shipyard's faults, but rather an act of sabotage against the whole. With the true culprit unveiled, our unjust losses would be rightfully reclaimed. As for reputation, clarifying this matter would undoubtedly ease the situation. The temporary lack of business would be inconsequential. We could initially fulfill orders for our own shipping company. By the time we completed our orders, at least 6 months would have passed. What is the greatest talent of humanity? Forgetting, of course. 6 months later, how many would still remember this incident? Additionally, with the shipyard undergoing a name change and reorganization, it would emerge renewed, entirely free of issues. Lakshri Fuo's meticulous plans encompassed all necessary considerations, and at present, there seemed to be no problem. After careful reflection, Amos' voice noted said, "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. Leave this matter to me. It will take no more than a week. As for the newspaper, that is even simpler. Being inherently smaller than the shipyard, it can be easily managed and will not take long to acquire." Lakshri remarked that the second matter could essentially be entrusted entirely to him, for he was adept at employing ruthless tactics. Given that a conflict with the Shanjin Merchant Guild and the Inspectorate was inevitable, one should proceed with unambiguous decisiveness. With the assistance of Sheriff Alvaredin on the official front and the Sea Urchin gang stirring up discord on the shadowy side, they could act with even greater audacity. However, one day, as they resorted to such underhanded methods, Drake commented during a meal. Dolet, initially engrossed in his food, glanced up at him upon hearing the remark. The two still had not fully adjusted their mindset, though they had witnessed numerous naval atrocities and countless dark societal events. The sudden notion of engaging in such conduct themselves left them feeling somewhat uneasy. Lakshri, not originally of their ilk, had spent many years in the gambling dens, entangled with the underworld, and was not particularly known for his benevolence. It was precisely because of this that today's affair had to be left to him. Had it been entrusted to Drake or Dolet, they would have been utterly incapable of conceiving such tactics. Amos recognized that the time had come for a shift in mindset. Having nearly finished his meal, he set down his utensils, clasped his hands, and began to speak. This approach may seem rather unscrupulous to us, given that we have never engaged in such enterprises. However, if I were to ask you how you would acquire a shipyard or a newspaper, would you resort to paying an exorbitant sum, far exceeding market value? Neither Drake nor Dolet uttered a word. We possess an ambitious objective, which allows for a certain degree of idealism, complemented by various admirable qualities. Yet, in matters of action, we cannot afford such naivety. The world is not a reflection of a fairy tale, and we have all witnessed countless grim realities. Take, for instance, the recent absurdity of Sheriff Alvaredin aligning himself with the criminal organization, the Sea Mouse Gang. Amos chuckled, a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. We have been mired in this quagmire, never truly escaping it. Thus, what we face is not merely individuals from outside the mire. Such figures do not exist in our current world. The group listened in silence. Engaging in commercial warfare is fundamentally akin to our previous battles. If we do not eliminate them, they shall dispatch us in the next moment. There is no need for compassion. Reality is unyieldingly harsh. Amos instinctively drew a cigarette, pondering that innocence might yet suffer, and even civilians, who initially stood opposed to us, could be unwittingly harmed in our pursuit. This does not contradict our ultimate goal. To accomplish great things, sacrifices are inevitable, all aimed at securing something far greater in the future. I would not hesitate to say that I am prepared for my own demise, thus this is no mere facade. Since we have collectively chosen to tread this path, we must confront that which is unavoidable. Our aspiration to rise to a position capable of challenging the world government within a decade demands absolute commitment. To alter the world, there exists but one method: to first embrace the grotesque. Chapter 139, untitled, It Became Clear. This lengthy discourse weighed heavily on Drake, yet he was a man of reason. Amos admired their innate kindness and benevolence, for it is these virtues that truly define humanity. He equally valued their maturity. They were all adults capable of articulating their intentions and acting upon them without unnecessary delays. The meal they shared was marked by its own twists and turns. After dining, the four of them strolled together across the campus. Such opportunities would likely become increasingly rare, and they already sensed that sharing a meal together was a precious occurrence. "When do you depart?" Amos inquired of Drake. Drake stretched lazily, replying, "I set sail this afternoon. This time, it's not transporting goods, but people." "Is the schedule really that tight?" Amos expressed surprise, for typically, whether on a cargo ship or a war vessel, a lengthy voyage necessitated a period of rest. It was improbable to operate continuously without a pause. Drake was poised to depart again in less than half a day, truly becoming a man of considerable busyness. "The demand is overwhelming, and our current transport capacity is limited, which has led to a tight schedule," Drake elucidated. "It's beneficial to stay busy now. If I exert myself, it will help our trading company get on track sooner. Indeed, once the acquisition matters here are settled, I anticipate you will return from your journey. At that time, we can discuss the establishment of safe trade routes." Amos committed this matter to memory, recognizing both its potential for significant profit and his desire for Drake not to exhaust his time and energy solely on shipping. Before long, Drake excused himself from their walk, as he needed to attend to matters at the dock. Amos rubbed his temples, while Lakshriff remained unhurried. Dorat, having the guards taking their midday rest, found himself with little pressing matters at hand. The trio returned to Amos's office. Most arrangements for the upcoming fortnight had been settled, allowing them to relinquish any further concerns. Lakshriff appeared feeble in physique, yet exuded an unwavering spirit. "Shall we deliberate on matters of a more distant future?" he inquired. Having spent over half a month in this location, forming an alliance with the sheriff and the Sea Cucumber gang, they had established a firm foothold, making it indeed prudent to discuss long-term developments. Seizing the opportunity, Amos reclined lazily on the sofa. Dorat, with two swords sheathed at his waist, leaned against the edge of the table, listening intently. He maintained an air of a seasoned instructor, exuding maturity and seriousness, reminiscent of Master Zifa. The military tensions between the Kingdom of Laika and the Kingdom of Nibiria had been persistent, and one could not rule out the possibility of imminent conflict. "I believe that the outbreak of war would present us with the finest opportunity for our ascendance," Lakshriff remarked. "Your arrangements seem rather scant if you have the leisure to contemplate such distant matters," Amos jested lightly, before adopting a more solemn tone. "The two nations have engaged in conflict numerous times, yet none have escalated to a full-scale mobilization. Indeed, without a large-scale war, our ability to intervene and infiltrate the governance remains severely limited," Lakshriff concurred. "Once we gain control over Betchus Island, and our intelligence network blankets the entirety of the Kingdom of Laika, we can discreetly instigate the outbreak of war between the two nations." Amos nodded and said, "Let us first stabilize the situation and then contemplate how to swiftly secure Betchus Island. We ought to proceed as necessary. The Joint Commissioner should first eliminate the inspector. Once Alvaridin ascends as the legitimate emperor of Betchus Island, controlling him would equate to controlling the island itself. Subsequently, we can gradually take over the entire territory, which should not take much time." "I have some thoughts on this matter as well," Lakshriff remarked. Amos forced a wry smile, remarking on the multitude of questions posed, for he found these matters quite intriguing, akin to the thrill of gambling. Lakshriff sensed Amos's weariness and noted his lack of focus on the topic at hand. "You appear rather fatigued. Perhaps it is best for you to take a respite. I shall seek out Alvaridin," he continued, "given the recent developments. We remain uncertain how the Golden Flash Merchant Guild and the Oversight Committee will retaliate." Amos acknowledged, "Indeed, I shall ensure to rest adequately. Although this is a busy period, one must not push oneself to the brink of exhaustion, for that would be a grave miscalculation." With a hint of fatigue evident, Amos urged Lakshriff to take care. Rest assured, Lakshriv replied, waving his hand as he departed the office. Amos stifled a yawn. That fellow certainly dedicates himself to his tasks with more fervor than any of us, Dolit remarked, clicking his tongue in admiration. It seems as though he is inherently drawn to such endeavors, much like one derives boundless motivation when engaging in pursuits of genuine interest, akin to training the guards. Amos chuckled softly, confessing, I exerted my mental faculties to their fullest this morning while honing my perceptive abilities, leaving me utterly fatigued. Naturally, Dolit noticed Amos at the training grounds earlier that day, though he was uncertain of the extent of Amos' exhaustion. Nonetheless, he knew well that this individual would never relent until he reached the brink of exhaustion. You ought to take a nap, for even mastering the powers of the devil fruit has its limits. Amos rose and walked towards the door, asserting that one must continually exhaust their capabilities to achieve breakthroughs, much like their initial training in physical skills. The two exited, with Amos ascending the stairs to rest in his bedroom, while Dolit and Lakshriv, brimming with vitality, descended to convene an urgent assembly for rigorous training of the guard squad. After 2 hours of slumber, Amos awoke and resumed his training, simultaneously discussing various matters with a few individuals while striving to elevate his personal prowess to a higher realm. At the training ground, Dolit instructed the guard squad to stand at attention, while Amos opted to relax momentarily, choosing to hone his swordsmanship with Dolit rather than practice his mental fortitude first. Both now occupied the same realm. Their sparring was bound to yield fresh insights. Under the watchful eyes of the guard squad, the two engaged in an intense duel that lasted a full 20 minutes before a victor emerged. Dolit triumphed over Amos, which was to be expected. Despite both being in the same realm, Dolit stood at its pinnacle, poised to challenge for the title of Sword Master, while Amos had only just begun his journey. After the exhilarating bout, Amos felt considerably more at ease and moved to a different part of the training ground to pursue other exercises, while Dolit resumed his grueling training amidst the accolades of the guard squad. Meanwhile, at the docks, under Drake's supervision, the cruise ship was fully loaded and set sail for the kingdom of Nabair. Lakshriv conferred with Al-Valadin at the latter's residence, strategizing on how to counter the inspector. Everything was progressing steadily, calm yet reminiscent of the tranquility before a storm. Chapter 140. The Steam Engine on March 1st, 1516, in the sea-round calendar, at the shipyard. The press, as Lakshriv had mentioned days prior, was gradually being acquired under pressure. The Francis Trading Company spent a total of 3.5 billion berries to acquire these two industries, which was somewhat less than initially anticipated. Thus, the commercial framework of the Francis Trading Company took shape. With the Francis Shipping Company, Francis Shipyard, and Francis Press commencing operations, propelling the company onto a stable trajectory. The shipyard had the capacity to construct 2 vessels simultaneously. With its inaugural order coming from the Francis Shipping Company, also under the auspices of the Francis Trading Company, Drake's Shipping Company is now flourishing. Having placed orders for 3 cargo ships and 2 cruise liners in one go, these orders are sufficient to sustain the shipyard for an entire year. This situation is akin to a self-sufficient cycle, as the shipyard's reputation has yet to be restored, making it challenging to secure external contracts. Moreover, the current shipping company's capacity necessitates expansion, which, in turn, requires the construction of new vessels. Drake has taken charge of the shipping enterprise, while Lakshriv has assumed responsibility for the newspaper, which is also tasked with establishing an intelligence organization called Reef and dismantling the monopoly of the Shining Gold Guild. Consequently, he finds himself unable to allocate time for other matters. The shipyard remains unaffected by the commercial sanctions imposed by the Shining Gold Guild. Yet the newspaper under Lakshriv's direction has seen its circulation plummet to an alarming level, rendering it almost exclusively for internal use within the guild's headquarters. However, unlike the shipyard and the shipping company, the newspaper cannot afford to operate on a self-sufficient basis. It must increase its circulation to truly become the foremost newspaper on Beatus Island, the leading publication in the Kingdom of Laika, and the preeminent newspaper in the North Sea. Only by wielding significant influence over public opinion can it be deemed successful. Amos personally visited the shipyard to oversee operations. At present, there is no one capable of assuming the role of the shipyard director. Thus, he has taken it upon himself to step in. Another reason for his assumption of this position is the shipyard's ambition to develop steam-powered vessels, which necessitates his provision of avant-garde ideas and insights. Upon his arrival at the shipyard, Amos conducted a routine inspection and subsequently met with some of the former management personnel. Given that the shipyard had previously collaborated with the Flash Gold Merchant Association rather than being subordinate to it, there was a consensus that a significant overhaul of the management team was unwarranted. They decided to retain the majority of the staff while dismissing only those who were deemed ineffective and unreliable, rewarding and reassuring the remaining members for their contributions. After fully acknowledging the efforts of his subordinates, Amos arranged for a meeting with the shipwrights. The Francis shipyard boasted numerous seasoned shipwrights, but Amos also invested heavily in hiring a substantial number of qualified senior craftsmen, from whom he selected the most exceptional talents to form a secret research team. He was not overly concerned with the shipbuilding for the Francis Shipping Company, as it was all under his own purview and well monitored. The paramount focus now was the development of steamships, which aimed to enhance speed, defense, and offensive capabilities comprehensively, marking a groundbreaking achievement. At that moment, in the conference room of the shipyard, Amos was articulating his vision to the distinguished shipwrights of the research team. I hope you all can collaboratively explore the concept of a steam-powered vessel. A steamship? One shipwright inquired. Are you familiar with it? Amos retorted. The shipwright nodded, explaining it operates by burning water to generate steam, which propels the vessel forward. This concept has already been put into practice, with small-scale implementations around the world. Amos was both astonished and bewildered. Is it truly available already? If so, why has this innovative vessel, which conserves manpower and no longer relies on sails for propulsion, not been widely adopted? The shipwright responded. This type of ship necessitates a substantial amount of combustible materials as well as a significant supply of water, resulting in excessive consumption and limited practicality. Hence, few are inclined to utilize such vessels. Upon hearing the shipwright's explanation, Amos comprehended the reason behind the absence of widespread use of steamships. The development of steam vessels in the world of One Piece was still in its infancy. They had yet to achieve a closed-loop water resource system to sustain the continuous operation of the steam engine. This limitation was largely due to the absence of condensers in the steamships of that era. The principle of a steamship is rather straightforward, centering around the steam engine, which consists of three components: the steam boiler, the cylinder, and the condenser. The steam boiler generates steam, which propels the piston within the cylinder, converting steam into the power required for navigation, while the condenser transforms steam back into water for reuse. Without the invention of the condenser, water cannot be recycled. It diminishes with each use, necessitating considerable amounts of water and fuel for even moderately distant voyages. A cargo ship would require its hold filled with 30% fuel, 50% water, and 20% cargo, rendering it economically unfeasible. Do not inquire why seawater cannot be utilized. This situation, however, could be perceived as a fortuitous advantage. Since others had not yet successfully developed a practical steamship, Amos possessed an edge. The concept of steamships was already known among the shipwrights, significantly reducing the amount of explanation required on his part. He merely needed to assist the shipwrights in successfully researching the condenser, and with the steam engine resolved, the steamship would follow. This issue is one I can tackle alongside you, Amos declared, having pinpointed the crux of the problem: the steam engine's waste of water vapor. If they could recool this water vapor back into liquid, it could be re-evaporated to generate power and then converted back into water once more, perpetuating an endless cycle that would allow them to harness finite water resources to produce infinite energy. Though this sounds simple, transforming water vapor back into liquid presents a significant challenge, another shipwright remarked. To them, Amos, the esteemed proprietor, seemed merely adept at verbalizing ideas, especially since this conundrum had long plagued the shipwrights, maintaining sails as the dominant mode of maritime travel. If they could not solve it, how could Amos? Thus, to engineer a highly practical steam engine and steamship, they must first create a condenser. Amos proposed the development of a device capable of recooling water vapor into liquid for cyclic reuse. The principle of a condenser is not overly complex. Given copper's excellent thermal conductivity, they could fabricate a long, coiled spiral from copper, through which the water vapor would dissipate heat. To enhance efficiency, they could also utilize copper to create heat sinks, thereby increasing the surface area for heat dissipation. Additionally, the installation of fans can enhance air convection, swiftly dissipating heat. While Amos possesses a clear understanding of certain principles of the steam engine, his knowledge falls short when it comes to firearms and artillery. After all, he is not an expert in weapon manufacturing from his previous life. Among the knowledge he currently holds, the principles of the steam engine are the most invaluable, poised to transform the maritime landscape, as the steam warships they endeavor to create will wield unparalleled dominance in naval combat. However, Comprehending the principles does not equate to the ability to fabricate such devices. The challenge of producing flawless machinery is formidable. Amos can merely propose the idea, and together, they will explore and ultimately succeed in developing an effective condenser apparatus. Amos began to elucidate the principles of the condenser to the shipwrights, leaving them utterly astounded. A fervent discussion ensued among the group, filling the meeting room with a vibrant atmosphere. Amos, however, refrained from delving into more intricate details. He merely grasped the underlying principles. While the true experts were the individuals before him, there was no need for him to flaunt his knowledge in their presence. He decided to allow these exceptional shipwrights to explore the ideas he had presented, overseeing their progress throughout. In addition to the discussions, Amos took a precautionary measure by arranging for a contingent of guards led by Dorrit to be stationed at the shipyard. Ostensibly, they were there to protect the shipwrights who had acquired knowledge of the steam engine's principles, but in reality, their purpose was to monitor and control these individuals. The advent of the steamship would undoubtedly transform the world, and Amos had no intention of being a benevolent figure who disseminated its principles prematurely. Should the Navy construct steam-powered warships, the significance of his extensive research and strategic planning would be rendered moot. Chapter 141. The plunder port. The development of the core technology behind the steamship, the condenser, had commenced. Following Amos's explanation, the research team swiftly drafted designs for the condenser apparatus and began to gather essential manufacturing materials, particularly copper. This aspect of the research proved to be quite challenging. Amos merely provided the correct direction, and the path to overcoming this thorny endeavor would require time. During this period, Amos chose to remain at the shipyard, which had recently been acquired and required substantial reorganization. He temporarily halted his training and devoted his energy to this undertaking over the past few days. As the shipyard stabilized, it resumed orderly operations akin to its former state. It simultaneously undertook orders from the Francis Shipping Company to construct a total of 5 vessels, while the research team focused on developing the condenser, striving to perfect the steam engine. By March 5th, after 5 days of diligent work, the research team successfully produced the first generation of the condenser. This innovative device connected to the steam boiler and the cylinder, forming a steam engine that, while yet to be practically tested, theoretically promised a cyclical use of resources. On that particular morning, Amos and his research team, along with the guards, arrived at a sealed factory building, prepared to conduct the inaugural test of the steam engine. The steam engine apparatus was relatively compact, as it was merely a prototype and not intended for installation on a large vessel. The group encircled the steam engine, maintaining a safe distance for precaution. Without further ado, the research team eagerly initiated the experiment, igniting the furnace to heat the water within. As the temperature escalated, steam began to form and was channeled through the pipes into the cylinder to perform work, subsequently flowing into the condenser to revert the steam back into water. This crucial step was met with hushed anticipation, as all present held their breath, eagerly awaiting the performance of the first-generation condenser. Ultimately, the steam engine produced power for a continuous 2 hours before ceasing due to the depletion of water. In contrast, an identical steam engine without the condenser, utilizing the same amount of water, could only sustain power for approximately 1.5 hours. This indicates that the first-generation condenser enhanced the steam engine's efficiency by over 30%, given that this condenser was developed within a mere 5 days. Such an achievement was commendable, affirming that Amos's envisioned direction for the condenser was both viable and correct. The shipwrights involved in the development were elated by the results, as they recognized that by maximizing the condenser's heat dissipation capabilities, the steam-powered vessels would easily dominate the market due to their exceptional performance and cost-effectiveness, heralding a transformative era that would eclipse the age of sailing ships, which had persisted for centuries. Henceforth, the age of steamships would be inscribed in history, a testament to their pioneering spirit. To be among those who would usher in a new epoch, to contribute to the creation of such a monumental invention, was a profound honor for the shipwrights. In their joy, they also understood that their names were firmly etched in the annals of history. Amos merely smiled faintly, casting a knowing glance towards the guards monitoring the shipbuilders, and after complimenting them briefly, he departed from the workshop. The following day, Amos dispatched several individuals from the Merchant Guild to occupy key positions within the shipyard, further solidifying his control and oversight over the operations. Once these matters were addressed, Amos took his leave from the shipyard. The research team required at least several more months to develop a genuine steam engine, and it was impractical for him to remain there indefinitely. After attending to several crucial tasks, he intended to return to the guild headquarters. Upon his return, Lockshire met Amos directly in the office. The Shining Gold Guild, alongside Inspector Jason, had employed various tactics beyond mere monopolization. Lockshire appeared weary. Evidently having toiled incessantly for several days, the Shining Gold Guild had covertly hired multiple pirate crews to assault their shipping company. During Drake's most recent voyage, he encountered 4 separate pirate crews. Although they ultimately sank all of them, one of their cargo ships was lost, and several others sustained varying degrees of damage. Amos was taken aback. While the shipwreck strait was notorious for its pirates, it was extraordinary to encounter 4 crews in a single passage. Encountering even 2 was a rare event, making the presence of 4 distinctly suspicious. However, before Lockshire could finish his thought, he added that the inspector was investigating potential tax evasion issues concerning their enterprises and had dispatched financial officers for verification. Although they were confident in their integrity, they could not dismiss the possibility of being ensnared in a trap, prompting an internal audit across the press, shipping company, and shipyard. Should the inspectors uncover any discrepancies, the judges, being aligned with them, could spell significant trouble. Amos, who had been at the shipyard for several days, was aware of this situation. He feared that despite their innocence, the Shining Gold Guild and the inspector might covertly manipulate affairs, thus necessitating heightened vigilance and meticulous self-examination. A visible threat may be evaded, but hidden machinations are far more insidious. If they truly sought to fabricate accusations against them, mere caution and self-audit would not suffice to shield them from peril. Amos furrowed his brow, having anticipated a gradual retaliation from the Shining Gold Guild, only to be surprised by their sudden, formidable strike. This left no room for passivity. He suggested that they reach out to Sheriff Alvaredin and the members of the Sea Mouse Gang, as they were allies on the same front, and their contributions should be maximized. Understood. I will make the arrangements. This afternoon, we will convene at Alvaredin's estate to discuss strategies, Lockshire affirmed. Amos shook his head, stating, "You may go, but there remains the issue of the pirates. Fortunately, we have attained a certain level of stability and can afford to divert our efforts. Therefore, I shall personally embark on a mission to the plundering port of the sunken ship strait to resolve the matter of safe passage. Once this is accomplished, the Golden Flash Trading Company's hold over our maritime operations will inevitably dissolve." Amos did not elaborate on how to break the constraints. Yet Lockshrifer had already grasped the situation. To establish a secure maritime route, collaboration with the notorious pirates of the sunken ship strait was imperative. The pirates, enticed by the lucrative prospects of this venture, would naturally endeavor to safeguard it. Thus, the notion that the Shining Gold Consortium could hire pirates to sabotage the route became utterly implausible. Setting aside the possibility that the very pirates they would employ might also benefit from this secure passage, there remained the undeniable truth that any attempt at disruption would be swiftly quelled by the formidable pirates, who would not hesitate to eliminate any instigator. After discussing the pressing issues at hand, the two descended to the dining hall for lunch. Along the way, Amos inquired, "How goes the Shining Gold Consortium's commercial monopoly?" The shipping company's operations were unparalleled. The Shining Gold Consortium could not monopolize them. Nearly half a year's orders from the shipyard were secured from our own endeavors, which had not been adversely affected. Thus, the burden of pressure now rested squarely on the shoulders of the newspaper. Lockshrifer pulled out a cigarette, sighed, and placed it between his lips. Amos could not help but break into a grin at the sight before him. The Core Four had initially indulged in libations. Yet it was only Amos, Drake, and Dorat who partook in smoking. Now, however, Lockshreff had succumbed to the allure, transforming into a companion of both smoke and drink. It could be said that these individuals had taken up smoking largely due to Amos's influence, leaving him with an odd sense of being the mischievous uncle. Nevertheless, the pressures they faced were not insurmountable. We have myriad ways to cope. Suddenly, Lockshreff regained his confidence, as if the recent despondency had been feigned. Just days ago, I secured a sum of 500 million berries from the Merchant Association, a portion of which was allocated to hiring the most capable journalists and editors within the country, while the remainder forged partnerships with several prominent newspapers in the Laika and Newbury kingdoms. Our publication will launch several news sections, embracing news from our collaborating newspapers, thus extending our reach throughout the entire Breno Sea. With a well-compensated editor at the helm and the assistance of several ace reporters, our newspaper will swiftly surpass and outshine those under the banner of the Shanjin Merchant Association in terms of content. Following this, we shall print our newspapers in abundance, distributing them free of charge for a month, strategically capturing the market with our prowess. In no more than 2 months, other newspapers will find themselves compelled to close their doors. Amos also lit a cigarette, remarking that the entire process would likely require approximately 1 billion berries. Rockshrieve, aware of Amos's impending question, responded directly. Amos inquired, "What would our monthly profit be if we monopolized the newspaper industry on Betches Island?" Lockshrift understood Amos's implication, even if they were to dominate the newspaper sector on Betches Island. The necessity to share resources and hire editors and journalists from other prominent newspapers in the Brenosi region would merely allow them to break even. In the eyes of a businessman, breaking even signifies a lack of profit. This is precisely why the Golden Flash Chamber of Commerce's monopoly on the newspaper industry does not entail the same lavish enhancements to content as Lockshrift's ventures. Spending exorbitant sums only to yield no profit is far less advantageous than maintaining a stable monthly income of several tens of millions of burleys on a modest scale. Amos held no objections to Lockshrift's approach. Their goal was not merely to earn a few coins. Expanding the newspaper's operations and enhancing its capabilities to penetrate the market more extensively was far more valuable than the mere acquisition of a few million burleys. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, the two engaged in light conversation during their meal. The Chamber of Commerce had reached a level of stability, with various industries developing in an orderly fashion, even in the face of such a dire monopoly situation. The protection offered by Alvaredin and the dual forces of the Sea Mouse Gang, along with the backing of the Chamber's capital, indicated a promising trend towards creating new opportunities. Although the measures required to counteract the monopoly sanctions would cost 1 billion burleys, once safe shipping routes were established, financial concerns would cease to be an issue. At this juncture, Amos began to grasp certain truths, such as the reality that the wealthy tend to accumulate even more wealth. Viewing the world from another perspective reveals it to be a game of capital. After their meal, Lockshrift resolved to seek out Alvaredin and the Sea Mouse Gang. They could not afford to remain passive. Before the Golden Flash Chamber of Commerce could strike, they needed to act decisively and turn the tide in their favor. Amos, having barely returned to the base for half a day, was soon to embark on another distant journey. He bid farewell to Lockshrift at the entrance of the trading base, and then made his way alone to the dock, boarding the company's vessel, boldly steering towards the fearsome haven of crime known as Plunderport. When Amos expressed his intention to head to Plunderport, Lockshrift remained utterly unperturbed, exhibiting no outward or inward reaction, not even offering a token warning to exercise caution. After all, Amos possessed considerable strength, capable of navigating the North Sea with ease. Having consumed a devil fruit, he had made remarkable advancements in swordsmanship and observation hockey over the past month. Now, even if Thomas were to execute a complete somersault, it would merely be a question of Amos' willingness to engage. As for the power dynamics within Plunderport, Amos was fairly well informed, thanks to Lockshrift's earlier insights. The sunken ship strait was dominated by 3 formidable pirate crews. If the 4 emperors are regarded as the sovereigns of the New World, then these 3 pirate crews are the sovereigns of the sunken ship strait. They are the Hilbert Pirates, with a bounty of 45 million berries, the Trident Pirates, boasting a bounty of 52 million berries, and the Scorpion Pirates, commanding a bounty of 66 million berries. While bounty does not solely reflect a pirate's strength, it can serve as a general indicator. Prior to consuming the fruit, Amos had already proven capable of defeating mercenaries who commanded single commissions of up to 50 million berries in the underworld, let alone these crews. 1, 2, 3. Each of them was but a trifling obstacle. As for why he would choose to collaborate with these pirates, despite his overwhelming strength, the reasoning was rather straightforward. Setting aside the impracticality of slaughtering numerous pirates, should they vanish en masse, the trade barriers of the sunken ship strait would likewise dissipate. In the absence of these barriers, both overt and covert trade between the two nations would flourish. Should that occur, Amos and his companions' dreams of secure passage would shatter, and even their current shipping profits would plummet. Thus, for the sake of profit, the pirates must remain. Sometimes, the absurdity of a situation becomes apparent. The existence of light hinges upon the reliance on darkness. The two are inextricably intertwined. As Plunderport was the domain of pirates, the closer Amos drew, the more pirates he encountered. Their vessel, outwardly resembling a harmless cargo ship, came across 3 pirate crews along the way, each meeting their demise at the hands of Amos, who sought to hone his skills. Amos, utilizing his perceptive abilities, identified the most vulnerable point on the ship, and with a formidable swing of his sword, unleashed a devastating blade of light that cleaved the pirate vessel in 2. This was accomplished while Amos was merely at the level of a first-rate swordsman, had he attained the status of a sword master. he would not have needed to consider the ship's weaknesses. One decisive stroke would have resolved the majority of issues. As for a grand swordmaster, akin to the illustrious Mihawk, the power of his swordsmanship is beyond description. Ultimately, chaos erupted in the plundering port as a merchant ship docked in the midst of countless pirate vessels, drawing the attention of many. The ship did not lower any ropes or gangplanks, and the pirates dared not recklessly assault this vessel, which had arrived at the plundering port unscathed. The impatient pirates did not have to wait long, as a man leaped down from the side of the merchant ship. Though he descended from a height of over 10 meters, he landed firmly on the ground without a hint of injury. The merchant ship loomed like a ghost ship, devoid of any visible figures, save for this one young man who abruptly descended from the heavens, standing tall in a crisp, elegant suit. His fair complexion bore no signs of panic. Surrounded by hundreds of pirates, he leisurely took a cigarette from his mouth and, with an unhurried demeanor, retrieved a lighter from his pocket to ignite it. He inhaled deeply, the smoke filling his lungs, before exhaling it slowly. As the smoke billowed forth, it was swiftly scattered by a gentle breeze, reminiscent of a young man's hair, dancing chaotically in the wind. Without lingering in place, the young man, cigarette in mouth, strode purposefully forward. Just as he was about to collide with a throng of pirates, the ragged, intoxicated marauders instinctively parted to either side, effortlessly creating a passageway. The young man, unfazed, weaved through the thousands of pirates he had effectively bisected, uttering not a single word. Relying on the mental map he had formed of a portion of the raid harbor's topography, he advanced directly toward his destination. Chapter 142, Collaborative Division Year 1516 of the Sea Circle, March 8th, morning at the harbor of the raid port. A solitary merchant vessel stood out amidst the multitude of pirate ships. Aside from this anomaly, the densely packed pirates bizarrely divided into two segments, as if cleaved by a sharp blade, revealing a narrow path leading deep into the heart of the raid harbor town. Along this path, a man strolled leisurely, while the pirates he passed gaped in astonishment, wielding an array of weapons. Although their faces were twisted with malice and an aura of lethal intent enveloped them, not a single one dared to launch an assault on this impeccably dressed young man. None were foolish. A person capable of reaching the raid harbor unscathed surely possessed formidable strength and purpose. The situation was far from the simple predation they would typically engage in against merchant vessels upon the sea. The atmosphere among the pirates remained tense as the man in the suit continued his solitary march. This individual was Amos, who had effortlessly vanquished 3 pirate crews encountered along the way, successfully arriving at the raid harbor while instructing the crew of the merchant ship to remain on board. As he ventured forth alone, upon setting foot on the dock, Amos activated his perceptive abilities, extending his awareness to a radius of 2 kilometers. In no time, everything within his perceptual range was etched into his mind. He had not expended much effort on the terrain. His accuracy could discern medium-sized furniture within various buildings. Should he have dedicated substantial effort to mapping the terrain, his precision would have allowed him to identify the shape of every stone beneath his feet. But such diligence was unnecessary, as the heightened accuracy would demand excessive mental and physical energy, rendering it inefficient. At this moment, Amos resembled a mobile radar. With each step he took, his perceptual range shifted accordingly. He could sense the movements and conversations of those within his vicinity, all the while seeking out the territories of the 3 great pirate crews. Along the way, there were no foolhardy pirates who dared to confront him. He felt a sense of gratitude towards them, as opposing him would be tantamount to jeopardizing their very lives. Before long, a territory materialized in Amos's mind, where in the upper-level living room of a modest building, a man bore a striking resemblance to the bounty poster of Daggerband Ross. Thus, he made his way towards that location. Daggerband Ross, the captain of the Trident pirate crew, one of the 3 great pirate factions, commanded a bounty of 50 million berries, ranking second among the notorious pirates. Amos merely needed to locate one from the 3 formidable pirate crews. Upon entering the territory of his adversaries, he would quietly await the arrival of several prominent figures from the sunken ship Strait before broaching the subject of safe passage. As he drew ever closer to the domain of the Trident Brigade, their members gradually became aware of Amos's intentions. Consequently, some grew increasingly vigilant while others hastily returned to relay the situation. In Amos's mind, he envisioned the uppermost chamber of a small building, where the telephone bug of the Trident Brigade rang. Someone was reporting the circumstances, causing the leader of the Trident Brigade to display surprise as he descended the stairs, hastening towards the direction from which Amos had come. Before long, they encountered each other face to face. The leader of the Trident Brigade stood bare-chested, adorned with a thick beard and long, wavy, dark green hair that resembled a tangle of seaweed. He wielded a trident in his hand, exuding an imposing presence. Behind him loomed a throng of pirates from the Trident Brigade. Amos observed the scene before him with unwavering composure, yet he came to a halt. "Who are you?" inquired Barros, his voice resonant and authoritative. "I have come to discuss a business proposition," Amos replied. "A business proposition?" Barros, initially wary, softened his stance, though his curiosity regarding Amos remained unabated. "From where do you hail to seek me out for such a discussion?" Amos slowly advanced, declaring, "I am Amos, the president of the Francis Merchant Guild of Betches Island, here to seek your audience, along with two formidable pirates who hold significant sway in the Shipwreck Strait." Banrose's pupils constricted, and his voice lowered slightly. "You are affiliated with the Francis Shipping Company?" Recently, the reputation of the Francis Shipping Company has echoed throughout the Shipwreck Strait, as it is the only fleet, aside from warships, daring to engage in transoceanic trade in recent years. On several trading ventures, they have vanquished numerous pirate attempts at plunder, thus gaining immense renown and becoming the most discussed topic among the marauding pirates at the port for the past month. "This company you speak of operates under our guild." "It is my enterprise," Amos replied. A sense of unease washed over Banros. A shipping company capable of defeating a coalition of over 10 pirate crews indicated that its president must be an even more formidable figure. Amos sensed Bronos' unease, perceiving the sweat beading on his palms. "Do not be anxious. I have merely come to engage in a business transaction that will benefit us both without any detriment," he remarked as he closed the distance between them. Bronos, fixated on Amos, soon discerned that there was no malice in his demeanor and exhaled in relief. "What kind of business do you intend to pursue? Let us discuss it on your territory. Also, please inform the other two to join us." "This venture involves the three of us," Amos suggested. Reluctantly, Bronos led Amos to his establishment while instructing his subordinates to notify the captains of the Hilbert pirate crew and the venomous Scorpion pirate crew to come. Under Bronos' guidance, Amos ascended to the upper-level lounge of the previously sensed building. The room contained only Bronos and Amos, who sat opposite each other on the sofa. Bronos found himself unable to gauge Amos's true nature, yet his strong intuition and observations led him to conclude that Amos was not one to be trifled with. Thus, he regarded Amos with a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. Amos, with his eyes closed in meditation, was acutely aware of Banros's scrutiny. After approximately 15 minutes, Hilbert and Jaraka arrived. The two captains hailed from the Hilbert pirate crew and the Scorpion Tail pirate crew, respectively. During their journey, they had heard from Banros's subordinates about the circumstances, piquing their curiosity regarding the president of the Francis Guild. Ultimately, only the two of them entered the parlor, having tacitly decided to leave their accompanying subordinates downstairs in the small building. "Everyone has arrived," Amos remarked, opening his eyes to regard Hilbert and Jaraka, who had just settled onto the sofa. "Let us dispense with pleasantries and discuss the business at hand, shall we, President?" Jaraka, clad in a suit, yet lacking the elegance of Amos, stated directly. The other two remained silent, casting their gazes toward Amos. Amos, without any hesitation, addressed the matter directly. "The turmoil in the Shipwreck Strait has caused a significant disruption in maritime trade between the Kingdom of Lyca and the Kingdom of Newbury. In recent years, military tensions between the two nations have escalated, leading to a near halt in mutual trade. However, both parties possess a substantial demand for each other's unique goods, presenting a tremendous business opportunity. I aspire to collaborate with the three of you to establish a secure shipping route through the Shipwreck Strait, facilitating the passage of merchant vessels from both kingdoms. We could charge a toll for their passage, ensuring a minimum monthly income of 300 million berries for each of you. As long as this route remains operational, you could potentially earn up to 5 billion berries annually, which is far more lucrative than engaging in conflict on the seas." Upon his conclusion, a profound silence enveloped the living room. The three individuals present had navigated the Shipwreck Strait for no less than a decade, and none were eager to voice their opinions hastily, each engrossed in careful contemplation of the proposal. After an extended pause, the venomous Scorpion, Jarak, was the first to inquire. "Your shipping company possesses formidable self-defense capabilities, allowing you to monopolize the route and reap substantial profits independently. Why involve us? Establishing a secure route promises greater profits, and given the opportunity to earn effortlessly, why would you still choose to engage in arduous trade?" Amos replied, "Have you considered the practical implementation of this plan? Even if we succeed, it would only benefit the three of us. What about the other pirates?" The Dreadnought, Barros, also posed a question. Amos took another drag from his cigarette. This is precisely why I sought you three rather than the other pirates in the shipwreck strait. You stand at the pinnacle of piracy in the Bruno Sea, possessing unparalleled strength. Therefore, the fate of the other pirate crews rests solely in your hands. If you wish to avoid conflict with your fellow pirates, consider sharing a portion of your gains, allowing everyone a share. However, if you are unwilling to part with your bounty, then you must safeguard the trade routes by force. Should any other pirates dare to cause trouble, they can be dealt with one by one. A heavy silence fell upon them. For the decision of whether to oppose the other pirates was not one to be made lightly. Amos remained unhurried, patiently awaiting the responses of the three individuals. What exactly do you intend to do? Hilbert inquired. Exhaling a plume of smoke, Amos replied. The combined fleet of your three pirate crews boasts no less than dozens of vessels, which could easily establish and maintain a secure trade route. Should you decide to share in the spoils, it would be prudent to distribute some benefits to other pirates in order to jointly safeguard the route. Conversely, if you choose to oppose them, your capabilities are sufficient to intimidate them, ensuring they do not dare to act recklessly within this passage. What is your role in this? Hilbert pressed further. I shall simply sit back and collect the profits, Amos asserted. Hilbert, Banros, and Jaralka listened intently as Amos continued. Every month, I will take half of the fees paid by passing ships, while the remaining half will be divided among the three of you. Amos elaborated, explaining the current financial strains faced by the newspaper, which was operating at a loss, and the shipyard, which was constructing vessels for the shipping company at cost, without any profit. The additional expenses incurred from researching steamships left him reliant on the revenue generated from the secure trade route to sustain the merchant association. The proposed 50-50 split was the most equitable arrangement he and Lockshreff had concluded, and he was resolute in his stance. Banrose's lip twitched in disbelief. You expect to take half the earnings while contributing nothing? Indeed, Amos shamelessly affirmed. On what grounds? Hilbert furrowed his brow in skepticism. Although the profits from the secure route would be substantial, the trio would be opposing all the other pirates in the sunken ship strait, a formidable undertaking. They had labored hard for this money. Why should Amos, who contributed nothing, claim half? There is no justification, Amos replied flatly. You may drive the business of the secure route, and we shall grant you 10% of the profits. The three of us shall each receive 30%. Hilbert proposed a suggestion. Listen, Amos interjected, raising a finger for emphasis. I am not here to negotiate. This division is non-negotiable. Hilbert, consumed by rage, erupted into laughter. Ha! On what basis? We would barely receive 2% of the profits while bearing the cost of opposing other pirates. And you expect to take half without lifting a finger? Do you believe we would toil for you without compensation? Amos narrowed his eyes and took a drag from his cigarette. Hiss, if it weren't for the fact that I still need you lot out here on the sea, I would personally establish a safe passage, and you wouldn't see a single penny. This remark further intensified the tension, and the three pirate captains wore grim expressions. Especially Hilbert. With a bounty of 45 million berries, he had never encountered such disdain from anyone in these waters, let alone someone half his age demanding he work without reward. Where do you derive the audacity to seek such an advantage from us? Hilbert rose, casting a cold glare at Amos. You may excuse yourself now. Your presence bears no impact on our endeavor to construct a safe passage. Quite the contrary, Amos retorted, discarding the cigarette but into his wine glass, where it sizzled upon contact with the crimson liquid. In this circle, it is you whose existence is of no consequence. You must be new to the Bruno Sea. I've encountered many inexperienced youngsters like you, but I have no intention of granting you the opportunity to learn through hardship. You must understand the cost of offending me. Hilbert rolled up his sleeves and stepped in front of Amos, his towering frame obstructing Amos's line of sight. How amusing. Amos shrugged off Hilbert's intimidation, remaining seated with poise. Similarly unmoved were Banros and Jaraka, who, upon seeing Hilbert rise, settled deeper into their seats, with Hilbert taking the lead. It presented the perfect chance to test the waters. Should they eliminate Amos, they could collectively forge a passage and reap greater profits. If not, they would continue to cooperate under the current profit-sharing arrangement. Hilbert drew a pistol from his waist, aiming it at Amos's head, a sinister grin stretching across his face. Die, fool. Bang. Following the gunshot, the firearm exploded, yet Amos's head remained unscathed. He nonchalantly reached for Hilbert's glass of wine and took a sip. Ugh. The explosion from the gun injured Hilbert's hand, causing him to drop the weapon and retreat several steps, clutching his wounded right hand with his left. After consuming the wine in one swift gulp, Amos rose to his feet, crushing the glass of the cup in his grip. With resolute determination, he seized a shard of glass and forcefully drove it into Hilbert's chest. Hilbert's complexion shifted dramatically, and soon blood surged forth from his throat. He fell to his knees, his body convulsing as he approached the brink of death. Amos gently supported Hilbert as he slowly descended, his hands stained with blood. As Hilbert lay convulsing on the ground, Amos crouched down to wipe the blood from his hands using Hilbert's clothing, then lifted his head with a smile, declaring, "Now, his share belongs to both of you." Chapter 143. The chaos of Betches Island. The collaboration was swiftly established. However, Banros and Jaraka required an additional week to commence the construction of a safe passage. Hilbert's unexpected demise caught them off guard. To alleviate the pressure of future confrontations with other pirates while opening the route, they resolved to incorporate Hilbert's remnants into their ranks. Amos granted them a week to stabilize their position. He could not afford delays, as the fortune he had seized from the heavens was nearly depleted, and recent substantial expenditures could not be mitigated by mere treasures. He urgently needed the safe passage to be officially opened, enabling him to amass wealth rapidly and bring stability to the trading company. His formidable power left Banros and Jaraka astounded, extinguishing any thoughts they had of contesting Amos for shares. Yet, Amos was not merely biding his time awaiting profits once the passage was opened. It was essential to enhance visibility, ensuring the business flourished. During his 2-day stay at the plundering port, he assisted Banros and Jaraka in eliminating opposing pirates, thereby strengthening their forces for the subsequent opening of the passage. 2 days later, Amos set sail, returning to Betches Island on March 10th. He had previously communicated with Drake via telephone, and thus, after Drake returned from trading the day before, he did not hastily transport goods away, opting instead to await Amos's arrival on Betches Island. The two met at the trading company's base, where Amos briefed Drake on the latest developments and assigned him a new task. During his time in commerce, Drake had encountered numerous merchants eager to sell local specialties across the strait. He now needed to reconnect with these individuals to disseminate news of the safe passage, allowing them to arrange their vessels to pay tolls and conduct trade through the secure route. Drake promptly set to work, as both sides intensified their preparations. Banros and Jaraka would begin establishing the safe passage once their influence stabilized in a few days, while Drake aimed to broadly circulate this news, which would require some time. After all, this would be the sole secure passage between the two nations across the sunken ship strait, facilitating trade not only for the modest Betches Island, but also for merchants from both countries who would privately engage in commerce along this route. At noon, Rockschreff returned from the newspaper office and met Amos in the cafeteria for lunch. "How are things on your end?" Rock inquired. Amos, while dining, remarked on the successful collaboration that inadvertently bolstered the pirates' influence, thereby ensuring a more secure trade route. He planned to dispatch Drake to oversee the plundering at the port, confident that it would not lead to significant disturbances. "Our profit-sharing agreement remains unproblematic, correct?" "This division is crucial," Lockschrift queried after confirming the situation had been resolved. Indeed, there were no issues. During the interim, Hilbert expressed dissatisfaction, and I took care of him. I redistributed his share to Banros and Jaraka, which should appease them somewhat. "It is always advantageous to cultivate an impression that we are not excessively greedy," Amos replied. "That sounds satisfactory." "Things are going well on my end," Lockschrift nodded in agreement. The first edition of the newspaper had already been trial released, with 10,000 copies printed and distributed freely across Betches Island. "Let us keep a close watch on this. Given the richness and competitiveness of our content, there is no reason to confine ourselves to Betches Island. We could expand our reach right from the outset to the surrounding islands, establishing our newspaper in those territories. Although this would initially require a substantial investment, we could secure a monopoly over 1/3 of the newspaper market in the Laika Kingdom from the very beginning," Amos asserted with growing ambition. Lockschrift had no objections. This approach was advantageous for him. "Currently, our Chamber of Commerce's funds do not exceed 500 million. We must await the complete establishment of the secure trade route before proceeding with this venture." "Indeed, there is no rush," Amos acknowledged, merely suggesting an idea without the intention of immediate implementation. The progress of Amos and his associates can be described as remarkably swift, largely owing to the ample resources at their disposal. Nevertheless, they exhibit no signs of haste. Everything is executed with finesse, each step firmly grounded to avert any missteps. "You have been absent for nearly a week, during which the Golden Flash Consortium has indeed launched several aggressive maneuvers against us, yielding some effect. We have intensified our self-examination and encountered no oversights. Yet the simultaneous actions of the inspectors and tax officials have delayed our shipyard and newspaper operations, which explains why our first edition was only published the day before yesterday. Fortunately, Al-Valadin ostensibly protects us, while the Sea Urchin gang covertly applies pressure on the interests of the Golden Flash Consortium, inflicting mutual damage. Lockshire finished his meal expeditiously, recently. His once noble demeanor has been replaced by a more decisive, no-nonsense approach to dining. The trade war is set to be a protracted struggle, but with secure shipping lanes. We possess the confidence to endure. Amos remarked, the Golden Flash Consortium is not a monolithic entity. Its various subsidiaries fail to assist one another. We shall dismantle them one by one until their demise is inevitable. The time for action is approaching. As we can support one of our loyalists under Chief Executive Calvin Latin, after all, he is not entirely obedient to his uncle. This time, we have deliberately refrained from direct confrontation with him, and it is indeed the moment to exert control. Once we eliminate the Chief Executive's key subordinates, Betches Island will be firmly within our grasp. Amos flexed his fingers, subtly indicating his ambition for significant undertakings. Controlling his uncle, Clyster, is not a daunting task. I possess ample means. Lockshire appeared to have formulated a plan. Then we may proceed, Amos stated. Lockshire nodded in understanding and rose to depart. The conflict between Sheriff Al-Valadin, the Sea Urchin Gang, the Francis Consortium Alliance, and Inspector Jason, against the Golden Flash Consortium, has intensified. Both sides are acutely aware of each other's intentions. The two forces, masked by smiles, reveal the daggers concealed behind their backs. On the night of March 15th, the Sea Urchin Gang leader, the enigmatic Jorikin, was assassinated in his opulent residence, while the vice president of the Golden Flash Consortium, who also served as the financial officer for Betches Island, met a similar fate. Both alliances have suffered the loss of key figures. With Jorikin's death, the Sea Urchin Gang, already a collection of ruthless individuals, finds itself leaderless and begins to fracture, initiating a new struggle for power. Sheriff Al-Valadin has officially lost this significant ally. The financial officer was a trusted confidant of Inspector Jason, overseeing numerous illicit transactions. And with his demise, a plethora of issues has surfaced among Jason's subordinates, requiring his immediate attention. The death of the vice president represents a profound shock to the members of the Golden Flash Consortium, who now realize that this conflict has transcended mere trade disputes. Merchants are seldom inclined to find themselves in such predicaments. They begin to gravitate towards neutrality, refraining from participating in the power struggles on Betches Island. Sheriff Al-Valadin and Inspector Jason were unprepared for the sudden maneuver from one another, both recognizing that the conflict had escalated to an unavoidable climax. Just as their contention intensified, the Governor Calvin Latin's uncle, Clyster, fell under the control of Rockshriver. By March 17th, the rivalry between Sheriff Al-Valadin and Inspector Jason had rendered Betches Island unstable, poised for a significant upheaval. With Al-Valadin having lost substantial support from the Sea Mouse Gang, he increasingly valued the importance of the Francis Merchant Guild, which did not disappoint him, continually providing financial backing that enabled him to strengthen the city's guard in preparation to vanquish his opponent by force. However, as public figures, both found it challenging to execute such plans without drawing unwanted attention from their superiors, which could lead to considerable complications. Both parties awaited an opportunity, a chance to systematically eliminate the other. Amos intended to create such an opportunity for them, but prior to that, he and Drake set sail. This day also marked the opening of the safe shipping route. Despite their confidence in Brands and Jalaka, they still resolved to accompany the escort on this inaugural day. The shipping route was of utmost importance, and they would not permit even the slightest mishap to occur. Thanks to Drake's promotion, on the first day of the safe route's inauguration, over 50 vessels departed from Betches Island. This number reflected the merchants' lingering skepticism regarding the safety route. Some remained on watch, while the bolder ones dispatched a ship to test the waters. The Francis Shipping Company deployed all 7 of its ships, amplifying the momentum for the safe route and setting an exemplary standard. The Grand Fleet commenced its voyage. Initially, they encountered no pirates for half a day. But as dusk approached, 3 pirate ships emerged from the northwest, advancing towards the fleet, seemingly disregarding the prior warnings from the 2 major pirate factions, intent on plundering at will. Amos and Drake remained composed, while the other vessels exhibited signs of unease. Soon, Amos personally launched a signal flare into the sky. The conspicuous black flare ascended to a height of 200 meters, lingering ominously. For the first half hour, there was no trace of Branros and Jaraka, as the 3 pirate ships relentlessly pursued the Grand Fleet, akin to lions infiltrating a flock of sheep, seeking out the plumpest prey to attack. Just as Amos and Drake were prepared to intervene, 5 ships adorned with tridents from the poisonous Scorpion pirate crew emerged ahead of the fleet. cutting through the waves with remarkable speed. They arrived like saviors, eliciting cheers from the previously despondent vessels. Shortly thereafter, the 5 escort ships swept past the Grand Fleet, confronting the audacious pirate vessels. The subsequent developments remained unknown. Nonetheless, the Grand Fleet continued its journey unscathed. As night fell, 2 pirate ships from the Trident crew caught up, flanking the Grand Fleet on either side, providing continuous escort. The voyage from Betches Island to the city of Lely in the Nuber Kingdom spanned approximately 4 days. Throughout this journey, the Grand Fleet encountered 5 waves of pirates who disregarded the warnings from the 2 formidable pirate crews, attempting to invade the safe passage for plunder. However, all were repelled without significant threat by the escort vessels. The crew found it hard to believe that they could smuggle goods into the Nuber Kingdom. It had been 5 years since they had engaged in such trade. The opportunity to sell specialties in the Nuber Kingdom after 5 years felt like a dream. Meanwhile, facilitated by the Francis Trading Company, merchants from the Nuber Kingdom began trading goods with the Lyca Kingdom. The safe passage was successfully established without any major incidents, thereby enhancing its reputation. This inaugural fleet brought in an income of 50 million berries for Amos and his companions, a figure that could have been even greater had more shipping companies not hesitated to partake in the trial voyage. If all went well, the next income might multiply tenfold. The protection fees they charged were standardized, amounting to 10% of the total market price of the goods aboard each vessel. Thus, the more valuable the goods the merchants transported, the greater their earnings. On March 23rd, Amos returned to Betches Island, while Drake proceeded to the raiding port to oversee the safe passage. With him, Branros and Jaraka ensured that no major issues would arise. Additionally, during the return journey, Amos named the safe passage Gannis. There exists a well-known tale in the North Sea, recounting how, centuries ago, a powerful nation sought to invade a small country by dispatching a formidable fleet. However, this seemingly invincible fleet was halted at a ford of the small nation, which proved to be incredibly resilient, repelling every assault from the fleet with unwavering strength. It is precisely this fortress that has prevented the annihilation of the nation. This fortress, known as Fort Gannis, was later regarded by the people of the North Sea as the most impregnable stronghold. The name Amos carries the connotation of a secure passage, symbolizing the utmost safety and strength. The opening of the Gannis Passage has led to a flourishing of smuggling trade between the 2 nations, with the Francis Trading Company reaping immense profits from the situation. While this region thrived in exuberance, the island of Betches was shrouded in a gloomy overcast for several days. Upon Amos's return, he encountered Lockshire and Dolet. According to the 2, Sheriff Alvaridin intended to search the residence of Officer Jason under the pretext of collusion with the Nibirian Kingdom. This action was met with a firm refusal from Officer Jason. Seizing the opportunity, Alvaridin accused Jason of harboring guilt and stationed 2 city guards, totaling 500 men, around Jason's estate. He prepared to launch an assault on the officer's residence under the guise of seeking evidence. Jason's guards were numerous, and he secretly reached out to remnants of the Sea Mouse gang, inciting chaos on Beatus Island to divert Alvaridin's forces. Alvaridin only dispatched 1 contingent of city guards to maintain order in the town, while the other 2 remained besieging Officer Jason's residence. The disturbances caused by the Sea Mouse gang, funded by Jason, escalated increasingly. If Alvaridin did not swiftly eliminate Officer Jason and then quell the ensuing turmoil, the situation risked spilling beyond the island. Should it reach the capital of the Lyca Kingdom, Latiste, Amos and his companions would find their plans to covertly control Beatus Island severely compromised. Consequently, in recent times, the newspaper has been projecting a day of prosperity on Beatus Island, while covertly, the controlled Clyster has kept Governor Calvin in the dark. In the name of alleviating pressure from Alvaridin, Amos dispatched Doret and his guard to quell the unrest surrounding the docks, ensuring the safe operation of the Janus Channel while further suppressing the dissemination of information. However, the truth is that no amount of paper can contain the roaring flames of conflict. Amos, Alvaridin, and Jason were all acutely aware that the time had come to settle accounts. Chapter 144. The Path to Slaughter. On March 25th, tensions reached their zenith, and a deadly confrontation was imminent. The morning sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, accompanied by the distant rumble of thunder. It was anticipated that a torrential downpour would ensue in the afternoon or evening, providing the perfect cover for the impending clash. This battle for control over Betches Island required such rain to obscure its tumult. All hoped that once the rain ceased, the violence would also come to an end, erasing all traces as if nothing had transpired. The vanquished would fade from memory, while the victors would seize dominion over all. Sheriff Alvaridin summoned another urban guard, tasked with maintaining the town's safety, which brought the forces surrounding Inspector Jason's residence to an impressive 700 or 800. As for Amos, he was designated to stand in for the urban guard that night, tasked with purging any opportunists daring to incite trouble on this fateful day. Inspector Jason, too, was not idle. He had gathered over 500 of his own henchmen, including remnants of the Sea-Wreck gang. The disparity in numbers was not significant. Both sides were on high alert. Alvaradin, under the guise of eradicating criminals, evacuated the civilians from 3 surrounding blocks. By 5 in the afternoon, clad in a stern military uniform, he stood with 3 urban guards encircling the tightly shut doors of Inspector Jason's residence. The rumbling thunder grew louder, signaling the imminent storm. Alvaradin gripped the hilt of his sword at his waist, casting a cold gaze ahead, while his subordinates stood firm, weapons at the ready, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Meanwhile, within the administrative hall, 3 individuals engaged in conversation. These were Governor Calvin Latin, his uncle, the priest Ks, and Lockshrift, the president of the Francis News Agency. "I find today rather unsettling," remarked Calvin Latin, his corpulent form swathed in a thick overcoat. His uncle, Ks, now in his 60s, appeared somewhat uneasy in his seat, projecting an air of discomfort that had persisted in Calvin's presence, leading the latter to suspect that his uncle had recently fallen ill. Lockshrift, however, was at ease, reclining with one leg crossed over the other, one hand resting on the back of his chair while the other held a cigarette, showing no signs of the trepidation one might expect from a businessman in the presence of a governor. "Oh, it's merely a storm. There is no need for such anxiety, my lord." "No, the day is ominously dark. I have a foreboding feeling." Calvin Latin shook his head, his discomfort evident. "You're being overly cautious. After all, Lord Ks is a priest. You could inquire about his insights." Lockshrieford wore a teasing expression. Calvin Latin cast a glance at his uncle, Cleister. Upon that look, Cleister, already feeling constrained, appeared even more anxious. His face betrayed a hint of embarrassment. Yet he managed to force a reassuring smile. "It's nothing. Today will merely bring a significant downpour." "Indeed, merely a significant downpour," Lockshrieford remarked, taking a puff of his cigarette, his tone laden with meaning. "It seems it has been ages since Beatus Island experienced such a deluge. Perhaps this is a divine blessing. After the rain, our Beatus Island may blossom anew." Calvin found Locke's words somewhat awkward, but he did not dwell on it. "Come now, my lord Count Calvin Latin. Let us raise a glass," Lockshrieford declared leisurely, maintaining a steady command over the atmosphere within the council chamber. He lifted his goblet, inviting Calvin Latin to join him. Both Calvin and Cleister followed suit, Calvin smiling as he said, "Thank you for your generous support." "Not at all. It is our duty as merchants to give back to our homeland," Lockshrieford replied with an elegant smile before taking a sip of his wine. That day, Lockshrieford had donated 500 million berries to the municipal hall in the name of the Francis Trading Company, intended for the maintenance of public facilities. This act garnered Calvin's favor, which was precisely why the 3 had gathered to drink. "By the way, why have there been no recent reports from Alvaladin and Jason?" "They have not come to provide updates for several days," Calvin casually remarked. In truth, their absence was a relief to him, as he was rather disinclined to engage in tedious official matters. This period is indeed the height of maritime trade. "Both are likely quite occupied," Lockshrieford answered Calvin's query. "Once this busy season concludes, your achievements may very well see a significant boost." The question had been directed at Calvin's uncle Cleister, yet unexpectedly, Lockshrieford was the one to respond. His answer not only aligned closely with Calvin's own thoughts but also touched upon the matter of achievements, which Calvin found most agreeable, rendering him at ease. Cleister quickly echoed Locke's sentiments, further alleviating Calvin's concerns. The clock on one wall of the chamber ticked steadily. While Lockshrieford inhaled his cigarette slowly, the hall enveloped in a palpable silence. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air. A blinding flash of lightning streamed through the glass, illuminating the council chamber and rendering Locke's face even paler. "That startled me," Calvin exclaimed, placing a hand over his heart. Lockshrieford remained unfazed, his demeanor calm. Soon, the sound of rain began to patter outside, intensifying rapidly, indicating that the storm was escalating. Raindrops violently pelted the windows, casting a shadow over the chamber. Lockshrieford glanced at the clock. It was precisely 7 o'clock, and his cigarette had burned down to the tip. He let out a gentle sigh, extinguishing the cigarette in the ashtray, and stood up to adjust the collar of his suit. "It's raining. I must take my leave," he remarked. Such a heavy downpour. Shouldn't you wait a while?" Calvin Latin was caught off guard by Lockshire's sudden farewell. No need. I appreciate your gracious hospitality. My lord, we shall enjoy a drink together another time. The gentleman Lockshire bowed slightly to Calvin Latin. Given the circumstances, Calvin Latin could not insist on detaining Lockshire. He merely nodded, his expression one of concern. Be careful on the road. Thank you, Lockshire replied with a slight nod before leaving his seat and approaching Clester. He casually placed a hand on Clester's shoulder, causing Clester to flinch as if struck by electricity. Then I leave the Count in your capable hands. I bid you farewell. Lockshire walked directly out of the conference hall and made his way to the entrance of the town hall. Outside, the rain poured heavily, the water on the ground dancing wildly. Lockshire slowed his pace, hands tucked into his pockets, gazing at the scene before him. Two men, also dressed in black, held a black umbrella over his head. The group descended 3 flights of stairs, traversing the desolate, cold streets, gradually fading from view. Calvin Latin and Clester watched from within the town hall. Once Lockshire vanished from sight, they ascended the stairs to a warmer, more comfortable room to rest. However, Clester, appearing to harbor unspoken thoughts, paused momentarily before following Calvin Latin upstairs, his contemplative gaze once again directed toward the exterior of the town hall, as if seeking to perceive something elusive. Meanwhile, in the Francis Trade Association's headquarters on the 4th floor, 3 individuals stood before a large window, their expressions grave as they observed the torrential rain outside. The young man in the center wore a white shirt and tie, his suit cast aside on the sofa, suggesting he had just concluded his work. To his left stood a man armed with 2 swords, clad in a sharp military uniform, while to his right stood a robust figure with an aquiline nose and a resolute expression. The rain is quite heavy, the young man, Amos, remarked calmly, a cigarette held delicately between his long fingers, his shirt sleeves rolled up to his forearms, exuding a sense of ease. Isn't it just perfect? The man on the left, Dollard, replied in a cold tone. His military attire, custom-tailored for the guard, was not overly intricate, characterized by a black and red color scheme. Black boots, a high collar, and a black-red belt, enhancing Dollard's imposing stature. Ha, Amos chuckled, taking a drag from his cigarette. His deep-set eyes fixed intently on the rain-soaked world outside. A series of knocks echoed through the room, and the previously silent Drake approached the door. Today, he donned a deep blue ensemble, the tone remarkably akin to that of Dolet. Originally, Drake was stationed at the pirate port, overseeing the Ganny's route. However, due to the significance of the day, he returned. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the smirking visage of Lockshire. Drake shut the door behind him, and the two approached Amos. Governor Calvin Latin has Christ monitored. No information can escape, allowing us to proceed with confidence, Lockshire remarked. Very well. Amos extracted a cigarette for Lockshire and personally ignited it. Will you be joining us later? Absolutely. Never underestimate me, Lockshire replied, narrowing his eyes as he took a puff, pulling back the flap of his suit to reveal a finely crafted pistol at his waist. Amos, who had remained rather stoic, now bore a faint smile. He turned back, one hand in his pocket, the other still holding the cigarette. Let us wait a moment longer for the intel from ahead. The 4 of them stood in silence by the window, watching as the torrential rain descended and listening to the howling winds, an unprecedented calm enveloping them. They had prepared for over 2 months for this day, and the island, which had been regarded as their prize long before their arrival, was finally on the verge of a change in ownership. Amos, one cigarette after another, watched as the time slipped from 7:30 to 8 o'clock. As the clock struck 8, the phone insect buzzed. He withdrew his hand from his pocket to answer the call, whereupon a calm voice, accompanied by the sound of rain, informed him, President, the clash between Alvaridin and Jason has commenced. It has begun. Amos inhaled deeply, and the call ended. The 4 of them remained steadfastly in place, motionless. When the clock struck 8:30, the phone rang once more, the same informant on the line. President, the battle has escalated to a fever pitch. Currently, Alvaridin holds the upper hand, and Jason's forces are retreating to their estate. Very well. Amos exhaled a plume of smoke, instructing, You may withdraw and continue to monitor the vicinity of this neighborhood. Understood, came the brief reply from the other end. Once again, the phone insect was terminated. Amos appeared to be lost in thought, his gaze wandering vacantly out the window. Finally, a smile broke across his face as he crushed the remaining half of his cigarette in his palm, turning to stride toward the door, casually donning the suit draped over the sofa as he walked. Locke, Shreve, Dolet, and Drake exchanged knowing glances before hastening to follow him. They understood that the true battle was about to unfold. The 4 descended the stairs and approached the grand entrance of the building's lobby. Amos had donned his suit, though it remained unbuttoned, revealing the white shirt beneath. He paused at the threshold, surveying the security team lined up at the entrance, each clad in black raincoats and shoes, their necks obscured by their collars. This contingent of 400 guards, each armed with a long knife and a firearm, bore the solemnity of their training under Dolet, resembling freshly honed blades. "Amos," Drake called from behind him. Amos turned his head and extended his hand, taking the cleansing ghost from Drake, a blade that had not been drawn from its sheath for at least a week. He donned his raincoat once more, and with the hood shielding him from the rain, he lit another cigarette. The air was somewhat humid, and it took 3 attempts before his lighter finally ignited the tobacco. He inhaled deeply, then exhaled, the faint smoke quickly dissipating into the curtain of rain. Amos rolled his neck and descended the steps. Lockshire, Dolet, and Drake followed closely behind him. The 4 of them approached the ranks of the guard, who parted in an orderly fashion to grant them passage. Amos and his companions moved through the opening seamlessly, making their way toward the entrance of the Merchant Guild's headquarters. Once they passed, the ranks closed behind them, following in their wake. Amos led the way at the forefront, one hand gripping the drenched spirit of the departed, his pace brisk. Behind him, Dolet and Drake maintained stoic expressions, while Lockshriffo radiated exuberant delight. The 400-strong contingent behind them marched in unison, their footsteps resonating powerfully even amidst the downpour. The sound of their advance, a symphony of impending violence, echoed through the night as they approached the district where Alvaridin and Jason were embroiled in conflict. Their speed was measured, for Amos tempered their haste, neither displaying impatience nor languor, everything unfolding with impeccable precision. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the district, where, despite the deafening thunder and the relentless rain, the fierce roars and gunfire could be distinctly heard. Amos came to a halt, a half-burnt cigarette still clenched between his lips. Behind him, Dolet raised an arm, prompting the guards to immediately split into 4 distinct formations. 2 of the groups briskly dashed to the left and right, while the remaining 2 remained stationed behind them. Amos gazed at the residence of Inspector Jason, situated approximately 200 to 300 meters away, observing as Alvaridin's city guards nearly breached the gates. Alvaridin, leading the remnants of his forces, was poised to charge in and unleash a brutal onslaught. He reached up to pull back the hood of his raincoat, and the rain instantly drenched the cigarette between his lips and his tousled hair. Slightly parting his lips, the damp and limp cigarette fell to the ground. Within moments, Amos's expression turned icy. With his pale, bony hand, he drew the chingue from its scabbard, while his other hand released the scabbard, letting it drop to the earth. Dolet and Drake also unsheathed their weapons, while Lockshreff held firmly onto the grip of his pistol at his waist. Behind them, the guard unit uniformly unsheathed their long blades, the cold, sharp swords glinting ominously under the moonlight, enhancing their menacing aura. They stood ready, not a word uttered among them, all awaiting Amos's command. Amos remained silent, gripping the chingue as rain cascaded down its blade. He advanced towards the residence of Inspector Jason, his actions speaking volumes. His pace quickened, and soon, the crowd followed suit, moving in a heavy yet orderly manner, akin to the ominous signs of death harvesting straw in the nocturnal downpour, all converging toward slaughter. Certain matters shall be resumed on the 1st of next month. During this period, I have been shuttling to the hospital to care for my grandfather, which has disrupted my routine and left me devoid of energy and spirit. Additionally, following my hiatus, some individuals have begun to criticize my work in the review section, prompting me to offer some rebuttals. A reader, known as "Do You Still Remember the Rain?" commented that this book might surpass the Pirate Code, inciting certain fans of the latter to perceive this as a grave affront. Unpleasant remarks ensued, such as the current wave of online critics seemingly abandoning all decorum, questioning how this narrative could possibly eclipse the Pirate Code. As an author, it is disheartening to hear such sentiments. This matter is inherently subjective. I refrain from passing judgment on the code. Another reader subsequently chimed in with a rather unfounded critique, questioning the premise of the story. He remarked, "Is this the book in question? It pales in comparison to the code. At the outset, it ambiguously pits the protagonist against the Navy, and without any extraordinary talent, dares to boast before an admiral, who inexplicably appears impressed. Is this authenticity?" He then expressed incredulity at the protagonist acquiring an unusual and poorly defined devil fruit, followed by a sudden surge of ingenuity that enables him to transcend his limitations, confidently proclaiming his potential to reach the pinnacle of observation hockey. How can his prowess surpass that of Luffy's protagonist aura? Undoubtedly, it surpasses most contemporary pirates. as we are no longer in an era dominated by overpowered protagonists like Long Outyen or Zhao Ritian, who wield absurdly potent abilities. However, the notion of surpassing the pirate code seems to dwell solely in the realm of Na'vi imaginations. I have always embraced criticism with grace, as evidenced in previous chapters, which should be apparent in the review section. Nevertheless, I find myself in disagreement with every point raised by this particular reader. I fail to comprehend how he articulated a plethora of criticisms, each of which I cannot accept. Therefore, I feel compelled to publicly respond, hoping that readers with comprehension challenges may engage with this explanation alongside the narrative. Firstly, he claims that the story's beginning is unclear and unwarrantedly antagonistic towards the Navy. Another reader echoed confusion regarding the Navy's massacre of the small island, suggesting an unnatural conflict imposed upon the protagonist. Such inquiries leave me at a loss, as any discerning reader would typically react to such a scenario by exclaiming, "Ah, the Navy has indeed slaughtered the island. What could have prompted such an act?" And would continue reading, eager for the author to elucidate the reasons behind the Navy's actions. It is rather surprising to witness individuals failing to discern even the most apparent foreshadowing, only to then launch into criticism. Secondly, the assertion that the protagonist lacks talent while simultaneously proclaiming to the admiral his intention to conquer the world, followed by the claim that the admiral's admiration for the protagonist is unrealistic, warrants further contemplation. I implore such readers to delve deeper into the character of the admiral, to comprehend his mindset and perspectives, for only then can one reasonably deduce how he might react to various circumstances. Thirdly, regarding the peculiar nature of the protagonist's newfound mental fruit, it remains inadequately defined. On this basis, I find myself questioning the reading comprehension of such a reader. The text never explicitly categorizes it as a mental fruit. Rather, in chapter 126, the protagonist himself elucidates his ability, stating, "It is a perception ability, within a certain range. I can sense the vast majority of things, with the exception of the countless bacteria that permeate the air, as they are too minuscule for my precise perception to detect." Thus, any reader who has engaged with the material should recognize this as a perception-based devil fruit, which could also be referred to as a fruit of perception. For those unfamiliar with the concept of perception, a quick search will suffice. Fourthly, the claim that the protagonist, upon acquiring the fruit, immediately develops a series of ideas that allow him to transcend limits and reach the pinnacle of observation is misguided. The narrative provides a clear timeline. Chapter 119 indicates that the protagonist arrived on Uralaro Island on the afternoon of February 1st, and it is explicitly stated that he remained there for a day and a half, consuming the fruit on February 3rd. Chapter 125 details his return to the City of Eternal Night on February 7th, where he reunites with his companions. During this period, the text illustrates that he had a considerable grasp of his abilities and recorded numerous analyses in his notebook. Given that the protagonist was at sea during this time, it is evident he practiced and analyzed daily. Is it truly so challenging to comprehend that one could formulate a midterm training plan after such an interval? Do you believe he achieved this level of proficiency purely within a few days? One must recognize that after several days of continuous practice and analysis of the fruit's capabilities, it is entirely feasible to outline a developmental trajectory for the near future. I have yet to encounter such a lack of understanding. Furthermore, you mentioned the notion of surpassing the ceiling and reaching the apex of observation. I trust that your ability to pose such inquiries indicates you have indeed read chapter 126. If so, why not take a closer look at the substantial portion of the chapter dedicated to the protagonist's analysis of devil fruit development? Lastly, to suggest that the protagonist possesses an aura stronger than that of Luffy is an assertion that resonates differently with readers. As for the idea that this work transcends the pirate code, it is a perspective typically held by novice readers. Personally, I refrain from comparing my work to the pirate code. However, the act of disparaging one while elevating another is rather unpalatable. Were I in your position, I would express my belief that I find the pirate code to be somewhat more engaging. Rather than expressing disdain for those whose taste leads them to believe this book surpasses the pirate code, I find their remarks rather distasteful. Furthermore, in subsequent comments, this reader chose to mock me based on my performance, pointing out that I had abandoned two stories, one due to an unsatisfactory conclusion and the other halted due to my grandfather's illness, a fact known to many. They suggested I should reflect inwardly and implied that I should not allow the opinions of a few readers, who claim my work exceeds the pirate code, to inflate my ego. I have never proclaimed my writing to be superior to the pirate code, nor have I compared my work with any other book. I fail to comprehend why you would accuse me of arrogance. I merely defend myself against your unfounded criticisms. As an author, I believe I am more entitled to assert that success dictates everything. This book's performance is quite poor, and as a full-time writer, it scarcely sustains me. I have indeed contemplated discontinuing it. Nevertheless, my desire to craft a compelling narrative persists, which is why I continue to write, albeit with diminished enthusiasm, resulting in less frequent updates. I take pride in the fact that others, who have fared better yet only write part-time, have abandoned their works, while I remain steadfast. Despite my underwhelming performance, I persist in my full-time commitment to writing. I prefer not to recount the reasons behind the previous book's inadequate conclusion. Those who are aware understand the circumstances. This month has been overwhelming and exhausting, leaving me disinclined to engage in further disputes. However, as I announced the date for resuming updates, I felt it necessary to address this matter, hoping for rational criticism. I do not accept baseless hostility. If you do not view yourself as a detractor, then let it be known that we are not of the same ilk. It would be best for us to avoid repulsing one another and for you to vanish from my world. To those waiting for updates, I shall see you next month. Chapter 145, The Shift of Power Amidst the Shrouded Rain. Hundreds of Grim Reapers, brandishing their scythes, silently approached, encircling Jason's residence, with Alvaridin now holding the advantage. His forces had breached the estate, while Jason, ensnared within his own trap, fought back defiantly. In this stalemate, neither side recognized the hidden threat lurking at the rear. Ready to swoop in. Led by Amos, the group halted a mere 20 meters from the residence, each member standing motionless like cold, imposing statues. The relentless rain continued to pour, cascading down their sturdy chests to the ground below. Due to the storm and the late hour, visibility was limited. The guards surrounding Jason's estate gazed intently at the building, silently listening to the cries mingling with the sound of the rain. Inside, the occupants could scarcely discern the multitude of deep-set eyes watching from outside, unable to fathom the heart's trepidation. Rockshurford stood beside Amos, gripping a finely crafted firearm, his face alight with frenzied anticipation. Finally, the day had arrived. Amos, his raincoat hood drawn, offered no reply, instead casting his gaze skyward, where countless raindrops swelled in his vision before falling upon his cheeks. His face was icy, his gaze somber, lips pressed together, as if the clear ghost in his hand could already scent the metallic tang of blood through the rain, causing a slight tremor. Meanwhile, Drake and Dolet stood motionless alongside Amos, their expressions betraying neither excitement nor fear. Years of experience had rendered their faces rigid, sealing away the primal blood that stirred within their hearts. What manifested was maturity, an unruffled demeanor. After a prolonged silence, Amos lowered his head, casting a disdainful glance at the estate, uttering a derisive hum. So slow. Gradually, the conflict within the estate seemed to subside, washed away by the rain. This signified not only the end of one battle, but also heralded the commencement of another, far more brutal slaughter. Before long, whether due to the tidying up of the aftermath inside, a gathering command from Alvaridin echoed at the entrance. Inside the estate, Alvaridin assessed the casualties of his forces and arranged for a meticulous sweep of the premises, preparing to unveil the so-called evidence of Jason's embezzlement he had long since orchestrated. The estate illuminated as Alvaridin dialed Amos.S. number from the courtyard entrance. With the sea urchin gang dismantled, only Amos.S. Francis Trading Company remained aligned with him. And recently, he had entrusted Amos with the critical responsibility of maintaining city security. Having achieved victory in this power struggle, he could think of no one more deserving of notification than Amos. The phone rang. Alvaridin awaited Amos to answer, but after merely a few seconds, he faintly heard the ringing sound outside the estate. Amos did not pick up, and the ringing outside persisted. Shortly thereafter, Alvaridin hung up, the external ringing abruptly ceasing. He furrowed his brow, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The more the moment approached, the more vigilant he became. He was exceedingly cautious as he neared the final stretch of his ascent to power as the Emperor of Baishas Island. He glanced outside, where an oppressive darkness loomed. "Follow me," he commanded a few subordinates, stepping out the door. Boom. Just then, a deafening clap of thunder stunned everyone, and before the thunder struck, a flash of lightning illuminated the blood-soaked ground as bright as day. In that fleeting flash, Alvaridin beheld a line of soldiers, clad in raincoats and wielding combat knives, standing shoulder to shoulder 20 meters ahead. Most striking were the four at the forefront. He recognized them all: Rock Shreve, the president of the Francis News Agency; Drake, the head of the Francis Shipyard; Dolet, captain of the Francis Trading Company's guard; and Amos, the president of the Francis Trading Company. Alvaridin's heart jolted. and he was thoroughly unnerved by the sight before him. Wasn't Amos assigned to maintain order in the city? When did he stealthily surround this place? What are their intentions? Alvaridin, filled with uncertainty and suspicion, sensed Amos's malice. As the brilliance of lightning faded, darkness enveloped once more. He could not discern the sights ahead, yet in an instant he heard the synchronized sound of footsteps. They were advancing. Something was amiss. Alvaridin, perceiving the danger from various ominous signs, paled significantly and hastily retreated. Brandishing his battle blade and shouting in alarm, "Close the door! Quickly, shut the door!" Soldiers often possess a keener awareness of peril than their officers, with a more acute instinct for survival. Several of Alvaridin's subordinates swiftly closed the great door and took cover. The terror on Alvaridin's face did not dissipate with the door's closure. Rather, it intensified. He loudly commanded the soldiers within the estate to assemble, while he himself continued to withdraw. "One team can accompany us inside. The rest should maintain the perimeter around the estate. I do not wish to see a single fish slip through the net," Amos instructed. Dolet nodded affirmatively. "Leave it to me." No sooner had he spoken than Amos, Rockshrafe, and Drake surged forward with a team towards the firmly shut door. Dolet remained outside, orchestrating the scene, refraining from engaging in close combat. For Amos, the closed door posed no formidable obstacle. With a swift stroke of his sword, it was cleaved in twain. The barrier upon which Alvaridin relied was effortlessly dismantled, leaving all within in a state of bewilderment. In the remote realm of the Breno Sea, in the impoverished kingdom of Lyca, few had ever witnessed such formidable prowess. Amos and his companions had long concealed their strength, preserving their trump card to catch their adversaries unawares when the moment arose. At this juncture, due to Alvaridin and his followers' grave underestimation of Amos's capabilities, compounded by their hasty actions, they were unable to mount an effective resistance. 100-man unit, trained for 2 or 3 months, charged fearlessly into the fray, mingling with the disordered city guard. Being elite themselves, they quickly gained the upper hand against the fatigued city guard, especially with Drake rampaging through, sealing the fate of the confrontation. Amos and Alvaridin exchanged glances. Occasionally, a soldier from the city guard would rush towards Amos, only to be swiftly neutralized by Lockshreefer's precise marksmanship. "Impressive shooting," Amos remarked with a smile, acknowledging Lockshreefer's defense against several soldiers' assaults. "Is that all? Just impressive?" Lockshreefer inquired with a sense of pride. Amos fell silent. When it comes to marksmanship, he was not inferior to Lockshreeve. After all, Lockshreeve did not rely on this skill for his livelihood. While Amos had undergone extensive shooting training both at the branch and headquarters, achieving remarkable precision, Alvaridin stood frozen in place, gripping his combat knife. Amos seized the firearm from Rockshreeve's possession and aimed it directly at Alvaridin, decisively pulling the trigger. With a resounding bang, a gaping wound appeared between Alvaridin's brows, from which thick, viscous blood flowed profusely. In dealing with someone of Alvaridin's caliber, a firearm sufficed. Amos had no intention of engaging in trivial explanations with a dying man. Since both were destined for death, the truth held little significance. It was best for both parties that he met his end sooner rather than later. Amos handed the gun back to Lockshreeve, a smile gracing his lips, which left Lockshreeve somewhat displeased. He had not anticipated Amos's marksmanship to be so precise. In such an environment, he himself would have had little confidence in landing a shot directly between the eyes. After Lockshreeve had boasted about his own shooting prowess, Amos charged into the city guard with determination, while Lockshreeve, with a glum expression, realized that none of the guards could escape his bullets. The battle, overwhelming in its intensity, lasted no more than 5 minutes, with all surviving guards from the previous skirmish meeting their demise, while Amos's side suffered fewer than 10 casualties. It was a splendid victory. However, the aftermath of the battle presented a different challenge. The scene required careful arrangement to obscure any evidence of their forces' presence. As if the fierce confrontation had merely been a clash between Alvaridin and Jason, culminating in mutual destruction. The swift conclusion of the battle left everyone feeling unsatisfied, for the day's events had stirred emotions profoundly. Nevertheless, Amos was quite pleased, as this demonstrated the formidable strength of their team. If they required significant effort to deal with a lackluster city guard, then Dolet's rigorous training would have been in vain. The cleanup was entrusted to Drake, while Lockshreeve needed to feign ignorance of the grim news, racing to the city hall to report the situation to the chief administrator, Calvin Latin. Despite the setback in marksmanship, Lockshreeve's eloquence and strategic acumen were commendable. He intended to persuade Calvin Latin to discreetly quell the chaos and arrange for new appointments, thus facilitating a transition of power. Lockshrieff hurriedly departed with several guards, as the cleanup efforts were swiftly underway. Alvaradin had previously chosen to confront Jason on a rainy night. Knowing the downpour would wash away traces, after the rain, the city could continue as if nothing had occurred. Now, Amos adopted this strategy. Once tidied up, the team hurried back to the guild base before the rain ceased. By the time they returned, it was early morning, and the soldiers were assigned to rest, while Amos, Drake, and Dolet remained in the office, still awake. The office was brightly lit, and the three had changed into fresh attire, seated in 3 chairs. Amos held a cigarette in his mouth, one hand drying his damp hair with a towel, while the other two engaged in conversation over drinks. "I believe we have overestimated the strength of the city guard of Betches Island," Dolet remarked, savoring a sip of his drink. Drake chuckled lightly. "The ease with which you annihilated the opposition is a testament to your ability. In less than 3 months, you have trained this 300-man guard to an impressive standard, indicating your innate talent in this regard. Please, do not flatter me. I am not one for praise," Dolet replied modestly, though the compliment clearly pleased him, prompting him to pour more wine for Drake. "Now, it all hinges on Lockshrieff. If he can manage his side, this matter will be resolved." "Indeed," Amos interjected, stating that arrangements would be made for you to become the new sheriff. "With the approval from above, we now have the organizational structure and budget in place, allowing our forces to expand to 2,000. At that point, you shall have ample opportunities to display your prowess. With 2,000 under my command at headquarters, I would undoubtedly attain the rank of brigadier general," Dolet chuckled. After Amos finished drying his hair, he set the towel aside and poured himself a drink. The initial plan was merely for 2,000 individuals. With the official establishment in place, the Leica Kingdom would shoulder half of the training expenses, leaving us to bear the financial burden of only 1,000. Once the steamship projects for the newspaper and shipyard stabilize, and with the Canis route continuously supplying us with berries, we could monopolize the lucrative industries of Betches Island and double our manpower. Upon hearing this, Dolet was at a loss for words. After a brief silence, he leaned back in his chair and remarked, "Having wealth is indeed a blessing." With the funding issue resolved, many other problems began to unravel effortlessly. With the backing of the Merchant Association, embarking on any project became a matter of great confidence. As the conversation flowed, 2 hours slipped away unnoticed, and finally, a response arrived from Lockshrieff. When Lockshrieff rushed to the town hall, Calvin Latin had already retired for the night. However, Lockshrieff's urgent request compelled Calvin Latin to rise. Upon learning of the devastating confrontation between Alvar Latin and Jason, which resulted in mutual destruction, Calvin Latin was left stunned. He had not anticipated such a dire event, which would severely jeopardize his career aspirations of surpassing his brother upon returning to the capital. Just as despair enveloped him, Lockshrieff, appearing to have his best interests at heart, offered a strategy. He suggested that Calvin Latin conceal the news, act as if nothing had transpired, swiftly quell the matter, and arrange for new personnel to fill the vacant positions, ensuring that his career would not be adversely affected by this catastrophic incident. With a means to safeguard his future, Calvin Latin naturally did not resist. After a thorough discussion with Lockshrieff, he dispatched his uncle, Priest Clister, to collaborate with Lockshrieff in resolving the issue and promptly recommending suitable candidates for the roles of sheriff, inspector, treasurer, and judge. Clister, having been compromised by Lockshrieff, was entirely under his influence, thus thwarting Calvin Latin's initial plan to send his own uncle as a safeguard against Lockshrieff's ambitions. The two, commissioned by the chief executive Calvin Latin, set out that very night to address the matter. Calvin Latin remained sleepless as Lockshrieff and Clister returned to the Merchant Association's headquarters to deliberate on the candidates for these positions. That night, a nascent force surged forward, effortlessly dismantling any opposition and seizing control of Betches Island. Chapter 146, A New Era. 2 months later, on May 27th, as the morning sun poured down, illuminating the entire Merchant Association base, a tall man, adorned with 2 swords at his waist, reprimanded the soldiers lined up before him. The assembled soldiers, numbering roughly in the thousands, bowed their heads as they received the man's chastisement. "It took you a full 5 minutes to assemble in the training ground after the assembly bell rang. I am quite curious how a group of grown men can be so sluggish in rising and dressing. Have you spent all your time organizing clothes and applying makeup? Should I declare some skincare products for each of you?" The man reprimanding was Dolet, who is no longer merely the captain of the Francis Merchant Guild's Guard. 2 months prior, Locksheriff secured the position of sheriff of Betches Island from the governor Calvin Latin and appointed him to the role. The Guard has officially transformed into the City Guard responsible for the security of Amos Island. There are 3 City Guard battalions, each standardized to comprise 300 personnel. Dolet restructured his original 300 guards into the 1st Battalion of the City Guard, while the subsequent 2 battalions suffered total annihilation in a skirmish, necessitating a complete recruitment of new members. This coincided perfectly with their intentions. Currently, Amos Island is entirely under their control, and it is imperative that the significant power of the City Guard, which holds a crucial position in this locale, remains firmly in their hands. Retaining the former Sheriff Alvaridin's old guards would complicate the process of converting them into allies by recruiting entirely new personnel and cultivating them, although it requires considerable effort. The benefits are substantial. The royal decree allocates 3 battalions to Amos Island, which translates to a monthly budget for 900 soldiers, precisely without surplus or deficit. The expenses for the sustenance, training, and needs of 900 soldiers amount to a considerable sum. This is why Amos and the others only allowed Dolet to transfer 300 men when they first arrived at Amos Island, as there simply weren't enough funds to support more soldiers. Now that the supply budget for 900 soldiers is secured, Amos, Loch Sheriff, and Dolet have decided not only to maintain the operation of these 900, but also to expand the force by recruiting an additional 1,200, raising the actual composition of each battalion to 700 personnel. Naturally, the expenses for this additional 1,200 will be borne by them, with the Ghanese shipping route consistently returning ample funds each month and the industries of Amos Island gradually falling under the monopoly of the Francis Merchant Guild. Expanding their ranks is within their capacity. Moreover, having obtained such an official FAAD, it is essential to maximize its utilization. The training grounds are now situated within the base of the Francis Merchant Guild. The base, thriving with wealth, has acquired an entire street to the west, transforming it into a larger training facility. Originally, 2 dormitories had been constructed, but only one was utilized, now that the number of personnel has increased. The 2nd dormitory has officially come into use, housing such a multitude at the guild's base rather than the established City Guard camp on Amos Island is due to the ease of instilling their ideologies into these new recruits. Gradually imparting the core principles of Amos and his associates is paramount. Perhaps it seems somewhat fanciful, but it is undeniable that one of the most formidable forces in existence is faith. Soldiers are born for faith and die for it. Every individual has motivations, and to willingly sacrifice one's life requires an even more powerful force capable of conquering fear and dispelling distractions. Faith has the power to conquer fear and cleanse the mind of distractions. In this regard, Amos has indeed succeeded. His approach is not one of brainwashing. Rather, he first entrusted Dolet with the task of uniting these individuals into a cohesive collective. Once they transformed into iron-willed soldiers like Amos and his comrades, Amos would undertake a task that is undeniably harsh for anyone. He would strip away the glamorous facade of the world, exposing the ugly and sordid truths hidden beneath. It would then be up to them to decide whether to join in the endeavor to change the world or to willingly succumb to despair. Fate would determine their choice. Currently, over 1,000 recruits don custom-tailored military uniforms. Externally, the Francis newspaper, having monopolized Amos Island and established itself as the leading local publications, promotes these uniforms as the new attire for the urban guard. Internally, it candidly acknowledges them as military uniforms. You are the worst soldiers I have ever trained. Dolet, now a competent instructor, has taught 2,000 recruits, including this latest batch. He never imagined he would one day be responsible for so many, serving as their commander. 10 kilometers of cross-country. Let's go, Dolet. A voice interrupted Dolet mid-sentence. Turning, he saw Amos, impeccably dressed in a suit, exuding a clean appearance. That's enough for today, Amos said, approaching Dolet with a friendly embrace. Join me for a trip to the shipyard. Lockshrift and Drake will also be there. What happened at the shipyard? Dolet inquired. After 4 months, the first generation of steamships has finally been developed. We must attend the launch and trial today, Amos replied quietly. Dolet raised an eyebrow. Is that the new vessel you mentioned, equipped with an iron deck and powered by steam? Indeed, Amos affirmed, then turned to the soldiers, proclaiming loudly, the punishment is lifted. The mess hall will prepare a feast for lunch, and today is a day of rest. A cheer erupted from the ranks. After 2 months of grueling training under Dolet's strict regimen, a proper day of rest felt like a divine blessing. Dolet expressed his discontent. Now I'm seen as the unforgiving demon, while you are the benevolent savior. With you playing the good cop, there must be a bad cop, right? Amos chuckled heartily. You truly live up to your title of demon instructor. These recruits have endured more than we did back at headquarters. How can one excel without effort? As you have previously stated, our future adversary is the world government. Every drop of sweat we shed now reduces the danger we will face in battles to come. Dolet sighed. Since becoming an instructor, I have come to appreciate the earnest intentions of Master Zifa and his peers. They only wish the best for us. Amos laughed softly, giving Dolet a playful shove. Come on. Two individuals exited the gates of the base, accompanied only by each other, and discreetly made their way to the Francis shipyard. Upon their arrival, Lockshire and Drake awaited them at the entrance of the shipyard. In recent days, the shipyard had been under strict surveillance, with no unauthorized personnel permitted to linger nearby. As the trial run of the steamship was of paramount importance, a closely guarded secret of the Francis Chamber of Commerce. The revelation of such information could potentially empower rival factions with the knowledge required to manufacture steamships, thereby nullifying their existing advantage. Long time no see, Lockshire exclaimed, opening his arms in anticipation of a warm embrace with Amos. Don't be so sentimental, Amos replied, playfully striking Lockshire on the chest before turning his attention to Drake. How have things been on your end? The Janus route is thriving. Disturbances have significantly diminished in recent times, Drake responded, appearing more composed and mature. After their lighthearted exchange, Lockshire lowered his arms. Everything is fine on my side as well. Lockshire now held the esteemed position of new inspector for Betches Island. He had appointed trusted confidants as his financial officer and judge. Initially, he had intended to designate Amos as the inspector while he himself would assume the roles of financial officer and judge. However, given Amos's status as the president of the Francis Chamber of Commerce and a prominent businessman, such a sensitive position could potentially cast a shadow on his reputation, leading Lockshire to abandon the idea. That's good to hear. Speaking of which, it's been at least a week since we last gathered. After the steamship trial run today, let us go out for a drink, Amos suggested. Absolutely, Lockshire replied, snapping his fingers in agreement. Amos cast a glance and noticed that Lockshire's eyes were bloodshot, a clear indication of the hardships he had endured over the past few months. The burdens of the newspaper, official duties, and the construction of the undercurrents all rested upon his shoulders, yet he managed to handle them with remarkable efficacy. This not only affirmed the wisdom of inviting him, but also demonstrated his unwavering commitment to their shared goals. After exchanging a few pleasantries at the doorway, the group made their way back to the dock. The first-generation steamship was not located within the shipyard, but instead on a remote island along the Janus route, with the shipwreck strait now considered within the territory of Amos and his allies. Here, clandestine activities could be conducted away from the prying eyes of the Lyca Kingdom. Waiting at the dock was a luxurious cruise ship from the Francis Shipping Company, which had long been prepared for their arrival. Once all four had boarded, the vessel set sail toward the desolate island along the Janus route. A day later, the cruise ship reached the island, which had been developed significantly, now featuring a nascent yet substantial dock, bustling with activity as various confidential research endeavors were slated to take place there. Upon disembarking, members of the steamship research team, over a dozen skilled shipwrights, eagerly approached to greet Drake, the shipyard director, and Amos, the initiator of the steamship project and president of the Chamber of Commerce. The captain of the security detail responsible for the island saluted Dolet. This security team had been dispatched long ago, composed entirely of Dolet's students, initially tasked with monitoring the shipwrights to ensure that the steamship research materials remained confidential. Their role had since evolved to encompass the security of the island once all secretive studies were relocated there. After another round of cordial exchanges, the group gathered at one side of the dock. A vessel exceeding 20 meters in length was moored at the platform. This ship, entirely encased in iron armor, stood in stark contrast to the common wooden sailing ships. A massive smokestack was situated at the rear deck, imparting a sense of heaviness to the entire structure. At that moment, the steamship was secured by numerous ropes from all directions, while beneath it lay rows of steel slides, with various materials placed between the slides and the hull. The president, acting as the on-site commander, directed his gaze toward Amos. Amos nodded. The crew, filled with exhilaration, shouted in unison, "Launch!" As they released the ropes securing the steamboat, the vessel began to glide down the steel ramp and into the sea. The dull sound of metal scraping echoed around them. With a sudden splash, the steamboat plunged into the water, tilting at an angle exceeding 45 degrees. Fortunately, the ropes tethered around the hull prevented any severe listing. Initially, the immense body of the ship struck the surface of the sea, creating towering waves. But soon it began to sway gently from side to side, The amplitude of the rocking gradually diminished until it settled into calmness. The steamboat had successfully entered the water. The crew resumed their preparations, untying ropes and boarding the vessel. "It's afloat," Drake and Dolit exclaimed in unison. Amos smiled, remarking that although crafted from iron, weight does not necessarily equate to sinking beneath the waves. Lakshrifer remained silent, yet his eyes sparkled with an unusual brightness. He was among those who dismissed Amos's vision of a steamship, for such an avant-garde notion threatened to dismantle their long-held worldview. However, at this moment, words eluded him. For Amos had succeeded in keeping such a colossal iron beast afloat upon the sea. This was merely the beginning. With a spirited demeanor, Amos remarked that what others deemed success was, in his eyes, merely a modest starting point. Following a series of preparations, the steamship was ready for boarding. Being a first-generation vessel, it harbored potential unknown dangers, prompting the ship's crew to carefully select individuals for the experimental voyage. At this moment, Amos proactively proposed to board the vessel. "President, this is merely a trial voyage. What if danger arises?" The crew member attempted to dissuade Amos. Amos waved his hand and declared, "I am not merely a merchant. I am also a navigator. It is the indomitable spirit of the illustrious navigators throughout history, who embraced adventure and faced the unknown, that forged new maritime routes and conquered the seas. I believe I too must possess such qualities. Therefore, I shall participate in this trial voyage." The ship's crew attempted to dissuade him, yet Amos remained resolute, compelling them to accompany him aboard. Lakshriv, Drake, and Dorat, of course, would not remain behind, and they too joined Amos on the vessel. As they stood upon the sturdy iron deck, Dorat expressed his astonishment. After a flurry of activity on board, the sailors had completed their preparations. The accompanying crew members remained vigilant, diligently inspecting every section of the ship with unwavering focus. Amos appeared at ease, his hands resting on the white-painted railing at the bow of the ship. His body slightly leaned forward to embrace the sea breeze. To his left and right stood Locke, Schreiber, and the third companion, each gripping the railing, their palms glistening with perspiration. "Captain, preparations are complete," the ship's carpenter reported to Amos after a thorough series of checks. "Set sail," Amos commanded. "Indeed, set sail," the carpenter exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. The ship emitted a sound reminiscent of a deep-sea leviathan, reverberating through the hearts of all present. Before long, thick plumes of smoke billowed from the vessel's chimney, causing Drake and the others to panic, fearing the ship was ablaze. Amid their confusion, the ship began to move slowly. As the steamship stirred to life, both the anxious passengers on board and the onlookers at the dock erupted in cheers. The enthusiasm was palpable, each cheer a heartfelt expression of exhilaration. For the ship's departure signified the dawn of a new era, just as humanity once yearned for the skies before the invention of the airplane. This monumental innovation embodied the hopes of countless individuals. With tears of pride glistening in their eyes, the crew understood that this moment would be etched in history. They were altering the course of the world. As the ship accelerated, the sea breeze intensified, and even the previously tense Drake and Dolart joined in the jubilation, exhilarated by a speed they had never before experienced. Amos remained indifferent to their cheers, merely lifting the corners of his mouth as he gazed into the distance. Chapter 147, Row, War. The maiden voyage of the first generation of steamships was remarkably successful. After circumnavigating the island, it docked at the pier. As the vessel anchored, the sound of fireworks erupted from the dock, and the crowd erupted into frenzied applause. Among the jubilant throng were the usually refined merchants, the stoic shipwrights, and the earnest dockworkers. Despite their differing statuses and temperaments, they all shared a profound excitement in that moment. This was precisely why Amos did not quell their revelry. The advent of the steamship signified far too much. Even those who typically held the lowly position of a cleaner were acutely aware that they were witnesses to history. For those who revered the sea as sacred, witnessing the dawn of a new era today felt as if they themselves were cloaked in an indelible brilliance. As the ship came ashore, Amos and his companions disembarked, and those who had previously scoffed at the steamship, like Dorat, were now full of praise. This cumbersome iron contraption not only floated, but also surpassed the speed of nimble sailing vessels, an astonishing revelation. Henceforth, we would not only be free from the threat of sailing ship cannons, but could also disregard adverse weather conditions. Even in the doldrums, we could navigate with ease. Amos explained with a satisfied smile. "Are you a genius, Amos?" Dorat inquired, knowing full well that Amos had spearheaded the steamship research. The emergence of such a marvel was largely attributable to Amos himself. To Dorat, Amos was an unassuming individual, dedicated to his work, somewhat rigid, and perpetually consumed by thoughts of training. It was absurd to realize that such a person had delved into the development of the steamship and propelled the arrival of a new era. This revelation was as surreal as discovering that the carefree Luca was actually the mentor of a naval admiral. Haha. Laughter rang out, brushing aside Dorat's question. Amos turned back towards the steamship at the dock, contemplating the subsequent research. Once we perfect the steamship, we can establish our own trade routes through the doldrums. His words rekindled memories in Lockshire, Drake, and Dorat. 6 months prior, when Amos had courted Lockshire at the Greenleaf Casino, he had spoken of his future plans. One of which was particularly striking, the crossing of the doldrums. One side of the North Sea bordered the latter half of the Great Sea Route, the New World. The Breno Sea lay at the very edge of this side, with only the doldrums separating the New World from the Breno Sea. This meant that by merely traversing the doldrums, they could avoid the lengthy detour around Upside Down Mountain, reaching the New World in no more than 3 days. This was a maritime domain traversable by no power other than the Navy headquarters. Should they succeed, they would catch all factions off guard. Moreover, this can be regarded as a formidable natural barrier, serving as both an offensive and defensive advantage, potentially becoming their greatest asset in the future. Merely from the aspect of this strategic layout, one can discern the profound significance of the advent of the steamship. Coupled with the steamship's more robust hull and accelerated speed, it empowers them to construct invincible warships that surpass all sailing vessels. It is entirely fair to assert that, due solely to the technology of the steamship, their future is boundless. This conclusion is not difficult to reach. Lockshrifer and his companions are acutely aware of this, and thus they harbor a genuine admiration for Amos. However, Amos felt little relaxation in his heart as the time for a monumental transformation in the world drew ever closer. They needed to exert themselves further, accelerating their pace of development to its utmost, so that they might possess sufficient weight in the grand battles of the world to fight for their aspirations. The shipwrights descended with meticulously recorded data, and before long, they calculated the steam utilization rate. The efficiency was slightly lower than anticipated due to the inadequately long placement of the radiator pipes, which hampered their maximum heat dissipation capability. Subsequent issues were discovered. Yet the process of making further modifications did not require Amos's concern. The shipwrights engaged in spirited discussions, confident that the next generation of steamships would soon come to fruition. Witnessing this magnificent scene, Amos recognized the necessity of further igniting everyone's enthusiasm at that moment. He generously rewarded them, for the affluent merchant guild could easily afford to bestow riches and honors upon these shipwrights. After spending a day on the island, the four gathered for an evening of revelry, reminiscing without discussing work matters. Since arriving in the Breno Sea, everyone had felt exhausted, making such a relaxed and joyful day a rare treasure. They indulged in their libations, becoming thoroughly inebriated, and it was only in the early hours that they stumbled back to their rooms, supporting one another. On the following morning, after the cruise ship was replenished, Amos, Lockshrift, and Dolet boarded the vessel to depart. Drake was to remain at the Ganny's route, as it was not on their path. He would take another ship alone to the Plunder Harbor at noon. On the evening of May 30th, the ship returned to Bitus Island. The island was no longer shrouded in chaos. The rogue organization akin to the Sea Mouse Gang had been purged by Dolet under the guise of practical training for the new recruits. Following the Francis Merchant Guild's monopolization of most industries, they did not take advantage of their supremacy to inflate prices recklessly, but rather adjusted previously unreasonable rates. These simple measures profoundly moved the island's residents, leading to a notable increase in public sentiment. Lockshrift resided at the town hall, occasionally visiting the newspaper office to attend to work. Amos and Dolet returned to the Merchant Guild's base. Dolet trained the new recruits while Amos engaged in his own cultivation. 2 months swiftly passed once again, and Amos's mastery of hockey had become quite remarkable. The fruitability compensated for his innate deficiencies, and with sufficient time for accumulation, he was on the verge of mastering observation hockey. The mastery of armament hockey has progressed significantly, while his swordsmanship has reached the level of a first-rate swordsman. It can be said that at this moment, Amos has a 70% chance of prevailing against Vice Admiral of the headquarters. The capabilities granted by his fruit are increasingly compensating for his innate deficiencies, akin to the continuous expansion of navigable routes, leading to a diminishing number of unknown territories in the world. Once again, Amos has encountered a new pinnacle of his potential. This was anticipated, prompting him to establish his third developmental direction, to refine his perception of his own body and to compare it with individuals possessing extraordinary physical attributes, such as Dolit. By identifying discrepancies, he seeks methods to rectify these issues. Over the course of the past 2 months, following further enhancement of his fruit abilities, he has keenly sensed the physiques of Drake and Dolit and subsequently turned his focus inward, dedicating several weeks to meticulously analyze the differences. Ultimately, he has drawn certain conclusions. These findings indicate that Amos's physique, in comparison to that of Dolit and others, harbors specific challenges. These challenges do not conform to the conventional notion of illness. Physical attributes are inherently varied, embodying a natural spectrum of strengths and weaknesses, much like the diversity in appearances among individuals. However, they are referred to as ailments because, theoretically, these physical shortcomings can be remedied. Remediation does not entail surgical intervention or the consumption of potions, but rather a profound transformation of the body. Such transformations are beyond the capabilities of any physician in this world. Theoretically, no one can accomplish them. Yet, there exists one notable exception, Amos himself, a beacon of hope for his own transformation, and a glimpse into a broader vision that could ultimately alter the world. After a few days of recuperation, Amos reached out to Locksley Schreiber, who worked at the city hall, and they arranged to meet at the newspaper office. The Francis Daily had established itself as the foremost newspaper on Beatus Island. Owing to Locksley Schreiber's previous investments and partnerships with several national publications and the hiring of a distinguished chief editor, these strategic initiatives significantly enriched the content of the Francis Daily, effectively overshadowing its competitors and dominating the entire market. The newspaper's operations had expanded considerably, now occupying a sizable 4-story building. Amos and Locksley Schreiber convened in an office on the 4th floor of the building. "What is it that you couldn't discuss over the phone, insisting on meeting here?" Locksley Schreiber inquired, his legs propped up on the desk, a cup of coffee in hand, exuding an air of leisure. As Amos observed his demeanor, he chuckled softly and seated himself aside. "How is the preparation for the Dark Reef progressing?" In response, Lockschriffo settled into his chair, placing the coffee on the table. "I've exerted considerable effort during this time. The preparations are nearly complete, awaiting only your command." "Excellent." Amos nodded. Lockschriffo had never caused him concern, and thus it was best to establish it promptly. "Very well, I shall make the arrangements at once." Lockschriffo acquiesced. Then turned to inquire, "Wait, even for this matter, surely you wouldn't come to me unless it were significant, something that could easily be conveyed over the phone? I cannot believe you would go to such lengths for a trivial issue." "Nothing escapes your notice," Amos replied with a resigned smile. "In addition to the establishment of the Dark Reef, I require you to assign the inaugural task to this new department." Lockschriffo took a sip of coffee, intrigued. "Ah, the president has spoken, then I shall proceed accordingly. Please assist me in locating an individual in the North Sea. If you do not even know the name." "I am powerless to assist you in such a vast expanse," Lockschriffo responded, spreading his hands in jest. "His name is Trafalgar Law," Amos stated. "This individual possesses a formidable ability and stands at a level comparable to Dolit. Therefore, it is imperative that you exercise caution when seeking him out. You need only deliver a message. Amos wishes to engage him in a substantial business venture, hoping he will come to the Breno Sea to meet me." Upon concluding his instructions, Amos observed Lockschriffo intently. "What sort of substantial venture are we discussing? Surely it cannot be trivial if you speak of it thus." "Why am I not aware?" "Concerning my health, he is likely the only one in the world capable of assisting me," Amos elucidated. "We have had prior dealings, and our relationship is amicable enough. Thus, even if he declines the invitation, he would pose no threat to our people." With that explanation, Amos reassured him. "Once the Dark Reef is established, feel free to send someone to find him. If all else fails, we may utilize a transponder snail for long-distance communication. I shall personally extend the invitation." "Very well, I shall take care of this matter," Lockschriffo affirmed. Amos suddenly fixed his gaze intently upon Lockschriff, who felt increasingly uncomfortable under the scrutiny. With a peculiar expression, Lockschriff inquired, "Why are you staring at me?" After a moment, Amos replied, "You've been burning the midnight oil lately. Your health has noticeably declined. It's essential to take better care of yourself. There's no need to overexert." Lockschriff dismissed the concern nonchalantly. "Your kidneys, goodness. Amos, could you please direct your perceptive abilities towards more appropriate matters? I am well aware of my own kidneys and do not require your unsolicited commentary." Lockschriff's face reflected a mixture of embarrassment and irritation. Amos burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. May you become a man of enduring strength." You departed. And Amos waved his hand dismissively, striding out on his own. As he walked through the bustling corridor filled with people, he stretched languidly and lit a cigarette, making his way downstairs. With each person he passed, he could sense their myriad emotions of joy and sorrow. With his eyes closed, he could feel the pangs of embarrassment, dissatisfaction, disdain, and elation. His perceptive abilities had reached a significant advancement. Like a deity, he was no longer limited to merely experiencing various perspectives. He could now truly feel an individual's emotions, though Amos was uncertain of what could be developed through this emotional perception. He found himself confronted by an ocean of joy and sorrow, stirring a peculiar sensation within him. Upon descending the stairs, Amos paused at the entrance of the newspaper office, glancing around uncertainly, unsure of his next destination. He had no desire to return to the confines of the guild base and engage in the monotonous cycle of training. Yet, through his enhanced perceptive abilities, he was acutely aware of everything around him, and it suddenly dawned on him that he had lost a certain capability, the ability to explore. His comprehensive understanding led to a loss of curiosity and a fading of the blind spots of memory. This intangible sensation did not manifest externally, and Amos did not feel any change within himself, only a sense of discomfort in his heart. Is this a side effect? He murmured to himself. Amos. Came the call from above, resonating with the voice of Lockshriffo. Amos glanced up to find Lockshire half leaning out of the window, beckoning him with urgency. The expression on Lockshire's face was far from reassuring. It bore the weight of a significant crisis. Without uttering a word, Amos pivoted and ascended the stairs to the newspaper office, returning to his workspace shortly thereafter. What is the matter? Amos inquired. Lockshire leaned heavily on the desk, his face grave. We have just received breaking news from the Lyca Kingdom Economic Journal. The outpost in the Shipwreck Strait has been overrun by forces from the Newbury Kingdom, resulting in the complete annihilation of the naval vessels stationed there. Amos stood frozen in place. The conflict between the Kingdom of Lyca and the Kingdom of Newbury had persisted for over 6 months, with both sides having engaged in military skirmishes even before their arrival. However, throughout this duration, both parties had exercised restraint. Skirmishes remained mere skirmishes and did not escalate into more significant disputes. Now, with the sudden aggression of the Kingdom of Newbury and launching an attack on the outpost, this act was 100 times more egregious than mere friction. This was an exceedingly ominous signal, indicating that the Kingdom of Newbury might be preparing for substantial maneuvers, while the Kingdom of Lyca would undoubtedly retaliate, refusing to remain passive. Tensions would escalate as a result of this incident, and the likelihood of both sides declaring war, thus igniting a true large-scale conflict, had increased dramatically. This war seemed to have arrived prematurely. According to Amos and his companions' estimations, a war was unlikely to erupt. They had planned to gradually encroach upon the Kingdom of Lyca over 2 years, and should hostilities not ensue, they could instigate the conflict themselves. Yet, they had only just begun to secure Betches Island, with many other territories still in the planning stages and unexecuted. Should war break out at this juncture, their prior strategies would be thrown into disarray. What awaited them was a chaotic world engulfed in the fires of war. Amos fell silent for a moment and mused. What do you believe we should do? We are powerless, replied La Sheriff. If we intervene, we risk exacerbating the situation. As you well know, we are currently biding our time within the realm of the Lyca Kingdom. Should we reveal ourselves, our long-term strategies would be rendered futile. La Sheriff continued. This news is breaking. Events have just transpired. I shall maintain contact with frontline reporters from the Economic Journal to remain vigilant regarding any developments. Let us hope the situation does not deteriorate swiftly. However, this serves as an urgent warning for us. Amos cautioned, the landscape is ever-changing, and we cannot predict its future trajectory. Our only course of action is to expedite our progress to adequately respond to any circumstance. La Sheriff concurred wholeheartedly. You are correct. Since the eradication of Alvaridon and Jason and our acquisition of Betches Island, we have noticeably relaxed, losing the initial sense of urgency in our development. Now that a crisis looms once more, we must exert ourselves to the utmost. Thus, the establishment of the reef should occur as swiftly as possible, and our infiltration into the capital of the Lyca Kingdom must be executed without delay. Without penetrating the capital, controlling such a situation will prove exceedingly difficult. Indeed, I shall arrange that immediately, La Sheriff assured, for he was never one to procrastinate. Moreover, I objectively predict that the war between the Lyca Kingdom and the Newbury Kingdom is imminent. We must prepare for the worst. Are we to continue our military expansion? Amos surmised La Sheriff's thoughts. La Sheriff nodded in agreement. The reason we refrained from annihilating the two nations initially, despite our capability to do so, was our lack of means to govern them afterward. We opted for a path of stealthy development, aiming to dismantle their other factions while preserving our own governing structure. Now, we may have no choice but to adopt the first approach, necessitating a military force capable of stabilizing the nation. We require a vast number of personnel. Amos was not in a hurry to acquiesce. The expansion of troops necessitated considerable financial resources. Previously, they had plundered vast amounts of gold from the heavens, accumulating over 100 billion in hand. Although commercial development constituted a significant portion of their finances, leading to a perception of scarcity in other areas, they could only afford to maintain 300 soldiers under such circumstances. The recent increase to 2,100 troops had only occurred 2 months prior, a feat made possible by their conquest of Betchis Island and the subsequent monopolization of trade along the Ganges route, which had magnified their strength sevenfold. Now, the idea of further expansion was not as simple as mere words. Financial backing was imperative. How many? Amos inquired. By the second half of this year, we must expand to at least 5,000, was the response. The naval forces of the Lyca kingdom numbered around 5,000, while their army totaled 10,000. The military strength of the Nubri kingdom was slightly inferior to that of Lyca. Let us aim for an additional 10,000 next year, suggested Rocksheffer. We lack sufficient funds. Even reaching 5,000 is a challenge, let alone multiplying that further next year. Amos shook his head. It is easy to talk, but without money, it is mere folly. Rocksheffer slapped his forehead. Call Dolet. We need to convene a temporary meeting. He should have better insight into these matters. This issue could not be delayed. Amos dialed Dolet's number, summoning him to the France's news agency for a meeting. Before long, Dolet arrived, and Rocksheffer elucidated the situation in detail. Indeed, funds were scarce. Maintaining a force of 5,000 would incur daily expenses in the tens of millions of berries, amounting to hundreds of millions monthly and nearly 4 billion annually. Should they expand by another 10,000 next year, the cost for personnel alone would soar to over 100 billion. When factoring in weaponry and ship construction, the expenses would double. Dolet, the current captain of the city guard, was acutely aware of these expenditures. This year, military expenses are projected to consume a significant portion of our total profits. Are we to neglect all other developments? Stagnation in other areas will only diminish our profits further, leading to a vicious cycle that could ultimately devastate us, he continued. I am aware of that, Rocksheffer interrupted, visibly agitated. But this is the dilemma we face. How can we confront them without sufficient troops? Relying on just the two of you? While you both possess considerable individual strength, who among you can claim the ability to vanquish an army of over 10,000? Very well, should one manage to defeat such a force, what then? Will we abandon all else? What is the purpose of our conflict? It is to seize these territories. Yet with our limited numbers, we would still have to contend with local aristocratic resistance, maintain public order, and navigate the transition of power. Can this be accomplished by a handful of individuals? We are utterly overwhelmed. Enough. Amos interjected, raising his hand. He took a seat to one side. Expressing their grievances was futile. They were unified and needed to contemplate how to confront this situation. Silence enveloped the group as none could propose a viable solution. Here is what we shall do, Amos declared, pulling out a cigarette. We will sell the Ganges route. What? Locke Shreve and Doret simultaneously expressed their inquiries, both believing they had misheard. After all, the Janus route was their golden goose, the source of substantial funds that sustained their endeavors. Amos lit a cigarette and took a puff. I propose we sell the Ganges route. You surely understand how impatient Dolet is. He directly wishes to emphasize the significance of the Ganges route. Of course, I am well aware of it. Amos remained calm as he spoke, considering the rampant piracy plaguing the shipwreck strait. We exerted immense effort to unite the notorious pirates and establish the Ganges route. The toll collected from merchant vessels traversing this passage amounts to a fortune comparable to celestial gold. We require these funds, for they empower us to expand our army from 300 to over 2,000 men. They enable us to delve into steamship research. They allow us to sustain losses while collaborating with major newspapers to seize market share. It is fair to assert that without these resources, we would not have achieved our current stature, even with another year of effort. Lakshri and Dolet listened intently, aware that Amos possessed a deeper understanding of the Ganges route's importance than they did. Yet, why is the Ganges route so lucrative? It is because the Kingdom of Lyca and the Kingdom of Nubray are adversaries. As these nations are not members of the world government, no naval forces are stationed here, resulting in rampant piracy in the shipwreck strait. Merchants yearn to sell their goods across the strait for exorbitant profits. We have thus obliged them by establishing the Gannis route, dedicated to engaging in gray market trade. Amos articulated his thoughts with an unassuming demeanor, calming those around him. However, with the impending outbreak of war between the two nations, the Gannis route is bound to be affected. When that time comes, the revenue we derive from the Gannis route will diminish by 70 to 80%. Without our primary source of funding, we will face a harsh winter for the Merchant Guild. Are you suggesting that since the Gannis route will be unable to yield substantial profits for the foreseeable future, we might as well sell it to the pirates and obtain more ample funds from them? Lakshri grasped the idea immediately. Amos nodded slightly, acknowledging the pirates' desire to monopolize the trade routes. We shall grant them this monopoly, but only for a sufficient fee. This sum must adequately cover our military expenditures for the year. As for next year, should the conflict remain intense, we shall sustain ourselves through war. Once the hostilities cease, we will reclaim the Gannis route by force without issue. Excellent. Dorat pondered for a moment, finding no apparent flaws in the plan, and thus gave his consent. Lakshri, despite perceiving some shortcomings in this strategy, recognized it as the most viable option available and raised no objections. I will proceed to arrange your plans, Amos declared. Dialing Drake's phone book, placing it aside, he effectively conducted a remote meeting with Drake. Lakshri would promptly head to the plunder port to assist Drake in negotiations with the pirates, aiming to transfer the entire monopoly of the Gannis route at the highest possible price. Subsequently, Lakshri would oversee the infiltration of the royal capital and the establishment and development of the reef. Meanwhile, Drake would supervise the shipyard's progress in steamship development and prepare for the construction of steam warships, expanding the guard to 5,000 men and intensifying training. Unperturbed by the potential for drawing the royal capital's attention, the situation between the two nations was tense, leaving the capital preoccupied with more pressing matters. Understood. The three replied in unison. As a cigarette burned down during their arrangements, Amos extinguished the butt in the ashtray beside him, tilting his head back and exhaling smoke slowly. I will devote myself to developing my capabilities, hoping they will prove useful when the time comes. The following day, June 4th, Lakshri arrived at the plunder port, where he clarified the details of the situation to Drake. Together, they engaged in negotiations regarding the sale of the Gannis route with the pirates, Ban Ross and the venomous scorpion, Jaraka. Ultimately, they sold the Francis Trading Company's 50% profit share of the Gannis route for a sum of 10 billion berries, a price Ban Ross and Jaraka, along with their allied pirates, could only meet by pooling their resources and the profits accrued over the past months. Although Ban Ross and Jaraka found it somewhat unusual for the Francis Trading Company to suddenly divest itself of such a lucrative asset, they were pacified by Lakshri's persuasive rhetoric. That same evening, the Laika Kingdom launched a night raid on a stronghold of the Nubri Kingdom, seizing it with overwhelming military force as a retaliation for the Nubri's previous assault on them. Although tensions between the two nations were rife, the Laika Kingdom was still reluctant to initiate war prematurely. A large-scale conflict necessitated extensive preparations. It was not simply a matter of the king declaring war with a thump of his thigh one day and mobilizing the army the next. Mobilization efforts, material preparations, and the stirring of public sentiment are all integral to uniting a nation against a common foe. Yet achieving such solidarity is no simple task. However, it is evident that the Kingdom of Nubri has quietly made its preparations. Although the Kingdom of Laika has not detected any significant military movements from Nubri, the latter's willingness to provoke indicates a calculated confidence. While Laika cannot formally declare war, it must quell the public's rising anger, necessitating a retaliatory response. Thus was born the notion of a nocturnal assault, one that could pacify the populace while keeping the scale of war within manageable bounds. On June 7th, Lakshri and Drake returned to Betches Island. That evening, Lakshri officially established the covert intelligence organization known as Reef. On June 8th, Dolit announced a recruitment drive for the city guard, offering generous compensation, with the recruitment area expanded from Betches Island to a substantial portion of the Kingdom of Laika. On June 10th, under Drake's direction, the Francis shipyard began a complete relocation to a remote island for more classified research, which was subsequently named Francis Island. By June 11th, the influence of Reef began to infiltrate the royal capital. On June 15th, the Kingdom of Nubri launched a more extensive attack on Laika, signaling that tensions between the two nations had reached a point of irreconcilable conflict, with large-scale war looming on the horizon. By June 20th, recruitment was completed, leaving only 500 personnel in the city guard on Betches Island, while the remainder hastened to Francis Island for secret training. In the North Sea, under a serene sky, Dozens of formidable warships sailed in unison, a sight rarely witnessed in these waters. Any nation, or even naval division, would tremble before a fleet of such overwhelming presence. On the flagship, several men stood on the deck, gazing into the distance. Among the bustling soldiers, an observer would note the complete absence of women aboard these vessels, which were filled solely with robust men. "Father," one man with an eye patch and a distinctive cloak marked II said to a tall, middle-aged figure clad in a metallic helmet and adorned with long golden hair. "The Kingdom of Newbury has promised to settle the remaining balance within a month and requests our swift assistance in occupying Lyca." Before the middle-aged man could respond, a younger man with a spiked hairstyle and a cloak marked IV, wearing headphones, tilted his head in inquiry. "Newbury? Lyca? I've never heard of them." "Humph," scoffed a man at the back of the line, wearing sunglasses and cloaked in one. "Those two insignificant nations playing house in such a remote corner of the Breno Sea are of no concern to the world government. Tell them that we will act once the balance is settled. Do not allow them to obfuscate the issue with the pretext of financial compensation for the occupation. If I do not witness the money, neither shall the army." The middle-aged man commanded with a somber expression. The man who had just reported to him nodded in understanding. "Understood, Father. We require a substantial amount of funds." The middle-aged man's hair was tousled by the wind as he gazed intently, urging for further research to fortify our military. "The day when we reclaim the North Sea will inevitably arrive." Chapter 149. May the world know peace. As time progressed into mid-July, the mobilization of the Lyca Kingdom was nearly complete, signaling that the arrow-drawn taut was about to be released. Indeed, on July 16th, the Lyca Kingdom, which had previously restrained the scale of conflict, declared war on the Newbury Kingdom and proactively launched an offensive that day, directing their fleet towards Newbury's shores. They soon encountered resistance from the Newbury fleet in the Straits of Sunken Ships, leading to a fierce naval battle that would shake the long-standing stability of the Breno Sea region. On the same day, Lockshrift received vital intelligence through the Lyca Kingdom's economic reports and promptly made his way to the Merchant Guild's base in search of Amos. En route, Lockshrift witnessed the chaos unfold. Though it was merely a small-scale disturbance, such occurrences were commonplace amid the backdrop of war. The elderly, having once experienced the ravages of war, were filled with trepidation at the mere mention of the term, and the onset of conflict immediately precipitated significant changes in the nation. Initially, the Lyca Kingdom incited public sentiment through newspapers and other media, galvanizing the populace to unite in righteous anger against a common foe. This tactic proved effective, however. It is a universal truth that no one relishes the prospect of war. The ramifications of the conflict subtly transformed every aspect of the two nations. Decades of accumulated grievances and the king's ambition to propel the nation beyond the impoverished confines of the Breno Sea culminated in the outbreak of war. The Janus fortress was affected, as both the Lyca and Newbury kingdoms commenced thorough investigations into smuggling routes, determined to prevent merchants from profiting from the war. Following Amos's sale of the monopoly on the Janus fortress, the channels on Byshus Island had already been closed, and another unfortunate locale was now implicated. War has begun. War has begun. Lyca strikes at Newbury. A newsboy on the streets of Byshus Island shouted the day's headline. He called out with fervor, his eyes clear and innocent. Entirely oblivious to the weight of the words he incessantly repeated, passers-by, upon hearing the newsboy's proclamation, felt their shoulders grow heavy and their gazes turn vacant. As a profound transformation took hold in an instant, rendering them as mere shells of their former selves, Lockshrift walked the streets, observing this unfolding scene. He understood that the war was still somewhat distant for Byshus Island, as the battleground lay in the sunken ship strait. The prospect of reaching Byshus Island seemed almost impossible, given that the military strengths of the two nations were quite comparable. The Newbury Kingdom would find it exceedingly difficult to decisively crush the fleet of the Lyca Kingdom and advance unimpeded towards Byshus Island. Yet, the battlefield was not so far removed. The acrid smoke of gunpowder had already permeated the hearts of all present at the moment the fleet's cannons roared to life. In that instant, something that had long been tangled and ensnared in the web of his mind broke free. He felt a twinge of melancholy, and from that fleeting sorrow, he savored the complex flavors of life, the sweet, the sour, the bitter, and the spicy, which reminded him of Amos's unwavering conviction. The absurd yet fervent declarations that had often gone unheeded echoed in Lockshire's mind, reverberating in his ears. It was at this moment that he took a significant step forward. Beyond the mere notion of being a gambler who wished to wager the entire world, he discovered within himself a deeper motivation and hope. Perhaps when others would later inquire why he chose to serve Amos, he would still respond, "Because I am a gambler. And I have never bet on something so grand before, so I decided to follow him." Yet, this statement would no longer serve as his steadfast rationale, but rather as an excuse. No one relishes the prospect of war. Lockshire murmured softly as he gradually moved away amidst the cries of the newsboys. At the commercial base, Lockshire approached the door of Amos's office. He knocked gently, but received no reply. He knocked again, and still, there was silence. Thus, he pushed the door open, and before him stood the silhouette of Amos. Amos perched upon the arm of the sofa, his back hunched, clutching a newspaper in his hand. Lockshrifer, unable to discern Amos's visage, nonetheless sensed an air of resignation emanating from him. He gently closed the door and approached with quiet steps. "Have you received the news as well?" Like a withered corpse, Amos slowly lifted his head. His hair illuminated by the sunlight, casting a golden hue, yet his face remained a pallid waxen shade. "Yes. Are you afraid of war?" Instead of engaging in the analysis of the war's ramifications and their subsequent strategies as he initially intended, Lockshrifer posed a question that seemed to elude comprehension. Amos remained silent. "It seems I have discovered your Achilles heel, Amos." Lockshrifer stood at Amos's left rear, his hands tucked into his pockets, equally illuminated by the radiant light. "I have endured too much." Amos's voice emerged hoarse, revealing that despite an awareness of the forthcoming tribulations, he still harbors a profound fear of the term war. Those who have never experienced it can hardly grasp the weight of those two syllables. "I have witnessed the devastation, seen countless families shattered, and Breno stained with the hues of anguish. I can empathize." Lockshrifer responded with understanding. It is indeed a challenge for someone like Amos to articulate the fears he frequently confronts yet still dreads. This man who dares to challenge the entirety of the world still feels a profound sense of desolation at the imminent outbreak of war, even when he is fully prepared psychologically. That, indeed, is you. Amos gripped the newspaper even tighter. "I have never been an invincible opponent, never possessed exceptional intellect, never exhibited the aura of a ruler, nor have I ever been merciless. Hence, the desire to change the world, is it not?" Lockshrifer leaned back against the sofa, tilting his head to glance at Amos. "At least you have transformed me. Here I am, a carefree individual, dismissive of everything. Yet today I seem to have become a casualty of war. On my way to the base, I overheard a newsboy proclaiming that Lyca had declared war. And from the expressions of passers-by, I discerned a multitude of unsettling emotions. The most prevalent was the incredulous look of gamblers. For I have invariably left them with nothing but their undergarments. I once believed that the visage of a defeated gambler was the ugliest in the world. Little did I realize that the faces of those pedestrians were 1,000 times more grotesque. Unbeknownst to me, I too had begun to wear such an expression." Amos's head moved slightly, as if the angle had shifted. Lockshrifer had never felt such a sense of reflection. He had consistently portrayed an impeccable facade. "Previously, I occupied a lofty position, wielding power to influence numerous matters. I did not inhabit the same realm as the common folk. To me, they were mere figures. Numbers representing daily food consumption, or figures denoting the wealth that could be accrued. Yet, we too are commoners, included within that very number. Locke. There exists a sensation you may never truly grasp. I possess a clear understanding of the world's trajectory over the next decade. I am acutely aware of who will perish in the next moment, who will suffer. I have grown accustomed to the grotesque, which renders me all the more appreciative of beauty. Amidst the boundless wasteland, fragile flowers bloom, yet fade away. I perceive their anguished demise, yet lack the capacity to save them." Amos remains hunched, his white shirt resembling a solitary flower swaying upon the dark soil. "I have never been an aggressor. But when one is unable to nurture the remaining blossoms, reality inevitably casts one into the role of the oppressor. Yet, we are indeed agents of change, Amos. Truthfully, I have never felt the weight of our responsibilities as profoundly as I do now, nor have I ever perceived them as radiant." Lockshrifer proclaimed, brimming with vigor. "What we are undertaking is not some trivial endeavor to save the world. We are no saints, nor shall we ever be. We are merely seeking self-redemption. We are akin to those raucous individuals clamoring to upheave the world. They disdain the world we cherish, just as we disdain theirs. So let us engage in a confrontation. The victor shall dictate the nature of this world." Amos chuckled softly. Lockshire's sudden childlike remark alleviated some of his exasperation. "Now is not the time for sentiments, Amos." With one hand resting on Amos's shoulder, Lockshire declared, "To triumph over that group, we must fortify our strength." He paused. "Speak. What is your analysis?" Amos turned. Retrieving 2 glasses from the table laden with spirits, Lockshire smiled, sensing that Amos had swiftly regained his composure. He could feel the burgeoning confidence emanating from Amos, a confidence capable of dispersing the fog and guiding them towards their destination. Very well. The war has commenced. Our strategies have unfortunately fallen behind the evolving circumstances. Thus, my proposition is to continue observing the battlefield while simultaneously bolstering our military development. Once the situation clarifies to a sufficient degree, we shall respond accordingly. I share your sentiment. Amos replied, taking a sip of his drink and passing the other glass to Lockshire. For now, there is little we can do. We might as well act as if nothing has transpired and intensify our training. By the way, how are Dolet and Drake faring on Francis Island? Lockshire accepted the glass. With Drake's assistance, Dolet's burdens have considerably lessened. The training for the new recruits is progressing swiftly. In another month or 2, they should be ready to face the battlefield for practical experience. We could also seize the opportunity to prepare for the gradual acquisition of the nearby islands. As the resources of Amos Island alone are insufficient for our needs, Amos suggested. This is under consideration, Lockshire replied. The reefs are in contact with the governors of several surrounding islands. However, infiltrating their ranks to achieve a power grip akin to that on Amos Island will require time. He emphasized the obvious lack of time. The headache, Amos murmured, rubbing his temples. Let us leave it at that. There is little more to discuss. This war finds both sides evenly matched, yet each must overcome the other to lead their nation out of the impoverished Breno Sea region. It appears we are destined for a protracted tug-of-war. Lockshire, seemingly fatigued, moved to the sofa opposite Amos and plopped down. Indeed, it is no simple task to determine a victor. Should their conflict persist for several years, both nations may find themselves in ruin. This morning, the capital contacted the city hall, requesting the cooperation of various newspapers to assist the government in inciting public sentiment. This is preparatory for an upcoming policy aimed at intensifying taxation in a week's time. Amos Island is our territory. We cannot manage other areas. But we can still protect our own people. As for the taxes imposed, let our commercial guild cover them, alleviating the need for taxation, Amos proposed. By compensating the taxes in our guild's name, we could significantly bolster public morale. Agreed, Lockshire concurred. The city hall could also contribute financially. Persuading Calvin Latin to allocate funds from the city hall should not pose a problem. Of course, the city hall can share some of the fiscal burden. But when it comes to public relations, our guild must undoubtedly take center stage. Amos laughed heartily, of course. The two clinked their glasses together, and Amos, swirling the wine in his goblet, fixed his bright gaze upon the liquid. How goes the search for Ro? It has been a month already. Our clandestine operations have yet to reach a scale capable of influencing the entirety of the North Sea. We have only just subdued the kingdoms of Lyca and Newbury and are in the initial stages of establishing an intelligence network to support our forthcoming plans. As for more significant expansion, I would estimate it will require at least 6 months, Lockshire replied, shaking his head. Amos remained unconcerned, for the vastness of the North Sea led him to believe that the newly established reef, barely a month old, would struggle to locate Luo. Yet, this matter could not be delayed, could it? While we may currently lack the capability, it does not preclude us from enlisting others to assist. I have issued a substantial bounty in the dark world, and I trust it will not be long before we receive news. After a moment of suspense, Lockshire revealed good tidings. You always find a way. Amos expressed his satisfaction. However, being addressed as you by Lockshire, who was 7 or 8 years his junior, made him feel somewhat awkward. Spare me the you given our ages. You should be calling me brother. Amos cast a fleeting glance at Lockshire, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Lockshire felt a twinge of offense and was about to erupt in anger. However, Amos poured him a drink, compelling him to temper his fury. Come, let us share a toast. Amos raised his glass, urging, say something. May the war come to a swift end. Lockshire lifted his glass. Then let us wish for world peace. Amos replied with a broad grin. Agreed. May there be peace in the world, Lockshire echoed, a smile breaking across his face. The sound of their glasses clinking resonated like a crystal chime, and both men tilted their heads back, draining their cups in one fluid motion. They drank heartily, as if the wine possessed an enchanting power to dissolve all troubles and reshape the world into their preferred vision. Once finished, they slammed their glasses down upon the table. Amos turned to Lockshire, stating, All right, the dream is over. We must face reality now. That may not have been merely a dream, Lockshire replied earnestly. If we so desire, we can mold the future to our liking. Chapter 150. The onslaught of Amos.This in the shipwreck strait, 5 warships lay anchored around a reef, their glossy broadside cannons glinting under the light. Each vessel proudly displayed a unified flag, emblazoned with the emblem of the Kingdom of Lyca. This fleet represented a segment of Lyca's military forces, poised to launch an assault on the Kingdom of Newbury. Have we not yet breached their defenses? An officer aboard the flagship remarked, furrowing his brow. He was gathered with several subordinates in the flagship's conference room, where bright lights illuminated the nautical charts spread across the table, their gazes intensely focused on the intricate details. The officer referred to the blockade established by Newbury in response to Lyca's declaration of war, wherein their forces had been intercepted in the shipwreck strait. Lyca had prepared meticulously, brimming with confidence to sweep through the strait, intent on reducing Newbury's coastal towns to ruins with their artillery. However, Newbury's interception fleet proved to be remarkably resilient, having held them at a stalemate for 2 days without a clear victor emerging. The remaining scattered fleets deliberated on strategies to support the main forces and dismantle the enemy's blockade. No, they are firmly entrenched with a mutual destruction mindset, erecting an impenetrable wall upon the sea. At present, we are unable to break their hold and must resort to attrition, one subordinate responded. The officer lowered his gaze, fixated on the nautical chart. What tactics do the other fleets propose? None as of yet. They remain in hiding, awaiting the main fleet to dismantle Newbury's interception forces before proceeding with their next actions, another subordinate informed. Then we shall wait. Each one of them seems to have turned into a turtle upon entering the battlefield, thinking it easy for us to charge forth. It shall not be so simple. The officer spat. Let us remain stationed here, ready to receive the latest intelligence. Understood, Captain. As the conference room was on the verge of tranquility, raucous voices and hurried footsteps erupted from outside. A soldier burst in without knocking, breathlessly exclaiming, "The fleet from Newbury has arrived." The officer abruptly raised his head, and several subordinates rushed forward to inquire about the details. The officer pushed through the crowd and swiftly exited the ship's cabin, making his way to the deck. Upon reaching the deck, he found soldiers bustling about, exhibiting signs of disarray. Grasping his binoculars, the officer gazed into the distance and soon spotted the unmistakable silhouette of Newbury's fleet. An estimated dozen colossal warships loomed on the horizon, each vessel towering like a small mountain, forming a line that conveyed a formidable presence, akin to a tidal wave rushing forth. A chill ran through the officer's heart, accompanied by a nagging question. When did Newbury acquire such immense ships? Before long, as the warships drew nearer, he discerned the fluttering flags. These were not the banners of the Kingdom of Newbury. Retreat. Change course. The officer commanded as he hastened towards the captain's quarters, his subordinates trailing closely behind. Captain, what should we do? Should we engage? One subordinate inquired anxiously. The officer, while on the phone, replied, Engage? The enemy's fleet outnumbers us 2 to 1. How can we possibly fight? Moreover, they do not appear to be from Newbury. We must retreat and request reinforcements. Once the call connected, he reported the situation to a superior officer and requested support. Meanwhile, the Lyca fleet began to change course, racing to vacate the area. However, their speed fell short of the massive warships pursuing them, the distance between them gradually diminishing. Boom. During the pursuit, the enemy's bow cannons fired. Dozens of shells arced through the air, striking with alarming precision. In the first volley, a shell struck the side of one of the fleet's warships, causing the gruesome spectacle of limbs to scatter amidst the chaos. Before long, after reloading and recalibrating, another barrage was unleashed. Again, dozens of shells fell like an inescapable net from the heavens, with 2 more hitting a warship. Captain, we must retaliate. At this rate, our vessels will be sunk one by one. A subordinate exclaimed, panic evident in his voice. The officer's expression darkened. If their bow cannons can inflict such damage, imagine the firepower of their broadside. Engaging them head-on would be tantamount to certain death. Now, increase our speed to the utmost. How can such massive ships possibly outrun our lighter vessels? Receiving his orders, the subordinate rushed away, while the officer crouched down, covering his head as he heard the whistling of incoming shells. The distant sounds of explosions echoed, and he gradually rose to inform another subordinate, notify the Latin, and have the gallon remain behind to cover the retreat of the other ships. Their names shall forever be etched in the annals of the Kingdom of Lyca. Once again, it is merely a display of inconsequential prowess. I am filled with confidence regarding the future domination of our Vinsmoke family over the North Sea. Adorned with headphones and clad in attire emblazoned with 66, The scornful gaze of Yanji fell upon the fleeing ships of the Laika kingdom. They are merely insignificant adversaries, Yanji. Do not let your self-assurance be predicated upon such individuals, haha. Are you not afraid of being shot by the soldiers of the Laika kingdom? Niji remarked. Donned in goggles and a cloak marked with 2. Yanji cast a sidelong glance at the chuckling Niji, snorting dismissively. In the center of the formation, the proud and imposing Vinsmoke judge held his head high, his countenance cold and resolute. Ichi, this task is entrusted to you. Yes, father, Ichi nodded. Stepping forward to orchestrate the battle, his right eye obscured by hair, he appeared calm and mature, akin to a coiled scorpion poised to strike. Vinsmoke judge turned away, surveying his children before retreating to the ship's cabin. He felt no concern over such a skirmish. With the might of Germa-66, they possessed an overwhelming advantage capable of crushing the Laika fleet like ants. Remaining here only bored him, so he entrusted the responsibility to his eldest son, Ichi. Although this conflict was rather mundane, it served as a means of honing his son's skills. After his departure, the previously restless Yanji and Niji became even more audacious. These fellows do possess some cunning, understanding the necessity to leave a few ships behind to delay the enemy and buy time for the others. Allow me to pursue those fools who believe they can escape, Yanji proposed. Are you not afraid of being gunned down by the soldiers of the Laika kingdom? Niji reiterated. To Yanji, this statement carried a heavy tone of mockery. Being shot by the soldiers of such a minor nation was the utmost humiliation. Just as he was about to react, the aloof Ichi interjected. You will remain here. I shall arrange for other warships to pursue them. They are merely small fry. Must you display such eagerness? His words deflated Yanji, and Niji fell silent as well. The colossal warships of Germa-66 obeyed Ichi's command, leaving only one vessel to confront the Laika kingdom's Latin and Gallan ships, while the remaining ships continued the pursuit of the other vessels. The ensuing battle held no suspense and was, in their eyes, excruciatingly dull. 2 trailing warships were effortlessly sunk. As the formidable forces of Germa-66 pursued the fleeing trio of vessels, the captain, fully aware of their isolation and the inevitability of combat, proposed surrender. Subsequently, Ichi personally fired upon the white flag raised by the flagship of the Laika kingdom, obliterating it, and then artillery fire ensued, sinking the 3 surrendering ships. A battle that could have easily disregarded any resistance concluded in a lamentably brief span of time. The regrouped fleet then advanced towards the royal capital of the Laika kingdom. On the evening of July 18th, for hours prior to the complete annihilation of a naval fleet from the Laika kingdom, an urgent phone call roused Amos from his slumber. He answered the call to hear the breathless voice of Rockshrift. A grave matter. It is the legendary evil army, Germa-66, the trump card of the Nubri kingdom. It is precisely because of Germa-66 that they dared to launch an attack on the Laika kingdom without any substantial military preparations. Upon hearing these words, Amos, who had been somewhat drowsy, immediately became alert. What did you say? I am on my way to you. We shall discuss this matter in detail then. Lockshrief hung up the phone. Shortly thereafter, Lockshrief arrived. By the time he reached, Amos had changed out of his pajamas into his everyday suit. What on earth is happening? Lockshrief appeared fatigued, yet he did not take a moment's respite. Hastily recounting the details of the situation, intelligence regarding the pirates of the Gannes line. Several pirate crews had mysteriously vanished, and none had claimed responsibility for their disappearance. Moreover, the battlefield of Lycanubari was not in this vicinity. It was inconceivable that they had been affected by the war. Subsequently, a pirate crew known as the Poisonous Scorpion had called for help, reporting sightings of numerous colossal warships. The flags flying from these immense vessels did not belong to any known nation, and given their scale, they could not possibly be the pirates of the sunken ship strait. Do not be anxious. Amos gestured for Lockshrief to take a seat. So, have you determined that these colossal warships belong to Germa-66? Indeed, Lockshrief affirmed, his tone imbued with certainty yet tinged with fear. Not long after the call for assistance from that pirate crew, they met with the same fate as the previous instances, total annihilation. The details regarding the flags and other descriptions were seized by members of the reef, and tonight the intelligence was relayed back to Betches Island. I have pieced together these descriptions and ultimately confirmed that these immense warships indeed belong to Germa-66. Are you well acquainted with Germa-66? Amos inquired once more. Lockshrief took a sip of water, exhaling deeply to calm himself. Of course. I have certain channels within the dark world, and I possess some knowledge of their intelligence. It all traces back to a serialized comic story published in the World Economic newspaper, based on the true exploits of naval heroes. This narrative recounts the legendary oceanic hero, Sola, who, alongside his companions, battled against the malevolent organization that sought to drive him into despair, this very organization being Amos.This. The World Economic Report has consistently depicted Amos.This as failures to shape the image of a powerful and just navy, while simultaneously serving as an excellent indoctrination tool for children. As the influence of this story spread, many began to believe that Amos.This was a fantastical, fictional evil organization. However, in reality, they exist. Furthermore, they hold a significant position in the dark world. This is a scientific combat unit that operates as mercenaries, accepting various war contracts and remaining active across the globe. They possess formidable and efficient combat capabilities, capable of traversing the Red Soil continent. The Kingdom of Jerma does not have actual territory. Rather, their numerous colossal warships congregate to form what constitutes a nation. Within Amos.This, only males exist, and it is these ferocious soldiers that instill dread throughout the world. Amos was certainly aware of Amos.This, though not as intimately as Lockshrifer, who had been partially immersed in the shadowy realm before joining them and possessed a fair amount of intelligence regarding it. They were engaged in arms dealing within the dark world, inciting hostilities among nations and profiting immensely from warfare. As mercenaries, they had once accepted a contract that led to the swift conclusion of a 2-year conflict in the Broccoli Kingdom in merely 4 hours. Their prowess was beyond what we could contend with. Now, as they arrived in the Breno Sea, coupled with the peculiar and unprovoked aggression of the Nuberian Kingdom against the Lyca Kingdom, it was highly plausible that Nuber had enlisted Amos.This to deliver a decisive blow to Lyca. Lockshrifer completed his analysis, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. If that were the case, the protracted conflict we anticipated between the two nations would be significantly abbreviated. Amos, following Lockshrifer's line of reasoning, deduced that, even if not at the exaggerated pace of the Broccoli Kingdom's 4 hours, it would certainly not extend beyond 2 or 3 days. Hence, we on Baishas Island would inevitably be affected. What shall we do? Lockshrifer inquired. Do you have any thoughts? Amos reciprocated the question. After a moment's hesitation, Lockshrifer suggested, we must retreat, vacate the Breno Sea. Amos.This will obliterate the Lyca Kingdom, and Baishas Island cannot escape that fate. Absolutely not, Amos firmly rejected. We cannot simply relinquish Baishas Island. We have invested 6 months here. Are we to let it all go to waste? We have not emerged empty-handed. Our forces have grown to 5,000. We have made significant progress in steamship development, and we possess a considerable sum of money, sufficient to re-establish ourselves anywhere. There is no necessity to remain on Baishas Island to confront the impending threat of Amos.This. Lockshrifer argued, first, we have little time to execute a complete withdrawal while evading the watchful eyes of Nuber and Amos.This is nearly impossible. Second, the strategic importance of the Breno Sea cannot be overstated. If we lose control of this pivotal location, we will lack any advantage in the future. Amos, armed with rational reasoning, once again declined. Lockshrifer raked his fingers through his hair. We can streamline our resources, prioritize the evacuation of our main forces, and return once the situation calms. Why has the Nuberian Kingdom declared war on the Lyca Kingdom? Because it seeks to join the world government and escape this cursed Breno Sea. Once Lyca falls, their newly expanded nation will find it effortless to join the world government. At that point, the world government will undoubtedly establish a naval branch in the Breno Sea, placing this region under their scrutiny. Our aspirations for development would be severely hindered. Amos stated solemnly, resolute in his opposition to vacating the Breno Sea. Opportunities come but once. If missed, they are lost forever. This is what holds their fate in the balance. Lockshrifer ceased his words, compelling himself to regain his composure. Let us not rush, he urged. First, we must inform Drake and Dolet, and together we shall devise a plan. We must swiftly formulate a response. In accordance with the operational style of Amos.This, we have little time to squander. Amos produced the telephone bug and handed it to Lockshrifer. As Lockshrifer received the telephone bug, his hand trembled. Chapter 151, The Poisonous Scheme. Amos observed Lockshrifer's hands tremble involuntarily, fully aware that this was the first time Lockshrifer felt genuine fear. How formidable is Amos.This in your understanding? Amos inquired. Although he was aware of their existence, his knowledge remained superficial. The world government, wary of their potential, had stripped them of the power to possess actual territory. Yet, even without such dominion, their combat prowess was sufficient to dominate the North Sea, undeniably a behemoth in both the 4 seas and the Grand Line. In this world, how many can instill such caution and trepidation in the world government? Lockshrifer retorted, prompting Amos to grasp more profoundly the significance of the name Germa-66. Elucidate their manifestations of strength, Amos urged. Lakshriff exhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. Their soldiers are akin to robots, fearlessly obedient. When they concluded the war in the New World's Broccoli Kingdom in a mere 4 hours, their strategy involved utilizing death-seeking soldiers as a human shield against bullets. They are also one of the rulers of the Dark World, peddling weapons, which attests to the superiority of their military equipment. The sons of Germa-66's commander, Vinsmoke, Judge, possess considerable strength, each capable of holding their own on the battlefield. It is these factors that have forged an unbeatable army of war experts in the North Sea. Oh, Amos responded nonchalantly. Lakshriff, initially tense, was taken aback by Amos's indifferent reply. Amos, you must not underestimate them. After spending years in the North Sea, I have heard plenty about them in the Dark World. However, Amos produced a cigarette, lit it quietly, and remarked, after hearing your account, I find them rather unimpressive. What? Lakshriff was taken aback. With these factors, coupled with their connections in the Dark World and the standing of the world government, they are at most a Shichibukai-level force. Amos took a puff of his cigarette and continued, Is there truly a need for such alarm? Lakshriff paused for a few seconds, his voice involuntarily lowering, Hey, Amos. When did a Shichibukai-level force become so insignificant in your eyes? I never claimed to disregard such a force. However, if that is all they amount to. There is no need for such fright, Amos replied calmly, maintaining his composure. In my recollection, Judge and his sons are merely average in individual strength. Are you suggesting you wish to confront them? Lakshriff exclaimed in astonishment. Amos sighed, remarking that indeed, you have scarcely witnessed the prowess of both Dolet and Drake. Given your level, it becomes increasingly difficult to discern the strengths and weaknesses of those just a few tiers above you. As for Germa-66, the only aspect worthy of caution lies in their standing within the world government. Although they do not possess any actual territory, the royal family still wields considerable influence within that organization. Engaging them in combat could inevitably lead to exposure. Lakshriff was somewhat bewildered. The situation had shifted rather rapidly, and he was struggling to come to terms with it. In his understanding, the Vinsmoke family, adorned with titles such as Experts of War, War House, and Army of Evil, held a kingly status in the North Sea. Yet, why was it that after Amos disclosed the formidable aspects of Germa-66, he remained impassive? Stating that Gaji and his sons were merely mediocre individuals with average individual capabilities? You possess a keen understanding of our overall strength. Amos patted Lakshriff's shoulder, referencing the number of our warships, the count of our soldiers, and their caliber. From this perspective, whether in terms of numbers or combat prowess, our soldiers cannot possibly contend with the formidable soldiers they have engineered. They possess tens of thousands of modified soldiers, while our expanded force of a few thousand recruits has only been training for a little over a month, totaling merely 5,000 when including the original contingent. Listening to this, Lakshriff quickly realized that Amos was well aware of Germa-66's might, yet he remained perplexed as to why Amos appeared so composed. You are aware of our soldiers' combat capabilities, but you remain entirely oblivious to the true strength of myself, Dolet, and Drake. At your level, an individual with a power level of 5,000 appears equally formidable as one with a power level of 10,000. Both can easily dispatch you, and you cannot differentiate their true strengths. Amos spoke with a tinge of heartache, yet in reality, the disparity between a power level of 5,000 and 10,000 is even greater than the gap between 5,000 and your own level. Wait. I can accept your theory, Locke interjected. However, I previously only mentioned that Vinsmoke Gaji and his sons were strong. How can you be so certain that you surpassed them? Lakshriff recognized a critical oversight in Amos's lengthy discourse. Such assertions must be made with a clear understanding of the other's capabilities. Just moments ago, Amos had been probing him about Germa-66. How could he be so confident in declaring that their individual strength was inferior to his own? Amos was acutely aware, having read the original work of One Piece, that 2 years after the Summit War, the prowess of Gaji and his sons had been demonstrated. Overall, their performance was rather mediocre, especially considering that it was 6 or 7 years prior to his reading of the original, a time when the Vinsmoke family's influence and individual strength were even weaker. Having consumed the perception fruit for over 6 months, he now possessed strength that was on par with that of Vice Admiral Fire Mountain from the Navy headquarters. Dolet's abilities, lacking the assistance of a devil fruit, were somewhat inferior to his, while Drake, though the weakest among the trio, at least exhibited the strength of a supernova. Had he not arrived in this world According to the historical trajectory of the original narrative, Drake would likely have attained only the rank of a brigadier general by now. However, his presence had inspired many to strive harder. Also transformed in this process was Smoker, who was currently honing his skills in the East Blue. Thus, their foundational combat power could not be compared to that of Amos.66. It would be difficult to say what would transpire once the steam battleships were constructed. In terms of elite combat power, the Iron Triangle of Amos, Drake, and Dolet could face off against Gaji, Iji, Niji, and Yanji of the Vinsmoke family without significant concern. 2 years post-Summit War, Gaji was at best of elite vice admiral caliber. At this moment, 6 or 7 years prior, he had yet to reach that level. While Amos had already leveraged the Devil Fruit to ascend to vice admiral level combat prowess, his sons, if Dolet were present, would undoubtedly assert that he alone could take on 3 opponents. This assertion may seem overly confident, yet with Drake included, victory would be unequivocal. Previously, during his time at Navy headquarters, Amos had perused the files on Gaji and his sons. He casually concocted a reason to deflect Lakshriff, who naturally harbored no suspicions toward Amos. "Are you truly confident in facing the Vinsmoke family with the Iron Triangle?" Lakshriff questioned, still somewhat incredulous. "If it were merely a clash of our elite combat forces, we would undoubtedly prevail. However, overall, their odds of victory are significantly greater. Even if the 3 of us band together, we cannot confidently withstand an onslaught from tens of thousands of death warriors." Amos articulated his candid assessment. Hence, it was still not advisable to engage. Lakshriff shook his head again, stating that they could not afford to confront them, especially since Amos was unwilling to temporarily withdraw from the Breno Sea. Presently, they could only devise a means to remain safe in this location. Lakshriff felt a sense of helplessness toward Amos. Amos stated solemnly, "A retreat today will only lead to a second one. Our troops have yet to engage in any meaningful battle. Fleeing without even a confrontation is hardly commendable. Furthermore, I have previously discussed the strategic implications with you. This location and time present our sole opportunity. Once lost, we shall find it exceedingly difficult to compete with the great powers in the future." "I understand. Let us devise a plan," replied Lakshriff. He produced a communication device. "Are you considering contacting Dolet and Drake?" "It's late, and it's impractical to convey the specifics over the phone. Let us deliberate ourselves first." Amos halted Lakshriff's attempt. Lakshriff reluctantly stowed away the communication device, rubbing his face to regain clarity. "What if you, along with Drake and Dolet, enlisted in the military framework of the Kingdom of Laika? That would provide us with tens of thousands of soldiers. Might we then stand a chance against Amos.66? "No," Amos replied without much contemplation. "The Laika Kingdom's navy consists of 5,000 men, while the army comprises 10,000. This structure is inherently 2/3 smaller than Amos.66, and its elite capabilities are far inferior. Even with our assistance in the deployment of our soldiers to the battlefield, it would be futile. Additionally, our prominence would attract the attention of Vinsmoke Gage, which could prove detrimental. Should he report to the Navy, we would find ourselves in grave trouble. If he perceives us as a significant obstacle to their resurgence in the North Sea, it would create further complications." "Does this imply that we cannot defend the Kingdom of Laika?" Lakshriff inquired. "Unless we possess the battle prowess equivalent to that of an admiral in the Navy headquarters, it is untenable," Amos replied. Lakshriff leaned back on the sofa, enveloped in silence. Amos remained silent. After a moment, Lakshriff sat up again, a glimmer of inspiration in his eyes. "I have a solution." "What is it?" Amos inquired. "Since the Kingdom of Laika cannot hold its ground, remaining loyal to them would merely lead us to our demise. What if we were to switch our allegiance and stand alongside the Kingdom of Newbury?" Lakshriff's eyes sparkled with excitement. "You propose we ally with Newbury to evade the annihilation that awaits us at the hands of Amos.66? Amos deduced from Lakshriff's plan. Lakshriff nodded, not denying the assertion. "If we surrender to the Kingdom of Newbury, they are unlikely to harm us. Compared to a ravaged land, they would surely prefer to absorb a prosperous nation. Moreover, in their efforts to encourage more cities to capitulate willingly, they would likely extend numerous privileges to us, establishing us as a shining example of the right choice in surrendering. The Kingdom of Newbury would require time to integrate and assimilate Laika, during which we could patiently await the conclusion of Amos.66's mercenary ties with Newbury and depart from the Breno Sea. Once they leave, we could swiftly launch a counteroffensive. Even if our actual military strength is insufficient to defeat Newbury, it would be ample to carve out a buffer zone. At that juncture, we could rally the displaced citizens of Laika, You aspire to establish a new nation? Amos surmised the unspoken thoughts of Lockschreifer. Lockschreifer first gauged Amos's reaction, and upon detecting no discernible change, he continued, though the kingdom of Lyca has fallen, the tensions between the two nations' citizens will not dissipate easily. Once we surrender to Nubari and they occupy Lyca, we can bribe officials to mistreat the Lycan populace, inciting their resentment towards the ruling dynasty that has returned to power. When Jelma 66 departs, we can then claim the mantle of Lyca, and the response from the people will surely be favorable. You have a plethora of nefarious ideas, Amos remarked. The reason they are deemed nefarious is that a change of rulers is commonplace in tumultuous times. The populace's resistance will not be overwhelmingly fierce. Furthermore, as the king of Nubari aims to annex Lyca rather than obliterate it, he will likely favor the Lycan citizens, facilitating a swifter integration of the two nations. Thus, it will not be easy to rally the Lycan commoners to their cause. In response, Lockschreifer proposed that they bribe Nubari's high officials to influence the decrees issued by the king, ensuring that his vision of unification would be perceived as one of enmity. If the policies enacted were not favorable to the Lycan populace but rather involved widespread slaughter and oppression, the two factions would inevitably find themselves at odds. At that point, should Amos and his compatriots establish a new nation, championing the cause of the Lycan people and advocating for justice against the kingdom of Nubari, they would undoubtedly capture the people's allegiance. This plan is promising, albeit it necessitates bloodshed and sacrifice. Yet, such losses are unavoidable. To achieve certain ends, some among the lower echelons will ultimately be unwittingly condemned to death by those who wield the pinnacle of power. Although Amos was aware of this truth, he did not regard it lightly, thus he referred to it as a toxic idea. In response to Amos's assessment, Lockschreifer exhibited no negative reaction, for he too understood that the true harm inflicted upon the Lyca people stemmed from their own kind. After a brief silence enveloped the office, Amos broke the stillness. Let it be settled then. Tomorrow, you shall convey the situation to Drake and Dolet, while promptly reaching out to the Nubarian side to inform them of our surrender. Very well, I shall take care of these matters, Lockschreifer replied. The communication with the Nubarian faction could not afford the slightest delay, so I intend to arrange for the crew of the Reef to handle it immediately, while also beginning to smooth over relations at higher levels. Lockschreifer recognized that Amos had tacitly approved of this toxic idea, and he retrieved his communicator. However, before he could make the call, the device rang. He answered, listened to a hurried message, and then hung up. At last, a wave of relief washed over him. Finally, some good news, Amos. Amos, who was smoking, looked up at him. The person you were searching for, Trafalgar Law, has been located. Chapter 152, A Pleasant Surprise. Meanwhile, in another part of the North Sea, within the capital of the Kingdom of New Pain in the Lorenz Sea, a tense standoff was unfolding. A member of the Reef, clutching the communicator that had dialed Lockschreifer, anxiously hid in a corner, peering forward. Before him stood two groups in a standoff. One consisted of the very individuals he sought. Trafalgar Law, adorned with a spotted hat and wielding a long knife, alongside the other three founding members of the Heart Pirates, Bepo, Shachi, and Penguin. The four encircled a tall man with flowing golden locks. The surrounded man's eyebrows formed three vertical lines, his face suffused with melancholy. Why do you obstruct me? Law questioned coldly. Seemingly calm, the elegantly dressed man seated at the edge of the street replied, for your own good. Humph. Law's face contorted with disdain and provocation. Elucidate the matter clearly. Do not feign readiness for a fierce confrontation. Our chances of battle are merely 10%, the man responded, shaking his head. I merely discerned your intentions to make a significant move toward the palace. The patrolling soldiers have completed their shift, and the Royal Guard is formidable at this hour. Do you believe we would be defeated by those soldiers? Law, barely 20, found the man's condescension deeply infuriating. The man lifted his gaze to Law's side. Whether you can defeat me remains uncertain. Why you would stir chaos in the Kingdom of Nepain eludes me. However, your ruckus at the palace will alter the fate of that boy selling cigarettes. Law and Bepo turned to observe a boy peddling cigarettes. Orphaned. He had been selling cigarettes on this street for years, earning just enough to stave off hunger. If you incite chaos, the sheriff will undoubtedly seal off the capital for a thorough investigation, which means he will have little business today, ultimately resulting in a day of hunger. The man spoke slowly. Since you are so compassionate towards the common folk, fearing that your obstruction might lead to a small boy going hungry for a day, why do you not spare a coin to rescue him from his plight? Law coldly scoffed. The man replied indifferently, I have no money. Law's gaze remained laced with mockery. However, he had indeed lost the inclination to cause a ruckus in the capital and instead focused on the figure seated before him, resembling a street fortune teller. "Come forth," he commanded, his voice neither too loud nor too soft, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The members of the Arlong pirates, who had been quietly observing, initially contemplated retreating. However, Loch Shrayford had previously asserted that Trafalgar Law would not harm them, and they were obligated to maintain contact with him, thus they stepped forward. The two underage children, Shachi and Penguin, approached with an air of aggression, escorting the Arlong member. Although the latter maintained a demeanor of composure, a flicker of trepidation inevitably shone through their eyes. "You have followed me for quite some time. Who are you?" Law inquired. The Arlong member was about to respond when the voice of President Amos resonated from the Din Din Mushi in his hand. "Let me speak to him." He promptly passed the Din Din Mushi to Law. Law took the device and, upon hearing the familiar voice, inquired, "Who are you?" "It's Amos. Do you remember me?" Amos's tone was relaxed from the other end. Law quickly recalled their previous encounter, as Amos had made a lasting impression on him. Despite the half-year gap since their last interaction. "I remember. Why did you send someone to surveil me?" "Not surveillance. I merely sent someone to find you," Amos hastily clarified. "Searching for someone and surveilling them are two entirely different matters. If you misinterpret my intentions as surveillance, our relationship may become strained. I have business with you. Speak plainly." Law replied, disinclined towards unnecessary preamble. "I know your devil fruit is the Ope no me, and I wish for you to perform a surgery for me." Amos no longer beat around the bush and directly stated his purpose. Upon hearing the word surgery, Law's pupils constricted, and he was about to terminate the call. "Dream on." Amos immediately realized that Luo had misconstrued his intentions. "What I meant was to undergo a transformation of my body, not to pursue any form of immortality surgery." Luo's hand hesitated, for Amos had instilled within him a plethora of confusion. He sensed that the other party held dominion over many of his secrets, even the ultimate enigma of his fruit. "Regarding this transformation procedure, how about we strike a deal?" Amos remarked, noticing the silence on the other end of the line. "If you perform a transformation surgery on my body, I shall grant you one request." "Ha! The endeavors I wish to pursue are beyond your capacity to fulfill," Luo retorted, his disdain evident in his tone. "The transaction may be postponed for now. I wonder if you would be interested in visiting the Bruno Sea?" Amos inquired, as he possessed some understanding of Luo's character, recognizing that persuading him over the phone would be a daunting task. Thus, he resolved to extend an invitation, allowing Luo to grasp the circumstances on his side, which might facilitate a smoother negotiation. Not interested, Luo flatly declined. Deep within, he harbored concerns. For Amos appeared to possess an unsettling amount of knowledge. What if he was scheming to exploit the immortality surgery of his fruit? Amos felt at a loss for words in front of Law. "You have a 79% chance of going," said the man, who was still surrounded by the Heart Pirates. Law glanced at the man, and Amos also heard his words. "Why?" Law inquired. "There is no reason. Fate is guiding us," the man replied. Amos listened to the conversation on the other end of the phone, a sense of familiarity washing over him. "Are you a fortune teller?" Luo deduced the man's profession. "Indeed." With a swift motion, several banknotes valued at 10,000 each were drawn from Luo's pocket, which he handed to the man. "Then let us see what the cards reveal." The man accepted the money and turned his gaze toward Luo. "Will I go?" Luo inquired. "An 82% chance," the man replied, drawing another card from the spread before him, slightly higher than before. "If I do not go, that would imply your divination was entirely erroneous," Luo stated. The man shook his head, appearing composed and reserved. "I never claimed you would definitely go. Thus whether you choose to go or not does not determine the accuracy of my reading. I require a definitive prediction. Will I go or not?" Luo insisted, feeling a flicker of amusement at this obstacle obstructing his path, intending to relay a message to Amos. The man drew yet another card, not adhering to Luo's request. "An 85% likelihood of going, an increase of 3%. Is your inability to provide 100% accuracy what qualifies you as a competent fortune teller?" Luo gazed down at the man, drawing his blade, Ghost Whale, from its sheath. "Reveal to me your prediction of my choice." "An 88% chance of going," the man replied, drawing another tarot card. Unfazed by Luo's threat, he remained composed, the likelihood now increased by another 3%. Luo pressed the blade against the man's neck. "Tell me directly whether I will go or not. I demand 100% certainty in your prediction, not this vague, probabilistic nonsense that conceals your inadequacy. All is guided by fate." The man was not intimidated by Luo, calmly drawing another tarot card and revealing, Now I can tell you with certainty, you will definitely go. Oh, I can also assure you, your prediction is utterly wrong. With a contemptuous laugh, Luo sheathed Ghost Whale and, accompanied by the members of the Heart Pirates, departed down the street. I will not go. Really? In the office of the commercial base on Betches Island in the Kingdom of Laika, located in the North Sea's Bruno waters, Luo sat across from Amos, his face finally betraying some emotion. Doflamingo is someone we must eliminate. I would go so far as to say my decision to oppose him is not merely to assist you personally. Amos spoke earnestly, flanked by Rock Shrewford and Basil Hawkins, who hailed from the kingdom of Nupian in the Lawrence Sea and had long made a living through others' divinations. Hawkins' arrival was entirely fortuitous. Had Luo not coincidentally found himself in Nupian and clashed with Hawkins, Amos would likely have had no intersection with him. On the evening of the 18th, Luo had emphatically declared he would not come before striding away. Amos invested heavily, pledging to assist him in eliminating Don Quixote Doflamingo. In truth, Doflamingo is a pivotal character that Amos must overthrow on his path to the future. By ostensibly framing this endeavor as a means to aid Law, he skillfully cultivates loyalty among the ranks. Once Law experiences a change of heart and finds renewed purpose, Amos shifts his focus to the fortune teller. He inquired of the members of the reef about the fortune teller's name, and upon doing so, he uncovered the identity of one of the future 11 supernovas, the magician Basil Hawkins. Amos also extended an invitation to Hawkins, who once again consulted the tarot cards. Upon reviewing the revelations, he opted to leave the place he had long called home and join the Heart Pirates on Amos's territory. Thus, the candid conversation of today commenced. For the time being, I shall place my trust in you. Should you breach your promise, I will ensure you come to regret it, Lowe remarked after acquiescing to Amos's request, not neglecting to issue a veiled threat. Presently, Law and Amos share the same age, both being 20, a time marked by audacity and fearlessness. He felt prouder than when he first emerged in the world at Sabaody Archipelago. Very well, let us schedule the operation for a month from now. The waters of the Bruno Sea have been tumultuous lately, and there is much for us to accomplish. Amos felt a surge of joy at this. Moreover, you may remain here for a while to familiarize yourselves with us, particularly with Hawkins. Very well, Hawkins replied, appearing remarkably composed. Amos found Hawkins to be an enigma. He had invited him due to his formidable abilities and unique fruit powers, believing that their collaboration could prove advantageous. To his surprise, Hawkins, in stark contrast to Law, readily agreed and embraced Amos's arrangements upon arrival. Amos had already resolved to take the time to engage in a meaningful conversation with Hawkins. However, since Rowe and Hawkins had just arrived, it was prudent to first offer them some hospitality. On the afternoon of the 22nd, Amos guided the two around Betches Island, while Rockshrew had gone to attend to matters concerning communication with the Nibirian Kingdom. On the evening of the 18th, shortly after inviting Rowe and Hawkins to Breno, the Laika Economic Journal reported alarming news. At 3 in the morning, a fleet stationed in the Shipwreck Strait belonging to the Kingdom of Laika had met with utter annihilation. It was evident that Germa-66 was behind this attack. Rockshrew had no time to rest, and promptly dispatched members of the reef to communicate with the royal family of the Nibirian Kingdom. 10 hours later, around noon on the 19th, they successfully established contact, and Amos personally conversed with the King of Nibiria, deciding to abandon the shadows and embrace the light, aligning with the Nibirian Kingdom in the quest to unify the Breno Sea. This marked the first instance of a region surrendering, much to the delight of Nibiria's king, who not only accepted the surrender but also promised that after notifying the Kingdom of Laika, Amos would be granted the title of Earl and appointed as the joint administrator of several islands surrounding Betches Island. In the following days, with the assistance of Germa-66, the forces of the Nibirian Kingdom successfully subdued the Kingdom of Laika. In a matter of days, Laika found itself on the brink of annihilation. As they arrived, an ominous air enveloped the streets. What had transpired? Rowe frequently glanced around, inquiring about the unsettling atmosphere. Amos elucidated that within the Breno Sea, there exist two nations. We find ourselves in the Kingdom of Laika, while the other is the Kingdom of Nubri. Presently, these two realms are embroiled in conflict, and the Kingdom of Laika has suffered a calamitous defeat, rendering its obliteration nearly inevitable. Hawkins, too, observed the pallid faces of the impoverished civilians on the streets, remaining silent. Once again, the specter of war seemed to evoke memories of his homeland in Rowe. Amos cast a fleeting glance at him. For the time being, although I wield considerable influence on this island, I am powerless to determine the fate of two nations. The Kingdom of Laika is preparing for its final stand. heavily taxing its citizens. All I can do is ensure that our Chamber of Commerce assumes the tax burden for the residents of Betches Island, safeguarding our land to the best of our ability. Luo nodded, his tone considerably softened, clearly showing his approval of Amos's approach. In the coming month, the situation in the Breno Sea will undergo significant transformation, presenting us with an opportunity for resurgence. Amos suddenly lowered his voice, asserting that to alter the course of this world, this move must be executed flawlessly. Both Luo and Hawkins were taken aback, not expecting Amos to broach such confidential matters with them. I sincerely hope that during your month of residence here, you will come to understand me, our organization, and the endeavors we shall undertake in the forthcoming month. Amos's gaze was resolute, unwavering to the point of obsession. Battling the dragon, one inevitably risks becoming a dragon oneself. Yet, even though I may be drenched in blood, branded as a villain in the eyes of many, and deemed a harbinger of extreme malevolence, I shall strive to transform everything. Chapter 153, Seizing Destiny and Transforming All. Luo muttered to himself. Amos walked between Law and Hawkins, extending his arms to embrace both of them. Yes, it is time to change everything I find distasteful. I cannot abide the celestial dragon's arrogance, thus I shall confront them. I cannot tolerate the Navy's ruthless disregard for life, hence I shall oppose them. I cannot accept the pirates' nefarious deeds, so I shall challenge them. I am repulsed by the world's deliberate mockery of my existence, therefore I shall take action against it. Law stiffened at this audacious declaration, reminiscent only of the words he had heard from Doflamingo. Hawkins remained expressionless, as though everything unfolded according to his expectations. Whether he was in control of the fate depicted in the tarot cards, or if the cards guided his destiny, remained uncertain. Speaking such words now felt rather impotent, prompting Amos to lower his hand from Law's shoulder. Observe for a month, witness the extent of evil required to enact so-called justice. Law remained silent, and Amos turned to Hawkins, remarking, Your thoughts are difficult to decipher, and I am disinclined to speculate on others' minds. Thus, I will candidly express my intentions. I extend this invitation to you, hoping you will join us. There was no urgency. Hawkins, ever diplomatic, refrained from providing an immediate answer. This was entirely reasonable. Amos did not press for an instant declaration of allegiance. He had merely offered an olive branch, leaving the fate of their alliance to destiny. Throughout the afternoon, Amos guided them on a thorough exploration of the cultural landscape of the Betches Island. In truth, the conditions on Betches Island were far superior to those in other regions of the Laika Kingdom. Firstly, there were no changes in taxation, as the Francis Trade Association bore the burden. Secondly, law enforcement had intensified significantly. Aside from the disheartening news of the Laika Kingdom's continued defeats, life bore a striking resemblance to that of peaceful times. In the evening, Drake and Dolet returned from Francis Island. Both had received Amos's message regarding Law and Hawkins, recognizing them as esteemed guests with whom they envisioned a future collaboration. Thus, it was imperative for Drake and Dolet to return promptly. Lakshreeve, having concluded matters with the Newbury Kingdom, also made his way back. In the reception hall of the Betches Island Trade Association's headquarters, a grand banquet was held, hosted by the 4 senior members of the Francis Trade Association to welcome the entire Heart Pirates crew and the wandering fortune-teller Hawkins. In the spacious reception hall, a round table was set at the center, surrounded by 9 individuals, adorned with a lavish and abundant feast. Beppo, Penguin, and Shachi from the Heart Pirates could hardly contain their salivation upon seeing the delectable dishes. Eat, and let us converse as we dine, Amos urged, unwilling to keep them in suspense any longer. Beppo and the others eagerly devoured the food, having endured a prolonged journey with Law and scarcely tasted a proper meal. Now, they finally had the chance to treat their appetites. Law maintained his aloof demeanor, unwilling to appear diminished in stature. However, witnessing his 3 crew members of the pirate gang indulging in their meals with such a lack of decorum, he felt a profound sense of embarrassment. He discreetly nudged Beppo's foot beneath the table, prompting Beppo to finally exhibit some restraint. Amos cut a piece of steak and first glanced at Drake. How is the steamship faring? He inquired. Both the second and third generations have successfully undergone trials, and their performances are nearing perfection. It won't be long before we can deploy one for official use. Additionally, the development of steam warships has commenced, though that will require some time. Drake replied while savoring his fruit salad. Well, I still need you to keep a close eye on things here, Amos remarked with a nod of approval. Hey. Aren't you going to introduce us first? Dolet interjected, smacking his lips and pouring himself a glass of wine, then reminding Amos. Amos chuckled heartily. I nearly forgot about this matter. Allow me to make a formal introduction. This is Trafalgar Law, a formidable wielder of a devil fruit. These three are his crew members, Bepo, Pekin, and Shachi. And this is Basil Hawkins, also a user of a devil fruit, whose abilities are quite extraordinary, as he can divine the future. Both Law and Hawkins nodded in acknowledgement. This is Relix Dorit, a dual-wielding swordsman in charge of our military. This gentleman is Rock Shrewford, who typically oversees financial matters. Lastly, we have X, Drake, another devil fruit user, responsible for shipyard affairs and assisting Dorit in military endeavors. Amos proceeded to introduce his own associates. Divination? Dorit's attention was piqued by Hawkins. He had not realized Amos had recruited such an intriguing character. Hawkins smiled faintly, taking a delicate sip of his drink. Law is here to perform a modification surgery on me, Amos explained. Drake, who had been eating, set down his utensils. Is your modification surgery about to commence? Yes, the issues have largely been identified. By utilizing Law's surgical abilities, I can clarify those problems, thereby elevating the potential of my physical gifts and enhancing my power at a quicker pace, Amos affirmed with a nod. Dorit, who had been eagerly downing his drink, suddenly asked with seriousness, "Are you certain you want to proceed with something like this? Modifying one's body is no trivial matter. It is imperative that I do so." Amos reassured them calmly, aware of their concerns about potential mishaps. You need not adopt the demeanor of overly concerned elders. Do you not trust my perceptive abilities? Besides, Law's medical expertise is exceptional. This surgery will undoubtedly succeed. Well, you have grown up after all. As your guardians, we ought not to be overly restrictive, Dorit replied. Concealing any overt worry, he was not one to display such sentiments. He understood Amos well. While Amos was prone to risk, he was not reckless. Drake, having heard Dorit's teasing, sighed with mock seriousness. Let him be. Get lost. Amos retorted, his expression darkening. Ha 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 ha. I relish seeing you at a disadvantage. Rock Shrewford laughed heartily from the side. The four engaged jovially, and the atmosphere grew increasingly vibrant. The Law's eyes, one side featured his three crew members devouring their meals like ravenous spirits, while the other side saw Amos and Drake sharing lighthearted banter. Their words were imbued with a sense of camaraderie. Was it friendship? Or perhaps familial affection? Law suddenly felt a desire to belong. Hawkins, is that your name? Dorit inquired. Indeed, Hawkins replied, wiping his mouth with a napkin. Amos mentioned your fruit powers allow for divination. Might you assist me with a reading? Dalarat inquired. Hawkins neither declined nor responded with enthusiasm. He simply nodded in a subdued manner, saying, Very well, what would you like to ask? Dalarat pondered with his chin resting on his hand, wondering what to inquire. Will I die? The once vibrant reception room fell into an abrupt silence, with all eyes turning towards Dalarat. Amos's expression froze, taken aback by Dalarat's unexpected question. Sensing the awkwardness, Dalarat forced a smile and answered his own query. Who among us will escape death, right? Ha. As he spoke, Hawkins had already drawn a card from the tarot deck before him, yet before he could reveal its significance, Dalarat interrupted with his own musings. Consequently, Hawkins returned the card to its place, sealing its meaning within his thoughts. Dinner lasted half an hour, after which Amos did not arrange any further activities. Given the dire situation between the Kingdom of Lyca and the Kingdom of Newbury, there was much to address. So he directed Roe and the others to their apartment for rest. Lockshrift, Drake, and Dalarat proceeded to the office to deliberate on a detailed response plan following Newbury's occupation of Lyca. Amos stood smoking at the entrance of the building's lobby when Hawkins emerged from his apartment and approached him. What brings you out? Amos inquired. I divined that you had an 82% chance of visiting me at the apartment, so I took the initiative to seek you out, Hawkins replied, ascending the steps to stand beside Amos. The two men, nearly of the same height, stood together. Amos now measured an impressive 2 meters and 1 centimeter, while Hawkins reached an imposing 2 meters and 10 centimeters. Am I the one seeking you? Amos asked. Well, if you wish to ask me something, just speak plainly, Hawkins stated, his manner always forthright. Amos took a deep drag from his cigarette, exhaling slowly as he leaned against the doorpost. Could you enlighten me as to what the Oracle of Dorat revealed? He inquired. You see, Dorat's intention was not to ponder the triviality of eternal life. He was at a 97% certainty. Hawkins interrupted Amos's agitated musings. We are destined to die. The moonlight appeared to be gradually fading, and the night grew silent. Upon hearing this response, Amos stood motionless like a statue, and after a prolonged silence, he let out a faint chuckle. Isn't there still a 3% chance? Hawkins inquired. Of course, I have confidence, Amos swiftly retorted, though his denial only seemed to highlight his own insecurities. The four of us are prepared to sacrifice our lives for that future endeavor. If that is the case, then why do you seek my divination regarding Dolet? Hawkins pierced through the pretense with precision. Amos tossed half a cigarette onto the ground, lowering his head to grind it beneath his foot. There is one more matter, he said. Hawkins slightly bowed his head to regard Amos. The futures of Lockshrew and Drake, Amos continued. Only when the individual poses the question will my divination yield accuracy. Hawkins replied. Amos halted his steps, shifting his foot away from the cigarette, but now trampled into a pulp. Well, there's nothing worth inquiring about then, he remarked casually. Aren't you curious about your own future? Hawkins pondered, slightly perplexed. My future? It's of little significance, Amos replied with a nonchalant shake of his head. His entire demeanor conveyed to Hawkins that he held no regard for his own existence. Then should you not also question whether you can indeed succeed in altering the world? Hawkins inquired. Amos thrust his hands into his pockets and tilted his head back, gazing ahead where several city guards patrolled. What of it? Even if you arrive at 100% conclusive answer, what then? I shall not refrain from acting merely because I am certain of my failure or that I may meet my demise. Some matters do not warrant contemplation on their feasibility. One must simply act. Hawkins perceived a subtle distinction in Amos, but you lack unwavering faith in your companions. Are you afraid of their demise? Naturally. Who would wish for the death of their friends? Amos regarded Hawkins's inquiry as trivial. A flicker of understanding dawned upon Hawkins. Your fear is what may lead to their downfall. Amos, who had just wore an expression of could you refrain from uttering nonsense, now appeared dejected. So I was correct. Hawkins nodded to himself, affirming his conclusion. It was akin to shouldering danger alone, unwilling to let his comrades partake in the peril of brotherhood. Spare me the sentimentality, Amos shook his head. Disliking the notion of others placing unwavering trust in him, binding their lives to his, you are acutely aware that even if your misguided decisions lead to their demise, they would harbor no grievances, yet the inescapable burden of guilt and remorse would consume you. You are a complex individual. Hawkins fixed his gaze upon Amos, calmly assessing him, declaring him unlike ordinary folk. Torn and intricate, he contemplates every facet within and beyond his capabilities, ensnaring himself in an enigma that eludes resolution. Amos cast a glance at Hawkins, revealing a smile that hinted at the truth. You've noticed it too, haven't you? You must bear a weight of pressure that others cannot fathom. The essence of the ship is the navigator, after all. Amidst the tempestuous weather of the great seas, one must ensure the course remains true. Precise calculations of the weather are paramount. A single miscalculation could endanger not only oneself but also one's comrades. Every moment is fraught with tension, and there is no room for complacency. Hawkins replied with a laugh. At present, you resemble not a seer but a charlatan. Amos chuckled at the jest, leaning against the doorpost, his eyes glimmering. Let me share a secret with you. Go on. Hawkins prepared himself to listen intently. In truth, I have reached the zenith of my physical potential. Any further training throughout my life may yield less progress than I achieved in a single year during my youth. I am too close to the ceiling, so near that my face is pressed against it. I spend my days observing it, hoping to find a fissure. If only there were a crack, I could surge through it, shattering my constraints and transcending my limits. Amos divulged his secret, but he continued, yet there is none. Such fortune eludes me. Perhaps this is how my life will remain. Thus, I must undergo a transformative procedure, one that could alter my future. But, to be candid, who has truly attempted this? What is the success rate? I lack confidence. It's possible that I might leave the operating table only to be ushered into the grave. Hawkins laid out his tarot cards once more. Do not consult those any longer. I refuse to calculate the odds of a successful operation. Amos waved his hand dismissively. Hawkins paused, gazing at Amos with surprise. Is it not preferable to let the future retain some mystery? This way, I can maintain 100% determination to strive. Amos's eyes sparkled even more. If you were to foresee the outcome, I might dread the thought of death. I need to keep affirming to myself that I can succeed. That is the only way I can muster the courage to approach the operating table. If you reveal a percentage chance of survival or demise, are you merely trying to frighten me? Ah, Hawkins chuckled. Put that away, Amos insisted. Do you know? Hawkins, upon hearing Amos's words, began to reassemble his tarot cards. My future lies firmly within my grasp. With each decision, I assess the risks through divination. The likelihood of outcomes determines my choices. Therefore, when I learned of your desire to invite me to join, I calculated the odds of my survival post-invitation, and the results were rather unsatisfactory. Amos let out a light scoff, lamenting, how truly pitiful you are. Thus, I find myself enslaved by fate. Hawkins tore apart the neatly stacked tarot cards. reflecting that the unknown indeed holds a certain allure. One's guidance should not derive from tarot cards. Hence, I have resolved to join you, to seize control of my own destiny. Chapter 154. Laika will never surrender. Hawkins continued to shred the tarot cards, one by one, and this time, it was Amos who was taken aback. The ever-composed Hawkins, who consistently maintained control over any situation, was unexpectedly relinquishing a significant support at this moment. This stark deviation from his usual demeanor prompted Amos to reassess Hawkins anew. He then remarked, "This contraption appears to assist you, yet in truth, it binds you. Now, liberated and genuinely in command of your own life, your potential for future accomplishments will undoubtedly flourish." Hawkins placed the fragments into his pocket, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Today's conversation has surprisingly unraveled my knot. However, you, or rather everyone, possesses something akin to tarot cards that constrains them. Have you torn apart your tarot cards? Amos's gaze flickered as he fell into deep contemplation. Before long, a serene smile graced his lips, dispelling the remnants of negativity that had enveloped him. I remain uncertain of what binds me, yet perhaps I shall uncover it in due time. Upon discovery, I shall tear it apart, much like you, and thereby transform into my true self. Perhaps, Hawkins replied, his tone lacking absolute certainty. Amos surveyed the surroundings once more and beckoned Hawkins with a subtle gesture. "Come, let us ascend together and discuss the recent developments, now that you have joined us." "Very well." Hawkins nodded slightly. Amos ascended the stairs with Hawkins, making their way to the office. Along the journey, he succinctly recounted the events of the past few months, allowing Hawkins to gain a clearer understanding of the situation in the Bruno Sea and the challenges that lay ahead for them. Upon reaching the office door, Amos knocked gently before turning the handle and ushering Hawkins inside. The interior was illuminated by bright incandescent lights, with 3 robust men seated in chairs, enveloped in a haze of smoke, each cradling a wine glass in hand. "Allow me to reintroduce Basil Hawkins, our comrade. My intention is to arrange for him to receive systematic training under Dolart's guidance," Amos declared as he introduced the new member and outlined future plans. "We possess the techniques of the Navy's 6 forms in the mastery of the 2-colored hockey, which I believe will significantly enhance your abilities in due course." "Very well." Hawkins nodded in acknowledgement to Dolart, Drake, and Rochereau, each of whom responded with a courteous smile. Recognized by Amos and welcomed into their fold, they were naturally eager to accept him. Once seated, Amos personally poured a glass of wine for Hawkins and then retrieved a cigarette case from his pocket, offering. "Care for a smoke?" "No, thank you," Hawkins replied, accepting the wine but declining the cigarette. Amos withdrew a cigarette from his mouth and directed his gaze towards the other 3, who in turn looked back at him. The 4 of them shared a silent exchange for several moments before erupting into laughter. Hawkins, having taken a sip of his drink, was bewildered by the sudden turn of events and turned his attention towards Amos. Amos, puffing on a cigarette, patted Hawkins on the shoulder and said, "You'll understand in due time." With the jest concluded, it was time to delve into the matter at hand. Lakshrafor clapped his hands, glanced at Hawkins, and inquired, "Shall I provide a brief overview of the situation?" "No need. I have already briefed him on the way here," Amos interjected on Hawkins' behalf. "Very well." Lakshrafor organized his thoughts and began to address the core issue. "Currently, we maintain a cordial relationship with the Nubri Kingdom, which has requested our assistance in inciting dissent in other regions. I am aiding this endeavor while simultaneously tarnishing the reputations of certain regional governors to heighten public outrage. The navy of the Laika Kingdom has been utterly annihilated, and its army has suffered a disastrous defeat, retreating to the royal capital where they are besieged by the forces of Germa 66. The Nubri Kingdom still hopes to persuade the king of Laika to surrender, as this would facilitate the acquisition of an intact nation. However, the king of Laika has yet to declare his stance. Drake remarked, "The situation must be quite urgent. Although the Nubri have hired Germa 66, it is unlikely that they will remain here indefinitely. The Nubri Kingdom surely has a deadline. Once that threshold passes, regardless of whether Laika surrenders, they will be compelled to act." "Your analysis is astute," Lakshrafor acknowledged. "Our current objective must be to thwart Laika's surrender. For the Nubri have promised that if they capitulate, the Laika royal family will be spared and granted a life of luxury. Should the king of Laika decide to yield, the will of the populace will dissipate and their resolve will falter. At that point, any attempt at a counteroffensive will struggle to galvanize public support. The royal family must fight until the very end, as this will serve to unify the people of Laika in their nation's final hour." Amos summarized Lakshrafor's sentiments. But the pressing question remained, how to accomplish this? Just then, the phone rang and Lakshar answered it. After a brief conversation, he hung up, his expression a tapestry of unspoken emotion. Finally, with a heavy voice, he declared, no need to ponder further. Just moments ago, we received breaking news. The Newbury Kingdom has granted the Laika Kingdom one final hour to deliberate. The Laika royal family has not acquiesced to the demands of the Newbury and, alongside the soldiers retreating to the capital, the nobility, and the tens of thousands of civilians who joined them, opened the city gates to launch an assault against Amos.66's forces, determined to fight to the death. In the end, the Laika royal family, soldiers, and citizens faced total annihilation. Laika has fallen. The office fell into a profound silence, as Lakshar's final 4 words bore an inexplicable weight, stifling their heartbeats and breaths. Just moments before, they had been concerned that the Laika royal family might capitulate, that they would forsake their lives to embrace opulence. Yet, the reality was beyond their expectations. In the face of national calamity, the Laika royal capital united as one, transcending all professions and statuses. They have risked their lives, whether significant or trivial, to defend this nation. Without experiencing the battlefield firsthand, it is challenging to fathom the harrowing scenes that unfold there. Amos tilted his head back and drained the contents of his wine glass. It is a gathering of gentlemen. Before long, the telephone rang once more. Lakshar answered and remarked, it is a call from Newbury. They will commence their occupation of various regions in Laika tonight and have requested that we prepare for the promotion of the Newbury Kingdom, readying for its annexation. No, this matter is not his responsibility. Amos leaned back in his chair, cradling his empty glass, and commanded the newspaper office to work through the night to edit tomorrow's edition, unreservedly revealing the events transpiring in the capital and initiating a call to arms. Lakshar, Drake, and Dolit gazed at Amos in astonishment. We shall not surrender, Amos declared. Lakshar remained silent, his eyes wide with anticipation for Amos's elaboration. Were we not all mistaken? Amos refilled his glass. Initially, we believed that surrendering would spare Betches Island from the iron heel of Amos.66. Yet now, like a lies in ruins, it has become a desolate wasteland. What we seek to protect is but a mirage and the souls enslaved within it. Should we capitulate? What right would we have to bear the banner of restoration and call upon them to respond? If we desire them to stand firm, we must not bend our own backs. Amos raised his index finger and pronounced with deliberate clarity, not a bit can bend. We must take a stand. We must be the first to step forward and declare to the arrogant Amos.66 and Newbury that Laika is not yet doomed. Do we intend to preserve Laika? Lakshar queried. Amos's words incited a complete reversal in their strategy. Laika is Laika. No one can substitute this nation, Amos asserted. We shall lead the people of Laika with dignity, guiding this country with honor. Lakshar pondered the pros and cons of such an approach. We can never kneel. If we do, who can guarantee that the people of Laika will rise again? Amos stated seriously, his gaze brimming with a strength akin to that of the Laika royalty's resolve to fight the Amos.66 forces to the last breath. Therefore, since we possess the capability, let us lead Laika. The first step in governing this nation is to ensure that no one dares to surrender to Newbury. Hawkins, who had previously remained somewhat aloof, observed Amos and felt the weight of his conviction. Locke, is the Laika Economic Journal still operational? Amos inquired. Lakshar snapped back to attention and nodded. Yes. But I fear it will cease publication in a day or two once Newbury occupies all of Laika. As far as I know, the Laika Economic Journal is the only newspaper in the Laika Kingdom that has live screens installed in every city across the nation, correct? Amos asked again. Indeed. Our newspaper has consistently collaborated with them, and we still have their reporters who facilitate the relay of real-time news, Lakshar replied. Good. Contact the reporter still on Betches Island immediately. I want to conduct a nationwide live broadcast for Laika, Amos declared. Lakshar immediately surmised Amos's intentions. This will make us the primary adversary of Amos.66. I am aware, Amos rose, adjusting the collar of his suit. But we cannot claim to possess the capability of leadership in a nation lacking leaders, only to shrink back when the time comes to risk our lives. Tonight marks the downfall of Laika, a night of despair for its people. If we continually assert our capability, we must now take actions that reflect that capability. Lakshar gazed up at Amos, who appeared calm and resolute in making such a significant decision, as if he were destined to succeed. Very well. I shall take care of it, Lakshar said before exiting the room. Amos turned his gaze towards Drake and Dolit. The forces from Francis Island may return, under the command of the 1st Army and 1st Navy of Laika, led by the two of you. to garrison Betches Island. Do you understand? Dolet and Drake stood up in unison, rendering a military salute to Amos. Amos smiled and returned his salute. Now that I have finally become the savior of this nation. How does it feel? He mused. This is far more exhilarating than the treacherous scheme proposed by Lakshreff. This is the true calling of a man. Doret responded with enthusiasm. Very well, Amos replied, his smile fading as he stood tall. The three of them maintained impeccable military posture, reminiscent of their training days at headquarters. Do not let me down. Drake and Doret nodded in agreement before departing swiftly. Amos cast a glance at Hawkins and inquired, Hawkins, do you foresee our victory? 100% chance, Hawkins replied. A soft chuckle escaped Amos's lips as he donned his suit jacket and stepped outside. At 11 o'clock. In the North Sea off the coast of Brunei, a crowd had gathered in the expansive square before the town hall of Betches Island, Kingdom of Laika. The atmosphere was saturated with sorrow. Surrounding the area, several temporarily erected floodlights flickered to life, illuminating the square as brightly as day. In front of the small platform typically used for speeches, an image transmission device was set up, successfully advocated by Lakshreff, allowing real-time broadcasting to the entirety of Laika. Amos ascended the platform, captivating the attention of the multitude. Below, a vast congregation of people had gathered, with rough estimates suggesting over 10,000 individuals. While even more residents were hastening to join upon hearing the news. Amos rested both hands upon the platform, his palms already beaded with perspiration. Below, Lakshreff gestured towards the imaging telephone insect, then signaled an OK with his hand. Amos Chongluk Shrifo nodded, then lifted his gaze towards the crowd. In an instant, blinding lights flashed, revealing countless pairs of desperate eyes beneath their brilliance. Taking a deep breath, Amos felt an overwhelming sense of tension. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed throughout the square as his image appeared on the screen to one side of the plaza. At that moment, the image transmission device activated, connecting the screens of numerous towns across the Kingdom of Laika. Throughout the nation, in the absence of moonlight on this day, a faint glow illuminated the cities, guiding everyone out of their confusion. Amos felt a certain stiffness in his body, a reflection of his rising anxiety. Yet, the live broadcast had commenced. He spoke, I am Amos. I am Amos. His introduction reverberated in the ears of the Laika populace, braving the biting cold wind. As more and more individuals flocked towards the screens set up in the town squares of every city, they were likely already aware of the somber news. Amos continued. Just tonight, perhaps merely an hour ago, the King of Laika, accompanied by the royal family of the capital and the remaining soldiers, launched an assault against the Newbury forces outside the city. The outcome was catastrophic, total annihilation. Total annihilation. In one town, a father grasped the hand of his young son, tears streaming down his face as they gazed at the screen. The child, oblivious to the reason for his father's sorrow, could not comprehend Amos's words. He simply sensed his father's deep sadness and tugged at him gently. Chapter 155. Laika shall never surrender. In the capital of Laika, the king of Newbury and the members of the Vinsmock family had reached the front of the palace. The image of Amos flickered on the screen before them. Look. That is Amos, the chief executive of Betches Island. He has surrendered to us. The king of Newbury pointed at the image of Amos, seemingly bewildered as to how they had obtained the broadcast, presumably to persuade other regions to surrender. Ha. Vinsmock Gartsy and his sons turned their gaze towards the youthful and spirited figure on the screen. We of Laika have lost our leader. Amos caught sight of an elderly man leaning on a cane, stooped over as he watched him, listening to the echo of his voice through the loudspeakers. Many had lost their loved ones, yet they should not succumb to confusion simply because they had lost their leader. They should not yield to fear in the absence of their soldiers' protection. They should not despair in the face of Laika's peril. For this nation was in its most desperate hour, in dire need of our courage. Laika requires us to rise and confront those who perpetrate slaughter upon our soldiers and our people. The war is not yet over. The soldiers need us to stand and reclaim their fallen weapons, to continue safeguarding this beloved land. The children need us to elevate their skies, to show them that Laika's backbone remains unbroken. Now is the time when this nation is at its most vulnerable, most in need of assistance. I am willing to be the first to step forth and defend Laika. In the capital, the king of Newbury's previously jovial countenance darkened as he pointed his sharp sword at the screen, bellowing, shatter that screen. Where are the men of Laika? A ragged man emerged from the ruins of a collapsed building, letting out a roar. Let us go. More of the citizens fleeing through the streets gathered together. They must not allow the destruction of the screen. The first man to step forward picked up the lifeless musket of a fallen soldier, aiming it at the deathly figures of Germa 66. Others either sought weapons or bravely charged towards the grim adversaries. King Nubaru's face turned a shade of iron as he connected the call to Amos. The crackling sound echoed through the speakers of the visual screen. Amos, who was broadcasting live, answered the call, only to be met with the furious tirade of King Nubaru. "You scoundrel! How dare you betray the kingdom of Nubaru?" The king's voice resonated throughout Laika. Amos seized the telephone bug, a grin spreading across his face as he exclaimed, "Just in time for you to hear me. Today, I wish to speak on behalf of all, to represent Laika. Let us unite in expressing our sentiments to this individual, conveying our resolute will." He lifted the receiver, directing it towards the crowd below, informed them, "Laika has not perished. We shall never concede. Laika has not perished. We shall never concede." The resounding waves of voices surged forth, each more powerful than the last. Simultaneously, in another locale, the citizens of Laika echoed the same sentiment. A man, who had been watching the live broadcast, crouched down, tears still staining his cheeks, and softly urged his son, "Come, let us declare together, Laika has not perished. We shall never concede. Laika has not perished. We shall never concede." The young child joined in the chant. King Nubaru, listening to the telephone bug and the speaker's booming voice from the screen, was consumed with fury. He hurled the telephone bug to the ground, shouting, "Destroy the screen. I have changed my mind. Flatten Laika. Annihilate them." Yet, his commands failed to reach their intended destination, for the screen remained steadfast. And Amos's loathsome visage continued to rally the crowd. "Laika has not perished. We shall never concede." The remaining residents in the capital abandoned any thoughts of surrender. They resolved to stand united with Laika in this fateful hour, defending themselves and their homeland. Hundreds of citizens congregated, driven by an indomitable spirit, courageously charging towards the elite soldiers of Germa 66. For the moment, even the formidable Germa 60 SIXS warriors could not breach their defenses. And more residents continued to flock to their side. An initially cowardly veteran, who had fallen in despair, rose to his feet, tears streaming down his face as he gazed upon the lifeless bodies of the new recruits he had once led. While loading his musket, he wept, "We shall never concede." They charged fearlessly towards the Germa 66 army, the voice emanating from the screen behind them serving as their rallying cry, the source of their boundless strength. "Damn it!" King Nubaru seethed, his teeth clenched, casting a glance at Vinsmoke Gaji. Vinsmoke Gaji regarded Amos on the screen with admiration, remarking, "This young man is impressive." In the square of the Baishis Island Town Hall, Amos shouted until his voice became hoarse, though he could no longer produce sound. He was still fervently trying to call out, deeply influenced by the emotions of the crowd. Below the stage, Luo, unbeknownst to him, had arrived with Bipo and the others. Standing among the throng, he gazed upon the man on stage, who was only slightly older than himself. Observing the tears welling in his eyes and the immense willpower emanating from the unified crowd, his heart stirred. "Laika has not fallen. We will never concede." Bipo, Chopper, and Pekin had already joined in the fervent cries of the masses. A tingling sensation coursed through Luo's scalp and body, a phenomenon following the overwhelming shock. In the midst of the crowd, Luo stared blankly at Amos, the one who had persistently sought his camaraderie, whom he had deemed insincere. Amos's lips moved slightly. And beside him, Bipo caught a faint whisper of the words "never" and "surrender." Closest to the podium, Rock Shrewford displayed even more fervor. "We will never concede. Long live Laika." Rock Shrewford's emotions were laid bare, oscillating between tears and laughter. Amos had never let him down. He must concede that Amos' method was far superior to his own devious scheme. Perhaps this was the very essence that Amos had consistently embodied, an unwavering will. Impeccable and resolute. Gradually, Amos on stage ceased his fervent calls. He leaned on the podium, breathless, gazing at the crowd below, a look of contentment illuminating his face. Such a person was worthy of his utmost dedication. Such a person deserved protection. Such a person was worth challenging the world government for. He was oblivious to the potential ramifications of today's broadcast, or whether it might expose his identity to the Navy headquarters. These concerns were of no consequence now. For in this moment, he had discovered the power of conviction, the strength of will. There were those who fancied themselves adults, smugly dismissing notions of belief and willpower as mere juvenile nonsense. Yet he felt compelled to vociferously counter this sentiment. These very ideals were the driving force for those striving to better the world or pursue their dreams. Only those who possess such conviction can truly change the world. Those who merely mock the diligent are unworthy of existence in a world transformed by the efforts of the resolute. He began to grasp why Roger could ascend to the title of Pirate King. Had Roger ever compromised, even once, history would have shifted dramatically. True strength lies in an unwavering commitment, growing ever stronger in adversity. Each instance of resolute defiance that leads to destruction heralds a rebirth from the ashes, while every compromise merely extinguishes the heart of the strong. In this moment, Amos.'s spirit surged with newfound strength, his mindset experiencing a tremendous leap. His heart raced with fervor, pulsating with a burgeoning force. Gasping for breath, Amos found himself kneeling, struggling to inhale, one hand clutching his chest in agony. As if he were on the brink of explosion. Lockschrafe, Law, and Hawkins observed Amos.'s torment from the crowd, mistakenly believing he was suffering a physical ailment, and hurriedly pushed through the frenzied masses towards him. Amos furrowed his brow, drenched in sweat, with veins bulging on his arms, neck, and forehead. A powerful force stirring within him, one he had never sensed before. This power surged unexpectedly, threatening to annihilate him. Yet it also seemed poised to bestow upon him a new form of life. Vivid memories flooded his mind, scenes from his childhood spent frolicking with Usopp and Raisin, roasting meat, only to be severed in two by the blade of the ghost spider. He recalled Drake's birthday celebration, Udi teaching Drake how to cut the cake and make wishes, only for that moment to be consumed by the flames of the supernova-S phoenix. He could even hear the mocking laughter of the celestial dragons belittling Udi's lifeless form. He beheld Luca, a companion akin to a beloved brother, slowly perishing upon his back. Agony and indignation surged within his mind. He opened his mouth, yearning to cough, and could feel the tears pooling in the corners of his eyes. These emotions represented an inescapable torment within his soul, a driving force propelling him forward, yet also a malady that frequently robbed him of slumber. A sharp crack echoed, reminiscent of the shattering sound he had heard years ago when Lezer had held the rear, fleeing in anguish, the sorrow in his heart fracturing like glass. Then, all within his mind faded into oblivion. The pain vanished. Amos sought the anguish that had once consumed him, that had eluded him entirely. He felt as though he had been encased in a new shell, the remnants of his former self dissipating without a trace, replaced by an ineffable essence that rendered him as if reborn. He rose to his feet, only to suddenly discover that Lockshaford, Rowe, and Hawkins, who had been rushing toward him, stood frozen in disbelief, their eyes betraying an unmistakable shock. Aside from these three, the other townsfolk, who had previously been clamoring, lay unconscious on the ground, their eyes rolled back. In the royal city, Vince Mockgark, who had maintained a detached demeanor as a mere spectator, gaped in astonishment upon witnessing Amos. As for King Nuber, he sensed a force emanating from Amos that he too possessed. Yet it paled in comparison to the intensity that radiated from him. Amos gazed at the fallen crowd, bewildered. What had transpired in those fleeting seconds? Yet Amos Lockshri intermittently called out Amos's name, his complexion ashen, as though he had just endured a grave illness. There stood Hawkins, leaning against a nearby lamppost, barely maintaining his balance. The staggering figure of Luo, supported by the ground, was the only thing preventing him from collapsing entirely. Meanwhile, Lockshri's expression gradually transformed into one of astonishment, exuding an overwhelming presence. When Amos heard those three words, he was utterly taken aback. Conqueror's Haki? It had been ages since he had encountered the term. In fact, he had always believed that there were only two types of Haki in his mind. Conqueror's Haki had never been associated with him, nor had he ever considered that he possessed such a formidable ability, the author too. Now, was it due to his recent actions, which allowed him to sense the power of will, that he inadvertently awakened the legendary Conqueror's Haki? A rare gift bestowed upon only one in a million? Amos was oblivious to the extraordinary power that resided within him. He yearned to harness it. Yet it felt akin to attempting to soar through the skies without the ability to fly, leaving him at a loss as to how to proceed. Was it truly Conqueror's Haki? He gazed at his hands in disbelief. Conqueror's Haki cannot be cultivated. It can only be awakened when an individual reaches a certain level of prowess. It embodies the user's spirit. And only when one grows stronger can the might of Conqueror's Haki be amplified. Rockshaford, who has navigated the Grand Line, is renowned for his vast knowledge. Surely, it was the recent speech that allowed you to transcend a particular realm, thereby awakening the Conqueror's Haki. Both Law and Hawkins, with their minds still clear, observed Amos. At that moment, illuminated by the light, he emanated an aura that surpassed their own, evoking an instinctive urge to prostrate oneself. The qualities of a king, were they akin to that individual? Law murmured, having recently arrived. He found himself grappling with the multitude of significant events he had experienced in such a short span. Hawkins maintained a relatively calm demeanor, choosing silence. Amos suddenly became aware of something and swiftly extricated himself from his internal realm, directing his gaze towards the image phone bug. The live broadcast was still ongoing, yet fortunately, Amos had managed to remain out of the camera's view during the most pivotal moments. He approached the device and turned it off, still reveling in the exhilaration of possessing the qualities of a king and the formidable conqueror's hockey. Although Rock shared in the excitement, he remained mindful of the larger situation. He made a call to the base, requesting that some guards be dispatched to manage the fainted individuals, and entrusted the chief editor of the newspaper with the urgent task of editing a war mobilization report, anticipating the commencement of a challenging and arduous conflict the following day. Rowe carried Bepo on his back, with both hands supporting Shockey and Pagine, trailing behind Amos and Rock. Unable to bear the sight, Hawkins proactively alleviated Rowe's burden by taking on one of the individuals. The group then returned to the Merchant Guild's base. Amos sat silently in the office, while Lockshrife, Rowe, and Hawkins stood behind him, observing his stillness. This scene had persisted for half an hour. Let him process this on his own. It is now official. We have declared war on Nabarre and Germa 66, and there remains much for us to accomplish. Lockshrife approached the door, opened it, and Rowe and Hawkins exited first. Before departing, he offered a gentle reminder, urging Amos to rest early, as there were numerous matters requiring his attention the following day. Amos remained silent as Rock closed the door, taking Luo and Hawkins to attend to other matters. He let out a long breath, becoming deeply immersed in a newfound realm from which he could not extricate himself. Chapter 156, Preparations Before Battle. At this moment, Amos was acutely aware of the transformations within his body. The activation of Conqueror's hockey had little effect on his physical form, yet it had a profound impact on his mental state. Physically, it manifested as an alluring charisma. The awakening of Conqueror's hockey was indeed a result of possessing a quality that only one in a million might hold. However, the benefits of this power were not insignificant. Amos now possessed a regal quality, which imparted an air akin to that of a sovereign. This aura created a palpable sense of disparity in the perception of ordinary individuals towards those who wielded Conqueror's hockey, granting Amos a remarkable distinction that elevated him above the masses. It was likely due to this semblance of imperial authority that those endowed with Conqueror's hockey instilled trepidation in the world government. Indeed, in the latter half of the Grand Line's New World, such individuals were as numerous as the fish crossing a river, far exceeding the world government's control. Their strategy was to incite infighting among these powerful beings, thereby facilitating their eradication without expending much effort. The downfall of Roger was a testament to this miscalculation. The transformation of his mindset further solidified Amos's convictions. The Conqueror's hockey infused him with confidence and inner strength, which was of utmost significance. Having absorbed these revelations, Amos felt a profound fatigue yet was assured by Rox's earlier arrangements. He returned to his quarters with a sense of tranquility. Amos soon succumbed to slumber, aware that a more formidable set of challenges awaited him the following day. At 6 o'clock the next morning, Amos arose. The initial exhilaration of his newfound Conqueror's hockey having subsided, granting him a sense of tranquility. After a brief grooming ritual, he placed a call to Amos.This. Rox informed him that he was in his office with Hawkins and Law, prompting Amos to make haste to their location. Upon entering, although the room was devoid of swirling smoke, the air was thick with the rich scent of tobacco. Amos looked up to see Luo standing by, sword in hand, listening to Loxreford speak. Hawkins, beside Loxreford, was smoking to stay alert, while Loxreford himself bore the weight of 2 dark circles under his eyes, occasionally perusing the latest intelligence in his hands. It appeared that these 3 had not slept a wink the previous night. What amused Amos, however, was the sight of Hawkins, who had so resolutely declined their offer of a cigarette the day before, now resembling a chain smoker, with the ashtray overflowing with butts. Indeed, no one could escape this relentless law. Day 1. Amos, do you smoke? Drake, no, I do not. The following day, Amos is smoking. Drake, hand me one. The third day, Amos, Drake, do you smoke? Dolet, I do not smoke. The fourth day, Amos and Drake are smoking. Dolet, give me one. The fifth day, Amos, Drake, Dolet, do you smoke? Luxrif, no, I do not. The sixth day, Amos, Drake, and Dorat were smoking. Loxreford, hand me one. The seventh day, Amos, Drake, Dolet, and Roxbury, do you smoke? Hawkins, no, I do not. The eighth day, Amos, Drake, Dolet, and Loxrife indulged in smoke. Hawkins remarked, hand me one. None among them could evade this dreadful law, not even the author himself. You all may take your rest. I shall take charge here. Amos gestured with his hand, exuding an unprecedented vigor and enthusiasm. Roe, unreserved, rose while cradling his sword and said, "Very well, I entrust this to you. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me." Amos nodded, and the two brushed past each other as Luo listlessly exited the office. "Hawkins, you should take a break as well," Amos suggested. Hawkins, with his gentle voice and weathered countenance, took a drag from his cigarette and replied, "It's quite all right. At such an hour." It was hardly suitable for idle chatter. Since Hawkins insisted on remaining, there was no need for Amos to press the matter further. He settled into a chair and cut to the chase. "Locke, what's the situation for tonight?" Locke Shryford yawned, his coffee cup long empty. The consequence of standing tall has compelled King Nuber to abandon his original policies, opting instead to eradicate all dissenters, even if it means reducing everything to ruins. It was inevitable. After Amos took a seat, he crossed his legs and poured himself a glass of water. "You should have anticipated that some towns would buckle under pressure and surrender," he remarked. Locke Shryford rubbed his face to sharpen his focus, acknowledging that yesterday's speech might have inspired some, but it was unrealistic to expect everyone to suddenly swell with patriotic fervor based solely on his words. "So, in Lyca, among the dozens of towns, some have capitulated while others have risen in resistance, correct?" Amos inquired. "How many, approximately?" "By tonight, they should have chosen their sides. In the 23 towns of the Kingdom of Lyca, 9 had declared their surrender to Nuber-S rule, 12 had vowed to resist to the end, and the stance of the remaining 2 remained ambiguous." Locke Shryford handed Amos the map he had meticulously annotated with the status of each town. Upon examining the map, Amos comprehended the situation at a glance. Last night, 2 towns situated near Lyca were obliterated by the forces of Germa 66. Locke Shryford resumed his discourse, asserting that at their current pace, within no more than 3 days, all towns resisting them would be subjected to a bloodbath. Amos wore a look of concern. The regular army within the realm of the Lyca kingdom had been utterly decimated. The urban guards under the jurisdiction of various city sheriffs, along with the residents mobilized by the governors, were utterly incapable of resisting the incursion of Germa 66. Locke Shryford agreed wholeheartedly. "Indeed. We must take on a pivotal role in this war. We ought to swiftly reach out to these towns to form an alliance, thereby facilitating a more efficient mobilization of personnel and resources. Simultaneously, I will dispatch our covert operatives stationed in the surrendered cities to incite public sentiment, ensuring that no city, having surrendered, dares to stab us in the back. Drake and Dolet's forces will require at least a day to arrive. During this interim, we must unite the towns within the Lyca faction. Even with the city guards and the spontaneously assembled militias numbering over 10,000, we can wield considerable destructive power. Unlike the previous 2 cities that fell one by one, this task will be entrusted to our covert operatives for coordination. Today, Drake and his men cannot make it in time, and at least 3 more towns will succumb," Locke Shryford stated. Amos tapped the map, indicating the 5 towns anticipated to fall next. He emphasized the necessity of ensuring that their city guards and militias assist in the evacuation of residents to Betches Island. Simultaneously, we must adequately prepare for war mobilization. We are now compelled to requisition vessels from various shipping companies to facilitate the safe transport of civilians to the rear lines. At present, Drake's forces are still unable to reach us. If we persist in our resistance during this interval before their arrival, the inevitable outcome will be total annihilation. Amos's notion was that, given the inevitability of complete annihilation, it would be wiser to strategically withdraw, preserving the remaining forces to unite with the 1st Navy and the 1st Army for an effective counterattack. This was the most prudent course of action, and Locke Shryford had no objections. However, it also implied that he could not yet retire for the night. He first needed to issue orders to the reef. Once the directives were given, he could afford a brief respite, but further negotiations awaited him. After concluding these discussions, Locke Shryford directly dialed the reef's number to assign the tasks. Amos turned his gaze toward Hawkins, only to discover that the previously silent Hawkins had succumbed to slumber, resting his head upon the table. Rather than rousing him, Amos chose to await Locke Shryford's handling of the current matters. Shortly thereafter, Locke Shryford concluded his phone call, declaring, "It's settled. But coordinating with the mayors of so many towns will require several hours." "Perfect. Make sure to rest well," Amos replied. Locke Shryford, clearly fatigued, accepted the suggestion and soon joined Hawkins in repose upon the table. Once the group had taken their rest, Amos departed from the chamber's headquarters. The 800 members of the city guard, affiliated with the 1st Army, were already dispersed throughout Betches Island, maintaining order. To alleviate the public's sense of panic, The Francis Trading Company funded the establishment of 10 distribution points for free relief rations across various locations. Following Amos.'s impassioned address the previous night, hundreds, if not thousands, of citizens began to enlist for military service from the break of dawn. However, enlistment was subject to certain restrictions, such as prohibiting only children from joining. The upper echelons of the Francis Trading Company had already become engrossed in their duties, and Amos was no exception. With the decision made to facilitate the strategic relocation of residents from other towns to Betches Island, the island's population would soon swell nearly tenfold. This surge posed a significant challenge to Betches Island's capacity to accommodate such an influx, with crucial issues surrounding housing, food supplies, and public safety looming large. Amos found himself at the municipal hall, addressing these pressing concerns. As for Calvin Ladden, the previously indolent mayor, he had been ousted at the onset of the war, and the administrative framework of Betches Island was now firmly in their control, rendering the municipal hall a bastion of their decisions. Each position within the hall was manned by their associates, and Amos engaged in negotiations with various departments on how to proceed. After an hour of urgent discussions, a preliminary plan was forged. The island's food reserves were projected to sustain them for about a week. Thereafter, Amos would procure supplies through acquisition and scavenging in other towns. For housing, 2 strategies would be implemented. One involved the rapid construction of tents in the municipal square and other open spaces, while the second entailed negotiations with the island's indigenous populace to rationally allocate existing homes, maximizing occupancy. Concerning public safety, a number of indigenous residents had expressed their desire to enlist, a commendable sentiment, yet due to time constraints, training was impractical, rendering them ineffective in battle when the conflict commenced. To put it plainly, their chances of survival against the Germa 66 were exceedingly slim. Thus, Amos contemplated a shift in roles, relocating the 800 soldiers tasked with maintaining order to combat duties, while organizing the eager but underqualified indigenous volunteers into a security force responsible for upholding order on Betches Island. Once this initiative began to function smoothly, Amos hurried back to the trading company's headquarters. Upon his return, Lockschreifer and Hawkins had awakened. Hawkins, the situation here is manageable. You should return to rest tonight. You may need to temporarily assume the role of captain of the security team, overseeing the safety of Betches Island. Amos, being a man of discernment, understood that Hawkins required ample rest, for he had more formidable tasks awaiting him. I shall take my leave to rest now. Do remember to summon me when the time comes, Hawkins advised before exiting the office. Amos conveyed to Roshru his recent dealings at the town hall regarding supplies, housing, and public safety. Upon hearing this, Roshru expressed no dissent, remarking, "Indeed, this is the most prudent course of action at present." Amos inquired, "Have we received any updates from the reef?" Roshru replied, "I anticipate news shortly." As Roshru had predicted, it was not long before the phone buzzed with the awaited communication. From the reef, it was reported that among the 7 towns contacted, 5 expressed a willingness to strategically relocate to Betches Island, while the remaining 2 maintained a cautious stance towards Amos and Betches Island, opting to defend their homeland. Amos engaged in conversations with the leaders of the 5 towns prepared to relocate, clearly outlining the proposed plan. On the strategic map, Betches Island was designated as a crucial rear base in the war effort, following the advance of the Newbury King's forces. Betches Island would be one of the last cities affected. Prior to Betches Island, there were Iro Island and Eno Island, both of which housed towns that were also willing to strategically relocate. The tactical plan proposed by Amos entails the relocation of resources and residents from 5 towns, including Iro and Eno Island, to Betches Island. The latter will provide vessels to facilitate this transfer with utmost efficiency and speed. Meanwhile, the urban guards and militia from each town will undergo reorganization at Iro and Eno Island, with the 1st Army and 1st Navy set to converge thereafter. The entire force will be concentrated on Iro and Eno Island, positioning these 2 islands to strategically counteract Jelma 66, while Betches Island emerges as a true sanctuary, the last bastion removed from the ravages of war. Iro and Eno Island will serve as the battlefield, determining the fate of Laika. This plan met with unanimous approval, as every governor recognized that unity was paramount to enhancing their chances of success. At 4 o'clock on the afternoon of July 23rd, within a span of 10 hours, Betches Island successfully gathered a total of 227 vessels, ranging from single-masted to multi-masted ships. By 6 o'clock that evening, these ships set sail for the other towns to assist in the relocation of residents and supplies. At 3 o'clock on the morning of July 24th, The 1st Navy and 1st Army, led by Drake and Dolet, arrived at Byshus Island, accompanied by the latest steam warship developed by the Francis shipyard. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon of July 24th, the first batch of residents and supplies from other towns arrived at Byshus Island, which was well prepared to receive the initial wave of 50,000 refugees. By noon on July 25th, a total of 7,000 urban guards and 20,000 militia from the 5 towns converged with 5,000 personnel from Byshus Island's 1st Navy and 1st Army at Iro and Eno Island. The militia primarily focused on constructing fortifications, while the 7,000 urban guards finalized their reorganization, integrating into the 1st Army and 1st Navy. In accordance with the newly established military rank system unique to Laika, Dolet was appointed commander of the 1st Army, and Drake was appointed commander of the 1st Navy, both being bestowed with the rank of lieutenant general in Laika. Amos was bestowed with the rank of generalissimo, appointed as the supreme commander of this campaign, overseeing the entire operation. Chapter 157. The war commences. Note: the preceding text has been amended. Only Iro Island remains. On the afternoon of July 25th, the central town hall of Iro Island had been transformed into a wartime command center, subordinate to the Army Operations Department. At this moment, Generalissimo Amos, Lieutenant General Dolet, Lockshrift, and Brigadier General Luo, who was granted a temporary rank, were all gathered in the command office. The 4 men huddled around a sand table, with the exception of Luo. The other 3 were smoking. "I suggest we fortify the city. Aside from that, we have no viable alternatives," Lockshrift remarked. Amos and Dolet exchanged a knowing shake of their heads. Both had achieved perfect scores in theoretical subjects during their time at the Naval Academy, and they possessed exceptional insights into tactics. The usually straightforward Dolet exhibited remarkable composure in the face of warfare, with over 60,000 troops from Germa, and the forces of the Newbury Kingdom primarily tasked with consolidating the cities they had already captured. We shall not delve into that for now. Presently, the elite forces of Germa, brimming with fighting spirit and exuding an aura of invincibility, pose a challenge we cannot confront head-on. As you mentioned, we cannot engage them in a direct confrontation. What alternatives do we have aside from holding our ground in the city? Lockshrift inquired. Dolet chuckled lightly. "Locke, I concede that you possess remarkable talent in commerce, but when it comes to warfare, you still have much to learn. This arduous battle presents a perfect opportunity for you to absorb more knowledge." Lockshrift was displeased at being looked down upon, yet he felt powerless. After all, he held the position of chief strategist, and if he was incapable of managing a battle, it would imply he was entirely unfit for such a high-ranking role. "Amos, what is your perspective?" Dolet then turned to Amos. Amos pondered for a moment, tracing 3 lines on the sand table with his hand. "I propose we establish multiple defensive lines to gradually weaken Germa 66, culminating in a decisive battle at our final stronghold." Indeed, Dolet concurred with Amos's strategy, pointing to the first line he had drawn. "We shall first construct fortifications outside the city, establishing our initial position in this open area. We can arrange for the militia to begin work overnight. We have ample manpower." "That's true," Amos replied. Dolet then indicated the second line drawn by Amos. This second line represents the walls of Iro City. With such formidable defenses, even if Germa 66 were to breach them, they would incur losses far exceeding our own. Lockshrift remained silent, listening intently, absorbing the discourse. Dolet then gestured towards Iro City. "Our final line of defense is Iro City itself, with its myriad streets and intricate layout. As I understand it, more than 2/3 of the 20,000 militia were drawn from Iro City, correct? You mean these militia are familiar with the terrain and can engage in urban combat?" Lockshrift interjected somewhat eagerly. Dolet clapped his hands together. "You're quite astute. It won't be long before you truly deserve this esteemed position of chief strategist. Indeed, aside from aiding us in constructing fortifications, these militia would otherwise be of little use. The disparity between regular and irregular forces is vast, and we cannot afford the enormous daily expenditure of resources without their involvement. However, if we assign them to our final line of defense, capitalizing on the terrain, they can effectively contest Germa 66. Maximizing their strengths aligns with what our instructors taught us. A true commander excels not merely in wielding strong troops, but in judiciously employing all available forces," Amos interjected. "Haha, how does that sound? Are we beginning to resemble strategists?" Dolet chuckled. While Dolet jested, Amos offered a sincere affirmation. "You are exceptionally talented." Dolet quickly returned from his playful demeanor. smiled at Amos, and focused on the sand table again. Let us expedite the construction of the first defensive line, and additionally, seek elevated positions on both flanks to provide fire support. We must also dig some bunkers at the positions. The ground on Iro Island is quite hard. In the event of artillery fire, taking cover by merely lying down could prove fatal. We must ensure they can retreat into the bunkers during bombardments. Understood, Lockshrift noted diligently. In terms of the city walls, we must adequately prepare defensive implements to quell their morale, Dolet continued. Once the militia has finished constructing the outer fortifications, they should undergo basic training to enhance their combat readiness and familiarize themselves with the city's layout, preparing for the impending urban warfare. Lockshrift affirmed. I have taken note of everything. I will make arrangements immediately after this meeting. Dolet nodded in acknowledgement. Amos began. The Navy is commanded by Drake. With the Operations Department at sea, the specifics remain somewhat unclear. Currently, there are 3 fleets, 2 of which consist of the standard 7 warships, representing our Navy's conventional forces. The strategic force is the last fleet, comprising the first generation of steam warships, of which only 3 have been constructed due to time constraints. Lockshriver continued, according to intelligence. The large warships of German 66 number over 20. We are not only outnumbered in terms of warships, but we also lack their combat experience. As our Navy was established significantly later than our Army and has not encountered substantial battles, Dolet remarked, though a general of the Army. He had always been acquainted with naval matters. Let us have Drake remain on standby, ready to support us at any moment, Amos suggested. Acknowledging that the Navy currently had no better arrangements and could only wait for the situation to evolve, the others agreed without dissent. At present, the combined forces from various town militias comprise 3,000 naval personnel, 8,000 army troops, and nearly 30,000 militia, rendering our numbers comparable to those of German 66. Amos pondered, when is German 66 expected to arrive? Lockshriver replied, the surrounding towns have already been captured. They will arrive by tomorrow morning at the latest. This implied that we had only one night to construct the first line of defense. Dolet contemplated for a moment. Let us send Luo to supervise. One night should suffice. And by dawn tomorrow, our forces should be stationed there. Luo, who had been somewhat inconspicuous until now, crossed his legs and folded his arms, acknowledging with a sound. The militia must set out promptly, and we should expedite the transfer of arms. Our army's 8 regiments, each comprising around 1,000 men, will send 4 forward, Dolet stated, emphasizing that the goal of the first line of defense was to exhaust the enemy rather than to obliterate them or engage in mutual destruction. Of course, once our meeting concludes, you may go to the Army headquarters for more detailed arrangements, Amos added. Dolet nodded, lighting a cigarette. Is there anything else we need to address right now? I intend to bring all the ships from the island back to Betches Island, Amos replied. With no ships for our retreat, we must secure victory here. Otherwise, we shall either perish on the battlefield or plunge into the sea to feed the aquatic beasts. Are we not arranging for any vessels? Luo interjected suddenly. Amos paused momentarily, seemingly caught off guard by law, yet he swiftly responded, if you require it. I can arrange a vessel for your heart pirates. However, we shall not depart. This war, in our eyes, can only culminate in victory. I never stated that I intended to leave, Law retorted, sensing a hint of disdain in Amos's tone. These ships would transport us to Betches Island. If we are utterly defeated and unable to withstand Germa 66, there are ample vessels on Betches Island to evacuate the residents. This implies that those we are meant to protect no longer need our concern, allowing us to engage in battle without reservation, Amos pragmatically asserted. A profound silence enveloped the conference room, for the subject of death is eternally grave. Very well, I will heed your arrangements. I must take my leave now, as the Army Department's meeting must commence promptly, Dolet remarked. Then I hereby declare this meeting adjourned, Amos proclaimed. Dolet proceeded to the Army Department to convene with the military officers, while Law, in his capacity as a brigadier general, led 20,000 militia to construct fortifications. Amos and Locksheriff's conversation in the conference room showed no signs of conclusion. In the early hours of July 26th, at the ambush position outside Elrose City, a soldier, trembling with uncertainty, lay in a trench, clutching a musket. This soldier was originally part of a town city guard, and unfortunately, he had just joined the guard less than a week before war erupted, compelling him to take up arms in defense of his nation. The sergeant, appearing to be in his 30s, stood up and peered cautiously over the edge of the trench. Before him lay a few withered trees and an expanse of desolate land. How should I know when they will arrive? Get back down, he barked, startled into retreating into the trench, his expression mirroring that of the rookie beside him. A young officer crept over, adopting a serious demeanor as he leaned against the trench's edge. He appeared significantly younger than the sergeant. "Did you not hear the orders?" "No peeking outside without permission," he admonished, his tone not overly harsh, which relieved the sergeant somewhat. "We just want to see when Nubarai's troops will arrive," the sergeant explained. "They will notify you upon arrival. For now, your priority is to ensure you are in optimal condition and to check your weapons. When the fighting begins, your rifle will be one of the two things that can save your life," the officer instructed. The rookie, quaking with apprehension, inquired, "What is the other thing that can save my life?" The officer glanced at him, then gestured toward the sergeant, and subsequently pointed to himself. "The other thing is your comrades. When the battle commences, your lives will be intertwined. Supporting your fellow soldiers is tantamount to preserving your own life. Do you understand?" "Yes." The rookie nodded, though his expression suggested he grasped little. The officer, dissatisfied with the rookie's demeanor, beckoned him closer. The rookie shuffled over, bending slightly. The officer adjusted his collar. "Your uniform must be presentable. Do you understand? This is a soldier's honor." As the officer meticulously arranged his collar, the rookie swallowed nervously, feeling the weight of tension. The dawn had yet to break, with only a faint glimmer of light allowing the rookie to scrutinize the officer's face. The officer, though only a few years older, exuded a resolute aura, reminiscent of a seasoned veteran. "Remember, do not recklessly expose yourself during the fighting. Follow my commands precisely." The officer continued, having discerned the rookie's inexperience, subtly altering his demeanor in response. "Yes," the rookie replied faintly. The officer finished adjusting his uniform, gently patted the rookie's shoulder, and commanded, "Return to your position." "Yes," the rookie scurried back. "Your response should be yes, sir. Do you understand?" the officer added. The rookie promptly nodded, "Yes, sir." The officer smiled, and this smile brought a youthful aura to his face that had previously been absent. He settled down against the earthen wall and glanced at his watch. In just a few hours, they would arrive. "Will we die?" inquired the new recruit. The officer fixed his gaze on the recruit and, after a moment's contemplation, replied, "If a confrontation arises, as long as you can obediently follow my commands, even in death, you will understand the reason." In truth, the officer had pondered his words for a good 10 seconds, yet when he spoke, it did not carry the lightness one might expect, nor did it serve to reassure. In this ravine, 3 squads were present, all the men under this lieutenant's command. As he began to speak, several nearby soldiers drew closer. A soldier with a regional accent asked, "Sir, have you ever killed anyone?" The officer first reminded him, "Just call me lieutenant." The soldier complied, and the officer slightly tilted his head, as if lost in recollection. "I've taken 2 lives. Although our cohort is the oldest, we've only been in service for 6 months. 6 months, and you're already a lieutenant. That's impressive," the same soldier remarked, somewhat flatteringly. The officer scoffed, "Humph. Our initial cohort of 300 was meticulously selected. Under the guidance of Generals Dolet and Drake for 3 to 4 months, we were then thrust into combat for practical training. Following that, we expanded from 2,000 to 5,000, and now to 8,000. Those of us from the original group have been promoted. Most current lieutenants and captains are from our ranks. I suppose my progress is rather average." Several soldiers, recently restructured from the city guard, listened intently to the officer's discourse. "Look at you. Tidy up your uniforms." The officer surveyed the new recruits, noting their disheveled appearances. "Are you trying to embarrass me before the war even begins?" The recruits hastily adjusted their uniforms. The current attire was a second-generation military uniform, inheriting the style of the Laika Kingdom's forces while incorporating elements from their first-generation uniforms. This design sought to gain the approval of the original Laika soldiers while preserving their distinctive traits. Once they were presentable, the officer began once more. "Let me remind you of a few key points. Hold my words close to your heart, for they may very well save your lives." The group tensed, awaiting his instructions. "Most of you have never experienced real warfare. First and foremost, combat is not merely a face-to-face exchange of fire. The enemy is not a caricature that can be easily vanquished. All are soldiers. Just as you can evade, so can they. Just as you may resort to cunning tactics, so too will they. Therefore, it is imperative that you heed my commands and refrain from acting recklessly." The officer elaborated, emphasizing the critical importance of officers at the company level and above. Their lives are far more valuable than ours, and thus, we must safeguard their safety. They exist, and with their command, our odds of victory will undoubtedly increase. Moreover, there is no need for excessive fear. Typically, the aim of most is rather imprecise. Barring the exceptional marksman, the notion of one shot, one kill is mere myth, and it is improbable that an enemy will present themselves for easy targeting. Our mission today is to seize this advantageous high ground and assist our forces in suppressing the enemy's firepower. There are numerous crucial considerations to bear in mind, and the officer unwittingly spoke until dawn. Suddenly, a resounding bang shattered the tranquility. The officer's expression turned grave as he intoned, "Return to your positions and enter a state of alert." Chapter 158, and more. Upon hearing the officer's directive, the soldiers stationed in the high ground trench hurriedly returned to their posts. "Check your weapons," the officer commanded, then crouched beside the trench, cautiously peering ahead. Before him, he observed a contingent of several hundred soldiers armed with rifles, advancing towards them in a dispersed formation. Having attended the theoretical lessons taught by Drake, he recognized this as a small reconnaissance unit dispatched by the enemy, likely probing their firepower. Currently, this probing force remained at a considerable distance from their position. A hasty attack would yield insufficient results, necessitating patience until the distance closed. Before long, a messenger rushed to the trench, continued to remain concealed. "We will signal when your firepower is needed." "Understood," the officer replied. The messenger then hurried off to relay information to other trenches. The officer leaned closer, gesturing to the tense soldiers on either side. "Do not be anxious. It is not yet our moment to strike." The new recruit exhaled in relief, sitting on the ground, his face a mask of trepidation. The officer tossed a handful of dirt at the recruit, impatiently admonishing, "Do not be so timid. This is a small reconnaissance unit from Amos.66, clearly testing our defenses." Within the makeshift frontline command post, Dolet utilized his binoculars to survey the situation ahead. Lockshrift nodded. "We certainly cannot allow them to obtain what they seek." Indeed, orders had been issued to the high ground suppression points on both flanks of our forces to refrain from engaging for the time being. The foremost trench could initiate action as needed. Given their capabilities, it would be no issue to eliminate the enemy under these conditions. Alternatively, I could take charge. One person would suffice to resolve the situation, Rowe remarked, accompanied by the equally capable Beppo. Amos shook his head, furrowing his brow. "We have yet to ascertain the specifics of our adversary's situation. This force has emerged rather abruptly. It is prudent to proceed with caution. Should you venture out? What if you fall into an ambush?" Amos was right. Dorrit nodded in agreement, acknowledging their disadvantage in numbers. For the moment, stability was their only recourse. "Very well," Rowe replied, observing the strategic demeanor of both Amos and Dorrit, choosing to remain silent. Time passed swiftly, and the 100-man probing force dispatched by Amos.66 had entered the range of the positions. Once within this range, the soldiers transitioned from crouching to crawling on their bellies. In the theater of war, the low crawl is a universally understood means of survival. Any extraneous movement could lead to fatal consequences. Once they adopted this low profile, the accuracy of the soldiers stationed in the first trench was put to the ultimate test. The soldiers there belonged to the 3rd Regiment of the 1st Army, which comprised 1,000 men and boasted numerous advantages, making it quite capable of repelling this initial wave of attack with ease. "Commander, shall we launch an assault?" inquired a soldier still lying in the trench. "No," the commander replied succinctly. His name was Isong Nia, distinguished among the original 300 for his exceptional prowess. Discovered by Dorrit for his marksmanship, Nia was renowned for his precise shooting. His name, meaning insomnia, earned him the moniker the Sleepless Marksman, a fitting title bestowed upon him by Amos as the Night Watcher, at 30 years of age. Nia sported short brown hair slicked back and bore faint dark circles under his eyes, his complexion pale, perpetually reflecting the toll of sleepless nights. Yet his mind remained astutely clear. As Amos.60's probing force drew to within 50 meters, not only the soldiers but also his battalion and company leaders began to inquire about launching an attack. He continued to respond with a curt, "No." The diminishing distance instilled a sense of unease among the soldiers. Each felt a palpable tension, the specter of death sharpening their senses. The delay in opening fire surprised Amos in the operations department, yet Dorrit merely smiled in response. When the distance closed to 30 meters, Nia finally spoke. "Check your weapons." At this command, the eager soldiers promptly began to inspect their arms. At 20 meters, Nia raised his sniper rifle. Inscribed with the words "Gun of Shattered Will," after a fleeting moment of aim, he pulled the trigger. With a resounding bang, a slender bullet soared through the air, instantly piercing the skull of the enemy soldier who had been crawling the fastest. As the bullet struck, the entire cranium of that soldier was obliterated from the bridge of his nose. With the first shot fired, the soldiers began to cautiously raise their heads, unleashing their firearms in a concerted attack. The proximity of the distance effectively compensated for the enemy's limited crawling targets. The soldiers of Amos.This were utterly unprepared for such an intense confrontation. After advancing several kilometers unscathed, they were suddenly met with a barrage of fire at such close range, leaving them overwhelmed and unable to lift their heads. In the chaos of a genuine battlefield, the description of a hail of bullets is indeed apartment. When bullets are unleashed, they rain down in numbers akin to a torrential downpour, with each shot potentially claiming a life. Though Amos.This found themselves under heavy fire, they exhibited their well-honed training. In the face of the lethal threat, they remained calm, dispersing and taking cover in the dirt while raising their rifles to fire back at the enemy trenches. The soldiers entrenched were mostly exposed only at the head, making them difficult targets. However, this also meant that being struck could result in a gruesome fate. It was not long before several soldiers were hit in the head, their skulls exploding upon impact from the powerful bullets at such close range, causing them to topple backward, lifeless, with blood gushing from their necks. This gruesome scene unsettled some of the soldiers, particularly those who had recently been transferred from the city guard, lacking the fortitude expected in such dire circumstances. Many of them had never encountered such chaos, quickly losing their fighting spirit. However, Nia had anticipated this and had already positioned squad leaders and platoon leaders to manage these soldiers effectively. Morale could not be compromised. These soldiers needed to endure such warfare to evolve into the composed veterans surrounding them. Meanwhile, Nia moved efficiently through the trench, reloading his weapon with remarkable speed, aiming and firing with an impressive accuracy of 9 out of 10 shots hitting their mark. With such a capable commander leading from the front lines held firm. Despite being in close proximity to the enemy, there was no panic or disarray, even when the adversary drew within 3 to 4 meters. They did not retreat from the trenches but instead raised their weapons defiantly, prepared to fight to the death. In truth, this probing battle of fire was not destined to conclude swiftly. Although the distance had diminished significantly, precision was not guaranteed. Not everyone possessed Nia's exceptional marksmanship. After all, he was recognized throughout the army as the foremost sharpshooter. If such talent were commonplace, there would be no need for conflict. After 10 minutes of skirmishing, the probing forces of Amos.This began to withdraw. Their objective was not to perish, but to gather intelligence on the enemy's firepower. Now that intelligence had been secured, preserving their lives took precedence, prompting their retreat. Do not let them escape, Nia commanded. The soldiers intensified their fire, seemingly intent on annihilating the enemy's probing unit. In response, the forces of Amos.This quickly adapted, leaving behind a contingent of 100 men to cover their retreat while the remainder began to fall back. With the resolute troops holding the rear, the retreat of others became considerably easier. Nia issued no further commands, silently confronting this death squad. After half an hour, the 100-strong battalion was utterly annihilated, while the remaining enemy forces vanished from sight, retreating to more distant locales. In truth, when two armies face each other, the distance is rarely close. At the very least, it must be far enough that neither side can discern the other with the naked eye. No one is foolish. Whoever can be seen will undoubtedly face misfortune. Allowing the probing forces to escape did not dishearten Nia. As an exceptional marksman, he possessed the calmness befitting a sniper. Currently assessing his own casualties and reallocating soldiers to adjust the firepower of their defensive positions. The operations team, upon learning of the probing unit's retreat, similarly exhibited no significant disappointment. Retaining some forces would be advantageous, yet if not, it was of little consequence. After all, in our recent engagement, we preserved considerable strength, and the intelligence they acquired merely pertained to the situation of the first trench. Lockshirford remarked. Dorat did not concur but refrained from displaying disappointment. The enemy certainly understands that we would not unleash our full might all at once. However, they will glean insights from the firepower of the first trench, estimating our overall strength. As a formidable army, Amos.This assessment of our position is unlikely to be far from the mark. The first line of defense had already been adjusted under Colonel Nia's directives, which was all we could do for now. Furthermore, it was anticipated that their second wave of assault would arrive shortly, necessitating that the troops remain vigilant and alert. Amos contemplated. I suspect their artillery may soon make an appearance. Upon confirming our position, they are likely to initiate a barrage followed by a strong infantry assault. Dorat shared his insights, suggesting that they should arrange for a contingent of soldiers to retreat to cover. A sudden explosion interrupted Dorat's words, followed by a series of thunderous booms. Indeed, It was artillery fire. Ro's eyes brightened. He had been indifferent to the discussions among Amos and the others. Yet the unfolding of events was precisely as Dorat had anticipated, with the enemy commencing their bombardment. Immediately, inform all units to take cover. Additionally, notify the artillery in the rear to calculate the enemy's artillery positions and prepare to neutralize them. Dorat instructed a nearby messenger. Understood. The messenger saluted Dorat and hurried away. The enemy artillery would not wait for our forces to retaliate, would they? They would likely relocate their positions swiftly. Lockshire stated. Dorat did not deny this. Indeed. However, the continuation of the bombardment signifies that they have yet to move. It now hinges on the speed of our artillery. The artillery counterattack ultimately arrived a moment too late. The gunners of Amos.This ceased their bombardment prior to the artillery of Leica calculating their position, indicating a strategic relocation on their part. At this juncture, even if the enemy's location was discerned, it would prove futile. A rash offensive could very well lead to the enemy determining our own position, resulting in a catastrophic strike against us. Truly, Amos.This has demonstrated their prowess. After this encounter, we have gained little advantage, sighed Dolet. If we were to gain any advantage, this would not be a fierce battle at all. Amos shook his head, his gaze fixed intently on the sand table. The shelling has concluded, and the enemy's main forces are likely to advance. The true test of endurance has only just begun, and we must be prepared. Indeed, Dolet remarked. Hands on his hips, gazing out the window towards the operations division. Our objective is not merely to hold our ground for a protracted period, but to decisively vanquish the adversary. Amos chuckled as he offered Dorat a cigarette. We will win. Dorat accepted the cigarette, placing it between his lips. Of course. Haha. It seems you are even more confident than Amos. Lockshire remarked, amused. Upon seeing Dorat's sudden display of self-satisfaction, Ro couldn't help but smile as well. All right. Back to the matter at hand. Dorat exhaled a puff of smoke, contemplating that the 3rd Regiment might find it challenging to withstand the initial assault from Amos.This. He pondered strategies to thwart the enemy's advance. Amos mused, resting his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Ro, eager to contribute, set aside his usual nonchalance and, like Amos, began to seriously observe the sand table. Lockshire crossed his arms, lost in contemplation, not paying attention to the sand table. Let the 1st Regiment mobilize to encircle their attacking forces from behind, while we initiate fire suppression from the elevated flanks. We aim to encircle them completely, Dorat proposed. It was an audacious plan. The outcome could be glorious, yet failure might lead to a catastrophic rout for the 1st Regiment. At that moment, a messenger returned. Report. Sir, the enemy's attacking forces have arrived, estimated at approximately 1,500 troops. That's quite a number, Dorat mused, crossing his legs thoughtfully. Can our artillery be deployed? Lockshire inquired. The enemy isn't foolish. They wouldn't gather in clusters waiting for us to bombard them. If they disperse, our several hundred shells would likely inflict less damage than what the 3rd Regiment could achieve in a single exchange, Dorat countered Lockshire's suggestion. Lockshire, unwilling to concede, pressed on. So our artillery will be rendered ineffective? Are we to wait until the enemy bombards our positions before attempting to retaliate? Scouts have already been dispatched to investigate the Amos.This encampment, but we have yet to receive any updates. Without intelligence, our artillery lacks the necessary guidance and cannot be deployed, Dorat replied. What now? Amos pondered aloud. Should we have the 1st Regiment flank them? The enemy held a numerical advantage, placing considerable pressure on the 3rd Regiment as they defended their position. We shall employ a conservative strategy. The 1st Regiment will divide into several units to launch surprise attacks from both flanks and the rear, aiming to fragment their attacking forces and alleviate the pressure on the 3rd Regiment. Dorat amended his approach as he finished his cigarette. This strategy was deemed more prudent, with a lower risk, and received unanimous approval. Thus, as the 3rd Regiment commenced their assault on the enemy forces, the 1st Regiment, poised in reserve, sprang into action. Chapter 159. The Crisis on Betches Island. In the Highland Trench, although orders had yet to be issued to engage the Amos.This forces with suppressive fire, the officer maintained a vigilant stance, ensuring that the soldiers remained alert. Among the 3 squads under his command, they stood ready, while he employed a telescope to survey the battlefield. Squad leader, there are so many of them, a rookie lamented, recognizing the youthfulness of this new soldier. The officer beckoned him closer. There must be nearly 2,000 of them, with the 3rd Regiment at the forefront. Our numbers are not in our favor, he replied. What should we do? The rookie inquired, a hint of anxiety in his voice. The higher-ups will devise a plan. Your only duty is to follow orders and refrain from excessive questioning, the officer admonished, his tone slightly stern. Aware that the rookie might have formed an overly favorable impression of him, while the rookie viewed him as approachable. The officer understood the necessity of maintaining a clear distinction between ranks. A bond too close with the soldiers could blur this line and lead to undesirable consequences. Before long, a messenger sprinted towards the officer, bending low as he approached. In a moment, the 1st Regiment will split into several groups to flank them from behind, dismantling their forces in small sections. We will engage from the high ground as the situation allows, providing fire support to the 1st and 3rd Regiments. Understood, the officer replied. The messenger hurried off to another task. Check your weapons again. Our moment to shine is upon us. For those wishing to advance in rank or achieve glory, do not falter. The officer loaded his rifle and addressed the gathered soldiers. In unison, the soldiers affirmed, yes, and commenced their weapon checks. Shortly thereafter, the officer observed the 1st Regiment mobilizing. Several battalions, under their respective commanders, maneuvered to the enemy's rear, braving a hail of gunfire as they began to tear through the opposing ranks. Simultaneously, the firepower from the 3rd Regiment erupted in support of the 1st. The officer recognized that the time to act had arrived. He straightened his posture, resting his firearm on the trench, aimed at the enemy, and commanded, fire. After hours of waiting in the Highland Trench, the soldiers' fear had diminished significantly, replaced by a fervent desire to engage in battle. This was their moment to showcase their skills. Each soldier fired with fervor, providing suppressive fire. On the front lines, the 1st Regiment clashed with Amos.66 at close range, the combat proving to be exceedingly fierce. At that moment, the soldiers of the 1st Regiment finally comprehended why their commanders held this army in such high regard. Every soldier of Amos.66 was fearless in the face of death. On the battlefield, opportunities may arise where one might exchange their own life for that of 2 enemies. However, most soldiers refrain from such actions, opting instead for a more prudent combat approach that prioritizes their own survival while maximizing enemy casualties. Yet, the soldiers of Amos.66 are different. They seem utterly indifferent to their own lives, behaving as though they are mere puppets under external control, their faces devoid of any expressions of fear, frequently choosing a path of mutual destruction that results in substantial losses for themselves. Are these individuals truly unafraid of death? After one soldier from the regiment took a shot, he hastily buried his head in the ground to load his musket while cursing in fury. Just shoot, shouted a nearby soldier, and without hesitation, he fired, hitting a Amos.66 soldier in the abdomen. In an instant, the soldier's body shattered, limbs severed and blood, along with entrails, splattering around. A soldier from the attacking regiment, caught off guard, stepped on the dismembered intestines of the Amos.66 soldier and fell backward to the ground. The frontal combat was intensely fierce. Amos.66's greatest strength lay in their fearless attitude towards death, rendering them nearly impossible to vanquish. In their warfare, the prospect of rout seemed unlikely. In the trenches, Colonel Nia of the 3rd Regiment continued to fire one shot after another, methodically loading bullets and taking aim. He had also discerned the peculiarities of Amos.66, realizing that this defensive Leica was proving to be more arduous than he had anticipated. Nonetheless, with the firepower from the high ground and the assistance of the 1st Regiment, their total troop strength exceeded 2,000, maintaining a firepower advantage that prevented the situation from deteriorating further. Though the war was challenging, the soldiers persevered with unwavering resolve in executing their tactics. Gradually, their strategies began to yield results. The Amos.66 forces were fragmented into smaller units, unable to mount effective large-scale offensives, thus alleviating the pressure on their positions. Seizing this opportunity, Nia began to redeploy forces to assist the 1st Regiment in encircling the enemy and executing a thorough extermination. At that moment, the uniformed Roe arrived at the front lines, appearing remarkably calm, as he had witnessed many wars before. Brigadier General Nia saluted him upon his arrival. Roe had been granted a temporary rank of Brigadier General, a position superior to Nia's, necessitating Nia's salute. We need to dispatch a unit to support the 1st Regiment, and I am responsible for leading this contingent, Roe stated. Will you be joining the fray? Nia inquired, as he had only recently become acquainted with Roe, who was quite young. Nia harbored some concerns about him. Roe unsheathed his weapon, ghost cry, and nonchalantly replied, not a problem. Very well, Nia said, choosing not to press further. Since Roe displayed such confidence, they would proceed as it was a command from above, and who knew? This young man might indeed possess considerable skill. We are already in the process of deploying a battalion. I will arrange for Lieutenant Colonel Tour, the battalion commander, to assist you. Good. Luo stretched his body, preparing himself for the impending fierce close-quarters combat. Are we not to engage in the fray ourselves? Rockshrift queried, sensing discomfort in their constant position at the rear. Hasn't Amos.66 also refrained from committing more forces to the battlefield in haste? No one wishes to reveal their trump cards prematurely, Dolet countered, seizing the opportunity to rebut Rockshrift's assertion. Typically, his suggestions would be ruthlessly dismissed by Rockshrift. However, the tides had turned, and it was now his moment to impart wisdom to Rockshrift. Furthermore, the situation did not appear dire, and with Luo entering the fray, securing victory against the initial wave of assault seemed well within reach. Amos displayed little interest in discussing this matter, as Dolet had orchestrated the situation comprehensively, leaving little for him to ponder. The Navy was likely to be taking action as well. Drake and I shared a similar perspective. Dolet turned back to Amos and expressed that once our scouts had ascertained the position of Amos.66 and understood the strength of the opposing forces, if an opportunity arose, the Navy would move to sever the route of their reinforcements at sea, while we would take the initiative to eliminate all stationed troops on the island. This would be the first strategic move, and if victorious, the scales of triumph would tip in our favor. However, our scouts had been deployed for quite some time, and still, there was no sign of them. Amos, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, lingered in the room, his demeanor reflecting a sense of weariness and despondency. I harbored suspicions that the scouts had been detected by Amos.66, and the subsequent outcome was all too obvious. This was indeed a possibility, Dolet did not refute. Amos shook his head, expressing his disbelief. Sending out our untrained scouts to gather intelligence beneath the very gaze of Amos.66 is a gross miscalculation of our capabilities and a blatant underestimation of theirs. Allow me to take the lead. Just moments ago, I remarked on the importance of not revealing our trump cards too hastily, and yet here you are, ready to act? Dorat was not keen on Amos taking the initiative so soon. Let us not forget my fruit ability. With my current level of development, I can perceive everything within a 3 square kilometer radius. Securing the necessary intelligence should pose no challenge for me, and should any danger arise, my fruit ability will grant me early warning. Amos articulated his thoughts, adding that if my current combat prowess were to be overcome, it would signify that we are already at a disadvantage in terms of cutting-edge combat strength, rendering this war unnecessary. Do not be reckless in your bravado, warned Dorat. Amos smiled faintly, seized his words, and rose to exit the operations department, swiftly darting away like a razor. Simultaneously, he expanded his perception to its utmost capacity to investigate the situation of Amos.66. As he advanced, Amos detected several scouts dispatched by Amos.66, and he effortlessly dealt with them. The reason for not interrogating these soldiers for intelligence was that the soldiers manufactured by Amos.66 were fearlessly resolute, akin to machines, rendering interrogation futile. After 20 minutes of progress, Amos began to feel fatigued. Advancing in such an energy-consuming manner posed a significant challenge to his physical endurance, especially with his perception operating at full capacity. However, amidst his exhaustion, he gleaned valuable information. A camp lay less than 5 kilometers from the shores of Iro Island, which was likely the garrison point for Amos.66 troops. This indicated that Amos was drawing remarkably close to the enemy, yet he did not reduce his pace. Thanks to his heightened perception, evading patrolling soldiers was far from difficult. As he drew nearer, Amos narrowed his perception range from 3 kilometers to 1 kilometer, resulting in increased precision. Amos began to utilize his perceptive abilities to assess the situation at the Amos.66 camp. Within the confines of Amos.66, there was no sign of Vinsmoke Judge, nor was King Nubbery present. Surprisingly, the supervision was entrusted to Judge's second son, Niji, and his fourth son, Yanji. The station forces within the camp amounted to a mere 10,000, which did not represent the entirety of Amos.66's military strength. Amos fell into deep contemplation. Despite the fact that other towns had surrendered and been ravaged, requiring little military force to maintain stability, the multitude of troops from Amos.66, numbering in the tens of thousands, ought to have been present here. Yet, the current military presence merely constituted a third of their strength. Where had Vinsmoke Judge and the additional 20,000 soldiers of Amos.66 vanished to? Amos retrieved the telephone bug and dialed Drake's number. Hello, Drake. Have any traces of Amos.66 been found on the surface of the sea? None. The waters we are surveying are calm and serene. Do you have any operational plans? Drake, evidently weary from his time at sea, seemed eager to involve the Navy in the fray. Something is amiss, Amos relayed the situation to Drake. On the other end, Drake pondered. With a force of 20,000, it was inconceivable that they had not been detected in this expanse of water. Yet, it was equally implausible that they were still in the rear. Did they truly believe that a mere 10,000 troops and the two sons of Gaji could vanquish us? No, Gaji is not a fool, and Germa-66 is no fool either. Amos remarked, given their cautious nature, if they were to engage, they would do so with full force. Such a comprehensive display of military might would undoubtedly leave us in dire straits, while minimizing their own losses. Could it be that they circumvented us and proceeded to Betches Island? Knowing their superiority in strength, they ought to have directly seized us before advancing to Betches Island. Drake speculated, only to dismiss his own conjectures. Amos's expression darkened. What if Finn's judge aimed to minimize losses? If he chose to spend 3 times longer on Betches Island, he would cut off our retreat, leaving us bereft of supplies and vulnerable to defeat. Drake also realized that his earlier conjecture was indeed correct. The main force of Germa-66 had likely proceeded to Betches Island. He gasped. If they were headed to Betches Island, it would take them 5 to 6 days. This meant that by the time you began your live broadcast to the citizens of Laika, they had already resolved upon this strategy. Damn it. Amos's face turned ashen. The situation had suddenly reversed. Who would have imagined that Germa-66, capable of crushing them head-on, would choose such a laborious method to vanquish them? Betches Island currently housed 500,000 civilians, while the only military presence consisted of Hawkins's 2,000-strong peacekeeping force. This peacekeeping unit was merely a hastily assembled group of ordinary citizens, entirely lacking in combat prowess. We have essentially delivered a prime piece of meat into the jaws of Germa-66. Drake was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. You must immediately inform Hawkins to investigate the surrounding waters. Furthermore, the Navy should commence a strategic withdrawal. Amos commanded urgently. Leave it to me, Drake replied. By the way, Amos recalled, leave behind 3 steamships. I need to confirm this intelligence. If verified, those 3 steamships will transport the army back. Understood, Drake acknowledged. After hanging up the phone, a sense of melancholy washed over Amos. He realized that with this maneuver, Germa-66's forces would compel their retreat, and in due course, Iroh Island would fall effortlessly into their hands. Regardless of the outcome, this tactic would inevitably force them to relinquish a territory. Truly, Germa-66 was formidable. Amos daringly ventured closer to the encampment of Germa-66, subsequently narrowing his sensory range to 500 square meters. Maintaining precision within the operations department as he listened to the conversation between Niji and Yongji. Before long, his heart sank entirely. Their conjecture was utterly correct. The main force of Germa-66 had set off for Betches Island, where at that moment, only Hawkins stood ready to engage in battle. Chapter 160. A glimmer of brilliance. Betches Island had gradually received an influx of refugees from other towns, causing its population to swell to an unprecedented 50,000. At this juncture, the law enforcement team led by Hawkins proved to be of immense significance. Apart from their 2,000 strong, who voluntarily joined the Law Enforcement Association, Betches Island's military force consisted of merely 1 regiment, amounting to 1,000 soldiers. This was a newly formed battalion, established less than 2 weeks prior. Although training had not ceased, a mere fortnight was insufficient to enhance their combat capabilities significantly. Thus, when the army began converging towards Iroh Island, the higher-ups unanimously agreed to retain the new battalion, allowing them to assist Hawkins in maintaining order. On the streets, throngs of pedestrians traversed the thoroughfares, occasionally interrupted by members of the law enforcement team passing by. Hawkins, accompanied by a small patrol of 10, was also conducting rounds. In the face of national adversity, it was inevitable that some unscrupulous individuals would attempt to exploit the chaos. During this period of military vulnerability on Betches Island, their mischief was bound to escalate. In just 2 days, Hawkins had apprehended 300 criminals for offenses including assault, robbery, theft, and brawling. Indeed, with a larger populace, the likelihood of such incidents was bound to increase. In circumstances where eradication was unattainable, the only recourse was to impose the harshest punitive measures to deter them. Captain, I have observed that most of the troublemakers are from outside. We should never have allowed these individuals onto Betches Island, muttered a youthful team member in his 20s. Trailing behind Hawkins, we provide them with shelter and food, and this is how they repay us. There will always be a few malevolent individuals They likely were criminals in their previous locales. We cannot condemn all for the misdeeds of the few, Hawkins calmly explained. Moreover, have you noticed that the daily crime rate is decreasing? It won't be long before it stabilizes. You are right. The young team member nodded vigorously, fully convinced by Hawkins. In recent days, Hawkins had demonstrated his prowess and methods, and it could be said that the maintenance of order to this extent was largely due to his efforts. The team continued their patrol, having already established an impressive reputation. Those who contemplated disorder would feel considerable trepidation at the sight of them, retreating to what they believed were safe havens. The residents yearning for peace and stability expressed their profound gratitude. Being in a foreign land inherently posed numerous challenges. And the law enforcement team not only upheld order but also assisted them in various tasks, enabling them to settle more comfortably on Betches Island. Suddenly, Hawkins' communicator buzzed to life, an apparatus specially provided by Amos. It can now be said that Betches Island is under his responsibility. Without a convenient means of communication, numerous troubles would ensue. "Hello, Hawkins," Drake said as he reached for the telephone book. At that moment, still in the waters surrounding Iro Island, Drake was conversing with Hawkins from the captain's cabin of a steam warship. Time was of the essence, so he kept it brief. Hawkins frowned slightly. Yet his patrolling steps did not falter. "We have been deceived." Drake's voice was laden with regret. Germa-66 had only committed a third of their forces to hold back our army at Iro Island, while the remaining two-thirds chose to take a circuitous route, taking 4 to 5 days to reach Betches Island, intending to strike at our weakest point. Is there a countermeasure? Hawkins, though shocked, inquired rationally. Currently, Amos and the others are formulating a strategy, but our Navy will return for support immediately, Drake replied. Hawkins clenched his fist, his expression grave. Even with the Navy's return, it may prove exceedingly difficult to withstand the two-thirds of Germa-60's forces. Betches Island is home to 500,000 civilians. Should Germa-66 seize control, it would result in a catastrophic disaster. Not only for the populace, but Betches Island is also our foundation. If it falls, we will lose our prime opportunity for development, thereby becoming disconnected from the world and forfeiting our chance to compete with the world government. Drake understood the gravity of the situation as well. We cannot ascertain when Germa-66 departed, which means they could arrive at Betches Island at any moment. You must act swiftly. You know, Hawkins reminded Drake. The new battalion on the island comprises 2,000 personnel with negligible combat capability. If Germa-66 arrives, they can easily obliterate us. We cannot mount any effective response at this moment. We can only wait for your return to have a fighting chance. The Navy is making all haste. The 2 sailing fleets will require a day, while the steamship can arrive in half a day at most. Drake recognized Hawkins's sense of helplessness and understood his current mindset. Indeed, there was little that could be done until they returned. For now, they must hold as best they could. After a prolonged silence, Hawkins spoke in a calm tone. Very well, I will hold them off with all my might. The rest is up to you. Drake let out a heavy sigh. Thank you. Once the call ended, Hawkins's arm fell limply, the telephone bug clenched in his hand. His gaze flickered, revealing a profound melancholy. It seemed he had already foreseen what was to come. Report. Captain. A dozen massive warships have been detected offshore. They are heading toward our dock. Not long after the call was disconnected, a member of the maintenance team rushed through the crowd, delivering the news. Hawkins closed his eyes, suddenly beset by a weighty pressure that made it difficult for him to breathe, his body feeling as though it had been petrified. Notify the new battalion and the entire security maintenance team to assemble at the dock. Hawkins gazed intently at the end of the street where the docks lay. There is no need for concealment. Inform them that today marks the day of Lycus life or death. Outside the Germa-66 base on Elro Island, Amos perceived the conversation between Niji and Yongji while contemplating a solution. Although he previously acknowledged that the overall strength of Germa-66 surpassed theirs, he had not considered himself ensnared in an inevitable defeat. However, with Germa-60's formidable forces now poised on Betches Island, a flicker of helplessness coursed through him. How could he orchestrate a rescue? What other options remained? The distant voices of Niji and Yongji, echoing from several hundred meters away, only served to add to his agitation. And the more he pondered, the more his mind spiraled into chaos. In an attempt to regain composure, Amos seated himself behind a stone, inhaling deeply to regulate his emotions, compelling himself to calm his racing thoughts. Only through tranquility could he think clearly. Only through thought could he devise a solution. Only through a solution could he save Betches Island. In this moment of urgency, he closed his eyes, remaining still like a meditative statue for 5 or 6 minutes. Upon reopening his eyes, he found a semblance of serenity restored within him. In that fleeting instant, a notion struck him, a plan fraught with uncertainty, yet one that demanded a daring attempt. He rose to his feet, shedding his concealment. It wasn't long before the trained soldiers of Amos.66 spotted him, immediately unleashing a hail of gunfire in his direction. However, the 100-meter distance rendered them ineffective, their bullets whizzing past him. With deliberate slowness, Amos unsheathed Chingue, the blade glinting with a chilling sharpness reminiscent of its state 4 years prior. It had been a considerable time since he had wielded it. "We haven't fought in ages," he murmured to Chingue. As if imbued with a spirit of its own, the sword trembled slightly in response to him. Amos turned to face the outpost of Amos.66. In the moment he laid eyes on the more than 10 soldiers charging towards him, they were already condemned to death. With a swift motion, he unleashed his razor-sharp blade. For years of relentless training had honed Amos's skills to perfection. In an instant, he closed the distance of 100 meters. With a decisive flourish, as a master swordsman, he dispatched the soldiers effortlessly in a fleeting moment. Silence erupted within him, a tempest of power coursing through his veins. He charged directly towards the operations center of Amos.66. Along this straight path, stretching no more than 300 meters, countless soldiers attempted to impede Amos's advance. Yet, none succeeded. Amos advanced without the slightest hesitation, swiftly making his way toward the operations department. Remarkably, less than 10 seconds had elapsed by the time he arrived at its entrance. Single-handedly infiltrating the core of the enemy's encampment in such a brief span took many soldiers by surprise. Before the personnel within the operations department, including Niji and YG, could discern the situation outside and react, Amos unleashed a horizontal strike with his sword directed at the operations department. This blow emitted a radiant white light enveloped in a dark aura akin to lightning. Upon impact, the walls of the operations department crumbled instantaneously, leaving no trace of its existence. Cough. What is happening? YG, clad in a black cloak, emerged from the dust and debris generated by the collapse. Beside him stood Niji, an enemy assault. A correct assumption. A cold voice echoed from less than 3 meters ahead of them. Due to the dense dust cloud, visibility was severely compromised. They had just been evading the falling walls and had completely overlooked how perilously close the enemy had drawn. Step back. Niji furrowed his brow and took the initiative, launching a sweeping kick toward the enigmatic figure before them. Amos raised his left hand, firmly grasping the ankle of Nich. He remained utterly unmoved, as if Nich's kick had exerted no force whatsoever. It was simply too slow. The disdainful tone, laced with contempt, left Nich feeling humiliated. He attempted to break free from his opponent's grip, yet the other's hand clamped down on him like a vice, unyielding. With no other recourse, he leaped, aiming a kick at Amos's chest with his other foot. Amos swiftly retreated, simultaneously grasping Niji's hand and forcefully yanking him down, causing Niji to crash violently onto the ground. Upon witnessing the precarious situation, Yonji hurriedly rushed over to provide assistance. The stormy gale, fierce pheasant slash. As Amos turned, he lifted his foot high, and then, like a mountain crashing down, it struck fiercely upon Yonji's head. During his time in the headquarters, he excelled in 2 disciplines, swordsmanship and kicking techniques. The combination of his violent strikes and the gale kick rendered his speed and power utterly unparalleled. The only one capable of withstanding such a blow would likely be Luca. Yonji felt as though his skull might shatter. He knelt on one knee, his head pounding agonizingly. Bang. Meanwhile, the soldiers of Amos.66 began to provide support. Bullets raining down upon Amos. Amos tilted his head, effortlessly evading the bullets with his heightened perception as his observation haki surged. As the number of bullets increased, he opted to harden his armament haki and braced himself against the onslaught. This spectacle left Niji and Yonji in utter shock. Having traversed the world alongside their father for many years, they had witnessed a multitude of sights. Quickly discerning that Amos was employing the Marine 6 styles in the 2-color haki. That guy, Yonji exclaimed, clutching his head in disbelief. They had seen Amos during a live broadcast, but never anticipated his formidable prowess. His immediate use of the 6 styles and dual haki effectively subdued both of them. Niji, bewildered by the unexpected ferocity of Amos's assault, found it hard to comprehend how such a talent could emerge from a small place like the Rika Kingdom. With his strength, he would possess a significant level of dominion even in the first half of the Grand Line. Surrender, and I shall spare your lives, Amos calmly urged as he attacked Niji. However, Niji was fully engaged in countering Amos's assault, leaving him no opportunity to respond. Moments later, Amos struck Niji with the back of his blade, sending him crashing to the ground. Amos pressed the blade of the cleansing dagger against Niji's throat, commanding, "Have them lay down their arms." Niji gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging. Amos pressed down on the Grim Reaper, and instantly a crimson mark appeared on Niji's neck. "Hey!" Yongji exclaimed anxiously from the side. "Put down your weapon." Niji shouted with wide eyes. The assault of the Germa-66 forces gradually ceased, and Amos released the hardening of his haki. "You two will come with me." "Impossible," Niji retorted. Thousands of soldiers surrounded Amos, and he felt some assurance, believing that Amos would not act recklessly. However, if they were taken away, with Amos's overwhelming power, they would become mere lambs to the slaughter at his mercy. "Do you believe you have a choice?" Amos inquired. "Do you doubt my ability to kill you both and escape?" Yongji stood a few meters away from Amos, gazing at Niji. "If you're destined to die, you might as well accept it. Keeping you alive suggests you possess some value, much like an empty bottle that can still be recycled for profit," Amos remarked. "Tell them to retreat and remain here quietly while I go find Gaji." A look of shock crossed Niji's face. Their scheme had been uncovered, and it seemed Amos intended to use his leverage against his father. "So, your lives are worth the lives of 50,000 people. That's quite a high regard you hold for yourselves," Amos said, lifting Niji by the collar with the tip of his blade. "Or perhaps 50,000 will perish, and you will accompany them to the grave." Niji and Yongji exchanged a glance instinctively. Without a doubt, they wished to survive. The greatest strength of Germa-66 lay in its technology and army, not in the two of them. "Stay here, and we will contact my father later to follow his orders." Niji commanded the soldiers of Germa-66. A wise choice. Amos retracted the Grim Reaper, gripping Niji and Yongji by their necks, and with a moonwalk, he hastened towards Iroh City. Chapter 161, Madman. Amos returned to the front lines with Niji and Yongji. In the operations department, Dolet and Lakshreff had already received news from Drake and were engaged in a heated discussion on how to resolve the situation. Dolet proposed that since the Germa-66 forces on Iroh Island were depleted, they should take the initiative and launch an attack to secure a decisive victory before returning to Betchus Island. Lakshreff countered that if they proceeded in such a manner, Betchus Island might fall before their return. It was their stronghold and must be defended at all costs. The two were unable to reach a conclusion amidst their debate. Amos, out of breath, discarded the unconscious Niji and Yongji onto the floor of the operations department. Dolet was momentarily bewildered, completely unaware of the unfolding events. "You are all aware of the situation, correct?" Amos inquired. "Indeed," Dolet and Lakshreff replied in unison. Amos cast a fleeting glance at the two figures on the ground. Nich and Yongji. They are the sons of Vinsmoke Judge, and they command the Germa-66 army on the island of Elbaf. The only viable course of action now is to use their lives as leverage against Vinsmoke Judge. Aside from that, we can escalate the stakes. For what the Nubri Kingdom can offer, we can provide as well. Should we compromise?" asked Lokshri. "First, we must resolve the crisis on Baishas Island. The troops at the current position are all to return by ship. We shall take Judge's two sons back aboard the steam warship," Amos instructed. Amos asserted that neither Dolet nor Rashru could reasonably refute his claim, particularly with the presence of Gaji's two sons, which might even avert the outbreak of war. The preparations commenced with remarkable swiftness. Amos, Dolet, Rashru, and Luo were the first to board the steam warship for their return journey. At Betchus Island, at the dock, Hawkins stood firm against the sea breeze, which rustled his garments. Flanking him were the new troop commander and the deputy captain of the security maintenance team. The three stood shoulder to shoulder, slightly tilting their heads upwards to gaze at the horizon. Before them loomed a formidable fleet of warships, akin to colossal mountains, their battle flags billowing in the wind, exuding an unmatched aura of might. The captain and deputy captain trembled with trepidation, having never before witnessed such a grand spectacle. Hawkins remained silent, as he too had never encountered such a scene. However, he understood the importance of maintaining composure until Amos and the others returned. He bore the weight of responsibility alone. "Have the security maintenance team and the new troop assembled?" Hawkins inquired. The commanders at his sides nodded affirmatively. "Very well, prepare yourselves. We cannot allow them to be trapped at sea, for they could unleash the devastating firepower of their cannons upon us at the dock. We must usher them onto the dock, transforming it into our battlefield, thereby minimizing our losses." As Hawkins spoke, the new troops and the maintenance team began to intermingle, taking positions around the periphery of the dock. Once you see me engage, hold the dock at all costs, he instructed. Understood, replied the new troop commander. The deputy captain looked at Hawkins, perplexed. Why do you intend to stay here? With our numbers, we stand no chance against them. The Army and Navy are en route back, and our hopes rest solely upon them. Our immediate task is to delay as much as possible. If we remain here, the atmosphere may become too tense. Perhaps if I alone stay, I can buy us some time. Hawkins elucidated. The deputy captain gazed at Hawkins's calm demeanor, feeling a surge of admiration that momentarily quelled his inner fears. Additionally, send word to those at the town hall. If we fail to hold our ground, they must immediately step forward and declare our surrender. Perhaps King Nuber will show mercy. At this juncture, Hawkins felt a sense of relief, even tinged with the gravity of making arrangements for the aftermath. If we are defeated, there is no need to drag 500,000 lives into our downfall. Indeed, the new troop commander's expression hardened, a sense of melancholy enveloping him. He recognized the futility of the defensive battle. It was nearly a fight to the death. Observing the immense pressure weighing on both men, Hawkins sighed softly, placing his hands on their shoulders. To perish alongside Laika, is it not our honor to defend Laika? The captain and deputy captain's faces fell, their expressions despondent. Please don't speak so definitively, they replied with a hint of despair. Hawkins smiled, a smile laden with resignation. Since he was unwilling to compromise with fate, when the battle commenced, he would have to rise in defiance and cast fear upon the enemy. My vice-captain still appeared somewhat anxious, for not everyone possesses the inner fortitude to confront death. Very well, you may go now. Do not squander any more time. Hawkins patted the shoulders of the two men, then turned to face the sea breeze, his somewhat slender figure striding towards the fleet of warships anchored near the mountains. The Germa-66 fleet encountered no resistance upon landing. The vessels docked peacefully, and a battalion of soldiers disembarked. Before long, thousands of soldiers had formed ranks on the pier. A tall, robust man with golden hair and a metallic helmet approached, flanked by two others, a middle-aged man adorned with a crown and a young man sporting fiery red hair, clad in a crimson battle uniform. The trio ambled forth to stand before Hawkins. With his hands clasped behind his back, Hawkins stood resolutely on the pier, facing the formidable army of Germa-66, exuding an air of dignity. Who are you? Inquired Vince Makgaji, positioned at the center of the trio. Hawkins replied with calm composure. I am Basil Hawkins, captain of the security maintenance team of Beatrice Island. Have you come to surrender Beatrice Island? Gaji queried further. The unopposed landing in his eyes signified that Beatrice Island had lost its fighting spirit and was cowed by their overwhelming forces. Are you here to take possession of Beatrice Island or to slaughter it? Hawkins refrained from directly addressing the question of surrender, instead posing one of his own. His current objective was to buy as much time as possible. Even a single second might spare a life. To outright refuse surrender would only hasten the outbreak of the defensive battle for Beatrice Island. The crowned middle-aged man interjected. I am Wacken, king of the Nuber kingdom. The choice of whether to receive or annihilate lies entirely in your hands. If you foolishly resist, as the towns before you have done, the outcome will be the same as theirs. Total slaughter, turning this place into a graveyard. If you truly care for your citizens, you should surrender gracefully. Under our rule, Beatrice Island will flourish and prosper. And what follows upon surrender? Hawkins pressed. All existing soldiers of Beatrice Island must relinquish their weapons and be temporarily controlled by our forces. The municipal officials will complete the transfer today, and we shall take full control of Beatrice Island. Wacken detailed the post-surrender measures. Hawkins sighed inwardly. He had initially contemplated surrendering if negotiations proved futile, intending to resist again once Amos and the others returned. Yet, surrendering would entail disarming and controlling the soldiers, signifying the loss of Beatrice Island's military strength. We cannot surrender. We can agree to these terms, but we also have certain demands. Before Hawkins could finish his sentence, Gaji impatiently fired a shot at him, declaring that it was not the time for negotiations. Hawkins' expression tightened as a small straw doll fell from him, seemingly charred and emitting smoke. He used the doll to deflect Gaji's attack. Gaji squinted, his curiosity about Beatrice Island intensifying. First, there was the imposing Amos. Then the inexplicably organized army and navy that emerged from Beatrice Island, and now a captain of the law enforcement team was also a devil fruit user. What kind of monstrous entity lurked in the Brunnos Sea? Gaji mused, his gaze ignited with murderous intent. He was determined to expose this monster. He aimed to personally obliterate this hidden force that could potentially influence his reign over the North Sea anew. Was there truly no way to delay this? Hawkins lowered his head, his face devoid of pain. His body began to swell and transform into a colossal straw figure, his fingers morphing into sharp 5-inch nails. Upon witnessing this, Vikaner's expression turned frantic as he began to retreat. Gaji and his eldest son, Iji, maintained their composure, gazing up at Hawkins. Meanwhile, the newly organized troop leader, commanding a total of 3,000 soldiers, ordered the vice captain of the law enforcement team to strike. War was now an unavoidable reality. Hawkins cast aside all hesitations and charged fiercely towards Gaji. Gaji, wielding a spear crackling with electricity, did not take a step back as he prepared to confront Hawkins. Iji, not one to remain idle, coordinated the thousands of Germa's 66 soldiers lined up at the dock to engage in combat with the Baishas Island guards. Hawkins swung his 5-inch nails towards Gaji, who met the strike with his spear. Simultaneously, the electric current surged towards Hawkins' hand, causing it to emit a sizzling sound as it became singed. Ugh! Hawkins groaned in pain, retracting his arm. Seizing the opportunity, Gaji closed the distance, channeling high-voltage electricity into his spear just as he approached Hawkins, unleashing an electromagnetic thrust. Hawkins was knocked back over 10 meters, kneeling on one knee, appearing quite disheveled. Having never learned any combat techniques and relying solely on his devil fruit for divination, Hawkins found it challenging to contend with Gaji, who was clad in advanced combat gear. Was this all there was to it? Gaji seemed merely to have warmed up as he strode confidently toward Hawkins. Gritting his teeth, Hawkins rose to his feet, swinging his 5-inch nails once more at Gaji. Gaji's high-tech boots emitted a burst of high-pressure energy, dramatically enhancing his speed. In a heartbeat, he closed the 10-meter gap, leveraging explosive force to deliver a rapid kick towards Hawkins. Hawkins attempted to defend himself, but his reaction was too slow. Before his arm could reach his chest to block, Katakuri had already delivered a powerful kick that struck him. This blow was several times more ferocious than the previous electric shock, sending Hawkins flying backward, crashing to the ground. Reverting back to his human form, blood seeping from his mouth. Are you all right? The vice captain of the maintenance team rushed over with a small squad, positioning themselves in front of Hawkins. Hawkins clutched his chest. I am not skilled in combat. Please retreat. We will hold him off. The vice captain raised his firearm, aiming at the advancing Katakuri, and fired. The squad unleashed a barrage of gunfire at Katakuri. However, faster than them were over a dozen soldiers from Germa 66, who swiftly positioned themselves in front of Katakuri, acting as human shields to absorb the bullets. The outcome was gruesome, as they were obliterated by the powerful projectiles. Taking advantage of this cover, Katakuri swiftly approached the vice captain, utilizing the jet propulsion of his high-tech boots to deliver a kick that pierced through the vice captain's abdomen. The vice captain's legs buckled instantly, saliva and blood mingling as it flowed from his mouth. His trembling hands grasped Katakuri's leg as he looked up in disbelief. Humph, Katakuri scoffed, withdrawing his leg. Without support, the vice captain collapsed to the ground, his body writhing as blood and entrails spilled from his gaping wound. Hawkins was rendered speechless, his eyes wide bloodshot. Katakuri effortlessly dispatched several others and approached Hawkins, placing a foot upon his head. Hawkins attempted to struggle to his feet, but Katakuri's foot pressed down with unyielding force, rendering his efforts futile. He appeared utterly helpless, a mere insignificant insect in Katakuri's eyes. Suddenly, Katakuri refrained from delivering the final blow. He looked down at Hawkins, observing him desperately trying to push himself up, his posture resembling one of subservience, as if kneeling in reverence. Ugh! Blood surged to Hawkins' head, his body uncontrollably trembling. Just then, Katakuri's transponder snail rang out amidst the chaos of battle. Calmly, he answered the call. Is this Vinsmo Katakuri? A cold, youthful voice inquired from the other end. Who are you? Katakuri responded. Francis Amos, the one from the live broadcast that day, came the reply. Niji and Yanji are in my possession. If you wish for them to live, you must withdraw your forces immediately. If not, prepare to collect their corpses. Katakuri's gaze turned icy, yet his tone dripped with mockery. Captured, are they? But I hold 50,000 lives here. Who do you think has the greater bargaining chip? With that, he audaciously hung up the phone, severing any chance of negotiation with Amos. On the warship, Amos stood frozen. Just then, Niji regained consciousness, and he delivered a fierce kick to Niji's head, gritting his teeth as he commanded Dolart, advance at full speed. That guy Katakuri is a madman. Chapter 162. Amos's decision in the face of threats to his two sons, Gaji remained remarkably composed, countering with a threat of his own, holding the lives of 500,000 people on Baishas Island as leverage against Amos, thereby rendering his scheme utterly futile. From the outset of the initial broadcast, Gaji had subtly gauged Amos's character and, emboldened by this insight, now took a calculated risk, uncertain of the outcome. 500,000 Hawkins struggled desperately to rise. Gaji released his foot, offering a derisive snort. In war, there are always gains and losses. Failing to make decisive choices in this regard will only lead to one's own demise. We surrender. Aware of his inability to contend with Gaji and recognizing that Amos's tactics were no match for someone of Gaji's experience, Hawkins resolved to capitulate for the sake of the 500,000 lives on Byssus Island. Too late. Gaji seized Hawkins by the neck, lifting him effortlessly. If this island is akin to those previous towns, I would not have personally brought an army. Now, I grant you a chance at survival. Reveal the secrets hidden on this island. Hawkins's face flushed with anxiety. Gaji narrowed his eyes. Who is Amos? Where do you truly hail from? You say that, but how would I know? Hawkins struggled to respond, his hand transforming into a 5-inch spike, gradually inching toward Gaji's side. Knowing that Hawkins would not divulge the secrets concealed here, Gaji resolutely tightened his grip around Hawkins's neck, aware that in mere moments, it would snap, ending his life. At that instant, Hawkins struck back, the spike plunging into Gaji's side, piercing deeply. Gaji winced in pain and released his hold. Hawkins transformed into a colossal scarecrow, forcefully hurling Gaji away. Ugh! Gaji rolled several times upon hitting the ground before finally coming to a halt. One hand pressed against his bleeding side as he rose to his feet. Defend the dock. Hawkins was no match for Gage, and while he retreated, he issued commands to hold the dock firmly. Gage approached with ill intentions. If his sole purpose was to assist King Newbury of Vacant in conquering the town, he could merely accept the surrender of the inhabitants. However, it was evident that Gage had discerned that Byssus Island harbored complexities beyond the ordinary, concealing monumental secrets that could potentially impact his future dominion over the North Sea. He sought to unveil the truth behind these mysteries and eliminate the obstacles to his reign. Thus, the decision for Hawkins and his compatriots to surrender was far grimmer than merely holding their ground. It extinguished any possibility of capitulation, leaving them no option but to stake their lives in defense of Byssus Island. Hawkins sustained some injuries, and given his lack of combat prowess, merely managing to hold his own against Gage for a while and even inflicting harm upon him was commendable. He understood that no one among his allies was capable of facing Gage in a duel, compelling him to join forces with his team. Gage, seemingly preoccupied with his own safety, refrained from furiously attacking Hawkins again. Instead, he retreated significantly, with dozens of Amos.66 soldiers forming a human shield to absorb the gunfire while he sought medical attention behind their ranks. Come quickly, Amos. Hawkins murmured to himself as he resisted the Amos.66 soldiers in a scarecrow-like manner. For hours later, on the surface of the sea, Amos and his group had reunited with Drake, all gathered aboard the steam warship. Drake was equally astonished to learn that Gage had abruptly terminated the call with Amos. That man was indeed no ordinary adversary. Amos sat in the captain's quarters, his expression somber. I thought I could leverage his 2 sons to compel him to withdraw. Instead, he is using the 50,000 residents of Byssus Island as leverage against me. Since he shows no concern for his sons, they hold no value for us. We might as well eliminate them. Dorrit was infuriated, realizing he had been outmaneuvered by Gage, his military foresight significantly lacking compared to Gage's. Rokeshreff shook his head. We still cannot ascertain whether Gage is genuinely fearless or merely feigning indifference. Recklessly killing those 2 could provoke Gage and escalate the peril surrounding Byssus Island. What shall we do then? Rowe inquired, prompting a silence as the group found themselves without a viable strategy. It seems we have no choice but to engage in a decisive confrontation on Byssus Island, Dorrit declared, gripping the 2 swords at his waist. In terms of peak combat capability, we are certainly not inferior to them. If we can assassinate Gage or capture him, we may very well turn the tide. However, breaching the ranks of the Amos.66 soldiers would not be an easy feat. Amos was skeptical about the feasibility of their plan. Drake, how much longer until we arrive? Drake, lost in thought in a corner, contemplating a better strategy, replied, We are currently at the maximum speed of our steam warship. It will take at least 5 more hours. At present, communication with Hawkins is severed, and the municipal hall is similarly unreachable. We have lost contact with Beatrix Island. I fear that hostilities have commenced, and it is utterly improbable that the forces stationed on Beatrix Island could withstand the onslaught of the Amos.66 army for even 5 hours, Lockshirford lamented. Regardless, Beatrix Island is our foundation and must not fall into the hands of Amos.66. Dolet, unwilling to succumb to despair, was instead incensed. advocating for a direct confrontation with Amos.This. Just as the discussions in the captain's quarters reached an impasse, Amos's phone began to buzz. Upon answering, he was astonished to find it was Gage on the line. The room fell silent as each person speculated on the purpose of Gage's call. Amos, Gage began. Have you come to agree with my proposition? Withdraw your troops, and I shall return your 2 sons to you unharmed. Although Amos uttered these words, he internally sensed that Gage was not offering any concession. Sure enough, mocking laughter echoed through the phone. What are you saying, Amos? Gage retorted with a chuckle. Do you think that by holding the lives of Niji and Yongji in your grasp, you can sway my will? The expressions of those in the captain's quarters turned grave. The phone I am using belongs to your Beatrix Island constabulary chief. What was his name? Hawkins. Gage's words starkly indicated that Hawkins's situation was dire. Beatrix Island was now under my control. From your Commerce Base's office, I have unearthed numerous astonishing secrets. I have also gleaned a measure of understanding about your hidden faction. Amos felt a chill run through him, rendered speechless. I surmise you are racing towards Betches Island at breakneck speed, which suits my intentions perfectly, Garcia remarked leisurely. Having everything firmly in his grasp, the populace of Betches Island has been corralled into the municipal hall area. I presume you have never witnessed the sight of 500,000 people gathered in one place? He chuckled. Now demanding that you come alone to the plaza of Betches Island's municipal hall to meet me. Should you fail to comply, I shall wipe out the entire populace by nightfall. Dorith clenched his fists, his emotions more intense than Amos's. Before he could muster a shout, Garcia haughtily ended the call. Drake, who had remained silent until now, could no longer conceal his change in demeanor. We cannot acquiesce to his demands. Dorith exclaimed. That scoundrel has accurately gauged your character. He discerned who you are from the live broadcast, which is why he dares to issue such brazen orders. Locke stared intently at Amos. Meanwhile, Ro was left speechless. Astonished by Garcia's ruthlessness, despite being only 20 and having spent a few years under Doflamingo's command, Amos exhaled deeply, his face devoid of expression. Leaving no one to fathom his thoughts, the others anxiously awaited his response. Drake prepared a small boat, ready to deploy it as the battleship approached Betches Island. After a prolonged silence, Amos finally spoke. Amos, Dorith urged, urgency in his voice. Listen to me. At this moment, Amos maintained a calm demeanor, extending his hand to soothe the others, quelling the unrest in the captain's cabin. Garcia has already taken control of Betches Island, and our secret has been laid bare. The aim of Amos.This has always been to reclaim dominance over the North Sea. Now that Garcia is aware of our presence in the North Sea, he will undoubtedly view us as a significant obstacle that must be eradicated on his path to supremacy. Amos's voice was swift and clear, calming several individuals who listened intently to his words. They maintained connections with the Navy. Amos stated, today we shall all rush over and engage them in battle. If we lose, it will spell our total annihilation. If we win, our message will surely reach the Navy, and at that point, we would have irretrievably lost the opportunity to develop under their very noses, facing an even more brutal pursuit. What shall we do? Drake inquired. I can only heed his words and go, Amos replied, taking a deep breath. The reason he called upon me alone, rather than waiting for our army to arrive, was likely due to his concern that we might unleash our full strength in desperation, inflicting severe damage on Amos.This even if we failed to defeat him. He intended to leverage the residents of Betches Island against me, planning to manipulate us once I arrived. Lockshrive countered solemnly, we cannot act as he desires. Succumbing to such a fate would indeed lead us to our ultimate demise. Listen to me. Amos lifted his gaze, his eyes sincere and compelling. I must go. For we cannot expose ourselves to the Navy. It is not yet our time to reveal ourselves. We still need to remain hidden. Once I reach Betches Island, he will undoubtedly attempt to coerce you, with the first step being to sow discord among our ranks. When our forces fracture due to my absence, it will present him with the perfect opportunity to strike us down one by one. Drake lowered his head, letting out a sigh. Upon my being coerced and the command to disband our forces, you will need to go with the flow, feigning division, and then seize the chance to escape the Breno Sea. The North Sea is rife with their spies. Thus you must embark on a steam warship to traverse the doldrums and reach the latter half of the New World. Amos articulated his strategy, emphasizing that this was the only way for you to survive and for our forces to endure as much as possible. And what about you? Dolet asked. Once you have left the Breno Sea, I will devise a means to escape as well, Amos responded, his demeanor seemingly relaxed. But what if you cannot escape? What if you perish? What then shall we do? Drake pressed. Do you not trust me? Amos chuckled, though to others, it appeared as a bitter smile. After all these years of fighting side by side, have I not fulfilled every promise I made? Not the same, Drake interrupted, his voice cold and his eyes reddening. This time is different. Amos gazed at Drake, his mouth slightly agape, at a loss for words to persuade him further. We are all aware of what Germus 66 represents, and the series of strategies employed by Kaji to suppress us is well known. Drake's expression was unusually grave. Do you truly believe that if he were to capture you, he would allow any oversight that might enable your escape? So, do you expect me to take you all down with me? At last, Amos shed his fa-ade of a smile and spoke candidly. Must I perish and drag you all to the grave with me? When I was on Uluru Island, the Demon Slayer order arrived. My friend Riser, in a bid to save me, bravely chose to confront a Marine admiral alone at the tender age of 16. Despite his lack of strength and his proud demeanor, I have no knowledge of his fate, though I have searched for him over the years. Yet here I stand, alive, a seemingly lazy and ineffectual survivor. I began to feel as though I had accomplished nothing, for I was always like this, at 15. I still lacked the ability to protect myself or my friends, but I would not accept that. I misrepresented my age and enlisted in the military. I toiled 100 times harder than others, and within 2 years, I rose to the naval headquarters. At headquarters, 90% of my peers chose to remain officers, seeking promotion and wealth, but I did not. I understood what my future held. It could never, ever be limited to this. I attended the Naval Academy. Upon entering, I realized I was hardly noteworthy compared to you, Smoker, and others, including the formidable Dolet, Luca, and Udi from the monster class. You were all bestowed with the title of monsters, while I merely toiled in your shadow, striving to keep pace with your brilliance. Eventually, I joined the monster class. Yet I knew I could never surpass you. I exerted myself relentlessly for 3 years at the naval headquarters, with naught but training to fill my days. However, during our first mission as the monster class, Udi and Okasha perished. The celestial dragons had the audacity to desecrate Udi's corpse. In response, I chose to retaliate against one of them, enduring the price of a stab in return for a single punch. It was exhilarating, truly exhilarating. I could not abide their lofty arrogance. I was determined to defend my comrades. Later, during our 4th year of internship in the North Sea, Colonel Adolf callously orchestrated a grand scheme in the Okama Sea. We became their stumbling block, and it was I who took the initiative to oppose him. Thus, Luca ultimately perished. Was his death not a consequence of my actions? Should I not feel guilt? In that moment, I bore his lifeless body. I could sense his instinct to curl up in fear as he departed this world. I knew he must have been terrified in his final moments, yearning for warmth and protection. Yet I failed to provide that. I could only offer him soft, soothing words to alleviate his fear. I could have arrived sooner and perhaps prevented this tragedy. Subsequently, we met Rock and ventured into the Breno Sea. I expressed my desire to change this world and to grow stronger, for I could not bear to watch as one by one you fell victim to my inadequacies. Of course, we have yet to achieve our goal of altering this world. But now, I possess the capability to navigate the intricacies of Baishas Island and engage with Jiaji, thereby ensuring your survival. Is that not a favorable prospect? Amos questioned, tears streaming down his face. Is it not enough? If we must die, let us perish together. Durat shouted. No. Amos responded with an even more vehement roar. None of you can die. None of you can damn well die for me. I do not need it. Silence fell as everyone turned their gaze upon Amos, who now appeared somewhat deranged. I have endured too much pain, Amos lamented, cradling his head in his hands, at that moment transforming into a mere reflection of himself. A pitiable soul ensnared in countless sorrowful scenes from which he could not escape. We, the Lakshar family, wished to offer solace, yet we were instantly deflated. Amos wiped away his tears, revealing a sorrowful smile. Trust my plan, it is settled. Chapter 163. Fearless in the face of adversity. Amos disembarked from the steam warship and, aboard a modest sailboat, navigated toward the nearby Bitus Island. At this juncture, there was no need for haste. He leisurely adjusted the sails, allowing the vessel to glide smoothly across the waters. The fleet of steam warships was en route to Francis Island, as previously agreed, to procure the blueprints for the construction of the steam warships and subsequently obliterate Francis Island. Thereafter, they would rendezvous with the Navy and Army, traversing the doldrums to establish a foothold in the New World. Should they fail to secure their position, they would heed Amos's directive to seek refuge with one of the current 4 emperors, the red-haired Shanks. The captured Niji and Yanji remained imprisoned, their release not yet contemplated. as they intended to conceal themselves in a secure location. With the presence of these two, Amos retained some maneuverability. Everything had been meticulously arranged, granting Amos peace of mind as he approached.This island. On the island were individuals he deeply cared for, such as Hawkins and the 500,000 Leica citizens who had forsaken stability to oppose Amos.66 due to their faith in him. It was this very burden that had hindered his ability to escape their unwavering trust. Just days prior, Hawkins had expressed his willingness to join their cause, tearing apart his tarot cards, a gesture signifying the relinquishment of his most vital safeguard, subsequently entrusted with the critical task of maintaining order on.This island. Hawkins had excelled in his role. Amos felt compelled to return. If Hawkins still drew breath, he could not allow him to be disappointed. Days earlier, a live broadcast had been conducted. Before the broadcast, the Leica citizens had a second option, compromising with the Nuberian kingdom. This alternative would have allowed them to live in peace, with even better living conditions as the Nuberian kingdom's stature grew, and it became a member of the world government. Yet it was because of him that the citizens chose to rise in rebellion, defending Leica. This decision had already led to the slaughter of hundreds of thousands, and he could not let down the remaining 500,000 citizens. While many could label him as heartless and ungrateful, he could not bring himself to accept such an identity. The desire not to betray their trust compelled him to dare the perilous journey back to.This island, prepared to face any outcome. He would not pander to anyone, nor could he change, for it was in his very nature to be thus, and it was precisely this that had afforded him numerous opportunities. No choice is unequivocally right or wrong. Life is inherently rife with ebbs and flows. To face them with trepidation renders one a complete weakling. Before long, he approached.This island, utilizing moonwalk to swiftly reach the dock. There, stationed were the formidable forces of Amos.66, and in the crimson garb of his clan, Ichiji awaited him. Where are they? Amos inquired coldly. In the town hall square, Ichiji replied, casting a glance around Amos, noting the absence of his two brothers. This realization seemed to bring him a measure of delight, and he did not inquire about their whereabouts. Amos soared past Izzy, heading towards the dock. And as Izzy turned to follow, he realized that Amos had vanished without a trace. Izzy's eyes widened in disbelief. In the town hall square, a crowd of 500,000 had gathered, yet it was eerily quiet. This silence was a result of Gaji's decree. Anyone daring to make a sound would face immediate consequences. Within 10 minutes of this order, 70 heads had rolled. Following the series of brutal measures, the populace fell into a hushed fear. Soldiers from Amos.66 herded the civilians into two large groups, creating a long pathway leading to the town hall. At the end of this path stood the grand entrance of the town hall, where Gaji awaited on the steps. A figure suspended beside him, Hawkins. Hawkins' legs were bound and hung from the door beam, his face marred by blood which had congealed, rendering his expression frozen in horror. His eyes, dull and vacant, were slightly open, and his face was flushed from the pressure of blood, presenting a woeful sight that hinted at the brutal torment he had endured. Hawkins swayed slightly, his half-open eyes straining to see down the path. He was caught in a tumultuous conflict within himself, wishing for Amos to both appear and not appear. The evening had descended, bringing a chill to the air, with cold winds occasionally sweeping through. Gaji stood patiently, waiting. Before long, the crowd began to stir, followed by a series of gunshots that reverberated through the square, silencing the people once more. A figure emerged from the narrow path created by the divided crowd. Gaji narrowed his eyes, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. He had accurately gauged Amos's character and knew that he had already triumphed in this game of wits. Amos donned a military uniform, simple yet efficient, accentuating his trim and upright stature. His hair, still styled in a slightly parted black tousle, framed a visage marked by profound depth and an icy demeanor. With a chingue slung at his waist, he approached Gaji with unyielding courage. A faint sound escaped Aho-kin's, and that moment, despite his annoyance at Amos's arrival, he felt an even stronger warmth rising within him. I have arrived. Amos stood at the steps of the town hall, gazing up at Gaji. Gaji looked down at Amos, letting out a slight scoff, and waved his hand. Immediately, soldiers on either side approached, brandishing chains, which they affixed to Amos's wrists. Amos suddenly felt a wave of weakness wash over him, nearly causing him to collapse onto the ground. He understood that it was the sea prism stone chains. With the power of the Vinsmoke family, acquiring such an object was hardly a challenge. Since I have come this far, it seems that this should all come to an end. Amos gasped with difficulty. Of course, Gaji replied. Amos cast a furious glance at the suspended Hawkins, his face aflame with ire. That individual is merely a pawn inserted by the governor. He is not one of us. It is time to release him." With a derisive snort, Gage replied, "He possesses commendable fruit abilities, and I intend to transform him into a war machine to maximize his potential." "You bastard." Amos lunged at Gage, but the soldiers on either side restrained him. Under the suppression of sea-floor stone, he could hardly contend with them. The rage in Amos's eyes was unmistakable, a desire to rend Gage into pieces. As for the others, they should be released. "I never intended to kill them," Gage chuckled. "After all, we are speaking of 500,000 lives. Should the world government become aware, it would only heighten their vigilance towards me. Now that Betchus Island has fallen and Laika is no more, it is time for you to withdraw from the Breno Sea, isn't it?" Amos inquired once more. Gage tilted his head back, his gaze filled with disdain, utterly unimpressed by Amos's tactics. "Before that, you must first contact your comrades waiting in the unknown and disband your forces." Amos had anticipated Gaji's intentions. A significant part of his motivation was indeed for this purpose. As for this young man, Gaji turned and lightly patted Hawkins' cheek, admitting, "I don't hold him in high regard." He continued, "If you wish for him to survive, you must surrender Niji and Yangji. Once you release him, I shall reveal to you the whereabouts of Niji and Yangji." Amos responded affirmatively. Gaji wore a confident smile as he agreed to Amos, saying, "Now, it is time for you to make the call." A soldier retrieved a communication device from Amos's attire. Amos stared at the device, hesitating in place for over 10 seconds. His eyes reddening before he finally pressed the button. Hawkins struggled to speak, but his voice was too faint for Amos to hear. The device began to emit a series of tones. In the town hall square, hundreds of thousands listened intently to the sound of the device. Click. The communication device was answered. "Hello, Dedrek," Amos said through gritted teeth. "Amos," came the deep voice from the other end. Amos pressed his lips together tightly, as if attempting to seal his mouth shut, struggling to contain the words that yearned to escape. Gaji observed this scene with a teasing demeanor, exhibiting remarkable patience and refraining from urging Amos to speak. Ultimately, Amos found the courage to voice his thoughts, and as he did, a solitary, scalding tear fell from his eye. "Let us part ways," he uttered, recalling the silence that accompanied the phone call on that day. Amos felt tears blur his vision as he made the most arduous decision of his life. Following me was a grave error. Each of you should tread your own path, ensuring you live a life devoid of regrets, and do not mourn for me. In this lifetime, I harbor no grievances." Amos Hawkins struggled against his emotions. Though a multitude of words clamored to be spoken to his companions, he resolutely ended the call. Suddenly, applause erupted in the square, and Gage watched with an appreciative expression, applauding Amos. "Truly a remarkable leader. Even I cannot help but feel immense admiration for you at this moment." Amos cast a cold glance at Gage. "Reveal your true identity," he demanded. Gage, perched above him, replied imperiously, "Francis, Amos." Amos responded, "To become a truly free man." Gage sensed a hint of superiority emanating from Amos. And this time he carried an undeniable authority. "Where do you come from? Who is the puppeteer behind you?" "The world," Amos enunciated deliberately. Observing Amos's resolute gaze, Gage lost a fragment of his rationality, a surge of anger swelling within him. He understood Amos' character well enough to know that he would never divulge the identity of those manipulating him or reveal any secrets. Amos' response elicited a laugh from Hawkins, who, with tears streaming down his face, closed his eyes. Eventually, Itchy arrived, attempting to keep pace with Amos. Despite utilizing the jet propulsion feature of his advanced combat suit, he found himself unable to catch up. Upon witnessing Amos shackled by sea stone, his earlier fear diminished considerably. Shortly thereafter, King Wakan of the Nubari Kingdom arrived, glaring at Amos, the one who had thwarted his plans, for an extended period before approaching Gage. "My lord, since Beatus Island has surrendered, might we spare these individuals? Their execution could further destabilize the Reka region, complicating our governance of Nubari. I never intended to eliminate them." Gage replied with a chuckle. "That is splendid news," Wakan responded, visibly relieved. However, he was acutely aware that he could not sway Gage's will. He understood the might of Germa 66 and recognized Gage's disdain for him. He had come merely as a mercenary, and should he fail to please, he could well invite calamity upon his own nation. "You may attend to your national affairs. Our forces will depart Beatus Island shortly. But we shall remain in the Breno Sea for a few more days," Gage stated, planning to conduct further inspections in the Breno Sea while dismantling Amos' fragmented forces. Wakan, eager for Gage to leave, promptly replied, "Of course, if you require supplies, every port in the Breno Sea welcomes your arrival." Gage smiled again, still exuding disdain. Over the years, he had always held himself aloft, surrounded by sycophants and flatterers. He has grown accustomed to placing himself beneath the dome while treading upon others, casting them into the depths of despair. To the docks, prepare for departure, commanded Gargi. Indeed, replied Eg, who then began to direct the troops' retreat. Hawkins was carried forward on a stretcher by a contingent of Germa 66 soldiers, while Amos was escorted behind Gargi and Eg, heavily guarded. A lengthy procession moved through the crowd, who gazed upon Amos and simultaneously exhaled in relief. In this moment, they found themselves devoid of the courage to resist the forces of Germa 66, for in the face of overwhelming power, they experienced a profound sense of helplessness. Grasping the futility of their struggle, Amos felt the weight of the crowd's gaze upon him as he was propelled forward, yet his thoughts were consumed by reminiscence. Having traversed through all of this, he realized that his life had reached its conclusion. Over the past 2 decades, he had been relentlessly busy, and now, at last, he had the leisure to reflect upon the warmth of his journey. As he walked, a smile unexpectedly crept across his face. In his musings, he discerned that his life was not as wretched as he had once believed. He contemplated that, given the chance to start anew, he would certainly pen a letter to Ain, pouring forth the words he had long suppressed, unleashing the tumultuous love that had been confined within his heart. Lost in thought, the procession suddenly halted. The soldiers of Germa 66 became agitated, raising their weapons in a state of alarm. Sensing something amiss, Amos lifted his gaze ahead. Before him lay the docks, which had once been fortified by 500 soldiers, now awash in blood. 4 figures obstructed the path of Gaji and the Germa 66 army. Behind them, hundreds of armed soldiers lined the docks, while 3 steam warships anchored in the shallow waters aimed their cannons at the pier. Farther out at sea, more than a dozen grand sailing warships approached. The 4 individuals were the impassive Drake, the furious Dolart, the mocking Roe, and the exuberant Lockshreef. At that moment, Amos felt utterly bewildered, completely unprepared for this scene. "You fool!" Dolart exclaimed, scolding him. "Always considering yourself the sole man among us, are we not men too? Did you truly believe we would stand by and watch you perish alone?" Roe, clutching a ghostly visage, mocked, crying over the phone, "You think we could rest easy? Amos, we have awaited this moment for far too long." Lockshreef, brimming with excitement, gripped his finely crafted firearm, his frail appearance belying his resolve. "Now, we shall rescue you." Fuming, Amos bowed his head, raising his hands shackled by sea stone, wiping away his tears. "You urge us to live without regrets," Drake stated solemnly, a rare smile and frenzied battle spirit illuminating his countenance. Drawing his battle axe and sword, he declared, "Who cares about the Navy or the world government? To change the world and protect everyone, let us first bring this guy down together." Chapter 164, To Death and Beyond. Drake charged towards Gaji. But before him, Gaji's eldest son, Eg, had already launched an assault, while Dolart engaged him in combat. With unwavering composure, Gaji resolutely reached for the weapon of a nearby soldier, aiming it at Amos. In a flash, Roe made his move. Room, slaughterhouse. Roe conjured a hemispherical space, utilizing his fruit's ability to manipulate any object within it. Bang! Gaji's gunfire echoed, the bullet tearing through the body of the man beside him. Yet, at the very moment he was about to pull the trigger, the figure standing there was no longer Amos, but rather a soldier of Germa 66. Clang! Law had pulled Amos towards him, wielding his sword to strike the sea stone shackles. Despite his efforts, the sea stone chains remained unscathed, showing no sign of damage. Crafted from sea stone, they were not easily severed. Law did not utilize his devil fruit ability to remove the sea stone, yet Amos remained composed. Even shackled, he was unable to employ his powers and would inevitably fall into a state of weakness. The key dangled from Gage's belt. Amos's awareness of the key's location was not a result of his perceptive abilities, but rather a straightforward observation of the soldier reverently presenting the key to Gage, who secured it at his waist. A realization dawned upon him. With a flick of his right hand, Law sent a coin soaring into the air, declaring, "Room, slaughterhouse." As the coin descended, it had transformed into the key. Law caught the key and liberated Amos from the sea stone shackles. This marked the first step of Amos's journey.